Chapter 1, The Moonlit Beauty. It was a humid and sultry summer afternoon just after the rain. The rain had not yet dried, sticking wetly to the bluish stone steps. A corner of a pristine white dress was lightly stained with mud. The wearer of the dress was Rong Jian, the young miss of the Rong family. He was very tall, about 175 centimeters, half a head taller than ordinary girls in their late teens. Even though it was late summer, he wore a full-length white dress, covered by an overcoat, almost completely concealing every inch of his skin. Everyone in the Rong family knew that Rong Jian was a fragile beauty. His facial features were delicate yet striking, a handsome beauty originally ambiguous enough to transcend gender, but because his complexion was nearly sickly pale, without a hint of blood color, it made him appear much more frail. And this fragile beauty had just recovered from an illness, making this his first time stepping out into the sunlight in 4 days. The Rong residence was large, the front courtyard filled with various flowers and plants, including vast patches of roses, which required the meticulous care of many gardeners. However, since it had just rained, there wasn't a single person in the yard. Rong Jian suddenly stopped, tilting his head and looking far away. Among the rose bushes seemed to be a shadow. That person was soaked through, even the sun couldn't dry his clothes, only vaguely revealing the figure of a teenager. Without others around, Rong Jian asked as if unintentionally, "Auntie Han, who is that? Why is he still outside? Didn't he seek shelter from the rain earlier?" His voice was low but clear, slightly deeper than usual for a girl's, yet quite pleasant. Hearing this, Han Yun beside him paused for a moment and explained, he was taking care of the roses battered by the downpour. "Haven't you said before, Minji is the best at caring for roses?" Upon hearing this name, Rong Jian froze for a second before reacting, softly saying, "Oh," in a very indifferent manner. Perhaps because Rong Jian had been staring for too long enough for Minji to notice something unusual. He turned around and looked toward Rong Jian. Rong Jian tilted his head slightly, his gaze landing on Minji. Based on the timeline from the book, Minji should be only 18 years old this year, still a boy growing up. He was tall, lean but muscular. Despite it being summer, he wore long sleeves and trousers, rolled up slightly for convenience. His wrists were thin with prominent bones, and his eyes were pitch black. When Rong Jian looked into Minji's eyes, it felt like gazing into a silent deep sea, devoid of light. Rong Jian shivered quietly. This was the 4th day he had arrived in the Seed of Evil, also the first time he met the male lead, Minji. And the role Rong Jian had become was one that had never appeared in the main text but had already died in someone's memory, a tragic side character who died mistakenly shielding the male protagonist. Recalling that this cross-dressing master had not only perished tragically but had even had his grave dug up at the end of the story, Rong Jian couldn't help but feel deeply alarmed. He had long resolved that for the sake of survival, he would stay as far away from the male protagonist as possible, yet unexpectedly encountered him on his first outing. Minji no longer maintained eye contact with Rong Jian. Lowering his head, his eyes were half closed, seeming to look at Rong Jian but also not, his damp clothes clinging uncomfortably to his body as they dried unevenly. Rong Jian could not help but feel some pity. Regardless of how the male lead would dominate in the future, meeting gods to destroy gods and Buddhas to kill Buddhas, he was currently nothing more than an 18-year-old boy living under others' roofs, enduring hardship. Even though he didn't want any further entanglements with the male lead, Rong Jian slightly raised his tone and said, "Go back inside first." Minji stood amidst the roses, surrounded by drooping blooms, his voice faint, "I haven't finished with the roses yet." Unexpectedly, Rong Jian discovered just how responsible the male lead was, still adhering to instructions under such a sweltering summer heat even after being drenched by a sudden torrential rainstorm. This revelation left him deep in thought, standing still on the spot for quite a while until he came up with an excuse. He pursed his lips, appearing somewhat impatient, "I'd like to look at the flowers alone in the garden." Minji raised his head, glanced at Rong Jian, and then said nothing, picking up his tools and leaving via another small path. Coldly dismissive. Rong Jian couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Although the male lead seemed obedient, it somehow differed from the novel's description. At least during high school, shouldn't Rong Jian have been the male lead's ideal white moonlight? Shouldn't the attitude be different? However, Rong Jian didn't ponder too deeply. After all, he wasn't particularly interested in the male lead, instead, his enthusiasm was higher for staying alive. Still, due to this excuse, Rong Jian now had to stand in the blazing sun, wearing thick clothing, an overcoat, and endure outdoor temperatures reaching 38 degrees Celsius, all for pretending to admire the flowers. Just how upset was he to have come up with such a foolish excuse? It wasn't necessary, truly unnecessary. Rong Jian barely managed to last 10 minutes. Once he looked around and confirmed there was no one nearby, he lifted the hem of his dress and jogged into the main house. However, he didn't notice that shortly after he left, someone stepped out from behind a tall tree nearby. It was Minji. Squinting slightly, he fixed his gaze on Rong Jian's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Rong Jian had already reached the second-floor room, closing the door behind him. Then, the universally acknowledged frail beauty wasted no time in lifting her skirt, revealing what everyone would have assumed was her femininity, and flinging off her shoes before collapsing onto the bed. There, he began to recall the plot of the book. The Seed of Evil was a rather popular power-up novel. The male protagonist came from a wealthy family but was swapped at birth by his father's mistress, who secretly ran away with him and her biological son. Although the mistress received a large sum of money as a severance fee, she lacked skills and spent extravagantly, eventually resorting to selling herself for money. Throughout this period, she mistreated the male protagonist while dreaming of being reinstated by her biological son once he gained power. At the age of 15, the male protagonist fled from that place that couldn't even be called home, spending some time in an orphanage before being adopted by an elderly gardener from the Rome family. The main text started during the male protagonist's college years. Although he appeared to be from a humble background, he excelled academically, attending the best university and showing extraordinary talent in computers. In his sophomore year, he independently developed programming software, earning a substantial amount of money. From then on, it was a path where he crushed all opponents, including the illegitimate son who had taken his rightful place, eventually becoming a renowned tycoon. Possibly due to his upbringing, the male protagonist's personality was cold, ruthless, and calculating. Everything he did was based on benefit, and he turned on those he once trusted without hesitation, showing no mercy or sentimentality. Readers often worried about his romantic future, wanting to pair him with every female character they encountered. But the male protagonist always ended these relationships harshly. Any female characters were either recruited as subordinates or exposed for their wrongdoings and sent to prison, or forced into exile overseas. In the male protagonist's eyes, men and women were treated equally, and all deserved the same fate. Nevertheless, the author did give readers a small bit of sweetness. During the time when the male protagonist was adopted by the gardener, he met the young miss of the Rome family. This young miss was beautiful and kind-hearted, constantly helping him until she tragically died, shielding him from disaster, becoming the cherished, white moonlight, in his heart. In the final chapter, the antagonist, in her last moments, mocked the male protagonist for never having genuinely been cared for by anyone and revealed all the deeds the white moonlight had done. It turned out that the hardships endured by the male protagonist were orchestrated by the so-called white moonlight. Moreover, her death was not meant to shield the male protagonist, it was instead a case of mistaken identity orchestrated by the antagonist. She thought the car held the male protagonist, only to discover that the white moonlight intentionally sat in the car to incriminate him. In retaliation, the younger brother and high school classmate of the male protagonist, who had always praised Miss Rome for her beauty and kindness, desecrated the grave of this former, white moonlight. As a devoted reader of this book, Rong Jian could not help but marvel at the author's brilliance for ensuring the male protagonist remained perpetually alone, not only without a girlfriend but also without even a flicker of romantic possibility. Despite all this, Rong Jian, once an avid reader of such power-up novels, quickly shrugged it off and went straight to sleep. The next morning, he woke up to find himself incredibly lucky to have become the very white moonlight, sharing the same name, surname, and delicate but manipulative demeanor. Even more fortunate was the fact that due to complex family entanglements, the original body had been cross-dressing for reasons of its own. And now, Rong Jian had to continue playing this role meticulously, because if his true gender were discovered, he would surely meet an untimely demise. In the initial days after transmigrating, Rong Jian stayed in bed for 2 days, attempting to resolve this deadlock but failing miserably, nearly dying from exhaustion. On the third day, he began studying how to convincingly impersonate a crossdresser based on the memories in his mind, such as using makeup to conceal the faint outline of his Adam's apple and soften his facial features, speaking in a fabricated feminine tone, and wearing elaborate dresses to obscure his physique. He couldn't help but shed a tearful sigh. Being a woman was hard, but being a crossdresser was even harder. Perhaps due to the original body's memories, Rong Jian played his part successfully, maintaining a level of performance comparable to his predecessors. Strolling around outside, no one noticed anything amiss. In the original world, Rong Jian's parents had died early, leaving him in the care of his grandmother. After the college entrance exam, his grandmother passed away due to illness, and he worked diligently to support himself through school. He remembered his grandmother's words and valued his life dearly. Even after being reincarnated into the world of the book as another person, a cannon fodder destined to live only a year, he was determined to find a way to survive. In the original book, Rong Jian had died for Minji. Even if it wasn't entirely voluntary but rather a case of mistaken circumstances or self-inflicted karma, his death was still undeniably because of this. Rong Jian didn't yet know how much he could alter the storyline, but in order to save his own life, he decided to stay as far away from the male protagonist as possible and not get too deeply entangled. Perhaps due to being constantly on edge, Rong Jian found himself falling asleep while thinking about the plot of The Seed of Evil. He had many dreams, and in them, he died exactly 1 year later, just as briefly described in the book. When he woke up again, the sun outside was already close to setting. The clear sky was filled with pink clouds, casting a warm glow over the large rose bushes in the garden, half blooming, half closed, a truly beautiful sight. But Rong Jian had no mood to appreciate any of it. There was only one thing on his mind. Hunger. He was starving. To slow down his physical development and keep gender traits ambiguous, Rong Jian forced himself to eat less. He could only manage half a meal at lunch, while dinner was out of the question, it simply didn't exist. With a furrowed brow, Rong Jian sighed bitterly. On the surface, he appeared to be a rich young miss who had everything, but in reality, he was a cross-dressing expert who couldn't eat enough, had to dress overly modestly, and couldn't even talk too much. No one could possibly understand how much inner suffering he endured. To make matters worse, school was starting tomorrow, and he would be seated right next to the male protagonist. Chapter 2, Deskmate. On the second day, Rong Jian was woken up very early by Han Yun. Still in a daze, he was pushed into the bathroom. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he sat in front of the mirror as Han Yun applied makeup for him, mainly to soften his facial features and cover the barely noticeable Adam's apple. Finally, Rong Jian put on the school uniform of Huiwen Middle School. The slightly oversized coat and knee-length skirt almost concealed all the masculine characteristics of his body. While yawning repeatedly, Rong Jian complained internally. Having read so many books over the years, he had never seen a time traveler as unlucky as himself. Even if he couldn't command the wind and rain or have an overpowered golden finger, he certainly didn't expect to be forced to dress as a female powerhouse and relive high school life with its early mornings and late nights. There's no need for this. Really, none at all. After 2 hours of preparation, Rong Jian ate breakfast until he was about 6/10 full and, under Han Yun's watchful gaze, painfully stopped eating and got ready to head to school. During the ride, Rong Jian closed his eyes and recalled the situation at the school. The original body had always attended Huiwen Middle School, a private high school with exorbitant tuition fees where all the students came from wealthy families. Yet Mingyi also attended this school. This was thanks to what the original body had done. The male lead left home at the age of 15, spent some time in an orphanage before being adopted by the Rong family's gardener, and lost his academic record long ago. There was no way for him to return to school unless someone helped. It was actually the original body who sent the male lead to Huiwen Middle School. But it wasn't because the original body was generous, it was out of jealousy. Despite coming from a humble background and living in poverty, the male lead carried himself with dignity, worked hard, and wanted to continue studying. Meanwhile, the original body had to tread carefully, constantly fearful of revealing any mistakes. To humiliate the male lead and make him understand his own worth, the original body made the male lead take the entrance exam for Huiwen Middle School and promised that if he passed, he would find a way to get him admitted. Surprisingly, the self-taught male lead actually passed the famously rigorous entrance exam of Huiwen Middle School. Not wanting to renege on his promise in front of others, the original body decided that instead of backing down, he'd let the male lead into the school and use this opportunity to further humiliate him later. In reality, that's exactly what the original body did. Ordinarily, given the original body's character, he would never have agreed to sit next to the male lead as deskmates, but for one reason. Thinking of that reason gave Rong Jian goosebumps. He sighed and touched his nose, recalling the boy Mingyi he'd met in the garden the previous day. Even though it wasn't his fault, he still felt guilty about it somehow. The next second, Rong Jian slapped his own hand down hard. Times were different now, his face was powdered, and if he messed up at school, it could be disastrous. Rong Jian shook off his thoughts. Fine, he thought, first things first, he had to deal with the problem of his deskmate. When Rong Jian arrived at class 3 of grade 12, almost everyone in the classroom was already there, with only a few seats remaining empty. His seat should have been in the third row in the middle, the best spot, far enough from chalk dust but close enough to clearly see the blackboard. But things were different today. Instead of even glancing at his usual seat after entering through the front door, Rong Jian calmly walked to the last row, placed his backpack beside a sleeping girl, and sat down. People around him couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times, whispering softly among themselves. However, these whispers quickly faded when the bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom. Rong Jian glanced toward the third row. Mingyi hadn't arrived yet. It was strange. According to the description in Evil Seed, Mingyi was the kind of person who, even with a broken right hand that would leave most people in unbearable pain, could still calmly go to negotiations and sign a contract with his left hand. After 4 years, Rong Jian finally found himself back in the painful grind of high school life again. Back then, his college entrance exam results were excellent, earning him admission to one of the top 3 universities in the country. But fundamentally, Rong Jian wasn't a study genius, he was just smarter than average people, relying more on diligence, getting up early and going to bed late. Now, however, he had forgotten most of the knowledge from high school, retaining only decent skills in English and math. Thus, he forced himself to endure half a class of incomprehensible physics lectures until a small note was thrown to him by his deskmate. Rong Jian opened the note and saw a few large words written on it, "Don't think I'll forgive you just because of this. Hypocritical woman." The handwriting was forceful, indicating that the writer was furious. Supporting his chin, Rong Jian struggled to dig through the memories of the original body and finally unearthed something relevant about this female classmate from some obscure corner. The girl was named Chen Yanyan. Her family was wealthy, and she was quite pretty, but her mother had passed away early in her life, and her father remarried. As a result, she was usually very aloof, even showing signs of middle two syndrome, a phase in adolescence when kids act overly dramatic, scorning friendship with ordinary people. Ironically, this made her even more popular among the girls, as everyone wanted to be friends with her. The original body didn't like that. Although he wasn't happy being dressed as a female powerhouse either, since he had assumed this role, how could someone else surpass him in popularity? So he decided to make friends with Chen Yanyan. They bonded over their shared loss of mothers, and she eventually became his close friend. Then, the original body started spreading rumors among the girls that Chen Yanyan was just a timid soul who feared making friends, which unfortunately reached her ears. The friendship immediately shattered. Rong Jian sighed again. How come the moonlight of darkness always seemed to meddle and create trouble wherever it went? After crossing over, not only did Rong Jian have to carry one burden, but another kept coming endlessly. It was exhausting. But still, Rong Jian accepted the responsibility. The original body indeed owed her an apology, and since Rong Jian had inherited his body, it was also his duty to take on the responsibility. Thus, beneath the note, Rong Jian wrote, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for saying those things." When Chen Yanyan saw the note, she glared and angrily balled it up before tossing it into her drawer, refusing to acknowledge Rong Jian anymore. Rong Jian thought it best not to disturb the younger girl further while she slept. After class, a group of students quickly surrounded Rong Jian, subtly trying to pry if he had fallen out with Mingyi. The original body had been quite popular at school and often hung around with Mingyi. Their relationship was somewhat like the real-life scenario of a rich beauty befriending a poor boy, except this poor boy was exceptionally handsome, proud, arrogant, excelled academically, and never mixed well with others. Despite the surface-level praise the original body gave Mingyi, behind the scenes, he subtly stirred up trouble, which led most classmates to feel alienated from the male lead. Excitedly, the entire class now came forward seeking gossip. Rong Jian was slightly worried. He knew the majority of the classmates were already unhappy with Mingyi, tolerating him only because of the original body's presence. If they suddenly severed their ties, Mingyi might get into trouble. To avoid this outcome, Rong Jian decided to slowly distance himself from the male lead. This way, Mingyi could gradually integrate into the class, killing two birds with one stone. He blinked, opened his mouth, and tried to say something, but no one caught what he muttered after some hesitation. Eventually, he whispered softly, "There's no conflict between Mingyi and me. I've done something wrong to Yanyan, so I've come here to apologize." Phew, it was almost a mistake to forget speaking in a falsetto voice. Regardless, it was too risky to talk openly in public. Rong Jian dared not take any chances, so whenever the classmates questioned him afterward, he merely nodded or shook his head, maintaining a cool and distant persona. In reality, Rong Jian felt extremely stifled. He wished he could join in the fun and chat about gossips with them. When the crowd dispersed, Chen Yanyan raised her head, glaring at Rong Jian, replying sharply, "Who said you're my good friend?" Rong Jian smiled faintly without uttering a word. 5 minutes before the afternoon class began, Mingyi entered carrying his bag, keeping his head low as he sat down in his usual seat, seemingly unconcerned that someone was missing beside him. Sitting in the back row, Rong Jian could only see Mingyi's tall, broad back, truly a handsome young man's silhouette. Reflecting on it, the male lead was also unfortunate. Meeting someone like Rong Jian during high school, he failed to uncover the original body's true ugly face, even treating him as his moonlight for over a decade. Not worth it. In fact, Rong Jian quite enjoyed reading Evil Seed. Though it was a relatively standard upgrade pleasure novel, he had still followed it religiously from start to finish. What intrigued him was how the male lead differed significantly from others. As the villain pointed out in the end, throughout his life, Mingyi never received genuine affection from anyone, enduring countless betrayals, yet showing indifference toward them all. Mingyi forged ahead alone, like someone starting from barren land, relying purely on instincts and abilities to carve out a path for himself. Rong Jian inexplicably remembered the last sentence of the book. It was a starless and moonless night when Mingyi drove back to the apartment near the company. The house was dark, and he didn't turn on the lights, walking straight into the bathroom to take a shower. Then, as he did every day, he quietly lay down on the double bed and fell asleep. It felt like an ending not entirely filled with joy or closure. By the time the whole day of classes dragged on in confusion, although Rong Jian's head was spinning, he still found the experience quite enlightening. For instance, taking the first step to distance himself from the male lead, their relationship shifted from deskmates to ex-deskmates, setting a foundation for becoming normal and unremarkable classmates, ensuring his survival. That thought was crushed during the penultimate period. Rong Jian sneaked off to the toilet cubicle to freshen up his makeup. At this point, he was extremely glad that Huiwen Middle School was an affluent private school, even the restrooms were designed with individual cubicles for optimal privacy. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed to enter the girls' restroom. As he came out, he overheard a few people laughing shamelessly around the corner. "I heard from someone in class 3 that Miss Rong doesn't care about that punk Mingyi anymore. So, why don't we just go after him today?" Another person said, "Hey, I've had it with that punk for a long time now. What a bastard. Right after school today, he'll be alone cleaning up. We should bring more people, he fights like there's no tomorrow." This was said somewhat nervously. "No problem, can't 6 or 7 of us take him down? Beat him until he..." Then their footsteps faded into the distance. Rong Jian, who rarely eavesdropped, thought to himself, how could these small-time thugs fail so badly, not only unable to beat the male lead but also not knowing accurate information. He had clearly expressed earlier that day that the two of them were still friends. Though he wanted to distance himself from the male lead and cut all ties, currently, the male lead was only 18 years old, still studying. How could he focus on his studies if the environment at school was so dangerous? As a book fan and as one who took the blame, Rong Jian decided that Ming Yi would be under his protection. Even if he couldn't protect Ming Yi openly, covertly would do just fine. At this moment, Rong Jian really wanted to hit someone. However, being the high and mighty yet frail young lady he was supposed to be, obviously, such extreme violence wasn't an option. After calming down for a while, Rong Jian devised another plan. Chapter 3, Unnecessary. This class break lasted quite a long time. When Rong Jian returned to the classroom, there were only a few people inside. He stood by the door, struggling to recall for a while before pulling out the information he needed from the recesses of his memory. Then he walked to the hygiene committee member's seat. She was a girl with glasses and a ponytail, happily chatting with the person behind her. Rong Jian slightly bent down and tapped the desk lightly with his knuckles. The hygiene committee member turned around, and after recognizing who was in front of her, she furrowed her brows. Rong Jian could feel that she didn't like him, which was, of course, reasonable. He lowered his eyes slightly, his voice soft and deliberate. "Can I switch my duty day to today?" The hygiene committee member was taken aback, looking quite puzzled. "I thought Miss Rong isn't even on the cleaning schedule." It was a merciless mockery. Rong Jian froze for a moment, pressed his lips together, seeming a little hurt, playing the part of an innocent and pitiful white lotus flower vividly. "I admit I was wrong before, but now I feel my health has improved, and I also want to make a contribution to the class." Even as a crossdresser, Rong Jian had enough self-esteem to pull this off. The hygiene committee member scrutinized Rong Jian carefully again. Although she couldn't figure out what Rong Jian wanted to do, it didn't stop her from enjoying the show, so she nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange a time for you." Rong Jian said, "How about today?" The hygiene committee member reluctantly agreed. Once this was finally settled, Rong Jian relaxed and returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Chen Yanyan remained cold and ruthless, even childish enough to draw a line on the desk between them. In the last class, Rong Jian's mind was wandering entirely. He was still somewhat worried because this method was merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. However, considering the current situation, it was all he could use for now. It was tough pretending to be someone else. After school, people left the classroom quickly. In no time, only Rong Jian remained, even the male lead had already gone. Rong Jian swept the classroom with a broom. He wasn't accustomed to doing physical labor while wearing a skirt, the hem kept getting in the way, nearly causing him to fall several times, but he managed to finish sweeping somehow. Next came mopping the floor. The utility room was on the far right side of the floor, whereas Class 3 of Senior 3 was located on the far left, so washing the mop would take quite some time. According to normal logic, Rong Jian naturally carried the bucket over to fetch water. But he underestimated how much different he was now. The sink wasn't too high, but to prevent leaks, it was constructed rather wide. One had to bend down to reach the faucet, causing his dress to stick to the damp tiles. Rong Jian's hair was too long and hadn't been tied up to cover his neck, leaving it to drape over his shoulders and slide toward the sink with his movements. Rong Jian fumbled around trying to grab his dress and gather his hair, without a third hand available to lift the bucket. Someone was standing at the entrance of the utility room, blocking the light. Rong Jian struggled to turn his head and saw a tall silhouette. Before he could recognize who it was, the person stepped closer and took the bucket from him, lifting it effortlessly. Rong Jian could see the rolled-up sleeves revealing a slim forearm. Not until the person fully turned around did Rong Jian see the face clearly. It was Ming Yi. He was extremely handsome, with an impressive physique that even the school uniform couldn't hide. His eyebrows were high-arched, his nose straight, his facial contours deep, his skin pale and cold, and he had a pair of black, beautiful cat-like eyes. Perhaps because they were standing too close, Rong Jian could detect a faint scent of cigarette smoke coming from him. In their two previous encounters, they had been too far apart for Rong Jian to grasp the exact height of Ming Yi. Now he realized Ming Yi was more than half a head taller than him, his shadow alone big enough to submerge Rong Jian. Too tall. Rong Jian couldn't understand where things went wrong. Why had the male lead still come? He lagged behind Ming Yi awkwardly, unsure how to start a conversation. Neither of them spoke, walking from the far right to the far left. Passing the stairs, they saw 5 or 6 curious heads poking out momentarily before disappearing. Ming Yi's eyes were half closed, seemingly unconcerned as he watched them leave. He placed the bucket down gently, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and suddenly tilted his head to say, "Is it because of them?" Rong Jian froze for a moment, then quickly responded with a lie after a while, "No." Ming Yi raised his eyes and softly said, "It's unnecessary." Since coming into this book world, Rong Jian had always spoken as little as possible because he needed to use a fake voice. However, it was harder now, and he had to explain a bit more. "It's not what you think. I've been doing cleaning duties because my health has improved recently, and the hygiene committee member just happened to schedule me for today." Rong Jian interwove truth with falsehood, looking up at Ming Yi's face while speaking. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't read Ming Yi's expression. He wasn't sure if Ming Yi believed him or even knew what to say next. All he could feel was that there was something off about Ming Yi. Although his words and actions seemed reasonable enough, they felt insubstantial, giving Rong Jian no real sense of connection. When they returned to the classroom, Mingyi placed the bucket at the back. Rong Jian already had the mop in hand, eager to take it from Mingyi. Mingyi's gaze fell on Rong Jian, his rolled-up sleeves exposing white wrist bones, thin and frail, as if they couldn't carry much weight and would snap with the slightest pressure. Who would have guessed those wrists belonged to a man? Mingyi glanced away briefly before taking the mop from Rong Jian's hands. His hands were ice-cold, and when Rong Jian accidentally brushed against his fingertips, it was like touching an icy cube. Naturally startled, Rong Jian loosened his grip immediately. Rong Jian was an independent person who didn't like accepting help unless necessary. He didn't want to hand over the mop, but then he remembered, the male lead was only 18 years old now, and Rong Jian was supposed to be his ideal girl, which naturally included some teenage pride. Thinking himself older by a few years, Rong Jian respected the mind of a young boy, so he obediently stepped aside, faithfully portraying a fragile white lotus flower. Once the cleaning was finished, Mingyi tidied everything up. Students were already beginning to trickle back into the building. Rong Jian had just finished calling the driver to wait outside the school gate. As they walked toward the door of the classroom, Mingyi suddenly said, "Don't do this again next time." A vague sentence whose meaning was difficult to decipher. Rong Jian hesitated in his steps, thinking to himself, how could that be possible? The male lead was the one under his protection. However, on the surface, Rong Jian remained respectfully distant. Rong Jian didn't want to continue interfering in Mingyi's life or have too much involvement with him, yet he still wanted to make up for the original Rong Jian's past mistakes. At the very least, he hoped to give the male lead a normal, happy high school life. Meanwhile, Mingyi stood where he was, lazily watching Rong Jian disappear from his sight. Mingyi came from more than a decade later. What about Rong Jian? When did he return, or rather, was he even Rong Jian at all? Though they looked identical, Mingyi could tell at a glance that he was an entirely different person. So pure, so innocent, so naive. Mingyi's tests afterward were merely to further confirm this fact. This was probably the only thing Mingyi found remotely interesting after being reborn. Chapter 4, Dim Sum. When Rong Jian returned by car, the sun hadn't fully set yet. He got out of the car and walked through the garden, spotting Han Yun waiting at the door. He took a few steps forward and took his school bag, speaking with a hint of nervousness, "Master has returned." Rong Jian nodded slightly, bracing himself to deal with the situation carefully. The master mentioned by Han Yun was Qin Zhou, the biological father of the original self and also the main reason for the original self having to dress as a woman for 12 years. In fact, the original self's name wasn't Rong Jian but Rong Yu. Rong Jian was the name of his twin sister. Qin Zhou sat beside the dining table, hearing the sound of the door opening and looked up. He smiled kindly upon seeing Rong Jian. "Xiao Jian is back. How's your health recently? The doctor said there are no major issues. Your brother will be back soon, so we can have dinner together." Rong Jian glanced at Qin Zhou, acknowledging that he indeed looked handsome, understandable why he managed to deceive the original self's mother, a rich young lady. Back in the day, Qin Zhou, then a poor young man, fell deeply in love with Rong Ning at university and willingly married into the Rong family. However, after Rong Shihui, Rong Ning's father, passed away, Qin Zhou orchestrated an accident to kill both Rong Ning and Rong Jian. Fortunately, Rong Yu survived with only minor injuries. In the hospital, accompanied only by Han Yun, crying to find his father, he overheard Qin Zhou talking on the phone in low tones. His voice was full of unrestrained joy. Fortunately, it was Rong Yu who died, otherwise, another accident would have been necessary. Before Rong Shihui's death, he had divided his inheritance into 2 parts, leaving a quarter to his daughter and 3/4 to Rong Yu, wanting his grandson to inherit the family fortune. As for Rong Jian, she received properties and funds as immovable assets, enough to live a comfortable life forever. Ironically, the day Qin Zhou arranged that accident was Children's Day on June 1st. On that day, Rong Yu and Rong Jian performed cross-dressed roles, with Rong Jian wearing a suit and Rong Yu dressed in a skirt. Han Yun tightly covered Rong Yu's mouth, preventing him from making any sound. He quickly acted ahead of Qin Zhou to conceal the truth about Rong Jian's death. Luckily, Qin Zhou was too elated to thoroughly confirm the matter. Finally, Han Yun told Rong Yu that if he wanted to survive, he must take on the identity of Rong Jian. Thus, since the age of 6, Rong Yu assumed the name and life of his deceased sister. Calling out to father, ignoring what Qin Zhou said, sitting across from him at the dining table, Rong Jian spoke slowly, "You know, I do have a brother, but he died in a car accident 12 years ago. So how did another one come along?" Qin Zhou's face turned unpleasant instantly, surprising even Han Yun. Although the original self always disliked Qin Zhou and his first love, whom he later remarried, he feared Qin Zhou deeply and never expressed such clear annoyance on the surface. Nevertheless, Qin Zhou swiftly returned to his previous demeanor, laughing to smooth things over. "What kind of joke is Xiao Jian telling us? We're all one family now." Rong Jian stopped replying. Truthfully, Qin Zhou was not very capable. Despite controlling the Rong family for many years, his position remained unstable. He still depended on the people Rong Shihui left behind to manage the company. Hence, he had to maintain a polite exterior toward Rong Jian. Rong Jian thought that the most audacious and ambitious act he'd done in his lifetime was harming Rong Ning right after Rong Shihuai's death. Due to those words earlier, Qin Zhou felt too awkward to spout more nonsense about sibling affection, and both ate their meal silently. Rong Jian could barely eat a few bites. Looking at Qin Zhou made him sick to his stomach, so he asked Han Yun for some dim sum and walked toward the garden. Han Yun initially didn't want to give it to him, but upon considering that they had just encountered Qin Zhou and startled Rong Jian, he went to the kitchen to fetch a portion. By this time, the sky was mostly dark. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, leaving faint light near the edge of the heavens. It was cool outside. Rong Jian carried the dim sum and headed toward the pavilion but was stopped halfway by someone whose voice sounded teasing. "Younger sister Rong Jian, I heard you were cursing your elder brother to die." This person was Lu Cheng, the son of Qin Zhou's first love, referred to as elder brother by Qin Zhou. In reality, he was almost certainly Qin Zhou's illegitimate child and older than Rong Jian. They always clashed because Lu Cheng believed everything belonging to the Rong family should eventually be his, even blaming Rong Jian for the hardships he endured during the first 20 years of his life, feeling overshadowed by Qin Zhou's relationship with her. Therefore, Lu Cheng frequently found excuses to pick fights. Rong Jian simply couldn't understand this twisted way of thinking. He wondered internally, why does this garbage keep sticking around? Lu Cheng showed no concern and moved closer, asking, "How has your brother wronged you?" Rong Jian lifted his head and smiled at him. "What are you?" His voice was too soft, so Lu Cheng didn't hear it clearly. Thus, Rong Jian repeated it word by word. This time, Lu Cheng heard it loud and clear. His face darkened, but he quickly adjusted himself and continued saying, "Then you just wait. In a few years, you'll know what you are." Rong Jian had no parents since he was young, so nobody would protect him, he had to protect himself. He never endured such humiliation. He didn't like getting close to trash, but when the trash insisted on sticking around, he had to kick it away. Rong Jian asked calmly, "I've heard you want to change your surname recently." Lu Cheng paused in surprise. Rong Jian said, "Isn't that just admitting that you're not worth anything?" Though his imitation of high-pitched tones wasn't good, speaking with sarcasm came easily to him. The statement was subtle, but Lu Cheng had ulterior motives in his heart and immediately understood that Rong Jian was referring to his birth. This was something he most couldn't be brought up about. Rong Jian knew he was a worthless person who would even hit women, and he had already assessed his current situation. Even though he wasn't as strong as before, dealing with someone like Lu Cheng, who was more show than substance, wouldn't be much of a problem. He looked down at the shadow on the ground, counting silently in his mind, preparing to kick Lu Cheng out. However, this kick failed because someone else was faster. Perhaps they were both too caught up in their intense argument to notice another person coming nearby. Ming Yi was much thinner than Lu Cheng, and without using much force, simply grabbed his arm, rendering Lu Cheng unable to move, then said quietly, "Mr. Lu." By now, the sun had set, and the moon had yet to rise. The garden lights were not on, there was no light, and everything was shrouded in darkness. Most of Ming Ye's face was hidden in the shadows, and Rong Jian could only make out a small part of his profile. After struggling several times, Lu Cheng managed to pull his arm back. Even if they were nominal siblings, it wasn't proper to have a physical altercation in their own garden. Lu Cheng still had some dignity left, so he humphed and walked away. Rong Jian suppressed his urge to kick hard, looked up at Ming Yi, and unwillingly said a somewhat thank you. But after speaking, he felt it lacked sincerity. Although he usually didn't need others' help, the male lead had done something good with no fault, and didn't deserve less than sincere gratitude afterward. Rong Jian thought that just saying thanks wasn't solemn enough, but he had nothing useful as a gift to express gratitude, so he simply handed over the dim sum and said, "Thank you for saving me. I haven't touched these dim sums yet, take them and eat them." Ming Yi paused slightly and said, "Miss isn't eating them anymore." With great effort, Rong Jian shook his head, "No, I've already had dinner." Ming Yi accepted the dim sum, looking at Rong Jian half-jokingly, slightly leaned closer, "It doesn't count as saving. Let's eat together, Mississippi." Rong Jian hesitated for a moment but ultimately succumbed to his basic desires and went to the pavilion to eat dim sum with Ming Yi. They sat across from each other on two chairs in the pavilion. At first, Rong Jian showed some politeness, pushing the dim sum toward Ming Yi. After watching him take some, Rong Jian picked one rather composedly, then the second, and the third. While indulging in his food and reaching for the fifth dim sum, he finally noticed that Ming Yi had stopped eating and was instead looking at him. He asked, "What's wrong?" Ming Yi tilted his head and looked at him, shaking his head, "Nothing, just some ice powder on your face." Rong Jian, wiped his face, and happily enjoyed the most satisfying meal he'd had in 4 days. Not until he finished the dim sum, bade farewell to Ming Yi, and returned to his room did he realize how smudged his makeup was, his foundation and contour mixed into a messy state across his face. Shit. He was standing there with that look in front of the male lead, acting all formal. Rong Jian weakly washed his face, went to the terrace, and saw that Ming Yi was still standing not far away, recording the status of flowers and plants. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wrote a note, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it forcefully at Mingye's feet. Chapter 5, Rumors. Rong Jian's aim wasn't quite accurate and the paper ball fell straight down, seemingly unable to reach Mingye's side. He sighed with relief, even feeling a bit grateful. He had written that note in anger. As an adult, he was acting rather immature by throwing notes just to ask questions. But unexpectedly, as soon as the note hit the ground, a gust of wind blew it toward Mingye's feet. Mingye paused, bent down, picked up the paper ball, and unfolded it. Written on it were the words. "Why didn't you tell me my makeup was smudged?" Mingye raised his eyebrows slightly. It was clear that the current Rong Jian was trying to imitate the handwriting of the original Rong Jian. The characters looked somewhat similar but were more forceful and elegant. It was too dark outside for Rong Jian to see much beyond the vague outline of Mingye's movements. Mingye reached out and turned on the nearby light. Rong Jian's pupils contracted instinctively, and he took 2 steps back, covering half of his face. He was afraid the male lead would see his face and discover he was a female imposter in disguise. On the second day after coming over, Rong Jian sorted out the memories of the original body and decided to discuss with Han Yun about revealing his true identity. He figured they might as well make a bold move rather than continue pretending to be someone he wasn't. Unfortunately, before he could say anything to Han Yun, his heart suddenly began to ache severely, almost causing him to faint. He couldn't get a single word out. It wasn't until Rong Jian gave up on this thought that the pain in his chest slowly subsided. Rong Jian realized he couldn't alter the plot of the story, at least not significantly. Some small changes didn't matter, but certain things, like being exposed as a girl in drag, absolutely couldn't happen. Fortunately, that lamp was low, and most of its brightness didn't reach the balcony. Rong Jian relaxed a little, lowered his hand, and moved a few steps forward. He saw Mingye standing by the light, illuminated fully. Mingye lifted his head slightly, apparently looking at him. His lips moved as if saying something, though no sound came out. Rong Jian had difficulty understanding what was said. Mimicking Mingye's mouth movements, he repeated several times before figuring out the meaning. Mingye was saying, "It's impolite to directly tell a girl her makeup is smudged." Rong Jian's face reddened for a moment, then quickly realized why he was blushing. After all, he was a man in disguise, not a real girl. However, he couldn't help but think it was strange. The male lead was good-looking, academically excellent, and sincere in speech. Why hadn't any girls in the original book liked him? That was certainly worth pondering. While Rong Jian was still deep in thought, the sound of a door opening from behind startled him. Han Yun asked, "What is Miss doing?" Rong Jian hastily turned around, hands still behind his back, wildly gesturing to Mingye who was still standing there, before taking a few quick steps inside and calmly responding, "Nothing special, just enjoying the breeze." Han Yun glanced at his face and furrowed her brows. She reminded him earnestly, "Miss, please be more careful. Don't leave the house without makeup, we wouldn't want to draw attention." She also mentioned that Mrs. Lu Cheng, Zhou Xiaochun, was soon returning from out of town. Rong Jian absent-mindedly pulled out a chair in response, though his thoughts were still preoccupied with Mingye. At this late hour, the male lead was still tending the garden, which should have been the responsibility of Sun Lao Tu, the gardener who adopted Mingye. But Sun Lao Tu only cared about finding someone to support him in old age. After teaching Mingye how to work, he shoved most of the responsibilities onto him. For example, today Mingye was supposed to be in school for evening tutoring, yet he was called back to take care of the garden. The Seed of Evil was a lengthy novel, one Rong Jian often read through, sometimes forgetting details from the beginning while reading the end. There were some points, however, that he remembered vividly. A loyal subordinate of Mingye had once complained about how strict Sun Lao Tu was when Mingye was in high school. Often called back to do labor instead of attending classes, he wasn't even recognized as part of the Rong family's staff, meaning he wasn't even given dinner. Compared to staying late at school where Huaiwen High School served decent meals, this arrangement was worse. Perhaps because the whole of The Seed of Evil was filled with lucky breaks for the protagonist, except during flashbacks of the male lead's difficult youth, these particular scenes felt strikingly realistic to Rong Jian. Though Mingye now had power and money as an influential individual, during his younger years, he had nothing. Just thinking about it made Rong Jian feel a pang of sorrow for the young Mingye. He sighed, leaning on his chin, and said to Han Yun, "Auntie Han, tonight prepare some extra dishes for the gardener, add a meal." Since Mingye didn't eat dinner and only nibbled a bit of dessert, if an extra meal was prepared, Sun Lao Tu might share it with him. Han Yun stood to the side, hesitating for a while before asking, "Is it because of Mingye?" "Miss, your identity is special, you'd better not have much contact with him." Rong Jian was sitting by the window, his eyes cast downward. He could vaguely make out Mingye's silhouette but shook his head indifferently, saying, "It's just that the roses are very beautiful, they're being well taken care of." He tilted his head and gave Han Yun a lopsided smile, "Auntie Han, don't you agree?" Han Yun couldn't resist Rong Jian's cajoling, nodded her head, and went down to give the kitchen instructions. As a mature high schooler, Rong Jian shouldn't have given up so easily and continued studying hard, but one day full of anxiety left him physically and mentally exhausted. Rong Jian convinced himself, he was just a weak, pitiful, helpless man dressed as a woman who struggled even to get a meal. The body had suffered enough, why let the spirit endure further torment? Being a slacker felt much better. Rong Jian lay on the bed, opening the class WeChat group chat. The group was exploding with activity, screens flooding with endless emojis. He wanted to join in but, seeing the name Rong Jian on top of the cool goddess persona he had to maintain, reluctantly decided against it. If he were too active online yet spoke little in real life, he would seem schizophrenic. Thinking about his safety, Rong Jian abandoned his chatterbox tendencies and simply decided to close WeChat, opting for an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach, but after hesitating for a second, he opened the group member list, searched for Mingyi, entered his profile, and tried to peek at the male lead's moments. But it turned out that non-friends couldn't access it. Rong Jian hurled his phone away, feeling utterly irrational, thinking, fine, stalking isn't worth it. Neither is his moments feed. If he kept going like this, he needed to find some amusement or he'd fall into despair at the thought of this bizarre book crossover, this chaotic life, forcing himself to play a woman, having to go hungry, and only having a year left to live. Rong Jian didn't want that. As long as he stayed alive for one more day, he would make the most of it. Rong Jian thought, forget it. Tomorrow is a new day. Being a female impersonator can be a novel experience, going hungry can count as dieting, and Mingyi will be treated as a creditor, it will all come to an end someday. And he would happily wait for that day to arrive. With this hopeful anticipation in mind, Rong Jian tucked himself in and fell asleep right away. Meanwhile, the matter Han Yin entrusted to the kitchen was quickly completed. Sun Lao too was old and couldn't eat much, so he handed the extra meal to Mingyi and took most of the dishes back to drink alcohol later. Mingyi didn't say a word, and he didn't touch that meal either because he'd already eaten when he returned. Looking at the untouched food, Mingyi guessed it was likely due to Rong Jian wanting to compensate for the pastries entirely consumed by none other than Rong Jian herself. Or perhaps Rong Jian knew that Mingyi never had dinner to begin with. Both reasons were interesting, but the second one especially so. How did Rong Jian know? Even if she possessed the memories of the original person, there should be no reason to include this detail. Mingyi found it amusing and glanced at the note in his hand once more before crumpling it up and tossing it toward the trash can. Unfortunately, he missed, much like Rong Jian had earlier. He knew that Rong Jian assumed he hadn't seen anything. However, Mingyi's vision was excellent in the dark, the faint light was sufficient. Just then, like earlier, Rong Jian had been standing on the balcony, freshly bathed, wearing a nightgown, without makeup. Her skin was very white, her pupils moist, and her black wet hair cascaded down her shoulders, an unmistakable girl's appearance that revealed the features of a young teenager. She looked stunning. Perhaps believing the darkness provided cover, every move Rong Jian made wasn't as cautious as usual, even frowning aggressively, which was rather adorable. Mingyi couldn't help but smile, bending down to pick up the wadded paper ball. He flattened it and placed it carefully in the drawer. The next day at school, for Rong Jian, marked the beginning of another day, another wave of suffering. Once again, he woke early and spent 2 hours preparing. Although it was slightly faster than yesterday, when he arrived at school, most of the class had already gathered. As soon as he entered, the chatter stopped suddenly, leaving an eerie silence for 3 seconds before everyone resumed their conversations as though nothing happened. But their eyes kept unconsciously darting to Rong Jian. Rong Jian felt panic rising in his chest. In that moment, he even feared that his disguise might have been exposed. But upon considering that exposing himself in front of so many people would result in immediate death, Rong Jian calmed down. The problem shouldn't be significant. Pretending not to hear those whispers, he walked calmly to the last row, where he had just put down his bag, when Chen Yanyan interjected sarcastically, "I knew you weren't genuinely apologizing to me. You're just using me as an excuse." Rong Jian was brimming with doubts, scribbling a line on the draft paper and pushing it toward Chen Yanyan. "What now?" Chen Yanyan glanced at it, her tone even more sarcastic. "Stop pretending. The whole school already knows. Yesterday, someone saw you and Mingyi together, passionately kissing in the corner. You probably moved to sit with me just to avoid suspicion." "Rong Jian, your mom, why?" He thought about how he ended up with Mingyi, passionately kissing in the corner, marveling at how the word passion was used so skillfully, giving off tabloid gossip vibes. After a long while, Rong Jian finally realized. Shit, those bastards from yesterday not only couldn't fight, but they lacked the guts to face him alone and were also good at fabricating rumors. As he was thinking about how to debunk the rumors and teach those loose-lipped trash a lesson, Chen Yanyan wrote another note and sneakily passed it over. Rong Jian grabbed it and saw the words, "Didn't expect you two to be that intense. Did you have a secret affair before?" The entire school was likely full of storms, all filled with rumors and gossip about him and Mingyi. Indeed, happiness belongs to others, life as a crossdresser doesn't come with any joy, absolutely none. Rong Jian's vision went black. Chapter 6, Fighting. Life at school was always boring, and gossip was an inevitable part of student life. It would spread wider and become more exaggerated with every retelling. At such times, as long as the rumors weren't confronted or responded to and no new information was added, they would eventually be replaced by newer gossip. Rong Jian adopted this mindset, pretending to be completely unaware of the gossip about him and Mingyi, and indeed, no one truly asked him about it face to face. After some hesitation, Rong Jian opened the class group chat and added Mingyi's WeChat. Mingyi quickly accepted the friend request. After organizing his thoughts for a long time, editing repeatedly, Rong Jian finally typed a message in the chat box. The rumors spreading today are ridiculous. Let's just pretend we don't know. Mingyi's reply box stayed showing, typing. For a long time, but in the end, he only sent back one word, okay. Rong Jian thought for a long time but couldn't figure out why Mingyi took so long to type just one word. Song Shi, the male protagonist's right-hand man, had mentioned many times in the story that Miss Rome was Mingyi's white moonlight. But judging from the past 2 days' interactions, Rong Jian didn't feel like Mingyi liked him. Liking someone isn't like this. Moreover, after learning about the original character's deeds, Rong Jian didn't think Mingyi would like someone like that. The original character had done many things behind the scenes to undermine the male lead and even became his desk partner just to copy answers during monthly exams. He would even deliberately make the male lead change a few correct answers to ensure his first-place position. This, perhaps, was the difference between reading a book and being inside one. Anyway, the plot was all messed up. Rong Jian stopped thinking about these questions that wouldn't yield answers and immersed himself fully in studying amidst confusion. It was now the first semester of senior year in high school. Most of the textbook knowledge had been covered, and some subjects had already begun their first round of review, consolidating all the material into comprehensive problems. As a high school graduate who had lapsed 4 years, Rong Jian could barely solve the problems and couldn't understand the lectures, so he could only study the grade 1 syllabus while figuring things out gradually. Rong Jian didn't stay lost for long before he was called outside by Teacher Zhang for a talk. Teacher Zhang looked at him and smiled kindly, though because of his stern facial features, the smile seemed forced and somewhat intimidating. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Classmate Rong Jian, I just wanted to ask you about the matter between you and classmate Mingyi." Rong Jian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Teacher Zhang had come to inquire about the widely circulated love rumor? With concern, Teacher Zhang said, "You were Mingyi's seatmate for so long. Did some conflict happen recently, which made you move? Would you like to tell the teacher so I can mediate?" Rong Jian, ? Students at Huiwen Middle School usually came from privileged families with predetermined futures, and even the homeroom teacher wouldn't manage too strictly. But Teacher Zhang was different. His full name was Zhang Guohua, originally a veteran teacher from a key public high school. Later, due to his wife's chronic illness, she could no longer work, had to lie in bed long-term, and required medication, making his salary insufficient. So, he transferred to Huiwen Middle School. Even here, he didn't forget his mission, diligently educating students and particularly taking care of outstanding underprivileged students like Mingyi, hoping that Mingyi could integrate into the group and enjoy a pleasant high school experience while studying. As Mingyi had few friends, the only person Teacher Zhang thought Mingyi got along well with was the former Rong Jian. The two often studied together, each securing either first or second place, giving him much satisfaction. With this partnership dissolved, Teacher Zhang definitely needed to get to the bottom of it. Once Rong Jian understood this, he calmly fabricated a false excuse: "There is nothing going on. Mingyi has always been helpful, and he teaches me during breaks. It's just that I want to sit further back lately." Teacher Zhang let out a heavy sigh. "I know it's not because of that, but because of the recent rumors, right?" He then said angrily, "Is there really no sincere friendship between male and female classmates in this world? I will definitely catch whoever is spreading these rumors and educate them properly." All Rong Jian could do was silently nod. Teacher Zhang assured him that he would keep Mingyi's spot open and quickly eliminate the rumors so he could move back. Expressionless, Rong Jian thought that he actually hoped the rumors continued for a bit longer, at least until Teacher Zhang forgot about the matter. On the way back, Chen Yanyan sneakily glanced at Rong Jian, scribbling on her draft paper. In the end, she didn't pass it over to him. Later, when passing by, Rong Jian noticed and saw that it was filled with lines asking, "Old Zhang didn't scold you about that, did he?" or "Don't be sad." But in the end, she didn't give it to him, possibly fearing that seeing it would make him unhappier. Rong Jian gave a smile and thanked Chen Yanyan. Sure enough, under Rong Jian's cooling-off policy, the gossip storm gradually subsided, at least not as explosively as in the past few days. On Friday after school, Rong Jian couldn't help but feel delighted at the prospect of 2 days where he wouldn't have to leave the house, could stay tucked away in bed, and most importantly, didn't have to put on makeup. It felt like life was absolutely wonderful. Until Chen Yanyan sent him a WeChat message, "God of learning, can I copy your homework?" Suddenly awakened, Rong Jian was struck by an immense shock. Their class had a tradition of not submitting homework during the week. Instead, all the assignments for the previous week would be collected on Monday mornings. This naturally meant that the lazy, bottom-dwelling students were destined to scramble at the last minute. Rong Jian had indeed done his homework, but he had been painstakingly relearning each concept, so it had taken him a very long time. Aside from English and math, almost everything else was left untouched. He fell into deep contemplation, unsure how to respond to such a difficult situation. After all, homework would have to be submitted on Monday morning. In the end, Rong Jian swallowed his pride, opened Ming Ye's WeChat chat window, and typed nervously, "Can I borrow your homework for reference?" After a long pause, Ming Ye finally replied, "Which subjects?" Rong Jian humbly asked, "Can I have all of them?" He truly felt humbled. Unlike others who gained invincibility after crossing worlds, his own experience only made him feel increasingly inadequate. Not only did he have to dress up as a girl, but he also had to do senior year homework, and worst of all, he simply couldn't keep up. Ming Yi replied, "Wait a moment." About 20 minutes later, Ming Yi sent over a link to a cloud storage folder. Upon opening it, Rong Jian saw the files organized neatly by subject, with every photo of the answer sheets numbered according to order. Rong Jian was genuinely impressed. He had never seen anyone take copying so seriously. He expressed his gratitude multiple times, then hesitantly asked, "Could my seatmate borrow this too?" Ming Yi simply replied, "Sure." He even added, "If you don't understand something, feel free to ask me." Unfortunately, there was far too much Rong Jian didn't understand. There was no way he could cover all of it just through explanation. Rong Jian nearly shed tears. He believed the male lead really was a good person. If it weren't for the story's constraints and their differing identities, he'd definitely want to become best friends with him. He forwarded the link and password to Qin Yanyan. A minute later, she replied with an ellipsis, "Is this Ming Ye's work? Having a boyfriend sure is great, you don't even have to write your own homework." Rong Jian hastily corrected, "No, it's not like that." It was impossible to finish all the assignments himself. The only way to survive was to copy the male lead's work. Over 10 days after entering the villain seed, Rong Jian found himself tragically accustomed to waking up at 5:30 every morning to apply makeup before heading out, living as a girl in disguise. Well, it wasn't too bad. It was at least filling and provided a refreshing sense of novelty completely different from his previous life. Rong Jian managed to find joy amidst the hardship. On Friday evening, for the first time, Rong Jian stayed behind for evening study sessions at school because Lu Cheng would be returning to the Rong residence that night, and Rong Jian wasn't keen on enduring any unnecessary tension. He might as well spend more time at school, while also finishing off some homework. He ate half a bowl of boiled greens in the school cafeteria when the crowd thinned out, then reluctantly prepared to return to the classroom. However, along the way, he encountered a group gathered outside the teaching building. Someone was caught fighting just now and has been dragged to the office by the principal. The newly appointed principal is not someone to be trifled with. Not only that, he's extremely prejudiced. Based on family backgrounds, the one who ends up worse off will surely come from the less privileged side. I saw it happen earlier. It wasn't two groups, it was 1 versus 5, and the guy seemed to be the main character in recent rumors. Passing by, Rong Jian only paid mild attention until he heard the phrase about the leading man in the recent rumors. He stopped. Approaching closer, he interjected, "Is it Ming Yi?" The middle person paused. It looked like it. Rong Jian followed up, "Thanks. Where's the principal's office?" Someone pointed in a direction and even mentioned the room number. Rong Jian turned toward another building. As they walked away, those people lowered their voices. That must be Rong Jian. One of them scoffed, "Well, looks like the female lead is coming to rescue her husband." Inside the principal's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Principal Wu Zhongchong sat with a stern expression, staring at 6 people divided into 2 sides. One group led by Li Li consisted of 5 people, and the other side was solely Ming Yi. Ming Yi was someone he knew well, one of the few students in the school who received financial aid for impoverished students. On the other hand, Li Li's father was a leader in the Education Bureau. Although the Education Bureau had less influence over private schools compared to public ones, Li Li's father was still a bigwig, and giving him some face would always be better than not. Wu Zhongchong understood this clearly and had already made his decision about the matter, with what remained being merely a show of asking questions and pretending to deliberate. Old Zhang, upon hearing about this incident, hadn't even finished his meal before rushing over to the Office of Moral Education. Wu Zhongchong maintained a stern expression and spoke officiously, "Old Zhang, you know the situation at our school. We have to strictly enforce discipline and not easily tolerate such acts of school violence. If something worse were to happen, what would we do then?" Old Zhang's eyes turned red from anger. 1 person against 5 people, this was school violence. And yet, he had no choice but to restrain himself and argue logically with Wu Zhongchong. Li Li smirked triumphantly at Ming Yi. But Ming Yi stood in the shadow by the wall, tilting his head slightly as he looked out the window absent-mindedly, seemingly indifferent to what was happening right in front of him. Old Zhang's voice reverberated like a thunderous roar. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Before Wu Zhongchong could say, "Come in," there was a click, and the door opened. In that instant, the dying rays of the sunset streamed into the room, and everyone turned their gaze toward the door. Rong Jian walked in wearing an oversized coat, looking exceptionally thin, bathed entirely in light. He took a quick glance around, realizing the scene before him matched exactly what he had imagined beforehand, the male lead standing in the corner, wrongfully accused and pitiful. And the ringleader of the troublemakers was indeed the same person he had noticed over 10 days ago. Rong Jian gave Wu Zhongchong a smile, his voice soft and slightly trembling as though he were somewhat afraid, "Teacher Wu, I am Rong Jian." After painstakingly studying for so long, Wu Zhongcheng remembered every detail of the backgrounds of a select group of students whose family circumstances were particularly privileged. Right before him now stood one such student, not only from an extraordinary family background, but also an heir to billions of dollars worth of assets. Li froze momentarily, unsure why Rong Jian had suddenly appeared. Rong Jian, on the other hand, turned his head and flashed a faint smile at him. Sorry, but when it comes to acting, you can't match me, the crossdresser. Chapter 7, The Moon. Li instinctively felt that something was amiss. Rong Jian no longer looked at him and walked straight to Wu Zhongcheng's front, unintentionally blocking Mingyi. After what seemed like a long struggle, he hesitated and said, Teacher Wu, actually, I saw something just now. Wu Zhongcheng was surprised for a moment, his face full of kindness. He asked gently, what did Rong Jian see? Don't worry, you can say it all out. This is the teaching office, no one can bully you here. It wasn't until he said this that Rong Jian appeared somewhat reassured and continued, when they were fighting. His words paused here as he turned his head, pointed at Li with a straight back, yet he was trembling slightly. It seemed as if he were a timid little girl, delivering false testimony convincingly and earnestly. This classmate made the first move and also got other classmates to join in. Before Wu Zhongcheng could respond, Li lost control and shouted loudly, Teacher, she wasn't even there at the time. How could she have seen anything? Rong Jian trembled when startled by his shout. Mingyi's gaze fell on Rong Jian, as if discovering something very interesting, and he gave a faint smile. Old Zhang, emotionally charged, slammed the table. It definitely happened this way. A student like Mingyi would never provoke others or start fights intentionally. Wu Zhongcheng glanced at Li, disapproval evident in his eyes. Rong Jian raised her head, her eyes filled with tears, appearing wronged and fearful. My health has always been poor, and I didn't dare to get close to those fighting. I only hid behind and watched for a moment before leaving. Perhaps because of this classmate didn't notice me. Li, enraged, slapped the table. You're telling lies with your eyes wide open. At the beginning, Wu Zhongcheng allowed Li to fabricate the truth, but now things had changed. With Rong Jian as an eyewitness, his word held more power than anyone else's. Who would suspect a girl from a prestigious family, with outstanding grades, beautiful and fragile, of lying blatantly? Wu Zhongcheng altered his tone. First, he consoled Rong Jian a few words and then tried to mediate. Minor conflicts among classmates resulting in physical contact are quite normal. Everyone's still classmates, show some understanding, apologize to each other, and everything will be over. This outcome already represented compromise. Initially, Wu Zhongcheng planned to reprimand Mingyi. But Rong Jian was dissatisfied with the result. Could the person he protected really suffer unjustly without consequence? No way. Thus, Rong Jian still stood there, even lowering his head slightly to look at Wu Zhongcheng. Teacher Wu, should the treatment of someone who initiates conflict and acts first, and someone bullied, be the same? If so, then everyone will resolve their conflicts through violence in the future, won't they? Wu Zhongcheng was stunned and couldn't find a solution, waving his hand helplessly. Classmate Rong is right, thus, Li and the rest will write letters of repentance. On next Monday during flag raising, they'll read it in front of all the students in the school. Li exploded immediately, swearing. Wu Zhongcheng's expression darkened. It seems classmate Li shows no intention of reform. Then on next Monday, during flag raising, you'll publicly apologize in front of all your classmates. If not, I'll ask your parents to come. Rong Jian was content. Li finally shut up. There's almost no student who isn't afraid of being summoned by their parents while still attending school. As for the original central figure of the incident, Mingyi, he was completely glossed over in this entire argument. Mingyi and Rong Jian left the office one after another. Rong Jian was ahead, his steps lighter than usual. Unconsciously, he turned his head, looking at Mingyi and asked, were you injured when you fought against those 5? Do you need to go to the school clinic? Mingyi stopped walking, lifted his eyes, and his pupils were black as night, impenetrable to light. He asked, why did you come here to testify falsely for me? Rong Jian's breathing stalled for a moment. He hadn't expected his lie to be seen through by Mingyi, nor had he expected Mingyi to ask this question. Mingyi took a few more steps closer, seeming more serious now in his question. Didn't Miss always want to stay far away from me? Why did you do this? Rong Jian's heart raced wildly. He dared not lift his eyes to look at Mingyi now. He couldn't answer this question, nor could he explain his behavior. Since the day he entered the story, Rong Jian seemed to have developed a misconception. Presently, Mingyi behaved very appropriately, knowing how to advance and retreat properly, asking little and speaking less, even giving and taking at will. He seemed to forget what kind of person the male protagonist used to be in the book. Mingyi didn't abandon his inquiry because of Rong Jian's silence, as if he must uncover a real answer. Rong Jian was plunged into the greatest crisis since he came into the book. Fortunately, this crisis was temporarily suspended. Li, leading 4 lackeys, finally emerged from the building, walking over to them. He spat and cursed angrily, you shameless dogs, you connived together to trick me, didn't you? Well, then I won't hold back. Mingyi finally diverted his gaze because of that sentence. At this moment, Rong Jian even felt grateful to Li, truly, very grateful. Mingyi frowned and walked towards Li. Since they had already fought, it didn't matter if they fought again. Earlier, Li had suffered several punches and kicks from Mingyi and lost heavily. Now with lingering fear, he didn't dare to fight personally. Instead, he hid behind one of his lackeys, commanding the other three to surround Mingyi in a circle. Rong Jian glanced sideways at Mingyi, not worried about the male lead losing. Strategically hiding behind a burly lackey, Li mocked, "Orphan without parents, no wonder you have no manners, full of lies." Though he didn't mention anyone by name, his words were directed at Mingyi, or perhaps he was including Rong Jian as well. But for Rong Jian, whatever Li said about who, his bottom line was crossed when someone insulted his parents. He decided to kill Li right there. No one noticed Rong Jian taking a few quick steps toward Li, dragging him out from behind a lackey, lifting his leg and kicking hard once, twice, 3 times until Li's knees involuntarily bent toward the ground. Then, calmly pressing Li's neck down, he slammed his head into the nearby tree. Rong Jian knew he wasn't what he used to be and couldn't keep up for long, so he adopted a fast and decisive strategy. The force unleashed in that instant was immense. Li could hear the wind roaring past his ears, his forehead seemed to touch the tree bark but was suddenly yanked by the collar and stopped mid-motion. As if someone had just spared him. Rong Jian didn't care about the onlookers' gazes nor worry about Li's struggles, switching hands gracefully. His sleeves, rolled up, were too large and slid down during his movements, covering his thin wrists. Yet, these thin hands firmly held onto Li's collar, pulling him face to face with Rong Jian. Rong Jian slapped Li's face lightly with the back of his hand, not putting much effort but making a loud sound. He asked, "What did you say earlier?" Li was frightened witless, trembling and instinctively shaking his head as if foreseeing the consequence if he dared to repeat those words, he would indeed smash his head against the tree. Rong Jian lowered his head, slightly narrowing his eyes, even smiling when he saw Li's reactions. A dimple faintly appeared on his left cheek, yet his gaze remained sharply cold. Speaking slowly, he said, "All right, go tattle again. This time, tell them it was me who beat you." A dead silence enveloped everyone. All were terrified, speechless, even Mingyi paused, stunned for a moment as he looked at Rong Jian. Rong Jian was too beautiful and too frail, like a delicate rose, whose thorns might only prick painfully at most. Such a person suddenly bursting out would truly be terrifying. Rong Jian continued asking, "Will you do that?" Even though Li should have maintained his dignity in front of his underlings, he now couldn't bear it anymore. Both face and pride gone, his voice quivered, "I won't go, I promise I won't." Rong Jian had always been like this since young age. Usually, he was a chatterbox, always smiling and helpful, easy to get along with, following the principle of, "I won't offend others unless they offend me." If pushed too far, he'd end up like this, wild but still very calculated. He released his grip and tossed Li aside. The 5 ran off in disarray. Unconsciously, Rong Jian shook his arms. His earlier use of excessive force had made his 2 hands and legs feel almost numb without sensation. Not only that, he felt dizzy, nearly unable to stand steady. Ah, this was the price of being cocky as a transgender protagonist, Rong Jian thought sarcastically. Times were different now, teaching an idiot a lesson had nearly exhausted him to death. Leaning against the tall tree, he slid down slowly along the trunk, completely disregarding appearances, sitting directly on the ground. Mingyi was still standing nearby, looking at him. Perhaps lacking sugar had short-circuited his brain. Rong Jian thought of a strange reason and said to Mingyi, "I want to watch the moon alone for a while." The sun had completely set below the horizon, the moon hadn't risen yet. This was a small path, and the streetlights were shining from far away. Rong Jian couldn't see anything clearly, only hearing Mingyi's voice come from the darkness. He said, "All right." Then came the gradually fading footsteps. Rong Jian sighed with relief, burying his head in his knees, gasping for breath deeply. This body really is too fragile now, it feels like it's about to fall apart with the slightest movement. He missed his original body. As Rong Jian rested, he was thinking aimlessly about all sorts of chaotic things, such as how he should respond if Mingyi were to ask that same question again. It seemed there was no good way to answer. But suddenly, footsteps interrupted Rong Jian's thoughts, accompanied by the sound of plastic bags rustling against each other. Rong Jian looked up and saw Mingyi squatting in front of him once more, pulling out candies, bread, and sugary drinks from the plastic bag. Mingyi unwrapped the candy, took a few pieces into his palm, and softly asked, "Do you want some?" Rong Jian no longer had the strength to ask why. Still young and not wanting to die prematurely, he accepted the white rabbit milk candy from Mingyi. Mingyi's palm was also cold. Rong Jian hastily devoured the candy and bread, drinking most of the sugar water before feeling alive again. Though his arms and legs still lacked sensation, he could at least command them to move. Mingyi gathered the trash back into the plastic bag and said suddenly, "The weather forecast says it will rain tomorrow. There might be no moon tonight." Rong Jian paused for a moment. He stared at Mingyi, seemingly unsure of the meaning behind this sentence. Mingyi hesitated briefly, then continued, "So miss, shall we look at it tomorrow instead? I'll send you back now. Is that okay?" Only then did Rong Jian realize that Mingyi hadn't exposed his lie but followed along with another excuse provided for him to step down gracefully. Sure enough, their male lead was the best male lead in the world. Rong Jian nodded slightly, possibly because he'd consumed too much sugar water. His voice sounded sweeter than usual when he responded earnestly, "All right, let's see it tomorrow." The walk back to the classroom wasn't long, yet Rong Jian carefully maneuvered his partially disabled right leg, walking extremely arduously. Mingyi didn't press further on the question Rong Jian couldn't answer earlier but instead answered Rong Jian's previous query, "I wasn't hurt. On that road, I spotted them first." Rong Jian asked, "Why?" Mingyi replied, "Their rumors last time seemed to have troubled you greatly." No matter how hard Rong Jian tried, he never would have guessed this reason. His voice low, he solemnly spoke a thank you. Regardless, others' kindnesses deserve cherishing. Still, he didn't understand why the male lead had been on that road. That was a small path out of school, one generally only frequented by students who signed up for evening study sessions but didn't want to study, going there to pass the time or sneak out through the wall. Mingyi explained an additional sentence, "Because I've recently become interested in programming, I wanted to try it out at the internet cafe." Now Rong Jian understood why, in the original book, the male lead was so talented in programming. It turned out he'd already started learning during high school. And he was already considering how to subtly get the male lead a computer for programming use. After painstakingly walking back to the classroom, Rong Jian painstakingly organized the assignments he needed to complete and attempted to pick up his seemingly not too heavy school bag. But he couldn't lift it. Rong Jian cursed internally at his own arms, they were useless things. And waiting outside, Mingyi directly walked to the last row and said, "Let me carry it for you." Then, under the astonished gaze of all the classmates, Mingyi carried Rong Jian's school bag, and they walked out of the classroom side by side. Chapter 8, Testing. Huiwen Middle School was huge. It took 10 minutes to walk from the teaching building to the school gate. They walked along the road, one in front of the other. Rong Jian thought for a moment and said, "If we take a taxi back, Mingyi will probably not let me pay." After stepping out of the school gate, he suggested early on, "Let's take the bus back." The male protagonist had endured too much hardship during his high school years. Rong Jian felt that saving a little bit was always better. He truly understood what it meant to be poor. Mingyi turned around and said, "The bus might take a long time." Rong Jian had already reached the bus stop sign, looking up at the bus schedule while lightly running his fingertips over the glass. He mumbled vaguely, "It's fine, we're not in a rush." Mingyi nodded slightly. Buses usually passing by schools would come more frequently. However, Huiwen Middle School was different due to its massive area. There was no space in the city center, so it was located in a secluded area. Most students were either rich or influential and would never take public transportation, thus the frequency of buses here was minimal. After standing for a short while, Rong Jian sat down on the bench beneath the bus stop sign. He was utterly exhausted, with serious aftereffects from his earlier action. His entire body lacked strength, and he struggled to stand for long. The surroundings were very quiet, with only occasional passers-by. Rong Jian glanced at Mingyi standing by the roadside. The lamplight extended his shadow far ahead, landing before himself. His eyelids felt heavy, leaning against a nearby pillar as he gradually lost consciousness. Mingyi tilted his body and looked at Rong Jian with scrutiny. He had fallen asleep. The yellowish streetlight illuminated his body, casting a gray shadow under his long lashes. His lips were very pale, possibly because he hadn't applied any lip color. Dressed in loose clothing, the skirt of his school uniform hung loosely on one side, revealing most of his calves and knees. His frame was relatively small compared to other men, covered with a thin layer of skin. With white complexion, his ankles wrapped in white socks appeared especially slim. Probably because of an awkward sleeping posture, his hair got pressed down, causing him to furrow his brows and shift positions, bumping his head but without waking up, still sleeping soundly. How foolish, Mingyi calmly evaluated Rong Jian according to his own standards. As an outsider, Rong Jian had made too many mistakes within just one day. He shouldn't have been involved in this matter, shouldn't have provided false testimony, shouldn't have taken action, and shouldn't have shown such lack of vigilance in front of him. The fight happened just because Mingyi wanted to test him. Although Rong Jian's involvement from the start was unexpected today, regardless, Rong Jian would eventually discover the fight incident and learn why Mingyi wanted him to know. Then Mingyi would ask that question which Rong Jian would find hard to answer. Today's testing was sufficient. Though the little animal was foolish, it possessed some innate caution. Overdoing things could backfire. Moreover, a new discovery had been made. Originally Rong Jian was not only foolish but also had claws, even sharp ones. Although these claws were delicate and prone to breaking after one use, they would need a long time to recover before being used again. Yet this made everything quite interesting, a pleasant surprise. Mingyi mentally defined Rong Jian, just as he prepared to avert his gaze, when a sudden evening breeze lifted the skirt that hung on one side. Frowning, he thought, how foolhardy to not even properly adjust one's skirt, truly showing no concern for others noticing. The wind did not cease. Mingyi glanced at Rong Jian once more, removed the thin jacket from his own body, and draped it over Rong Jian's legs. Rong Jian didn't know how long had passed. He woke up groggily from a voice calling him, hastily stood up, seemingly having dropped something off his body. Mingyi bent down to pick up the jacket and casually hung it on his arm, saying, "A taxi has arrived, let's get in." Rong Jian rubbed his eyes dryly and responded with a, "Oh," saying nothing further as he followed suit and got into the car. Realizing slowly, it seemed the bus had taken too long to arrive, and thus Mingyi called a taxi. Now that the taxi was here, he couldn't possibly ask the driver to drive away. Both of them sat in the back seat, where the middle-aged taxi driver was rather talkative. Upon noticing their school uniforms, he started a conversation about Huiwen Middle School. With the location being remote and the roads poorly constructed, inevitable bumps caused the car to sway gently, putting Rong Jian close to falling asleep again. Finally, when the driver's long discourse ended and the topic shifted, he asked, "You two are lovers skipping evening study sessions, right?" Before they could protest, he continued, "I've seen plenty of kids like you, sneaking out for dates. I can't say it's entirely wrong to fall in love since both of you could encourage each other to improve, but don't recklessly waste your time." Rong Jian was startled awake from his semi-conscious state, momentarily forgetting to use his fake voice, stammering, "No, it's not, we're not." He couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't. Why did everyone think he and the male protagonist were a couple wherever they went? "Excuse me," Rong Jian insisted, "I may be good at wearing women's clothing, but don't I deserve respect too? Please don't pair me with someone else without reason." Under normal circumstances, Rong Jian could have refuted the taxi driver's words until the uncle had no counterargument. However, now that he was unable to even use his fake voice properly, he knew he would never win this argument. So, he pulled on Mingye's sleeve, asking him for an explanation. Mingyi spoke calmly, "We're not a couple, she isn't feeling well, so I'm sending her home." The male protagonist usually didn't say much, but once he was serious, his statements were always very persuasive. The driver paused for a moment. "Ah, my mistake then, I apologize for misjudging. If the young lady isn't feeling well, I'll drive faster to get her home sooner." Rong Jian let out a sigh of relief, resting his head against the car window and started dozing off again. The ride wasn't long. Although Rong Jian wanted to pay when they got out of the car, he watched helplessly as Mingyi paid. Mingyi carried the jacket in one hand and held the school bag in another, walking behind Rong Jian. On the way back, they ran into an unfamiliar face. "Young lady, you're home late tonight." That voice was quite old, and Rong Jian saw a hunched old man step out of the darkness after some deliberation. He realized it was Old Sun, the gardener who had adopted Mingyi. Old Sun managed to force out a smile and patted Mingyi's shoulder, saying, "You returned together with the young lady, Mingyi. You should take good care of her." Rong Jian gave him a brief nod and continued walking straight ahead. Reaching the entrance of the main house, he turned to wave to Mingyi, though weakly. His head tilted to one side, even his laugh was lethargic. His voice still retained the nasal quality from just waking up. "Good night." Mingyi also said, "Good night." Turning around to go back, Mingyi met Old Sun who had lingered in the same spot. Old Sun lowered his voice and said, "I've been worried about you two breaking your connection because the young lady hasn't been finding you recently. But judging by now, things seem better than ever between you two. Your looks are striking, and since you're classmates with young lady Rong, wouldn't climbing that ladder benefit you immensely? And I could finally experience being a master in the Rong household." Mingyi ignored him completely and walked past. When Rong Jian returned, he took a shower and immediately collapsed onto the bed. The next day was Saturday. He slept until the sun rose high in the sky and still felt weak all over. In the end, Aunt Han had to pull him up to measure his temperature. He had a fever. Rong Jian hadn't expected how fragile this body truly was, any little movement could make it sick. Although yesterday's act of bravado and beating someone was exhilarating, the aftermath was too great. Realizing tears streaming down his face, he accepted that he'd paid dearly. Chapter 9, Illness. Rong Jian feeling his forehead for a while. It must be a slight fever, not serious illness, just the body's protest against his behavior yesterday. He didn't take it seriously, covering himself with the quilt and continued to sleep. It was not until noon when Han Yun came up to call Rong Jian for lunch and dug him out of the covers that she realized he was sick. To maintain the persona of a sickly person, the original self used to pretend to be sick every once in a while, inviting the family doctor over so that Qin Zhou would feel assured. But actually, due to Han Yun's careful care, even though the original self looked frail, he really hadn't fallen ill much. Han Yun was somewhat startled and hurried to make a phone call to have a doctor come over, but it was still a drowsy Rong Jian who emerged from under the blanket, grabbing Han Yun's hand with a hoarse voice without even using his fake tone, "Probably because I caught a bit of wind yesterday, which gave me a low-grade fever, there is nothing to worry about. Auntie Han, don't worry, I'll be fine after a nap." If it were under normal circumstances that Rong Jian spoke in his usual tone, Han Yun would give him a scolding. However, right now all she felt was heartache as she tucked him back into the blankets, patting his head gently. Upon confirming that it wasn't a high fever, her worries lessened slightly. She applied makeup on him in bed while saying, "Since you're sick, Zhou Xiaochun will surely come to see you. You should be more cautious in front of them and refrain from speaking as you did just now." With his eyes closed, Rong Jian obediently nodded his head. But after applying makeup, he couldn't hide under the blankets anymore. Rong Jian sighed, feeling a little tired at heart, so decided not to sleep further and leaned on the bed while opening his phone. A message popped up on WeChat, sent 2 hours ago. From Chen Yan Yan, good tablemate, no beating around the bush, let's cooperate, PY, lend me your homework to copy. Chen Yan Yan behind the screen was evidently very different from real life, very uninhibited. Rong Jian also wanted to let loose, but the numerous shackles upon him posed too great a risk if anyone discovered his cross-dressing identity, hence he couldn't. He held the phone with one hand, pretending to be proper as he replied, sorry, I'm sick today, just saw your message. He hadn't even sent this reply out for 3 seconds before Chen Yan Yan instantly replied, no problem, you rest first. Homework isn't urgent. I'll try my best on my own first. Rong Jian paused his hand, silently deleting half a sentence already typed in the chat box. In fact, asking the male lead for homework would only take a single sentence, and Rong Jian had the energy to do it. But since Chen Yan Yan was willing to try herself, Rong Jian believed this spirit of trying was worth encouraging. He sent her a cheer up, then opened Ming Ye's chat window. It wasn't until then that he remembered not retrieving his backpack yesterday. After pondering for a moment, Rong Jian didn't intend to tell Ming Ye about his illness and instead sent a WeChat message saying he had something to do today and would go get his bag tomorrow. It took quite a while for Ming Ye to reply, only replying with a single word, all right. Rong Jian exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Ming Yi didn't ask why, which was indeed part of the main character's nature, despite appearing gentle, deep down was an instinctive, natural indifference. After the Qin Zhou family of 3 finished eating lunch downstairs, as a stepmother, Zhou Xiaochun still needed to come upstairs to visit Rong Jian. After all, the superficial efforts could not be neglected. The sound of footsteps outside gradually approached. Zhou Xiaochun pushed open the door, followed by Lu Cheng. They walked quickly to Rong Jian's bedside, and her eyes were already red, as she said in a low voice, how did Jijin fall ill? It's because Aunt hasn't taken good enough care of you. Several times Rong Jian attempted to pull his hand away from Zhou Xiaochun's grip, but unfortunately, a tiger falls when its flatlands are far, being slightly feverish made it impossible for him to withdraw even his hand. Zhou Xiaochun's performance was exaggerated, extremely exaggerated. Although her appearance wasn't exceptionally beautiful, certainly worse than the Rong Ning in Rong Jian's memory, she was indeed a gifted actress. Fearing Zhou Xiaochun might notice Rong Jian's slip-ups by getting too close, Han Yun hastily devised an errand to lure Zhou Xiaochun away, simultaneously stuffing a pot of hot soup into Rong Jian's hands. Only Rong Jian and Lu Cheng remained in the room. Rong Jian indicated that dealing with Lu Cheng was much easier than with Zhou Xiaochun. Lu Cheng looked at the seemingly frail Rong Jian without concealing his delight. Little sister Rong appears stubborn on the surface, yet physically weak, often falling ill every now and then, unable to rise from the bed, and thus needing rich support. However, once I take control of the household in the future, there might not be enough idle money. Rong Jian listened to this statement indifferently and laughed, who knows what will happen in the future, but at least I can say now, if I don't want you to change your surname, you won't be able to. Lu Cheng hadn't had time to respond when Rong Jian added nonchalantly, besides, you live in the Rong family mansion and work at the Rong family company. If you were to change your surname, would you take on Qin or stay as Rong? He thought to himself, Qin Zhou and Lu Cheng were truly stupid. If they really changed their surnames, others wouldn't be able to pretend not to hear or see it anymore. Lu Cheng was so angry that his teeth started itching. Of course, he was well aware that his identity lacked legitimacy, but he had long regarded the Rong family as his possession. Now, having been abruptly exposed by Rong Jian, he was extremely agitated. He grabbed Rong Jian's chin fiercely and said ferociously, just keep being stubborn, we'll see what happens in a couple of years. Rong Jian silently counted down 3 numbers in his mind and, without hesitation, splashed the hot soup over him. The soup was scalding, and Lu Cheng was only wearing a shirt. He was screeching in pain, infuriated enough to yank Rong Jian off the bed, but just then Zhou Xiaochun and Han Yun walked in. Rong Jian slightly lowered his eyes, his eyelashes quivering gently, appearing very obedient as he softly said, I accidentally spilled the soup on Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. Zhou Xiaochun glanced at an irate Lu Cheng, still smiling, offering a few words of comfort to Rong Jian. Because she was quite clear in her mind that at least for now, she couldn't afford to fall out with Rong Jian. She and Lu Cheng had just entered not long ago, and this house ostensibly still belonged to the Rongs, meaning Qin Zhou hadn't yet gotten rid of the people left behind by the original Rong Shihui. With a belly full of anger, Lu Cheng returned. Rong Jian immediately curled back into the covers and mumbled to Han Yun, Auntie Han, I'm tired. In truth, he was afraid Han Yun would discover the marks on his jawline. Having pale skin also had its disadvantages, any slight mark would be too obvious. Han Yun originally wanted to ask a few more questions but swallowed them back. Being healthy was already boring enough most days, but being sick and restricted to bed made life even more uninteresting. As a chatterbox, Rong Jian had held his tongue for over half a month without dying in silence. Now, he could only let loose. But chatting was one thing, staying alive was another. He spent an entire day thoroughly reviewing all the available chat applications on the market, analyzing each one carefully. He ultimately concluded that most chat apps required phone registration and location permissions, which was far too unsafe. Once someone discovered the account or the software started randomly pushing information, it would all be ruined. Among them, only one stood out. It was called Find Him, an instant random chat application. No registration or location permission was required, you just needed to enter to start matching for chats. If you found someone suitable, you could generate a current chat room and set a password, continuing your chat next time if both parties re-entered that room. However, this was a paid feature that involved real-world identities, and Rong Jian certainly wouldn't use it. He just wanted to find someone daily to satisfy his need as a chatterbox, and that would make him content. Rong Jian happily downloaded Find Him, but didn't dare to use it right away. Since it was tied to his life, he still needed to exercise caution, looking up more information about the software online to ensure no privacy leaks would occur. It wasn't until noon on Sunday when Han Yun knocked on the door, leading in a person. It was Ming Yi. Under normal circumstances, Han Yun would naturally hope they stayed as far apart as possible. But these past 2 days, with Rong Jian being sick, she felt especially sympathetic, thinking that since they were peers, letting them chat a bit more wouldn't hurt. So, when Ming Yi asked Han Yun to return the school bag to Rong Jian, she simply brought Ming Yi upstairs. Rong Jian applied light makeup out of politeness, slightly covering areas where gender characteristics were too prominent, then turned his head towards the door. Ming Yi carried the school bag and approached the bedside, his gaze pausing for a moment on Rong Jian's jaw before asking suddenly, "What happened?" His tone sounded very calm, but there was a hint of danger in his dark cat-like eyes. Originally, he had come to visit a sick little animal, intending to tease him a bit, but now discovering not only was he ill, but he also bore inexplicable wounds, Ming Yi was rather displeased. Chapter 10, Tutoring. The room was quite dark, the curtains tightly closed, with only a wall lamp on, offering almost no brightness. Rong Jian paused for a moment. He tilted his head up and could hardly see Ming Yi's face clearly. He raised his hand to touch his chin, not expecting that the mark from yesterday would last until today. He casually made up an excuse, "Maybe I was bitten by a bug." Ming Yi bent down halfway and stopped in front of Rong Jian. Their eyes met. In front of Rong Jian was an enlarged face of Ming Yi, extremely handsome. Perhaps it was because they were too close, or perhaps it was Rong Jian's illusion, but he always felt as if the strands of hair near Ming Yi's temples were about to fall onto his face. This was no longer a safe distance. Rong Jian retreated slightly, looked away, and his face turned slightly red, but fortunately, the makeup acted as a cover, making it barely noticeable. However, Ming Yi appeared to be unaware, and he casually glanced a few times as if somewhat confused and asked, "With autumn already here, are there still bugs?" There were no bugs, but there was Lu Cheng. However, this couldn't be said out loud. Rong Jian leaned back against the cushion, his long hair falling and scattering on the blanket, exuding a delicate kind of charm. He deliberately changed the subject, "Maybe there are. Did you return my school bag?" Ming Yi nodded slightly. Rong Jian had lain in bed for 2 days, and even his nasal tone carried a hint of laziness. With the pseudo-voice, the tone sounded very much like deliberate coquetry. "I should probably do my homework this afternoon." His words hesitated here. It was too shameless to say, "do homework," in front of the male lead. It wasn't possible to actually do it, so he could only resort to copying the male lead's homework. So, he switched topics and asked, "Is there a lot of homework this week? Will it even be hard to copy?" Finally, Ming Yi withdrew his gaze, placed the bag on the desk, and said, "Not much." Then he added, "Then I'll leave." Rong Jian responded with an, "Oh," and gave Ming Yi a smile, "Thanks." Before leaving, Ming Yi suddenly turned around and carelessly reminded, "Be more careful next time, miss, so you don't get bitten again." He said this as if very seriously. Rong Jian oddly nodded his head. In his mind, he thought that asking for answers face-to-face from the male lead was too embarrassing. WeChat communication was better since there was no need for awkward face-to-face interaction. 30 minutes later, via WeChat, separated by a screen, Rong Jian could calmly type such a message without any nervousness. "Can I refer to your homework?" It took quite a while before WeChat buzzed. Rong Jian opened it and found Ming Ye's reply. He said, "No need." What? Was he supposed to rely on himself? Was he losing access to help? Should he learn all the high school knowledge in one day? Ming Yi quickly sent the next message, "Your homework is already done." What? How was it done already? Did he lose his memory, or did he finish it in a dream? Rong Jian jumped off the bed, barefoot, taking a few steps to the desk beside, pulled the bag zipper open, and took out a thick stack of test papers. They weren't blank, they were filled with answers. He curled his legs on the wide chair, unfolded the sheets one by one, carefully examined them, and realized this wasn't his handwriting, although at first glance it was quite deceptive. Rong Jian thought for a long time, considering all the possible reasons, and reached the most unlikely conclusion. Ming Yi had written it. It was very difficult to completely mimic another person's handwriting, but for someone like Ming Yi, imitating general strokes was relatively easy. And since teachers reviewed homework quickly, this degree of imitation would definitely pass muster. Rong Jian's fingertips hovered over the screen for a long time before he finally said earnestly, "Thank you, but don't do this next time." While reading the book, the male lead was just the male lead, a symbol of a golden finger, where the author lavishly opened the way for him. It seemed like everything went smoothly for him, and all the hardships were mere background details. But now, having entered the book, Rong Jian could truly empathize with what kind of life Ming Yi led. Ming Ye's golden finger was himself. His life had always been tough, but he never compromised, which was why he became the character seen at the beginning of Evil Seed. Like now, he had to study at school during the day, help old son with work after returning home, and even teach himself programming. All his time was packed, he shouldn't have to waste any more time on these kinds of things. Rong Jian didn't want to cause Ming Yi too much trouble. After hesitating for a bit, he continued, if I copy it myself, it doesn't take much time, and you still have other things to attend to. Ming Yi replied to him, Miss won't need a next time if you don't get sick again. So he knew. Rong Jian was stunned, resting his head on the rosewood table. The cold surface cooled his burning cheek slightly, and he sighed lightly. Was the male lead this gentle in his youth? He would later become a cold and ruthless big shot. Rong Jian tilted his head and tapped the phone screen twice before sending a simple, okay. There wouldn't be another next time. He should think about how to give Ming Yi a computer instead. Without the homework, Rong Jian cheerfully looked up Sun Ta's information. In the afternoon, a frantic message from Qin Yanyan arrived. It was obvious that Qin Yanyan's efforts hadn't been successful. Let your boyfriend lend me the answers to copy. Rong Jian coolly replied, I don't have a boyfriend. Qin Yanyan responded instantly, don't care about these empty names. Give me the answers and save my dog life. Since they were desk mates, Rong Jian couldn't just let her die. He took all the assignments out of his bag, a thick pile, and started snapping pictures with his phone. Rong Jian felt somewhat guilty. Unlike Ming Yi who had the patience to number every picture and upload them neatly to the cloud storage, he simply renamed the file names and sent them over. Qin Yanyan was delighted for a moment but then got confused, why isn't it a link today? It feels rough. As your desk mate, I say this is unacceptable compared to last time. Rong Jian wanted her to shut up. Huh. This isn't your handwriting, or Ming Ye's either. Whose homework is it? What? The name on the homework is yours, written by Ming Yi. Rong Jian closed his eyes briefly. He thought, Qin Yanyan was quite sharp when it came to this, already figuring out how to self-ask and answer. As she saved the photos to her album, Qin Yanyan texted him, I'm exhausted, really exhausted. Copying homework shouldn't come with this kind of extra burden. Rong Jian kept taking pictures, well, Ming Yi and I are just ordinary classmates. Obviously, Qin Yanyan didn't believe Rong Jian's denial and continued analyzing randomly. The first week you sent the cloud links for answers, which Ming Yi wrote and organized neatly. I was jealous, thinking that's the advantage of being in a relationship. The second week, the homework answers you sent were directly written by Ming Yi. I'm so jealous there's no more jealousy left. Honestly, I fear next week won't be you giving me answers anymore but Ming Yi himself. Rong Jian didn't want to interrupt her performance anymore, so after taking all the pictures, he sent a period and said goodbye. However, he didn't know that not only was Qin Yanyan smart, but also a prophet. The only pleasure Rong Jian gained from his little illness was having eaten 2 full meals. This happiness lasted until Monday when school resumed. What happened on Friday might remain a deep secret for Li Li, except Li Li had a chatty and gossipy little brother who revealed the true face of school goddess Rong Jian. Is it true? Rong Jian beat someone up, even scared Li Li into trembling. That's too funny, that's Rong Jian we're talking about, famously delicate, sick every other day, unable to open bottled water, yet able to hit someone. Even one slap laid Li Li down, how unrealistic can you make this story? Heard that yesterday Li Li's group fought with Ming Yi, and Rong Jian happened to witness it, then reported to the principal, they probably suffered a lot, hence spreading such rumors. Weren't those who spread rumors of Ming Yi and Rong Jian dating last time also them? Now it seems, it's not necessarily true. Definitely false. After sitting together as classmates for so long without starting anything, they would begin talking on the very first day of sitting together. Perhaps because this incident seemed too outrageous, people refused to believe it. Qin Yanyan thought everyone else was drunk while she remained awake, only she knew that Ming Yi and Rong Jian were genuine. But she couldn't say it. At first, Rong Jian was worried, but after hearing these gossips, he actually felt pretty good. It was a blessing in disguise at least that the rumor between him and the male lead was cleared. Submitting homework was a bit nerve-wracking though. In his original world, Rong Jian was also an honest student who didn't have others do homework for him and rarely copied any in his life. During breaks, the hygiene committee member, who usually didn't get along well with Rong Jian, approached him. Looking at the still sleeping Qin Yanyan, she sinisterly said, Sister, you're quite undercover, huh? Rong Jian, eh? The hygiene committee member flicked her ponytail smugly and said, no need to explain. I saw everything that day, including when you grabbed who knows whom and ended up doing what to whom. Probably fearing others would hear, the hygiene committee member kept her voice low, using many symbols. However, perhaps due to guilt, Rong Jian quickly decoded. The hygiene committee member patted Rong Jian's shoulder confidently and said, I know your situation, and I won't tell anyone about it. Starting from today, let's get to know each other again and become good friends. Rong Jian. So tiring, why does doing something bad always end up being discovered by others? After recalling the hygiene committee member's situation carefully, Rong Jian finally remembered her name was Song Xuelin, a well-known character in Evil Seeds. She was an antagonist in the middle part of the story who infiltrated the male lead's company as a spy for her family business. Because of her pitiful appearance and being the male lead's high school classmate, she enjoyed high popularity among readers. However, after her identity was exposed, because the male lead was well prepared, nothing serious happened. She was only forced to flee overseas and could never return. Therefore, Rong Jian looked at Song Xuelin with pity, thinking, "Sister, you still have 8 years until your downfall." Then, Rong Jian thought about himself. He pitied others, but he only had 1 year left before his account would be gone. His bones would be crushed into ashes more than 10 years after his death. Rong Jian felt his scalp go numb. What made his scalp go even more numb was Qin Yanyan murmuring like a dead fish, "Godlike student, the monthly exam is coming soon. Can you help predict some questions so I can pass?" A ghost story all students were afraid of, the exams were coming. Only then did Rong Jian remember that Huiwen Middle School had a monthly exam every month. Since he'd been attending classes for half a month, the monthly exam was approaching. But he still didn't know anything, and once the test came, he'd be fully exposed. Falling from the top student in the whole school to the bottom, with such a drastic drop in grades, Rong Jian felt he'd lose all face. Even a cross-dressing big shot cannot afford to lose face. But within such a short time, there was no way to quickly improve his grades. Maybe he could pretend to be sick on the day of the exam. Rong Jian had a messy night full of thoughts, considering whether he should hire a tutor. But if he hired one, he'd probably need 3 or 4, making too much noise and definitely catching Zhou Xiaochun's attention. It would be utterly counterproductive if his disguise was exposed because of this. He couldn't act rashly. If hiring many tutors wasn't an option, could he hire just one? But it was rare to find someone proficient in so many subjects. Rong Jian thought of Mingyi. He hadn't planned to actually have Mingyi bother teaching him, but using the reason of tutoring, he could equip Mingyi with a set of computers for programming. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. But this conflicted with his original idea of maintaining distance from the male lead. Recalling the homework Mingyi had done for him, Rong Jian felt taking this risk was worth it. As long as he found excuses not to attend every session or slack off during the study time, he convinced himself. He approached Mingyi on Wednesday evening. That day, a family of 3 in Qinzhou had to attend a banquet, and Han Yun had urgent matters requiring him to leave. The only person at home in the Rong family was Rong Jian himself. As he skipped dinner, he took the liberty of giving the house servants a break. Rong Jian found Mingyi in the garden. He was bending over, his shadow stretched long by the setting sun. He was attentively trimming a rose branch. Rong Jian wore small leather shoes. No matter how softly he stepped, they still made a loud noise. Upon hearing the sound behind him, Mingyi turned around and saw Rong Jian standing on the steps. He asked, "Is the young lady here to look at the flowers?" Rong Jian shook his head slightly. Standing on the steps, he was roughly the same height as Mingyi, but he avoided meeting his eyes, instead shifting his gaze away and softly saying, "I want to ask you for a favor." Biting his lips, he gathered the courage and blurted out the next words, "I want you to help me tutor my lessons." "Can you do that?" Mingyi continued tinkering with the rose from earlier and casually asked, "Will you pay for it?" Rong Jian hadn't decided how to bring up money, but unexpectedly, Mingyi hit the nail right on the head. He restrained himself and replied, "Yes." Mingyi turned his head and smiled, "Then forget it." Startled, Rong Jian stepped down 1 step. The small leather shoes clattered clearly against the ground as he asked, "Why?" Mingyi released the flower in his hand, folded the scissors, and frowned slightly, "Because I think you feel sorry for me, so you're deliberately handing me money." Rong Jian quickly refuted, "It's not like that." Wearing heels, the stone steps had just been sprinkled with water, making them slippery. In his haste, Rong Jian lost his balance and lunged forward. Mingyi grabbed Rong Jian's thin wrist, supporting him before quickly letting go. Rong Jian sighed in relief, escaping a mishap. Then, he earnestly repeated, "It's not like that." Mingyi remained unmoved and continued asking, "Then what is it really?" Rong Jian realized that unless he gave a convincing reason, Mingyi would definitely not agree. It was time to sell his pride. Rong Jian half lowered his eyes, gritting his teeth, "You know how I managed my grades before. But in the college entrance exam, no one can help me, so I've decided to work hard myself. But it's been too long since I last studied, and I can't keep up anymore. If I hire a tutor, everyone will know. But if it's you, then it's just you." Mingyi remained silent. Rong Jian didn't dare to look up. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and trembling, "Please teach me properly, teacher Mingyi." Mingyi looked down at Rong Jian. His face was very pale, made up but not heavily, only with some contouring, which couldn't hide the flushed cheeks. He looked absolutely stunning. Chapter 11, Searching for Him. Mingyi shifted his gaze and remained silent for a long while, so long that Rong Jian thought he would not agree. Even though the male lead had never refused any of his requests since coming into this book, Rong Jian still felt that he couldn't truly change Mingyi's decision. His silence wasn't out of restraint or compliance, rather, it was an offhand attitude toward things that didn't matter much. Rongjian jumped down from the steps, half a head shorter than Minji. He looked up at him. Watching Minji, he also faced the sun which hadn't completely set yet. Perhaps because it was dazzling, his pupils seemed moist with some shimmering light. It was as if he were pleading pathetically. Finally, Minji said, "All right." Rongjian's pupils slightly dilated, showing immense delight, then quickly reined in his smile. "All right, you've agreed to me." After getting what he wanted, Rongjian didn't have anything else to say. He waved at Minji, said goodbye, and walked back up the stairs. Minji watched Rongjian's retreating figure. Even after all this time, he still could not skillfully manage wearing a long skirt. His leather shoes stepped on the too long hem, almost making him fall. Minji smiled a little and oddly thought that perhaps he would never learn how to walk in a long skirt and that someone should help him walk. This was a very strange thought, just like before when he shouldn't have agreed to Rongjian's request. Minji was indeed curious about Rongjian, wanting to figure out what kind of being he was, willing to waste a bit of his time here and there, but he shouldn't have agreed to such time-wasting tasks as tutoring or extra lessons. Too strange. He had countless reasons to reject Rongjian, yet ultimately he agreed. Rongjian was an unexpected factor in Minji's past and present life. Just like this summer, it was also unexpected. Before Minji came back to life, it was winter, the weather was very cold. That day was Christmas. He gave all his company employees a half-day holiday, except for himself. He went home at his usual time, and as he reached the gate, the security guard wished him a Merry Christmas and happily locked the door, saying he could go home to watch a movie with his girlfriend. Minji neither had a girlfriend nor a boyfriend, and he didn't understand why watching a movie was so worth celebrating. Most of the buildings on this street were office buildings, and people had already left, leaving the surroundings desolate. But right next door was a bustling commercial street, lively and noisy. From afar, Minji heard the song Merry Christmas reach him, and he found it quite annoying. Also considering the high probability of traffic jam now, he decided to smoke one cigarette before leaving. He leaned against the car and lit a cigarette. It began to snow. Float City seldom had snow, and this was the first snowfall of the year. When Minji finished his cigarette, the initial snow had whitened his eyebrows and eyes. He stubbed out the cigarette but, not shaking off the snow on his body, opened the car door, got in, and chose a remote road. This road was far away from the commercial street, with no one passing by, no traffic jam at all, but there was an out-of-control vehicle. The two cars collided. Before losing consciousness, Minji saw the red hat reindeer on the other car's roof, and sarcastically thought, really, holidays like Christmas are always full of surprises. When he woke up again, it was the late summer of his 18-year-old self. Some might call this a miracle or magic. But for Minji, it was an unexpected and sudden summer. Perhaps because he was in this summer, he made incorrect decisions. Like seeing Rongjian under the sunset, finding him dazzlingly beautiful, only due to being dazed by the heat of late summer. But anyway, it was already agreed upon. Generally speaking, Minji was not one to break promises. After finishing tidying up the roses, he returned to that small room, brought out the books from freshman to senior year of high school, selected carefully, and started writing on his notebook. The first tutoring session was scheduled for Friday night. Rongjian did not usually attend evening study sessions, but told Hanyun that now that he was in his final year of high school, academics were a bit difficult, so he needed to stay at school for extra study a few days every week, without raising suspicion. Minji, on the other hand, was a favorite of the teacher, so taking leave didn't even require an explanation. To avoid meeting other students, Rongjian specifically found a distant coffee shop and reserved a private room. As they entered the private room in the coffee shop, both dressed in Huiwen high school uniforms and carrying backpacks, they resembled young couples sneaking out for early love dates. Most importantly, both were exceptionally good-looking. The server envied them greatly, zealously recommending drinks while eating lemons. Rongjian hadn't eaten sweets in a long time and hesitated among the several drink options. Although reserving the private room cost quite a bit of money, he was used to being poor, managing to drink only half a cup of a beverage. Ordering too many would be wasteful as he couldn't finish them all. Minji watched him hesitate for a long time before finally choosing a fresh fruit juice, then pushing the menu closer to himself while glancing repeatedly at the name of another milk tea. He shifted his gaze upward and tapped the menu with his finger, hearing a barely audible sigh. Then, he casually ordered that milk tea for the server. Rongjian paid happily despite not being able to drink the milk tea due to calorie concerns, settling for enjoying it vicariously by watching Minji sip from it and asking whether it was good or not. After they finished ordering, the server quietly left. Minji opened his bag, took out several thick notebooks, and spread them in front of Rongjian. "Finish these problems first," he said lightly. "Then I'll think about how to teach you." Rongjian looked down and saw the notebook filled with neat, printed-like handwriting, vastly different from typical scribbles on homework sheets. There wasn't a trace of laziness in his work, and each subject had 2 separate sets of questions. Isn't this too meticulous? This tutoring session wasn't what Rongjian had expected, something more relaxed and less demanding. Minji could roughly determine that Rongjian wasn't really a senior high school student but should have been older, though not by much. Despite his youth, Rongjian seemed fairly innocent. Minji had spent several days organizing key knowledge points from grades 10 to 12 into 2 sets of questions so that after Rongjin finished them, he would have a general sense of his level. Since Rongjin had addressed him as teacher, he felt responsible to tutor him conscientiously. Rongjin was deeply moved internally by Minji's dedication, but looking at all those questions caused a headache. Having been a slacker during 4 wasted years of university life, only studying during exam weeks, he hadn't dealt with such intense academic pressure in a long time. Slackness had become second nature to him. Sitting across from him, Minji occasionally glanced at the questions and then checked his phone, multitasking brazenly without any pretense of focus. When the server came in with the drinks, she happened to witness Minji trying to confiscate Rongjin's phone. Minji asked calmly, "You called me teacher the other day, didn't you?" Rongjin sensed trouble coming, but he still nodded honestly, yes. Minji smiled faintly and continued, "So as your teacher, may I confiscate your phone?" Rongjin paused, hesitating to hand over his phone, and solemnly promised, "I will do the problem seriously." Minji remained calm and replied simply, "There's an exam next weekend." Hearing this, Rongjin gave up his resistance immediately. The server watched helplessly as the handsome high schooler reluctantly handed over his phone with a pitiful look. "Oh," was all he said. Now, she no longer envied him, and when she saw the massive stack of questions on the table, she even became a little scared. After getting Rongjin's phone, Minji read a book for a while and then said, "Can I go to the internet cafe? Is that okay?" With tears welling up in his eyes as he struggled through the questions, Rongjin nodded silently. Could he stop the male lead from learning programming? If he did, wouldn't it ruin the golden opportunity for Minji's growth? Minji pushed the milk tea slightly toward Rongjin. "I might be gone for a while, you can drink this now." Startled, Rongjin hadn't managed to protest before Minji continued, "If the ice melts, it won't taste good. I'll order you a new one when I get back." Before leaving, he remembered to bring along Rongjin's phone as he opened the private room door. Minji stepped outside the coffee shop, unlocked Rongjin's phone, and clicked only on a hidden app. Searching for him. Minji remembered this app. It had once gone viral, but shortly after going public, it crashed due to poor management and technical flaws. It was essentially a stranger meeting social application. Minji could already guess why Rongjin downloaded it. Thus, he modified its network interface. The newly adjusted network connection ensured that Rongjin could only be matched with one person. Minji alone. Chapter 12, Junior High Student. When Minji returned, Rongjin had just finished what he considered the easiest 3 subjects for him, Chinese, math, and English. As for the other 3 subjects, physics, chemistry, and biology, he was in the midst of going absolutely bald from being unable to write a thing. He couldn't even manage the easier set of questions, and the difficult ones only added insult to injury, leaving his paper basically blank. Minji glanced over once and, faced with Rongjin's pleading eyes full of desperate hope for salvation, said offhandedly, "Keep writing, do as much as you can." What a cruel and heartless guy. Rongjin's eyes welled with tears. Minji opened his school bag and flipped out a stack of test papers. More than half of them were already done, with only a small portion left. He picked up a pen and flowed smoothly down the page, barely stopping. Still, Rongjin couldn't resist slacking off a bit and sneakily glanced at Minji a few times, finding that he really just read the questions without needing scratched paper most of the time, calculating answers all in his head. This was probably what a true academic god looked like. After another hour of struggling, Rongjin's phone on the desk vibrated. It was his. His heart leapt with joy, but he maintained composure and said, "Let me check if there's anything important." Minji handed him the phone. Rongjin unlocked it to find a help message from Chen Yanyan. "I'm going to visit my grandma this weekend and might not have time to do my homework. Dear Jian, could I please have the answers to this week's assignments now?" Without looking up, Minji asked casually, "What's wrong?" Rongjin chuckled awkwardly. Asking for homework answers right in front of Minji felt kind of embarrassing, but remembering that Chen Yanyan's mother had passed away and she would be visiting an elder made him speak anyway. "It's just that my seatmate has something to do this weekend, so she wants the assignment answers now." His voice grew softer, lighter, and finally ended with his head hanging low, avoiding eye contact, almost inaudible. The tip of Minji's pen paused, then he said, "All right." He added, "I'll send it to her. You keep doing your problems." Rongjin murmured pitifully, "That doesn't seem quite right." Minji replied coldly, "It's 9 already." Rongjin responded promptly, "Oh." All the while, all he wanted was to hold on to his phone longer, but unfortunately, it didn't work. A minute later, Chen Yanyan received a friend request from Minji. She quickly accepted it and sent a question mark in reply. Minji had already pulled out the tests. Impatient with Chen Yanyan, he didn't bother numbering them or putting them on a cloud drive link. Instead, he simply took pictures by subject and sent them all directly. Chen Yanyan wasn't sure what to think at first. It took her a while before she tentatively asked, where's Jian? After sending all the completed exam sheets, Minji explained, "There's still a little more left to finish. I'll send it over later. She's doing her homework and doesn't have time." Chen Yanyan instantly imagined them faking study sessions outside while actually on a date. Minji followed up, "His name is Rongjin." Chen Yanyan's brain momentarily went blank, taking a long while to react. Damn, jealousy kicked in. Why couldn't their girl clique use nicknames? And why did this genius misspell he as she? Nevertheless, given that this was the golden leg she intended to cling to for a long time, Chen Yanyan endured her discomfort and falsely replied, alright. I won't interrupt your date. Bye. After closing the chat with Minji, Chen Yanyan reopened her WeChat and found the last weekend's conversation with Rongjian. What a prophet she was. As for all this, Rongjian knew nothing about it. He continued writing in despair until 10 o'clock when Minji walked over and said, "You're done." Finally, Rongjian put down his pen with a deep sigh of relief. Standing by the coffee table, Minji took the pen Rongjian had just used and started grading. The pen was still warm. Actually, his own pen was lying right on top of the test, easily within reach. After correcting the 3 major subjects of Rongjian's work, everything was written pretty decently. This proved that despite Rongjian occasionally slacking off, he had worked hard to learn during these past few weeks. After 4 years of university studying a completely unrelated field, he'd forgotten all about physics, chemistry, and biology. So, when Minji turned to the set of physics questions, the results were truly abysmal, utterly disastrous. Minji wondered how someone could possibly answer so poorly, glancing at Rongjian beside him. Apparently too exhausted, Rongjian rested his chin on the back of his hand, his messy long hair dangling disheveled across the tabletop, partially covering the side of his face. His lips bore a bright lipstick shade, which had smudged after sipping some juice earlier, giving him a lazy appearance. Unbeknownst to himself, Minji subtly shifted his gaze from Rongjian's lips. Rongjian had rolled up her sleeves, revealing the lower half of her arm. Her wrist was delicate, adorned with a string of jadeite beads that glimmered emerald green, making her skin appear especially fine and pale. Minji, however, thought the watercolor of those jadeite beads was far from good enough. He had once seen an emperor green raw stone at an auction that was truly beautiful. But at the time, he hadn't bid on that piece. Rongjian tilted her head, thinking that she might have written too poorly and startled Minji. She asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" Minji shook his head and continued silently correcting the questions. Looking down at Rongjian, he concluded, "Your chances in next week's exam seem hopeless." Rongjian had already anticipated this situation, so the big stone in her heart gradually settled, though she still felt a bit disappointed. "It's fine, I'll just pretend to be sick." Minji replied, "There is a way though. If you pretend to be ill again, maybe there's hope." Rongjian's eyes widened in surprise as she hurriedly asked, "What way?" Minji seriously said, "I can guess the questions for this test." Typically, the monthly exams would cover the key points reviewed over the past month. Minji could predict what might become the main focus of this exam, but this skill meant nothing to him since he knew everything already. If they wanted to get through the monthly exam peacefully, the only choice was to cram during the final week and have Rongjian pretend to be sick again when entering the exam hall. This way, if her scores were worse than before, there would at least be an excuse. Minji planned to go back tonight and review the highlights with Rongjian. He casually added, "By the way, you don't need to finish your homework." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Give me the test papers, I'll do them for you." Rongjian hesitated, wanting to refuse, but Minji didn't give her the chance. He smiled and said, "It's a waste of time for you to attempt these now. Since I'm your teacher, it's natural that I should teach you well." She couldn't refuse such a statement, stammering out a quiet, "Oh," then adding, "I will study hard." When they returned home, Rongjian was utterly exhausted. As soon as she got home, she took off her makeup, took a shower, and collapsed onto her soft bed. She then opened her phone's hidden software. She really wanted to launch Seek Him. After some hesitation, Rongjian thought she should take the first step, otherwise, would she have to stay silent for the rest of her life? Thus, Rongjian opened Seek Him and carefully tapped the 2 words, match, and closed her eyes. Until her phone emitted a beep sound, signaling a successful match. Damn! Rongjian opened her eyes, and a chat window popped up on the screen. The other side sent 2 characters, hello. Rongjian was still a little afraid of exposing her identity and decided to try using another persona. So, she cheerfully sent a message, hello. I'm a 15-year-old junior high school student. What about you? I'm 30 years old, and I work already. Encouraged by the anonymity, Rongjian let herself go, wow. Your age is twice mine. I'm still a little girl. Are you uncle or auntie? Minji. He manually checked the network interface and confirmed it was indeed Rongjian on the other end. Maybe he did misjudge her after all. Rongjian didn't seem to dislike dressing as a girl, but rather seemed quite fond of it. Otherwise, why would she even wear the disguise of a female student online? Chapter 13, The Room. Rongjian stared intently at his phone screen, experiencing a racing heartbeat while browsing online for the first time. It wasn't until the other person slowly sent back a message saying, "Yeah, you can call me uncle." Rongjian, lying on his bed, quickly typed a line, "Wow, uncle is great." He was naturally good at starting conversations and chatting happily with anyone. Before the other person could reply, he asked again, "What's uncle doing this late?" After a long pause, the reply came with 3 words, "Working." Rongjian thought to himself that this guy must be having a rough time, still working overtime at 11 p.m. at night, but innocently inquired, "Can you chat while working?" The response came, a little boring. Despite the slow replies, Rong Jian didn't switch to another chat partner but patiently waited. This might have been because the person was the first stranger he'd met in this world. Rong Jian continued to pretend to be an innocent 15-year-old high school girl. Chatting with you, uncle, makes it less boring. I'm bored too right now. The other side responded simply, Then questioned back, and you? You're still a child, how could you be bored? Rong Jian, supporting his chin, swiftly adapted his current situation and created the image of a frail 15-year-old junior high school girl. I'm not in good health, I always get sick. My mom doesn't let me go out to play, fearing I might meet bad people. On the other end, Mingyi was typing up programs when he read Rong Jian's messages. He thought Rong Jian was playing his part well, perfectly embodying the naive junior high school girl. He casually typed back, then aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Rong Jian replied promptly, even if you are, you can't trick me on Sunta. This app doesn't support transfers, and if you ask me for my phone number or QQ number, I'll shut the page immediately. Then you'll never find me again. Mingyi couldn't help but smile after reading it, even forgetting what code he was supposed to write next. Subsequently, Rong Jian saw the other side confirmingly replying, so, you're quite smart. Rong Jian secretly gloated to himself. They chatted randomly for over half an hour like this, during which Rong Jian believed he had mastered the art of using the software to its fullest extent. He decided to say goodbye to this brother working overtime till 12 and then calmly move on to find joy in the next match. Rong Jian made up an excuse offhand, my mom's about to check on me. Uncle, see you. Oh yeah, uncle should also finish work early and rest. Good night. Before closing the chat, the other side sent him a message, I've bought this room. The password is the room number with an A in front. Rong Jian was startled and hesitantly sent a question mark. Mingyi carelessly typed a row of words, because you're a very cute kid. Rong Jian's heart rate increased slightly. With a single connection over the internet, cherish this connection. He decided to give the other party a chance and saved the room number. After bidding farewell to his first match, Rong Jian quickly began seeking the next source of joy. This time, he no longer wanted to impersonate a junior high school girl, he wanted to truly express himself as his original self, a 23-year-old male college student. Thus, after the familiar beep sound, he saw the other side send a few words, shall we hook up? All Rong Jian's excitement turned into nothing but cold disdain, and he closed the page indifferently. Perhaps it was too late already, there weren't many users active on Sunta, so the matching speed was slow. Impatiently waiting, Rong Jian finally succeeded in matching once more. The other side sent a sentence clearly copied and pasted, I am the dominant one, would you indulge in text love? Fuck your mother, why? No wonder netizens complained that it's easy to encounter dumbass on Sunta, they weren't kidding. Rong Jian regretted bidding farewell to that working bro earlier, even pretending to be a junior high school girl would have been better than this. Unbeknownst to him, Mingyi had set up an auto-reply program. By analyzing data, he collected common phrases from those who matched with him and would close the page shortly after. When he didn't want to match with Rong Jian, he activated the program. Mingyi hadn't initially planned to activate this program so soon, but after Rong Jian said goodnight and kept matching. Too disobedient, needed some lesson. After 2 garbage matches, Rong Jian was completely exhausted, his initial excitement gone. He finally turned off the app and fell asleep. Over the weekend, despite having no homework, Rong Jian found no joy. By Saturday morning, Mingyi had already organized his chemistry notes. 2 complete sets of problems were tucked inside, accompanied by broken down knowledge points and chemistry formulas. The notebook was thick and heavy. Rong Jian couldn't waste Mingyi's kind gesture and struggled painfully in the sea of study materials. After studying, Rong Jian would also seek joy by logging onto Sunta again. Not everyone on the app was garbage, there were normal people too. But after chatting with a few, Rong Jian found none of them as interesting as the person he met on Friday night. That person wasn't overly enthusiastic but rather cool and composed, yet very patient. Rong Jian wrestled with himself for 2 days before deciding to follow his heart, opening the room from their last encounter and entering the password. The room wasn't empty, it showed that someone was already inside. Rong Jian was momentarily startled and saw a message from him. I thought you wouldn't come. Rong Jian suddenly felt embarrassed and sincerely apologized, I'm sorry, then concocted an excuse, sorry, woo, I have exams coming up and my grades aren't good, so my mom wouldn't let me use my phone, which kept me from going online. The person replied leniently, it's alright. Students should focus on their studies. Rong Jian thought that since they were only connected through a single line over the internet, and given his long history of cross-dressing in real life, he could confidently continue to play the role of a junior middle school girl. He casually complained, the exams are approaching and my grades are terrible, so I found a tutor, who's really strict and won't let me use my phone. The person paused for a while before replying, do you hate him? Then ask your mom to change the tutor. Rong Jian, flipping through his notes while chatting, almost instantly retorted, he's actually really nice. Truly kind and considerate. He's strict because he cares about me, don't say bad things about him. The person sent back an, oh, and stopped talking. Rong Jian thought the other was trying to console him, but no one would speak ill of Mingyi in front of him. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and he didn't know how to start a new topic. But the person unexpectedly changed his random code to an English name. Hector. Rong Jian immediately responded enthusiastically, cooing, "Uncle's English name sounds so nice, I've never seen it before." Mingyi recorded a new piece of information. Rong Jian didn't know his English name. Actually, Rong Jian vaguely felt it was familiar, but the book, Seed of Evil, was too long, and the male protagonist used his English name so infrequently that he had forgotten it completely. Chapter 14, Pine Nuts and Corn. The day before the monthly exam, Rong Jian took a sick leave for the entire day. Mingyi didn't come to class either. He had asked for leave due to family reasons. Old Zhang always trusted him greatly, knowing his family circumstances were unique, so he approved the leave without any trouble, and didn't mention it much in class. Chen Yanyan rested her chin on the desk for a while, always feeling that it was too coincidental both of them not coming, suspecting they might be sneaking out for a date. But wouldn't that be too daring? She was barely managing at the edge of the upcoming exams when she sent a message to Rong Jian, "Are you there? Off happily on a date?" A long time passed, but Rong Jian never replied. In fact, Rong Jian never even saw the message. His phone had been confiscated by Mingyi. They were actually in a private room at a coffee shop where Mingyi was tutoring Rong Jian. Mingyi explained problems very patiently and thoroughly, making everything easily understandable. However, Rong Jian's grasp of fundamental knowledge was shaky and he forgot things quickly. Eventually, Mingyi decided to use a cramming-style education method with him, forcing rote memorization for what needed to be remembered. For other subjects, understanding all the knowledge wasn't necessary, only grasping problem-solving methods based on the hints provided in questions, then writing down solutions following set procedures. Rong Jian suffered as he studied, but with Mingyi's guidance, he resisted his inclination to slack off and continued the painful process of rote memorization. By lunchtime, Rong Jian and Mingyi went to eat at a nearby restaurant. It was a mid-range restaurant, not particularly expensive. As a precaution, Rong Jian still opted for a private room and ordered 4 dishes and 1 soup, blanched choy sum, pine nuts and corn, iron plate beef, boiled slices of meat, and a soup made from spare ribs, corn, and yam. Perhaps because it was after peak mealtime, these 4 dishes arrived very quickly. Rong Jian ate white rice alongside the blanched choy sum, tasting only a few bites of the boiled slices of meat, carefully straining the oil off the surface of each slice of meat. Even so, he managed to eat only half a bowl of rice, sipping some soup, watching Mingyi eat while drinking, and quietly saying, "I'm full." In reality, he was merely halfway satisfied, unable to eat any more. Rong Jian supported his chin, occasionally scooping up the soup, his gaze secretly landing on Mingyi. Mingyi ate quickly, his big bowl of rice almost finished. Rong Jian felt a little confused. They'd eaten here several times, and each time Rong Jian would order fresh dishes as well as revisit old ones. Last time, Mingyi ate several large spoons of the pine nuts and corn dish, more than the other dishes, so this time Rong Jian ordered the same one. Yet, Mingyi only took 2 bites. Could tastes change so quickly? Rong Jian couldn't figure it out and refused to admit that he'd been purposefully observing Mingyi's preferences all along. Not until Mingyi finished eating, and the dish of pine nuts and corn was still almost untouched, did Rong Jian finally concede defeat. All right. Rong Jian sighed inwardly, thinking there was no point deceiving himself. He just wanted the main character to have a bit of something he liked to eat. The way back was short. The sun was still shining outside. Afraid of the trouble of holding an umbrella but hating the bright sunlight, Rong Jian stepped into the shade cast by Mingyi's tall shadow to avoid the heat. After hesitating for a while, Rong Jian couldn't help but ask, "Mingyi, do you like pine nuts and corn?" Upon hearing this, Mingyi suddenly stopped walking, causing Rong Jian, who was closely following behind, almost not to break in time, nearly bumping into his back. Mingyi turned slightly, eyes partially lowered, looking at Rong Jian without speaking. Rong Jian regretted asking this question but couldn't take back what had been said, so he said, "You ate a lot last time, but today you didn't eat much." Only now did Mingyi understand what he meant. In truth, he had no particular likes or dislikes. No smoking habit, he smoked only to relieve stress, no special preference or aversion to any dish either. He didn't care about the taste of food, yet he always ate a little more of a particular dish at every meal. People need certain preferences in order to be approached and accepted. It's common at banquets to persuade others to try different dishes, drink alcohol, or smoke. Mingyi was always adept at doing whatever could help him achieve his goals. Yet those people at the banquet tables wouldn't truly remember what Mingyi liked. Over time, Mingyi simply stopped caring about remembering such trivial matters, randomly choosing one dish at each meal to express liking and praise. This habit had persisted for many years. But Rong Jian remembered. Reviewing these few menus, it seemed Rong Jian not only remembered the pine nuts and corn but also noticed several repeated dishes. Mingyi realized this issue, which should have been troublesome given Rong Jian's actions without consultation. But he calmly replied, "No, it just doesn't taste good today." Saying this, Mingyi recalled the flavor of the dish. It was quite sweet, even a bit cloying. He rarely consumed overly sweet foods, but upon reflecting now, the flavor of the pine nuts and corn wasn't entirely unpleasant. Rong Jian quickly nodded and dropped the subject, hurriedly ending the awkward topic because constantly observing what others like to eat was indeed a bit strange. Back at the coffee shop, the server refilled their pot of fruit tea as usual. Mingyi explained the physics problems to Rong Jian, writing down all the problem-solving strategies clearly before testing him again. Rong Jian answered hesitantly but correctly. Mingyi didn't criticize or nitpick, instead taking out a notebook and sliding it in front of Rong Jian, saying, "These are questions I predict will be on the exam. Try to solve them using the method we just went over." Rong Jian reluctantly agreed. Mingyi glanced at him and pushed the phone toward him, saying, "I need to step out for a while. If there's something you really don't understand, message me on WeChat." Rong Jian's eyes lit up immediately, but he still pretended seriously, accepting the phone and restraining himself, saying, "I'll write it out conscientiously first. I won't give up easily, Teacher Mingyi. You can count on me." Mingyi nodded and stood up, pushing the door of the private room open, stepping outside. Actually, there was no real need to leave the phone behind. Any question could wait until Mingyi returned to explain later, but he simply wanted to chat with 15-year-old junior high school girl Rong Jian. Sure enough, as soon as Mingyi opened the program he had been working on last time, multiple messages came through in the Suntalk group chat. "Uncle, are you online? The exam is tomorrow. I'm so nervous. Right now, I'm trying my best to finish the problems. I'm tired, sleepy, and hungry. I'm truly a pitiful weak little thing." Mingyi paused typing his program and sent back a single Then he opened another page, hacked into the restaurant's back-end system from earlier that day, and pulled up their consumption records from recent days. Chapter 15, The Exam. Rong Jian was too tired and wanted to chat with someone else to alleviate his painful mood, not that he intended to completely give up studying and slack off. He still had to work on the problems, even though slacking off was also tempting. Hector wasn't in the chat room, so after Rong Jian complained a little more, he turned off his phone and continued to seriously write down the answers to the exam questions. To be safe, Rong Jian didn't grant Suntalk any permissions, so there would be no notification even if someone logged into the room. After solving 2 big questions, he opened his phone and entered the app, noticing Hector's reply. He said, "Why doesn't the poor little thing eat more?" Rong Jian thought for a moment and then continued to play the part of a delicate girl, sticking close and whiny as he said, "Because I'm losing weight. Mom says if I gain weight, I won't look good anymore." It took quite a while for the other side to respond. He said, "Aren't you only 15 years old?" Rong Jian thought that was why Hector, at 30 years old, still hadn't found a girlfriend, spending all his time with work and when bored, could only chat with him because Hector was just too much of a typical straight man. With unjustified righteousness and bravado, Rong Jian said, "Even at 15, it has to be a beautiful 15. There was no way to reveal the real situation, otherwise, growing too fast might expose his identity, leaving him without enough food to eat. Hector seemed somewhat disapproving of what Rong Jian had said but didn't oppose it directly. Instead, he said, "Then next time, I'll treat you to whatever you like." Rong Jian didn't dodge the issue but responded, "Wow. Uncle is so nice." Then he listed items one by one, mentioning everything that came to mind about what he craved. Rong Jian thought about why he felt so unrestrained in front of Hector. Perhaps it was because he wouldn't meet Hector in real life this lifetime, so speaking truthfully didn't matter. They chatted for about an hour, then Hector apparently had something to do, saying, "See you next time, Rangrankyu," before logging off. Rangrankyu was the ID Rong Jian had changed to within the room. Except for the room owner who can change their name for free, visitors wanting to change names must buy a renaming card first, priced at 99 yuan each, extremely expensive. Rong Jian never planned on changing, until one day he unexpectedly received a renaming card gifted from Hector. And so, he transitioned from a random numerical ID to become Rangrankyu, as if establishing a fixed identity on this platform. On the other hand, Mingyi hadn't any urgent matters, he simply closed his computer screen. When he came out, Mingyi prepared to work on some tasks. But in reality, during the last hour, he'd only managed to type 3 lines of code, exported a menu from a few days ago, and recalled dishes he used to like. Time flew by so quickly. Maybe they shouldn't chat so frequently. Mingyi thought, he had invested too much time in Rong Jian. This already exceeded his own commitment limits, including chats with Rangrankyu. There really was no need. With these thoughts in mind, he turned off his computer and walked back to the coffee shop. Back with Rong Jian, he was still furiously writing. Clearly, due to his earlier slacking, he hadn't finished the questions yet. Mingyi glanced at Rong Jian's progress and tapped the desk with his knuckles. "I'm starting to think not taking your phone away was a mistake." But Mingyi didn't intend to do so. He lacked the qualifications anyway, as he himself hadn't completed the things he wished to accomplish. Rong Jian dared not raise his head, clutching his pen tightly and muttering under his breath as Mingyi spoke, no confiscation of my phone." But once Mingyi finished talking, Rong Jian responded like a well-behaved student, very obediently saying, "Then next time, Teacher Mingyi can confiscate my phone." Rong Jian put down his pen, looked up, gazing at Mingyi with eyes full of light, long hair falling gracefully over his shoulders, revealing a snow-white neck. He was indeed quite thin, with clearly visible bones on his neck, gray veins showing beneath the skin, faintly revealing the outline of his Adam's apple. Due to makeup, the Adam's apple itself was small, if not for being so close and from a high angle, it would have been hard to notice. Minji suddenly understood why Rong Jian wanted to lose weight. His words as Rangrangkyu, a 15-year-old junior high school girl, were always filled with half-truths and exaggerated tones. Sometimes, even Minji couldn't discern the exact meaning behind Rong Jian's words through the screen. For instance, Rong Jian mentioned earlier that he was dieting for beauty and often ate insufficiently. In fact, that wasn't entirely true. Mainly, it was to suppress development, prevent growth, and highlight male characteristics less obviously, which could no longer be vaguely blurred. That was why his food intake had continuously decreased. Minji remembered his casual promise from before, to treat Rangrangkyu to foods he liked. Hector had no way of treating Rangrangkyu to food, but Minji could treat Rong Jian to the items on that long list. Although Minji didn't intend to treat Rong Jian to so many meals, he generally didn't break his promises. Thus, Minji paused while grading test papers and pressed the service call button on the edge of the table. Rong Jian didn't quite understand what he was going to do. Whenever Rong Jian came here, he only ordered a drink, which would finish precisely by the time he left. Sometimes, Rong Jian would daydream, like when Minji orders a cake, he'd shamelessly sneak a bite or two, but Minji never did order anything. The waiter opened the door and smiled, "What services do you require?" Minji took the menu, flipped to the dessert page, and always remembered how each time Rong Jian ordered something, his gaze would linger momentarily on the cherry cheesecake. Rong Jian thought he was being discreet, but it was actually quite obvious. Minji pointed to the picture of the cherry cheesecake and said, "Order this one." The waiter left with the menu. Rong Jian half dropped his eyes, his fingertips pressing lightly against his notebook, pretending to focus intently on the problem as he asked seemingly offhandedly, "Why are you ordering a cake?" Minji glanced at him and continued grading the questions. "I'm a little hungry, and that cake looks really delicious." Rong Jian turned his head slightly and muttered, "Oh," while secretly swallowing his saliva. He wanted it too. The server quickly arrived with the cake. The cheesecake was adorned with a few fresh red cherries, drizzled generously with syrup, looking delectable and considerately served with 2 forks. Minji instructed the server to place the cake on his side of the table. Lowering his head, he asked Rong Jian, "Do you remember the solution approach for this problem?" Rong Jian nodded briefly but couldn't help glancing over at the cheesecake. And Minji seemed unaware of his distraction, instructing Rong Jian to redo a question with the same thought process before sitting in the opposite position, starting to taste the cake himself. Despite the thoughtful inclusion of 2 forks by the server, there was not even a hint of intention to share with Rong Jian. Rong Jian felt heartbroken, how merciless Minji was as the male lead. Generally, he should have offered some polite words about sharing at least. That cake was pricey, its portion size also substantial. Minji ate through a small part leisurely, wiped his mouth, and told Rong Jian, "It's too greasy, I can't finish it." Rong Jian wanted to say, "Give me the rest," but he courageously restrained himself and shook his head. Minji then picked up the knife, cut off the part he'd already eaten, leaving a large portion untouched, and pushed it toward Rong Jian. Rong Jian furtively peeked at the cake, it was too much, and nervously bit his nails, rejecting rather feebly, "I don't like creamy stuff." Minji thought, what a little liar, he just said an hour ago that he wanted to eat cream until he was stuffed. But he couldn't say such things outright, he merely pushed the cake closer and nonchalantly said, "If we don't finish it, it's such a waste." Rong Jian couldn't resist and justified himself, saying that occasionally eating a bit of sweet wasn't harmful, and added lightly, "Next time, order a smaller one." As if he were eating reluctantly. In fact, he eagerly and happily indulged in the long-awaited cherry cheesecake. Because it had been so long since he last had sweets, Rong Jian sampled carefully and meticulously. He first tasted the cream, waited until it was fully swallowed, then picked up a cherry, placed it in his mouth, and lightly bit down. His lips had a beautiful color, resembling jelly in texture, gleaming moistly, making the cherry's redness pale in comparison. Minji looked away and didn't ask if the cake was good. When they left, Minji paid for the cake. Rong Jian intended to pay, but Minji said, "There's no reason for a girl to treat me to a cake." Rong Jian remained silent afterward because he considered respecting the self-respect of a teenager. He'd once been poor and young too, though intangible, sometimes it was more important than anything else. After exiting the coffee shop, they habitually boarded the 10 o'clock last train. Rong Jian walked to the last row window seat and sat down. Minji sat beside him in the same row but spaced a seat apart. He said, "Tomorrow is the monthly exam." Rong Jian was surprisingly honest, "I lack confidence." Minji tried to boost his confidence, quizzing him sporadically with questions from various subjects. Perhaps the cramming education had shown results, and Rong Jian answered rather well, having grasped more knowledge than expected. Minji mentioned the required recitations for Chinese class, and Rong Jian stumbled, his voice nasal, distinguish honor from disgrace. It had been a long time since the next sentence came. Minji reminded him but there was no response, until he turned his head and saw Rong Jian asleep against the glass window. In the carriage, besides them and the driver, there was no one else, it was rather quiet. This bus was heading to the villa area where of course there was good complimentary transportation, but people living there usually didn't take public transit. The surrounding streetlights flickered on and off, casting heavy tree shadows onto Rong Jian's side face. He leaned against the glass window, slightly tilting his head back. A small silver pin adorned his earlobe, revealing his vulnerable neck without any defense. It was delicate, easily held in one hand, could also be broken with ease. Human life was such a fragile thing. Minji knew Rong Jian should die in a year. He could make this time come earlier, or without even knowing Rong Jian. There were many ways to ensure he would never be able to tell what he knows, no matter what. Rong Jian was so naive, so foolish, always unable to detect when being deceived. Presumably threats would work well too. But all those simple straightforward methods were just thought through by Minji, none of them were put into action. He did not silence Rong Jian, nor completely figure out his secrets. Many things couldn't be rashly done, even the software before his rebirth wasn't planned to be released domestically but instead aimed at foreign investment. So much trouble. Minji frowned as he saw Rong Jian shivering while curling up. The windows on the bus were wide open, night wind rushed in. Rong Jian wore a dress that only reached his knees, exposing most of his lower legs. White socks hung loosely around his ankles. His frown deepened further. If Rong Jian really got sick, he would perform worse tomorrow, meaning he had failed to fulfill his promise. Therefore, Minji took off his coat and covered Rong Jian's knees with it. The coat hung down to the ground but he paid no attention to it. Minji was fully aware that he was deceiving himself. Summer had already ended, yet Minji's mistakes continued and seemed unlikely to stop anytime soon. Perhaps because he hadn't made any mistakes in the past, now he needed to make up for them all at once. Minji felt like smoking again. When it was time to get off the bus, Minji woke Rong Jian, who was still groggy. After rubbing his eyes twice, he seemed to have trouble seeing the road ahead and forgot about the makeup on his face. Minji pulled Rong Jian's sleeve, leading him through the long road. They parted ways at the fork leading towards Rong's house. Minji said, "Go home first, I'll follow behind." Rong Jian blinked, "Huh." Minji said, "You walk ahead, I can help watch your path." Though Rong Jian appeared to be a girl in drag, actually his short-term combat ability wasn't bad. Wanting to quickly defeat him would be quite difficult. However, behind him stood someone taller with higher combat abilities, capable of fighting 5 opponents without falling behind. It was indeed more reassuring. After this lengthy thought process, he discarded these ideas altogether. Maybe it was from acting as an effeminate 15-year-old girl for too long, he really felt somewhat assimilated. Upon returning to the Rome residence, Rong Jian collapsed limp on the bed. It wasn't that he couldn't persist, simply this frail body was very weak, afraid of both fatigue and hardship. Any slight bump would result in bruising for a week, and there was no way to immediately improve it within a short time. Therefore, he let it be, resting properly. Moving too much and becoming overly tired would truly lead to illness. However, something joyful happened today. Just before sleeping, Rong Jian logged on to Sun Ta and opened the chat room to send Hector an offline message. "Today, my tutoring teacher bought me cake. Even though I'm worried about getting fat, I ate it anyway. It was super delicious. Oh, I want more. Uncle, good night. I'm going to sleep early today because I have exams tomorrow." The next morning, Rong Jian deliberately asked Han Yung to paint him to look ill. With this appearance, pretending to still recover from a severe fever, he acted while writing questions on the test paper. The invigilator, recognizing him as Rong Jian, became quite frightened, several times wanting to pull Rong Jian to the infirmary. Rong Jian pursed his lips, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, resolute. He wrote on the draft paper, "Teacher, being sick is fine. As a senior high school student, I should complete the exam regardless of my environment. College entrance exams won't specifically choose a time when my physical condition is good." The two invigilators were deeply moved by Rong Jian's spirit of hard study, nodding continuously, praising Rong Jian as worthy of his top position for so long, academically excellent and praiseworthy. While recalling the problem-solving methods Minji emphasized repeatedly yesterday, Rong Jian also had moments to sneakily think, if the topic of this exam were about discussing the degree of theatricality, then he would undoubtedly score full marks. As a result of this exam, everyone in the entire school knew that Rong Jian entered and exited the examination room by leaning on the wall. When Rong Jian entered the exam room, it was all an act, but when he came out, his exhausted state was completely real after being tormented by the exam. But Minji's tutoring was nothing short of miraculous. His notebook almost predicted 90% of the questions, and with these pre-exam predictions, Rong Jian managed to fill up his test paper. Though he didn't feel particularly confident about the results, at least it wouldn't be too embarrassing. He thought to himself that the protagonist truly lived up to his title as the author-approved golden leg, always receiving preferential treatment. However, the amount of trash he encountered during his youth seemed a little excessive. The exams were held on Saturday and Sunday, and after finishing them, Rong Jian went home and lay flat. The school was very efficient, and by Monday, the exam results had already been posted. The top ranker this time was indeed the male lead, who achieved near-perfect scores, while Rong Jian's ranking plummeted from first to over 100th place. Rong Jian felt this result was acceptable, considering he only crammed for a week, but as he entered the classroom, everyone around him fell silent, avoiding eye contact and refraining from discussing the exam results altogether. Before he could understand what was going on, he saw Chen Yanyan looking at him with an expression filled with profound sorrow, unable to utter a single word. During the morning reading session, head teacher Mr. Zhang specially called Rong Jian out. Speaking earnestly, he said, "You took the exam despite your illness last time. Your scores don't matter much, so don't worry about them. Work hard next time, and you'll reclaim your position as number one." Rong Jian nodded, hesitating for a moment before finally voicing his thoughts. "Teacher, I think Minji has always shown excellent performance, and his scores have been consistently close to mine. He deserves the top spot. Most people can only remember who comes first, because it's a shining and enviable title. Everyone naturally holds great anticipation for the person holding this position and tends to idealize them unconsciously. But the first place was never meant to belong to Rong Jian, neither now, in the past, nor in the future. Even though it wasn't the current Rong Jian who took away this first place title, he still wanted to return the honor to the protagonist. Only Minji deserved it. Rong Jian did not want Minji's high school period to remain dim. He wanted Minji to shine brilliantly, to be brash and reckless as a youth, and to eventually achieve all his desires. After he left, Mr. Zhang pondered for a while but couldn't figure out what Rong Jian meant. Minji's results were indeed good, but they had always fallen short of Rong Jian's. He reflected further and realized the gap between their scores was usually just a couple of points. When Rong Jian returned, Chen Yanyan's face looked even more sorrowful. Although she hadn't fully forgiven Rong Jian for betraying her trust in the past, after a month of close interaction, she had already regarded Rong Jian as a better friend than before. Now seeing her close friend perform poorly, she was far sadder than if she herself had ranked last in the entire school. After all, if she ranked last, no one cared, but Rong Jian had always been the academic god. Falling from such heights was unbearable. So, right after lunch, Chen Yanyan forcibly dragged Rong Jian to the cafeteria. Rong Jian ordered some plain soup and bland food. Seeing Chen Yanyan's serious expression, he didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. Carefully, he asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Yanyan was deeply worried, poking at the white rice in her bowl. Although online she was quite eloquent, without the internet, her social skills suffered. It took her a long time to stammer out a few words. Don't be sad." Rong Jian was startled. "Is it because of my exam?" Chen Yanyan nodded, trying to comfort him further. "It's okay, you know this time it was your boyfriend who got first place. Even if it wasn't you, at least it's within your pair since the first place rotates between the two of you. And next time, once you're healthy again, it will definitely be you again." Supporting his cheek, Rong Jian shook his head gently and softly replied, "No, from now on, Minji will keep getting first place." Chen Yanyan's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking that Rong Jian must have lost his mind over love, abandoning his pursuit of academic success and even protecting Minji. She became angry and prepared to lecture him. "Have you gone crazy over your relationship? Don't you want to do well in exams anymore? And are you actually giving way to him?" Rong Jian genuinely liked Chen Yanyan. Her tough exterior hid a soft heart, making her a lovable younger sister. He teased her on purpose. "Aren't you always copying Minji's homework and expressing gratitude each time? So why are you mad now?" Chen Yanyan put on a stern face to discipline Rong Jian. "That's different. Copying homework is one thing, but our bond as sisters shouldn't be swayed by something as trivial as homework." Rong Jian nearly burst out laughing from her words, barely managing to maintain his falsetto as he waved his hands. "No, the first place has always belonged to Minji, I simply asked him to let me take it." By then, most students in the cafeteria had finished eating, leaving the place mostly empty. Their table was tucked away in a corner, right next to a stone pillar. Rong Jian spoke this without lowering his voice, shocking Chen Yanyan to the point where her eyes bulged. Stammering, she questioned him, Did you just lie?" Rong Jian's reputation as the top scholar of the school had always been well known, leading in every exam. But now Rong Jian said, "Every time I'd make him deliberately write wrong answers during exams, to ensure that I got first place." Chen Yanyan clearly lost her ability to think. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Are you making this up? Even couples wouldn't do this. No way I believe it. Rong Jian nodded seriously. "No other reason, because I took advantage of my position." Chen Yanyan was shocked so much that she felt like her soul had left her body. Rong Jian exhaled in relief, telling this to Chen Yanyan was only the first step. Later, he planned to gradually tell everyone. Of course, he would carefully disguise it as being discovered by others, without Minji finding out. It might be somewhat tricky, and he still needed to figure out a specific method. Rong Jian was lost in his daydreams when he suddenly heard someone ask, "How exactly did you take advantage of your position? Demonstrate for me." He looked up to see Minji standing beside the marble pillar, his dark feline eyes looking coldly at him. Chen Yanyan also jumped at the sudden appearance. Being a very perceptive person, seeing the intense eye contact between them, she immediately grabbed her plate and quietly sneaked away, escaping as quickly as possible. Minji still stood from afar, tall with a towering shadow stretched into the light. His elongated silhouette almost entirely covered Rong Jian. From such an elevated position, he asked, "Why aren't you speaking anymore? Miss, how exactly did you take advantage of your position?" Perhaps because Minji's voice was colder than usual, Rong Jian couldn't help feeling a bit wronged. He turned his head irritably and muttered, "Did you not already know how I got my previous results?" Minji pulled out the chair and sat across from him. He asked, so, miss, do you want to change that now? Rong Jian deliberately avoided looking at him, merely nodding slightly. Minji lowered his gaze, saying calmly, if you're no longer going to take advantage of your position, then don't reveal past incidents. I'm not willing. He hadn't been following Rong Jian all day, encountering him in the cafeteria was purely accidental, but Minji happened to have something to say, only hearing part of the conversation earlier. Rong Jian earnestly said, no other reason, because I took advantage of my position. Minji could already guess what Rong Jian planned to do next, he seemed determined to tell everyone else. Too naive and foolish. Minji couldn't understand how Rong Jian had grown up this way. Did he really think saying this would accomplish anything? Some would believe, some wouldn't, but eventually Rong Jian would become the target of malicious gossip and suspicion. Minji didn't care about the people or matters at school, but it appeared that Rong Jian likely wouldn't be able to handle such treatment. Moreover, these weren't actions taken by this current Rong Jian. He even planned to shoulder all the blame himself. It wasn't necessary no matter the outcome. Rong Jian responded with a despondent, oh, destroying a perfect plan before it even started. Finally, Minji smiled faintly, offering a delayed reassurance, also, how can you be so dispirited, claiming you'll never get first place again? I'm your tutor, and of course, I hope you will surpass me. He paused momentarily and added, by the way, that time during the exam, you were truly unwell, it wasn't just an act, was it? Rong Jian's back trembled involuntarily. He was surprised that Minji had seen through this. Chapter 16, The Earrings. That day, Rong Jian acted so convincingly because it was all real. Minji knew his acting wasn't that good. Exam seats were arranged according to rankings. Rong Jian sat in the first seat of the first row, while Minji sat right behind him, able to see how drenched in cold sweat Rong Jian's back was, his school uniform slightly damp. Rong Jian wasn't willing to admit it and avoided Minji's gaze, he cared too much about appearances. How could he just fall ill so easily? Minji didn't wait for Rong Jian's reply. Having already determined the result, he saw no need to keep waiting and continued, it's because you studied too much and got too exhausted that day. Your body couldn't handle it, so you felt unwell the next day. Rong Jian still didn't speak, but it was indeed true, it wasn't a serious illness, just discomfort. It was easy for him to catch a low fever after putting too much strain on both mind and body, his physical condition was far from ideal. Minji glanced at the food Rong Jian had bought and softly said, is this all you're eating? Rong Jian mumbled something indistinctly, I'm full with this much. Minji twitched the corner of his mouth, without any hint of amusement in his eyes. A kitten eats more than you do. How old are you? How big is that cat? I'll go and get another meal. Rong Jian himself felt that starving every day might cause him to collapse anytime soon, but there was no way around it. He couldn't explain his reasons, nor did he want to rudely reject Minji's concern. After hesitating for a while, he finally remembered his character setup. Tilting his head, he spoke petulantly, the cafeteria food is terrible. I can't stand it. This statement was pure nitpicking. If the chef had heard it, they would have argued with Rong Jian until they were blue in the face. Huaiwen Middle School was a private high school, with expensive tuition and top-notch facilities, including tight controls over the cafeteria, where even the large pot dishes reached first-class standards. But nothing stopped Minji. Once he decided to do something, he'd always get it done. So, Rong Jian helplessly watched as Minji went to the high-end window at the far end of the cafeteria and purchased 2 freshly made stir-fried dishes. By now, there were already very few people left in the cafeteria. Before long, Minji returned carrying 2 hot plates of food, one was stir-fried pork, and the other consisted of ham chicken threads. Both were steaming hot and stood in stark contrast to the cold boiled vegetables on Rong Jian's tray. Rong Jian smelled the aroma and wrinkled his nose slightly but pretended to say, I'm already full, I don't want to eat anymore. Minji pushed the plates toward him and said, didn't you say you'd listen to me? Realizing the implication of Minji's words, Rong Jian remained unmoved and retorted, I said I'd listen to the teacher, but that should be regarding studies. Minji smiled faintly, this has everything to do with your studies. If last time you hadn't been unwell, you would have definitely scored better, right? Rong Jian had no choice but to nod reluctantly, though he still shook his head. He was so tired, starving himself every day for survival, and now someone was luring him, forcing him to eat. Minji casually gestured to the meals with his fingers and said nonchalantly, Miss knows how many meals these 2 dishes equate to for me. A direct hit. Rong Jian gave in. Taking the chopsticks from Minji's hand, he experienced conflicting emotions between happiness and pain, alright, I'll eat. Won't that work? Minji kept his eyes lowered, gazing intently at Rong Jian. He knew the little liar was restricting her diet to delay puberty so she could maintain her female disguise. But this was incredibly foolish, if she continued to starve herself like this, he doubted Rong Jian would survive the next year without collapsing. From then on, Rong Jian lost her right to lunch alone. Because of the recent rumors, Minji couldn't publicly take Rong Jian to the cafeteria. However, Minji informed Chen Yanyan, explaining that Rong Jian frequently fell ill due to excessive dieting. Chen Yanyan immediately betrayed her friend, becoming one of Minji's informants. Every noon, she stuck close to Rong Jian, preventing her from leaving until most students were gone, at which point Ming Yi would come to fetch her, reminding her to watch Rong Jian closely during meals. Rong Jian quietly wept, feeling no one cared that he was merely a small, unfortunate child who couldn't afford a full meal. She tried resisting firmly, but whenever Ming Yi offered to swipe his card for extra stir-fried dishes, regardless of whether or not Rong Jian actually ate, she always ended up succumbing to him and devouring the food anyway. Although there was some risk of being found out, within the short term, nothing obvious would reveal their secret yet. Now, at least being able to eat well once a day, Rong Jian genuinely felt it was the happiest time since she had entered this book. Thankfully, this counter was located at the most secluded corner of the canteen, plus they had the advantage of luck. They enjoyed meals together undetected for 2 or 3 weeks straight. However, weekend lunches at home weren't nearly as blissful. Rong Jian usually ate enough at school, so his stomach was a bit stretched. At home, he had difficulty controlling the portions and would often eat more than intended. Despite Han Yun trying to signal him repeatedly, Rong Jian slowly stopped eating only after making an excuse, "I'm full. I'll take a walk in the garden." In truth, he wasn't really full. Starving, Rong Jian took a turn around the garden, starting to miss school days. It was already autumn, and there wasn't much worth strolling through in the garden. Yet, Rong Jian walked around the entire garden without spotting even one gardener before heading back inside. Rong Jian was standing on the staircase when he heard Zhou Xiaochun's voice from downstairs asking, "Why didn't you come back for lunch today? Are you hungry? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare something." Lu Qing impatiently replied, "I ate outside. I just didn't want to see that girl Rong Jian eating at home, which is why I came back now." Rong Jian found Lu Qing's attitude quite amusing. After all, this place still bore the surname Rong, yet how had it become his house? Zhou Xiaochun hurried to pacify him as Rong Jian prepared to go upstairs, but she lowered her voice, saying, "Why are you so upset with her? She will be 18 this year and at most 2 years later, she will get married. By then, what use could she possibly be?" Lu Qing laughed out loud, "Mom, you're right. Then I'll introduce her to more fine men." Rong Jian stopped listening further and slowly climbed up the stairs, retreating into his own room. Perhaps staying at school for too long, Rong Jian had gradually adapted to such a life. Wearing women's clothing was indeed troublesome, but it wasn't overly serious. He was like any other high school student, diligently studying, having a few close friends, and his biggest worry was simply how difficult the next exam would be. Rong Jian didn't care much about the words exchanged between Zhou Xiaochun and Lu Qing. However, those words reminded him, the reality wasn't like this. He had reincarnated into the book Evil Breed, and within a year, he would die. Rong Jian sighed, wondering inwardly, will I really die? It was a question with no answer. Unwilling to think about it anymore, Rong Jian set an alarm and lay down, falling asleep. 2 hours later, Ming Yi knocked on Rong Jian's door. Rong Jian had just woken up, feeling dazed, so he took a shower to clear his mind. He changed into a loose long dress, casually draping a shawl over his shoulders to cover up the absence of breasts. Ming Yi noticed his flushed cheeks, likely from the steamy water, some makeup smudged off, leaving sharper features. However, his wet hair made him appear somewhat lazy and disheveled. Rong Jian felt slightly embarrassed, pursing his lips and smiling, "Wait a moment, I'll put on my earrings." Ming Yi nodded. Rong Jian had been going out too frequently recently, deviating significantly from his usual habits. Zhou Xiaochun seemed suspicious, so with no choice, Rong Jian decided to invite Ming Yi to tutor him in his room while Han Yun was busy in the afternoon. After all, the second monthly exam was imminent, and Rong Jian couldn't keep using illness as an excuse anymore. Facing the mirror, Rong Jian attempted to put the earrings back after removing them for his shower. His hands were clumsy, he couldn't get the earring inserted, and the more anxious he became, the worse it got. Eventually, he almost pierced himself out of frustration. Ming Yi frowned, stepping behind Rong Jian. "Miss, let me help you." Rong Jian paused, looking at Ming Yi in the mirror, nodding and placing the earrings on the table. Ming Yi picked up the silver earring, bending down slightly to approach Rong Jian. This was perhaps their closest distance ever. It was so near that Ming Yi could smell the sweetness of the body wash lingering on Rong Jian. Ming Yi brushed Rong Jian's long hair aside, tucking it behind his ear to reveal the hidden lobe. Rong Jian's earlobes were small yet round and endearingly cute. Apparently, Ming Yi lacked experience in helping others wear earrings. His actions were gentle, treating the task almost ceremoniously, revealing uncharacteristic clumsiness due to unfamiliarity. His fingertips were cold, whereas Rong Jian's ears were scorching hot. Upon contact, Rong Jian involuntarily shivered slightly. The movement was barely perceptible unless closely observed. Yet Rong Jian was annoyed by his own sensitivity. He thought irritably, why is my ear so sensitive? How embarrassing if Ming Yi noticed. While he was still caught up in these thoughts, Ming Yi had already stood upright, announcing, "Done." Before Rong Jian could react, they heard a knock at the door. It was Han Yun. She said, "Miss, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Rong Jian immediately jumped up from the chair like a cat whose tail had caught on fire. After glancing around, he hurriedly pushed Ming Yi into the bathroom, whispering near his ear to stay quiet and carefully closed the door so that Han Yun wouldn't hear any noise outside. Finally, after adjusting his breath, Rong Jian opened the door for Han Yun. Han Yun was a little puzzled. Why would the young miss lock the door while everything seemed fine? Rong Jian nonchalantly told a lie, "Oh, I was just taking a shower and accidentally locked the door as well." Recalling his actions just now, he couldn't help but curse himself internally. Shit, why did it feel so much like getting caught in an affair? Chapter 13, The Secret. Rong Jian came back to his senses and awkwardly adjusted his long hair. He asked, "Aunt Han, didn't you say yesterday that you had something to do this afternoon?" Han Yun gripped Rong Jian's wrist and pushed him further inside before closing the door, her tone somewhat nervous. "I was supposed to go out today. But someone just told me something, and I didn't dare to leave anymore. I have to tell Miss about it." The room was very quiet. Rong Jian stole a glance elsewhere and absent-mindedly replied with an "oh." Most of his thoughts were focused on the bathroom side, fearing Mingyi might make a mistake, and if Han Yun found out, even if they were really studying, it would be hard to explain. Han Yun continued, "When I was getting ready to go out earlier, someone came and told me. They overheard Mrs. Zhou talking at noon about planning to marry you off in a couple of years, and Lu Cheng even said those disgusting things." Rong Jian clicked his tongue. Tisk. Zhou Xiaochun was too boring, her words at noon were clearly meant for others to overhear. Perhaps she didn't see him, but she must have seen someone else, confident that the words would reach Han Yun's ears and serve as a warning for him to be careful and obedient, or there would be plenty of ways to make life difficult for Rong Jian later. Han Yun paused, then added, without mentioning other things, Mrs. Identity. Rong Jian's heart tensed up, and he abruptly interrupted Han Yun. He calmly said, "Aunt Han, you know I won't get married." Han Yun glanced at him, still very anxious, furrowing her brows in worry. "I know, but what if she insists on making Miss get married?" Rong Jian was afraid Han Yun might say something inappropriate that Mingyi, in the bathroom, could hear. He roughly guessed that some plots could change, while others absolutely couldn't. The secret about gender was one such thing. In the book, Rong Jian maintained his disguise from birth to death without ever revealing it, so he had to keep this secret. If the male lead were to discover. Rong Jian recalled the events right after he had crossed over. If he tried to reveal this secret, his heart instantly pained almost to faintness. So, he seriously told Han Yun, "Aunt Han, don't worry, we can deal with it when the time comes." Han Yun didn't have any other solution, so she nodded hurriedly. Rong Jian sighed in relief, hoping Mingyi wouldn't overthink it. At this moment, Mingyi stood quietly in the bathroom, eyes half closed, listening to their conversation. Rong Jian seemed quite afraid of being discovered. In Mingyi's memories, the original Rong Jian lacked courage indeed, but now although Rong Jian was simple and innocent, he had a large amount of audacity yet also appeared to tightly guard this secret. However, actually, this secret wasn't necessary at all. Mingyi furrowed his brow slightly, unable to understand why. After a long while, Han Yun also seemed to come to the realization, however imposing Zhou Xiaochun's words might be, they weren't going to happen for 2 or 3 years at least. Her tension eased, and she looked at Rong Jian several more times, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. "Mississippi." Rong Jian was looking into the mirror applying makeup, hearing this but not raising his head, only giving a response. Han Yun was somewhat troubled and cautiously asked, "Miss, are you gaining weight? Have you been controlling your diet recently?" Rong Jian. It felt like being struck by lightning on a clear day. Stammering nervously, he responded rather guiltily, "Yes. It's just that this dress makes me look heavier." Han Yun somewhat believed him but couldn't resist reminding him again, "You must not eat too much. You're already so tall." Rong Jian nodded earnestly before Han Yun finished. "Aunt Han, I know." After Han Yun left, Rong Jian's expression turned dark immediately, deeply regretting and determined not to eat more. He opened the bathroom door, knowing Mingyi was waiting inside. His heartbeat quickened. Mingyi stood in front of the clothes rack, turning away, seemingly looking outside the window. His height was impressive, wearing a simple white t-shirt, but his posture was extremely upright, exactly the kind of handsome figure one could easily admire. Rong Jian said, "Sorry, I didn't expect Aunt Han to come back suddenly." Mingyi turned around, appearing not to have heard their previous conversation, maintaining his usual tone. He said to Rong Jian, "We lost a bit of time, so we might not finish today's questions." Rong Jian nodded. They stepped out of the bathroom and sat by the desk. Mingyi unfolded his notebook, which contained notes he'd written this week. But Rong Jian was somewhat worried and asked, "Will this affect your studies?" Mingyi paused while helping him circle the key knowledge points with a pen, responding, "No, going through these is reviewing my previous knowledge as well." Rong Jian put his mind at ease. Mingyi methodically explained the knowledge points to Rong Jian. Now, it was different from the last time when he had to rush to help. Over these past few weeks, Mingyi no longer adopted a cramming-style teaching method, instead, he systematically taught Rong Jian the previous knowledge points. He went into great detail, balancing thoroughness and conciseness, perfectly suited for a student like Rong Jian. Time flew by, and Mingyi continued explaining until 6 o'clock in the afternoon before finally winding down. Rong Jian had been mentally on edge all afternoon. Seeing that Mingyi was about to close his books, he slowly laid his head on the desk. Mingyi looked at him and suddenly asked, why wouldn't Miss get married? This question was asked with such casualness, as though it were just another topic during idle conversation. However, inside, Rong Jian's alarm bells started ringing. He didn't know why Mingyi brought this up. He wasn't being overly suspicious either. After all, in the original novel Bad Seed, there were plenty of beautiful young women, yet none had caught Mingyi's attention. Moreover, Mingyi never mentioned anything about the pristine figure from the original body's backstory. Rong Jian knew well enough that Mingyi wouldn't be interested in him romantically, but still thought it wise to prevent potential problems beforehand. So after some consideration, Rong Jian calmly said, then I'll tell you a secret. I'm gay, I prefer women over men. Mingyi hesitated, silent for quite a long time. Rong Jian grew somewhat tense. After all, since Mingyi was the male protagonist of a male-centric upgrade novel, it was entirely possible that he couldn't accept homosexuals. However, after spending so much time together, he regarded Mingyi as a good friend, so he wanted to salvage their relationship if possible. Looking up at Mingyi, he deliberately softened his tone and asked, Teacher Mingyi, would you look down on me because of this? Mingyi smiled. His voice was very low, showing no fluctuations in emotion, and it was no different from how he usually acted. He replied, it's fine. I don't care. Chapter 14, Pine Nuts and Corn. On the day before the monthly exam, Rong Jian took a full day's sick leave, and Mingyi didn't come to class either. He had asked for leave due to family reasons. Old Zhang always trusted him, knowing his family circumstances were special, so he didn't make things difficult for Mingyi and approved his request without hesitation, not mentioning it in front of the class. Chen Yan rested her chin on her hand and thought about it for a while. She felt it was too coincidental that both were absent at the same time and suspected they might have sneaked out secretly for a date. But wasn't this a bit too bold? Struggling on the edge of her preparation for the monthly exam, she sent a text message to Rong Jian, are you there? Out on a happy date. After a long wait, Rong Jian didn't reply. In fact, Rong Jian never saw the message because his phone was confiscated by Mingyi. At the moment, Rong Jian was receiving tutoring from Mingyi inside a private room at a coffee shop. Mingyi explained questions patiently and thoroughly, making concepts easy to understand. However, Rong Jian's foundation knowledge was shaky, and he forgot things quickly. In the end, Mingyi decided to adopt a cramming educational approach with him, forcing him to rote memorize things that needed to be remembered. For other subjects, there was no need to fully comprehend the knowledge but to instead rely on question hints to grasp problem-solving strategies and follow fixed solutions when writing answers. Rong Jian studied painfully but continued to endure the rote learning under Mingyi's guidance. By noon, Rong Jian and Mingyi went to a nearby restaurant for lunch. This was a mid-range restaurant, not overly expensive. To ensure privacy, Rong Jian still opted for a private dining room and ordered 4 dishes and a soup, blanched choy sum, pine nuts and corn, iron plate beef, water-boiled sliced meat, and a ribcorn yum soup. Perhaps because it was past mealtime, the 4 dishes arrived very quickly. Rong Jian ate white rice with the blanched choy sum and tried a little of the water-boiled sliced meat after carefully draining off the oil on the surface of the meat slices. Even so, he only managed to eat half a bowl of rice. Scooping up some soup, he drank while observing Mingyi eating. After putting down his chopsticks, he said softly, I'm full. In reality, he was just barely halfway satisfied, but couldn't eat any more. Rong Jian propped his chin on his hand and sipped the soup intermittently, casting veiled glances at Mingyi. Mingyi ate very quickly, his large bowl of rice nearly finished. Rong Jian was a little puzzled. They'd eaten here many times, and every time, Rong Jian would order fresh dishes as well as revisiting old favorites. For example, during their last visit, Mingyi had consumed several large spoonfuls of pine nuts and corn, much more than any of the other dishes, so this time, Rong Jian deliberately ordered the same dish. Yet, Mingyi only tried 2 bites. Could taste preferences change so quickly? Rong Jian couldn't quite understand, nor was he willing to admit he had been consciously observing Mingyi's preferences all along. Not until Mingyi finished his meal and the plate of pine nuts and corn remained practically untouched did Rong Jian concede defeat. Fine. Sighing mentally, Rong Jian reflected that there was no point in deceiving himself. What he truly wanted was simply for the male lead to enjoy something he liked. The way back was short, the sun was still shining outside, and Rong Jian, unwilling to bother with an umbrella and disliking the heat, trailed behind Mingyi's tall shadow to stay cool. He hesitated for a moment before finally asking, Mingyi, do you like pine nuts and corn? Hearing this, Mingyi suddenly paused in his steps. Close behind, Rong Jian almost crashed into his back before breaking in time. Mingyi turned sideways, his eyes slightly lowered as his gaze fell upon Rong Jian. He didn't say anything. Rong Jian regretted asking the question but couldn't take back what was already said, so he went on, just that last time, you ate quite a lot of pine nuts and corn, but today you didn't touch much. At this point, Mingyi understood what Rong Jian meant. In fact, he had no particular likes or dislikes. He didn't smoke for enjoyment but merely as a way to alleviate emotions, neither did he have any particularly favored or disliked dishes, and he wasn't concerned with the flavor of food. Yet, during each banquet, he would always fixate on one specific dish to eat more of. People need to have certain preferences to be approached and acknowledged. It was common in business dinners to urge others to eat certain dishes, drink alcohol, or offer cigarettes, and Mingyi had always excelled in doing whatever necessary to achieve his goals. However, those people at the tables never really remembered what Mingyi liked. Over time, Mingyi grew tired of memorizing these trivialities and began randomly selecting a dish to prefer and praise at each gathering. This habit persisted for many years. But Rong Jian noticed it. Upon reviewing the recent menus, he realized that Rong Jian may not have only remembered the pine nuts and corn, but also several other dishes repeated across multiple meals. Recognizing this issue, Mingyi found Rong Jian's unilateral actions bothersome. Still, he replied calmly, "No, it just wasn't as good today." As he spoke, Mingyi recalled the taste of the dish. It was sweet, almost cloying, and he usually didn't eat overly sweet foods. Thinking back now, however, he found the flavor of pine nuts and corn wasn't unpleasant. Rong Jian quickly nodded and didn't ask any more questions, hurriedly ending this embarrassing topic, as constantly observing what others liked to eat was indeed a bit abnormal. Back at the coffee shop, the server refilled their pitcher with fruit tea as usual. Mingyi finished explaining the physics problems to Rong Jian and wrote down the solution methods clearly. He then tested Rong Jian once again. Rong Jian stammered through his answers. Mingyi didn't nitpick. Instead, he took out another notebook, pushed it towards Rong Jian, and said, "These are some key predicted questions I've prepared. Write them out according to the approach we just discussed." Rong Jian reluctantly agreed. Mingyi glanced at him, then also handed over his phone, saying, "I'll be stepping out for a bit. If there's anything you really can't figure out, send me a message." Rong Jian's eyes lit up immediately, but he still pretended to take the phone seriously, restraining himself as he said, "I will definitely work on them first carefully and won't give up easily. Rest assured, Teacher Mingyi." Mingyi nodded slightly, stood up, opened the private room door, and stepped outside. In fact, there was no need to leave his phone behind. Any problem could have waited until Mingyi returned to solve, but he simply wanted to chat with 15-year-old junior high school girl Rong Jian. Sure enough, as soon as Mingyi reopened the unfinished program from last time, multiple messages appeared in its "Seek him" room. "Uncle. Are you there? The exam is tomorrow. I'm so nervous. Right now, I'm desperately writing practice questions. I'm tired, sleepy, and hungry all at once. I'm truly helpless and pitiful." Mingyi paused his typing of the code, replied with a single then opened another page. He hacked into the back-end system of the restaurant from lunchtime and retrieved the consumption records of the past few days. Chapter 15, The Exam. Rong Jian was too tired and wanted to chat with someone to relieve his suffering emotions, not necessarily giving up and slacking off completely. The exam questions still had to be answered, but a little slacking was also in order. Hector wasn't in the room. After venting for a few moments, Rong Jian turned off his phone and continued diligently writing the answers to the exam. To stay safe, Rong Jian hadn't given Sun Ta any permissions. Even if someone logged into the room, there would be no prompt. Rong Jian solved two major problems before flipping open the phone and clicking into the app to see Hector's reply. Hector said, "Why didn't that poor thing eat more?" After contemplating it, Rong Jian decided to keep up the act of being a weak girl and said coyly, "I'm on a diet. Mom said if I gain weight, I won't look good anymore." It took a long time for the other side to respond. Hector then said, "But aren't you only 15 years old?" Rong Jian thought this must be why Hector at 30 years old hadn't found a girlfriend yet, spending all his time working. Whenever he got bored, he could only chat with him because Hector was so stereotypically male. He responded unreasonably yet confidently, 15-year-olds still need to be beautiful 15-year-olds. There was no way to reveal his true situation, as he feared overdeveloping and exposing his identity due to starvation. Hector seemed somewhat dissatisfied with his words but didn't oppose them. Instead, he just said, "Then next time, I'll treat you to something you like." Rong Jian didn't dodge the issue and replied, "Wow. Uncle is so nice." He then proceeded to list a bunch of items, mentioning everything he craved. Rong Jian considered the reason behind why he felt so uninhibited around Hector, perhaps because he wouldn't meet the person face to face in real life, speaking genuinely was fine. They chatted for about an hour until something came up on Hector's end. He said, "See you next time, Rong Chio," before logging out. Rong Chio was the ID Rong Jian changed within the room. Except for the free name change by the room owner, tourists wanting to change their names would have to buy a renaming card first, which costs 99 yuan each, expensive as hell. Rong Jian hadn't planned on changing it, until an extra renaming card from Hector appeared in his account. And thus, he transformed from a random number ID to Rong Chio, as if gaining a fixed identity on this platform. On the other hand, Mingyi wasn't in a hurry to leave. He simply closed his computer page when stepping away. When he emerged, Mingyi prepared to get some work done, but in reality, during this hour, he only typed 3 lines of code, extracting the menu he had ordered days ago, recalling the dishes he once liked. Time flew by so quickly. Perhaps they shouldn't chat so often. Mingyi thought, he had invested too much time in Rong Jian. It already surpassed his intended limits, and especially regarding the chats with Rong Chio, there was no need for it. With these thoughts in mind, he shut down his computer and walked back to the coffee shop. Meanwhile, Rong Jian was still feverishly writing, clearly lagging behind because of his earlier slacking, the exam incomplete. Mingyi glanced at Rong Jian's progress and tapped his knuckles lightly on the desk. I now feel that not confiscating your phone was a mistake. However, Mingyi didn't intend to do that. Because he had no right either, as he hadn't finished what he himself needed to do. Rong Jian, head buried low, gripped his pen while softly whispering under his breath during Mingyi's talk, "No, don't take away my phone." But after Mingyi finished speaking, he immediately sounded compliant, saying, "All right, then next time, Teacher Mingyi takes away my phone." Rong Jian set down the pen, tilting his head back to look up at Mingyi, his eyes full of light. His long hair dangled over his shoulders, revealing a snow-white neck. He was really too thin, even the bones of his neck were clearly visible. Beneath his skin, blue-gray veins were faintly apparent, and the outline of a larynx could be seen, although disguised by makeup since the actual size was quite small. If they weren't so close or if it wasn't from such a high angle, one wouldn't notice it at all. Mingyi suddenly understood why Rong Jian wanted to lose weight. Rong Jian, who spoke under the identity of Rong Chiu, a 15-year-old middle school girl, always mingled truths and falsehoods, making things overly exaggerated. Sometimes, through the screen, even Mingyi couldn't tell the true meaning behind his words. For example, Rong Jian just mentioned he was on a diet to remain pretty, leaving himself starving. In reality, that wasn't exactly it. Mainly, it was to suppress growth, preventing height increase and masculine characteristics from becoming more prominent, no longer able to pass off ambiguously. Therefore, he consistently reduced his food intake. Mingyi recalled his offhand promise earlier, to treat Rong Chiu to the foods he liked. Hector wouldn't be able to treat Rong Chiu, but Mingyi could certainly buy the long list of items for Rong Jian. Although Mingyi hadn't intended to cover so many meals for Rong Jian, he also wasn't the kind to go back on his word lightly. Thus, the tip of Mingyi's pen paused mid-marking as he pressed the service button at the edge of the desk. Rong Jian didn't understand what he was about to do. Every time Rong Jian came here, he only ordered a drink, finishing it precisely by the time he left. Occasionally, he'd fantasize, like Mingyi ordering a slice of cake, and Rong Jian shamelessly stealing a few bites. But Mingyi never did such things. The waiter opened the door with a polite smile, "May I offer you any service?" Mingyi took the menu and flipped to the dessert section. He always noticed how every time Rong Jian placed an order, his gaze would linger slightly longer on the cherry cheesecake. Rong Jian had assumed his glances were discreet, yet they weren't very subtle at all. Mingyi pointed to the picture of the cherry cheesecake and said, "Let's have this one." As the waiter left with the order, Rong Jian let his eyes half close while tapping his fingertips lightly on his notebook, feigning concentration on the questions as if asking unintentionally, "Why are we ordering cake now?" Mingyi gave him a quick glance before returning to grading papers. "I'm a bit hungry, and that cake looks delicious." Rong Jian tilted his head and murmured an "oh," though in reality, he swallowed hard. He desperately wanted a bite. Soon enough, the server arrived carrying the cake, its creamy surface adorned with fresh red cherries drenched in glossy syrup. It looked delectable and thoughtfully came with 2 forks. Mingyi instructed the waiter to place the cake on the table next to him, then leaned down toward Rong Jian, asking, "Do you remember the steps for solving this problem?" Rong Jian nodded slightly, unable to tear his eyes away from the cheesecake across the way. Seemingly oblivious to Rong Jian's distraction, Mingyi tasked him with rewriting another question based on the same method, then moved to sit opposite, tasting the cheesecake himself. Despite there being 2 forks provided, he made no gesture toward sharing. Tears brimmed in Rong Jian's heart. Truly, Mingyi was a cruel and merciless male lead, normally offering at least a pretense of courtesy. The cheesecake was expensive and generously portioned, and Mingyi meticulously ate just under half of it before wiping his mouth and saying to Rong Jian, "It's too sweet. I can't finish it." Rong Jian wanted to shout, "All the leftovers are mine." But he courageously restrained himself, shaking his head instead. Already having taken out his knife, Mingyi cut off the portion he'd eaten, leaving more than half untouched, and pushed it closer to Rong Jian. Rong Jian stole a glance at the cake. It was too much. Fidgeting nervously, he hesitated and feigned disinterest. "I don't really like cream." Mingyi thought, what a little liar. An hour ago, he had mentioned wanting to eat cream until full. But of course, Mingyi couldn't say this aloud. Instead, he nudged the cake closer with even less interest, casually remarking, "If we don't finish it, it'll be wasted." Rong Jian couldn't help himself. To justify indulging, he muttered, "It's fine to eat some sweets occasionally." Then, softer still, he added, "Next time, let's order a smaller piece." It sounded like he was suffering as he begrudgingly enjoyed the long-desired cherry cheesecake. Since it had been ages since he last tasted sweets, Rong Jian approached it carefully, tasting the cream first. Only after fully swallowing did he pick up a cherry, biting into it gently. His lips were a vibrant shade of red, almost jelly-like in texture, gleaming with a wet sheen. Compared to their luster, even the cherry's vivid red seemed lackluster. Mingyi shifted his gaze and didn't inquire if the cake was good. When they eventually left, it was Mingyi who settled the bill for the cake. Rong Jian had meant to pay, but Mingyi retorted, "There's no reason for a girl to treat me to cake." Rong Jian fell silent, recognizing that sometimes, young people's pride matters greatly, even when intangible. Once, Mingyi had been impoverished too, had experienced the fragility of adolescence where self-respect could outweigh material value. As they exited the coffee shop, as per usual, they boarded the 10 o'clock last bus. Rong Jian sat by the window at the very back row. Mingyi joined him on the same row but left a seat between them. He said, "The monthly exam is tomorrow." Rong Jian admitted honestly, "I don't feel very confident." Mingyi sought to boost his morale, quizzing him intermittently on various subjects problems. Perhaps cramming-style education bore some fruit, as Rong Jian's responses were commendable, revealing a greater grasp of knowledge than expected. Mingyi mentioned Chinese literature passages, which Rong Jian mumbled uncertainly through, even nasal, discern the realm of honor and disgrace. It had been a long time since the next sentence came. Mingyi reminded him, but there was no response until he turned his head and saw Rong Jian sleeping against the glass window. Inside the bus, except for them and the driver, it was empty and eerily silent. This bus headed toward the villa area, which certainly had excellent supporting transportation, but people living there generally didn't take public transit. The surrounding streetlights flickered on and off, casting shadowy tree silhouettes onto Rong Jian's side face. He leaned against the glass, his head slightly tilted back, with a tiny silver stud in his earlobe. His neck, exposed without guard, looked delicate, as if it could be easily held or snapped by a hand. Human life was such a fragile thing, and Mingyi knew that Rong Jian should die in 1 year. He could make this happen sooner, even without understanding everything Rong Jian knew. There were many ways to ensure Rong Jian would never reveal what he did. Rong Jian seemed so naive, so foolish, unable to detect any form of deception, surely threatening him would also work effectively. Yet all those straightforward methods only crossed Mingyi's mind, he did not carry out a single one. He hadn't stopped Rong Jian from speaking, nor uncovered his secrets completely. Many things couldn't yet be rashly acted upon. Even the software from before his rebirth wouldn't be launched domestically but instead connected with foreign investors. It was troublesome. Furrowing his brows, Mingyi saw Rong Jian shiver and curl up his body. The bus windows were wide open, allowing night wind to rush inside. Wearing just a skirt that went past his knees, Rong Jian's calves were largely exposed, his white socks hanging loosely at his ankles. His frown deepened. If Rong Jian fell ill, tomorrow's scores would suffer more. He wouldn't achieve what he promised to do. Thus, Mingyi took off his coat and draped it over Rong Jian's knees. The coat hung long enough to touch the ground, but he paid it no heed. Mingyi knew full well that he was deceiving himself. Summer had already ended, yet Mingyi's mistakes continued, seemingly impossible to halt within the near future. Perhaps because he'd made no missteps in the past, now everything seemed like payback rolled into one breath. Mingyi wanted to smoke. When it came time to disembark, Mingyi woke Rong Jian, who still appeared dazed, rubbing his eyes twice as though struggling to see the path ahead clearly, forgetting about the makeup on his face. Mingyi grabbed Rong Jian's sleeve and led him down the long road toward home, splitting ways at the fork leading to Rong's house. Mingyi said, "Go back first. I'll follow behind." Rong Jian blinked. "Huh." Mingyi explained, "You walk in front, I'll keep an eye on the road for you." Though Rong Jian, under his appearance as a girl, possessed some physical prowess making him difficult to quickly overpower, having someone like Mingyi, who was taller and stronger and capable of taking down 5 foes alone without difficulty following him, felt undeniably more secure. After indulging in this lengthy thought, Rong Jian dismissed it all. Maybe from playing too many frail girls at 15, he truly felt somewhat influenced. Back at the Rong residence, Rong Jian collapsed onto the bed, not out of weakness but due to the fragility of this borrowed body, afraid of fatigue and pain, even minor touches left bruises lasting weeks, and nothing quick could remedy it. Thus, he let nature take its course, resting properly. Moving too much would tire him out, inevitably leading to illness. Still, encountering something delightful that day, right before sleep, Rong Jian logged into Seek Him, entered the chat room, and sent Hector an offline message, "Today my tutoring teacher bought me cake. Even though I'm afraid of gaining weight, I ate it anyway, it was super delicious. Wah, I still want more. Uncle, good night. I have exams tomorrow so I'm going to sleep early tonight." The next morning, Rong Jian deliberately had Han Yun paint him looking sickly, using such makeup to act as though recovering from serious illness with persistent fever while writing test answers. The proctor, recognizing him as Rong Jian, was greatly startled multiple times, wanting to escort him to the infirmary. Rong Jian bit his lip, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, determinedly jotting on his scratch paper, "Teacher, being sick doesn't matter. As a senior student, I should complete the exam no matter the circumstances. The college entrance exam isn't scheduled around when my health is optimal." The two proctors present were deeply moved by Rong Jian's hardworking spirit, nodding repeatedly and praising him as worthy of being the top-ranked student for so long, commendable in both character and learning. While recalling the problem-solving techniques Mingyi emphasized yesterday, Rong Jian occasionally thought, if this test's topic was about performance skills, I'd undoubtedly score full marks. Ultimately, the result of this exam was that everyone in school learned how Rong Jian walked into the testing room leaning on walls and walked out the same way. Rong Jian had feigned entering the examination room in poor condition, but truly left feeling as if he had been tormented to his last breath by it. But Mingyi's tutoring was nothing short of miraculous, his notebook almost predicted 90% of the test questions. Rong Jian relied on these pre-exam predictions to fill out his test paper completely. Even though he didn't feel particularly good about his performance, he at least wouldn't embarrass himself too much. He thought silently, no wonder the protagonist is the protagonist. The author has given him all the golden opportunities, enabling him to sail smoothly through challenges since the start. It's just that there are too many trash moments during his teenage years. The exam took place over the weekend, and after finishing, Rong Jian went straight home and collapsed onto his bed. The school acted efficiently, and the test results were posted on Monday. As expected, the top scorer this time was the male lead, with a score nearing full marks. Meanwhile, Rong Jian plummeted from first place to beyond 100th rank. Despite the drop, Rong Jian found this result acceptable, having only crammed for a week, but when he entered the classroom, the atmosphere turned eerily quiet. Everyone avoided eye contact and discussions about the grades altogether. Before he could comprehend what happened, Chen Yanyan was staring at him with a heartbroken expression, saying not a word. During the morning reading session, their homeroom teacher Mr. Zhang specially called Rong Jian outside and earnestly told him, "You took the exam despite being sick last time, so the scores don't matter. Don't worry about them. Work hard again next time, and first place will be yours once more." Rong Jian nodded slightly, hesitated a bit, and finally said quietly, "Teacher, I think Mingyi has also always excelled academically, and the scores he achieved each time were very close to mine. He rightfully deserves the top spot. Most people can only remember who came first, because first is a shiny and prominent title everyone desires, hence they subconsciously expect and beautify whoever holds this position. But this first place wasn't Rong Jian's, neither now nor in the past, nor would it be in the future. Even if the person who took this title before isn't the current Rong Jian, he still wanted to return this honor to the male lead because only Mingyi truly deserved it. Rong Jian did not want Mingyi's high school years to remain overshadowed. He desired for Mingyi to shine brilliantly, to let the youthfulness and audacity take the lead, to get everything he aspired for. After he left, Mr. Zhang reflected for a while but couldn't understand Rong Jian's meaning. Mingyi's academic performance was indeed excellent, yet he consistently fell slightly behind Rong Jian. Carefully recalling, the gap between their scores usually was merely a couple of points. Back in class, Chen Yanyan looked sadder than ever. Although outwardly she hadn't entirely forgiven Rong Jian for the betrayal, after a month of close interaction, she had come to regard Rong Jian as an even better friend than before. Seeing her friend performing poorly on the exam hurt her more than if she herself had come in last in the entire school. After all, no one cared when she ranked last, but Rong Jian had always been the academic genius. Falling from grace now was deeply disheartening. Thus, at noon after school, Chen Yanyan forcibly dragged Rong Jian to the cafeteria. Rong Jian ordered some bland food, looking at the solemn face of Chen Yanyan, fearing to even pick up the chopsticks. He cautiously asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Yanyan frowned, poking at the bowl of plain rice, fluent online yet awkward in person, taking quite a while to stutter out, Don't be sad." Rong Jian was startled, "Because of my exam results." Chen Yanyan nodded, continuing to comfort him, "It's okay. This time your boyfriend got first place. Although it's not you, at least both of you form a pair, and the title of first moves back and forth between the two of you. And next time, right? Once you're healthy again, you'll definitely regain the top." Supporting his cheek, Rong Jian shook his head lightly, saying softly, "No, the first place will belong to Mingyi from now on." Chen Yanyan glared at him, assuming that Rong Jian, overwhelmed by love, didn't care about achieving first place anymore, becoming angry enough to scold him, "Are you stupid from loving someone? Not wanting to study hard anymore, and even covering for him." Rong Jian actually liked Chen Yanyan, her tough talk masked her soft heart, and she was a delightful little sister figure. He teased her intentionally, "Didn't you copy Mingyi's homework every time?" showing endless gratitude. Why the sudden change of attitude? Chen Yanyan stiffened, ready to lecture Rong Jian, "How is that the same thing? Copying homework is copying homework, but our friendship can't be shaken by mere assignments." Rong Jian almost burst into laughter from hearing her words, struggling to keep his voice disguise intact, hurriedly waving his hand, "No, the title of first should have always belonged to Mingyi, but I made him give it to me." Almost all the students in the cafeteria had finished eating, leaving the area around them empty except for their table hidden at the corner, adjacent to a stone pillar. When Rong Jian uttered these words without lowering his voice, it scared Chen Yanyan so much her eyes widened. She stammered, You're joking, right?" Rong Jian's name as the academic genius had been known throughout the entire school, always leading in exams. But now Rong Jian said, "I always made him write wrong answers during exams to ensure that I could get first place." Chen Yanyan was clearly unable to think anymore. What are you talking about? Even for a couple, that's impossible. Anyway, I don't believe it." Rong Jian nodded seriously, "There's no other reason, it's because I bullied him by taking advantage of my position." Chen Yanyan was so shocked her soul almost detached from her body. Rong Jian let out a sigh of relief, telling this to Chen Yanyan was merely his first step. Later on, he planned to gradually tell everyone. Of course, he would carefully pretend to be found out by others without Mingyi discovering anything, making the operation a bit tricky and requiring more thought. Rong Jian was lost in his fantasy when he suddenly heard someone ask, "How did you bully others exactly? Show me." He looked up, and Ming Yi was standing beside the marble pillar, his dark cat-like eyes calmly but coldly gazing at him. Chen Yanyan was startled as well. Being quite practical, she saw their intense eye contact and immediately left quietly with her plate. Ming Yi still stood far away, his tall figure hidden in the backlit shadows, his long shadow almost completely enveloping Rong Jian. From a higher vantage point, he asked, "Why don't you continue? Miss, how did you bully others?" Perhaps because Ming Ye's voice was colder than ever, Rong Jian couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved. Twisting his head away, he muttered, "Do you not know how I got my previous scores?" Ming Yi pulled out the chair and sat opposite him. He said, "Is the miss planning to correct it now?" Rong Jian deliberately avoided looking at him, only nodding slightly. Ming Yi lowered his gaze and said calmly, "If you've stopped bullying, then don't spread those past incidents anymore, I won't allow it." Ming Yi hadn't been watching Rong Jian closely, seeing him at the cafeteria was a coincidence. He came over because there was something to say but ended up hearing just that sentence. Rong Jian repeated seriously, "There's no other reason, it's because I took advantage of my position." Ming Yi could already guess what Rong Jian wanted to do, he intended to keep telling everyone. Too naive, and too stupid. Ming Yi couldn't understand how Rong Jian had grown up. Did he really think saying these things would make any difference? Some people might believe him, some wouldn't, and then Rong Jian would become the target of malicious gossip and speculation. Ming Yi didn't care much about these people or events in school, but judging by the look of it, Rong Jian probably couldn't handle such treatment. Besides, this wasn't even done by the current Rong Jian, yet he was still willing to take responsibility for it. No matter what the outcome was, there was no need for all this trouble. With an aggrieved, "Oh," Rong Jian's perfect plan died before it even began. Ming Yi finally smiled faintly, as if to console late, "Besides, how can you lack ambition and claim you'll never win first place again? I'm your tutor, of course I hope you surpass me." He paused for a moment, "By the way, during the exam, you weren't pretending, were you? Your body was actually unwell, right?" Rong Jian's back shivered slightly, surprised that Ming Yi could notice this. Chapter 16, The Earrings. That day, Rong Jian acted so convincingly because it was all real. Ming Yi knew his acting wasn't that good. Exam seats were arranged according to rank. Rong Jian sat in the first row of the first group, and Ming Yi sat behind him, able to see his back drenched in cold sweat, soaking through his school uniform. Rong Jian was reluctant to admit it, avoiding Ming Yi's gaze. He was very conscious of his pride, how could he just fall ill without reason? Ming Yi didn't wait for Rong Jian's reply. Having already determined the result, he saw no need to, and continued, "It's because you studied too much and got too tired that day. Your body couldn't handle it, so you felt unwell the next day." Rong Jian still didn't speak, but it was true. It wasn't a serious illness, just discomfort. Whenever he overexerted himself mentally or physically, he'd easily get a low-grade fever, his physical condition being too poor. Ming Yi glanced at the food on his tray and said softly, "Are you only eating this little bit?" Rong Jian mumbled vaguely, "I'm full with this much." Ming Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, devoid of any humor in his eyes. "A kitten eats more than you do. How old are you? How big is that cat? I'll go grab another meal for you." Rong Jian also thought it was dangerous to always starve himself, yet there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't explain his reasons, nor did he want to rudely reject Ming Yi's concern. After hesitating for a long while, he remembered his own character setup. Tilting his head, he spoke petulantly, "The cafeteria food is awful. I can't eat it." This statement was akin to finding fault with a flawless egg. The chef, if he heard this, would probably have argued fiercely with Rong Jian. Huaiwen High School was a private institution with high tuition fees, complete facilities, and strict control over its cafeteria, even its large-scale dishes being of top-notch quality. But these words couldn't stop Ming Yi. If he decided to do something, he would definitely succeed. Thus, Rong Jian helplessly watched as Ming Yi went to the most premium window in the cafeteria and ordered 2 freshly cooked stir-fried dishes. By now, there were very few people left in the cafeteria. Before long, Ming Yi returned with 2 steaming hot plates of food, 1 plate of small fried pork and another of ham and chicken shreds. These contrasted sharply with the cold boiled green vegetables in front of Rong Jian. Rong Jian caught the scent of the aromatic food and wrinkled his nose slightly but pretended anyway, saying, "I'm full, I don't want to eat anymore." Ming Yi pushed the bowls towards him and said, "Didn't you say you'd listen to me?" Rong Jian caught on to what Ming Yi meant but wasn't taken in, replying, "I listened to my teacher, but it should be about studying matters." Ming Yi smiled. "But this has everything to do with your studies. If last time you hadn't been feeling unwell, you would have definitely scored better, right?" Rong Jian had no way to deny it but still shook his head. He was so exhausted. For his survival, he starved himself every day, yet now there was someone tempting him, forcing him not to eat otherwise. Ming Yi showed him a number and said offhandedly, "Miss knows how many meals in the cafeteria these 2 dishes could buy me." A fatal blow. Rong Jian surrendered. Taking the chopsticks from Ming Yi's hand, a mix of joy and pain swirled inside him. "I'll eat. Can't you see I'm eating?" Ming Yi lowered his eyes, his gaze landing on Rong Jian. He knew the little liar was fasting to slow down his development and maintain his feminine appearance. But this was stupid. If this starvation continued, he doubted Rong Jian would make it to next year before collapsing. From then on, Rong Jian lost the right to have lunch alone. Due to recent rumors, Mingyi couldn't publicly drag Rong Jian into the cafeteria either. However, Mingyi told Chen Yanyan the truth, that Rong Jian fell ill frequently because of excessive dieting, and she immediately defected. She became Ming Ye's spy, sticking close to Rong Jian at noon each day to ensure he stayed put. When the cafeteria was mostly empty, she would signal Mingyi to take charge, reminding him to supervise Rong Jian's meals carefully. Silent tears slid down Rong Jian's face. No one cared that he was a pitiful little person who couldn't eat enough and needed to diet. He had resisted firmly, but when Mingyi insisted, he threatened to use his own card to buy stir-fried dishes regardless of whether Rong Jian ate them or not. In reality, Rong Jian always caved and ate. Even though there was some risk of exposure, it wasn't immediately noticeable, and now he could finally have a decent meal once a day. This was truly the happiest period Rong Jian had experienced since coming into this book. Fortunately, the window was in the remotest corner of the cafeteria. With luck on their side, they enjoyed meals together for 2 to 3 weeks without being discovered. However, weekends spent eating at home during lunchtime couldn't match this happiness. Rong Jian usually ate enough at school, and his stomach had grown a bit larger. Thus, when he was home, it was hard for him to control the amount he consumed, and he would often eat more than intended. Even Han Yun tried to warn him with discreet glances from beside him, but Rong Jian only slowed down and stopped his chopsticks reluctantly after explaining, "I feel a little stuffed. I'll take a walk in the garden." In truth, Rong Jian hadn't eaten his fill, so as he walked around the garden on an empty stomach, he began reminiscing about his days at school. It was already autumn now, and there wasn't much to see in the garden. Despite this, Rong Jian still walked around the entire garden without encountering a single gardener before heading back. Rong Jian stood by the staircase when he heard Zhou Xiaochun's voice coming from downstairs, asking, "Why didn't you come back for lunch today? Are you hungry? Let me ask the kitchen to prepare something for you." Lu Qing responded impatiently, "I ate outside. I just got annoyed thinking that Ms. Rong Jian would be eating at home, which is why I'm here now." Rong Jian found Lu Cheng's comment amusing. This place still belonged to the Rong family, so how could it become Lu Cheng's? Zhou Xiaochun quickly comforted him with a few words, then Rong Jian prepared to ascend upstairs until he heard her lower her voice, saying, "What are you upset about? She'll be 18 this year and will most likely marry within 2 years. Once that happens, what use could she possibly be?" Lu Cheng laughed out loud, "Mom, you're right. Then I'll introduce her to more decent men." Rong Jian didn't listen further, slowly walking up the stairs and returning to his own room. Perhaps because of staying too long at school, Rong Jian had gradually adapted to this kind of life. Wearing women's clothing was indeed inconvenient, but it wasn't a major issue. He felt like any ordinary high school student, studying hard, having a few close friends, and worrying only about how difficult the next exam would be. Rong Jian paid no attention to the words exchanged between Zhou Xiaochun and Lu Cheng, yet those words served as a reminder, reality wasn't like this. He had traveled into the evil seed, a novel, and he was destined to die exactly 1 year later. Rong Jian sighed, thinking inwardly, would he die? It was a question with no answer. Unwilling to think further about it, he set an alarm, lying down on the bed to sleep. 2 hours later, Mingyi knocked on Rong Jian's door. Rong Jian had just woken up, his head feeling muddled, so he took a shower to clear his mind. He changed into a loose long dress and casually draped a shawl over his shoulders to cover the fact that he lacked breasts. Seeing his flushed cheeks, which were probably heated by the steam, Mingyi noticed that his makeup had faded slightly, making his features appear sharper. However, his hair was still wet, and his overall appearance seemed somewhat lazy. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Rong Jian smiled slightly, pressing his lips together. "Wait a moment. I need to put on my earrings." Mingyi nodded briefly. Recently, Rong Jian had been leaving the house far too often, deviating greatly from his usual habits, leading Zhou Xiaochun to grow suspicious. Without a choice, while Han Yun was busy in the afternoon, Rong Jian invited Mingyi to his room for tutoring lessons. After all, the second monthly exam was drawing near, and Rong Jian couldn't afford to use illness as an excuse anymore. Facing the mirror, Rong Jian attempted to reinsert the earrings he had taken off due to his bath earlier. But being clumsy with his hands, he struggled even with such a simple task. As time passed, he grew increasingly anxious, trying harder to find the correct ear hole, nearly stabbing himself in frustration. Finally unable to bear it, Mingyi frowned, stepping behind Rong Jian. "Miss, let me help you." Rong Jian paused his movements, looking at Mingyi through the reflection in the mirror, and nodded slightly, placing the earrings on the table. Mingyi picked up the silver earring, bending down slightly, bringing himself closer to Rong Jian's side. This was probably their closest distance ever, so close that Mingyi could smell the sweet scent of Rong Jian's body wash. Mingyi pushed Rong Jian's long hair behind his ears, finally revealing the hidden earlobes. Rong Jian's earlobes were small but round and cute. Clearly lacking experience in putting on someone else's earrings, Mingyi moved carefully as if performing a solemn task, appearing awkward and inexperienced for a rare occasion. His fingertips were cold, whereas Rong Jian's ears were burning hot. At the moment of contact, Rong Jian instinctively trembled. It was a slight movement, almost unnoticeable. But Rong Jian was secretly frustrated, he couldn't understand why his ears were so sensitive. It would be utterly embarrassing if Ming Yi realized. Before he could dwell on this, Ming Yi straightened up, saying, "Done." Before Rong Jian could fully react, there was a knock on the door. It was Han Yun. She said, "Miss, I have something to discuss with you." Rong Jian immediately jumped up from the chair, as if his tail had caught on fire. He glanced around and hurriedly pushed Ming Yi into the bathroom, whispering by his ear to keep quiet while carefully closing the door to avoid being overheard by Han Yun outside. After composing himself, he opened the door for Han Yun. Han Yun looked a bit puzzled. Why did Miss lock the door when there's nothing private going on? Without a trace of guilt, Rong Jian lied, "Oh, I was just taking a bath and locked the door out of habit." As he recalled all that he had done moments ago, he couldn't help but curse at himself. Shit, why did it feel so much like almost getting caught in an act of infidelity? Chapter 17, Secret. Rong Jian came back to his senses, uncomfortably smoothing his long hair. He asked, "Didn't Aunt Han say she had something to do this afternoon yesterday?" Han Yun grabbed Rong Jian's wrist and pushed him further into the room before closing the door. Her tone was somewhat nervous as she said, "I was supposed to go out today. But someone just told me something, and I didn't dare to leave. I must tell Miss about it." The room was quiet. Rong Jian sneakily glanced away and gave a distracted "oh." Most of his thoughts were on the bathroom, worrying that Ming Yi might have messed up something and been discovered by Han Yun. Even if it was really just about tutoring homework, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Han Yun continued, "Just as I was preparing to leave earlier, someone came to tell me that at noon they heard Madam say that she plans to marry you off in a few years. Lu Qing also said those disgusting things." Rong Jian clicked his tongue, tisk. Zhou Xiaochun was too uninteresting, her words at lunch seemed deliberately overheard. Perhaps she hadn't seen him, but she definitely saw someone else. She must have been confident that these words would reach Han Yun's ears, using this chance to warn him to listen carefully, or there'd be many ways to make life difficult for Rong Jian afterward. Han Yun paused mid-sentence. "Forget all that, Mrs. Identity." Rong Jian's heart clenched, and he abruptly cut off Han Yun's words. Calmly, he said, "Aunt Han, you know I won't get married." Han Yun raised her head to glance at him, still anxious with her brows furrowed. "I know, but what if she forces Miss to marry?" Rong Jian feared Han Yun saying something inappropriate, which could be heard by Ming Yi in the bathroom. He guessed that some storylines could change, while others absolutely could not. This secret about gender was one such example. In the book, From Birth to Death, the fact that Rong Jian dressed as a woman never got revealed, so Rong Jian had to keep this secret. If the male protagonist found out. Rong Jian recalled the incident right after he traveled through time, when thinking about revealing this secret caused his heart immense pain, nearly leading to unconsciousness. Thus, he earnestly told Han Yun, "Aunt Han, it's fine. We'll discuss this later, don't worry." Having no other choice, Han Yun could only hurriedly nod. Rong Jian sighed in relief, hoping Ming Yi wouldn't think too much. At this moment, Ming Yi stood quietly inside the bathroom, half closing his eyes as he listened to their conversation. It seemed Rong Jian greatly feared his secret being discovered. If it were the original Rong Jian from Ming Ye's memory, then he truly lacked the courage. But now, although Rong Jian appeared foolish and innocent, he had more guts yet also seemed vigilant about guarding this secret. But actually, this secret shouldn't exist in the first place. Ming Yi furrowed his eyebrows slightly, unable to figure out why. After a long while, Han Yun seemed to come to the same realization. No matter how powerful Zhou Xiaochun's words were, the earliest it could happen was 2 or 3 years down the road. Calming herself, she looked at Rong Jian several times more, hesitating for a moment before finally asking, "Miss." Rong Jian was applying makeup in front of the mirror and didn't look up upon hearing her words. He simply responded. Han Yun appeared worried and cautiously asked, "Miss, are you gaining weight? Have you been controlling your diet lately?" Rong Jian. It was like a bolt of lightning out of a clear sky. He stammered, uneasy, yes, it's just this dress making me look fat." Han Yun nodded uncertainly but couldn't resist reminding, "You absolutely can't eat too much, you're already tall enough." Rong Jian quickly nodded earnestly before she finished her sentence. "Aunt Han, I understand." After Han Yun left, Rong Jian's expression immediately darkened, appearing utterly defeated. He resolved not to eat too much anymore. Opening the bathroom door, knowing Ming Yi was inside, his heartbeat quickened slightly. Ming Yi stood in front of the wardrobe with his back turned, seemingly looking out the window. His height was impressive, wearing an ordinary white t-shirt, yet his profile looked exceptionally upright, clearly handsome. Rong Jian apologized, "Sorry, I didn't expect Aunt Han to suddenly come back." Ming Yi turned around, acting as if he hadn't heard their previous conversation. His tone was the same as always as he told Rong Jian, "We've lost a little time, we might not finish going over today's questions." Rong Jian nodded. They stepped out of the bathroom and sat next to the desk. Ming Yi unfolded his notebook, where the notes he wrote this week were visible. Rong Jian, however, felt a bit worried and asked, "Will this delay your studies?" Ming Yi paused momentarily while using his pen to highlight key points for him. "No. Organizing this material is also reviewing past knowledge," he replied. Rong Jian put his mind at ease. Sitting beside the desk, Mingyi opened the notebook and prepared to continue tutoring. Mingyi methodically explained the knowledge points to Rong Jian. Now, things were different from the last time when he had to rush in. Over these few weeks, Mingyi no longer used the cramming method of teaching but instead systematically instructed Rong Jian on the prior concepts. He explained everything in detail, with a good balance of depth and simplicity, perfectly suited for a student like Rong Jian. Time flew by, and Mingyi continued teaching until 6 o'clock in the afternoon before finally wrapping up. Rong Jian was also tense all afternoon. Upon seeing Mingyi getting ready to put away his books, he slowly leaned onto the table. Mingyi looked at him and suddenly asked, "Why won't Miss get married?" Though said casually, it felt like just an ordinary topic for idle conversation. But Rong Jian's heart immediately went on high alert. He had no idea why Mingyi would bring this up. Not letting himself get overly hopeful, after all, in Villain there were plenty of beautiful sisters, yet Mingyi never showed interest in any of them, and not once did he mention that white moonlight counterpart from the original story, nor did Rong Jian think Mingyi would take a liking to him, but he still thought prevention was better than cure. After pondering for a moment, Rong Jian calmly replied, "Then let me tell you a secret. I'm gay. I prefer girls over men." Mingyi blinked in surprise, falling silent for a long while. Rong Jian grew slightly anxious since Mingyi was the male lead of this type of upgrading novel for male audiences, he might very well be unable to accept homosexuals. But after such prolonged interaction, he had come to consider the main character as a good friend, so he still wanted to try to salvage the relationship. He tilted his head, looking up at Mingyi with deliberate gentleness, asking, "Teacher Mingyi, you won't dislike me, will you?" Mingyi smiled. His voice was low, revealing no fluctuations in emotion, and it was exactly the same as usual. "It's fine, I don't mind." Chapter 18, Feigned Innocence. After Mingyi left, Rong Jian thought about what Zhou Xiaochun had said in Han Yun's concerns. For some inexplicable reason, he reflected on his current situation and felt increasingly troubled. He walked to the terrace, which offered a splendid view of almost half of the Rome residence. The sun was setting, with little light left in the sky, dull and dim. The streetlights were not yet on. Most of the flowers in the garden had withered, leaving only tall evergreen trees whose elongated shadows blurred into one mass, appearing grey and desolate. Rong Jian could vaguely make out a few figures. One looked like Mingyi, who seemed to be walking outside. Another was Han Yun, apparently finishing her tasks and rushing back. There were others as well, but Rong Jian couldn't recognize them clearly. In this world, whether characters had appeared in the evil seed or not, they all had their own paths, their own lives. But Rong Jian was different, he had no path to follow. When Rong Jian entered the evil seed, it was still late summer, now, autumn had arrived. After carefully probing during this period, Rong Jian had more or less figured out the restrictions placed upon him in this world. In the evil seed, Rong Jian was merely a background character who had died, with no detailed depiction of his actions or words, only the fact of his birth and death was mentioned. So, on this basis, some trivial settings could be altered since they wouldn't affect the main storyline. For example, becoming estranged from old friends, or changing attitudes towards Zhou Xiaochun and Lu Cheng. Some things, however, couldn't be changed. And the primary rules consisted of 3 points. First, his gender was marked as female from start to finish, so Rong Jian must never reveal his true gender. Second, Rong Jian's relationship with the male lead. After 2 years of chaos caused by his previous self, most bad deeds were already done, and everyone at school had defaulted to accepting their apparent connection. As long as Rong Jian didn't publicly break ties with the male lead in a manner that became known throughout the school, his gradual public distance would go unnoticed and wouldn't interfere with the original storyline. The third point, also the most important, was set in stone according to the book. Rong Jian would die 9 months later, after the college entrance exams ended in summer. This would allow the complete construction of the Rong Jian character within the evil seed. With this realization, Rong Jian sighed. Sometimes, he felt his struggles were all futile, breaking the original setting would mean death, and sticking to it would result in death as well. He had understood this for a long time but always avoided thinking about unsolvable problems. Regardless of what happened in 9 months, whether there was a way forward or not, Rong Jian knew he had to survive now. After pondering over everything again, he came up with no definitive answers. The wind on the terrace made him feel cold, so he went back inside and closed the door. Though Rong Jian usually excelled at consoling himself and adapting to his circumstances, being reminded once more that he suffered from an incurable disease, with not many months left to live, left him feeling somewhat dispirited. Lacking energy, he trudged to the bathroom, intending to remove his makeup in front of the mirror, take a shower, and then lie down to sleep. But just as he turned his head, he noticed a piece of clothing dangling precariously from the clothes hanger, ready to fall at any moment. Rong Jian reached out and snatched it off, discovering it was an undergarment he had taken off while bathing, a pink one decorated with lace and offering padding effects. That afternoon, Mingyi had stood beneath this very hanger for half an hour. Rong Jian didn't dare imagine what the scene might have been like. For a brief moment, he could distinctly feel his face grow scorching hot. He didn't know if Mingyi had seen it, maybe yes, maybe no, but as long as Mingyi didn't mention it outright, it was akin to Schrodinger's cat scenario. Until spoken, it hadn't been seen, and Rong Jian could fool himself into believing so. Still, it was utterly embarrassing. Rong Jian didn't even bother removing his makeup and washed his face with cold water directly over the sink, yet his cheeks remained burning hot. Alright, no need to worry about 9 months later. Right now, he hoped tomorrow would never come. Even after calming down for half an hour, Rong Jian still couldn't regain composure. Just the mere thought of Mingyi made him agitated. Unable to stop thinking about it, he decided to search for Mingyi and started to harass Hector instead. In the past, Rong Jian had studied liberal arts and used computers solely for work, unfamiliar with advanced functions. Through idle chatter with Hector, he learned that Hector wrote code for a living, leading Rong Jian to deduce that he was likely an overworked programmer under a 007 working system, working 24/7. Rong Jian asked, "Uncle, I want to buy a computer suitable for coding. What do you think is good?" Hector always seemed very busy, replying slowly. After waiting a bit, Rong Jian felt that he might be interrupting Hector's work, so he prepared to say good night and log off, looking up information online himself. Hector replied, "Why do you want to buy a computer like that?" Rong Jian, resting his chin on his hand, explained, "It's not for me, it's for gifting." Hector sent a but still didn't recommend any computers. Rong Jian felt something was off. Usually, Hector seemed aloof, yet always patient, unlike how he was acting now. Considering his current persona as a 15-year-old middle school girl, Rong Jian smiled and mischievously sent a message, "Uncle, are you worried I'll get scammed?" "It's not for that, it's for my tutoring teacher, thanking him for teaching me for so long. He's recently learning programming." Hector still didn't respond to his messages. Deciding to move past the topic, Rong Jian prepared to say good night, but then a lengthy set of messages appeared on the screen. They contained detailed recommendations and descriptions of computers. Rong Jian saved the information, and with a hint of greed, asked again, "Could Uncle recommend some books suitable for beginners?" Hector questioned why. Rong Jian said, "Because I think Uncle is really talented." Then he reconsidered, thinking that Mingyi obviously wasn't an ordinary beginner, but by then Hector had already sent several book titles and said, "Thank you." Maybe it was because of the distance brought by the internet, Rong Jian found himself very relaxed in front of Hector and spoke many heartfelt truths. After some thought, he said, "How about carving his name on the back of the keyboard? But this computer isn't exactly a gift, it's more like payment. Carving without permission seems improper." Hector said, "People who write programs would also like to have their own personalized keyboard." He sent over a picture, a black keyboard with the word Hector lightly carved on the back, faintly traced as though it were freshly engraved. The logo revealed that it was one of the models Hector recommended, priced quite high. However, considering Hector worked under the 007 schedule every day, this amount of money didn't seem significant at all. This was the first time Rong Jian and Hector exchanged ideas concerning the real world. Rong Jian didn't want to transition from online conversations to real-life interaction with Hector. After all, the identity of a 15-year-old female middle school student was fake, even the supposed 18-year-old high school girl in reality was false. He survived on these lies and couldn't let anyone expose them. Thus, after sending a smiling face emoji, he quickly said good night and logged off. As he slept, Mingyi remained awake. Mingyi's expression stayed calm as he placed the engraving knife back into the corner of the drawer. A while later, he packed up the keyboard engraved with Hector. In the true sense of the term, Rong Jian was a small wealthy woman. However, she lacked freedom and time, her resources were limited, and purchasing all the equipment Hector recommended proved rather challenging. He shopped online for several days but couldn't send the items home, filling the delivery address with Chen Yanyan's place instead, planning to find a way to pass everything on to Mingyi once all the purchases were gathered. On Tuesday afternoon, the classroom was empty. Rong Jian was alone, writing solutions for math problems when he suddenly got awakened by a voice. Chen Yanyan sounded worried as she said, "Quick! Your boyfriend is playing basketball against others. I risked my life coming back here just to drag you out and watch." Rong Jian was still half dazed, instinctively countering, "I don't have a boyfriend." Fortunately, he had unconsciously used a disguised voice, so Chen Yanyan didn't detect anything unusual. Today was gym class, a period where accidents often happened. Rong Jian usually skipped participating, using physical frailty as an excuse to stay in the classroom and study on his own. Today followed the same pattern. When Rong Jian was about to say no, Chen Yanyan added, "It's against Cheng Jing and his gang. Our class has never gotten along well with theirs. Lulu cited health issues and couldn't go, so they pushed your boyfriend into the game. They're playing right now." Hearing Cheng Jing, Rong Jian hesitated. He remembered this person, someone who once pursued his original self. Although the original version dangled Cheng Jing for a long time before refusing him, Cheng Jing ended up blaming Mingyi for rejecting him, which fueled Cheng Jing's desire to find an opportunity to teach Mingyi a lesson. Rong Jian stood up and told Chen Yanyan, "Let's go." Huijian Middle School was large, and it took several minutes just to walk from the teaching building to the stadium. By the time Rong Jian arrived, the game had already started. The situation on the court was grim, not because of the large score gap, but because several people were circling around Mingyi, taking every chance to throw cheap shots at him. These moves weren't covert, they were blatant attempts to use the basketball game as a pretense to hurt Mingyi. Cheng Jing was different from Li Li. He got along well with everyone in the school, came from a wealthy family, and could be described as having many followers. It was easy for him to find people to attack Mingyi, yet he waited until today, deliberately choosing to humiliate Mingyi in front of so many people. Rong Jian saw Mingyi's ankle being kicked hard, his body swaying intensely, nearly falling down. Mingyi didn't get along well with his classmates, and Cheng Jing openly intended to teach him a lesson. Without someone stepping up to speak, all those present feigned ignorance. The referee didn't blow the whistle. Chen Yanyan tried several times to say something but couldn't open her mouth. Rong Jian stood up, his face cold, grabbed Chen Yanyan's mineral water bottle, and threw it at the referee. The plastic bottle was filled with water, exploding with a bang sound, wetting the referee's trouser legs. Everyone around was startled by the sound, their gazes converging on that spot. Rong Jian looked at the referee, his long hair hanging on his shoulders, his pale face looking delicate and weak, yet he said coldly and calmly, "If your eyes are blind, you shouldn't be here as a referee, you should go to the hospital." The referee, a middle-aged man, was about to scold him, but Rong Jian added, "Can't you see someone is committing a foul?" Apparently, these words awakened the restlessness among the classmates since they were also against the first class. The referee had no choice but to blow the whistle, announcing a pause in the game. Mingyi, wearing short sleeves, with sweat still dripping from his forehead, walked step by step from the basketball court to stand beside Rong Jian. He was very confused. Why was Rong Jian so naive? Rong Jian thought he was pretending to be naive, but Mingyi knew his naivety was real. Just like now, according to what Rong Jian wished, he should have kept his distance from Mingyi at school, silently watching without saying or doing anything. That way, everyone would know Rong Jian and Mingyi were not alike. But Rong Jian did not. Chapter 19 Basketball. After the referee called a pause, it grew quiet around. Neither Class 1 nor Class 3, nor those who came to watch, said a word. Mingyi crossed many layers of steps and walked to Rong Jian's presence. Rong Jian was still standing there, half a head shorter than Mingyi. Mingyi slightly lowered his head, not asking why Rong Jian had come or why she did what she did, just whispering near her ear, "Miss, do you hope I win?" He originally had no intention of winning, more precisely, he planned to lose in the most embarrassing way possible to directly ignite the conflict between Class 1 and Class 3, eventually resolving Cheng Jing's trouble through a major uproar. Mingyi didn't care about winning or losing, pursued any means necessary for his desired results. But Rong Jian had come. Mingyi thought, on the surface Rong Jian is an 18-year-old high school girl, but inside she's a 15-year-old little girl with the temper of a 20-year-old irascible youth. In any identity, she has quite a strong sense of pride. So, he can't afford to lose. Rong Jian hesitated, wanting to say that losing doesn't matter as long as Mingyi stays safe, the most important thing. But then considering the protagonist is only 18 years old, he definitely cares about his self-esteem. At least, she must avoid saying discouraging words, so she firmly replied, "Of course, I believe you'll win." They are simply going too far. Mingyi straightened up, smiled at Rong Jian, threw off his jacket, handing it to her, with a somewhat indifferent tone, he said, "I will win." Rong Jian softly murmured a, "Cheer up." Their voices were very low, others couldn't hear clearly. Only beside them, Chen Yanyan, feeling overwhelmed by their display of affection, looked full of perplexity. What wrong did she do? She was good-hearted, yet had to experience this situation. Rong Jian sat back down and watched Mingyi step down one after another, stretching his left ankle at the last step, returning to the basketball court, speaking to the other 4 people from Class 3. Cheng Jing stood amidst the crowd, tauntingly whistling at Rong Jian. Rong Jian smirked dismissively, mouthing, "Lacking courage," 3 times. Cheng Jing became uncontrollably angry, hitting the basketball forcefully in his hand. Rong Jian hoped the provocation method would work, so Cheng Jing would stop using foul methods. She felt somewhat worried because current online novels generally tend to harmonize, having positive socialist energy. The male protagonists of these male-frequency novels have changed from being previously both literary and martial geniuses with 10 skills into achieving victory through wisdom. What if Mingyi doesn't know how to play basketball? After all, nowhere in the entire text has mentioned whether Mingyi knows these skills. Then, right before her eyes, Mingyi completely overpowered Class 3, quickly securing the first 3-point basket. Considering Rong Jian might be shy as a young lady, assuming she had already exhausted her yearly quota of loud talking in order to protect her boyfriend, Chen Yanyan decided to sacrifice herself, taking the initiative while closing her eyes and applauding Mingyi, fervently cheering him on. Inspired by her, the people of Class 3 were no longer as cold as they were before. Even though they might not like Mingyi much, now the issue was no longer an internal dispute within the class but a united stand against outsiders. Class 3 fought valiantly on the court. Before the bell rang signaling the end of class, the game concluded with a significant victory for Class 3. Indeed, in this book Evil Breed, within the background music of the main character, there's nothing that the protagonist isn't skilled at or can't accomplish. The moment the match ended, Mingyi threw the basketball behind him. Before either side could react, he directly walked to Cheng Jing, grabbed his collar, raised his knee, and delivered a hard kick. Cheng Jing, who often got into fights, didn't manage to react fast enough and took the blow without a sound. He clenched his teeth tightly, making no noise. Mingyi let go, saying coldly and indifferently, consider it even. Someone shouted, "Good job, Mingyi, don't mess with us or try bribing our classmates." People from Class 1 and Class 3 were sharply divided. The crowd became increasingly restless. Qingjing hadn't spoken when those nearby were eager to start fighting. Both physical education teachers were furrowing their brows. Once things escalate, they would be difficult to control, and it would be hard to settle the situation if something happened. Amidst the crowd, Rong Jian pushed through and walked to Mingye's side. Seemingly not sensing the current situation at all, she asked the physical education teacher, "Student Mingye's ankle seems injured. May I accompany him to the medical room?" The PE teacher nodded immediately. Since Rong Jian and Mingyi were the main characters of this act, if they leave, those remaining won't have anything further to quarrel about. It remains to see if Qingjing wishes to stir things up. Anyway, today he certainly hasn't received any favors, losing face in the process. Qingjing waved his hand, signaling that it was over, then turned to Rong Jian and said earnestly, "Rong Jian, you really dislike me. Last time you used him to fool me, and this time you're even more blatant." He paused for a moment, "Then you wait, because you'll see me every day from now on." Mingyi glanced at Qingjing, his eyes pitch black, cold and icy, causing Qingjing to hesitate momentarily. Even when someone intentionally targeted him earlier, Mingyi didn't seem to care much, unlike how he reacted just now. Rong Jian had no patience with him. After calling Qingjing lacking courage before, she now simply replied with, "I'm waiting," ignoring him completely and pulling Mingyi away. Qingjing didn't want things to be like this. It was the previous self's debts, not only couldn't he resolve them, but in the end, he had Mingyi take responsibility. The break period was short, and with all the commotion that happened just now, there were already very few people left on the road. Rong Jian hung her coat on her left arm, holding Mingyi's wrist with her right hand but released it as soon as they stepped off the stadium grounds. Mingyi walked by her side, slightly trailing half a step behind, giving him a clear view of Rong Jian's profile. Rong Jian's cheeks were flushed red, like fire clouds ablaze, perhaps because of her anger earlier. Her eyebrows and eyes formed an attractive shape, a kind of pure beauty. Mingyi thought that Rong Jian would never talk to him the way she did with Qingjing, and those beautiful eyes of hers would never reject him. He suddenly felt like smoking, which is what he ended up doing. He grabbed the swaying coat draped in Rong Jian's arm, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from it, and gave it a shake toward Rong Jian. Rong Jian shook her head, meaning she didn't mind, yet still asked anxiously, "Does your ankle hurt a lot?" Occasionally, he could catch the scent of cigarettes from Mingye's body. It wasn't strong, just a faint trace, indicating he didn't smoke regularly. Mingyi kept his eyes half closed, lit a cigarette, and replied nonchalantly, "A bit." Rong Jian grew even more worried. If someone with such character as the protagonist admitted pain, it seemed like the injury wasn't light. After all, he had been kicked hard in the ankle and played a full basketball game, surely aggravating the injury. Rong Jian feared that any overly intimate contact might expose her secret, yet still offered, "Then let me support you." Mingyi didn't allow her to. It was just something he said, hearing the expected answer was already the result he wanted. Walking from the stadium to the medical room, the not-so-long distance matched the time it took for Mingyi to finish that cigarette. Huiwen Middle School was well-funded, and even its school medical office was built luxuriously. But inside, there was only one doctor on duty, not due to stinginess from the school, but because students usually went home for treatment if they felt unwell, rarely needing so many doctors. The school doctor was a gentle sister who examined Mingye's ankle and said that no muscles or bones were damaged, just bruising and swelling. She sprayed some medicine and advised him to rest well for the next few days and avoid strenuous exercise. Rong Jian sighed in relief. Sister Doctor looked at him teasingly, "Young man, don't worry so much. Your boyfriend isn't seriously injured, after 2 days of good rest, he'll be able to carry you." Rong Jian dryly explained, "You've misunderstood. We are classmates." Sister Doctor smiled sarcastically, "Is there any girl who treats an ordinary classmate's injuries like this? Do you think I'm old enough not to have read high school novels, not to have experienced youth?" Rong Jian looked helplessly towards Mingyi. Mingyi finally spoke, lowering his pants leg slightly and softly saying, "It's not true." The school doctor waved her hand, suggesting that Mingyi could rest here for his afternoon classes. Then she opened the door and went to the outside office. Now only Rong Jian and Mingyi were left in the room. When only 2 people remained and didn't speak, it felt awkward. Rong Jian felt she owed Mingyi an apology, so she initiated conversation unnecessarily, "Your basketball skills are really good." Mingyi bent down to tie his shoelaces, replying as he did so, "Are they? I haven't played for a long time." After tying his laces, he straightened up and began recounting past stories. "In junior high, I was part of the school basketball team because I received 2 cups of milk and free snacks every day during training sessions. If my grades were good, I could earn even more." Mingyi had never talked about these before. These trivial matters weren't worth mentioning either way. Speaking or staying silent wouldn't change anything, he couldn't win over what he desired by revealing them. But things were different now. Mingyi knew he would obtain the results he wanted. Because the person he shared these thoughts with wasn't anyone else in the world, but truly innocent Rong Jian. Rong Jian was startled. These were events never mentioned in Evil Breed, not just skimmed over plot points where someone steals his identity and takes him away, but actual realities. The only reason Mingyi did those things back then was to get a bit more food. He blinked, at a loss for words. No matter how brilliant Mingyi might become a year later, the past couldn't be changed. Yet Mingyi seemed oblivious to Rong Jian's unease. Standing up and putting no weight on his left foot, he turned his head and said, "I must thank you today, Mississippi." Rong Jian instinctively shook her head. This incident had nothing to do with Mingyi in the first place, it was all because of what her original self had done, a calamity that shouldn't have occurred. But now, since he was Rong Jian, the mistakes her original self made were his own as well. Moreover, he selfishly didn't want to reveal the cause to Mingyi. Perhaps Mingyi would discover the truth many years later, but Rong Jian didn't want that moment to come now. Thus, Rong Jian quickly fabricated a lie, "You're my teacher, so I naturally have to help you. Besides, Qing Jing is such an annoying person." Mingyi lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on Rong Jian's face. Rong Jian probably didn't realize that every time he told a lie, his voice became exceptionally sweet and cloying, as if using these tones to cover up his guilt. Mingyi asked, "Does Miss dislike him?" Rong Jian mumbled vaguely, "He's just a very annoying person." In his heart, Rong Jian thought, Mingyi never called him by name, always referring to him simply as Mississippi. But suddenly, Rong Jian didn't want things to remain this way anymore. Before, it didn't matter because there was no feeling about what one should call him. Now, hearing that title felt too distant. Rong Jian tilted her head upward and said to Mingyi, "Stop calling me Miss." Continuing, she added, "Call me by my name. My name is Rong Jian." Chapter 20, Raindrops. Mingyi lowered his eyes and said nothing. Rong Jian's cheeks were slightly flushed. He had thought this was a very straightforward, at most one-sentence matter, but now it seemed he might have been overestimating the situation, trying to cover his awkwardness by looking out the window. At some point, the sky had changed. Layer upon layer of cumulus clouds filled the sky, swallowing the sun. The room was dark, with no light turned on. It felt empty, only the sound of the wind rustling the curtains could be heard. He heard Mingyi say, "I will still address you as Miss, otherwise it wouldn't be good if Mrs. hears." Zhou Xiaochun came from humble origins and used very improper means to rise in status, she was especially particular about so-called hierarchy. Usually, any servant who made a mistake in calling her would get their pay docked. Mingyi's reasoning was very proper. Rong Jian convinced himself, quietly saying, "Oh," in a low voice, not mentioning this matter again. He couldn't possibly let Mingyi call him by his name only when there was no one around. Even though he wasn't sensitive to these kinds of matters, it would seem too intimate. Mingyi stood for a while, moving his ankles a few times, then said to Rong Jian, "Walking is still a bit inconvenient. How about Miss going back to class first?" Of course, Rong Jian couldn't leave Mingyi alone here, shaking his head lightly. His voice was soft. "I'll stay with you." Saying, "staying," was truly just staying. Rong Jian overused his voice today and couldn't talk much anymore. He wanted to chat with Hector but didn't dare to open Xuantan in front of Mingyi. So, he could only sit on the chair daydreaming. Maybe because the last class woke him up from a nap called by Qin Yan, he dozed off again leaning on the chair after some time. When Mingyi saw that Rong Jian had fallen asleep deeply, he walked a few steps to his front confidently, showing no sign of discomfort or difficulty. It was already autumn. Cold wind blew in, Rong Jian sitting on the chair instinctively curled up a little. Mingyi looked down at him for quite a long time before finally bending down, lifting Rong Jian by the neck and legs, easily carrying him to the bed. Rong Jian was too light, seemingly even his bones were light, with almost no weight. Mingyi put Rong Jian on the bed, taking off his leather shoes, leaving only a pair of white knee-length socks. Such socks were very picky about the body shape. Only with small enough feet, slim enough ankles, thin enough calves, even every part of the bone structure needing to look beautiful, would they look good when worn. Fortunately, Rong Jian met all these stringent conditions. Mingyi moved his gaze away, covering Rong Jian with the blanket, thinking how carefree he truly was. Even a cat sleeping would mew twice if woken, but Rong Jian didn't flinch an eye, falling into deep sleep. Not only that, but his words spoken also weren't well thought out. Mingyi remembered what Rong Jian said earlier, asking him to call his name. But for Mingyi, this name, Rong Jian, of uncertain authenticity carried little meaning. He wanted to know his real name. Rong Jian had a dream. When he woke up, he forgot everything, unclear of the details, only hearing the pitter-patter of rain. Rong Jian opened his eyes and fuzzily saw Mingyi writing something at the nearby table. He asked, "What time is it now?" Mingyi raised his head and mentioned a time, almost time to dismiss classes. Rong Jian threw off the quilt, putting on his shoes. With only the forefoot making force, his foot hadn't slipped entirely into the shoe when he clomped towards Mingyi. Mingyi was reciting biological knowledge points from the third textbook. They came directly here from the stadium, carrying nothing. The paper and pen were probably borrowed from the school nurse. Even without the book, Mingyi could rely purely on memory to organize such foundational knowledge points. Mingyi had already filled 4 or 5 pages. Rong Jian thought to himself, the protagonist truly lived up to expectations. In this situation, he himself could only collapse into sleep during 2 periods, so it was fitting that he was destined to become cannon fodder. Rong Jian's phone lit up with a message from the driver, indicating he had arrived at the school gate. A minute later, the driver sent another message. Rong Jian glanced at it, bent down, put on his shoes, went to the window. It was raining outside, showing no signs of stopping any time soon. Rong Jian frowned slightly. Mingyi paused writing and asked, "What's wrong?" Rong Jian was a bit worried. "I didn't bring an umbrella, the driver said he'll come to pick me up in front of the teaching building." He didn't want the driver to come to the medical room. If Zhou Xiaochun knew it would be a trivial matter, but if Han Yan found out, she would definitely worry a lot. Mingyi took his gaze off the window, half closing his eyes, speaking casually, "Don't worry, we can go to the teaching building and wait for him." Rong Jian was startled for a moment, then followed Mingyi to the corridor. The rain wasn't heavy, but it would be difficult to walk such a long way without an umbrella. Mingyi carefully folded those pieces of paper and put them in his pants pocket. While Rong Jian was still looking at the rain outside, wondering when it would stop, he suddenly went dark. A piece of clothing covered him from head to toe. The clothing was excessively large, and Rong Jian's figure was rather slim. His entire upper body, from head to back, was completely enveloped, protected from the rain. Before Rong Jian could react, someone forcefully grabbed his wrist and rushed into the rain. He then realized that this was Mingyi's coat, which smelled slightly of cigarettes, a familiar scent because he had just smelled it in the afternoon. Rong Jian didn't want it to be like this. Mingyi's ankle had just been injured, and it was raining outside, yet he was protecting Rong Jian by running, allowing himself to get soaked while keeping Rong Jian dry. Unfortunately, his struggle meant nothing to Mingyi, much like a flea trying to shake a tree. It was still before school dismissal, so no one knew as Rong Jian and Mingyi were dashing through the deserted campus. Rong Jian couldn't see the road, and the edges of the coat were tightly held down by Mingyi's hand, making it impossible to lift. He could only see a small part of Mingyi's wrist, thin yet strong, with cold white skin. Mingyi always had a low body temperature, but the autumn rain was too cold, which made Mingyi's hands feel almost warm in comparison. The path was both long and short, and Rong Jian lost his sense of distance until Mingyi said, "Lift your foot," indicating they had reached the teaching building. Mingyi let go, and Rong Jian finally managed to pull off the coat covering him to see the surroundings. That coat was already wet, and lifting it felt heavy. As for Mingyi, he was only wearing a short-sleeved top, completely soaked from head to toe, with water dripping from his hair, appearing disheveled but not messy. Rong Jian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, blinking involuntarily. Mingyi leaned slightly forward, bringing their faces very close. He raised his hand and extended it toward Rong Jian's cheek. It turned out there was a drop of rain on Rong Jian's eyelashes, now falling onto Mingyi's fingertips. And also onto Mingyi's heart. Mingyi smiled gently, his usually dark pupils rare showing some warmth. He said softly, "We can't possibly let Miss get wet." Rong Jian's heartbeat suddenly quickened, feeling choked up, realizing he no longer knew how to speak in falsetto. On the way back, Rong Jian received a call from Mingyi, asking, "Are you home yet?" With a softened voice, Rong Jian replied that he had arrived. This was the first time Mingyi had called him, speaking briefly to remind Rong Jian not to do the assigned homework tonight and rest early to avoid getting sick. Rong Jian obediently muttered, "Oh," and said goodnight, pausing for a while before hanging up. Just before sleeping, he vaguely recalled the smell of that coat. Maybe due to being half asleep, Rong Jian finally admitted, well, 18-year-old Mingyi really had boyfriend potential. Whether as an 18-year-old high school girl or a 20-year-old upright youth, Rong Jian couldn't lie against his conscience. That coat truly brought comfort. In the following days, Mingyi didn't eat meals with Rong Jian anymore. Chen Yanyan lacked Mingyi's determination and couldn't change Rong Jian's decision. Thus, Rong Jian resumed his previous eating habits, 2 bites of plain rice with boiled vegetables. However, Chen Yanyan didn't understand why they stopped eating together and didn't dare to ask more. At most, she could cautiously probe. She whispered, "If you don't eat meat again today, I'm going to tattle on you to Mr. Mingyi. Don't blame me for disregarding our sisterhood later." Staring at the boiled greens in front of her, Rong Jian didn't say anything, showing neither joy nor sadness. Chen Yanyan was exhausted. She had never dated before and was just a poor little thing stuck in between, trying to mediate between them. It was really testing her patience. Behind the marble column, suddenly a group of people walked by, some male classmates from their class, including Mingyi. High school peer relationships could be simple. During the last physical education class, Mingyi had decisively crushed Qing Jing's pride, and now most of their classmates had set aside their prejudices and were willing to be friends with Mingyi. After finishing serving themselves food, they gathered around a table, and a classmate curiously asked, "Hey, Mingyi, are you really dating Miss Rong? She must be amazing if she's protecting you so much." Rong Jian paused momentarily with her chopsticks. Mingyi casually replied to that person, "No, we're just ordinary classmates." Chen Yanyan felt a sudden darkness in her vision, thinking, it's over, it's over. If Rong Jian cries, how am I supposed to console her? Chapter 21 Today there will be rain. Chen Yanyan secretly stole a glance at Rong Jian. Rong Jian's expression was as usual, with his eyebrows slightly lowered. He absent-mindedly poked at the boiled greens in his plate. Chen Yanyan didn't know what he was thinking about and didn't dare to speak, fearing to be discovered by people nearby. The group of boys obviously had no intention to end the topic. The one who asked the question hesitated for a moment and then played peacemaker. Oh, well, that's pretty normal. Rong Jian is indeed beautiful, like a celestial being, and many people from his class wanted to pursue him but failed. Minji could probably tell, right? Rong Jian isn't bad or anything, just has this young lady demeanor which makes her unsuitable for a girlfriend relationship. It feels rather dull. Another one chimed in with a smirk. It's just that she seems too uptight, high and mighty, maybe even unwilling to kiss. Minji put down his chopsticks, raised his eyes, locked gazes on that person, and said each word slowly, seriously, don't joke about him. For a moment, everyone froze, the conversation fell silent all at once. Though it seemed strange, Rong Jian had just stood up for Minji during PE class. Even if they weren't in a romantic relationship, it was natural for Minji not to want others making fun of Rong Jian. The topic soon changed, since high school boys always have something to talk about, shifting to others and other events, completely forgetting about this incident. Only the boy whose words were cut off muttered under his breath, she's not his girlfriend anyway, why does Minji need to be so protective? He couldn't admit it, but he was genuinely scared by Minji earlier. His gaze was too cold, dark, and devoid of warmth. But immediately after that, when he stopped talking, the oppressive look in Minji's eyes vanished instantly, almost as though it had never existed. It was all an illusion. Minji didn't spend much energy on them, only occasionally replying with a few words. He recalled that day in the rain when he accidentally brushed against Rong Jian's lips, so soft, so warm, slightly damp, and presumably perfect for kissing. Chen Yanyan nearly exploded in rage just now. Thankfully Minji had stopped those people. Otherwise, she'd break off ties with Minji altogether, she'd forsake everything for him. Boys eat quickly. Soon enough, he took his tray and left. Chen Yanyan managed to take only 2 bites before racking her brain trying to figure out how to comfort Rong Jian. But before she got a chance to speak, Rong Jian smiled first and said to her, do you believe me now? Minji and I really don't have that kind of relationship. Chen Yanyan retorted with indignation, what are men worth? None of them are any good. Rong Jian shook his head, don't criticize Minji. He's actually very kind. Minji hadn't done anything wrong, he was considerate, fulfilling Rong Jian's wishes effectively, even achieving a double benefit. Rong Jian wouldn't worry about being caught eating together, nor would she fret over developing fat from eating too much. Still, Minji wasn't very happy, and he felt quite hungry. Chen Yanyan thought Rong Jian had lost her mind due to love. You're still defending him, and buying gifts for him. There are so many computer accessories, choosing would take days. Rong Jian paused, asking, are the computer parts all gathered? After hearing Rong Jian's words, Chen Yanyan felt both frustration and sorrow. How could someone not fight back like that? Just as she was going to give another lesson, her phone flashed, a WeChat message from Minji. I bought a bag of bread, placed it where we sat earlier. Remember to unwrap it before giving it to him. Unwrapping it ensured Rong Jian had no excuse to refuse. Chen Yanyan coldly and emotionlessly replied with an oh, but then she thought about how she believed Rong Jian's story momentarily and lamented her own naivety. As far as things looked now, she served as nothing more than a delivery point. Rong Jian sent computer items, components for assembly, etc., all delivered to her place to store, and even Minji's lunch for Rong Jian needed to be handed over by her. Such a high price just for doing homework, it's not necessary, truly unnecessary. Chen Yanyan refused to lose her dignity, but looking at the 2 leftover greens in Rong Jian's dish, her heart softened. Who could help it? She was just too tender-hearted. Chen Yanyan sighed and walked to Minji's position, where a fresh sandwich made by the school cafeteria indeed rested on the chair. Very popular, if you were slow, you'd miss out. Chen Yanyan directly tore open the packaging and extended it toward Rong Jian. Rong Jian, huh? Chen Yanyan sarcastically remarked, your boyfriend saw you ate too little and bought this for you, even unwrapped it especially for you. Rong Jian struggled internally for quite some time, ultimately succumbing to her feelings, grabbing the sandwich and taking a big bite. Chen Yanyan, TSK, if this isn't that kind of relationship, then what kind of relationship is it? Rong Jian ate the sandwich silently, unable to explain that Minji was his tutor, and in order to improve his academic performance, Minji forced him to eat well every day. Moreover, even if he had explained, no one would have believed it. After finishing the sandwich, they walked toward the classroom. Passing by the counter, Chen Yanyan bought a bag of yogurt. She also learned from Minji how to act first, poking the straw into the yogurt before handing it over to Rong Jian. If Rong Jian didn't drink it, he still had to because the straw was already inside. Rong Jian gave up any attempt at resistance, took the yogurt from Chen Yanyan's hand, and said helplessly, this will make you fat. Chen Yanyan loudly urged, wow, didn't you hear what they said at lunch? Girl, you are like a fairy descended from heaven, just enjoy some worldly pleasures. You won't get fat. Rong Jian shook his head, turned on his phone, and saw that a message had been received. Minji, that day at the infirmary, when I carried you from the chair to the bed, miss, you were too thin to gain weight. You should eat more. Tears welled up in Rong Jian's eyes. Everyone was advising him to eat more, but who knew how bitter he felt inside. Back in the classroom, Chen Yanyan asked the family servant, and learned that all the computer accessories had arrived. She told Rong Jian, "It is obvious now, you can give this big present to Minji." Rong Jian thanked Chen Yanyan again. When he returned home in the evening, Rong Jian was still worried about this matter. He was concerned that given Minji's personality, he might outright refuse. What could Rong Jian do then? Turn into a strongman, drag the computer back, and throw it into Minji's room? Obviously impossible. Those items were not light, and Rong Jian himself couldn't quietly move them back to the Rome residence. The only way was to think of a plan to go with Minji to pick them up at Chen's house. Rong Jian opened, "Find him, uncle, my computer accessories have all arrived." Hector hadn't come online yet, but Rong Jian kept sending messages one after another. "I'm so nervous, I'm afraid my tutoring teacher won't accept my gift. What if he doesn't take it? Can I carry it back and use it myself? Impossible. I've already asked the store to engrave his name on the keyboard. It was me who wrote it down. All the stores cheated me, saying that what I wrote myself has the most meaning. But his handwriting is much better than mine. Uncle, do you think he'll be annoyed that my handwriting ruins the keyboard?" Originally, Rong Jian was just a little worried, but as he spoke, he grew increasingly tense and anxious. Hector suddenly came online and said, "He won't." Rong Jian sent many crying emojis, trying to elicit Hector's sympathy. Hector was silent for a long time before saying, "The gift you send wholeheartedly, the recipient won't refuse." Perhaps because of Hector's prolonged silence, and also because Rong Jian kept talking about the gift, he didn't know why, but Rong Jian thought Hector would also hope someone could send him a set of equipment, or maybe not so many things, just a keyboard engraved with Hector would be enough. Hector was really a good person. Even though sometimes Rong Jian played crazy and foolish for his character profile, and looking back on himself afterward made him feel ashamed, Hector had never lost patience. If not for Hector's high-risk identity, Rong Jian would really want to give something to the other party as well. His head got muddled for a moment, and he quickly typed a row of words. "I also want to give uncle a gift, but mom told me not to have real-life contact with netizens, so there's nothing I can do. But can I write uncle's name as a gift for him?" As soon as these words were spoken, Rong Jian himself blushed, feeling like he was being presumptuous. Hector was after all a mature 30-year-old man, why would he want the name written by an immature 15-year-old junior high school girl? But Hector said, "Okay." Rong Jian was caught between a rock and a hard place, so he opened the lamp, unfolded the sticky notebook, dipped pink ink, and wrote Hector's name. He ruined 4 or 5 tries before picking a satisfactory one. Then he only photographed that sticky note, carefully checking that there were no permissions such as location services that might reveal his personal information, and sent the photo over. Rong Jian became even more nervous. No matter what you gave, you wanted affirmation. He pushed open the door, went to the terrace, wanting to blow in the wind for a while, to calm down. After a long while, Hector finally said, "Rong's handwriting looks very nice." What was rare was that his sentence ended with a heart symbol. This was the first time Rong Jian had seen Hector use an emoticon. He couldn't help but smile along, speaking nonsense to Hector for a few more sentences, finally wishing each other good night, before logging out of Find Him. Rong Jian stood at the edge of the terrace, not turning on any lights. From afar, he could still see the room belonging to Minji was still illuminated. He regained some confidence. Rong Jian visited Minji the Sunday after the second monthly exam. Since the gift was for expressing gratitude for the tutoring sessions, discussing it via chat software seemed too casual, and Rong Jian wanted to speak with Minji face to face. That day, Qin Zhou and Zhou Xiaochun went out to attend a banquet, and Han Yun had some other business to take care of, so Rong Jian didn't have to worry about being discovered by anyone as he avoided the servants and made his way toward Minji's small house. Most of the Rong family's staff lived in newly built buildings, but Grandpa's son had worked for the family for many years and stayed in a house that was built many years ago within the garden for convenience when tending to the flowers and trees. Rong Jian walked through the garden path, without encountering anyone, almost reaching his destination. But there were voices inside the room, more than just Minji alone. Rong Jian stopped in his tracks. Thankfully, this little path was enough curved and lined with evergreen shrubs so they hadn't noticed someone standing nearby yet. A young man's voice, full of sarcasm, said, "Humph, pretty boy, why hasn't Miss been looking for you lately? She used to treat you well, even drove you to school. If I were you, I'd be ashamed taking her money. What sort of relationship is this?" "Yeah," another chimed in, "except for your looks, you're just some unknown stray." The lady probably got infatuated for a moment. Rong Jian only heard up until here. Then he emerged from the winding path to finally see who the young man was, one of their hired staff members, though Rong Jian wasn't entirely sure of his identity anymore. Meanwhile, Minji leaned against the wall, cigarette between his fingers, head bowed down. Taller than the young man, Rong Jian stood tall and spoke calmly, albeit with a condescending tone. "This is a society governed by laws where everyone is equal. You are employed by me. If you think I've disrespected or treated you unfairly, feel free to resign or file complaints to labor unions." The man hesitated, ready to argue back, but Rong Jian cut him off. Turning his head slightly, he simply stated, however, right now you're fired. Wait for Aunt Han to come back and settle things with her directly. With no rebuttal left, the man kicked the tree hard and stormed away angrily. It was nearing dusk, the sky filled with pink clouds, marking the first clear weather after days of endless rain. Minji stood under the dim sunlight, his shadow stretched long. He lifted his head slowly, exhaling a ring of smoke lazily. His eyes were dark, inscrutable like a gloomy sky during a rainstorm. Rong Jian thought, despite several consecutive days of rain, even though today was finally clear, Minji's eyes still seemed drenched in rain. He wanted Minji to brighten up. Chapter 22, Secrets. But this thought only lasted for a moment. Rong Jian quickly realized that he was not the sun, and he could not make the rainy day clear. Not to mention, Rong Jian didn't even know what to say about the current situation. He lost his parents at a very young age and had been called an illegitimate child. When he grew up and understood things better, whenever someone insulted him like this, Rong Jian would fight back. He also disliked people who witnessed such scenes. Although he knew those who inadvertently overheard were innocent, he couldn't help but lash out in anger. And now, he had become the listener. Mingyi asked, did Miss hear that? It seemed like a question, yet it was delivered in a declarative tone. Rong Jian felt something was off and tightened her skirt corner. Mingyi turned his head slightly as if looking at Rong Jian and said casually, his family used to live near me, knowing she is, so it wasn't wrong for him to say that. His eyes still hung low, and no one could see his expression. His sentence contained two vague pronouns, but Rong Jian understood the meaning clearly. Rong Jian tightly pressed her lips together, with red-rimmed eyes, appearing quite upset. However, Mingyi was just testing him. In truth, Mingyi didn't care much about others cursing him. He acted solely for himself, never needing anyone's approval, so he didn't get angry about such matters. Those people would have to pay a price. Yet the word, wild bastard, was different. That had been from many years ago. Ever since Mingyi could remember, Shaolin would curse him like that when she was unhappy, accompanied by physical violence. Instinctively, Mingyi hated those words because they symbolized days when he was powerless to resist. But all that happened too many years ago, and Mingyi barely remembered it anymore. Finally, Rong Jian reacted and understood what Mingyi had told her earlier. She couldn't tell Mingyi that she wouldn't spread the matter around. Such a promise would feel light and insubstantial. Rong Jian spoke softly, I learned, one of your. Her voice hesitated for a moment. Secrets. Mingyi found it amusing how Rong Jian used the word secret to describe what happened before. He couldn't predict what Rong Jian would do next. Rong Jian walked in front of Mingyi, tilting her head up, give me a cigarette. After a short silence, Mingyi finally pulled out the cigarette but refused her, saying, high school students shouldn't smoke. Rong Jian tilted her head and smiled, didn't I just see a male high school student smoking openly? Are you gender discriminating? So why not give me one? She added earnestly, seriously, I want to smoke. Mingyi thought, junior high girls at 15 shouldn't be smoking. Still, he couldn't refuse Rong Jian for this reason alone. So he reluctantly pulled out 2 cigarettes, handing one to her while lighting another himself. Rong Jian was a young man who'd been to college and had been coaxed into trying cigarettes before, but he disliked their taste and hadn't gotten addicted. His movements were clumsy, it took him a while to light the cigarette, and he got choked on the first puff, almost coughing. Nevertheless, Rong Jian didn't stop and continued smoking, taking a couple more steps forward. The wind blew his long hair and skirt edges. He stopped at the steps in front of the little house, opening the camera on his phone. Tilting his head up, he captured his face and upper body clearly and vividly within the frame, including the cigarette dangling from his mouth, although he wasn't really going to smoke it. The glow in the sky had already faded, leaving behind a few embers, illuminating neither heaven nor earth. Suddenly, the camera's flash lit up. The light fully fell on Rong Jian, brightening everything. In that instant, Rong Jian was like the sun in this garden. But Mingyi stood in the dim shadow at the corner of the hut, gloomy and dark, perpetually under a rainy night. After taking the photo, Rong Jian removed the cigarette from his mouth. It turned out Mingyi's cigarette was too harsh, making him uncomfortable. However, feeling embarrassed for not being able to smoke well, he continued puffing away despite tearing up. Rong Jian opened Mingyi's WeChat and sent the picture. He said, alright, now we've exchanged secrets. Actually, Rong Jian didn't know what to do to reassure Mingyi. Hearing this incident was irreversible, it could never be erased. All he could do was make Mingyi believe that he wouldn't reveal the secret. Compared to Mingyi's secret, Miss Rong of the Rong family merely smoking cigarettes secretly despite being delicate and frail didn't seem significant. But it could count as leverage. Rong Jian couldn't divulge life-threatening secrets. As for Mingyi, he was taken aback. How naive Rong Jian was. It was like how a child, having done something wrong, fears the other party cannot keep secrets and thus grabs hold of their weakness, so there wouldn't be worry about them telling their parents, resulting in punishment. In reality, Mingyi had not made any mistakes, nor had Rong Jian. Yet Rong Jian was now making mistakes for Mingyi. Even if it was just a small error, it wasn't worth committing, and all for the simple reason to make Mingyi feel secure. Perhaps this behavior should be described as foolishness. Yet Mingyi couldn't remain calm and rational to define it that way. He opened WeChat and received the original picture. Maybe the network was too slow, but after spinning for a long time, the image finally showed. Perhaps due to lighting effects, Rong Jian's features in the photo appeared sharply contoured, with his eyebrows and eyes exuding an aggressive beauty. He was laughing freely, holding half-lit cigarette at his lips, forming a gun sign towards the camera as if sniping someone. Mingyi even felt that Rong Jian would look better with deep red nail polish on. But obviously, Rong Jian didn't share this thought. He walked up to Mingyi, speaking softly, almost tenderly, with some plea implied, "You can't send this picture to others." Mingyi nodded slightly, "I know, it's a secret." Because of this incident, the sky had turned completely dark, and Rong Jian could no longer retrieve the computer from Chen Yanyan's house with Mingyi. They didn't even mention the gifts, leaving it for next time. On the way back, Rong Jian reflected on the failed outing, leaving behind only an embarrassing old-school photo. Even though it wasn't a major issue if sent out, it somewhat compromised his public image. Sighing, he sent a WeChat message to Chen Yanyan saying they'd go next time to get the computer. Chen Yanyan seemed always glued to WeChat and replied quickly, "I said, why haven't you guys come yet? I starved myself waiting for you, thinking of taking you out for dinner. Do you have any conscience? You stood me up." Rong Jian had no choice but to placate her for a good while, promising to repent by treating her to a great meal next time and saying many flattering words before Chen Yanyan forgave him. After soothing Chen Yanyan, Rong Jian also called Han Yun, stating there was a servant at home he disliked, who spoke indiscreetly. After roughly describing the person's appearance, he hoped Han Yun could fire him upon her return. Han Yun indulged Rong Jian, but still questioned the reasoning more closely. With vague answers, Rong Jian insisted the person wasn't good, his tone somewhat unhappy. Han Yun agreed over the phone, telling him to rest well and not let such things upset him. However, the person truly upset was Han Yun. After Lu Qing returned from a banquet with Qin Zhou and Zhou Xiaochun, they found Han Yun quite agitated in the living room, seemingly after a heated outburst. Lu Qing had stayed in the Rong family household for several years and understood Han Yun pretty well. She generally had a great temper but could not bear anything concerning Rong Jian. Otherwise, when Han Yun went wild, she surpassed anyone. Mockingly, he asked, "Why is Han Yun so upset? Is something wrong with Rong Jian?" A nearby person whispered, "Seems like it's because someone unethical got fired and it led to a big argument. Aunt Han was so angry that she didn't even want to pay him his salary. That was quite rare." Lu Qing pondered for a moment and still said to the person, "Call the dismissed individual and let me ask what happened." Though ostensibly unrelated to Rong Jian, he somehow believed that without Rong Jian, Han Yun wouldn't be in this state. The fired person had already packed up and left the Rong family house, but his contact information was still available, making it easy to reach him. Lu Qing barely used any tactics, offering 3 times the salary, and the man directly recounted the afternoon's event. The man had cursed Rong Jian, calling him shameless for being involved with bastards since childhood. No wonder Han Yun was infuriated. Lu Qing grew more interested as he listened and afterward immediately found Zhou Xiaochun. He said, "Mom, do you know what happened this afternoon?" Zhou Xiaochun shook her head and then asked, "Does it really have anything to do with Rong Jian?" Lu Qing grinned, "It's about Mingyi, the gardener's grandson, whom you might remember. For a while, Rong Jian was nice to him, but I thought she was just playing around, so I didn't take it seriously. Now, it looks different. The two of them may actually be together, and Rong Jian protected him today." Zhou Xiaochun paused as she removed her earrings. She thought for a moment and said, "Isn't that for the best? If Rong Jian marries the gardener's grandson, the former faces of the Rong family will lose face and stop protecting her. What reliance will she have in the future? She'll be needed at everyone's will." She then lightly laughed, "These naturally born rich young ladies, aren't they all problematic? They all like people like these. Just like her mother, how did she die? She was stupid enough." Lu Qing was still dissatisfied. "I heard that Mingyi was adopted, and he's originally a child born out of wedlock. If Rong Jian wants to be with someone she likes and gets her heart's desire, she must be dreaming." Chapter 23, Strike First. On Monday morning, the results of the monthly exam had already been posted on the bulletin board, probably corrected by teachers who didn't sleep day and night for this whole grade. Minji's scores were still leading by a wide margin. He outpaced the second place by 30 points. He scored full marks in English, mathematics, and physics, with all other subjects close to perfect except Chinese. As for Rong Jian, he did not pretend to be sick this time but just barely managed to get into the top 100 in the entire school. Rong Jian was not overly upset, as this was currently his highest level, and he was self-aware. However, it seemed others didn't see it that way. During morning reading, old Zhang called Rong Jian out again for a talk, being warm and asking how he was, advising him not to worry too much about the college entrance exam and to just perform at his usual standard. After returning, Cheng Yanyan, whose scores were always at the bottom of the class, thought for a while with her head resting on the table before she finally said, "I just now realize what you said back then was true." Rong Jian, deeply engrossed in doing exercises, looked up upon hearing her words to take a glance at Cheng Yanyan. Cheng Yanyan, gazing at the noisy crowd around, appeared rather irritated. Without speaking further, she jotted down a few words on a scrap of paper and went outside to clear her mind. She wrote, overbearing and bullying. The crowd gradually gathered around Rongjin. A group of girls whispered amongst themselves in hushed tones, though not too low, almost intentionally allowing Rongjin to hear. Why is Rongjin's score so low again? Maybe he's nervous. Didn't perform well. He's held the first place for 2 consecutive years, so why can't he do it now? Perhaps. There could definitely be many reasons. It appears now that he isn't particularly pretty, his intelligence lags behind, and he only has money at home. How did he fall off suddenly? Perhaps all previous exams were cases of cheating. Rongjin listened clearly in his seat. In reality, given the nature and style of his former self, there weren't few people who disliked him. However, since the original Minji excelled at rallying support, maintaining superficial sisterhood ties with influential girls in the class, his public image had consistently been good. After Rongjin came over and busied himself with studying and preserving his life, terrified of being found out, he severed relations with the original group of sisters, causing these false sisterly bonds to rebound now. Rongjin didn't give it much thought. At his age, he had heard plenty of harsh words, and although they were filled with malice, they were facts he couldn't refute or care to argue about with these people. He assumed that these ladies would continue their talk until class started, but suddenly someone said, "Move aside." The voice was low, yet Rongjin recognized it almost instantly. It was Minji. Reluctantly, the girls parted ways, making room for Minji. With his head lowered, he walked past them but unexpectedly stopped in front of one girl. His eyes half lowered, glancing indifferently at her face, he casually said, "But you're not even as pretty as Rongjin." The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Minji, what a ruthless guy. Rongjin somewhat understood why, in the plot of Evil Seeds, the male lead remained single from start to finish because Minji had always been like this. Either silent or saying things capable of crushing people. He cared little for saving face or the identity of the listener. Men or women, all were treated equally in front of Minji. Yet Minji had never spoken such words to him. Rongjin felt his heart beat slightly faster. He didn't even need to misinterpret it, for the words were obviously meant for him. Perhaps because his face felt too hot, Rongjin didn't lift his head, nor could he concentrate on his book, instead propping his chin and covertly looking towards the adjacent corridor. Minji, wearing clean white sneakers, passed by them nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. The next moment, Rongjin's surroundings were completely cleared, no one was left. Rongjin hesitated for a long time but eventually couldn't help writing a "thanks" on the draft paper, tearing it into a small paper ball and placing it by the desk edge without reminding Minji to pick it up, thinking everything would go with the flow. But when Minji walked by Rongjin's seat again, the paper ball vanished. Before Rongjin could sigh in relief, Chen Yanyan returned after taking a deep breath, noticing her scrap paper had been torn apart. She suffered from mild OCD and needed everything, even her scrap papers, to be perfectly neat. Caught off guard by her return, Rongjin felt dizzy and blank, unable to think of any excuses. So, he blurted out the truth. Initially, Chen Yanyan was angry that she wasn't present earlier, otherwise, she surely would have confronted those girls and engaged in an epic battle, but after hearing Minji's comment, she felt satisfied. Still pretending to be furious, she said, "You guys flying messengers exchanging secret love notes is fine, but why must you use my paper? Do you respect me at all?" Being utterly sycophantic, Rongjin tore off all of her scrap paper and placed it inside his own book. Chen Yanyan glared at her furiously, "If you weren't my good sister, I would have killed you already." Rongjin chuckled as he begged for mercy, "No, no, no, Miss Yen the martial hero, please spare me." The next class was math, Chen Yanyan's most hated one, hands down, and she had already dozed off on the table. Rongjin worked hard to catch up with a month and a half of high school courses and could now independently follow the lessons at school. The math teacher actually taught very well, but because Minji explained things so effectively, by comparison, Rongjin always found it hard to concentrate fully. The math teacher was passionately explaining the last tough problem on the board and left the students in suspense, asking if anyone had any ideas. No one dared to answer, no one knew how to solve such a difficult problem. The teacher called on Minji confidently, saying, "Minji, you answer this question." Even though Rongjin had always been ranked number 1 in the whole school and frequently scored full marks in mathematics, Minji often came up with novel methods on tests. This was actually because he let Rongjin use standard solutions while deliberately using unique methods to avoid raising suspicions over the similarities between their test papers. Because of that, the math teacher liked Minji slightly more. Sitting alone in the middle of the classroom, Minji stood up, glanced at the problem, and calmly said, "I haven't solved this one." The math teacher obviously looked somewhat disappointed. But Minji didn't sit back down. Instead, he continued, "However, when I passed by Rongjin's desk this morning, I saw that he had solved it." The math teacher perked up with interest and said, "All right then, Rongjin, you answer this." Rongjin stood up with an expressionless face, unsure what to say. Minji had mentioned the shortcut solution to this problem just the previous night, a way that allowed him to take an easier path. However, understanding that shortcut required deep comprehension and flexible application of the knowledge points involved, making it extremely difficult. Since this solution was originally thought out by Minji, it should also be shared by Minji, not Rongjin. Yet, Minji turned around and smiled at Rongjin, an exceptionally rare gentle look, seemingly encouraging him to speak up. Rongjin had no other option. He couldn't refuse such a Minji, so he had to explain the solution step by step following Minji's idea. Because this method was incredibly efficient and straightforward, even the math teacher hadn't considered it before, the entire class erupted in excitement. Wow, that's so awesome. Who could have come up with something like that? Rongjian truly deserves his long-standing reputation as the top student in the whole school. I heard his health isn't great. Maybe he has been sick recently, so he can't focus on studying. Fluctuations in performance are normal. Hearing these comments, Rongjian did not feel happy because all those praises belonged to Minji, not himself. After school at noon, Rongjian didn't go to eat lunch but went to the garden to wait for Minji there. They had pre-arranged the time and place via WeChat. Rongjian thought he must seriously tell Minji about this and make sure it doesn't happen again. These were Minji's talents and capabilities, worthy of everyone's acknowledgement and admiration. Minji approached from the other side of the garden, carrying a plastic bag, stopping in front of Rongjian. Before Rongjian could say anything, he heard Minji say, "Miss, I'll be put in a difficult position like this. Is it because my level is too poor, failing to help you achieve excellent results, leading to people questioning you?" Rongjian froze for a moment, eyes wide open. He had only one thought in mind. How could Minji strike first so skillfully? Chapter 24, The Gift. Rongjian had already lost the initiative, and now he lacked even the confidence to challenge. Therefore, he decided to tactically concede. He pressed his lips together slightly before offering a soft rebuttal. "Mr. Minji teaches very well, it's just that I am not learning properly." Minji appeared unmoved and asked in an assertive tone, "Is that so?" Rongjian nodded slightly. He was quite skilled at flattering people, but given his current identity, his insincerity showed poorly. Facing the male protagonist, he stammered through phrases, losing coherence altogether. He said, "Mr. Minji is really amazing. You see, I used to only score last place in school-wide exams. But after less than 2 months of study, I've managed to climb into the top 100 students." Rongjian paused for a moment, then added, "If others found out, they would definitely try to take my tutor away from me." Minji's eyes were half closed, and Rongjian couldn't make out his expression. All he could hear was, "Is that what Miss thinks?" "Of course it is." Rongjian felt the timing was right and seized the moment to earnestly say, "I know you don't want me to be embarrassed, but please don't do anything else like that during math class, alright?" Minji remained silent for a long time. Not hearing an answer, Rongjian tugged at Minji's clothing, trying to catch his attention. "All of those things belong to you, I can't take them away anymore." Minji lowered his head and looked at Rongjian. The weather today was perfect. Sunlight filtered through the leaves that hadn't yet fallen completely, casting light onto Rongjian's face, making him look even brighter than the blooming roses nearby. Since birth, everything that belonged to Minji had been continuously stolen by others. He should have been the only acknowledged heir of the Su family, but his father's mistress, Xiaolin, replaced him. Another child stole his name and identity and grew up in the care and expectation as Xiu Fei. Later, Xiu Fei learned the truth, and so did Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su's maiden name was Ming, and her single character name was Jean, making her Minji's biological mother. Xiaolin deliberately named the boy Minji, though as a legitimate son of the Su family, he became viewed as an illegitimate child by others. Ms. Ming met with Minji on 3 separate occasions. During their first meeting, she told Minji to act as if he knew nothing about this and not to harbor any wild thoughts about being recognized by the Su family. Back then, the Ming family had fallen from grace and relied solely on the Su family's support. Xiu Fei was favored greatly, liked immensely, and all of Ms. Ming's hopes rested upon him. She wouldn't allow a child raised outside the family to disrupt everything, even if Minji was her own flesh and blood. After all, from birth until then, 20 years had passed, and Ms. Ming could only remember the childhood appearance of Xiu Fei. Minji didn't care much about what had been stolen from him. If there was something he wanted, he would claim it himself without relying on anyone else's generosity. But now, someone else cared deeply about these things, finding it novel. Intriguing like. Minji thought further, realizing that the person in front of him wasn't speaking correctly. Nothing Minji owned had ever truly been stolen. Those things never belonged to him in the first place. Minji gave a slight nod, promising, "It won't happen again." Rongjian almost burst into laughter but restrained himself, recalling another matter to handle, this one equally challenging. As such, his joy quickly faded, and he turned to Minji again, "You've helped me improve my scores so much." With emphasis, he stated, "Private tutoring is expensive, you know." Minji half closed his eyes, fully understanding the implication but acting as if nothing unusual happened. "Does Miss intend to pay me for tutoring?" Upon hearing this, Rongjian solemnly declared, "How could I possibly insult the teacher's noble character with money?" As he spoke, his ears reddened. At this moment, Rongjian finally admitted, albeit privately, that he was undeniably an excellent actor. However, no matter how theatrical he might be, he needed to continue playing his role. It was what Minji deserved. Moreover, if he accepted the computer, Minji wouldn't need to scale the wall after evening study sessions just to visit the internet cafe outside and learn programming, wasting so much time and energy. Looking up earnestly at Minji, Rongjian, who lacked charm, continued in innocence, "I understand your kindness, and I'm not asking for tutoring fees, but you can't deny me the chance to give you a thank you gift." Minji froze for a moment. Rong Jian assumed he still hadn't touched the prideful heart of the young male protagonist, so he closed his eyes briefly and decided to appeal emotionally once more. With gritted teeth, he persisted, "This gift isn't just for showing appreciation for tutoring. In the future, when it's your birthday, I will also prepare a thoughtful present for you, spending a long time getting it ready." Gifts themselves didn't carry excessive meaning, they were merely objects. Once presented, however, they could carry gratitude or even wishes. To receive a carefully prepared gift was akin to gaining sufficient recognition. Rong Jian didn't believe Minji lacked anything. In the book Evil Seeds, the male protagonist had never received love because he had never pursued it. For instance, if the male protagonist could maintain this current tenderness even as an adult, how could he not encounter a girl who would like him? Rong Jian silently made a snarky comment. Minji, however, seemed suddenly interested and asked, "So what will the birthday present be?" Rong Jian thought that his answer would determine whether Minji would accept this gift. Thus, under the constraints of putting in great effort and taking a long time, he had to say, "Your birthday is just a few days after Christmas. I plan to knit you a reindeer-patterned scarf as your birthday present." Minji slightly raised an eyebrow. Does Miss know how to knit scarves? As a 20-year-old youth who was neither dexterous nor artistic, Rong Jian certainly didn't know how to knit scarves. However, it was now impossible to back down without promising, otherwise Minji wouldn't have accepted the gift. Biting his teeth, he said, "You shouldn't look down on people, of course, I can knit." Finally, Minji smiled. His eyes were extremely beautiful, like jewels that had just been rained on, shimmering faintly under the sunlight. He said, "Then I'll be waiting for Mrs. Gift." After some theatrical performance, Rong Jian finally managed to send off the gift, which was indeed cause for celebration. But it wasn't easy to physically hand the gift over to Minji, as he was always busy and never had time to go to Chen Yanyan's house. Thus, they arranged to meet at Saturday evening. It just so happened that it was another weekend where Han Yun wasn't around. With one acquaintance leading to another, Rong Jian boldly let Minji go upstairs again to tutor him. The home was still more comfortable than a cafe. While Rong Jian was reading books all afternoon and feeling drowsy, the door was knocked again. Minji was shoved into the bathroom once more. Han Yun walked in, saying in a hurry, "There's a banquet tonight held by the Chen family. They claim to be old friends with Mr. Rong, though I don't remember much about it. But Zhou Xiaochun already told me that you must visit the elder gentleman, so I need to help you prepare." Rong Jian was somewhat puzzled. Didn't Zhou Xiaochun disapprove of me socializing with those people? Why does he insist I attend this banquet this time? Han Yun also frowned. "I heard that this banquet is actually an arranged meeting organized for the daughter of old Mr. Chen. They also invited many peers to ease any shyness she might feel." Rong Jian showed an expression of cold indifference. "I'm only 18, still a minor and far from the legal marriage age." Originally quite worried, Han Yun couldn't help laughing upon hearing this. "What you said is true, but you still need to go." She added pointedly, "They are watching from the company side." Rong Jian nodded slightly. Generally, for families like the Rongs, their girls would have fixed makeup artists. However, due to Rong Jian's unique situation, he could not have close contact with strangers, so all these matters were handled solely by Han Yun. She applied Rong Jian's makeup, wore jewelry, and took out a dress, urging Rong Jian to change clothes in the bathroom. Rong Jian hesitated at every step for a simple reason: there was Minji in the bathroom. Now he regretted not going to the cafe instead of being lazy and studying at home. With a heart full of despair, Rong Jian pushed open the bathroom door. Minji was standing at the very inside. Han Yun was still tidying up things outside, so they could not talk. Rong Jian dipped the tip of his finger in some water and wrote on the glass mirror, absolutely cannot look." Since it involved his life, even though Rong Jian trusted Minji's character deeply, he still felt the need to repeat it countless times. Minji didn't say anything, but tore off a long strip of paper, covering his eyes and tying it at the back of his head before turning to face the wall. Rong Jian tried hard to calm his nerves, thinking that since both were males and had similar bodies, there was no need to be overly nervous about changing into a dress. Yet, the more he thought, the redder his face got, and the faster his heartbeat accelerated. In the end, Rong Jian stopped thinking altogether, turned his back to Minji, and swiftly changed clothes. Minji closed his eyes, unable to see anything, yet he could hear Rong Jian's hurried and messy sounds of changing. Soon after, Rong Jian tapped on the window lightly. Minji turned around and saw Rong Jian, who had already changed. He was wearing a green silk-like dress, with a low collar exposing a large expanse of his neck, his bones thin, his skin snow-white, his long black hair contrasting sharply with his nails painted a deep red. The skirt trailed across the floor, shimmering with light flowing across its surface. Minji could clearly discern that the person before him was a young man. He wasn't wearing a coat, revealing too many details. But none of that compared to Rong Jian's beauty. After all, not everyone could pull off a green dress unless they were a true beauty. Minji lowered his eyes, his gaze resting on Rong Jian, then quickly moved away. He wrote a line on the glass mirror with some water. He merely said, "Mrs. Nail Polish looks really nice." Chapter 25, The Green Dress. It wasn't until he sat on the car heading to the Chen family that Rong Jian's face was still hot. Fortunately, he had heavy makeup on, so no one could tell, only Rong Jian himself knew. He got unbearably hot every time he thought of the few sentences Mingyi had written down. Though it didn't say much, just a comment on how his nails looked nice and suggested that he should wear ruby earrings. There might have been other things as well, but Rong Jian already couldn't remember them. He opened the car window, letting cold air rush in. Zhou Xiaochun sat beside him, smilingly asked, "Why did you open the window, Jian?" Rong Jian turned his head, looking outside and said indifferently, "I'm a little hot." Zhou Xiaochun's smile didn't fade, his hand reached out to Rong Jian's clothes, "Then why don't you take off your coat?" The space inside the car was spacious. Rong Jian dodged Zhou Xiaochun and added, "Auntie knows me, I have bad health and can't be exposed to cold wind. If I take off my coat, I probably won't be able to attend the banquet." Zhou Xiaochun silently withdrew his hand. Lu Qing commented sarcastically, "You sure have a lot of issues." Kang Zhou chose to ignore this while sitting in the front row. The host of this banquet was the Chen family, arranging it for Mr. Chen's granddaughter to find her suitor. The Chen family engaged in overseas trade. In recent years, although the industry has not been doing well, their business has only gotten better and better, rising to higher levels, making their status prominent in the floating city. As a result, there were also many families wishing to marry their sons to Miss Chen. Mr. Chen carefully selected several outstanding young men, all that remained was for Miss Chen to personally decide who she would choose. Miss Chen was an elegant young lady, educated at female schools since childhood, and rarely meeting boys of her age. Moreover, by nature, she was shy, so Mr. Chen worried she would be too timid to select someone herself and decided to hold a grand banquet, inviting numerous young men and women. With so many people together, Miss Chen wouldn't feel overly anxious or frightened. People moved back and forth at the banquet, bright lights causing strain on the eyes. Most girls had already taken off their coats, revealing their dresses underneath, except for Rong Jian, who kept his on. However, everyone knew about his poor health, so no one dared to force him otherwise. Rong Jian followed Zhou Xiaochun and Kang Zhou to stand before Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen was over 70 years old but looked remarkably spirited. Beside him stood an 18-year-old girl, small and slight, lowering her head, appearing quite shy. Rong Jian sensed something was off. In modern times, which family arranged marriage for daughters so early? Did the Chen family really spoil this young woman as rumored? Miss Chen lifted her head and indeed looked incredibly beautiful. Timidly, she said, "Hello, I am Chen Lu. May I ask whose daughter you are?" Rong Jian was momentarily stunned and didn't react quickly. Shit, it was Chen Lu. Chen Lu was a secondary character who appeared mid to late in the novel Bad Seeds. She debuted as a songstress in a bar, possessing a beautiful voice. Once, Mingyi went to the bar to discuss matters with someone when Chen Lu accidentally spilled alcohol on him. Given her timid personality, she offered to pay compensation, thus leading to their acquaintance. Prior to this encounter, every secondary female character Mingyi had met seemed ordinary at first appearance, only later turning out either spies or subordinates. Chen Lu's introduction was distinctively different, making readers perceive her as the pure and unsullied flower amidst filth, the true protagonist. Many wrote papers below the article, arguing that Chen Lu and Mingyi were the real lovers. However, the author heartlessly informed the readers that such a pretty sister was simply impossible, forever impossible. Originally, Chen Lu too was an undercover agent deliberately approaching the main character. She came from wealth, yet due to secret drug trafficking, the enormous Chen clan collapsed overnight. Uninformed of worldly affairs, Chen Lu fell from grace. Amidst chaos, a servant stole her identification and borrowed an exorbitant high-interest loan under her name. Unable to repay, she was coerced to approach the main character. Mingyi did not fall blindly in love with Chen Lu at first sight. Instead, from the very beginning, he recognized her peculiarities and cleverly persuaded her to become a double spy, successfully crumbling the opponent. After succeeding in their plan, as a reward, the main male character gave Chen Lu a substantial amount of money and sent her abroad, away from the sorrowful land. One cannot help but say, there were too many moles surrounding the main male character. Though both sent abroad, the treatments received by Song Xuelin and Chen Lu were vastly different. Rong Jian got lost in thought and failed to respond, prompting Chen Lu to softly ask again, "May I ask what happened?" He snapped back to reality and smiled faintly, "Sorry, hello Miss Chen, I'm Rong Jian." Chen Lu was indeed timid and not very skilled at making conversation. After merely uttering a few words, Zhou Xiaochun led Rong Jian away from there. They walked over to the dining table, where there were many people around. Rong Jian should not have been eating anything, but with the dazzling array of food before him, he couldn't help himself and took a slice of thick cheesecake. Lu Qing took a sip of wine, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, "She is quite pretty." Someone nearby glanced over. Regardless of what Lu Qing might become in the future, for now, he was just the stepson of Qin Zhou, with no particular skills or abilities, and saying such irrelevant things seemed like he was coveting Chen Lu. Zhou Xiaochun's expression remained unchanged as he habitually smoothed things over for Lu Qing, smilingly interjecting, "Miss Chen is a pampered young lady who excels in all aspects. Naturally, she deserves a brilliant hero. I believe both Mr. Zhou and Mr. Wu are extraordinary talents rarely seen. Mr. Chen cherishes his granddaughter dearly and will carefully choose her suitor." Lu Qing forced a smile, "That's true." Listening to this mother-son conversation tired Rong Jian out. Perhaps due to Lu Cheng's influence earlier, no one approached Rong Jian anymore. He held his cake and said to Zhou Xiaochun, "It's too stuffy here, I'll go sit somewhere else." Zhou Xiaochun smiled lovingly, Jian, your health isn't good, participating in this banquet is quite difficult for you. Don't worry, you can even go sit in the garden if you want, and I'll send you a message when it's time to leave. Rong Jian had never expected Zhou Xiaochun to call him back together anyway and had already arranged things with the driver in advance. He didn't say anything more, nor did he intend to follow Zhou Xiaochun's suggestion to go to the garden. Instead, he walked onto the terrace on the first floor. As Lu Cheng watched his retreating figure, he coldly smirked and opened his phone, sending a message. The evening breeze was chilly, and Rong Jian felt a little cold. More importantly, he worried whether Mingyi could return safely. After all, Han Yun was still at the Rome residence today. In his hurry to leave, Rong Jian hadn't managed to respond regarding the nails and earrings. Thus, he wrote a short note to Mingyi on the glass window almost filled with scribbles, urging him to be careful and not get discovered when leaving. Time was pressing, and Han Yun was already urging outside. Rong Jian turned off the light and gestured with the edge of his dress toward Mingyi. When Mingyi emerged from the bathroom, the water marks on the glass window had all evaporated, as if nothing had been written. The room was quiet. Mingyi did not push the door open but instead went out onto the terrace. The second floor wasn't very high, and since there was a flower stand next to it, Mingyi easily jumped down with its support. However, he accidentally kicked over a pot of flowers but was not noticed by anyone. Mingyi didn't return to that small house but went to his rented apartment. He usually planned everything ahead of time. For instance, today, Rong Jian was supposed to finish the physics kinetic energy problems and then retrieve the new computer from Miss Chen Yan's house, installing it in that small house. It was supposed to happen like that, but an unexpected event disrupted Mingyi's plans, creating a chain reaction that would alter everything afterward. Mingyi despised this state of affairs, which he couldn't fully control. He pulled open the drawer, took out a cigarette from the box, preparing to light it when suddenly a cigarette butt rolled out. Around its tip, there was a faint ring of dried lipstick. Green dress, red nails, and a cigarette stained with lipstick. Who would Rong Jian meet today? Mingyi closed his eyes briefly, lit the cigarette, and decided to complete the tasks originally scheduled for today. However, he might switch the order since they would first go to Chen Yan's home to pick up the computer and then return, during which time Rong Jian would sit in this small house and finish the test paper while he installed the computer. This was simple, just ensuring the banquet ended halfway through. Mingyi's memory was excellent. When he previously investigated the background of Chen Lu, he also learned about the downfall of the Chen family. Now, all that needed to be done was move this timeline forward to today. Mingyi lit another cigarette. He made up his mind to finish all the things he planned to do today. At the same moment, Rong Jian was slowly eating the slice of cheesecake. Suddenly, the glass door leading to the terrace was opened, and a waiter who saw someone inside momentarily paused. He offered an apologetic smile to Rong Jian before rushing off again. Rong Jian put down his fork and spoke toward the curtain on the other side, "Miss Chen, come out." Behind the navy blue curtain emerged a figure, Chen Lu pleading, "Thank you, Miss Rong, please don't tell them." She still stood between two curtains, her petite frame making her unnoticeable from both inside and outside as she hid herself there. Rong Jian nodded slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Lu looked somewhat troubled. She hadn't wanted to say anything, but perhaps because she thought Rong Jian had helped her before and was a good person, she hesitantly said, "I don't want to talk to the people my grandpa arranged for me. I just don't like him." This seemed to fit within the context of their setting. If Chen Lu had gotten married back then, it wouldn't have happened that her identification documents were stolen and fell into the hands of loan sharks. Such an adorable younger sister who was portrayed as pitiable in the book couldn't help but make Rong Jian add a few more words. "Didn't Mr. Chen arrange many young men for you? Is it really so hard to find one you like?" Chen Lu shook her head helplessly and revealed the truth, "There aren't many options. In fact, my grandfather has already made his choice. He's just using this name as a cover." As she spoke, her sadness returned and tears welled up in her eyes. "I haven't met anyone I like yet, and I don't want to get married. But my grandpa and dad insist on having me marry Ning Kong." Mentioning Ning Song brought back memories for Rong Jian. He was a minor antagonist at the beginning of The Wicked Seed. Leaning on the fact that he was the mayor's only son, he tried to seize the male lead's copyright, but ultimately ended up in prison when the protagonist uncovered evidence of corruption against Ning's father, leading Mayor Ning to be investigated. Rong Jian didn't want Chen Lu to fall into this trap either, and consoled her, "Ning Song isn't worth your time. You're still young, there's no need to worry about getting married right away. Who knows what might happen later on? Don't think too much about it now." Chen Lu, who had been secluded all her life, was a very innocent young girl. The extra concern from Rong Jian prompted her to spill out her honest thoughts. "I'm not sure why, but Grandpa seems so anxious. It may not take long until he forces me into marriage." A shock ran through Rong Jian, and he suddenly realized what this situation entailed. Although the details of the Chen family's affairs were not clearly described in the book, based on what Chen Lu shared and the storyline, it appeared that Mr. Chen was terrified that his drug trafficking would be exposed and was urgently seeking the mayor's protection, hence quickly arranging the betrothal of his 18-year-old granddaughter, Chen Lu, to Ning Kong. Later, during college, because Ning Song carelessly antagonized the male protagonist, implicating his father as well, the secret behind the Chen family was also eventually revealed. Before Rong Jian could respond, the door to the terrace suddenly opened, and someone walked in. It was Qing Jing. Dressed impeccably in a white suit, looking suave with 2 glasses of wine in hand, he smiled at Rong Jian. "I've been looking for you everywhere." Rong Jian ignored him and glanced back briefly. Taking advantage of her small figure, Chen Lu had hidden herself again behind the curtain, even more carefully tucking in her skirt this time to blend perfectly with the wall. Qing Jing frowned slightly. Pretending to be polite but unable to hide his impatience, he asked, "Why is Miss Rong hiding here all by herself?" He paused a moment and then added arrogantly, "Were you waiting for me?" With great effort, Rong Jian suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and replied coldly, "It's too crowded inside." In a few strides, Qing Jing reached Rong Jian's side and casually handed over one of the drinks, pretending unintentionally, "Indeed, it's rather boring in there. If I hadn't known you were here today, I would have left ages ago." His tone sounded almost sentimental and heartfelt. Rong Jian coldly thought, "Of course, he knew I'd be here. No wonder Zhou Xiaochun insisted he come to the banquet no matter what. Apparently, he'd been sold out from the start." He glanced at the glass of champagne, its bubbles rising gently. For some reason, he felt intrigued, speculating about what kind of substance might have been added to it. Rong Jian didn't take it, merely stating, "I can't drink alcohol." Qing Jing appeared somewhat flustered, his gaze flickering, "How can you not drink at a party? We're adults." He half pleaded and half threatened, finally forcing the wineglass into Rong Jian's hands. Rong Jian accepted the glass, catching the curtains moving slightly out of the corner of his eye. Chen Lu cautiously stuck her head out, probably worried about his well-being. He subtly waved toward the direction, signaling to Chen Lu not to come out. Qing Jing was eagerly hoping that Rong Jian would drink the glass of wine. Rong Jian held the cake with one hand and raised the wine glass with the other. Even though he wore a shawl, tilting his head revealed a hint of his pristine neck, exquisitely beautiful. Qing Jing unconsciously licked his lips. He was aware of the Rong family's circumstances and deliberately befriended Lu Qing, discussing this plan with him. Lu Qing mentioned that they shouldn't push Rong Jian too far at the moment, but shooting some videos or taking photos would suffice. Qing Jing agreed, thinking that no matter how stubborn Rong Jian might seem, she was merely a young girl. Once drugged, after being filmed in such compromising situations, she would become like fish on a chopping board, able to be threatened however they pleased. His resentment hadn't faded, and his attraction to Rong Jian had grown stronger. Just as Qing Jing assumed that Rong Jian would down the wine, Rong Jian paused and gave him a smile, softly saying, "Come closer. I want to clink glasses with you." Qing Jing eagerly approached Rong Jian in a few hurried steps. Rong Jian glanced downward with a faint smile still on her face, but suddenly raised her arm and smashed the piece of cake directly into Qing Jing's eye. It all happened too suddenly. Before Qing Jing could react, Rong Jian had already set down her wine glass, lifted her high heels, and fiercely kicked him in the lower half of his body. Being a man himself, he certainly knew how to make Qing Jing feel the most pain. Sure enough, Qing Jing was initially frantically wiping the cake from his eyes, but now he couldn't even care about them anymore. Hunched over, he groaned in agony. Rong Jian didn't flinch, since it had come to this, there was no point in keeping up appearances anymore. She grabbed Qing Jing's tie and yanked him toward the railing, then picked up the glass of wine again. She pried open Qing Jing's jaw and said softly, "Since you got your own drink, you can taste it yourself." If it were a girl, she might have struggled against an adult male under these circumstances, but not Rong Jian. Despite being thin, the strength she unleashed at that moment was immense. Qing Jing felt as if Rong Jian's grip was like iron restraints holding him down tightly, making him unable to escape. In no time, more than half of the wine was forced down his throat. Qing Jing's face visibly turned red, and it wasn't just due to the alcohol. Rong Jian remained unyielding. Grasping Qing Jing by the collar, she pushed him out onto the bustling banquet hall. Whatever Qing Jing might do next would be purely self-inflicted. Chen Lu darted out from behind the curtain in a flash, her eyes glittering with admiration for Rong Jian. "Miss Rong, you're incredible." Rong Jian adjusted her shawl and took a couple of deep breaths before she could reply. Suddenly, a group of police officers rushed in from the garden. Within 30 seconds, outside came a scream. Next followed the sound of shattered porcelain, heavy footsteps, and a chaotic mix of noise. A gunshot echoed, and the surroundings fell deathly silent. "Mr. Chen's family is involved in drug trafficking. Please come with us to the police station." Chen Lu was completely stunned, leaning helplessly against the railing. Had the Chen family fallen so quickly? This was far from what Rong Jian had expected. There was no time for further thought. Rong Jian knew what would happen to Chen Lu later, so he grabbed her shoulder and frowned. "Come with me." He discarded his high heels outside and threw them away. Glancing at the railing, which wasn't very high, jumping wouldn't likely cause serious injury. He pulled Chen Lu's hand and made her jump first. Ordinarily, Chen Lu wouldn't have had the courage, but now, completely disoriented, she blindly obeyed Rong Jian's words like a puppet. After confirming Chen Lu had landed safely, Rong Jian climbed over the fence and jumped after her. Together they ran toward the back part of the mansion. He had been introduced to the structure earlier. The front yard was generally used for guests, while the rear housed the living quarters. Barefoot, the two of them stumbled along the garden paths. Finally, Chen-Lu snapped out of it and started crying silently. "Miss Rong, you don't have to help me. I won't run." Rong Jian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "What? I'm not helping you escape, I'm taking you to hide your ID documents." Chen-Lu responded with surprise. "Huh?" Rong Jian spoke seriously. "I know you're not involved in this matter. But regardless of what happens later, your identification documents are crucial. Don't lose them or let others misuse them." Though Chen-Lu didn't fully understand yet, she instinctively trusted Miss Rong's words. After securing her ID documents close to her body, Rong Jian led Chen-Lu to the front door where police officers were indeed guarding it. With bravery, Chen-Lu admitted to being a member of the Chen family and was taken away for investigation. Before leaving, Chen-Lu finally stopped crying, smiled through her effort, waved at Rong Jian, and bid farewell. As for Rong Jian, after verifying her identity number, she was confirmed to have no relation to the case and released as merely a guest invited to the banquet. After leaving the Chen residence, Rong Jian finally had a moment to check her phone. Within 10 minutes, the driver had sent her 4 or 5 messages. The last one mentioned that Qin Zhou urged them to leave as it was impossible to wait any longer. That was reasonable. Nobody wanted to get photographed by reporters at a moment like this and appear on the front page of the news, especially not Qin Zhou and his kind. Rong Jian had left everything behind. With one hand carrying her high heels and the other holding her phone, she felt utterly drained but had no desire to return to the Rong household either. Mostly because she couldn't bear seeing those 3 disgusting individuals. The Chen house entrance was packed with police cars and large crowds of journalists armed with cameras chasing and blocking people coming out. After putting on her high heels, Rong Jian quietly snuck through a small path behind the bushes and slipped away unseen. As soon as she stepped out, Rong Jian immediately took off her heels again. If she kept them on any longer, she truly wouldn't be able to walk anymore. She slowly moved forward and sent a message to Han Yun, telling her not to worry. After pondering for a while and realizing there was nowhere else to go, she opened Ming Ye's WeChat. She hesitated for quite some time before finally sending the message. Rong Jian asked, "Are you free now? Something happened at the banquet. You don't have to stand Chen Yanyan up. Let's go get her computer." Due to using too much force earlier, encountering despicable people and losing a delicious cheesecake that she loved, Rong Jian couldn't help but send a sulky message, "I don't want to go back." This message was almost like a coquettish plea. Whether Mingyi had time or not, she hoped he would accompany her to find Chen Yanyan. The message had barely been sent for 10 seconds when Mingyi replied with a simple, "Okay." Rong Jian turned on her location sharing and sent it to Mingyi. Then, she aimlessly replayed the events of the day in her mind. In the haste of the moment, her heart hadn't constricted with intense pain, so Rong Jian hadn't realized yet. Strictly speaking, she had altered the storyline belonging to Chen Lu. It was mentioned in the evil seeds that Chen Lu lost his identification documents due to the drug trafficking scandal involving his family during the chaos. If the description from the book were accurate, Chen Lu should have lost his ID while being questioned by the police. However, in reality, Chen Lu had hidden his documents close to his body, making it almost impossible for them to be lost under normal circumstances. Rong Jian tried to calm herself down and reevaluate the situation. There were 2 possibilities. One was that all her efforts tonight had been futile, Chen Lu didn't lose his documents tonight, and future plot developments would still happen as planned. Therefore, her heart hadn't contracted in severe pain. The other possibility was that the plot could indeed be changed, at least Chen Lu's could. If this scope was expanded further, then every part of the plot outside Rong Jian herself could change. Rong Jian didn't dare to think about it anymore, it was too bold a notion. Besides, there was another question. Did the Chen family collapse today? Rong Jian wasn't speculating maliciously. But if the Chen family did indeed fall apart today, why were there still 7 years until Chen Lu's story began? That greedy servant would borrow a significant sum of money using Chen Lu's ID card 7 years later, forcing him to approach Mingyi. If the servant borrowed the money early, would the debtors allow Chen Lu such leeway, only for him to later seduce Mingyi and steal commercial secrets? Each possibility seemed highly unlikely. If thought about this way, the fact that the Chen family was discovered trafficking drugs today constituted a paradox. The storyline of the Chen family had been altered. This frightening realization quietly disappeared in Rong Jian's mind. She sighed deeply, even a little afraid. If these guesses were true, it proved that what she had previously believed was false. Fear stemmed from the unknown. Rong Jian dared not delve further into her thoughts, becoming like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. She subconsciously opened her phone and entered Xuanta's room. Hector was online. Rong Jian aimlessly continued walking along the street, saying, "Uncle, I'm outside now, it's so cold." Hector rarely responded so quickly, asking, "What's wrong?" In the cold wind, Rong Jian recounted the day's events differently. "I went to a banquet, it was so crowded, and I encountered an extremely unpleasant person who also ruined my cake. Now I'm upset alone outside. It turns out it's really cold here, this coat looks thick but doesn't block the wind at all." She muttered to herself, "I am so pitiful." Hector asked, does Rong want to eat cake very much? Rong Jian replied with a yes, adding multiple exclamation points. Then, on the room page, there appeared a heart made of 99 cakes. The animation candles grew brighter and brighter, while simultaneously cake rain started falling in the public chat. In Shuanta, users can purchase small gifts to give away. A cake pattern like this, which is complex, costs 5 yuan each, and 99 can form a heart. But to trigger cake rain appearing on the public chat and displaying, Hector, giving, Rong, 999 cakes, one must buy 999 of them. Afterward, whenever Rong sends a message in the room's public chat, their ID will have a cake-shaped crown prefix, signifying their unique and noble status. A simple and straightforward money-making tactic directly linked to VIP games. Public chat was flooded with messages questioning which big spender was pursuing a girl, being so generous. Although Rong Jian herself was also a wealthy woman, after being poor for over 20 years, she had never been this extravagant. She also felt it was Hector's goodwill, which made it hard to refuse, so she could only say, Uncle, please don't do this. Hector calmly said, didn't you say you wanted to eat cake? I can't send it to you in reality, so I did it this way. Consider it as my return gift. Rong Jian fell into deep thought, suspecting that Hector was really a bald-headed programmer from the 007 series, not some super-rich tycoon. However, she was still worried that Hector might impulsively spend more money, which would affect his real life if it went on like this, so she emphasized several times that she couldn't accept such gifts anymore. Rong Jian wanted to say something else, but Hector suddenly said that work had come up and he logged off. Mingyi closed the page searching for him and looked ahead. Rong Jian was standing not far away. He was barefoot, carrying one shoe in his hand, walking forward under the dim street lamp, with the long hem of the green dress flowing along. There was light shining on it, making it sway back and forth, looking like a stream of green clouds from afar. Mingyi walked directly toward Rong Jian. Perhaps because she was too tired, Rong Jian no longer paid attention, not even realizing someone had walked behind her. Not until an overcoat landed on her shoulders did she realize and look back, softly saying, "You're here." All the wind was blocked out, warming Rong Jian instantly. The smell of the coat was nice, with traces of laundry detergent and faint cigarette smoke, yet not unpleasant at all, it was rather comforting. Maybe because it was too cold just now, Rong Jian couldn't refuse such an overcoat and returned it to Mingyi afterwards. It was quite selfish. Mingyi nodded slightly, his tone seeming somewhat reproachful. "Miss, are you not aware of your surroundings when walking at night?" Rong Jian didn't really care, having lived over 20 years, he had great confidence in his martial prowess. Generally speaking, a bad guy couldn't single-handedly take him down, so he never paid much attention. But he couldn't tell Mingyi that, so he gave another excuse. "This is a villa area, it's very safe, and the police have been by." Mingyi glanced at Rong Jian, then at the shoes in his hand, seriously asking, "Do you want me to carry you?" Rong Jian was momentarily stunned, looking up at Mingyi. His makeup was heavy, making his eyebrows and eyes more intense than usual, his appearance strikingly handsome. Not yet reacting, she instinctively answered, No, no need." Mingyi's eyes were half closed, not forcing it, just nodding slightly as he attempted to take the high heels from Rong Jian. But Rong Jian avoided him, feeling embarrassed to let Mingyi hold her own high heels. He found it inexplicable, considering himself a good friend of Mingyi's heart, but during school days, he could easily joke around with friends, even pushing dirty sneakers into their hands without thinking twice, yet treating Mingyi, he wouldn't dare give his high heels. Rong Jian couldn't figure out why and could only attribute it to becoming a transvestite changing something within him. However, only the two of them walking on an empty street was an awkward situation, so Rong Jian opened up, saying, "About 10 minutes before you came, I sent a message to Yan Yan to pick us up, and it will probably take about an hour to arrive." Mingyi quietly counter-asked, "Yan Yan?" Rong Jian turned her head toward Mingyi, feeling puzzled. When did Mingyi get familiar enough with Chen Yan Yan to call each other by their nicknames? Mingyi lifted his eyes, meeting Rong Jian's gaze, pupils pitch black, seemingly casually asking, "Miss says she likes women, liking beautiful girls. So, does Miss like her?" Rong Jian's scalp tingled, sure enough suffering the karmic consequences of lying, paying a price for telling lies. He could only explain clumsily, "Of course not. I and Chen Yan Yan, we're just good friends, good sisters." Rong Jian stressed the phrase, "good sisters," again. Mingyi nodded slightly, and Rong Jian wasn't sure whether he believed her or not. Actually, there was no need to wait until a few years later when Mingyi became a powerful figure. Even now, unless Mingyi was willing to reveal his emotions, no one could read him thoroughly. This road seemed endless. Rong Jian was walking barefoot, and no matter how smooth the road was, it inevitably hurt after a while. Though she managed to keep going earlier, now it was almost impossible to continue. Mingyi silently supported Rong Jian's arm through the overcoat, not even asking if she was tired, but instead glancing at his phone and suggesting to Rong Jian, "We're almost out of this villa area. There's a coffee shop outside, let's wait for Chen Yan Yan there." Rong Jian immediately agreed. Sorry, he was too exhausted, on the verge of collapse, desperately needing rest. It was already 8 o'clock. The cafe was nearly empty, save for a single server dozing off at the counter who immediately jolted awake at the tinkling of the doorbell. Without opening his eyes, he instinctively said, "Welcome." Mingyi chose a secluded seat, pulled out a chair, and let Rongjian sit down before heading to the counter to order drinks. He also pointed at the only small cake left in the display case. The server, embarrassed, said, "Sorry, that one is mine. I saw no one around so I just left it here." His voice was soft as he explained, it was his mistake, seeing no customers at night, after paying, he had lazily neglected to put the cake into the fridge in the kitchen. Mingyi said nothing. Instead, he picked up a pen nearby, scribbling down a number and adding a 0 behind the original price of the cake. The server froze. Then Mingyi calmly multiplied that number by 2. Realizing the power of cash, the server quickly acquiesced, grabbing the cake and pushing it toward Mingyi. In her heart, she thought, being rich is truly great. Being a rich guy is even better. Having a wealthy boyfriend, oh my, this would be simply amazing. Rongjian was almost on the verge of exhaustion and didn't hear any of what happened at the counter. It wasn't until the server delivered the drinks that he caught several strange glances directed his way. Puzzled, Rongjian raised a blank face and took a sip of the hot cocoa. He wouldn't normally touch such a high-calorie beverage, but today was different. He was practically a dead fish, and nothing mattered more than reviving himself. However, just as Rongjian was about to take another sip, Mingyi stopped him by grabbing his hand. Rongjian willingly let Mingyi pry his fingers apart, instinctively trusting that the other man wouldn't harm him, then asked, "What's wrong?" Rarely showing emotion, Mingyi frowned now, his face cooling a few degrees. The nail of Rongjian's left middle finger had been broken halfway due to external force, blood seeping out, dried now, blending with the deep red nail polish. From afar, they looked similar, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that the blood was smeared across the nail. In addition, some of the nail polish on the other fingers had also flaked off. After pondering for a moment, Rongjian realized it must have happened when he punched Qing Jing or climbed over the fence. After all, long nails were indeed quite inconvenient for those kinds of activities. And these were all minor injuries, Rongjian hadn't even noticed the pain. But it seemed Mingyi didn't think the same way. Rising to his feet, without consulting Rongjian, he declared, "I'll go buy something." Before Rongjian could stop him, Mingyi was already gone, leaving Rongjian alone, quite bored, staring at the reflection in the glass window. He wore that green dress, its long hem dusty and stained, partially hidden under Mingyi's coat, while the silver-gray shawl reappeared beneath. Barefoot, and with Mingyi having only worn a short t-shirt despite the chilly weather, both of them looked disheveled. Even Rongjian himself thought they resembled a couple eloping together to avoid marriage. No wonder the server gave them such odd looks. Though the reality wasn't like that, Rongjian couldn't help but smile, finding it amusing. He initially thought today had been extremely unlucky, his plans hadn't come true, the cake he wanted to eat was unattainable, and it was unbearably cold. Then Mingyi arrived, lending him the coat, ordering the cake, and agreeing to accompany him to Chen Yanyan's house. Was Mingyi his doryman? Or the kind that could read minds? Because Rongjian hadn't told him his wishes. But this comparison was too far from Mingyi's persona, so Rongjian shook his head, erasing the thought of doryman. 10 minutes later, Mingyi finally pushed the door open again, carrying several plastic bags, standing beneath the wind chimes at the entrance of the cafe. A beam of warm light illuminated Mingyi's tall figure. Rongjian couldn't help but imagine, if today Mingyi had worn that white suit, he would have certainly looked incredibly handsome. Chapter 26, Gentleness. It was now 10:30 in the evening. Outside, there were no stars or moon, and not a single person around. Mingyi walked up to Rongjian, placing several plastic bags on the table and taking out disinfectant and band-aids from inside. Rongjian hesitated for a moment. He could no longer feel the pain, yet he wouldn't reject someone's kindness. So, he put down his fork, preparing to tend to his injured finger. Mingyi opened the medicine bottle cap, "Let me handle it." Rongjian felt a bit awkward. Perhaps a real girl deserved such tender care, but he was just a cross-dressing guy with pride. You can't do this to a vain cross-dresser. However, before he could refuse, Mingyi looked up and gently asked, Rongjian directly met Mingyi's eyes. His pupils were pitch black, deep as if bottomless, like the sea after the rain, calm and gentle. Perhaps it was too gentle, even Rongjian, who had thick skin, couldn't say no, and could only obediently extend his left hand, handing it over to Mingyi with a dry, "Oh." Compared to Rongjian's figure, Mingyi's coat was too large, covering more than half of his fingers. Mingyi lowered his head and carefully rolled up the sleeves with seriousness. Rongjian's fingers were very white, covered by a thin layer of flesh stretched over delicate bones. The shape was beautiful, the knuckles weren't overly protruding, blurring the gender lines. Mingyi dipped a little of the medicine, not rushing to apply it, instead smiling, "It won't hurt, Mississippi. You can continue eating your cake." Rongjian had eaten only half of his cake. The chocolate bear pattern in the middle hadn't been touched yet, only the edges were nibbled. But Mingyi knew that was Rongjian's habit, he would leave the best part until last. However, because he wanted to control his weight, he couldn't eat an entire piece of cake, so he wouldn't get to enjoy his favorite part. Mingyi thought Rongjian was incredibly stupid, seemingly never remembering these lessons, and would do the same next time. Of course, Rongjian didn't know what Mingyi was thinking. Instinctively defending himself, he said, "Why would I be afraid of pain?" Minji stopped talking. He slightly tilted his eyes, carefully and courteously using the disinfectant to wipe Rongjian's finger without any unnecessary contact. But even in such gentleness, Rongjian could feel the strength in Minji's hands, while the tips of his nails, soaked by the medicine, were icy cold, making him shiver slightly, nearly unable to hold the cake fork. Minji seemed very skilled at handling wounds. In no time, he had finished disinfecting and wrapped it with a transparent bandage. Rongjian thanked him once and prepared to pull back his hand, but his sleeve was caught. Tilting his head, seemingly very sleepy, he softly asked, "What is it?" Minji opened another bag, took out a bottle of nail polish, and said to Rongjian, "Miss, some of your nail polish has rubbed off. It should be reapplied." Rongjian, "Ah. Sorry," he wasn't a meticulous girl and didn't care about such things. Yet he couldn't refuse. Sighing inwardly, he could only nod slightly. How shameful. Rongjian didn't want to look anymore, catching a glance at the logo. It seemed familiar, but he couldn't recognize it. The waiter was already no longer drowsy, sneaking peeks at the movements of the only two customers in the store. Although the two of them didn't perform any overly intimate actions, perhaps they had been impressed by the earlier display of wealth, finding them to be simply a sweet little couple. The cafe was dimly lit, everything quiet. Until Chen Yanyan pushed open the door to the cafe, and immediately saw Minji painting Rongjian's nails. Chen Yanyan, ah. Blind dog. What misfortune had she incurred? She had received 8 or 9 packages, none of which were hers. Then, she had been stood up twice, played games and watched anime all night in a bad mood, and came out to pick up gifts for her girlfriend and her boyfriend, leaving only heartache for herself. Rongjian suddenly heard the commotion, instinctively pulling his hand back, but was caught by Minji. He turned his head, seeing it was Chen Yanyan, and breathed a sigh of relief, smiling towards the entrance, "You're here." Chen Yanyan had no joy left, now a cold-blooded killer, humph. Rongjian was utterly confused until Minji put away the nail polish, stood up, and said, "That's done." Chen Yanyan arrived in the family car. The driver was a middle-aged man who'd worked for the Chen household for many years, and Chen Yanyan called him Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu smiled, yet somewhat helplessly, "Miss, Mr. Chen noticed you had gone out, and when he tried calling you, you didn't answer." He was frantic with worry. Chen Yanyan irritably said, "Why does he have time to come home today? And why bother managing me?" She urged Uncle Lu to head back, "I'm bringing a classmate home. Let's drop the topic." Uncle Lu turned on the car radio, which was playing the latest news. It reported that the police had just apprehended dozens of people involved in criminal activities. A special task force had been established to investigate this major case. Chen Yanyan originally wasn't interested in such matters, but the more she listened, the more she frowned. She turned around and asked Rongjian, "Was it the Chen family nearby? Were they caught during a banquet?" Rongjian nodded slightly, asking, "What's wrong?" Chen Yanyan hesitated for a moment before saying, "We are distant relatives with them, but we lost contact when I was little. I don't know much about my father's side either, but this is making quite a fuss. Both Chen Yanyan and Chen Lu share the surname Chen, as the Chen family is a large clan. It's common for them to have some form of kinship." The broadcast continued, reporting that one of the banquet guests, Cheng somebody, seemed to have taken an unknown substance, exhibiting aggressive behavior and refusing to comply with the task force. He had been taken to the police station for a urine test. Rongjian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qing Jing truly deserved it. Chapter 27, Desire. Rongjian has had many instances where he was forced to abandon his usual demeanor, yet in front of most people, he's still quite adept at acting. At least, he rarely cracks and bursts out laughing. But that was just for a fleeting moment. Very quickly, Rongjian turned his head toward the window so others wouldn't hear him. Mingyi had already heard it though. He asked, "Who was that person?" Rongjian appeared to be looking at the scenery outside the window as he mumbled indistinctly, "Huh? What?" After pausing briefly, he continued, "I don't know, there were so many people there, I can't possibly know them all." It was warm inside the car, so Rongjian took off his coat, revealing the silver-gray shawl underneath. It was thin, draping neatly on his body. From Mingye's angle, it was very clear that Rongjian's back stiffened momentarily, which was a sign of tension. Mingyi thought, Rongjian's lies couldn't even fool a child. He stopped asking, only making a statement, "That person is Qing Jing." However, Rongjian still wanted to gloss over this matter, softening his tone intentionally before saying, "What are you talking about? I don't remember what happened then." He didn't want to disclose what Qing Jing did at the banquet. It wasn't out of a desire to protect him, rather, Qing Jing's actions were too despicable, colluding with Zhou Xiaochun and Lu Cheng. Telling others wouldn't serve any purpose but instead would add unnecessary worry. Rongjian presumptuously thought that both Mingyi and Chen Yanyan cared about him quite a bit. But Mingyi said, "It's a little noisy, turn off the radio." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an imposing force. Uncle Lu, who was more than twice his age, unconsciously followed Mingyi's instruction. The car suddenly became quiet. Rongjian could no longer pretend ignorance. He turned his head to see Mingyi half lowering his eyes, as if wanting to say something but stopping himself. Chen Yanyan had already mentally prepared herself for how she'd mediate if they started arguing, how she'd admonish both of them to cherish harmony, but unexpectedly, the next moment they suddenly regained their composure and were each cheerfully absorbed in their phones. Ah, they didn't end up arguing. Chen Yanyan almost felt a little hollow inside. Meanwhile, Mingyi had already calmed down. He knew Rong Jian had many little secrets he didn't want to share with others, and he also cared a lot about face. Direct questioning was indeed not a good idea. So, he opted to open WeChat and resort to text messages for his interrogation. Initially, Rong Jian wanted to continue lying, but Mingyi was incredibly skilled at analyzing the flaws in his statements, pressing him relentlessly. Moreover, with the chat record laid bare, there was no way for Rong Jian to evade the truth. In the end, he caved completely, spilling almost everything except the part about later running off with Chen Lu to get the certificate. Cheng Jing had spiked his drink with drugs, intending to deceive Rong Jian into drinking it, but he failed and ended up being tricked into drinking it himself. Subsequently, the police arrived, catching Cheng Jing losing control in front of the camera. He said, when we came out, everyone had already left, and that was that. After finishing typing the last message, Rong Jian recklessly switched off his phone. He was slightly upset. Rong Jian knew that in the book Evil Seed, Mingyi was someone who would insist on knowing everything he wanted to know and accomplishing everything he set out to do. Even after crossing over, he had seen how Mingyi treated others. But none of those people were Rong Jian, and Mingyi had never treated him with such a hardline attitude. Thinking about it made Rong Jian feel guilty again. He let out a quiet sigh, feeling that double standards were probably a fundamental flaw of humanity. Chen Yanyan was excellent at reading people's emotions. She soon noticed Rong Jian was somewhat unhappy and wanted to ease the atmosphere. However, no one in the car was speaking, leaving her unsure what to say. So she remained silent while letting Uncle Lu drive home. The car was moving fast, and those parcels had already been neatly packed into boxes and easily lifted into the car. Even with this burden lifted, Rong Jian didn't seem much happier. As they slowly drove away from the Chen residence, it was nearly 10 o'clock already, and many stores on the street were closing down. Chen Yanyan looked out the window, wanting to lighten the awkward atmosphere, loudly remarking to Rong Jian, "Look at that shaved ice store. It's one of the popular online trend shops these days. Every time I come here, it's always crowded, and I never have time to join the queue." Although Rong Jian wasn't too cheerful, he wouldn't direct his unhappiness at others, especially when Chen Yanyan was trying to cheer him up. Lifting his head slightly, he softly replied, "After the college entrance exam, let's come and eat together." He had already consumed enough calories today, he couldn't afford to eat any more. Mingyi had been sitting silently on the other side of the car the whole time. Suddenly, he tapped on the car window and told Uncle Lu, "I'll get out here, I've got something to take care of." The car pulled over to the side of the road. Uncle Lu's phone vibrated gently. Chen Yanyan turned her head, stuck out her tongue, and whispered, "Mingyi was so grumpy just now. I thought he had a pretty good temper." Rong Jian shook his head and looked outside the window as if unintentionally, glancing around before finally setting his gaze on Mingyi. Mingyi quickly walked toward the shaved ice store that Chen Yanyan had pointed out. Perhaps because it was too late already, even for such a trendy online shop, there were few customers. When Mingyi joined the line, it wasn't long before it was his turn. Rong Jian didn't know why he went there. About 10 minutes later, Mingyi returned holding 2 servings of shaved ice. His tall, robust figure passed under the dim streetlights in fleeting moments. Chen Yanyan saw this and excitedly said, "Mingyi bought shaved ice to cheer you up. Guess what, I got one for free." And just at that moment, Mingyi opened the car door and leaned in, handing Rong Jian the serving in his right hand with an earnest expression. He simply said, "That's right." Mingyi had never indulged anyone before, today was the first time. As for who that person was, it was Rong Jian. For some reason, Mingyi suddenly felt indulging him wasn't a bad idea. Mingyi could come up with many reasons, such as Rong Jian being injured earlier, starting a fight, and then being grilled endlessly. He must be in a terrible mood. And Rong Jian probably wouldn't need much to cheer up, anything would make him happy for a long time. But these were not the real reasons. To Mingyi, whether others were happy or miserable was entirely irrelevant. He only evaluated if they could accomplish the tasks they were supposed to complete. Based on that, he rewarded or punished them accordingly. He didn't need to accommodate anyone, nor did he have to consider their emotions. Objectively speaking, Mingyi indeed did many things to make Rong Jian happy before, but those all had a purpose. Because Mingyi wanted to obtain certain information from Rong Jian, and his happiness was merely a byproduct of achieving that goal, even though it did exist, it was actually dispensable. This time was different. Mingyi did something that was completely meaningless in terms of ultimate purpose, purely to make Rong Jian happy. Mingyi never failed to do what he wanted to do. He knew Rong Jian couldn't eat these sorts of things. Mingyi also never posted on social media, yet he followed WeChat accounts that recommended local delicacies in Floating City. Mingyi had once seen Rong Jian like a post about this particular store. It was like now, when Rong Jian couldn't bear to refuse the shaved ice. But once accepted, he couldn't keep a straight face anymore, feeling somewhat awkward. While accepting the shaved ice, he quietly said, "Thank you," and scooped a big spoonful into his mouth. No wonder this store became such a hit, it truly tasted great. Rong Jian felt a little embarrassed. Mingyi hadn't done anything wrong, he was merely trying to find out what happened. Besides, he himself had been lying constantly, which indeed was irritating. Thus, Rong Jian turned his head again and sincerely said, "Thank you." Mingyi kept tapping on his phone. Suddenly, he looked up and said, "You can't eat any more, you'll get sick." Rong Jian was happily eating the shaved ice and didn't want to stop. He responded, "I won't get sick that easily." Then he paused for a moment, realizing his reasoning wasn't convincing enough, so he added, "Besides, throwing away half of it is a waste, trendy stores are so hard to access." Mingyi raised his head, saying offhandedly, "Then I'll eat the rest, so it won't go to waste." Whether between same or opposite sexes, excluding familial relationships, saying something like this was excessively intimate. For just a split second, Rong Jian's ears turned red. He genuinely didn't know how to respond, could only dryly reject, "No, it's fine, not a waste. I've stopped eating, autumn has arrived, having too much ice isn't good." After finishing, he immediately put down his spoon, tightened the plastic bag, and wished to throw away this half-finished portion of shaved ice as soon as possible. Chen Yanyan was eating the shaved ice Mingyi had bought for her, but somehow, it felt tasteless. Yes, she shouldn't be in the car, she should be under it. Instead, the driver, Uncle Lu, hadn't noticed the turbulence in the back seat. Feeling somewhat troubled, he raised his phone and said, "Sir is urgently asking you to return home. If you don't go back soon, you'll never be allowed to leave the house again, and my salary will be docked. Should I drop you off first and then take Miss Rong?" Chen Yanyan looked ready to explode like a pufferfish, but before she could speak, she was interrupted by Rong Jian. He said, "Uncle Lu, just drop us off ahead, we'll take a taxi back home." The very first thing Rong Jian did after getting off the car was to throw away the scalding shaved ice. Mingyi lightly chuckled. The bus heading directly to Rong's home happened to pass by at this time, so they decided to take the bus back. It was too late now, and there was no one on the bus. They sat on the last row, leaving a seat in between. Rong Jian wore Mingyi's coat again, resting his forehead against the window. He looked lazy, as if thoroughly exhausted. The bus was running smoothly, with no bumps, and Rong Jian fell asleep again like this. Mingyi moved closer to Rong Jian by one seat. Rong Jian slept soundly, using his hand to separate his forehead from the hard glass window, probably wanting to sleep more comfortably. His hands were too pale, and even now, they still bore the traces of having been chilled by the ice, a bit red as if they had been hurt by something. Mingyi somewhat regretted coaxing him with the shaved ice. It was an inappropriate method that brought about many unforeseen adverse consequences. Perhaps Rong Jian would get sick, he got sick too easily, though he hadn't eaten much at all. In fact, when Mingyi said those words at the time, he hadn't planned to eat the rest of the shaved ice either. He simply knew that he could use this approach to make Rong Jian give up and achieve his own goal. Mingyi had already spent over 2 months on Rong Jian. Now, he understood Rong Jian very well, knowing that Rong Jian wouldn't hinder him anymore, and there was no longer any need to force himself to get closer to him. Mingyi could also understand his thoughts and anticipate his reactions, yet even so, Mingyi still found it interesting. Then, his heart skipped a beat for Rong Jian. If pain stems from unfulfilled desires, then that second of accelerated heartbeat was like the fleeting happiness returned by slightly fulfilled desires. But Mingyi wasn't like that, every single one of his desires was certain to be fulfilled. Because it was never a case of him chasing after his desires, instead, it was the desires chasing after him. Mingyi was too outstanding, good at everything, yet he never truly liked doing anything, except for one person who kept getting in his way. And now, the desire had finally caught up with him. Mingyi did not hold back. It was all new to him. So, Mingyi gently turned Rong Jian's head onto his shoulder. The bus was dim, everything blurred into indistinct shapes. From the outside, it looked as if Rong Jian and Mingyi were just another young high school couple secretly kissing on the last row of an empty bus. Chapter 28, Exposure. After returning that day, perhaps due to being too tired, Rong Jian slept for the entire day and only truly woke up in the evening of Sunday. He rubbed his eyes, opened his phone, and the first message that popped up was from Chen Yanyan. "Chen Yanyan, big shot, weren't you supposed to be studying hard lately? Why did you let your big shot help you with your homework again?" Although Rong Jian's previous reputation as a study god was false, now having fallen from grace, his grades dropped to 10th place. Some classmates often murmured about this matter behind his back. However, Chen Yanyan was very double-standard, no one could criticize her good friend behind her back. She wanted Rong Jian to study hard, get back into the top 10, and silence all those people. Therefore, while she herself could avoid studying properly and copy assignments daily, Rong Jian had to study diligently. Rong Jian had just woken up and was still groggy. He propped himself up, looked at the school bag on the chair, and said, "I didn't give him my homework, right?" Chen Yanyan replied instantly. "Mingyi sent me a photo of the answers he completed, written in your handwriting." "Rong Jian, let me ask him." He then sent a message on WeChat to Mingyi. Mingyi responded quickly. Indeed, he wrote his own test in Rong Jian's handwriting, marking some questions on the exam paper, leaving Rong Jian to write these ones, which should have been enough for that evening. Rong Jian asked, "Why?" Mingyi said, because Miss felt unwell yesterday upon coming home, so there's no need to do all this homework. The marked problems were exactly enough for Rong Jian to complete that evening. Rong Jian responded with an "oh." Dumbfounded, he thought to himself how kind Mingyi was. The moody temper of the male protagonist an evil seed must have been because he encountered too many bad people. Rong Jian got up from the bed. His legs felt weak when they touched the ground. Though he wanted to be strong, his frail body couldn't manage it. He walked over to the desk, opened his test paper, jotted down those questions, and Chen Yanyan came back to inquire about the result. Rong Jian truthfully explained to Chen Yanyan, I wasn't feeling well yesterday, so Mingyi finished his test using my handwriting. Then today, he took my test to write on. He said that doing too many problems isn't helpful, so he selected a few for me to do this afternoon. Chen Yanyan, never mind, never mind. I'm already sourly munching on lemons. What's the point of pursuing the truth? It's not necessary, really not. She originally didn't want to disturb Rong Jian from studying, but couldn't help sharing a gossip piece. By the way, do you know what happened to Qing Jing? He took aphrodisiacs at the Chen family banquet, went crazy online, and the whole thing was filmed. Initially, he seemed to bribe journalists, so the video wasn't released, only Qing somebody was mentioned, and the photos had blurred parts. Later, somehow the deal didn't go through, so the video was leaked. In it, Qing Jing was completely naked, shouting something like, little sister, and hugging a pillar. It seems like he was trying to drug someone else but mistakenly drank it himself. Chen Yanyan never held Qing Jing in high regard, and since this time it was self-inflicted, that hypocritical asshole deserves everything he gets. Fortunately, he didn't succeed, or he would have harmed some beautiful girl. Anyway, everyone knows now, so we'll see what happens on Monday. Rong Jian dared not tell Chen Yanyan that the drug was intended for himself, not consumed accidentally but forcibly administered. He calmly asked, what are people saying at school? Chen Yanyan responded rapidly, our school's jiba is filled with criticisms. They say that Huiwen Middle School could not possibly raise such a morally corrupt student. Students from Class 1 also came out to testify, firmly opposing Qing Jing's return to school. Rong Jian didn't expect the students to unite like this time, but then again, high school students, in their youthful ardor, are usually the most intolerant of evil. The news of the Chen family being arrested was akin to detonating the entire floating city. The Chen family had gained significant power in recent years and maintained good relations with many families. Now they had to be thoroughly investigated, and the Qing family was included. While Rong Shihui was still alive, he had seemingly noticed something off about the Chen family. The ties between their families were severed long ago, with minimal business interactions. The special investigation team merely questioned them regarding related matters and didn't investigate further. Instead, Qin Zhou, who had previously done unethical deeds, was terrified and showed no good expressions those days. On Monday, when Rong Jian went to school, he heard that Qing Jing hadn't shown up and was likely preparing to leave the country. However, issues were found with his father, so the entire family was restricted from leaving the country and was stuck in limbo. Rong Jian only thought it was just deserts. He had just finished the task of delivering a computer and now was busy knitting a scarf. It was mid-November, more than a month before Christmas. However, Rong Jian had never knitted before and his hands were clumsy. Even though he watched numerous tutorials online, he still lacked confidence in his ability to knit well. Moreover, this matter couldn't be revealed to anyone, not even Chen Yanyan. Therefore, buying something online wasn't an option either. On Friday night, Rong Jian came up with an excuse to deceive both Han Yun and Mingyi and sneaked out to buy deep gray wool yarn and wooden needles that he had thoughtfully planned for beforehand. It turned out, as proven by fact, that Rong Jian's clumsiness made it impossible for him to complete such a complex task as knitting a scarf. Even though he followed the same online tutorial, Rong Jian struggled miserably. He would knit a few rows only to tear them apart again. No matter how good the wool was, it frayed under his fumbling fingers. Rong Jian's hiding skills weren't refined enough either. For once, while tidying up the room, Han Yun discovered his secret on the spot. Rong Jian attempted to explain but couldn't conjure up a decent excuse and stammered, I'm just doing it for fun. Han Yun didn't press further but merely glanced at the messy ball of yarn and sighed softly, Miss, you're using the wrong needle. With this thick yarn, you should use a thicker needle. Though Rong Jian was skilled at cross-dressing, he felt extremely uneasy during his visit to the yarn store and casually grabbed the first set of knitting needles without paying attention to their appropriateness for the chosen yarn. After pondering a moment, Han Yun said, for this kind of yarn, I have suitable needles elsewhere. Shall I fetch them for you, miss? Completely exposed, Rong Jian nodded helplessly. Han Yun treated this matter as entirely normal and returned to her room to retrieve the knitting needles along with a book printed with intricate patterns, showing them to Rong Jian so she could choose. Seeing the deep gray color of the yarn, Han Yun guessed it was probably intended for a man. Although the tutorials online were comprehensive, hand-holding teaching from Han Yun proved to be much more effective. Despite Rong Jian's lack of dexterity, he gradually learned under Han Yun's guidance. Although progress was slow, he finally managed to start knitting. Throughout the entire process, Han Yun refrained from asking any questions. The more she did this, the guiltier Rong Jian felt. Unable to let someone who was so kind-hearted feel hurt, Rong Jian confessed, Aunt Han, this is a gift for a classmate, his birthday is coming soon. Hearing this, Han Yun frowned slightly, whispering, "Ah, is that so?" She knew Rong Jian usually didn't get close with outsiders, let alone go through all this effort to make handmade gifts for ordinary classmates. Sighing once again, Han Yun wondered if perhaps Rong Jian had fallen for someone. Could it be Mingyi? But that was an inevitability she could do nothing about. Meanwhile, facing relatively simple patterns and realizing his own sluggish progress in producing less than half of one finger length of knitting, Rong Jian also sighed. How foolish he was. Why hadn't he just picked something easier instead of putting himself through such trouble? By dawn the next day, Rong Jian had changed his thoughts and even considered adding more challenges to further complicate things for himself. It was the weekend, and Rong Jian woke unusually early, wrapping himself in an overcoat as he stepped out onto the balcony to breathe in some fresh air. The light of dawn broke faintly, a crescent moon lingered in the sky yet to set. Rong Jian lowered his gaze, spotting two people standing in the garden. Though they had their backs turned to him, he instantly recognized them. One of them was Mingyi. Old Sun seemed to be giving Mingyi some instructions. Mingyi stood taller, donning a thin jacket, presenting a lean silhouette. The temperature in floating city wasn't particularly low, yet the weather had become noticeably colder, evident in the white mist forming with every exhaled breath. Ever since becoming this fragile figure, Rong Jian had paid extra attention to health preservation. Thus, seeing Mingyi dressed too lightly worried him. No matter how young one might be, preserving one's health remained paramount. Once Old Sun completed his instructions, leaving everything to Mingyi's care, he scurried back indoors to rest. That's how he always operated, passing off responsibilities to Mingyi. Back when reading the book, Rong Jian didn't dislike these villainous characters much because they served as mere tools to enhance the male lead's victories, providing satisfying reading experiences for readers. But this world wasn't fictional. What had been glossed over with brief mentions in the book were Mingyi's habitual ways of life, the daily routines of his first 18 years. Things shouldn't have turned out this way. Rong Jian observed Mingyi standing there, picking up a tool in his hand. Perhaps due to the cold outside, his grip showed traces of pale blue. Unable to suppress his unease, Rong Jian frowned and thought, things definitely shouldn't have ended up this way. Rong Jian then decided that Mingyi needed not just a scarf, but also a pair of thick gloves, maybe even a warm sweater. Giving in, he picked up a small pebble from the flower pot and tossed it toward them. The pebble rolled right in front of Mingyi. He turned his head and lifted his eyes. Chapter 29, Light Snow. Mingyi's first sight was of that balcony. The balcony was extremely beautiful. Rong Ning had once loved her two children dearly. Since Rong Jian was a girl, she was especially pampered. Ning had left her former room to her daughter and carefully refurbished it, adding many decorations to the balcony that were completely out of place with the rest of the Rong residence. It resembled a magical castle from a fairy tale. And there stood Rong Jian on that balcony, propping up her cheek with her hand, tilting her head slightly, half closing her eyes. Her long black hair fell upon blooming star anise plants and trailed downwards as if drowned by lush green leaves. She looked like the long-haired princess imprisoned in a gilded tower, destined for tragedy due to her overwhelming beauty. Mingyi thought to himself, Rong Jian truly was confined. Rong Jian shouldn't have thrown that stone, but now that she had, she couldn't possibly go back without a word. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, "Aren't you cold? You're wearing so little." Even though one was upstairs and the other downstairs, Rong Jian's voice was still very soft. After more than 2 months of practice, she had become very adept at speaking in a fake voice, but the drawback was too great. The louder the voice, the easier it would be to expose the disguise, so Rong Jian usually spoke softly. Only Mingyi's acute hearing, which had grown accustomed to communicating with Rong Jian, could clearly make out what she said. Mingyi looked up at her seriously and replied, "It's not very cold." Standing in a shadowed area, Rong Jian could only see Mingyi's profile. With the dim morning light illuminating just his nose, his deep-set features revealed a reserved kind of handsomeness. Rong Jian nodded slightly, attempting to understand the meaning behind those words. It seemed somewhat chilly but not cold enough to freeze one's bones. She didn't continue questioning because the reason was easy to guess. Mingyi was a pragmatist, not the type of 18-year-old boy who wore overcoats in winter to look cool and stylish. If he hadn't worn much, it probably meant he couldn't or wasn't allowed to. Mingyi needed to finish these tasks in the morning, time was tight, so after briefly gesturing goodbye to Rong Jian, he left with his tools. Too cold on the balcony, Rong Jian returned indoors after staying there for only a short while. She searched through countless tutorials, dedicating 3 hours to carefully thinking about whether she could knit a men's sweater within a month. Those up owners certainly could, but Rong Jian was different. She was someone who couldn't even knit a scarf properly, and thus painfully gave up on this unrealistic fantasy. Besides, Mingyi's birthday was on Christmas Day, and by then wearing a sweater wouldn't be enough to ward off the bitter cold. After some profound contemplation on this issue, Rong Jian came up with an alternative method. However, Rong Jian did not intend to act herself, nor did she wish Mingyi to associate it with her, so Han Yun had to take charge instead. At the mere thought of having to confess again to Han Yun, Rong Jian felt a headache coming on. But escape was impossible. She had to face the situation, albeit with less courage and considerable guilt. While eating lunch in the room, Rong Jian said to Han Yun, "Our family always offers good benefits. Isn't it time we distribute some welfare? Han Yun pondered for a bit and responded with nostalgia in her tone, Miss used to treat everyone kindly, considering others in every matter. Rong Jian quickly chimed in, so Auntie Han, since winter is approaching, isn't it time to offer something? Han Yun still hadn't figured out exactly what Rong Jian wanted to do. She questioned, distributing items should correspond to festivals, and there are no holidays coming up soon. During the 12th lunar month, festival gifts will definitely be given out. Rong Jian roughly considered the latter half of the year, there truly weren't any holidays, but unwilling to give up entirely, she opened the calendar and flipped through it from start to finish, eventually finding the closest solar term. It was light snow. With serious sincerity, Rong Jian suggested, Auntie Han, you see, light snow is coming soon. As it gets colder, we need to prepare winter clothes. So why don't we send out winter clothing? Han Yun chuckled, finding Rong Jian simply naive and adorable. Unable to resist explaining, she said, sending clothes is such a hassle. Everyone has their own size, making it very likely they won't fit well. All that effort, and you may not please anyone. Besides, who these days lacks clothing? Her words cut off abruptly when she realized Rong Jian had ulterior motives. Han Yun insinuated gently, Miss, you wouldn't be wanting to give clothes to someone but fear drawing too much attention, so you're suggesting we all send them together, are you? Last time, the scarf might have been for another male classmate or male friend, but this time the limited range was too small, it was only Minji. Rong Jian hadn't actually intended to deceive Han Yun, but when exposed, she still awkwardly explained, Minji and I are classmates, and we used to be desk partners for so long. He's always helped me with my studies, so I feel really grateful toward him. I just wanted to give him some gift. Han Yun sighed, seemingly believing her, I see. After a pause, she added, but even if I agreed, Xiaochun Zhou wouldn't go along with it. It's only a bit of money, but she's not that generous. Rong Jian wanted to offer to pay herself, but then realized it would make their relationship seem too obvious and might lead to misunderstandings. After pondering further, she said, it's fine. You can bring up this matter while eating dinner. I'll persuade them. She didn't tell Han Yun how she'd manage it, but seemed very confident. After eating until only half full, Rong Jian cautiously proposed, Auntie Han, I need to go out this afternoon and will return in the evening for dinner. Do remember to bring up that matter. Han Yun had no objections, but joked, girls growing up become unmanageable, but boys growing up aren't much better, are they? Rong Jian, being one of those boys growing up, could only remain silent. When heading to the cafe in the afternoon, Rong Jian felt somewhat embarrassed taking out her assignments since most were left blank. Minji knew Rong Jian often slacked off, but rarely did such incomplete homework happen. This likely meant that Rong Jian had been occupied by something else all morning, something more important than homework, and didn't want to tell him about it. Rong Jian sipped at her fruit tea and then added, Teacher Minji, we may have to finish earlier today because I need to go home for dinner. This was stranger yet. Rong Jian had always tried to minimize contact with her family. Why suddenly choose to eat with them? Minji slightly lowered his gaze, looking over at the answers on the assignment as if deeply focused. However, inside, he thought, Minji shouldn't know, but Hector certainly could. The advantage of having dual identities lay here. When there were things that one identity knew but couldn't act upon, another could easily handle the matter. That was Minji's view. That day's tutoring ended at 5 p.m., allowing Rong Jian to catch supper on time. Lu Qing wasn't home, he seemed busy dealing with some trouble recently and seldom returned. Meanwhile, Aunt Han Yun mentioned Rong Jian's proposal without haste. Actually, she had already decided that if Rong Jian failed to convince Xiaochun Zhou, she would use other excuses. No matter what, she was determined to make sure Rong Jian achieved her goal. As expected, Xiaochun Zhou disagreed. Putting down her chopsticks, Rong Jian turned to Qin Zhou and said, Dad, your birthday is coming up soon. It falls around the light snow. Qin Zhou seldom spoke to Rong Jian, startled at hearing this, he simply nodded briefly. Rong Jian smiled and continued, light snow itself doesn't matter much, but mainly your birthday is approaching. Sending out some gifts to others can also be considered charitable actions which might earn good fortune later on. Qin Zhou harbored guilt in his heart. Knowing he'd committed grave sins for his ambitions, killing his wife and children, he particularly valued life before death. Hearing these words made sense to him, and he responded, you're right, that makes sense. Xiaochun Zhou could do nothing but agree, albeit reluctantly. She believed Qin Zhou would die sooner than her, meaning everything belonged to her, so any extra spending should be unnecessary. Relieved, Rong Jian gave Aunt Han Yun a thumbs up, glad this matter was finally settled. In the evening, Rong Jian should have caught up on the unfinished homework, but instead kept thinking about the upcoming light snow and selecting clothes for Minji. At 20-something years old, he'd never paid attention to clothes before, wearing whatever came his way, replacing missing clothes directly through Taobao online shopping. Thankfully, with his good looks, anything he wore appeared stylish. But Rong Jian didn't want to casually pick a random piece for Minji. Maybe because Minji owned so few clothes, Rong Jian felt each item deserved careful consideration. He doubted his own fashion sense and spent considerable time reviewing outfit suggestions. Eventually, he selected a camel-colored sweater paired with gloves, both extremely expensive, matching their high price with an elegant style that looked fantastic on the male model wearing them. Typically, regular people wouldn't look as good as models, but Minji was different. Rong Jian believed he'd look even better in them. While lost in thought, Rong Jian also laughed at himself for being so impractical. Since Rong Jian had confessed to Aunt Han Yun, he was no longer the sneaky one buying computers anymore. Now unfettered, he directly ordered under Aunt Han Yun's name and shipped it to the Rong family home, relieving Chen Yanyan of extra trouble. After being busy all evening, Rong Jian finally gathered her spirits and was ready to study hard to make up for the time lost today. However, Hector's message suddenly came through. Rong Jian hesitated for a while about whether to reply, as chatting also consumed a lot of energy. But then she thought that Hector was always there for her, working tirelessly every day and taking the time to patiently deal with her whims whenever she contacted him. She felt it would be ungrateful not to respond, so she immediately perked up and replied cheerfully, "Uncle. I'm here." Hector's reply came quickly, "Has Rong been very busy recently?" Rong Jian thought about it and realized it was indeed true. In the past, when she was bored, she would always find Hector to chat, but lately, she'd been busy knitting scarves and had no spare time. She initially thought about making up an excuse but reconsidered and decided Hector would see right through any lie. So, she truthfully explained the situation in broad strokes, since Hector already knew about her tutor. Of course, Rong Jian made sure to blur some of the details and the truth. She said, "My tutor doesn't have a good financial situation. Now that autumn has come, his clothing is still rather thin, so I thought about knitting him a sweater. But I realized that's impossible, so I asked my mom to buy one for him, which I'll give as a gift." On the other side of the screen, Minji paused his programming work. Even though what Rong Jian said was part truth and part fiction, he could still piece together most of the process. In the morning, instead of doing her homework, she was probably brainstorming how to proceed, and going home early for dinner tonight was likely to convince Qin Zhou. Minji guessed correctly that Rong Jian wouldn't send this sweater alone to him. It was more likely that all the Rong family staff would receive gifts. However, Minji's own gift was a personally selected sweater by Rong Jian. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for a long time without typing out a complete sentence. Normally, hesitation and uncertainty meant to Minji that something wasn't worth pursuing or investing energy in, so he would abandon it instantly. But this case was different. Finally, on the other end of the screen, Rong Jian received Hector's message. He said, "Is Rong lying to me? Would you really be so nice to your tutor?" Before Rong Jian could respond, another message arrived. Hector asked, "Is he not your little boyfriend?" Chapter 30, Out of Control. Mingyi waited for a long time, but Rong Jian did not respond. The lights in the room had already been turned off. Mingye's eyes were half closed, his gaze fixed on the screen. The cold mechanical glow reflected on his face, making his expression seem especially icy. Mingye's search page for Rong Jian was vastly different. He had modified the program and set up many administrative permissions. For example, right now, he could see that Rong Jian hadn't typed a single sentence, seemingly with no intention to even answer the question. It should have been an easy question to answer immediately. Rarely did Mingyi regret doing something like this. He could make that sentence completely disappear within 3 seconds, but he couldn't erase Rong Jian's memory. After a while, Rong Jian finally sent a message, "Uncle scared me. I'm absolutely incapable of early romance. In this lifetime, it's impossible for me to fall into early romance." Following that was an image of a fluffy ball looking afraid, titled, Scared.jpg. Actually, Rong Jian had been thinking about other things all along. Upon seeing that sentence, Rong Jian's heartbeat unexpectedly quickened for a second. But more importantly, Hector's one phrase enlightened him. Rong Jian suddenly became very clear that his relationship with Mingyi had become overly intimate. He had always understood this fact but kept avoiding the issue. Otherwise, people like Chen Yanyan, Han Yun, and even Hector would have never misconstrued his relationship with Mingyi so much. It shouldn't have been this way. Yet, Rong Jian no longer wanted Mingyi to ask that same question again. That had already been 2 months ago when Mingyi asked, "Didn't Miss always want to stay far away from me? Then why act this way?" Rong Jian back then couldn't answer it, and Rong Jian now couldn't either. Or perhaps, describing Rong Jian's feelings more accurately, it was because he didn't want to treat Mingyi that way, his high school male lead. And Rong Jian dared to analyze only up to this point, before cutting himself off. Nevertheless, some explanation was still necessary. Rong Jian sent another message, "Because my tutor is an excellent person. Very good to me. So giving gifts is perfectly normal." Hector replied, "Oh." Rong Jian had already mastered the skill set of teenage girls aged 15 who twist and wrangle excuses. He said, "I'm just a 15-year-old fluffy ball. Won't engage in early romance. Uncle can relax." This was an expected answer, something Mingyi had already guessed, yet he had still proposed this meaningless question. He calmly wished Rong Jian good night, then opened the keyboard, revealing 2 carved words beneath it. Mingyi. Perhaps pursuing aesthetics, Rong Jian forgot to imitate someone else's handwriting style, adhering strictly to his own writing habits. It showed signs that he hadn't deliberately practiced calligraphy, yet his strokes carried an air of grace. Mingyi returned the keyboard to its place and began writing tonight's code. On that day of light snow, Fucheng City didn't actually snow, it was simply very cold. The breaths everyone exhaled turned into white mist, and the sky remained overcast, certainly not good weather. Han Yun intentionally prepared a lavish gift for old Sunday. There was a fine bottle of wine inside, leaving no time for him to open Mingyi's present. The next day at school, Mingyi still wore his school uniform. After entering the classroom, he took off his coat, revealing a light camel-colored sweater underneath. A color that was difficult for most people to pull off, yet Mingyi, with his handsome looks and good physique, made any clothes look great on him. Unconsciously, Rong Jian stared at Mingyi's back silhouette for quite a long time. Chen Yanyan finally noticed Rong Jian's unusual behavior. She looked at him suspiciously, opened the omnipotent Taobao app, searched for a bit, and then poked Rong Jian's arm confidently, saying, "Isn't the piece of clothing Mingyi is wearing what you gifted him?" Rong Jian, of course, could not admit it. He calmly wrote on the draft paper, "How can a piece of clothing be related to me? Of course, it wasn't something I bought." Chen Yanyan snorted disdainfully, as if mocking Rong Jian's foolishness. She opened the Taobao page and waved it in front of Rong Jian, "Look, ZE latest model, 30,000 yuan per piece." With Mingyi's family background, it would be hard for him to afford such an expensive brand. "I've copied homework from this big shot for so long, so I really trust his character. If that's the case, who gave him the clothing?" Stunned by Chen Yanyan's superlative detective ability, although she always possessed astonishing talent for small issues and gossip, Rong Jian still decided to remain obstinately unyielding despite being exactly pegged right. Although he couldn't sever ties with Mingyi, at least he needed to correct others' misunderstandings about their relationship. Chen Yanyan glanced forward. They were sitting at the very last row, and Mingyi was slightly leaning back. Chen Yanyan immediately noticed there was no label on the sweater, causing her to burst out laughing so hard that she couldn't speak. While trembling with laughter, she wrote, "Sis, you're truly an attentive girlfriend. You even removed the label from such an expensive gift, unbelievable." Rong Jian sunk into deep thought. If even Chen Yanyan could figure it out, why did he feel Mingyi wouldn't understand? But the situation between Chen Yanyan and Mingyi was different. There was a distraction with Mingyi's side of things. With the light snow day coinciding with Qinzhou's birthday leftover celebration, Han Yun had sent gifts to all of the Rong family staff. Given Mingyi's character, he probably wouldn't have asked others what they received. Rong Jian felt a little relieved. During the break, an outsider student suddenly walked in, loudly saying, "Is Rong Jian here? Someone is looking for you outside." Having no choice, Rong Jian walked out of the classroom, still pondering in his mind. He hadn't made many friends here yet, plus if something urgent had happened, wouldn't people normally call or send messages instead of coming up directly like this? As he looked up, standing before him was Chen Lu. Chen Lu was still a pretty young girl but appeared more haggard compared to their last meeting. Nevertheless, her spirit seemed intact, she wasn't disheartened or anything. She thanked Rong Jian several times before quietly saying, "Miss Rong, I've come to say goodbye." After the incident involving the Chen family, Chen Lu grieved for her father and grandfather for a while. Yet, she realized they had committed unforgivable sins, and they needed punishment accordingly, lest they betray those families destroyed by drugs. Chen Lu felt ashamed about her previous comfortable life, considering all the money she spent carried traces of blood and human lives. Following police investigation, Chen Lu, as an underage teenager, indeed had not participated in any drug crimes and was released. Chen Lu said bashfully, "My mom heard the news and rushed back from overseas to take me home." Perhaps because mentioning her mother brought happiness, her voice finally rose louder. "Mom told me that when she discovered the drug transaction, she chose divorce. Back then, she wanted to take me with her, but Grandpa didn't allow it. Now, hearing the news about our family, she wants to take me abroad and give me a fresh start." Ah. Rong Jian reacted. This plot twist seemed off, how suddenly it had leapt years forward. In one quick move, Chen Lu stepped closer, unexpectedly hugging Rong Jian and earnestly saying, "It's all thanks to the encouragement and strength you gave me that day. I've decided to become someone like you. After going abroad, I also want to help a lot of people and do a lot of good deeds." Still confused, Rong Jian hadn't figured out how everything went haywire, and he didn't manage to push Chen Lu away either. However, Chen Lu hugged him for just 1 second. She continued, "But after going abroad, I might never come back. Goodbye, Miss Rong." Rong Jian seriously bid her farewell as well. He didn't care much about the dramatics anymore. After all, he was fine, and Chen Lu ended up well too. As for the main character's storyline. With Ming Ye's ability, even if he hadn't met an undercover spy like Chen Lu who was dumb and sweet, he'd still probably uncover the truth instantly. Right? While Rong Jian was cautiously pondering over these matters, a voice interrupted his thoughts. The person said, "If Miss likes girls, is this the girl she likes?" Rong Jian lifted his gaze, seeing Mingyi standing not too far away. Mingyi wore that light camel-colored sweater, without an outer jacket, making him look taller and towering among the crowd. Rong Jian shook his head. Due to the questioning from earlier, he now skillfully responded to the subject, softly replying, "No, it's just a younger sister I met at the banquet last time." His words paused briefly as he looked up at Ming Ye's dark pupils seriously and added, I won't fall in love until I can fully control my own destiny. After speaking, realizing too much room for misunderstanding, he quickly clarified further, that means I'm too young now, it's not appropriate to indulge in early romance. Upon listening to his explanation, Ming Ye maintained the same expression as though what had just been said wasn't important. Rong Jian muttered under his breath, why do you always think I'm dating other girls? Ming Ye said, because romantic relationships can hinder studies. Rong Jian inwardly mused that Ming Ye, being the male lead, was quite responsible indeed. No matter what, his focus always remained on academics. Ming Ye tugged at the corner of his sweater, looked up, and told Rong Jian, thank you, miss, for your gift. Rong Jian's alarm bells immediately went off, ready to issue a triple denial. However, before Rong Jian could finish speaking, Ming Ye cut him off. It was rare for Ming Ye to question with such a tone, do you think I'm an idiot, miss? There are too many loopholes. Rong Jian became slightly unhappy. If the male lead wasn't a fool, then he himself must be one. Ming Ye took 2 steps forward, his eyes half closed, gazing at Rong Jian's face. Rong Jian pursed his lips, looking somewhat upset yet oddly cute. Ming Ye wanted to make Rong Jian even cuter. Thus, he said in what appeared to be a serious and solemn manner, Miss has given me such an expensive gift, and I have no present to return the favor. The only thing I can do is work harder to tutor your studies, striving to help you rank within the top 10 in the upcoming 3rd monthly exam. Rong Jian, ? No way. Even under Ming Ye's tutoring, he was already under immense pressure. Now he was supposed to leap from 100th place to 10th. Could he opt to reject this gift instead? Chapter 31, Illusory Dream. Rong Jian felt that this matter had gone beyond his own capabilities. He did not nod, instead attempting to explain the underlying principles to Ming Ye. But Ming Ye noticed his hesitation. He stepped forward a few paces and softly said, does the young miss dislike my returned favor? Rong Jian was startled, looking up at Ming Ye. Ming Ye's eyes were half closed. From Rong Jian's angle, he could barely see Ming Ye's pitch-black pupils clouded over with a gray haze, as if in great sadness. Rong Jian couldn't refuse such a Ming Ye. So, he shook his head hastily and seriously said, no. I am thinking about how long we should study next. The break time was very short. Just as Rong Jian finished speaking, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Rong Jian entered the classroom first, and Ming Ye followed behind, gazing at Rong Jian's back, lightly smiling. After returning to the classroom, Rong Jian appeared extremely dispirited. Chen Yanyan asked him, what's wrong? Did you meet someone outside who made you unhappy? Rong Jian shook his head, writing on a piece of paper, do you think I can make it into the top 10 students in the whole school for this monthly exam? Chen Yanyan remained silent for a moment. After careful consideration, she still said, although I want you to be the best student immediately, studying is something that needs to progress step by step. Rong Jian shed tears and wrote, I just promised Ming Ye. He should have refused. But once he thought about how pitiful and considerate Ming Ye was, there was simply no way he could bear to reject him. Refusal was impossible throughout his entire life. Even though Rong Jian's life may only have 7 months left. Chen Yanyan. Your academic overachievers sure know how to play mind games. During class, Rong Jian couldn't concentrate on the lesson but instead kept daydreaming about Chen Lu's situation. He wasn't sure where something went wrong, like a toppled line of dominoes, completely changing the fate described in Villainous Seed. Rong Jian carefully reflected, although he suspected the Chen family's downfall might not happen now, there was no proof supporting that suspicion. The only certain factor that had changed was what happened during that banquet, when Rong Jian allowed Chen Lu to take her ID. Now that Chen Lu's mother has found her and taken her overseas, could it be because of those documents, meaning they weren't being used against her? Rong Jian couldn't help but wonder, was it because of his decision that he changed Chen Lu's destiny? And he himself must not change his own fate. However, continuing further in his thoughts, Rong Jian wondered, could changing others' destinies possibly change his own as well? For instance, if their car broke down on that day, so Rong Jian decided to take the bus instead. Su Fei sent over a small vehicle which likely wouldn't collide with the bus. The premise for this argument would be true only if the changes in Chen Lu's storyline were really due to his actions. Rong Jian needed to alter someone else's fate once more to confirm whether this method worked. However, even though he knew all the plotlines of Villainous Seed, he realized that the timeline he was currently in was outside the main story. Rong Jian's excitement seemed slightly diminished. Still, having finally found a potentially viable way to change his own fate, he couldn't easily give up. He considered each character with a bit of plotline from the main text, eventually settling on Song Xuelin. In the main story, it is mentioned that Song Xuelin agreed to become an undercover agent because her exceptionally talented older brother died in a car race. Their father also died in an accident, losing his inheritance rights. Her mother was hospitalized with a serious illness, and Song Xuelin's uncle took control of the household power, forcing her to become an undercover agent under the promise that her mother's life would be insured. Song Xuelin once mentioned that her brother died in a car crash off a cliff on a snowy night during his final year of high school. This year, Fucheng City hadn't seen any snow yet. Unconsciously, Rong Jian began sketching countless plot lines on scratch paper, using symbols incomprehensible to anyone else. If he wanted the logical sequence of self-rescue to hold, he must change the fate of Song Xuelin's brother, Song Xuesen. After school, Rong Jian, for the first time, tried befriending Song Xuelin. He said, "Didn't your brother also attend the Chen family dinner last time?" Though Song Xuelin liked Rong Jian quite a lot, family was her biggest taboo. Once touched upon, she instinctively became wary and asked, "What do you mean?" Perhaps because he had feigned insanity numerous times while making online friends, Rong Jian was now adept at pretending innocence. His voice was soft, eyebrows slightly furrowed, as he said, "I attended it too last time, seeing someone at the banquet who looked very much like you, so I wondered if it might be him." Song Xuelin realized that Rong Jian had no ill intentions and hesitantly nodded her head. Rong Jian's voice became even quieter, with a hint of worry and fear in his tone. "I overheard someone talking about racing on Shikong Road, and it sounded very dangerous. Since I thought he might be your brother, I just wanted to let you know." Song Xuelin's pupils contracted. In villainous seed, it wasn't until Song Xuesen died in a car race that his parents and younger sister found out about his love for racing. He'd even considered becoming a professional racer but had given up the idea to inherit the family business. Occasionally, he would secretly arrange races with racing teams for thrills. Rong Jian paused, seeming to hesitate for a moment but actually fanning the flames. After all, Shikong Road is a mountain loop road, it's extremely dangerous and prone to car accidents. Song Xuelin's expression turned serious as she replied succinctly, "Thank you. I'll go home and tell my parents about this matter." Rong Jian sighed in relief. Though Song Xuelin seemed delicate and fragile on the surface, she was in fact incredibly brave and strong, even embodying such qualities when she later played an antagonist. She had been covertly active for a long time, so if she knew about the matter, she would likely have a serious talk with Song Xuesen. The night after the third monthly exam, Fucheng City experienced its earliest snowfall in nearly 20 years due to the influence of cold air. On Monday morning, when Rong Jian arrived at school, Song Xuelin was sitting at her desk, cheerfully chatting with the girl behind her. Finally, Rong Jian felt relieved, knowing that he didn't even need to ask about the outcome. That evening, they sat in their usual coffee shop. Ming Yi could sense how elated Rong Jian was. He subtly placed the hot chocolate he ordered beside Rong Jian, asking offhandedly, "Is there something making Miss happy today?" Rong Jian took a sip of the hot chocolate, exhaled deeply, then tilted his head, trying to suppress a smile but failing, and quickly composed himself, "Nothing special. Just thinking about what I'll do after the college entrance exam." He asked, "Do you have any place you really want to visit?" This sounded like an invitation for Ming Yi to join him on a trip after the national exam. Ming Yi lowered his head and remained silent for a moment before replying, "There's nowhere I want to go." Rong Jian seemed overly excited. He took another sip of hot chocolate, his cheeks flushed red. "It's fine. There's still plenty of time, we can discuss it later." He believed that through these actions, he could change his inevitable fate, ensuring there would be more, later, and future, without having to constantly count down his remaining days. But on Tuesday, Song Xuelin requested leave from school. She continued to take leave for the entire week. By the afternoon, Rong Jian had learned from a girl who was familiar with Song Xuelin that her brother passed away the previous night in a car accident. Apparently, due to an emergency involving his father, he was rushing home and lost control of his vehicle, causing it to overturn into the ravine. That road was precisely Shikong Road. Song Xuesen died on the second snowy night. Fate cannot be altered. The world will proceed according to the will of villainous seed. Rong Jian began to feel dizzy, all his joy now resembling an illusory dream. None of it was real. Chapter 32, Drunkenness. That afternoon, Rong Jian seemed listless, resting his head on the table. His mind was hazy and half asleep, dreaming constantly of scenes that were once written in a book. The last dream was from near the end of Evil Seed. In the cold room stood three people, one of whom was Ming Yi, now grown up. He appeared even taller, dressed in a black suit, white shirt, and perfectly tied tie. He looked impeccable and stern with an unsmiling side face. The other two people were probably Su Fei and Qing Jian, a junior brother to the male protagonist, but Rong Jian hadn't seen them before. Their faces were blurred as if covered by a faint gray mist, only allowing vague recognition of their features. Su Fei was nearly mad. He shouted loudly, "Ming Yi, you won. Are you happy now?" Standing before him, Ming Yi had his eyes slightly lowered, not even bothering to glance at Su Fei, clearly considering him beneath his notice. Su Fei chuckled a few times then suddenly said, "But what's the point of winning? Your father hated you most before he died, your biological mother also resented you for ruining her dreams. Who else? Oh yes, when you were in high school living with the Rong family, wasn't it true that Miss Rong treated you well? You thought she liked you and cared for you, but in reality, she detested you. Did you know? And who would love you anyway?" He seemed smug, having found something that could surpass Ming Yi. He cried out hysterically, "Ming Yi, look at this world, there are 6 billion people, but who would ever love you? No one will love you." Qing Jian seemed about to lay hands on Su Fei. Ming Yi raised his gaze indifferently and said, "It appears he's not going to stop. Call the police." Rong Jian knew that before saying those words, Ming Yi must have thought, "I don't need love, anyone's love." This was the only part in the book Evil Seed where the protagonist's inner thoughts were explicitly described. Fuming with rage, Chen Jian made the call to the police. Afterward, still brooding over the matter, he complained to Mingyi, questioning why Miss Rong should be honored in such a good place while they suffer. Mingyi didn't stop him or bother wasting his efforts on the issue. Whether it happened or not, it didn't matter much. With just a message, he could prevent it, yet he chose to leave coolly, instructing the driver to take him away to handle the rest of today's business. Suddenly Rong Jian felt cold. Would Mingyi treat him the same way if he learned about what the original body had done? Yet, Rong Jian also believed he might be overthinking. Perhaps by that time, he'd already be dead and none of this would matter. Yet living beings do care. Just before school ended, Rong Jian finally snapped out of it and sent a WeChat message to Mingyi. He said, "Sorry, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll skip studying." Without waiting for Mingyi's reply, Rong Jian grabbed his school bag and left the classroom alone. Watching his departing figure, Mingyi did not chase after him but instead asked Chen Yan, "What's wrong with him today?" With a furrowed brow, Chen Yan pulled at her hair, thinking hard for a while before replying, "I'm not sure either. He seemed fine in the morning, pretty happy actually. But..." She paused. "Oh, right, he asked Song Xuelin why she wasn't here today. Someone said it was because of some trouble at her home, and all of a sudden, he became dejected." Mingyi nodded thoughtfully and said, "Thank you." Then he turned and walked away. Chen Yan called after him, saying, "You should comfort her well." Carrying his school bag, Rong Jian didn't call for the driver. He didn't want to return and decided to wander aimlessly along the little road outside the school. It was early winter now, and darkness came very early. The sky was dim without any moon or stars, and even the streetlights weren't lit. When Rong Jian stopped walking, he noticed a convenience store not too far ahead. Inside, a young man in his 20s stood behind the cash register playing on his phone, with freezers behind him. Rong Jian said nonchalantly, "I want 2 cans of beer and a pack of cigarettes." His mood was extremely bad. Generally, Rong Jian rarely drank to drown his sorrows since drinking is useless, it brings nothing except a headache upon waking. Unless it was something irrevocable and unachievable no matter how hard you tried. Such as after finishing handling the funeral arrangements for his grandmother, or like now. The young man looked up, startled. He could recognize the school uniform Rong Jian was wearing, it belonged to Huiwen Middle School nearby. Rong Jian looked like one of those beautiful and innocent rich young misses, very naive and easily deceived the moment she stepped out of her door. It should have been evening study time, yet she was in the convenience store trying to buy cold beer and cigarettes. The young man couldn't help but offer a word of advice, "It's dark outside now, it's not good for you to drink alone." Even though Rong Jian's mood was terrible, he would never take his anger out on others, especially when someone was kindly warning him. He pressed his lips together and said, "Thank you, I'll take it home to drink." The young man quickly nodded, taking 2 cans of ice-cold beer. But since Rong Jian hadn't specified what kind of cigarettes he wanted, he took the liberty of grabbing a box of women's mint cigarettes, with a mild taste. Rong Jian paid and carried the plastic bag out of the convenience store. The streetlights outside had already lit up. Mingyi stood not far away, watching Rong Jian standing at the bus stop. He seemed rather unhappy, head downcast, staring at his own toes, his long hair falling over his ears, and his earlobes were slightly red from the cold. Then, a bus stopped in front of Rong Jian, and he boarded it alone. Mingyi thought that if he hadn't mistaken, the thing Rong Jian was carrying in his hand must be canned beer. Rong Jian always knew how to cheer himself up, Mingyi couldn't even imagine what could make him so upset. This bus line had few passengers, so the vehicle moved fast and didn't take long to arrive at the station. Before getting off, Rong Jian tightened the knot of the plastic bag and stuffed it into his school bag. When he got home, he told Han Yun that he was a bit tired and wanted to go up to rest early. To prevent Han Yun from coming in to check on him, Rong Jian did not turn on the light, locking the door instead. He tossed his school bag on the carpet, took out the plastic bag from inside, and sat on the windowsill. Rong Jian opened the first can of beer and tilted his head back, drinking a large mouthful. Beer wasn't strong enough to get him drunk, Rong Jian understood this well, and he wouldn't let himself end up in an unexpected situation while drunk. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to wait until 7 months later, as tonight would have been fatal. Drinking alone was boring, but Rong Jian couldn't talk about his troubles with anyone he knew. Thus, he turned on Sun Ta. It was quite early still, but Hector was unusually online. After gulping down another large swig of beer, Rong Jian said recklessly, knowing that Hector could never meet him in person, "Uncle, I'm drinking alcohol right now. The alcohol tastes so good." Hector, ? Rong Jian continued speaking without waiting for any response, "Something really sad happened today, Uncle, do you want to hear?" Hector, "Sure, tell me." Rong Jian threw the empty beer can away, opening another one while knocking on the keyboard with one hand. "Ah, don't tell, Uncle, it's my little secret. I can't share it with anyone." Actually, by this point, Rong Jian was already somewhat dazed. Low-alcohol beer was indeed hard to get drunk on. The original Rong Jian used to binge drink with his roommates in university and still attended class normally the next day. But now his body had never touched alcohol before and, coincidentally, was prone to drunkenness. Rong Jian was already half conscious, perhaps because of the effects of the alcohol. Suddenly feeling unbearably sorrowful, he thought that his life had been fine in the previous world, and then suddenly came to this world, transforming into a famous lady despite wanting otherwise and being given less than a year to live. He hadn't done anything wrong. Rong Jian saw a double and made multiple mistakes in his sentence. Uncle, I have something I cannot tell you, because revealing it will kill me. So, I won't tell you. Good night, uncle. After sending this message, Rong Jian completely passed out. His phone fell straight onto the ground but thanks to the carpet cushioning the fall, only produced a soft sound. Mingyi remained silent after reading the last message. Finally, he stood up, grabbed his coat, and walked toward the main house. Rong Jian's room was on the second floor with a beautiful terrace, spacious, decorated with many statues for aesthetics, plus drainage pipes which made it easy for Mingyi to climb up this open terrace. Moreover, the door between the terrace and the room wasn't closed. Mingyi gently pushed open the glass door, thinking that Rong Jian had too low a level of vigilance. The moon had already risen high in the sky, shining brightly on the balcony. Rong Jian was semi-lying on the windowsill, his long hair hanging over the edge, covering most of his face. On the ground were 2 empty beer bottles, a box of mint cigarettes that had been opened, along with thick socks and tights that he had shed, and his skirt casually draped near his thigh roots, revealing white skin. Despite his slim figure, there was an oddly fleshy feel in that area. Mingyi shifted his gaze and moved closer, lifting the long strands of hair to find Rong Jian's flushed cheeks. His makeup hadn't been removed, the lipstick color had mostly faded away, leaving a very pale but attractive lip tone. He had only consumed 2 cans of beer. Mingyi leaned down, encircling Rong Jian's neck and knee bends with his arms, lifting him up in one go. Perhaps due to the heat from the alcohol, unwilling to get close to another heat source, Rong Jian couldn't wake up but started pushing away. Mingyi lowered his voice and whispered softly, "You need to be a little obedient." During the tutoring sessions, Rong Jian had listened to Mingyi's words so often that it became a conditioned response. With a tone, he hummed an "oh" and obediently lay against Mingyi, his ear pressed against his chest, then got carried onto the bed. Mingyi's ears began to heat up as well. But after setting Rong Jian down, that sudden wave of warmth disappeared. He leaned down, approaching Rong Jian's ear, and softly asked, "Why are you so sad?" Rong Jian sniffed, perhaps feeling unwell from drinking. His response was muffled, "I'm just so sad." Mingyi continued asking, "Is it because Song Xuelin's brother died?" Rong Jian nodded more dejectedly. He felt like he was dreaming. In his dream, someone asked if he was upset about Song Xuelin's death. Of course, he was upset, so upset he could die. Mingyi hesitated for a moment. In fact, he didn't understand why Song Xuelin's death deserved Rong Jian to feel this way. Even if Rong Jian was too naive or foolish, he shouldn't grieve over matters or people unrelated to him. Maybe Rong Jian's sadness was tied to his secret. So, Mingyi asked, "Then what about your secret?" Unfortunately, that secret was the most important matter for Rong Jian. Even drunk, he wouldn't speak of it, merely shaking his head to refuse answering. Mingyi found no other reason, and thus assumed it must be related to Song Xuelin. He thought, how come Rong Jian has so much unused sympathy and naivety? It seems there aren't enough assignments yet. Nevertheless, Song Xuelin was already dead. If Rong Jian had told Mingyi earlier, he might have found a way to save Song Xuelin. Song Xuelin's death wasn't an accident, it was inevitable. His second uncle had been plotting for 10 years, just waiting for the day when Song Xuelin's brother and father would both meet with misfortune, completely crushing their family, allowing him to inherit the company. This was something Mingyi discovered while investigating Song Xuelin many years later. Once dead, there's no resurrection. That's even something Mingyi cannot achieve. Yet it seemed Rong Jian would remain sorrowful for a long time. During the evening study period, the school finally announced the rankings. There had been an issue with inputting the test scores, which caused the monthly exam rankings to be released only during this evening's self-study session. Rong Jian ranked 11th in the whole school, just one place short of reaching his goal. Mingyi disliked surprises. To eliminate unexpected factors, the last time Mingyi had already contacted the mother of Chen Lu, allowing them to meet years ahead of schedule. Then Chen Lu went abroad, foreseeing that she would never return and would not interfere with Rong Jian's studies anymore. If Rong Jian kept worrying about people like Chen Lu, Song Xuelin, or someone else, he wouldn't be able to focus on studying. His grades might drop, and he would never make it into the top 10. Perhaps a gift should be given to Rong Jian, as a reward for achieving this goal. Mingyi thought absent-mindedly. Maybe Rong Jian simply couldn't bear seeing Song Xuelin live such a miserable life. If her situation improves and the truth comes out, she can avenge her grievances. It will surely be better than her father and brother dying under unclear circumstances, and then being forced by relatives. He couldn't resist touching Rong Jian's face, it was burning hot, yet he still tucked him in tightly. People who have never tasted alcohol before, actually drink for someone else. Mingyi thought again, finding an opportunity to let Song Xuelin go abroad would be best. He disliked the possibility of encountering the next surprise. Chapter 33, Shaolin. Rong Jian dreamt all night. When he woke up, his head was pounding so badly that he almost couldn't get up. After Han Yun came in, she noticed that Rong Jian had not removed his makeup from yesterday and had also secretly gotten drunk. Unable to resist scolding him a few words, Rong Jian, who had already sobered up, casually made up an excuse to fool Han Yun. There are very few 18-year-olds who don't drink alcohol. Han Yun couldn't bear to blame Rong Jian too much. In a hurry, Rong Jian reapplied his makeup, grabbed his school bag, and only then managed to unlock his phone on the car ride. As soon as he did, the chat window for Sun Ta popped up. Shit. Rong Jian was almost incredulous that he'd typed out so many words while being drunk yesterday. He quickly skimmed through their chat history from yesterday and figured that Hector must have been scared by his drunken rants. It shouldn't have gone like this. Rong Jian didn't like it this way. No matter how sad he was yesterday or how drunk he became, it was still his own business. Spreading troubles he couldn't even solve himself onto others, it was disgraceful. Moreover, by the third day after entering the evil seeds, Rong Jian had already accepted mentally that he would likely die in 1 year. He just couldn't quite let go of the resentment. Rong Jian was fully awake now. Thinking positively, there's always a way out when life seems to offer none. If this method wouldn't work, there would be others. If he thought negatively, there wasn't much that could be done except making the best of the remaining months. Maybe, when he wakes up again, he'll be back in his original world. Rong Jian breathed a sigh of relief and turned the screen bright again, using Sun Ta to chat with Hector for the first time while another person existed in the real world alongside them. After pondering for a moment, Rong Jian worked hard to recall the feeling of being a 15-year-old girl, carefully deliberating over his words for quite some time before finally sending out the message, Uncle, I drank alcohol yesterday in secret and ended up getting drunk. I must have acted really weird, so yeah, QAQ. At such an early hour, Hector was obviously offline. Rong Jian had initially wanted to continue and reassure Hector not to worry about him, but thought it would be too obvious, so he changed the wording instead. I just saw what I sent yesterday morning. It's so embarrassing. Uncle mustn't use this to make fun of me later. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. It never happened. Hector suddenly came online. Rong Jian looked through the messages he had sent that morning again and found that his dramatic flair was still in full swing, having portrayed everything incredibly convincingly. Hector surely wouldn't take his drunken words seriously. Hector then sent a new message, it's fine. Rong can tell me whenever something makes her unhappy. Rong Jian replied with a, okay, and then said he needed to go to school, swiftly logging off. Glancing out the car window, Rong Jian suddenly felt that going back to his original world wouldn't be such a good thing after all, even though he might live longer there without family or many friends. Though Rong Jian was indeed skilled at making friends, chatting, and reading people well, he was too busy supporting himself. Even if someone seemed to click immediately upon meeting, without spending time together, they would never become truly close friends. At least here, there were still quite a few people who cared about him. Rong Jian decided to stop thinking beyond this point. He couldn't think any further. Back at school, Chen Yanyan secretly probed about what was wrong with Rong Jian but didn't dare ask directly, afraid of touching on his sore spot. So Rong Jian reassured her, saying he wasn't feeling well physically yesterday and his mood was terrible, which set Chen Yanyan's mind at ease. The rankings for the third monthly exam had come out. Rong Jian ranked 11th in the whole school. Though he couldn't compare with his previous days of holding steady at number 1, it was enough that no one had anything more to gossip about. Song Xuelin hadn't come to school for a long time. About 2 weeks later, Mr. Zhang moved a girl from the back row wearing glasses to Song Xuelin's seat. Only then did Rong Jian snap out of it. He had been avoiding dealing with this situation, and finally asked around for what happened. A girl familiar with Song Xuelin provided some information. It turned out that Song Xuelin's second uncle had been investigated for economic problems. The police traced an irregular expense and discovered that he had maliciously harmed Song Xuelin's father and brother. Now, he was in jail. Song Xuelin was trying to hold the family together, but she was so occupied that she might not return to school. Rong Jian silently responded with an, oh. Truth be told, he didn't actually know much about the plot surrounding Song Xuelin. Although both female supporting characters, Chen Lu at least eventually redeemed herself, marginally fitting into the protagonist group. Hence, when explaining her background and her eventual redemption arc, her pitiful past was written in great detail. However, Song Xuelin went down the road to darkness, becoming a pure antagonist. Her background was brushed over in just a few sentences, and her end led her to move far away. Rong Jian thought that this might be the reason why Song Xuelin turned dark, bearing humiliation when the company had problems and going undercover at Minji's place on her own, which in the end did not yield much result. He felt like warning Song Xuelin not to waste her efforts but instead find a way to cooperate with Minji later, though he reconsidered and decided against it as he couldn't change the plot. Perhaps Chen Lu's storyline was just an accident. The operation of a world would always have some trivial bugs that didn't matter. Chen Lu luckily became one of those bugs and changed her fate. Rong Jian hoped she could live well overseas and no longer get involved in the evil seeds. Compared to the fourth monthly exam, Christmas coming up was much more urgent because Rong Jian was running out of time to finish the scarf he was knitting as a birthday gift. Although Minji's public birthday is December 28th, Rong Jian knew it wasn't true. In The Evil Seeds, it was mentioned that it was the day Xiao Lin switched Minji, symbolizing Minji being an unworthy illegitimate child in her eyes. Minji's real birthday was actually December 25th, Christmas Day, a cheerful and lively day. It didn't really matter which day his birthday was, but December 28th was simply disgusting, so Rong Jian couldn't celebrate Minji's birthday on that date. December 25th, on the other hand, was too perfect for finding excuses to hold a birthday celebration along with it. Thus, Rong Jian must finish the scarf before Christmas. But his hands were clumsy, and while pulling the yarn thread, he accidentally removed the needle, causing a large section to unravel. Despite staying up half the night, he still hadn't finished and was left with only the final touches, forcing him to take 2 periods off school in the afternoon on Christmas Day to complete the scarf. On his way back to school, Rong Jian casually grabbed an apple with a ribbon tied around it from the table. The driver soon brought Rong Jian back to the school. Holding the wrapped gift box, Rong Jian realized it was too conspicuous and returning to class like this would definitely cause a big stir. So, standing in the school garden, he sent a WeChat message to Minji asking him to come out for a moment. But Minji didn't reply to his message. Now it was the break between the second period classes. Rong Jian felt a little strange but didn't think much about it, continuing to stand where he was until he heard several people walking past talking idly. I never expected there would be someone with such a family background in our school. Hey, I heard that girl came straight here and lost control on the spot. Anyway, we hope the security guards will strengthen patrols and prevent such people from entering again. Rong Jian stiffened, though they didn't mention names, he felt cold all over. He stopped waiting for Minji's reply and turned toward the teaching building. At first, he was walking, then he began running faster and faster, giving it his all. When Rong Jian pushed open the front door of room 3, class had not yet started, and the classroom was noisy. Still, he could hear what everyone was saying. One person said curiously, I never imagined Minji's family situation would be so complicated. His mother even served jail time, do you know why? Was it for something like drug trafficking? Anyway. Rong Jian walked up to that person, lightly knocking on the desk with his knuckles, taking over their unfinished sentence and seriously asked, anyway what? The curious or malicious conjectures stopped immediately, and everything went quiet around him. Rong Jian didn't know how far things had escalated during these 2 periods when he was absent. Struggling to suppress his anger, he asked, is this private information of someone else so novel and worthy of discussion as gossip? No one spoke anymore. Perhaps Rong Jian was too serious. Whenever he looked at someone, they averted their gaze, afraid to meet Rong Jian's eyes. Chen Yanyan had already argued with them earlier but was ridiculed for meddling unnecessarily, failing to stop the gossip. Just then, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, opened the door and walked in. Seeing this scene, he coughed dryly a few times and suddenly said, we've all been classmates for 3 years, studying and living together every day. We understand each other's characters well. We're like a family. If a classmate has a difficult family situation, shouldn't we respect and care for them even more? I believe you are all good children and understand this principle. Actually, most of them did not have any ill intentions. They were just curious, and since others were discussing it, they wanted to follow the trend and say a few words too, mixed with their subjective assumptions and emotions. Mr. Zhang softened his tone and praised these students. Since they weren't naturally bad, they understood these principles and no longer mentioned the matter after that. Rong Jian said, Teacher, can I go out for a moment? All the students in the class focused their gazes on Rong Jian. His right hand held a beautifully and elaborately packaged gift box, while his left hand grasped an apple tied with a Christmas ribbon, as if he were heading off to a date with someone. At this moment, it was obvious to anyone what he was about to do. He was going to find Minji. But Rong Jian didn't care. No matter how others looked at him, Rong Jian rarely paid much attention. A large part of maintaining his persona was for avoiding unnecessary trouble rather than bending over backward for approval. Mr. Zhang was taken aback, so he laughed nervously and said, go ahead, just be safe. Chen Yanyan truly thought Rong Jian was attractive at that moment. She couldn't figure out why Rong Jian often seemed like a detached young lady yet always stood up powerfully for Minji. This must be the power of love. After stepping out of the classroom, Rong Jian took out his phone again. This time, he received a WeChat message from Minji. It said, I'm here. Rong Jian understood perfectly well that whatever Shaolin had done had nothing to do with Minji. However, if that secret came out, some people might use it to humiliate Minji, perhaps finding some sick enjoyment in it. Descending the stairs, Rong Jian rushed into the garden. Minji stood next to an evergreen tree, a cigarette lit in his hand, casually exhaling smoke rings until Rong Jian arrived panting for breath. Did you know? Minji asked. Rong Jian hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding. Minji seemed unfazed by the matter, whispering softly, Miss, don't worry. How could she possibly reveal her history as a prostitute? She's merely threatening me with her imprisonment. Minji lowered his head, his eyes drooping, hiding his pitch-black pupils, then he smiled faintly, that is still our little secret. He didn't have to ask, he already knew what Rong Jian was worried about. Because Rong Jian was just that naive and soft-hearted. Chapter 34, Christmas Wish. The Seed of Evil begins with Minji entering university, and most events from high school are briefly mentioned in Qing Jian's memories. Rong Jian cannot recall whether the book mentioned this incident or not. However, regardless of that, it has already happened. If he had known, Rong Jian wouldn't have left just now. Perhaps his presence wouldn't have made much of a difference, but being there or not would still be different. Cold sweat drenched Rong Jian's forehead. Without gloves, his hands were exposed to the cold wind, turning blue-white and trembling slightly. He didn't know what words of comfort to say to Minji. Sometimes comforting someone was like touching their wounds again. Rong Jian couldn't properly gauge the extent, because even he himself couldn't fully understand exactly what he wanted at any given moment, let alone deeply comprehend another person's heart. Taking a few steps forward, Rong Jian handed over an apple tied with a ribbon and said, "Stop smoking, eat the apple instead." Minji switched cigarettes. It wasn't the harsh-smelling kind he used to offer Rong Jian in the past, but rather a long box of mint-flavored cigarettes that looked light and somewhat familiar to Rong Jian. But he could no longer remember where he'd seen them before, probably in many different places. Minji took the apple and bit into it. There had been a slight snowfall today, which has since stopped, leaving the sky gray and hazy. Minji's eyes were half-lowered, his face turned to the side, pale and devoid of any blood color, as if perfectly suited for this weather, gloomy and cold. Swallowing the bite of apple, his tone was nonchalant, as though casually discussing whether the apple was sweet or not, something ultimately inconsequential. But actually, what he asked was, "Miss, are you pitying me?" Then, Minji suddenly lifted her head, her dark pupils reflecting only Rong Jian. She said, "Don't lie to me." Rong Jian hesitated, tilting his head and seriously contemplating for a moment before saying, "There are so many pitiful people in this world. I can't possibly feel sorry for each one of them." It was his heartfelt statement, yet he would only reveal it up to this point. Now it was Minji's turn to be speechless. He had already anticipated how Rong Jian would respond to that question and what kind of answer he might receive, whether it would be out of pity or denial. He would then proceed with the next sentence or question until reaching the desired result. But Rong Jian's first response was unexpected. Xiao Lin shouldn't have been able to find Minji. Xiao Lin went to prison in the same year Minji left, when Minji was 13. Afterwards, Minji went to an orphanage and was adopted by Old Sun, during which time he discovered the director's dirty little secret and erased all traces of it. Even if Xiao Lin was released and found the orphanage, she would never have been able to find Minji. But this time, she did come. It was only upon seeing Xiao Lin that Minji remembered. It should have been the person dismissed from the Rong family who returned, the unforeseen issue that he hadn't dealt with properly, the surprise brought by Rong Jian. Rong Jian didn't dwell on the issue. In his view, however powerful Minji was, he was still just an 18-year-old youth. Suddenly encountering such an event, of course, he would value his face and dignity, unwilling to allow others' sympathy. At 18, Rong Jian's temper had been much worse than Minji's. Seeing Minji rush over anxiously, he would at least tell him not to worry, revealing the secrets concerning Xiao Lin without hesitation. It was a subtle kindness difficult to detect. Rong Jian believed he was thoughtful enough to skip this topic, resulting in this situation. Although teacher Zhang had suppressed the gossip within the class, returning home now held no meaning. He walked up to Minji, stood on tiptoe, tilted his head back, and softly said, "Today is Christmas, and it's lively outside. Let's skip class and go out to play." Minji thought that they shouldn't do this, as the monthly exam was coming soon. Last time, Rong Jian ranked 11th largely due to unexpected factors, and there was no guarantee of the same result this time, possibly even regression. Their promise to each other was for Rong Jian to rank in the top 10. This was the most important thing. However, after half a minute, Minji nodded. It was still class time, and without the teacher's permission slip, there was no way to leave the school gates. They went through a small path and reached the low wall that bad students often climbed over, surprisingly finding no one there. Rong Jian thought about it and realized that those who wanted to leave school to celebrate must have gone already and wouldn't wait till now. Minji took the gift bag from Rong Jian's hand and effortlessly scaled the wall. Now it was Rong Jian's turn. Rong Jian had an inflated sense of pride and didn't think much of the short wall, but unfortunately, he was wearing a long skirt, which made movement inconvenient. It took him over 10 minutes to climb up. It had snowed during the day, and just as evening approached, the skies cleared again. The sky was heavy with clouds, hiding the sun, yet streams of yellowish light permeated through, enveloping Rong Jian who sat atop the wall. The light softened his features, almost making him appear delicate. The sweater Rong Jian chose was soft, and the scarf he knitted by hand would feel equally soft. Perhaps it was because he himself was too soft in nature. By the time Minji turned 30, he had never seen someone quite like this. Rong Jian was the first. Minji thought about this as he spoke to Rong Jian, "Miss, jump down. I'll catch you." Rong Jian cared a great deal about saving face, though his clothes were now hindering him, he wouldn't back down, pressing his lips together, "Don't underestimate me." Minji wasn't underestimating him, he simply feared Rong Jian might fall. Yet there was little he could do, so he stepped aside to give Rong Jian space. Rong Jian lightly jumped down in front of Minji, grinning smugly, "Look." Minji felt that Rong Jian was likely no more than 15 years old, now gloating over something he wouldn't have even mentioned at 8, how very immature. Yet, somewhat adorable. Minji asked, having successfully skipped class, "Where are we headed for fun today?" They took a vehicle toward the commercial district downtown. Even before the evening rush hour, they were stuck in traffic for half an hour along the way. The pedestrian streets were bustling with people, adorned with Christmas trees gleaming with decorations and twinkling lights. Rong Jian's first 20 years were spent as a poor person, unfamiliar with what luxury meant. Despite dressing like a rich housewife, constantly on the brink of life-threatening situations left no room for enjoyment. Therefore, all he planned to do was see a movie, a simple indulgence. After arriving in this world, Rong Jian focused solely on studying, unaware of which movies were worth watching or not. All he knew was that popcorn tasted good and soda refreshed him. So he said to Minji, "You pick the movie, I'll buy some snacks." Minji glanced around. Most Christmas screenings were romances, which Rong Jian probably wouldn't enjoy. He therefore chose one of the hottest action films currently playing. When Rong Jian returned with the snacks, the movie tickets were ready. The theater was warm inside, allowing Rong Jian to take off his coat. One hand carried 2 cups of cola, while the other held a bucket of popcorn pressed close to his chest. Minji shifted his gaze, perhaps he should remind Rong Jian that he shouldn't press anything against his chest. Because Rong Jian didn't have one, making it all too obvious if looked closely. This was Rong Jian's first movie in the world of The Seed of Evil, his first Christmas, and his first genuine outing with Minji, not bound by studies. So Rong Jian extravagantly consumed an entire bucket of popcorn and a full cup of soda, finishing them happily while watching the movie. Outside, the streets were already packed, even the elevators were overcrowded, forcing them to descend via the stairs. Exiting the cinema around 8 o'clock in the evening, fine snow began drifting down again, adding a festive Christmas atmosphere. Minji asked Rong Jian where they should go next. Standing hesitantly at the mall entrance, Rong Jian replied, "Your birthday is December 28th, which coincides with the first day of the monthly exam, meaning we may not be able to go out then. How about we celebrate your birthday today? I've even brought a present." Rong Jian lifted the bag in his hand, then quickly amended, "But if you prefer celebrating closer to the 28th, that's also fine." By the end of the statement, there was an evident tone of pleading in Rong Jian's voice. That was it. Rong Jian believed treating December 28th as Minji's birthday was disrespectful to Minji, but Minji didn't know the truth. Maybe he'd feel happier on what he thought was his birthday. The celebration was for Minji's happiness. Rong Jian didn't want any unrelated people or matters to diminish Minji's joy. Minji blinked and said, "All right." He hadn't guessed wrong, Rong Jian knew the exact date of his real birthday. But why did Rong Jian know? Though clueless about these things, Rong Jian couldn't hide his excitement. "You agreed. Let's celebrate your birthday," I ordered a cake. Today being Christmas Eve, every bakery in the area had been fully booked, making it seemingly impossible to order one immediately. However, all such issues were solvable with money, or with the status of the young miss from the Rong family. A nearby hotel was owned by the Rongs, and during their ride here, Rong Jian had already sent a message ahead to the manager. Though the hotel was some distance away, they had to brave the snow, push through crowded masses of people, to reach it. Suddenly, the snow started falling heavier. Although Rong Jian was inwardly very strong, his frail body had already started sneezing. Minji began to unbutton his coat. Winter coats were too cumbersome to take off. If it were summer, the coat would have already been over Rong Jian's head by now. Rong Jian anxiously grabbed Minji's wrist and seriously refused, "Don't do that, you'll get sick." Minji paused, nodding slightly without first buttoning up his coat. Instead, he opened the gift bag, took out the light beige scarf Rong Jian had knitted for him, it was thick and warm, then wrapped Rong Jian's head and neck with it. This scarf was a gift Rong Jian gave to Minji, but Rong Jian was the first one to use it. Before Rong Jian could resist, he heard Minji say, "I cherish the scarf Miss Rong sent me very much. But the best gift Miss Rong can give me is not to fall ill." Rong Jian fell silent. He thought to himself that the birthday boy gets to decide everything. Still, he couldn't help glancing at his reflection in the glass door, touching his head and saying, "This looks so old-fashioned, like I'm fleeing from famine." Minji teased him, "How could it?" When they arrived at the hotel entrance, there was already someone waiting to greet Rong Jian. Minji removed the scarf from Rong Jian's neck, tidied his long hair, shook off the accumulated snow on the scarf, then wrapped it around his own neck. The manager led them to the private room on the top floor where the freshly made cake was placed. It was a two-tiered birthday cake, exquisitely crafted, adorned with fruits all over, yet its middle section remained blank, a pristine area of cream awaiting wishes. Rong Jian picked up the cherry jam, somewhat embarrassed and said, "Then I'll write it." He wrote a sentence on the cake. "This world exists because of you." Even Minji couldn't help but smile when he saw this phrase. He asked, "Am I that important?" Rong Jian answered earnestly, "Of course I am." At first glance, this blessing seemed like a sweet confession between lovers, full of passionate affection, almost overly sentimental. But Rong Jian knew that objectively speaking, this was the truth of the world. The book The Seed of Evil existed because of Minji, and everyone, everything, even himself, also existed because of this. Rong Jian inserted 19 candles and lit them one by one. Minji blew out the candle flames. Rong Jian asked, "What wish did you make?" He knew Minji probably wouldn't tell him, but still wanted to follow the customary ritual and ask this question with anticipation, even preparing to fulfill Minji's wish if it were truly revealed. Minji lowered his eyes, cut the prettiest piece of cake, handed it to Rongjian, and calmly said, I don't have any wishes. If someone else had asked this question, Minji might have lied casually, claiming he'd made a wish he couldn't disclose, but he didn't deceive Rongjian like that. Perhaps it wasn't necessary. Minji lifted his gaze and noticed the slightly confused expression on Rongjian's face. Maybe because it was too cold outside and too hot inside, Rongjian's cheeks were flushed red, even his eyes were glowing, as though soaked with melted snow water, clear and radiant, as if capable of illuminating everything. Minji seemed illuminated, perhaps momentarily lost his senses, and unusually spoke a sincere truth. If I have any wish, no matter what it is, I don't need to beg heaven or earth for it, I will realize it myself. So there's no need to make a wish. It was an arrogant statement. There are always things beyond human control in this world, yet Minji could be certain he would never encounter such limits. Rongjian hesitated, thinking of the power of the protagonist in a conclusion of the seed of evil, feeling that this statement wasn't arrogant at all. Back then, if Minji desired heaven or earth, he would obtain it. Worthy of being the main character. At just 19 years old, he was already ambitious and unique. Once again, Rongjian lamented the differences between himself and the male lead. He, let alone asking for heaven or earth, was barely hanging on to his own life. He tasted a bite of the cake, its sweet and rich flavor spreading in his mouth, then licked his lips and said to Minji, I know you can. But I'm different, I have many wishes. And these wishes all shared one premise. After eating the cake, it was already quite late. Rongjian and Minji took the elevator downstairs. In the hotel lobby stood a huge Christmas tree, with baskets beside it holding colorful little bells, pieces of paper, and hollow plastic balls that could be filled. You could write your wish on a piece of paper, insert it into a plastic ball, tie it to a bell, then hang it on the Christmas tree. The Christmas tree was hung with countless bells, indicating that many people had already made their wishes. Rongjian had originally intended to go out directly, but Minji said, Miss Rong isn't wanting to make a wish? Rongjian stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Minji. It was very warm inside the hotel, and Minji had already taken off his coat, though his scarf remained firmly tied around his neck. There were faint traces of melting snow that hadn't dried yet. He smiled, saying, wishes can't really come true. Minji was someone who never made wishes, yet now he teased Rongjian, encouraging her to do so, saying, there might be a Santa Claus. Since it was Minji's birthday today, Rongjian couldn't refuse any of his requests, so she picked up a piece of paper and pen and went to another table. In fact, she did have many wishes, but there was nothing specific to wish for, because in this book, each person's fate was predetermined from the start. Minji removed his scarf and carelessly set it aside, noticing Rongjian hesitating for a moment before writing down her wish on the paper, inserting it into the plastic ball, tying it to a Christmas-colored bell. Rongjian stood on tiptoe, trying to hang the bell high up. Suddenly, the main door of the hotel was pushed open, and a gust of wind brought in a flurry of fine snow, landing on Rongjian's long lashes. She thought, there were 1,000 Christmas wishes hanging on the Christmas tree, but perhaps not a single one would come true. Wishes cannot really become reality. After they left the hotel and got into the manager-arranged car, Minji suddenly said, it was too hot just now, I seem to have left my scarf inside. I'll go find it. Minji returned to the Christmas tree, no need to stand on tiptoe, just with a stretch of his hand, he plucked the bell. On the slip of paper, a sentence was written. I hope there will still be a next Christmas to celebrate. This seemed like an incomprehensible wish. But Minji understood what it meant. Rongjian knew his fate, knew his birthday, and also knew that he would die in June of the following year. Minji's previous assumptions might have been wrong, the secret surrounding Rongjian should be even more complicated. Regardless of the reason, Minji didn't want Rongjian to die. Minji half lowered his eyes, folded the piece of paper neatly in his palm, and subconsciously clenched his fist. He had stopped thinking about it a long time ago. Chapter 35, The Conspiracy. It was already late when they returned. The streetlights were dim, and a thin layer of snow covered the ground. When they returned together, they would usually part ways at the last intersection, with Minji watching Rongjian walk back first. This time was no exception. They stopped at that intersection. Minji called out to Rongjian. Being much taller than Rongjian by half a head, he slightly bent down, bringing himself closer to Rongjian. Rongjian did not understand what he was about to do and tilted his head up to look at Minji. It was very cold, and even their exhaled breath turned into white mist. Under the yellowish light, tiny snowflakes danced, blurring Rongjian's vision. He could only see the boundless, dark night sky, but Minji's eyes seemed even darker than this deep night. Minji moved even closer. Rongjian's heartbeat quickened. But instead, Minji just brushed off the snowflakes from the collar of his coat, glanced down, and softly said, "Don't worry, today is Christmas, Miss will definitely get her wish." Rongjian fell into confusion, having forgotten the Christmas wish he had made not long ago, and awkwardly responded, "You mean the upcoming monthly exam? But I don't think I can make it into the top 10 in the entire school, last time was just pure luck." Minji chuckled lightly, seemingly helplessly, then said, "Miss, good night." Rongjian also wished him a good night and turned around quickly to leave. In that brief moment earlier, Rongjian had even mistakenly thought Minji might kiss him. He was startled by his own thoughts, but perhaps it was the result of the heartbeat effect. Minji was the male protagonist in the book Bad Seeds. He was handsome, academically excellent, ambitious, and predictably not just a potential stock but one already dominating the market within 2 years. Not to mention, he was kind to him as well. Rongjin thought that speeding up his heartbeat and indulging in a little self-pity was only natural. So, he ceased overthinking. Minji watched as Rongjin's shadow on the snowy ground grew increasingly distant. In fact, it wasn't entirely Rongjin's misjudgment either. When Rongjin looked up with his moist, heartfelt gaze, Minji indeed felt an impulse to kiss the person in front of him. But Minji restrained himself, he wouldn't casually kiss another person. When Rongjin went back, he heard Qin Zhou reprimanding Lu Qing in the living room. Qin Zhou always portrayed himself as gentle and elegant, a cultured businessman who rarely got so angry, but now he was furious. How are you supposed to deal with your own mistakes? Now the board wants an explanation from me, what am I supposed to tell them? Lu Qing gave what sounded like a meek response, but Rongjin couldn't hear it clearly. In any case, tomorrow you should apologize one by one. If you can't even handle such a trivial matter, forget about changing surnames. Qin Zhou finally spat out his final verdict, useless, before apparently going upstairs from the other side. Rongjin found this amusing and after hearing everything, continued walking upwards. Before he had taken a few more steps, Lu Qing called him. You're making fun of me, aren't you? He said. Stopping his steps, Rongjin turned his head slightly, his eyes falling onto the snow-covered ground outside the window, impatient with Lu Qing, saying, yes, if it's something funny, why wouldn't I enjoy it? After 4 months of practice, Rongjin had mastered the technique of pretending in his tone. Now he could mock people with sarcastic undertones effortlessly. Lu Qing raised his voice, what's so great about you being arrogant? Oh yes. Suddenly, Lu Qing became excited, remembering something important, of course you're smug, coming back after a date with your little boyfriend. Rongjin frowned and turned around. Lu Qing took out his phone, opened an image, and flicked it in front of Rongjin. On the picture was a recent scene of Rongjin and Minji inside the hotel, when they entered, walked downstairs, and made wishes under the Christmas tree. From the angle of the photo, it was clear someone had secretly taken it. There were obviously people loyal to Lu Qing inside the hotel, it wasn't unexpected. Rongjin even appreciated these photos for a moment, considering how much effort whoever had taken the photos must have gone through since they looked rather good. After a pause, he calmly said, who do you plan to threaten with these? Me. So what if I'm in a relationship, what exactly does that accomplish? Or are you going to tell Aunt Han? Do as you please. If Rongjin didn't care, then these photos were utterly useless. Lu Qing was livid. That's right. It doesn't really matter whether you're marrying into a good family or dating some poor guy, neither is a big deal. But what about your little boyfriend? Rongjin's expression suddenly turned icy. Lu Qing seemed like he'd found a weak point. Even without these photos, dealing with him is like playing with clay between my fingers. Sister, don't you agree? The snow outside was falling heavier and heavier, piling up to half the height of the window. Rongjin could no longer see the scenery in the garden. He stood loftily on the stairs, his tone icy cold, if you dare to harm him. Lu Qing grinned, what if I do? He's just a servant in this house, don't I have the right to do whatever I want with him? Never expected that you, little sister, would actually fall for him seriously. What makes you think you can threaten me? Rongjin descended 1 step down the staircase, startling Lu Qing, then kicked him hard on the knee. Pain made Lu Qing lose his balance, stumbling backward several steps before falling flat on his butt at the entrance of the staircase. He looked up and saw Rongjin staring coldly at him. Rongjin was always beautiful, but her features now were particularly sharp, her eyes gleaming as if washed clean by water, alluring yet intimidating, as her voice lowered significantly, I will make sure you can never apologize in your entire life. For a moment, Lu Qing thought Rongjin wasn't the delicate young miss but more like a defiant youth. But the next moment, Rongjin smiled again, making an implied comment, you know exactly what I mean. Most of the board members were acquainted with Rong Shihui and showed particular care toward Rongjin since she was the only remaining bloodline of the Rong family. Though Rongjin couldn't ask them to help her with anything major, giving Lu Qing a hard time was very feasible. Lu Qing dared not say anything further. Rongjin turned around and went upstairs, feeling quite helpless inside. It was such a great day ruined by Lu Qing's provocations. Rongjin considered herself a rather mild-mannered girl, yet this situation truly wasn't her fault for losing temper. Maybe it was because she had been eating more recently, but Rongjin's health wasn't as bad as it used to be at the start. Despite staying out for so long during Christmas and even getting caught in the snow, she didn't experience headaches or fevers. She remained healthy all the way through until the exams ended. Rongjin felt she performed decently and after coming out, still had the mood to compare answers with Minji. Chen Yanyan held her head painfully, spare me. I'm already a failure academically and endured the test torture, why are you two continuing to torment me after we've come out? Rongjin hurried to reply, it's incorrect, really. Right after the exam finished, which was December 29th, the school generously gave 2 days off, both December 30th and January 1st. Rongjin indulged in imagining the vacation days ahead. Although Minji was pretty tough when tutoring lessons, after an exam period he wouldn't usually push too harshly and would let her take a few days of rest. Chen Yanyan walked by Rongjian, hesitating for a long time before finally saying, New Year's Day is coming soon. Let's go out and play, okay? If it were simply about going out to play, Chen Yanyan wouldn't have acted like this. When Rongjian asked where they would go, Chen Yanyan revealed the truth. When her mother was still alive, they would visit a villa in the mountains every New Year's Day, and regardless of how busy Chen Yanyan's father was, the three of them would celebrate New Year's together. After her mother passed away, her father tried taking her back to the villa, but Chen Yanyan refused to join her father anymore. Going there alone didn't feel meaningful either. She waited for a long time until she finally felt like she had found someone who could accompany her again. Unable to resist being begged by others, especially the rare occasion of seeing Chen Yanyan look pitiful, Rongjian almost instantly agreed. She unconsciously glanced over at Minji. Chen Yanyan was very considerate, of course, on such a good day as New Year's, I certainly wouldn't break apart a lovey-dovey couple like you two. We three will go together. Isn't that great? They plan to meet at noon tomorrow. When Minji returned, Lu Cheng was waiting for him in that small house. Lu Cheng dared not gamble on whether Rongjian would really snap one day and go to the company to accuse him, which would ruin his future prospects, but he couldn't bear swallowing this humiliation either. After much deliberation, he figured working against Rongjian might not work, so he decided to try seducing Minji to his side. Anyway, his target was never Minji but to get rid of Rongjian. Minji stopped at the threshold upon seeing Lu Cheng standing inside. He didn't close the door. Lu Cheng thought Rongjian must have said many bad things about him to Minji, leaving Minji with an unfriendly impression of him. But it didn't matter, because he intended to use logic and emotion to change Minji's perspective. So, Lu Cheng smiled craftily and said, I know you're dating Rongjian, and I'm not trying to break you two up. But you're someone with aspirations, and I see you're completely taken in, blindly treating Rongjian well. It pains me to watch this happen. Minji dropped the schoolbag from his hand, silent, his pupils pitch black, radiating inexplicable gloom. Lu Cheng continued his diatribe, my little sister has always been the young lady with a temper. You think she's good to you? She isn't. She just uses you for fun, you were bullied by others before because of her. But let me tell you something, there's only half a year left until the college entrance exam, and you can. He went on talking about some past incidents that Minji had actually experienced more than 10 years ago, though in Minji's memory they were faint and not fully clear anymore. However, since he returned to being 18, all his recent memories revolved around Mississippi. The room was dead silent. Minji half closed his eyes as if uninterested, and casually asked, what? Lu Cheng thought he'd managed to sway him. After all, Minji was still only a boy in his teens. If the ideal image of a girlfriend in his heart shattered, becoming disheartened was understandable. Still, it wasn't a problem, Lu Cheng intended to stir up Minji's excitement. With a seductive tone, he said, Rongjian treats you this way, so don't you think you should retaliate? That would be fair, right? As for how to retaliate, Lu Cheng already had a perfect plan ready. There's still half a year until the Gaokao. In 6 months, we could do plenty, such as making sure Rongjian is found pregnant during the physical exam before the test day. Wouldn't that be great? Lu Cheng was about to increase his stakes, promising some money as compensation to Minji, but he never got the chance to finish his sentences. Because Minji had already closed the door. Being very tall, when Minji walked toward Lu Cheng, it was effortless for him to grab the tie and strangle Lu Cheng's mouth shut. Minji generally didn't get into fights, it wasn't because he couldn't fight back but rather that there was no need. Now there was a need. Lu Cheng had never been beaten so harshly in his life. He couldn't speak, scream, or plead, ultimately suffering extreme pain. Through blurred senses, he heard one chilling sentence. You will die. Lu Cheng was terrified. He realized he'd provoked a madman who wouldn't spare him. Desperate to beg for mercy, his voice was silenced. About half an hour later, Rongjian received a call from Minji. Rongjian was a bit puzzled upon picking up, as Minji rarely called anyone. Adding to his bewilderment, there was silence on the other end of the line, prompting him to ask, what's the matter? Suddenly, a slightly heavy breathing sound came through. Then Minji spoke, I just beat someone up. Hearing this, Rongjian stood up immediately and headed toward the wardrobe, asking, who did you fight with? Where are you? Minji paused briefly, ignoring Rongjian's questions and continuing, Lu Cheng came over. He said, he hoped I could make Miss pregnant. This shouldn't happen. Was Rongjian's reason completely obliterated after hearing the word pregnant? Fuck. Hope I could make Miss pregnant. This phrase kept repeating endlessly in Rongjian's mind. Losing control of his emotions, Rongjian's face turned bright red, feeling both extremely hot and utterly suffocated. He forcefully threw open the balcony door to get some fresh air, but wearing only pajamas, he nearly froze solid. Incoherent and confused, his brain jumbled, unable to ask about the current situation, he feigned composure and said, don't worry. His plot won't succeed. I won't become pregnant. After saying this, Rongjian quickly regained clarity. Within the next 3 seconds, he experienced a journey from boiling rage, through shock, down to absolute despair. Rongjian couldn't understand what kind of moron he was, spouting such stupid nonsense. Chapter 36 Hector. The phone went quiet on both ends, almost as if there wasn't even a sound of breathing. Mingyi suddenly let out a laugh. Usually, his emotions were very restrained, rarely showing outwardly like this. Even through the phone with fuzzy voice lines, Rongjian could clearly hear his somewhat low laughter. But soon, Mingyi stopped laughing and said firmly, "I know that Miss wouldn't get pregnant for anyone." Rongjian's mind went completely blank. He wanted Mingyi to skip over this topic quickly, dryly uttering an "oh," and then hastily asked, "What's wrong with Lu Qing?" Mingyi said, "He has such disgusting thoughts about the miss, he should apologize in person." Rongjian was startled. A cacophony of noise came from the other side, as if someone or something was struggling. Mingyi continued, "But it's not worth making the miss come out especially for him on such a cold day." Up to this point, Rongjian still didn't understand what Mingyi meant. But the next moment, he understood. Because another voice came from the other end of the phone. This person didn't speak, but their breathing was rapid, yet Rongjian could identify it as Lu Qing. "Apologize, to whose mother, should I apologize?" There was a lot of commotion on the other end of the phone, seemingly a full-fledged physical fight. Rongjian wanted Mingyi to let go of Lu Qing, there was no need to do this, but since Mingyi was doing it out of kindness, he couldn't say so. Then, it abruptly grew silent again. Rongjian guessed Mingyi probably covered the receiver. He wasn't worried about Mingyi getting into trouble, Lu Qing was useless, unable to even beat himself, let alone Mingyi. After a while, the call finally picked up again. This time, Lu Qing picked up the phone. Through gritted teeth, he barely managed to utter, "I'm sorry." Rongjian felt like laughing, but he suppressed it. Other than the voice on the phone, all other sounds were muffled, leading Rongjian to guess that the speakerphone was likely not turned on. He said, "You know, don't do anything else. Otherwise, I can make sure you won't be able to apologize." Rongjian's voice was very low, as if afraid of being heard by someone other than Lu Qing. Actually, this wasn't a good time to threaten anyone. Originally fearless, Rongjian was now afraid of Lu Qing retaliating against Mingyi in a fit of desperation after being beaten. It wasn't easy for Rongjian to keep an eye on him all the time. Now it was Rongjian's turn to fear. But the phone was actually on speaker mode, and Mingyi heard that sentence crystal clear. Rongjian was always protecting him, whether overtly or covertly. Whether others saw it or not, he kept doing the same thing. It wasn't that no one stood up for Mingyi, it was all about exchanging favors, ulterior motives at play. But what did Rongjian want? Mingyi paused for a moment, then fell silent for a bit before answering the call again, turning off the speaker, and softly saying, "Miss." Here, the conversation hesitated for a brief moment. Mingyi no longer wanted to call Rongjian Mississippi, he wanted to know the name of the person at the other end. The real name. The reason wasn't much related to the initial purpose anymore. Back then, Mingyi intended to use Rongjian's true name to mark the end of that unexpected summer. Now it wasn't that anymore. He simply wanted to know. Rongjian heard Mingyi say, "Don't worry, see you tomorrow." His tone was different from his usual cold indifference, carrying a faint breathlessness from just having finished a fierce fight. Rongjian fully understood that fighting was wrong and not good, but that didn't stop him from privately finding Mingyi's voice appealing under these circumstances. He quickly dismissed this sinful thought and softly replied, "See you tomorrow." Mingyi hung up the phone, expressionless as he untied the tie from Lu Cheng's mouth and threw him onto the snowy ground by pulling his collar. He had perfect control, his actions would only make Lu Cheng feel pain. Not because Mingyi cared, but because he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble due to this matter. Troubles were hard to solve now, and Rongjian was rather timid, he might worry a great deal. Lu Cheng winced in pain, then was jolted awake by the cold. As he opened his mouth to curse, Mingyi interrupted him from the doorway, "Do you remember why you have to go around apologizing one by one?" Lu Cheng was startled, he didn't expect Rongjian to know about this matter and tell Mingyi. Mingyi glanced at him indifferently with half-lowered eyes, "Stop bothering him. Otherwise, you will have far too many apologies to make." Lu Cheng's eyes widened as he heard Mingyi's final words, "After all, you embezzled public funds so many times, didn't you?" When Mingyi first discovered Lu Cheng had embezzled public funds, he had thought of reporting it to the police at once, solving the problem permanently. However, after seeing the amount, he concluded that Lu Cheng's audacity wasn't great enough, there were no other compromising handles on him. Such a small sum, if covered up by Qin Zhou, would just pass unnoticed, so he let it slide. That is until one incident was revealed last time, which put Lu Cheng in quite a sorry state for a while. Lu Cheng dared not say anything now. The only thought in his mind was how terrifying today's high school students were. Rongjian had done a stunningly foolish thing, though on the surface, he handled everything calmly with Mingyi, but deep down, he was extremely embarrassed and urgently needed something else to distract himself. He put on his coat and opened the door to the terrace, where snow was falling outside, the wind biting cold, waking him instantly. Winter nights came quickly, the sky gray and overcast, the surroundings dim and lifeless. The garden stood desolate, covered white with snow. Rongjian noticed a figure emerging from the depths of the garden, heading toward the main house. Through the wind and snow, Rong Jian could not make out who the person was, nor did he care, soon averting his gaze. It was only when someone forcefully knocked on the door that his attention returned. Rong Jian opened the door to find Lu Qing standing outside, dark and sullen. On the surface, Lu Qing appeared merely pale, without visible bruising or swelling, only a red mark around the edge of his mouth. In reality, he had been slammed to the ground by Ming Yi, his knees battered purple, and bruises covering his body. It was already difficult for him to walk here. Yet Lu Qing still came, unable as he might be to actually attack, intent on giving Rong Jian a dose of discomfort. Now completely at odds with each other, they saw no need for pretense. Rong Jian smirked mockingly, "What do you want? Not tired of getting beaten yet?" Lu Qing glared at Rong Jian menacingly, saying, "So what if you and your little boyfriend are getting along well? Aren't you feeling rather happy because someone's standing up for you?" Not wanting to waste any more time on Lu Qing, Rong Jian turned to close the door, only for Lu Qing to hold it open. Continuing, Lu Qing said, 18-year-old love must certainly be very pure. I already told your little boyfriend all the things you've done in the past, remember them? Intentionally directing the servants to ostracize him, adding insult to injury, all these things I know about, I've told him. Rong Jian's chest tightened, a chill ran through him, and against his will, he loosened his grip on the doorknob. In a sarcastic tone, Lu Qing continued, who knows if he has guts or not. After hearing all the things you've done, he didn't even react, not even daring to take revenge. There's no need for much, just sleeping with you, making you pregnant, wouldn't that be better? Then you wouldn't be able to run anymore. Anyway, you guys always end up sleeping together eventually, right? His eyes scanned lewdly over Rong Jian. Seemingly unfazed on the surface, Rong Jian responded coldly, people like you, who are so disgusting, naturally see everyone as scum. Hardly able to stand any longer, Lu Qing leaned against the door. You think everyone is scum? Do you think your little boyfriend is some kind of good person? Ming Yi knew about his affairs, there's no way he couldn't have known about the things Rong Jian had done. Yet, acting as if unaware, he surely had another plan. Lu Qing believed that if this was beneficial, Ming Yi would help Rong Jian simply to gain more later. Of course, should an opportunity arise, Lu Qing still wanted both Ming Yi and Rong Jian dead. Rong Jian pulled Lu Qing's hand away, still that sentence, leave Ming Yi alone. After shutting the door, Rong Jian went inside the house and lay back on the bed. Those things hadn't been done by him, yet now, he had to bear their consequences. At the start of his existence here, Rong Jian didn't care about such matters. Whatever happened later with the male protagonist, those were future concerns, he just wanted to live well. But it wasn't the same now. Rong Jian didn't want Ming Yi to know, or rather, not yet. Even if it meant being pulverized and scattered to the winds after death, that was a concern for the future, something Rong Jian would never come to know. Yet Ming Yi still knew about the deeds Rong Jian had done before. And despite that, Ming Yi still beat Lu Qing to a pulp, forcing the man to apologize to him. Reflecting on this, Rong Jian started to feel that perhaps things weren't that bad. He tapped into Ming Ye's WeChat window, still hesitating to ask, pondering for a long time before finally sending a message. Lu Qing came over just now and said a few things to me. Ming Yi was writing code on the computer set gifted by Rong Jian when he noticed the message on the screen and paused. He could roughly guess what Lu Qing might have said and could also imagine how worried Rong Jian must be right now. Perhaps Rong Jian was also a bit afraid. Ming Yi understood that none of those actions belonged to the current Rong Jian. In fact, regarding the original Rong Jian, he'd almost forgotten about him entirely. He now used the keyboard engraved with words, quite willing to comfort the Rong Jian on the other side of the screen. Rong Jian soon received the message. He said, he did fabricate a lot of lies about you with me, but I know none of them are true. Still, Rong Jian couldn't relax. Although he thought Ming Yi definitely hadn't believed it, otherwise, how could Ming Yi have beaten Lu Qing to a pulp, he still asked, why? The moment after sending the message, he regretted his boldness. He shouldn't have done that. This should be left naturally vague, since it was true to some extent. After waiting for quite a while, he finally got a reply from Ming Yi. Ming Ye's answer was serious, he is your unfriendly stepbrother who doesn't get along with you, and I am your tutor who has taught you for so long. Of course, I know well that you're not the kind of person who would do such things. Rong Jian didn't manage to respond to this message when the window buzzed again. It was a voice note from Ming Yi. Ming Yi rarely sent voice notes. Rong Jian put the microphone to his ear and clicked on the note. In the voice note, Ming Ye's tone was very low, as if he were smiling faintly, yet possibly not, it sounded very sincere. He said, because you are a naive young lady. Rong Jian considered himself rather astute and worldly, far from being naive. However, soon Ming Yi sent another final sentence. Get some rest early, we're going out tomorrow. Good night. For Rong Jian, however, resting was absolutely impossible. Too many surprises had happened today. His head was full of thoughts like pregnancy and naive young lady, nearly bursting. Thus, he turned to Hector, the omnipotent one. Hector happened to be online. They chatted casually for a few moments before Hector suddenly asked, what dishes does Fluffy Ball like to eat? Rong Jian was a little surprised and questioned, Uncle, why do you suddenly ask what I like to eat? Are you inviting me for an online dinner? Hector replied, I will go out on New Year's Day and may need to cook myself. This was the first time Rong Jian had heard that Hector, the ultimate workhorse working everyday shifts, was taking a break. He felt genuinely happy for him and enthusiastically said, since you're going out to play, and even have to cook yourself, it's better to cook something that uncle himself likes. Hector said, I don't particularly like any dish. The other person is also a teenage girl around your age. Maybe she prefers the same dishes you do. Rong Jian fell into deep thought. He considered himself an amateur drag performer, not a real teenage girl. What if he led Hector astray? Rong Jian had to ask, what kind of personality does the other person have? Perhaps our personalities differ significantly, and our tastes might vary a lot. Hector replied quickly, she is the same as Fluffy Ball, a very cute girl. An unspoken question formed inside Rong Jian. Could Hector really compliment a girl in such a way? It didn't seem like Hector at all. Could he be developing feelings for someone? But the girl's age is similar to Fluffy Ball's, 15. Would Hector actually consider criminal behavior? Although they had chatted for so long, Rong Jian believed greatly in Hector's character. However, he couldn't help warning, Uncle, I must warn you, having a relationship with a minor girl is illegal. Hector said, no, she is already an adult. Rong Jian let out a sigh of relief, but he always felt there was a problem with Hector's explanation. Even if the other party was an adult, the age gap between them still seemed considerable. Then again, perhaps it was destined true love. If Hector indeed started a romance, Rong Jian surely needed to consciously reduce the frequency of their chats, make room, and give Hector whatever limited time he had left entirely to his girlfriend. Thinking about this made Rong Jian somewhat sad. Hector as a chat partner was hard to find. Though Rong Jian had stealthily matched with many others, their conversations rarely went smoothly before he swiftly left the page. Meanwhile, Ming Ye's fingers remained paused on the screen, a phrase unsent lingering in the chat box. You've reached the legal age for pregnancy. But this message would forever remain unsent. Chapter 37, Cooking. New Year's Day should be a time for families to gather together and celebrate the new year, but too many unexpected incidents had recently happened. Qin Zhou was so preoccupied that he neglected his family. On New Year's Day, he went out with Zhou Xiaochun to attend banquets, cultivate relationships, and build alliances. These few days were incredibly busy, leaving him no time to return home or care whether Rong Jian wanted to go out and play. In preparation for a 2-day outing, Rong Jian spent an entire morning packing. In the past, all he needed was a backpack containing clothes for changing and data cables, which allowed him to travel wherever he wanted. Now, things were different. He not only had a full set of cosmetics but also custom-made lingerie, filling an entire suitcase. Being a woman was hard, and being a drag queen was even harder. Luckily, this time he would stay in a separate room, otherwise, if he had to share with others, Rong Jian would never have dared leave. At 12 noon, Uncle Lu drove Chen Yanyan to the front gate of Rong's residence. Minji carried Rong Jian's suitcase and placed it in the trunk. Both remained silent as they sat in the car, one on the left, the other on the right, leaving a significant gap between them. Rong Jian sat rigidly for a while before awkwardly glancing at the scenery outside the window. Chen Yanyan originally intended to chat with them about today's plans, but the somewhat awkward atmosphere left her unable to speak. After a while, Chen Yanyan pretended to open WeChat and sent a message to Rong Jian, if I had known you two had an argument, I wouldn't have directly sat in front. Instead, I'd have shamelessly taken a seat next to you to act as your third wheel. Rong Jian slightly shook his head, no, I'm just in a bad mood. He knew that the incident from yesterday was his own fault and had nothing to do with Minji, yet seeing Minji would automatically remind him of it, making it impossible to suppress the awkward emotions. And Minji must have misunderstood his intentions, thinking he said, I can't get pregnant because homosexual couples cannot reproduce sexually, whereas Rong Jian simply lacked the ability. Thinking about it anyway still made it uncomfortable. Rong Jian admired himself for managing to sit next to Minji today, proving that performing as a drag queen really did make his skin thicker. Maybe things would improve in a couple of days. To distract himself, Rong Jian opened his phone and began pestering Hector. Hector wasn't online. After sending the message, Rong Jian remembered that Hector had a date with his cute sister today and was probably too busy to pay attention to him, so he sent a message wishing Hector good luck. Unexpectedly, Hector came online. He asked, what's up? Crouched in a corner, Rong Jian wished he could block the screen with his body as he cautiously typed out a response, nothing, just going out, sitting in the car, feeling bored. Oh, uncle, aren't you supposed to be hanging out with your little sister? How come you're checking your phone? Hector replied, a bit shy, not talking much. Even through the screen, Rong Jian could empathize with Hector's concerns over this rare encounter with his crush, fearing he might miss his chance. Hastily, he urged, uncle, stop using your phone. Go comfort her, talk to her. Hector responded, okay. Realizing he shouldn't take up more of Hector's time, Rong Jian quickly said, uncle, after New Year's, there are only 6 months left until the high school entrance exam. I need to focus on studying, so I might not be online often. Suddenly, Chen Yanyan's WeChat message popped up, are you two chatting face-to-face through WeChat? Rong Jian denied it outright, no. Chen Yanyan didn't believe Rong Jian's denial, that's impossible, who else could you possibly chat with? Or send me a screenshot of the chat page. There was no way Rong Jian would send Chen Yanyan a screenshot of his conversation with Hector, so he continued denying, trying to convince himself by repeating several times, no, absolutely not. Chen Yanyan snorted dismissively. Unable to explain his situation, Rong Jian reopened Xuantou and hesitated for a moment before sending the original prepared words, then I'll be attending high school soon, Mom said high school is different from middle school, phones will be confiscated, and I'll need to focus on studying QAQ. Uncle, don't miss me too much if you can't find me later. See you again in 3 years. Rong Jian thought, if he really couldn't make it through next June, he didn't want to suddenly vanish without a trace either. While such disappearances were common online, he couldn't do it this way, he at least didn't want Hector to worry. Hector had already gone offline, presumably off to comfort his cute little sister. Rong Jian closed the Xuantou page and suddenly heard Minji say, do you want some candy? He nodded. It had been snowing intermittently during this period, making the mountain roads difficult to navigate. Uncle Lu didn't drive fast. When they reached the top of the mountain villa, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After the death of Chen Yanyan's mother, no one had come here again, but someone would come every year for maintenance checks, so it still looked well preserved from the outside. On that evening when Chen Yanyan told her father that she wanted to come up the mountain with her classmates to celebrate New Year's Day, she expected him to oppose it and prepared herself for a fight. Unexpectedly, her father readily agreed, even finding someone beforehand to clean the villa and stock meat, vegetables, and many instant food items, just in case the 3 kids stared at bare ingredients in silence. Chen Yanyan remembered what her father said that night, what is there to object to? Your mother picked that place because she wanted you to be able to play there. Now, if you have friends to go together, enjoy yourselves. Chen Yanyan jumped out of the car first, entering the door with Rong Jian while Minji went around back to carry the luggage. Uncle Lu thoroughly inspected the villa again, confirming that there were no safety issues before driving down the mountain. The villa hadn't housed anyone for over a decade. Even though it was cleaned every year, it inevitably felt somewhat old-fashioned. Chen Yanyan enthusiastically led Rong Jian on a tour of the place, finally reaching the upper attic which she said was the best place to view snow, but it would only be spectacular under heavy snowfall. It had been many years since Fucheng had experienced heavy snow. After wandering around, they descended back downstairs where Minji was already tidying up the kitchen and preparing meals. Chen Yanyan excitedly exclaimed, wow! You know how to cook, Minji. Minji was selecting vegetables from the fridge without looking back as he replied, I've learned a bit. Curious, Chen Yanyan came closer and asked, so, you also cook at home, huh? You're such a good man. Minji shook his head slowly, saying, no, when I was at the orphanage, I used to help the staff cook. Chen Yanyan paused for a moment, almost frozen in place. She had heard about Minji's complex family situation last time, but she didn't realize it extended this far, leaving her unsure how to respond. Standing behind them, Rong Jian also fell silent. He wasn't sure what to say either. Actually, Minji didn't need comfort and clearly didn't attach much significance to these past events. If Minji really cared, he wouldn't have mentioned it so casually. But Rong Jian cared deeply. While reading books, he always thought that these were merely trials for the male lead, paving the way for future success. Now things felt different. Yet words couldn't truly comfort someone. Rong Jian asked, do we have any corn? Minji said, yes. Rong Jian then said, I can cook a little too, today I'll stir-fry some pine nut corn. Chen Yanyan marveled, I was all set for us 3 to stare at all this food, sighing, cutting everything up and tossing it all into a hot pot in the end. I didn't expect both of you to be hidden masters. Minji turned around, smiling at Rong Jian, Miss Rong still remembers that I like this dish. Rong Jian felt his face heating up slightly, but fortunately, makeup made it less noticeable. It wasn't something worth blushing over anyway. A brief pause later, Rong Jian whispered softly, yeah. Chen Yanyan observed this exchange from beginning to end, completely flipping her lid. Why had she been so naive as to think that couples arguing would genuinely lead to problems? Now, it seemed they were going to prepare each other's favorite dishes. What did she have? Nothing but jealousy. Chen Yanyan opened the door and stepped outside to cool off. Minji took out various dishes, seemingly intending to cook all of them. Unwilling to just sit idly by waiting for dinner, Rong Jian grabbed a bag of edamame, volunteering, let me shell the beans. Minji lowered his head and looked at Rong Jian, his eyebrows furrowed as if strongly disapproving. Miss Rong, your nails are too long, it will be very troublesome. He hesitated a moment, his gaze falling on Rong Jian's delicate fingers. And if they break accidentally, your nail polish won't look quite as nice afterward. With nothing to retort, Rong Jian obediently put the bag of edamame down. Then, after Chen Yanyan returned refreshed, Minji placed the bag of edamame in front of her. Looking serious, Minji said to Chen Yanyan, we're all working, and you can't be the only one sitting idle. This task of shelling edamame didn't require technical skills but was incredibly time-consuming and required patience, making it perfect for Chen Yanyan, who was inexperienced in the kitchen, to assist with. Having never cooked before, Chen Yanyan was curious about everything. Instead of choosing such a monotonous task like shelling edamame, she offered instead, I can help cut the vegetables. Minji said, you haven't cooked before, it's easy to cut yourself. Chen Yanyan thought about it for a moment and realized that cutting herself would not be ideal on such a great day, so she agreed, let Jianjian accompany me while we shell the edamame. Rong Jian was just about to agree when Minji cut in, saying, he'll be cooking soon. Chen Yanyan muttered something like, alright. Actually, even if Rong Jian were cooking, Minji would still take care of shelling the corn and preparing the pine nuts. Rong Jian silently thanked his fortune that Chen Yanyan hadn't overheard the earlier conversation between him and Minji. Without any hesitation or leniency due to her being a well-bred young lady, Minji ordered Chen Yanyan around, having her pick vegetables, shell beans, wash dishes. All the tasks fell to her as an inexperienced kitchen helper. Meanwhile, Rong Jian sat on the sofa with an uneasy heart, not needing to prepare anything but solely focus on finding the method to cook the dish of pine nut corn online. It was clear that Minji believed in gender equality. Those who didn't work would not eat, but Rong Jian seemed to have a slightly higher status than everyone else. Rong Jian could make a few simple dishes, but poorly, only enough to keep himself alive, not good enough for anyone else to see. So, a relatively non-standard dish like pine nut corn was out of the question, requiring on-the-spot learning. The internet connection on the mountain was so poor that even pictures struggled to load, let alone videos. Rong Jian painstakingly refreshed the page until Minji announced that all ingredients were ready. With trepidation, Rong Jian walked towards the stove. Rong Jian opened the webpage displaying the recipe on his phone, carefully turned on the pot, boiled water, cooked the corn, and then fished it out to drain. Up to this point, everything went smoothly. Then came the part of heating the wok, putting oil, and stir-frying the pine nuts with the side ingredients. But he was stumped at the step of adding seasonings. For the ambiguous instructions like a little salt and just a bit of sugar, Rong Jian found it hard to determine the proper amounts. He picked up his phone to check how much seasoning was shown in the tutorial pictures, which made him neglect what was happening in the pot. Hot oil splattered onto Rong Jian's wrist. His skin, originally fair, instantly turned red over a large area. Despite this, Rong Jian didn't pay much attention, fully focused on the pan of pine nut corn. Suddenly, the fire was turned off. Minji grabbed Rong Jian's hand and pulled it under the faucet to rinse with cold water. Rong Jian struggled, saying, it's fine, it doesn't hurt too much. Let me finish cooking the pine nut corn first. Minji kept his eyes half closed, not even looking up. In a calm voice, he said, you go rest. I'll do it. After turning into the canon fodder from villain, sometimes Rong Jian had illusions about Minji, feeling that he was different from the character described in the book, excessively gentle. He seemed very reasonable. Whatever requests Rong Jian made, Minji always agreed to them. But there were times when Minji was extremely firm, even if he didn't explicitly express it. Rong Jian knew that no one could persuade or move him. Like now. As the patient, Rong Jian was dispatched to the sofa and obediently stayed there scrolling through his phone. Yet, what joy could come from using a phone? Even Hector had gone to find a cute sister. All Rong Jian could do was match with strangers on Shuanto, either boringly indifferent strangers or stupid people trying to start inappropriate conversations. Feeling utterly disheartened, Rong Jian turned off his phone. Even though Minji was always highly efficient in his actions, making 8 dishes was certainly too much. He started at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and finished by 8:30 in the evening. The dining table was filled with steaming hot dishes. Although Chen Yanyan only helped out with small tasks, she excitedly took over 10 photos, posted them on her social media, emphasizing they were all handmade by herself and others. Rong Jian, upon seeing the dishes, couldn't help but look up and ask, why are these all my favorite foods? Minji removed his apron and placed the utensils in front of Rong Jian, saying, didn't you like eating these during our meals together before? I shouldn't have remembered incorrectly. Rong Jian had no doubts. His alertness was low, and his memory wasn't that sharp, so he never noticed that he had never ordered these particular dishes in this world. When dining out, Rong Jian feared ordering his favorites would lead to overeating, so he only ever ordered greens for himself. And at school, the canteen options weren't varied enough either. Rong Jian happily dug in. Minji's cooking might not be as good as professional chefs outside, but it was already quite tasty among home-cooked meals. But Minji only ate a few bites before remarking, I haven't done this for a long time, my timing isn't right. Was this even considered bad? Rong Jian was astonished and thought, indeed, the male protagonist deserved his title. The golden fingers given by the world to Minji truly made it impossible for him to fail at anything he set his mind to, from studying, basketball, to cooking, nothing was beyond him. Rong Jian thought again, doing poorly at these things didn't matter either, he'd rather Minji didn't have all these golden fingers. As long as he hadn't been secretly switched by Shaolin, Minji wouldn't need to join the basketball team just to get a bit more food, nor would he need to cook for the staff to survive in the orphanage. If Minji couldn't cook, Rong Jian could do it himself, though not very delicious, at least edible. But there were no ifs in this world. Rong Jian felt a little sad about that. After dinner, Chen Yanyan ran to the floor-to-ceiling window, pulled open the curtain, and excitedly said, there's so much snow outside. Let's go to the attic to watch the snow. Chapter 38, Fever. On the night of December 30th, the three of them failed to see the snow together. Mingyi went downstairs to prepare tea, found some tea snacks, and was about to bring them upstairs when Chen Yanyan was already crying. Rong Jian was anxiously comforting her. Chen Yanyan's father, Chen Ju, had an incident tonight. He was intercepted by someone and got hurt. This happened 3 hours ago. Chen Ju originally forbade Uncle Lu from telling Chen Yanyan about it. At that time, Uncle Lu hadn't returned yet and planned to go back up the mountain to fetch Chen Yanyan. As a second choice, Chen Ju only allowed that Chen Yanyan shouldn't be told immediately, fearing she might worry too much. Uncle Lu sent a message to Chen Yanyan just before reaching the top of the mountain, saying he would take her down the mountain. Rong Jian consoled her, saying, "We'll go with you, so we can look out for each other." Chen Yanyan wiped away her tears, saying, "There's nothing major with my dad, otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped Uncle Lu from telling me. I'll go see him alone. There are so many people at home, and I originally invited you all to celebrate New Year's Day. Now I have to leave first, but you can stay here and continue enjoying yourselves." Rong Jian could only agree. Sometimes, Chen Yanyan could be quite stubborn. Although the snow was falling harder outside, Uncle Lu arrived much faster this time than when he came earlier, quickly pulling up to the building within moments. To save time, Uncle Lu didn't even turn off the car or get out. Rong Jian put on his coat, opened the umbrella, helped Chen Yanyan into the car, gave her a few last-minute instructions, and watched as Uncle Lu turned around and drove downhill before preparing to walk back inside. A shadow fell onto the snow-covered ground behind him. Someone was there. Rong Jian looked up and saw Mingyi standing there. He was very tall, not holding an umbrella, as if he had been standing there for a while already. His hair was completely white with snow, blending almost perfectly into the snowy night. Mingyi stood with his eyes slightly lowered, his eyelashes dusted with snowflakes. His body temperature was already lower than that of the average person, making him seem like a cold statue. Yet, he reached out to take the handle of the umbrella Rong Jian was holding, saying softly, "Let me hold it." Rong Jian let go. It was a black umbrella large enough to cover 2 people, but Mingyi held it very unevenly, tilting most of it toward Rong Jian, completely enveloping him. Rong Jian knew how hard it would be to persuade Mingyi and complained teasingly, "Maybe I should stop eating so much, I must be too fat, pushing you out." It was snowing heavily, the weather bitterly cold, and it felt nearly impossible to move a single step. Rong Jian didn't have the strength to check Mingyi's expression but could feel the umbrella slightly shifting towards the middle and heard Mingyi say, "No such thing." When they returned indoors, Rong Jian was already frozen stiff. The snow in the south was very different from that in the north. It melted easily under indoor heat, seeping into clothing and freezing one's bones. Mingyi handed Rong Jian a cup of tea prepared earlier for their snow viewing. "Miss, your hands are too cold. Drink some tea." The tea was already a little cool, not hot enough to warm him, and Rong Jian wasn't really in the mood anyway. The book Evil Seed never mentioned a character named Chen Yanyan, nor did it involve her family's matters. So what exactly had happened, whether it would end well or badly, Rong Jian did not know. But after a moment of thought, Rong Jian felt that perhaps it wasn't necessarily bad. Since it wasn't written in the book, it meant things were still changeable. Human determination was always better than fatalism. After finishing the tea, Rong Jian said to Mingyi, "I'm so tired. I want to take a shower and sleep." Mingyi nodded. The villa had already been prepped ahead of time. Rong Jian's room was the furthest inside on the 2nd floor, with all new bedding. He hadn't gotten around to unpacking yet and didn't have the energy to now. Grabbing just what he needed for the evening, he entered the bathroom. However, halfway through washing his hair, the light suddenly dimmed and the shower water stopped. Rong Jian hadn't realized what had happened, standing with suds all over his head, lost in confusion, and feeling increasingly cold. He could only temporarily wrap himself in a bathrobe. Footsteps echoed outside. Mingyi knocked gently on the door, his voice calm, "Don't worry, I'll check what's wrong." Rong Jian instantly calmed down. For some reason, no matter what happened, as long as Mingyi was there, Rong Jian stopped worrying. In the ending of Evil Seed, the 30-year-old male protagonist was capable of anything. But this protagonist was only 18 now, and yet, it seemed that nothing could stop him. Rong Jian thought he might have been misled by Mingyi's role as a tutor, thinking Mingyi could solve any difficulty and remove every obstacle. In Rong Jian's experience, Mingyi indeed seemed capable of everything. But Rong Jian also thought that maybe one shouldn't rely on Mingyi too much. The electric underfloor heating in the house also stopped working due to the sudden power outage, and the warmth would soon dissipate. Rong Jian felt a little cold. Mingyi soon came back, his footsteps hurried, and he knocked on the door again, saying, "It should be due to disrepair over the years. With such heavy snow outside, the lines must have been damaged." Rong Jian, with his cold wet hair, couldn't help sneezing. "When I was washing my hair just now, the shower water stopped too." At that time, Mingyi hadn't used the water on the 2nd floor yet and didn't know about this incident, so he could only guess and say, "There's still water on the 1st floor. It might be a short circuit caused by a burst pipe on the 2nd floor. This villa hasn't had people around for many years, and when it was cleaned a few days ago, it seems they didn't check thoroughly enough." As talented as Mingyi seemed, he couldn't make the lights shine or the shower work again in this snowy night on the mountaintop. But he was standing right outside the door. Rong Jian opened the door, and Mingyi held a candle, its flickering light illuminating a small area around him. He quickly closed the door again after being startled, his voice high, "I'm not wearing any clothes." Realizing his reaction was too intense after speaking, Rong Jian mumbled, and I've also removed my makeup, so I don't look good. Mingyi lowered his head and blew out the candle, suddenly darkening the surroundings again. No light shone through the keyhole anymore, and his voice was very gentle, seemingly carrying a hint of comfort. Now there's no light. Miss, why don't you go downstairs to finish washing your hair? He had just seen Rong Jian's long hair dripping with water and foam. If it wasn't rinsed off and dried, in such cold weather, catching a cold would be inevitable. Actually, he could pretend he hadn't seen anything. That way, Rong Jian would feel more at ease, without worrying about giving herself away, and wouldn't harbor any suspicion towards Mingyi in the following period of time. There were two choices, and clearly one of them was better for Mingyi, but for the first time in his life, he chose the less optimal option. Rong Jian hesitated for a moment, still opened the door, and agreed. The entire villa was enclosed, and Rong Jian's night vision wasn't great. Everything in front of her was pitch black, and she could see nothing. Mingyi asked, "Can't you see?" Rong Jian, supporting herself against the wall, was struggling to descend the stairs and vaguely responded after hearing this. So Mingyi pulled on Rong Jian's wrist and led her down the stairs. They weren't touching palm to palm directly, there was a layer of the thin bathrobe separating their palm and wrist. Normally, Mingyi's body temperature was low, but now it was higher than Rong Jian's. The warmth from his hand was almost scalding compared to Rong Jian's icy skin. Mingyi sighed, "Why didn't you wear an overcoat?" However, before Rong Jian struggled back upstairs to get the coat, Mingyi had already taken off his coat and covered it over Rong Jian. Rong Jian pulled on the edge of the coat slightly and did not refuse. Only the kitchen on the lower level had water, but electricity had also been out for quite some time. When Mingyi turned on the faucet, luckily, the water was still warm. In situations like these, one couldn't afford to be picky. Mingyi filled a basin with hot water and placed it on a stool, then led Rong Jian to stand in front of it. However, Rong Jian, being rather clumsy anyway and draped in an oversized coat, moved very inconveniently, trying multiple times to submerge her hair in the water. Mingyi feared he might overturn the basin since there was no more hot water available. He rolled up his sleeves, "Shall I wash it for you?" This sounded like a question, but actually, his hands were already in the water. Rong Jian didn't have a chance to refuse. He resigned himself to thinking, well, since it was pitch dark now, no one could see each other anyway. The kitchen had windows. Half a moon hung in the sky, its light falling on the snow-covered ground, and reflecting into the room through the window, illuminating this small area. Mingyi could see Rong Jian's appearance very clearly. His back was covered by the thick coat, while in front, he was still only wearing that thin bathrobe. Because of leaning forward, the collar dropped, exposing large patches of neck and collarbone. Rong Jian's bones were very slim, appearing quite feminine when dressed loosely, but not now. Based on the shape of his bones, it was evident that he had a typical young man's physique. Yet, it was undeniably beautiful. Mingyi's gaze lingered for perhaps 10 seconds before he turned away. Perhaps because he rarely saw sunlight all year round, Rong Jian's skin was very white, soft, and smooth. Though Mingyi tried hard not to touch him, there were occasional moments when his fingers accidentally brushed against Rong Jian's cheeks. Such a degree of contact wasn't much, especially between the same gender, it couldn't even be considered intimate, but Rong Jian still felt his face heat up a little. He thought, probably because there was too little physical contact with others in this world, hence his exaggerated reaction. The weather was really too cold. Mingyi washed his hair quickly, lifted it out of the basin, and dried it repeatedly with a dry towel. Finally, he guided Rong Jian back upstairs. All Rong Jian had to do was follow Mingyi's rhythm and lift his foot. Mingyi sent Rong Jian back to the room and said before leaving, "I'm staying next door. Call me if you need anything." Mingyi's room was supposed to be on the other side of the second floor, but given the unexpected situation, it was normal for them to take care of each other. Rong Jian lay down in bed, pulled up the blanket, first gave a faint, then slowly said, "Good night." He felt a little dizzy, lacking energy, with sluggish reactions, as if he could fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Mingyi closed the door. He wasn't ready to sleep yet since there were many things to deal with. After wrapping up the aftermath, Mingyi gently pushed open Rong Jian's door again, lightly tapping on it once. There was no response from inside, indicating Rong Jian had fallen asleep soundly. However, Rong Jian's vigilance was naturally low, guarding a secret that couldn't be told to anyone, yet still managing to sleep deeply even during school breaks. Mingyi walked over to the bedside intending to leave, but Rong Jian's breathing was somewhat heavy and also rapid. Leaning down, Mingyi placed the back of his hand against Rong Jian's forehead. It was alarmingly hot. Fever again. Furrowing his brow, Mingyi half-carried Rong Jian into his arms and shook him awake, asking, "Do you feel unwell?" His tone had shifted away from his usual pretense, his voice sounded much softer than usual, full of grievance as his hoarse voice responded, "Uncomfortable." Rong Jian, whose fever had left him somewhat delirious, struggled to clear his thoughts, speaking instinctively. No matter what Mingyi asked after that, Rong Jian would answer hazily, much like the time he was drunk. It seemed even when running a high fever, Rong Jian tended to reveal truthful responses easily. Holding this warm heat source in his arms, Mingyi softly questioned, "What's your name?" Rong Jian seemed confused by this question, taking a while to react before replying, "My name is Rong Jian." He paused for a moment and then grumbled, "Why isn't anyone allowed to call me by this name?" Mingyi stayed silent for a long time. If Rong Jian truly meant Rong Jian, then many of his prior conclusions might have been incorrect, possibly necessitating re-evaluation. However, it didn't matter. These were all trivial matters. He only needed to know Rong Jian's real name, and now he knew it. Rong Jian's fever raged on fiercely, his consciousness blurred, not yet realizing he was being manipulated into revealing information. At times, Mingyi could be ruthless. Now, while Rong Jian needed rest, Mingyi continued pressing for answers to questions he wanted resolved. If he couldn't hear clearly at first, he'd repeat them. Still, some questions, even though Rong Jian's mind wasn't fully aware, triggered instinctive resistance. Mingyi couldn't get any answers. Thus, Mingyi asked one last question. This question made him hesitate unusually long before he finally asked Rong Jian, "Why are you?" Here his words paused briefly, continuing shortly, "So good to Mingyi?" Clearly, Rong Jian in his current state couldn't understand such a fragmented sentence. Mingyi had never asked such an almost laughable question before. Whether someone was liked or disliked was purely a subjective emotional experience, impossible to quantify, and the answers extracted wouldn't yield any meaningful standard for judgment. Yet this meaningless question, Mingyi asked seriously for a second time. This time Rong Jian understood. As if needing deep contemplation, even in the throes of fever, Rong Jian thought for a long time before answering, "He's good, someone I protect." A very subjective reply without convincing reasons listed, yet it was enough to move a heart that hadn't favored anyone before. This answer seemed within Mingyi's expectations, yet somehow beyond them too. It was an answer only Rong Jian could provide. Mingyi merely required a single phrase to affirm his own feelings. If we say Mingyi's greatest longing throughout his life could be quantified as 1, then he could barely imagine 10 being its limit. But Mingyi's longing for Rong Jian was 100. It was excessive, beyond Mingyi's ability to imagine, making the 30-year-old evaluation standard useless for calculating this kind of emotion. Thus, Mingyi originally couldn't comprehend it, instinctively thinking Rong Jian was naive and adorable, willing to waste time and do things he wouldn't normally do for Rong Jian. To Mingyi, Rong Jian represented all his curiosity and surprises in life. And these all stemmed from desires that couldn't be extinguished, from flames of the heart that couldn't be put out. Now Mingyi understood. He wanted to obtain Rong Jian. He liked this person in front of him. Chapter 39, Be a Good Boy. Rong Jian was feverish all night, dreaming many dreams, some true and others false. In the dream, it seemed like someone told him they would always be by his side, and the sick Rong Jian felt reassured. He seemed to have slept better in the later half of the night. Rong Jian didn't know how long he had slept, but when he woke up, he realized it was just a dream. The curtains were drawn thickly, almost blocking all the light from outside, making the room dim and difficult to see anything clearly. If someone were in the room, there would at least be a blurry shadow, especially given Mingyi's tall figure. But there was nothing in the room. Rong Jian sighed with relief because spending more time together during the day would easily expose them. However, he felt inexplicably disheartened. His head throbbed fiercely, he felt nauseous, and every part of his body ached. He couldn't even get out of bed, but there wasn't any need to either. After an indeterminate amount of time, Rong Jian, who was drowsy and hazy, suddenly heard the sound of the door lock clicking open. Then came increasingly clear footsteps. There was no one else in this villa except for Mingyi. Most of Rong Jian's face was buried in a snowy white pillow. With great effort, he wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, revealing only his eyes. After coughing several times, he still couldn't say a word. Mingyi seemed to have just come back from outside. He walked over to the bedside, squatted down, met Rong Jian's gaze, and explained briefly, "I went out for a while." Rong Jian had just opened his eyes, feverish and surrounded by darkness. His vision was blurred, so he couldn't see clearly. But Rong Jian could guess that Mingyi had probably just returned from outside, because as Mingyi approached the bed, through 2 layers of blankets, Rong Jian could feel a chill. Mingyi did not look at Rong Jian, placing the bag on the bedside table, then said, "You have a fever. I got someone to bring the medicine up here, and I just picked it up." Though he spoke casually, it was actually quite difficult. Mingyi searched 10 pharmacies throughout the night, only 3 replied to him in the morning. One person, persuaded by an exorbitant fee, braved a once-in-a-decade snowstorm to deliver the medicine up the mountain. But unexpected things happened, and their car broke down halfway. Mingyi paid them extra money to keep going up, also worrying about the slowness, so he went down the mountain to pick it up himself. The round trip took over 3 hours. Rong Jian listened slowly, blinking a few times. He saw Mingyi's shoulders covered in snow, shimmering under the faint light in the room and quickly melting due to body heat, dripping water. If it were normal circumstances, Rong Jian might have understood what Mingyi meant, such as how much it cost to send someone up the mountain in such heavy snow or how impossible it was for him to walk so close to the door and still accumulate so much snow on his shoulders. But now, being ill and mentally confused, Rong Jian could only follow Mingyi's words. Mingyi took out a thermometer from the bag, carefully unwrapped it, cleaned it thoroughly, and placed it near the edge of the quilt where Rong Jian could see it. Rong Jian extended 2 fingers from under the thick quilt, took the thermometer, and placed it under his armpit. Mingyi took out the medicine box by box, turned on the flashlight of his phone, placed it on the floor, where it wouldn't shine on Rong Jian, and casually recounted his experiences that morning while reading the instructions. He said that when he woke up in the morning, he knocked on Rong Jian's door, but there was no answer. When he pushed the door open, he found that Rong Jian had a fever. It was very early in the morning. To confirm whether Rong Jian was unconscious, he shone a flashlight inside and immediately arranged for someone to buy the medicine. But this wasn't exactly the case. Mingyi didn't sleep all night, using physical cooling methods to try to lower Rong Jian's fever, something he wouldn't mention. Because prolonged contact would make Rong Jian worry about exposing their secret. And before finding the real cause, Mingyi would adhere to Rong Jian's limits. While speaking these words, Mingyi kept his eyes half lowered. The surroundings were dark, and Rong Jian couldn't see his expression, or if he did, it would mean nothing. If Mingyi didn't want someone to know what he was thinking at the moment, it was easy, he had full control over his expressions and emotions. Perhaps the physical cooling worked, because Rong Jian's temperature was now 38.5 degrees Celsius. Mingyi glanced at the thermometer, his brows furrowed tightly, but his tone was calm, seemingly consoling Rong Jian, not a high fever, nothing serious. I'll go boil some hot water for you to take your medicine. Just as Mingyi was about to leave, Rong Jian called out to him. His throat was sore, and his voice was low. Mingyi had to lean close to hear. Rong Jian said softly, "Can you help me get my makeup bag? It's in my luggage. This can't continue forever, right?" Mingyi nodded slightly. Rong Jian sat up and pulled on a thick sweater. While applying makeup in front of the mirror, his hands trembled so much he couldn't do it properly, but still stubbornly persisted despite the mess. After smearing the shadows all over his face, he even started to plan how he would explain this to Mingyi. He'd just say his hands were shaking too much and couldn't apply the makeup correctly, perhaps the sharp angles of his face could pass off as an accident. Rong Jian resigned himself to the thought that Mingyi didn't seem like someone who would know much about makeup for girls anyway. When Mingyi returned with the boiled water and knocked on the door again, Rong Jian had already finished his makeup and considered himself ready to meet people. Rong Jian resigned himself to the thought that Mingyi didn't seem like someone who would know much about makeup for girls anyway. When Mingyi returned with the boiled water and knocked on the door again, Rong Jian had already finished his makeup and considered himself ready to meet people. He only softened the outline of his face slightly and covered up some imperfections, not perfectly, but his natural beauty still shone through, making him look beautiful despite the haphazard effort. Mingyi remained silent, merely handing over the cup and a tablet as big as the tip of his finger. Rong Jian suffered greatly as he swallowed this enormous pill, licking his lips which were still wet with water. Mingyi's eyes partially drooped, glancing at Rong Jian's lips. Rong Jian had beautifully shaped lips, soft and likely still moist and warm from the drink, he looked as if they'd be perfect for kissing. At that moment, Mingyi wanted nothing more than to kiss him, but he restrained himself. He had kissed Rong Jian countless times during the night before. Yet, such kisses felt like cheating and came too easily, so Mingyi refrained. Mingyi wasn't seeking to release surplus hormones through a kiss, rather, because he liked Rong Jian, he desired to kiss him. And he wanted Rong Jian's willing participation. The weather was cold, and there was a power outage at the villa. With the phone battery dangerously low and a raspy throat unable to speak, Rong Jian slept until noon. Now lying down again, all he could do was daydream. Mingyi took out a notepad, and the two communicated via paper and pen. Rong Jian jokingly said, "You even brought a notebook and pen, did you originally plan to make me solve problems?" Mingyi wrote back, "Yes." Rong Jian found Mingyi truly demonic, prioritizing studies even when celebrating the New Year's holiday outside. Yet, he didn't ruin the festive mood by mentioning it beforehand. He asked, "Will you still make me write now?" Despite wearing many layers, Rong Jian still felt chilly. When he took the pen from Mingyi, its handle carried the faint warmth of his teacher's hand, giving him slight comfort. Looking down at the paper, he saw freshly written words whose handwriting differed greatly from what Rong Jian was used to seeing in Mingyi's notebooks. "However, we don't need that now." Rong Jian then added below, "I'm sick now, forcing me to study would be inhumane, right?" Mingyi neither confirmed nor denied. Actually, even if Rong Jian weren't ill, Mingyi wouldn't bring up homework anymore. As a teacher, he should supervise students' learning no matter when or where. But for someone he cared deeply about, indulging a bit during holidays seemed fine to Mingyi. No wonder so many people acted impulsively for love. Mingyi once thought he would never do so, yet maintaining his 30-year principle of self-discipline meant little when faced with Rong Jian. This was just the beginning. For half the afternoon, they chatted back and forth using the notepad. By evening, Mingyi suggested Rong Jian sleep a bit more while he went downstairs to prepare dinner. Rong Jian obediently closed his eyes and fell into a dozy sleep. When he woke up again and opened his eyes, Mingyi had already placed the dishes on the table. Just waking up, Rong Jian looked up at Mingyi, his eyes glistening with water, appearing moist. It was just the two of them in the room. Mingyi suddenly felt tender-hearted and whispered softly, "Rong Jian." Rong Jian was startled, it was the first time Mingyi had called him by his name. Calling someone by their name is the first step in knowing them, not necessarily intimate. But Rong Jian just felt that when Mingyi called him by his name, it was different from anyone else. Mingyi continued, "It's time to eat. Rong Jian sat up in bed, pulling the blanket up to cover his chest until he put on his sweater. During the meal, Mingyi began addressing Rong Jian as Mississippi. Rong Jian asked why. Mingyi said, different occasions call for different forms of address. Rong Jian didn't ask further about the standard behind these choices. It was something Mingyi decided upon, and there was nothing Rong Jian could do to change it. Moreover, being addressed by his actual name under different circumstances felt unexpectedly surprising each time. After finishing eating, Rong Jian sneaked a glance at the fever medicine. Although his throat was still hoarse, he managed to say, I'm tired, I want to sleep. Mingyi seemed to not have looked at Rong Jian until he suddenly said, you forgot to take your medicine. Rong Jian tried to resist a little more, I feel like my fever has gone down. Mingyi glanced at him and said, Rong Jian, behave yourself a little. Hearing this, Rong Jian felt dazed. He didn't know why, but before long, he unconsciously nodded. He realized that whenever Mingyi called his name, it was as if reciting a binding spell. Although Rong Jian could never truly resist Mingyi, with just the recital of the spell, it became much easier to agree. It's so unfair. It's just a name. Rong Jian swallowed the pill with difficulty, feeling indignant about it. The city experienced an unprecedented snowfall for 10 years, and it still hasn't stopped. It was 8 p.m. on December 31st, with only 4 hours left until January 1st. This marked the second day Rong Jian and Mingyi were trapped in a villa isolated like an island. Mingyi urged Rong Jian to rest early. Before leaving, he said, I've already informed Aunt Han, when the snow calms down tomorrow and you're feeling better, she will come to pick us up. Don't worry. Actually, Rong Jian hadn't even thought about this matter. If he were alone, despite being sick, he would have been anxious to deal with all these issues earlier. But perhaps because now there was Mingyi, he instinctively felt that Mingyi would handle everything. Rong Jian couldn't help but think that he might be getting too reliant on Mingyi. Dependence can be a sign of trust or a signal of affection. Rong Jian suddenly felt his condition worsening, his mind clouded, unable to distinguish even something so simple. Chapter 40, Misunderstanding. Eventually, the snow stopped before midnight. The next morning, Han Yun came to pick them up personally, looking not in great spirits. After Rong Jian said, I'm sorry, Han Yun helplessly replied, when will Miss take better care of herself and at least look after her health? Rong Jian nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement, though inwardly he felt this wasn't really about neglecting oneself but due to poor health with no real solution. This was something that couldn't be told to Han Yun. The car moved slowly, and the sun only peeked out from the clouds slightly, casting dim light and tree shadows simultaneously. Mingyi and Rong Jian sat shoulder to shoulder in the back seat, neither too close nor too far apart. Rong Jian felt a bit bored, having slept so much the last 2 days, sleep was now impossible. His phone was already off, leaving him nothing to do except admire the snowy landscape outside the window. Then, a little paper ball rolled onto his knee. Rong Jian glanced over to see Mingyi calmly gazing out the window as if he had nothing to do with the tossing of the little paper ball. Turning away discreetly, Rong Jian cautiously opened the ball of paper and was taken aback by the message, after we return, remember to have another medical checkup. A pen lay between the two seats. Rong Jian took it with extra caution, writing guiltily, though there weren't many words, they came out slanted and uneven. He said, didn't you say there wasn't a major problem? Rong Jian's aim when throwing the paper ball fell short, it hit the window and bounced off. Mingyi pressed down on the ball unfazed, leaned forward slightly, opened it, looked up, turned his head towards the window, pinned the note against the front seat, quickly scribbled a line without looking, and threw it back to Rong Jian. He said, of course, there were no major issues in the mountains where there are no doctors. But now that we're down the mountain. Rong Jian understood Mingyi's implication. Just as he prepared to respond, he lifted his head and caught sight of Han Yun watching him through the rearview mirror. Unlike Rong Jian who feared being discovered and felt as if committing an affair under others' noses, Mingyi remained effortlessly calm while passing notes. Rong Jian subtly shook his head at Mingyi, afraid to send any more paper notes. The car journey was very slow, and by the time they arrived at Rong's house, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Rong Jian bade farewell to Mingyi at the door, walking upstairs with Han Yun to their second-floor room. The room was warm inside, allowing him to remove his coat and sigh in relief. Han Yun looked at Rong Jian, hesitated, but eventually spoke, Miss, if you truly like someone, then that's also acceptable. Rong Jian paused, puzzled by Han Yun's leap in thought. Just as he was going to explain what happened in the car, Han Yun cut him off mid-sentence. The earlier sentence was just the beginning. Next, Han Yun revealed her genuine plan, after Miss takes the college entrance examination, I think we should make this public. Having said the hardest part first, Han Yun finally continued speaking, her tone complex, for all these years, I've often wondered if I made a mistake in letting you disguise as a woman. At the time, we merely thought it was a temporary expedient measure, never expecting that the act would last for so long. It has been rather hard on you. Han Yun had considered reporting the matter to the authorities in the past. However, after checking carefully, she didn't find enough evidence and informed a trusted senior figure within the company indirectly. This individual deeply considered the matter and decided it would be unwise to alert everyone, risking further turmoil within the company. Moreover, considering Rong Jian's youth and supervision by Qinzhou, complications were highly possible. Because of these reasons, Rong Jian had to continue pretending to be female until today. Han Yun went on to say, "We've finally uncovered some clues recently. After taking your college entrance exam, you can claim to be going on vacation abroad, handling matters here before coming back to reveal your identity publicly. By then, whatever you wish to do will come true." Though unsure if he'd live to see that day, Rong Jian refused to nod in agreement. Han Yun sighed, still treating Rong Jian like a child she sought to protect, unwilling to involve him in such affairs. She switched topics and mentioned Mingyi again. Regarding this topic, it was clear Han Yun hadn't given it much careful thought or hadn't reached a conclusion. If Miss likes him, as long as he is a good person, there isn't much else to ask. But at present, absolutely do not mention anything about your identity. Rong Jian felt Han Yun might misunderstand his relationship with Mingyi, but realizing that the truth wasn't as imagined, he was still pondering how to clarify things when he noticed the heavy snowfall outside again. Upon returning, he found someone shoveling snow in the front yard. Rong Jian didn't know if the gardener was responsible for shoveling snow, but figured he must be since he saw Old Man Sun. So Mingyi would also have to shovel snow in such cold weather. Rong Jian gave up trying to fix the misunderstanding, thinking, well, it's already misunderstood. Thus, he stopped denying it and said childishly instead, "Auntie Han, I'm so tired. I had a fever yesterday, and I haven't finished my homework. Now I don't even want to do it." Hearing this, Han Yun furrowed her brows with worry, then listened as Rong Jian continued, "I want Mingyi to help me with my homework." After hearing this, Han Yun couldn't help but laugh, "You're spoiled." Chapter 41, Homework. Half an hour later, Mingyi entered Rong Jian's room with his school bag. Rong Jian sat on the bay window lined with a thick blanket, his legs bent. He had changed into a loose lounging nightgown, its skirt falling over his calves and exposing his thin ankles tinged with a light red hue. Likely because he had just finished bathing, Rong Jian's body still clung to the lingering moisture, his hair hung lazily over his shoulders as he tilted his head towards Mingyi. He looked soft overall, like the sweater he gave to Mingyi or the scarf he personally knitted. Mingyi gazed at him for a while before averting his eyes when Rong Jian began to feel strange, asking, "Has the doctor not arrived yet?" Rong Jian was momentarily stunned, not expecting Mingyi to still remember this. Aunt Han said he has some matters to attend to and will only arrive in the evening. Mingyi nodded slightly, placing the school bag beside the table, and asked, "What is the matter?" This was a somewhat ambiguous question, but Rong Jian shifted uneasily, turning his face sideways so as not to look at Mingyi directly, murmuring vaguely, "Just inviting you here to accompany me in doing my homework." Mingyi half lowered his eyes, saying, "Aunt Han already told me." What Aunt Han said wasn't much different from what Rong Jian mentioned, that Mingyi was supposed to stay with Rong Jian and help him with his homework. However, if it were simply about academic tutoring, Aunt Han's expression wouldn't have seemed so odd. Rong Jian felt internally distraught. Why did Aunt Han have to say it that way? Did she care nothing for his dignity? Yet since the words were spoken, all Rong Jian could do was dejectedly mutter, "I was just teasing Aunt Han, I didn't actually expect you to come here to help me with my homework." Mingyi smiled after hearing the truth, responding, "I was teasing you too, Aunt Han didn't say anything, but now I know anyway." Rong Jian became even more embarrassed by how easy he was to deceive, remaining silent for a long while before finally whispering faintly, "Next time, don't trick me." Mingyi did not answer him but opened the school bag, taking out a thick stack of exam papers and writing Rong Jian's name on them. Rong Jian jumped off the edge of the bay window, "I can write them myself, no need for you to do so." Mingyi raised his head, looking directly at Rong Jian, seriously questioning, "If not for writing homework, then what am I here to do?" Rong Jian had nothing to retort. He compared the cost of telling the truth versus maintaining the lie. Revealing the truth would make the atmosphere rather peculiar, whereas lying would merely cost some pride without any other consequence. He chose to continue lying, "It's nothing. I was just too tired back then and didn't want to write, now I'm feeling better." Mingyi chuckled, knowing fully well that Rong Jian's acting skills were abysmal. While Mingyi realized he was being lied to, he refrained from calling it out, saying instead, "Miss, your body hasn't completely recovered yet, and you may not be able to handle the work. Anyway, I finish my tasks quite quickly." He paused briefly before continuing, "But if there's really no need for me to do it, I'll return home first." Upon hearing this, Rong Jian acted nonchalant, glancing out the window towards the large expanse of snow. His original intent was merely to avoid letting Mingyi shovel the snow outside, otherwise, Mingyi would likely still end up being conscripted back into forced labor. Then what had been the point of all his efforts? Following Rong Jian's gaze, Mingyi seemed to catch on to the reason. So, enduring the indignity, Rong Jian received the happiness of a holiday without homework, simply watching Mingyi feverishly scribble away at paper after paper with incredible speed. During this period, fearing for their welfare, Aunt Han took the opportunity to check in on them, carrying in a plate of fruit, a plate of pastries, and 2 cups of tea. The subtle aroma of the tea mingling with the fragrance of Rong Jian's bath soap was very pleasant. The pastries were sugar-free, so despite the chef's exceptional skills, they weren't particularly appetizing. After tasting 2 bites, Rong Jian thought they barely beat starvation. Mingyi reflected that at least Rong Jian should be allowed the freedom to indulge in things he truly liked without restraint. As Rong Jian ate his tea snacks, he sent a message to Chen Yanyan. It seemed she was very busy. Sparing a moment, she replied that there was no rush, the rest could wait until school resumed. With Mingyi doing his homework on his behalf, Rong Jian felt guilty enjoying leisure alone but found himself with nothing else to do, eventually nodding off little by little, drifting into sleepiness. By evening, Mingyi had completed all of Rong Jian's exams. Actually, Mingyi could have done them even faster, but seeing Rong Jian fighting off drowsiness in such an adorable manner made Mingyi unable to resist stealing side glances at him from time to time. Mingyi organized the exam papers neatly, placed them on the corner of the desk, stood up, and walked over to Rong Jian. Rong Jian's eyes were lightly closed, his eyelashes long and dense, casting a grayish shadow onto his lower eyelids. Mingyi observed for a long while before softly waking Rong Jian up. When Rong Jian woke up and heard that Mingyi had already finished his homework, his first reaction was to look out the window. The snow outside hadn't been shoveled yet, so Rong Jian was still thinking of how he needed to find an excuse to keep Mingyi around for a little longer. Before he could come up with a way, Mingyi suddenly said, "Miss, aren't you wearing your earrings?" Rong Jian's ear holes clogged easily, so he usually wore earrings. But during these days when he was sick and feverish, everything on his body made him uncomfortable, including his earrings, so he took them off and didn't put them back on. Rong Jian touched his ears, saying, "I forgot." Mingyi looked at his earlobes and suggested in a tone of advice, "The last time it seemed like you were not quite good at putting on your earrings. Do you need my help?" After a moment's reflection, Rong Jian finally retrieved this event from his memory. It happened not long after he entered Evil Seed. After such a long time, he should already be able to wear earrings by himself, but generally speaking, suggestions put forward by Mingyi in such a tone were hard for him to refuse. Plus, he could delay some more time, which achieved 2 goals in 1, so Rong Jian nodded. Mingyi pinched Rong Jian's earlobe, which felt very soft and warm. He said, "You look great in those jade earrings with a full head of water and lush green hue." He didn't add, "I'll buy you one later." Because it wasn't the right time to say it. Mingyi thought that Rong Jian was beautiful and suitable for any jewelry. But if he recovered his male identity, then wearing jade pendant earrings might seem somewhat strange. Therefore, choosing something simple in color and style would be fine too. Perhaps a pair of matching jewelry could work. Mingyi was planning too far ahead. But Rong Jian felt that there was something strange about what Mingyi said. After much deliberation, he finally figured out some meaning. It sounded like something a boy would say to someone he liked. Yet he was certain that Mingyi wouldn't like him, this was unquestionable. Obviously, in the book, Mingyi had never liked the original Rong Jian. After coming here, Mingyi early on revealed that he was homosexual. And Mingyi was the type who, if he didn't fall for someone from the start, would never fall for them throughout his life. This was how Rong Jian felt. On Monday morning, Chen Yanyan came to school as scheduled. She had been busy with her father's matters all through the holiday and didn't have time to do her homework, and she was only forcibly brought to school this morning. When she arrived in the classroom, she realized she hadn't done her homework and almost burst into tears. Just as she wanted to get Rong Jian's homework to copy, she received a WeChat message from Mingyi. Chen Yanyan was thoroughly confused when she walked over to Mingyi's desk and found a blank test filled out, complete with her name written on it. If Chen Yanyan said she didn't bring her homework, most teachers would assume that she didn't do it. But if Mingyi said he forgot to bring his homework, all the teachers would say it's no big deal as long as he finished it. Mingyi nonchalantly said, "Bring me a blank test paper. I've seen your handwriting once, though I may not remember it clearly now, and the imitation might not look exactly alike." Chen Yanyan was so overwhelmed with joy that she struggled to bear it. She timidly asked, "Senior, why am I receiving this special treatment?" Originally, Mingyi could have made up many reasons to fool Chen Yanyan, but instead, he told her the truth, "You helped me a lot. The homework counts as a thank you." Chen Yanyan floated back to her seat, pondering for a long time but couldn't think of how exactly she had helped. Until she remembered the 3-day vacation, when she left midway, and afterward, they lost power. There were only 2 people in the villa, alone together. Could something inappropriate have happened? Although both Rong Jian and Mingyi were adults, when this thought crossed her mind, Chen Yanyan grabbed Rong Jian's hand and stammered, you two didn't, engage in something high schoolers shouldn't, did you?" Rong Jian was caught completely off guard and took quite a while to respond, breaking character so thoroughly for the first time and cursing, "Shit, what are you thinking? On the day you left, I was running a fever so high I was delirious. How could anything inappropriate happen in that state?" Rong Jian didn't tell Chen Yanyan about his fever because he didn't want her to worry while she was home. But today, once she arrived, Chen Yanyan seemed to have gone crazy for some unknown reason, prompting Rong Jian to divulge everything. He was exhausted, he really felt drained. Even though Rong Jian hadn't done anything improper, his face turned completely red after being asked by Chen Yanyan, as if he still had a fever. Chen Yanyan barely suppressed her shock. Without knowing the truth of the matter, she didn't want to betray Mingyi, who just wrote her homework for her. Quickly forgetting gratitude would make her appear ungrateful, and Chen Yanyan knew she wasn't that kind of person. Thus, she casually came up with an excuse, "Well, this morning I read a ridiculous novel about getting pregnant before marriage, so I'm quite sensitive about these things." Rong Jian refused to delve into her mental processes, coldly and mercilessly saying, "No thanks, I don't need to know anymore, really." However, after class started, the two of them began exchanging messages on draft paper. Chen Yanyan had experienced quite a shock these days and had no one to talk to but Rong Jian. When her mother passed away, Chen Yanyan was still young, not understanding much about it, and with her grandparents exaggerating details, she thought her father Chen Ju was too busy and didn't take care of her mother's health, leading to her death from melancholy at home. In fact, this wasn't the truth. Chen Yanyan didn't know that her mother actually had a congenital disease, which limited her lifespan significantly. Her maternal grandparents wanted her mother to marry Chen Ju but never mentioned her illness until after the marriage. Her mother's family's business was failing, so they tried to reconnect through previous channels to get in touch with the Chen family's business, hoping to leverage their relationship for wealth. However, Chen Ju had long since left the Chen family and refused to get involved again. To a large extent, Chen Yanyan's mother died under pressure from her own family. Although Chen Ju did not agree, they still managed to connect with the Chen family and engaged in dangerous business ventures. Although Chen Ju knew his wife's death was related to those dealings, there were many secretive means involved in such businesses. Therefore, he remarried a woman to pretend as if he had forgotten his deceased wife and deliberately let Chen Yanyan misunderstand him. Since Chen Yanyan was too young and short-tempered, unable to lie or deceive others effectively, he used this method. The woman he married was actually a collaborator, serving as his shield for many years. Chen Yanyan sighed, almost crying but holding back. "The other day, the Chens were trying to associate with my dad again since their family collapsed. Ugh, how despicable can they be? Turns out my grandparents also knew the real cause of my mom's death." Rong Jian consoled her, "After this, you'll understand everything. Don't feel sad, your father has endured all this for you." Chen Yanyan replied, "I know. Both my parents loved me so much. I don't have any reason to get upset over those people, it's not worth it. Anyway, I never want to see those relatives ever again in my life." Rong Jian grew up in an ordinary family, having lost both his parents, living solely with his grandmother. He had never encountered the melodramatic world of rich families before entering Evil Seed. There, he discovered that every character with a name had some kind of dramatic background story. Even someone like Chen Yanyan, who didn't even have a named role, had a complex web of family relationships. He only hoped that after this incident, Chen Yanyan could resolve her issues with her father and return to being the cheerful little girl she used to be. They chatted for the entire morning, and Rong Jian had no time for anything else until lunch break when some people came over to congratulate him. They said the rankings from last month's exams had been announced. Rong Jian ranked 10th, just 1 point ahead of 11th place, pure luck. Rong Jian felt like this achievement was like a dream, feeling dizzy all the way until evening tutoring sessions at the cafe where he still dazedly asked Mingyi, "Did the teacher make a mistake counting scores? Could I really rank in the top 10 school-wide?" He vaguely remembered forgetting all his senior 3 knowledge when he first arrived here, his grades abysmal. Yet just 4 months later, he was able to achieve such results. Mingyi casually took a sip of the fruit tea originally ordered by Rong Jian. Now, the only drink left on the table was the milk tea he ordered. With great seriousness, he said, "Miss has always been studying very hard." Rong Jian felt that his efforts might not be enough to match this grade. Mingyi pushed the milk tea toward Rong Jian and softly said, "If you don't drink it soon, it will get cold." Then nonchalantly added, "Moreover, I've tutored you seriously. Are you doubting my abilities?" Of course, Rong Jian wouldn't doubt Mingyi's abilities. He even believed that if Mingyi wanted to, he could elevate Chen Yanyan's grades to the school's top 10 within another 4 months. In this book, there truly was nothing the male lead couldn't accomplish. Rong Jian picked up the cup and sipped the milk tea, discovering how delicious it was, yet its high-calorie content troubled him. But since he had already tasted it, it would be wasteful not to finish it. Thus, with half reluctance and half enjoyment, he continued drinking but remained frowning. This time was an overperformance. If next time I drop back to my original level, that would be so embarrassing. His handsome brows knitted together, his slender fingers tightly gripping the cup while his skin appeared whiter than porcelain, seemingly full of worry. Mingyi wasn't good at comforting people and at this moment only said, "That won't happen. Last month's exam, I didn't guess the questions for you, and you still scored well. Next time, I'll give you the guessed questions beforehand, there's no way you'll fail then." Actually, Mingyi was quite strict when it came to tutoring. Apart from guessing the questions during the first 2 monthly exams, he mostly relied on Rong Jian's actual abilities to score points. Rong Jian shook his head, "No, I still prefer relying on myself to take the exams." Mingyi didn't try to persuade Rong Jian anymore. At 6:30, Mingyi glanced at his watch and said, "There's something at school I need to go back for. You start your homework now, I'll come back to pick you up at 10. Rong Jian stopped writing and thought for a moment. He knew Mingyi had many responsibilities at the school, unlike himself who was relatively carefree. After a short consideration, he suggested, "You should just go straight home from the school. I can take a taxi by myself later." But Mingyi did not agree. Rong Jian believed that taking a direct route would save time and effort, aligning with Mingyi's usual approach. He added one more reason, "The school is too far from here. It will be very inconvenient for you to come back after finishing your errands." Standing in front of Rong Jian, Mingyi's tall figure blocked the light, casting a shadow over him entirely. Rong Jian looked up but couldn't see Ming Ye's expression clearly in the backlight. Ming Ye explained, I'm coming back because I want to escort Miss safely home. I'm worried about any possible problems she might encounter on her way back. Rong Jian was surprised, realizing he had forgotten that although on the surface, he currently pretended to be a frail high school girl, it wasn't true in reality. He responded to Ming Ye, nothing will happen. You should know that I'm actually pretty good at fighting. Ming Ye shook his head. I know that Miss can protect herself. What I mean isn't that she will get into trouble without my escort, but rather that I would be deeply concerned if I cannot come back to pick her up. So, please let me put my mind at ease, alright? Chapter 42, Sister-in-Law. By 10 o'clock, Minji still hadn't returned. The cafe wasn't open for 24 hours, and at 10:15, the server somewhat hesitatingly said they were about to close. However, since the server was already quite familiar with them, and Rongjian had handed over a large tip, asking her to delay closing for a bit longer, she agreed. It really wasn't necessary to do this. There were convenience stores that stayed open all night just across the road. It would only take a few steps to reach there. But Rongjian thought of what he promised Minji before he left, to wait here in the coffee shop and give him peace of mind. Since he had made a promise, it couldn't possibly be unfulfilled. Rongjian finished solving his math problems and felt somewhat bored. He went on to Xuanhe to find Hector, but the latter wasn't online either. At 10:30, Minji finally pushed the door of the cafe open. He stood by the door, not stepping inside. That area lacked light, dim and obscure. Rongjian stopped writing and heard Minji say, let's go home. His voice was hoarse. A gray scarf covered the lower half of his face, and perhaps even his tone was muffled by it. Rongjian found this strange, though Minji almost always wore the scarf that Rongjian had given him, he had never wrapped himself so tightly. He stood up, gathering his school bag while casually asking, is it that cold outside? Minji nodded slightly, naturally taking the bag that Rongjian held in his hand. They stepped out of the cafe. There were no buses running anymore, taxis weren't readily available yet, and the lights behind them had already gone out. Minji stood under the lamppost, his shadow towering, calmly apologizing, sorry, there was an accident, so I came back late. Rongjian shook his head. It wasn't particularly cold outside, and he was very focused on Minji's scarf. Rongjian thought about asking directly, but it felt too abrupt, so without much deliberation, he opted for a worse phrasing instead. He asked, I'm feeling a little cold. Could I borrow your scarf to block the wind? He uttered these words without thinking that his request might be turned down. But such a request was undeniably intimate, bordering on being flirtatious, although Rongjian's real intention wasn't actually to wear the scarf. He almost decided to just forget about it, but Minji refused him. Without hesitation, he said, this scarf won't help much against the wind. Let me take off my coat and give it to you. Every statement Minji made, every reaction, was perfectly appropriate. Yet, Rongjian still felt something was off. If there truly was nothing wrong with that scarf, or even the coat, then Minji should have handed them over. From some perspectives, this seemed like an overly presumptuous idea. Minji loosened most of the buttons on his coat. Rongjian shook his head, never mind, the taxi is almost here. It's not that cold. Minji paused, his voice carrying a hint of laughter, Rongjian, how capricious can you be? Do you really need the scarf? This comment carried no blame, and instead seemed laced with faint happiness. Rongjian looked up to see Minji remove the scarf. Although Minji had tried to turn his face away, Rongjian still saw the prominent abrasions on Minji's face. The scarf was heavy and thick, warm from its previous wearer. It hung around Rongjian's neck. Yet Rongjian clenched his lips tightly, as if annoyed, and gripped Minji's wrist, leading him towards the opposite convenience store. Rarely did Minji pause to reflect. At this moment, he realized he must have been exposed. Rongjian didn't say anything. He walked briskly, asking a convenience store clerk for band-aids and antiseptic liquid. After settling the bill, he positioned himself under the lamppost and seriously stated, you're too tall, crouch a little. I'll apply a band-aid for you. Minji seemed taken aback by Rongjian's assertiveness, lowering himself closer to Rongjian. Rongjian, completely encircled by the scarf, with his nose nearly covered, appeared strained. He silently applied medicine with great focus. Minji had expected minor injuries, but it was not a serious issue. The problem was that the wound was right on his face. He didn't tell Rongjian because he didn't want him to worry, but now that Rongjian knew, if he asked why, Minji would answer. If Rongjian asked why, Minji would answer. But Rongjian opened and closed his mouth, deciding against asking. If Minji had remained silent for so long, it probably meant he didn't want to explain the reason. In a situation where facts had already formed and couldn't be reversed, forcing him wouldn't serve any purpose. He looked at Minji's abrasions on his face with some concern, but Minji didn't need comforting. Even after applying the medicine, Rongjian couldn't resist, speaking in a nasal murmur, next time if there's a fight, let me know. I'll come too. Minji obviously hesitated for a moment and asked, are you going to protect me then? He wasn't speaking in a joking tone but rather very seriously. Just as the taxi arrived, they got in. After about 5 minutes of driving, Rongjian hummed an acknowledgement. Rongjian had originally not planned to say anything, but after reconsidering, since Minji was under his protection anyway, there was nothing wrong with admitting it. Anyway, Minji probably wouldn't take it too seriously. But what he didn't know was that Minji had not only known this for a long time but also took it very seriously. For many days afterward, Rongjian still had no idea why Minji had been injured without cause. On Tuesday afternoon, the classroom was empty, everyone had gone to the physical education class, leaving Rongjian alone asleep at his desk for a nap. 10 minutes after the class bell rang, suddenly someone walked in from outside and tapped on Rongjian's desk. Rongjian lifted his head, rubbed his eyes, and saw it was Mr. Zhang, their homeroom teacher. He asked, "What is the matter, sir?" Mr. Zhang looked troubled, seemingly finding it difficult to broach the subject, but eventually said, "There's something related to Minji I'd like to discuss with you." Since the last incident, rumors about the romantic relationship between Minji and Rongjian had spread widely again, becoming common knowledge. Rongjian pretended to be unaware, Minji seemed fine with the rumors, and the people around them almost universally assumed the two were a couple. Though Mr. Zhang was well aware of this situation, given that both students had excellent grades, worked hard, and hadn't crossed any major boundaries, he turned a blind eye to it all. Minji had consistently attended the mathematics competition training classes, and originally, he could have participated in national-level competitions in sophomore year, earning a gold medal that would secure direct admission into university. However, at that time, the previous owner, of the body Rongjian now inhabits, hadn't managed to obtain the spot and didn't want to see Minji take it instead, so Minji was forced to give up the chance. Now, as a senior, there was another opportunity. Though winning a prize wouldn't secure admission anymore, it would grant extra points for the college entrance exam. Minji used to study diligently, yet, with just 2 weeks left before the competition, he suddenly announced he wouldn't participate. Mr. Zhang had tried to persuade him several times, but Minji still refused to go. He sat in the office for half a day, realizing sometimes that teachers' words weren't effective, while words from one's partner might work better. Thus, he seized an opportunity to talk privately with Rongjian, earnestly explaining, "Minji's always been strong in math, and this opportunity is rare. If he wins a gold medal, he'll receive 20 bonus points on the college entrance exam. 20 points aren't trivial in that exam, so couldn't you ask him why he's backing out?" Rongjian froze for a second, "Then I'll go ask him right away." Mr. Zhang felt extremely relieved, seeing that Rongjian was indeed understanding. The weather was getting colder, and although there was heating in the classroom, stepping out made Rongjian shiver slightly. Rongjian was halfway through heading toward Minji when he saw two figures walking not far away. One of them was Minji, carrying hot milk tea and a cake. The other person was unfamiliar to Rongjian, and he had no idea when Minji had made such a friend. However, this person apparently had already spotted Rongjian and quickly approached with a cheerful laugh. "Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Sister-in-law, hello, I'm Qingjian." Rongjian's face instantly heated up, still unclear how things had escalated to calling him sister-in-law so abruptly. He remained silent for a moment, glancing over at Minji for some form of confirmation. Minji's expression remained unchanged, and calmly, he explained, "It's all the rumors circulating around school. Qingjian and I haven't known each other for long, and we haven't clarified these misunderstandings yet." Rongjian seemed to believe this explanation, or perhaps he wanted to. Qingjian immediately changed her tone. "Oh, my mistake, Ms. Rong. It was those folks spreading falsehoods, and I had no clue." In truth, Rongjian felt somewhat uneasy seeing Qingjian because 10 years from now, she was the one who would grind his corpse into dust. Minji took a few steps forward, skillfully inserting the straw into the cup of milk tea, and handed it over to Rongjian without giving him a chance to refuse. He asked, "Do you need to go to the gymnasium for something?" Qingjian stepped far away quite consciously. Rongjian took the milk tea, it was still warm. With less than 6 months until the college entrance exam, regardless of the outcome, whether life or death, as long as he could walk out of the test room, there would be no more pretending in women's clothing. Thus, Rongjian currently held very relaxed requirements for himself. He hesitated for a while before saying, "You're not going to participate in the math competition, are you?" Minji frowned and whispered, "How should I explain this to you?" "There's nothing, just some other reasons." Yet, he did not elaborate further on the exact reason. As Rongjian drank the warm milk tea, his body was chilled by the wind. He lowered his head, feeling conflicted, and asked, "Is it because tutoring me has taken up too much of your time, leaving insufficient preparation?" In reality, Rongjian was able to accept Minji's tutoring with a clear conscience mainly because it seemed like Minji could easily handle his daily tasks, and tutoring Rongjian wasn't too time-consuming. But upon reflection, it was still quite troublesome. Rongjian felt completely exhausted just by being tutored, yet Minji had to prepare questions, assess his level, and grade his assignments on top of everything. Rongjian was most worried that, due to himself, Minji would fail to obtain what originally belonged to him. Such a time-wasting matter should have ended long ago, right after giving away the computer, or perhaps even later during the last monthly exam. But Rongjian hadn't ended it because of some inexplicable selfishness, although he still didn't understand what exactly that selfishness was. Minji slightly lowered his eyes and didn't pass the cake over again. The school's cakes were excellent but hard to get. Minji was an exemplary student who followed class schedules strictly, so even rushing after class wouldn't guarantee getting a cake. But now it was different. With Qingjian's help, she could go early to the cafeteria to secure one and bring it back for Minji. Minji thought, if only he had met this version of Rongjian when he was 18, then he might not have always been there to rescue Qingjian. Because he would be busy chasing someone else and falling in love, leaving no time to linger around school for long. He had never liked anyone before and never imagined one day he would pursue someone. Love seemed like something that couldn't rely on effort alone to succeed at. For example, now Minji thought he was pursuing Rongjian quite obviously, yet Rongjian remained indifferent. It seemed as though Rongjian hadn't considered the possibility that Minji might like him, always thinking that trivial things were more important than him. How could that be possible? Minji had indeed declined the math competition because of conflicting schedules, but now he couldn't say that. Rongjian might feel guilty about occupying too much of his time. Thus, Minji smiled and said, "What are you thinking? I don't really need to do anything. I'm not participating in the competition because it's unnecessary." Rongjian disagreed with his reasoning and reiterated what Mr. Zhang had said, "There's an extra 20 points bonus for the college entrance exam." Minji chuckled carelessly, "If I scored over 730 points on the college entrance exam, those extra 20 points would go to waste. Better give someone else a chance." Rongjian thought Minji was too arrogant, yet the protagonist genuinely had reasons to be confident. He struggled to think of a way to counter this statement when Minji shoved the cake into his hand and said, "You go back to the classroom and finish your cake before going to reply to Mr. Zhang. It's better that way so he doesn't keep worrying about you." Rongjian could only awkwardly mutter, "Oh," and left reluctantly. After Rongjian walked away, Qingjian noticed and immediately returned, seeming incredulous, "Is that not my sister-in-law?" Minji seriously replied, "I haven't succeeded in winning him over yet. Don't scare him off, he's very shy." On the way back, Rongjian kept pondering how to convey Minji's words in a more humble manner. By the time he reached the office, he still hadn't come up with anything better and could only nearly relay the original message verbatim. "I asked, and Minji said that if he scores over 730 points on the college entrance exam, these 20 bonus points will be wasted. So he'd rather skip the competition." Mr. Zhang chuckled and commented, "All right, that boy can certainly speak confidently when it comes to impressing someone, unlike how tongue-tied he is in front of me." Rongjian acted as though he hadn't heard the word someone. Chapter 43, San Francisco. On Friday, Mingyi took a full day off and sent a WeChat message to Rongjian before leaving, saying he would only return on Monday but did not provide any specific reason. Rongjian's interest was rather low all day. Chen Yanyan joked with him, saying, "It's just been one day since you parted ways. You shouldn't be this dependent on your boyfriend." Rongjian weakly shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't live without Mingyi, it was because the book didn't go into much detail about Mingyi's high school years. He was worried that Mingyi might have been caught up by Shaolin and wouldn't be able to come to school. He originally wanted to send a message to ask, but thought better of it. At least wait until tomorrow, today was too soon. On Saturday morning, Han Yun and Rongjian went out together to shop at a mall. Although they said they were shopping, it was actually to meet someone. Han Yun had arranged with someone from her company to personally chat with Rongjian and finalize what needed to be done in June. Though they say the most dangerous place is also the safest, there was no way this could really happen at Rong's house. Han Yun and Rongjian sat in the coffee shop, with nothing else to do. That person was probably very busy with many things, as by 11 o'clock, their figure still hadn't appeared. Han Yun began getting anxious, while Rongjian softly comforted her, leaning his head aside, idly looking out the window, when he unexpectedly saw someone. Through the one-way glass, Rongjian saw Qingjian carrying a pile of shopping bags standing in front of a clothing store. In front of him stood a rich woman dripping with jewelry, who was nearly half a head shorter than Qingjian, but exuded an imposing presence. Her demeanor seemed to almost crush Qingjian into the dust. There was also a boy around Qingjian's age watching this scene gleefully. Qingjian held his head high, pretending not to care, yet looked somewhat pitiful. Rongjian found this strange. In the villainous seed, Qingjian had a terrible temper. A big part of why he was such an effective younger brother figure was due to the male protagonist being very calm, rarely showing significant emotional fluctuations in any scene, which made it feel monotonous, and hence the satisfaction from turning the tables was diminished. Luckily, Qingjian was there, narrating reasons for the protagonist, humiliating the villains, and occasionally flattering Mingyi. So in the book, except in front of Mingyi, where Qingjian showed deference, he was an irascible older brother everywhere else. This now seemed like some kind of family conflict. Rongjian considered whether he should help Qingjian. After all, he was Mingyi's subordinate, and Rongjian, harboring gratitude toward Mingyi, occasionally also extended it to those close to him. But unfortunately, no solution came to mind. His worst possible action right now would be going over to that lady. Qingjian definitely wouldn't want anyone familiar to see him in this state. Perhaps because Rongjian stared for too long, Han Yun raised her head and followed his gaze outward. Han Yun paused, hesitating before saying, "That's Mrs. Cheng." "Miss, are you acquainted with that boy? He should also be studying at Huiwen Middle School." Rongjian detected an undertone in her words and asked, "What's going on with Qingjian's family?" Although Qingjian existed strongly as an important male supporting character throughout the story, not a single word was ever mentioned about his background. Or rather, someone attempted to bring it up once, but Qingjian had silenced them before they even finished speaking. The scandal surrounding the Qing family was widespread within the circle, and though Han Yun didn't like talking about these kinds of gossip, she was certainly informed. After organizing her thoughts for a moment, she said, "It happened a few weeks ago. There was a huge commotion in the Qing family when suddenly, there was another son. Everyone assumed he was an illegitimate child, but Mrs. Qing openly claimed that he was her biological child, her only child." Rong Jian was startled by a dreadful suspicion, whispering, "Then what about Qing Jian?" Han Yun sighed, "Qing Jian is Mr. Cheng's mistress' child. The mistress switched the two children when they were babies. It was a classic case of substituting a cat for a prince. Now, the prince has returned. No wonder." Only then did Rong Jian understand why Qing Jian never mentioned his origins, not that he suffered greatly and couldn't bring himself to speak of it, but because his origins were precisely opposite to Ming Ye's. Ming Yi was the prince, Qing Jian the substituted cat. Yet despite their different identities, both were abandoned. Although they were far away and Rong Jian couldn't hear the voices outside, he could tell from Mrs. Cheng's posture that she continued to mock and insult Qing Jian. Han Yun fell silent for a moment, then said, "Come to think of it, he hasn't done anything wrong. Things are messy now, and everyone is suffering. Are you good friends with Qing Jian?" Rong Jian nodded slightly, "He's not a bad guy." Han Yun picked up her bag and smiled at Rong Jian, "Then I'll step out for a moment." Han Yun walked up to Mrs. Cheng and said something, soothing her in just a few words until she was laughing merrily, and no longer focusing on scolding Qing Jian. Qing Jian furrowed his brows, silently holding the shopping bags and heading down via the adjacent elevator. It was past 12 noon when the high-level informant finally arrived. This person's surname was Su, given name Guanli, and he was over 10 years younger than Rong Shihui. His jet-black hair made him appear to be in his early 40s, but only up close could one see the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Rong Jian called him Uncle Su. Su Guanli smiled warmly, yet his words lacked courtesy, differing greatly from what had been agreed upon with Han Yun. He spoke with an air of superiority, "You should know, this is something that happened over a decade ago. The evidence has long since disappeared. Even if we find some clues now, it might not be enough to convict Qinzhou. In the end, I might get dragged into this mess too. It's too risky." Rong Jian listened attentively till this point and gripped Han Yun's hand firmly under the table. "I know how hard it is for Uncle Su. Once this is accomplished and Qinzhou goes to jail, since I don't know how to manage a company, I'll ask you, Uncle Su, to manage it temporarily." The friendship between Su Guanli and the late Rong Shihui wasn't precious, but supporting Rong Jian wasn't out of the question either. He was waiting for a better offer. If the benefits surpassed the current ones, then risking it would be worth it. Clearly, the current deal was sufficient. Su Guanli continued chatting casually, making a phone call before bidding farewell. Han Yun gritted her teeth in anger. He was promoted entirely by master. Yet he is like this. If we hadn't sought him out back then and found someone else instead, Miss wouldn't have endured such humiliation. Rong Jian was very open-minded and began consoling Han Yun, "All those things are in the past. People like this are actually better. They openly set prices and seek their own interests, so at least they won't go back on their word." Perhaps Rong Jian's comforting words took effect, or perhaps because wealth was something external. By the time they left the cafe, Han Yun was no longer as upset. They got home at 2:30 in the afternoon, and Rong Jian proceeded to spread out exam papers like any diligent high school student, writing furiously. But while studying, she couldn't concentrate. Her thoughts kept drifting to Ming Yi. She thought to herself, just asking wouldn't be pressuring Ming Yi to answer. It shouldn't cause any harm. Thus, after hesitating for 2 hours, Rong Jian finally sent a message asking what Ming Yi was up to. It was 4:30 p.m. in Fu City, which corresponded to 2:30 a.m. in San Francisco. Ming Yi had been negotiating contracts and discussing business ever since landing. He probably only slept for about 2 hours. Actually, during the break between two meetings, there was plenty of rest time, but after returning, Ming Yi saw the auction brochure at the hotel and spontaneously decided to attend the auction. Zhou Shen, acting as Ming Ye's temporary assistant responsible for all matters regarding food, clothing, housing, and travel during these 3 days and also serving as a translator, though Ming Yi didn't need it, had worked in this field for many years, specifically handling reception work. He'd seen countless overnight successes, but never someone quite like Ming Yi. Ming Yi didn't seem like a naive young genius who understood only technology and was ignorant of worldly dangers. Instead, he fully grasped the situation he was facing. These people welcomed him with smiles, wanting his technology, but hoped to acquire it at the lowest possible cost. Ming Yi had even hired a lawyer to accompany him, personally reviewing each contract clause and raising objections. His bones were too hard to chew on, so signing the contract took time, and several clauses remained undecided. When the first meeting came to a temporary halt, Zhou Shen felt confident that Ming Yi knew exactly what he was doing. He wasn't worried about failing. Zhou Shen checked Ming Ye's ID and realized that though he had just passed his 19th birthday, Ming Yi was already much clearer and more experienced than someone 39 years old. Only when Ming Yi said he wanted to attend the auction did Zhou Shen feel he had done something typical for his age, like so many others who suddenly became rich. Zhou Shen had prepared for the possibility of Ming Yi buying many items, but his desires seemed limited. He purchased only a pair of jadeite earrings, which were stunningly beautiful, having once belonged to a certain princess. Ming Yi lavished money extravagantly on them. Zhou Shen even doubted whether Ming Yi could afford the earrings before the contract was fully signed. Yet Mingyi paid for them. He slept for 2 hours, attended the second meeting, slightly compromised, and then signed the contract, securing wealth that most people could only dream of acquiring in their lifetimes. After finishing the contract negotiations, Zhou Shen accompanied Mingyi back to the hotel. He needed Mingyi's input, such as drafting the guest list for tomorrow's celebration banquet. Mingyi unlocked his phone, seemingly receiving a message. After staring at it for some time, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and dialed another number. The night in San Francisco was gloomy, yet the distant lights illuminated the darkness, as if brightening the sky itself. Whether or not there were stars didn't matter. But whether or not there was Rong Jian certainly did. Rong Jian answered the call, responding lightly with a hello, then asked, "Is that you, Mingyi?" Mingyi smiled softly, lowering his voice, "It's me." Rong Jian recounted what classes he attended today and the key points covered. Actually, Mingyi didn't need to know these details, but he enjoyed hearing Rong Jian talk. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Rong Jian finally came back to the main topic and asked, "What have you been doing?" Mingyi had no intention of lying to Rong Jian. Typically, he wouldn't reveal all his cards up front, especially since he couldn't be sure about Rong Jian's secrets yet. But that was with others. For Rong Jian, who he liked, it was different. Mingyi prepared to tell him that he was abroad, signing contracts and developing software. Suddenly, his heart seized in pain so intense that he couldn't utter a single word. Mingyi tightened his grip on his phone, barely able to stand steady as he stumbled forward against the glass window, managing just barely to keep himself upright. He panted heavily, no longer thinking about what he intended to say earlier. Zhou Shen heard the commotion from this side and glanced over at Mingyi. No longer controlling his tone, Mingyi seemed unusually calm as he said, "Nothing serious, I accidentally got hit by a bike. Oh, by the way, I bought you a gift." Zhou Shen suddenly understood why Mingyi had purchased the jadeite earrings at the auction. It was a remarkably romantic reason. A young prodigy with a promising future spending extravagantly for his beloved was like a scene from a movie. However, Zhou Shen was 42, unmarried, and had lived in San Francisco for 20 years. He'd met many such young men, watched their ups and downs, and rarely agreed with such overly passionate emotions. Young love was hard to last, much like how dreams are often unattainable. On the other end of the line, Rong Jian asked, "What is the gift?" But Mingyi could barely hear, his entire strength consumed by fighting off the excruciating pain in his chest. After quite a while, he managed only to say, "I'll give it to you when I get back. Good night." Upon hanging up, Mingyi belatedly realized that saying goodnight was inappropriate since it was still daytime in Fucheng. The pain must have clouded his judgment. Zhou Shen noticed Mingyi turning around, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, eyebrows furrowed tightly, his face pale without a trace of color. He even thought about calling an ambulance. Mingyi waved his hand to indicate there was no need. Seemingly drained of energy, he sat on the couch for some time before regaining his composure. He told Zhou Shen, "Please bring me a glass of water, then continue." Zhou Shen rushed off to fetch the water. Mingyi wiped away the sweat and felt his heart resume its normal rhythm, as if nothing had happened moments ago. But he had confirmed one thing, this world has its limits, and mentioning reincarnation is not an option. If so, does that mean Rong Jian's secret shouldn't be revealed either? Chapter 44, Heartbeat. After finishing the remaining tasks, it was almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Shen was accustomed to working through the night and felt quite sleepy, but with the high commission he received, he naturally took full responsibility for everything. He opened an email and looked up at Mingyi. "There are interviews from several newspapers. Should we accept them?" Mingyi didn't seem very tired, his emotions didn't have much fluctuation, not even when signing the contract, except for the time when he made that phone call. He turned his head towards the window, where the sun had yet to rise, then fell silent for a moment before saying, "Except one, only written interviews. Also, use the name Hector." Zhou Shen nodded and quickly decided which newspaper to choose, replying via email. Mingyi stood up, took a shower in the bathroom, changed clothes, and came out to ask Zhou Shen, "Are there any jewelry stores nearby?" He paused briefly and continued, "No need to accompany me, I'll go alone. My return flight is booked for noon today. As for the interview, we can talk about it after returning." Zhou Shen didn't expect him to still want to buy something for his young girlfriend at this point, so he jokingly said, "Mr. Ming, yesterday's antique jade earrings were already beautiful enough. No girl wouldn't like them." Mingyi neither confirmed nor denied it. It wasn't because of anything else, it was just that those jade earrings were too exquisite, clearly worth a lot of money. He couldn't give them away until telling the truth. Zhou Shen simply gave some advice but could not influence the employer's actions. With great professionalism, he reached out to a few acquaintances, sending detailed information about jewelry stores to Mingyi. Mingyi boarded the plane at 12 o'clock, closed his eyes to sleep after takeoff, but slept lightly, and wasn't very peaceful. Mingyi usually didn't dream, but while above the clouds, he had a rare dream, one set more than 10 years later. In the dream, he and Qing Jian stood by Rong Jian's grave. Qing Jian angrily complained, why should she get to rest peacefully in her grave? Forget the rest, but how dare she do such disgusting things? That day was overcast with drizzle. Each of them held an umbrella, and raindrops gently landed on the surface of the umbrellas, needing a long time to form droplets sliding down. Through the sparse rain mist, Mingyi gazed at the photo of Rong Jian on the tombstone. It was a beautiful but unfamiliar face. He remembered clearly what he had said at that time, "I've already avenged it." Qing Jian excitedly asked, "How did you avenge it?" "She died soon after." Yes, not long after that incident, Rong Jian passed away quickly. Mingyi thought, let it be. So, he told Qing Jian, "Whatever you want." Then he turned around and left. The dream ended there. Mingyi woke up, feeling a slight headache and unable to fall asleep again. When Mingyi landed, it was exactly noon in Fucheng. He hailed a car and returned to the Rong family residence at 1:30 in the afternoon. He went home to take a shower without sleeping, and sent a message to Rong Jian asking him to come pick up the gift. This really shouldn't have been happening at this time. Mingyi had practically stayed awake continuously for several days, in poor spirits, and should have rested. But like every young person who just started dating, he eagerly wanted to give the gift to his beloved. They met in the garden in front of the small house. Mingyi was a bit tired and lit a cigarette. When he smoked halfway through it, Rong Jian walked over from the other end of the path. Seemingly in a hurry, he hadn't even combed his hair, which was loosely scattered across his shoulders. He smiled at Mingyi. Although Rong Jian wore a skirt and had long hair, making him overly beautiful, Mingyi didn't see Rong Jian as a girl. Instead, as someone he liked. Mingyi extinguished the cigarette butt, stood up, and walked to Rong Jian. His gift was another pair of earrings. They were pure black, the main piece a very small stone carved with intricate patterns. These earrings would shimmer only under the light. The design's implication was positive, comparing light to a lover, shining only with you, but they seemed very dull and less striking on such a grey winter day. Rong Jian, however, adored them. He held the earrings up to his eyes, against the faint brightness filtering through the clouds, and softly asked Mingyi, "They're so pretty. Where did you get them?" Mingyi cajoled him, saying, "I bought them from a roadside artisan shop." Of course, in an ordinary artisan shop, such jewelry couldn't be found, but because this earring appeared so unassuming on the surface, his statement was rather convincing. Rong Jian wasn't very knowledgeable about jewelry, so he assumed Mingyi was telling the truth and examined it more carefully. Mingyi added, "Your skin is white, so this color suits you." Rong Jian couldn't help laughing, but then suddenly realized how incredibly good Mingyi had been to him. This level of kindness had surpassed the care a tutoring teacher would usually show to a student, because wearing even the most beautiful earrings wouldn't improve one's grades. But just the guess was enough to make Rong Jian's heart race wildly in that second. He didn't want Mingyi to be this good to him. Mingyi took 2 steps closer and took the earrings from Rong Jian's hand, asking him, "Do you want to try them on?" Rong Jian froze for a moment. He suddenly felt very tired, with no strength left, not even the light in his eyes remained. Mingyi asked again. Rong Jian lowered his head, no longer looking at Mingyi, softly saying, "No need to wear them, I'm so tired, I want to go back and rest." He didn't want things like this. It was a gift that Mingyi put a lot of thought into for him, and he liked it, but he couldn't let it show. Mingyi wasn't sad, he didn't know why Rong Jian's emotions changed so quickly, but he could be sure it wasn't because Rong Jian disliked him or the gift. So there was no issue. He could coax him into feeling better. Mingyi's gaze shamelessly fell on Rong Jian. His earlobes were very white, soft, and overly sensitive. The last few times when putting in the earrings, a gentle touch would make him tremble, pitiful yet adorable. Mingyi had been busy for so many days, too exhausted. Now, he needed to touch such ears to restore his energy. He lowered his voice, almost pleading, saying, "I want to see if they look good on you, can I?" Rong Jian was torn. But he only had a little bit of resolve to resist Mingyi, and all of it was already used up in his refusal earlier, without any time to recover. So he said, "All right." Wearing the earring indeed looked very good on him, but Mingyi had only fastened one before starting to help Rong Jian take it off. Rong Jian looked at him in confusion. Mingyi explained, "Didn't you say you were tired? Go back to rest early, we have school tomorrow." Rong Jian nodded slightly, but in reality, he hardly slept all night that day. He stared at the ceiling above his head. Even though he had silently repeated many times that there was nothing more than friendship between the two of them, he still unconsciously remembered that black earring, and Mingyi's warm hands. The brain can deceive oneself and others, but the heart is far too honest, relying only on instinct instead of lying. When you encounter someone you like, hear words you want to hear, recall something that makes you happy, your heart beats faster automatically. Rong Jian didn't know how many times his heart had raced for Mingyi while his mind turned a blind eye. But today, it couldn't ignore it anymore. The heartbeat was too fast, swamping the false rationality. It shouldn't be like this. Lying in bed, Rong Jian turned to his side and forced himself to close his eyes. He clearly understood that, at any point in life, even on the final day of living, truly liking someone is always a good thing. But if that person also likes you back, it becomes the worst situation. Rong Jian, whose life expectancy was less than 6 months, dared not allow anyone to like him. Chapter 45, Self-Indulgent Emotions. Rong Jian did not put the pair of earrings in the jewelry box, but instead found another box to place them in, storing it at the deepest part of the drawer where they would not be easily taken out. He had become accustomed to makeup and wearing jewels. He was no longer as opposed to these things as he was months ago because one way to make himself feel better was simply not hating what must be done. Still, Rong Jian didn't have any particular liking for them either. However, that pair of earrings, Rong Jian thought they were beautiful from the moment he first saw them. Perhaps anything given by someone who could quicken his pulse would naturally be appreciated. Sometimes before leaving home, Rong Jian would wonder whether today's outfit would look good with those earrings. In reality, Rong Jian also knew clearly that it wasn't about matching attire or colors. If he were dating Mingyi, then even if he wore a light and airy princess dress, he'd still want to wear the earrings. But there's no chance that they could ever date. Rong Jian felt like maybe he was overly self-absorbed, yet he stubbornly believed that Mingyi was someone who would remember a 6-month romance for a lifetime. Best not to start something that would end this way. Rong Jian thought, if they really started dating, and then he died, a dead person would know nothing, but Mingyi left behind would have to endure the sorrow of separation from his loved one, and even if he remembered for only 10 years, it'd be enough sadness. For many days afterward, Rong Jian pretended as though he had never noticed the feelings within himself or Mingyi, treating Mingyi without any hesitation. He even thought he had come to terms with everything. After the New Year celebration ended, the Lunar Chinese New Year drew near. Being a third-year high school student, their winter break came late. Before the final exams, there was still one more monthly test scheduled, and after finishing that, the final exams were just a week away, just enough time to review the test papers and sum up again. Rong Jian performed well in the tests, remaining among the top 10 students school-wide. In the past when studying together with Mingyi, Rong Jian often slacked off here and there, but now he focused entirely, undistracted, greatly improving his study efficiency which directly reflected in his test scores. Mingyi and Rong Jian were always praised examples for teachers, while Chen Yanyan didn't enjoy such treatment. She scored terribly, getting only 50 points on her math exam. As soon as class was over, she was called into the teacher's office. When the bell rang signaling class time, Chen Yanyan finally walked back in, head drooping as she sat down dejectedly on her chair, laying her face on the desk. Rong Jian asked, "What's wrong with our Yanyan?" Chen Yanyan looked utterly dejected and said, "The teacher said since my base knowledge is poor and I'm not doing well in academics, they're not going to be too harsh on me. All I have to do is write out all the key concepts from the problems I got wrong, and I'm not allowed to go home until I finish them today. Then anyway, the teacher will stay later for tutoring classes. Isn't this still being hard on me? I'm already so stressed." Rong Jian knew that Chen Yanyan usually didn't work very hard on studying, and she indeed had little interest in learning. With so many paths open for her future, Rong Jian thought it wouldn't be wise to force her and so consoled her saying, "It's all right. I'll help you organize, and then you can copy it once." By now, Rong Jian could already be considered a genuine top student. Writing out key concepts wasn't difficult for him. However, with limited time, only the breaks between classes, this process dragged on for quite some time. Perhaps due to his extreme concentration, by the time the last class finished, Rong Jian realized Mingyi had already left his seat. Upon asking Mingyi's current seatmate, he learned that Mingyi seemed to have requested leave due to certain matters. With a simple, "Oh," Rong Jian pulled out his phone to find a WeChat message from Mingyi saying that there would be no extra tutoring today because of other commitments. Recently, Mingyi seemed to always have something going on. After Rong Jian finished writing the concepts, Chen Yanyan quickly copied them and handed them over to the teacher. She happily returned to the classroom to grab her bag and headed home. Rong Jian said, "I'll go out with you." Chen Yanyan raised an eyebrow and teased, "What's wrong? Aren't you going out with Mingyi, studying, and dating at the same time?" Rong Jian shook his head, he has something to deal with today. Upon exiting the school gate, Chen Yanyan mentioned that it was her mother's birthday, and she wanted to buy a bouquet to take home. Since Rong Jian had nothing else to do, he accompanied her. Chen Yanyan spent a long time selecting, finally choosing a lily bouquet that suited her fancy. She carried the flowers out of the shop. They were prepared to part ways after walking down this street, each heading home separately, but halfway through, their path was suddenly blocked. There were 3 young men. The leader stood slightly taller than Rong Jian, nearly 1.8 meters tall, dressed fashionably with 8 ear piercings. Beside him stood 2 others. One on the left was rather thin, not in a healthy way but in a hollowed-out, emaciated manner. The one on the right was short in stature but bulky, with dark skin. Rong Jian didn't recognize the 3 men but felt that they didn't come with good intentions. In fact, they weren't decent people at all. Chen Yanyan recognized them, they were distant relatives from her mother's side. The man leading them was Zhang Yu, the youngest son of Chen Yanyan's second uncle on her mother's side. The two had never seen eye to eye and often argued, but back then, they still maintained the facade of being family without causing a public scene. Now that their relationship had soured openly, Chen Yanyan already detested these relatives and mercilessly started berating Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, nonchalantly listening, replied with sarcasm, "Little cousin, I came today just to see your dad. You know the situation at home, it's not good. As relatives, we should help each other out. We share the same blood after all." Chen Yanyan hugged her flowers tighter. "Wasn't it enough how my dad got severely scammed last time by you? If you think you're finding him again, impossible." Zhang Yu stepped closer, forcing Chen Yanyan and Rong Jian to step back involuntarily. Behind them lay a narrow alley. Zhang Yu continued, I heard from Grandma that today is Auntie's birthday, what a coincidence. Little cousin, since we share the same bloodline, why don't you lend us a hand? Had it not been for mentioning Chen Yanyan's mom, she might have stayed silent, but upon hearing it, her anger erupted like a volcano. Same blood? Don't make me laugh, I definitely don't share blood with parasites like you. Rong Jian had remained quiet until now because he suddenly remembered something. In the book Eradication, there was no mention of Chen Yanyan. The name Chen Yanyan only appeared once. 10 years after high school graduation, Mingyi received an email inviting him to a class reunion. Compared to the mass messages others got, perhaps knowing that Mingyi had always been an outsider, the sender added a few extra sentences. It read, high school has been over for 10 years, yet our class can never gather completely again. After the college entrance exam, Rong Jian passed away due to an accident, while Chen Yanyan suffered serious injuries from her relatives and went abroad for treatment, making her unreachable ever since. Life is unpredictable, if we don't reunite now, when will we? Still, Mingyi didn't attend the reunion. In the upgrade narrative Eradication, this was just a trivial sentence Rong Jian forgot right after reading it, yet it popped up in his mind at this moment. Could this be the event mentioned in the book? Zhang Yu's patience was clearly wearing thin, and the tall, skinny man beside him stirred up trouble, shouting loudly, bro, who cares what this little brat says? Let's just drag her back and demand money from Chenju, it's that simple. Rong Jian glanced outside. The sky was dark, and the streetlights had just come on. The only place around that seemed remotely lively was the school, but now, either students were at home or taking evening study sessions. The entire street was desolate, with long shadows cast by the lampposts, and not a single person in sight. A pebble would probably echo as it hit the ground. Since starting private tutoring with Mingyi, Rong Jian hadn't asked for a driver to pick him up anymore. There was apparently no one nearby to help them. Rong Jian looked at the three young men in front of him and decisively made up his mind. There wasn't time for him to deliberate further. He grabbed Chen Yanyan's hand and walked toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu seemed amused and asked, what's wrong? Are you going to help persuade your buddy for me? Rong Jian raised his eyes, his lashes flickering. It was a strikingly handsome face. Zhang Yu had seen plenty of pretty faces, but couldn't resist looking twice. Until Rong Jian swung his leg and kicked hard into Zhang Yu's stomach. Chapter 46, Confession. It was quiet around, except for a muffled groan from Zhang Yu. Rong Jian kicked with his leg, but since he was wearing a skirt and round-toed shoes, it wasn't very convenient, so he didn't put too much force into it. He figured that the kick could only make Zhang Yu dazed, not let an adult man temporarily lose the ability to move. Before the two people around them reacted, Zhang Yu swayed several times in place, took a step back, and barely managed to stay standing. Then Rong Jian bent his knee and forcefully pushed it towards Zhang Yu's abdomen. This was the fatal blow. Zhang Yu's eyes went black from the pain, he couldn't stand steady for a moment, held his abdomen, and fell to the ground. Everyone present expected Rong Jian to suddenly start fighting. In their view, the two in front of them were both frail-looking little girls who would be scared easily. At most they'd get slapped twice and then would voluntarily call Chenju to get what they wanted. But Rong Jian had already struck first, and she acted fast, accurately, and mercilessly, instantly bringing down an adult male. Rong Jian's set of moves left no room for sentiment or hesitation. It was a style that immediately rendered someone unable to move, completely different from when she restrained herself while fighting Li Li last time. Back then, Rong Jian just wanted to scare Li Li and the school troublemakers, knowing what they feared. But Rong Jian knew that these three people had originally been capable of severely injuring Chen Yanyan, and if treated as a trivial school brawl, there would definitely be trouble. Rong Jian didn't execute her next move, but instead took Chen Yanyan's wrist and rushed towards the main road while the other two hadn't yet realized what happened. He anticipated the best outcome would be breaking through here all at once, then entering any shop nearby. After all, these three people wouldn't dare to abduct people in broad daylight. However, although Chen Yanyan's mouth was sharp, her actual combat skills were lacking. Similarly flustered, she didn't understand what was going on and stumbled awkwardly forward for 2 steps. She was then pulled back into that dark alley by the slow-reacting bulky man. There would be no perfect ending. Rong Jian could only aim for the next best one. He dragged Chen Yanyan back from the other person's grip, retreating to the latter part of the narrow lane but not to its end. Chen Yanyan's sweaty palm tightly grabbed onto Rong Jian's coat corner, sticking all over it. She heard Rong Jian say, hide all the way to the back. If there's an opportunity, run out and call the police. Rong Jian's voice was low but firm. He was simply giving orders, allowing no defiance. It was far from the alley entrance, with hardly any street lamps shining inside. There was merely a dim yellow light gathered entirely in Rong Jian's pupils, dazzlingly bright as he turned his head briefly toward her. Rong Jian smiled, the shadow cast by his eyelashes accentuating the beautiful shape beneath his eyes, softly saying, don't be afraid, just take care of your flowers. Chen Yanyan could only nod. Zhang Yu was still on the ground, unable to crawl up despite the pain, shouting harshly, these two brats, give them some lessons. Make them suffer a bit so they know to listen. Rong Jian scrutinized the two people before him. Of these two, one looked like a slim giant who appeared easy to deal with, and another was a tough bulky guy who looked hard to handle. Actually, it wouldn't matter if he usually encountered them, but primarily because behind him was a true young girl, similar to the bundle of delicate flowers cradled in her arms, touchable not at all. He could not allow these two an opportunity to catch Chen Yanyan from behind. Rong Jian understood clearly. Fighting cannot involve fear, even if you have soft spots right now, or lack confidence, you must under no circumstances reveal even a hint of weakness. Thus, he lightly tapped his toes and simultaneously stretched his ankle, making no hesitation as he almost instantly dashed to the middle of the alley. First, Rong Jian grabbed the collar of the tall thin one. Though his figure looked similar to a girl's, very slender, practically frail, the strength concealed underneath could burst forth instantly. With force in his right arm, he first pulled down the taller man, fully exposing his waist position. After finding a proper point for applying force, he raised his knee and slammed it up sharply. After just 2 hits, the large man quickly caught Rong Jian by the hair and started dragging him toward himself. Long hair was a huge disadvantage in fights. Though Rong Jian could rely on technique and explosive power in fighting, his body weight was quite light. The big man exerted effort, and he automatically moved to the other side. But Rong Jian seemed as if he felt no pain, still holding the tall thin man's collar and single-handedly restraining his hand. The bulky man became enraged. Rong Jian's behavior was far too disdainful toward him. He yanked Rong Jian's hair and violently smashed his head against the wall. Even though Rong Jian's vision went black for a moment, he remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. He delivered a final kick to the thin man's abdomen, making sure he was incapacitated before leaning slightly toward the bulky one. His long, sleek hair slipped out of the bigger man's grasp when he suddenly loosened his strength. The bulky man, stunned, found himself staring straight into Rong Jian's eyes. Most of the time, Rong Jian showed people a gentle side, rarely would he be like this. Sharp, silent, he had snapped all traces of the softness that once characterized his personality, like a sharp blade, unafraid even of death. Chen Yanyan could hardly recognize this person who talked and joked with her as the same Rong Jian she knew. To be precise, Rong Jian hadn't grown up in the most peaceful environment. His parents passed away when he was young, leaving him with little savings, so he grew up in the chaotic outskirts of the city. Surrounded by idlers and gangsters, Rong Jian was too young then to deal with people through conversation, so fighting became an easy and direct method. Perhaps because he fought too much in the past without restraint, upon entering a good high school and a completely new world, Rong Jian made a firm decision to change his former ways, learning the art of dealing with people. For things that didn't reach his bottom line, he just smiled it off, he simply couldn't be bothered to care. Rong Jian did not want trouble, especially in the world of evil bloodline, where he barely had enough energy to keep himself safe, let alone spend time squabbling with demons and ghosts. But avoiding trouble did not apply now. Although shorter and lighter than the big guy, Rong Jian had no shortage of experiences where he had used his smaller size to take on someone bigger during his childhood. Even though it had been a while since he'd done it, he still remembered how. They scuffled for a moment, knocking over nearby trash bins, until Rong Jian finally got his chance. He maneuvered around behind the bulky man and fiercely kicked at the back of his knee. Thankfully, despite the inconvenience of his round-toed shoes, their thick and hard soles added considerable force. Caught off guard, the big man dropped to one knee. Rong Jian grabbed the back of his head and slammed it repeatedly against the wall until the bulky man became dizzy and collapsed forward. Rong Jian looked down at the big man beneath him and gave Zhang Yu a mocking smile. This useless, huh? His face was pale and cold, with traces of lipstick still lingering on his lips while the uncovered parts were utterly devoid of color. His messy hair clung messily to his cheeks, looking like a beautifully delicate but disheveled young lady in distress. No one would have guessed that he had just taken down 3 men. Zhang Yu finally climbed slowly from the ground, leaned against the wall, and couldn't even mutter a threatening word. It seemed Rong Jian had lost interest in those lying on the ground. Turning around, he waved Chen Yanyan over. Come on, it's time to go home. And thus, Zhang Yu and his 2 companions watched helplessly as Rong Jian led Chen Yanyan away. As soon as they stepped outside of the dark alleyway, Rong Jian's legs buckled, holding onto Chen Yanyan's wrist tightly as he whispered softly, don't panic, just keep walking. When Rong Jian was being pulled by his hair and slammed against the wall, tears had already begun rolling down Chen Yanyan's cheeks. She rushed forward, pulling at the big man's hand. Even the flowers she carried were knocked away, crushed among the garbage. Choking back sobs, her voice heavy with a nasal tone, she replied, okay. Only after crossing the main road, taking 2 turns, and reaching a bench beside a lake did Rong Jian finally collapse. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Chen Yanyan's face. Jian, I've texted Uncle Lu. He said he'll be here soon. We'll go to the hospital to check your injuries. Rong Jian shifted his left hand slightly. No injuries, nothing serious, just feeling a bit weak. Chen Yanyan didn't quite believe him, so Rong Jian coaxed her a little more. Realizing there wasn't much point in worrying Rong Jian further, she wiped her tears and said, I'll look around nearby for a convenience store or pharmacy. Rong Jian nodded lightly. Watching Chen Yanyan run off hurriedly, he slowly fished his phone out of his pocket. It was buzzing with dozens of missed calls. No wonder his pocket felt warm during the fight. Exhausted, both of Rong Jian's arms were numb, and even his fingertips wouldn't move properly. With great effort, he opened the phone. Every single call was from Ming Yi. He considered that his current state wasn't fit to see anyone, especially Mingyi, so he typed out a slow reply and sent it to Mingyi. Rong Jian wrote, "Why so many calls? I'm fine, shopping with Qin Yanyan." About 5 seconds later, Rong Jian received a voice message from Mingyi. Mingyi said, "Don't fool me, send your location." His voice was slightly lower than usual, seemingly unchanged, but Rong Jian couldn't help feeling that Mingyi was suppressing his anger at this moment. Rong Jian hesitated for a second, thinking it was probably impossible to hide anymore, so he decided it would be better to confess and sent over his location. Mingyi had searched every single alley on that commercial street and still hadn't found Rong Jian and Qin Yanyan. Not until the WeChat location came through. His heart calmed for just a second. Back when Mingyi was in high school, he wasn't familiar with most of the classmates, there was no need to remember each and every one of them, let alone someone he'd never spoken a word to like Qin Yanyan. The reason Mingyi crossed paths with Qin Yanyan was due to an accident. It was quite simple. On the same day before the rebirth, at the entrance of a small alley, he saw a critically injured Qin Yanyan and rushed her to the hospital. The matter should have ended there, but the next day, Mingyi was detained on suspicion of intentionally killing Qin Yanyan. While being detained, Mingyi thought for a long time and guessed several names, finally concluding that it was Rong Jian. At that time, Qin Yanyan was still in ICU, with multiple critical notices issued by the doctors stating she wouldn't survive much longer. They advised Chen Ju to prepare for the worst. That night after finishing work, Mingyi studied under the night light of a fountain. There was no one around, no cameras, and no proof to suggest that he had committed a crime. However, there was someone who testified that he had attempted murder. It seemed that Ming Ye's guilt was a foregone conclusion. Everyone at school knew about it, and the police were speeding up their investigation, wanting to send him to court as soon as possible. But then, Chen Yanyan woke up. She named the real culprit, saying it wasn't Ming Yi. The wrong person had been arrested, the witness gave false testimony, and after being detained for half a month, Ming Yi was finally released. Later, Chen Yanyan told Ming Yi that on that day, she had seen Rong Jian and pleaded for help, but Rong Jian did nothing. Ming Ye's guess turned out to be right, it was indeed Rong Jian. Ming Yi had witnessed many people's malice, including Rong Jian's. He had known for a long time that Rong Jian wasn't truly kind-hearted and understood the things he did behind the scenes. Ming Yi considered the ill will Rong Jian held towards him as an exchange for what he had gained. Though not entirely worthwhile, it was something he could tolerate. After all, for Ming Yi, classmates or social relationships weren't essential, learning was what mattered. But this time, it was different. Rong Jian had tipped the scales of fairness, clearly intending for Ming Yi to die. Ming Yi didn't ask Chen Yanyan to reveal the truth, as it wasn't necessary. There was no way to punish Rong Jian since what Ming Yi had said back then was vague and there was also the Rong family behind him. No matter how things played out, Rong Jian wouldn't face serious consequences over this. But Ming Yi, having suffered the loss, was determined to reclaim it. Thus, Rong Jian lost one life. And now, Ming Yi didn't want this life of Rong Jian's anymore. Instead, he wished to live long and even celebrate Christmas with him. So, they needed to save Chen Yanyan again. Originally, Ming Yi planned to escort Chen Yanyan home with Qing Jianyi today and capture Zhang Yu and the other two to eliminate any future risks. But toward the evening, there was an urgent meeting to attend. Ming Yi arranged for Qing Jianyi to wait outside the school gate after classes ended and then follow Qin Yanyan. Qing Jianyi had high martial prowess, professionally trained, so even going alone posed no problem. Moreover, Ming Yi calculated the timing well enough to make it back in time. But Qing Jianyi got entangled with his presumed cousin along the way, leading to a messy situation where neither of them made it to class 3 of senior 3. By the time Ming Yi returned, the classroom was already empty. Turns out, without Rong Jian by her side, those questions would keep Qin Yanyan occupied until the start of evening self-study. But with Rong Jian, she finished and left right after class ended. Not everything goes as Ming Yi predicts, people change, and events follow suit. Qin Yanyan returned earlier than Ming Yi. She couldn't stop her tears from silently falling, looking very pitiful. Rong Jian lacked the strength to wipe away her tears and could only awkwardly say, "Don't cry." Qin Yanyan didn't want to appear weak and crying in front of Rong Jian, and she began hiccuping while sobbing. Rong Jian looked somewhat worried. He asked, "I feel a bit of pain on my face, can you check if I'm disfigured?" With blurry tear-filled eyes, Qin Yanyan barely managed to glance at him a few times before replying, "No, you're still our beautiful fairy Jianjian." Rong Jian sighed in relief inside, glad that his face wasn't disfigured. Otherwise, he was about to meet Ming Yi shortly. He didn't care much about appearances in the past, but even if they couldn't be together, he wanted to leave the best impression in Ming Ye's memory. Being too disheveled wouldn't do. Before half a minute passed, Rong Jian saw Ming Yi walk right up to him. Perhaps it was the dim lighting, but Ming Ye's complexion appeared unwell, very uncomposed, irrational, and even somewhat pale. He glanced at the bench and noticed a small puddle of blood on its surface. Yet, his voice remained calm and rational. "Rong Jian, is this what you call shopping?" Rong Jian opened his mouth but found no good explanation, falling silent. Ming Yi didn't ask why. He seemed to be in no mood for questions, not even bothering to look at Qin Yanyan, keeping his gaze fixed on Rong Jian as he nonchalantly instructed, "Qing Jianyi, take her home." Chen Yanyan wanted to stay, but upon remembering that Rong Jian had gotten injured for her sake and seeing Ming Ye's evident displeasure, she dared not disturb them. She hesitated before giving an uncertain reply. In truth, Rong Jian was already quite exhausted. Earlier, he had forced himself to remain strong to avoid making Chen Yanyan feel guilty. Now, he silently agreed but added one more request: remember to find a flower shop and buy her a bouquet. Ming Yi squatted down, his eyes shadowed with darkness, completely devoid of light, as if no warmth could reach him. His tone was objective and calm, merely stating a fact without any emotion. You remember things related to Chen Yanyan pretty well. Rong Jian paused in surprise, still trying to comprehend, when Ming Yi suddenly grabbed his left hand, unexpectedly pulling up the sleeve and revealing a significant portion of his arm. His skin was very fair, having been meticulously cared for since childhood, with no flaws originally. But now, there was a deep wound on his forearm, with flesh exposed, continuously oozing blood. It looked frightening. Rong Jian guessed that this injury must have been caused during his intense struggle near the dumpsters with the large man. At the time, with adrenaline surging through him, he couldn't feel the pain while fighting, and later, the soreness all over his body masked the wound's prominence. He didn't know what exactly was inside that dumpster, but whatever it was had managed to cut through his heavy winter clothing, creating such a long gash. A wound like this would be difficult to treat with just basic bandages and antiseptics. Ming Ye's gaze lingered on the wound for a moment as he silently counted to 1 in his mind. Rong Jian pursed his lips, unsure whether to explain the origin of the wound. Suddenly, Ming Yi averted his eyes and raised his hand to absent-mindedly smooth Rong Jian's temple hair. This marked the second place. Ming Yi wasn't sure how many more injuries Rong Jian carried on his body. In the past, he always managed to achieve what he desired, yet now he couldn't even protect someone. It felt as if he were regressing instead of progressing. Ming Yi would rather endure tenfold the pain himself. Though skilled at enduring pain, it wasn't because he was fearless. Rather, compared to other concerns, physical pain became inconsequential. Still, such wishes were nothing but intangible fantasies and prayers, impossible to fulfill. They probably served only to ease his mind slightly. Ming Yi needed no such self-consolation. He ceased talking about the wounds and simply turned his back, squatting in front of Rong Jian. I'll carry you to the hospital for treatment. There was a clinic nearby where they could, at the very least, properly address the wounds first. The quieter Ming Yi became, the guiltier Rong Jian felt. Now, he didn't dare refuse, carefully avoiding aggravating the wound and obediently resting against Ming Yi's back. He was deeply troubled, having thought that once the fight was over, that'd be it. Now, after the brawl, he was like a dead fish, needing to face Ming Yi who seemed so disheartened. With the wound exposed to the night breeze, Rong Jian's arm felt nearly frozen, and his palm was drenched, whether with sweat or blood, he couldn't tell. Rong Jian didn't want Ming Yi to be upset. He used to excel at lightening the mood and saying likable things, but when it came to comforting someone he liked, he found himself speechless. Time crept forward into the late hours, and though the streets should have been quiet, more people began to appear. Most were high school students sneaking out of their evening study sessions, including several young couples dressed in school uniforms. As teenagers, they weren't bold enough for outrageous acts, contenting themselves with secretly holding hands and blushing furiously. They were surprised to witness such audaciously intimate behavior from Rong Jian and Ming Yi. Yet, perhaps admiring their courage, some couldn't help but whistle and give thumbs-up gestures. For a brief moment, Rong Jian even deluded himself into thinking they might truly be among those couples. But they weren't. After pondering for a while, Rong Jian felt the atmosphere growing awkward and finally came up with something to say. Pitifully, he muttered, luckily, it's only my left hand. It won't affect my studies. That's actually a good thing. Ming Yi faltered mid-step, pausing momentarily. Rong Jian clearly heard a sigh escape Ming Yi's lips. Alright, feeling wronged, Rong Jian opted to fall silent. The distance to the clinic wasn't far, and Ming Yi moved swiftly, arriving in only 10 minutes. When he slid off Ming Yi's back, Rong Jian sighed inwardly. He regretfully put up a front as if he had some energy left to walk by himself. Actually, I could make it on my own. Ming Yi turned around and held Rong Jian's wrist. He smiled, his tone remaining no different from usual. Isn't it normal for a boyfriend to carry the one who's injured? On their way over, Ming Yi had contemplated it. The world only constrained him from mentioning reincarnation, but there was nothing stopping him from confessing. If he confessed, then even as a pursuit object, there would be more things he could do, instead of being unable to say or do anything just like before. So why not just confess? Ming Yi knew that now wasn't an appropriate setting, nor was the timing right. But prolonged restraint and waiting were unnecessary. Because this wasn't something that required extensive preparation to guarantee success, it lay in Rong Jian's hands to decide. It was the first time in Ming Yi's life that he'd leave his fate in someone else's hands. And he accepted it willingly. Ming Yi lifted Rong Jian's chin, their gazes met directly, and he earnestly declared, Miss Rong Jian, I'm pursuing you. He paused for 3 seconds after these words, if that still isn't clear enough. I like you. Chapter 47, Vanity. At the end of the clinic-lined street, the surroundings were quiet. Minji was speaking words that Rong Jian would only hear in his dreams. Rong Jian never expected Minji to confess so soon. He thought with Minji's personality, there would be much preparation, making sure the one he loves also reciprocates, ensuring the confession won't fail. Only then would Minji choose to confess. So Rongjien also dreaming that he didn't die 6 months later, dreaming that he could go on a graduation trip with Minji, attend university together, and celebrate the next Christmas together. By that time, there wouldn't be any need for Minji to prepare, it would be Rongjien who confesses to Minji. In his dream, Rongjien even worried that as a male protagonist in an upgrade story, Minji might not accept being in love with another man. But that wasn't important. Rongjien believed he had a very long time ahead to pursue Minji. After all, until the end of Evil Seeds, Minji hadn't found anyone he liked. Rongjien had everything planned out beautifully, but deep down, he knew it was all just castles in the air, not real. However, he thought his beautiful dream would collapse due to his own death, never imagining it would end so quickly. Even though he'd never been in love, Rongjien knew this wasn't a proper moment, no one would choose to confess now. Perhaps love simply made people irrational, increasing hormones, leading them to impulsively do things they wouldn't normally do. When Rongjien read books, Minji always appeared calm and rational like an emotionless deity, looking at everything and everyone from a superior perspective. Even when his life was threatened, he followed his plan step by step without hesitation. But now, Minji lost his head. These days, Rongjien acted as if he knew nothing, but in fact, he dreamed every night. He had rehearsed in his dreams over 100 times the scene of a confession. Yet, when Minji said, "I like you," his heart raced uncontrollably for many seconds. For a brief moment, his vision brightened, as if he glimpsed daylight. But now it's night. After pondering for a while, Rongjien finally said, "No thanks." He wasn't using homosexuality as an excuse, earnestly saying, "I don't want to be in a relationship." After uttering those words, Rongjien felt a deep buzzing in his ears. He couldn't raise his head to look at Minji bravely, nor could he say the simplest and clearest reason, "I don't like you." Rongjien considered himself weak, knowing clearly that they shouldn't talk about love or fondness, shouldn't allow Minji to keep liking him, yet unable to voice the rejection openly. It probably stemmed from the faint hope and desire buried deep in his heart, believing this way left room for reconciliation, allowing him to rekindle discussions about liking and love after the college entrance exam. Thereafter was a long silence. The bright white light passed through the glass door of the clinic outward. The street lamps beside the road were still lit, but dim and unclear. They stood between the two sources of light, as if in a shadow that cannot be illuminated. Rongjien kept his head down, half closing his eyes, spreading his palm, and blankly stared at the bloody wound that had been rubbed raw, wet and sticky. That place should have hurt terribly, but he felt nothing. A moment later, Minji finally said, "I imagined you would refuse." Of course, he thought more about how success would be. Minji's voice was very low, steady, almost no different from usual, except for a pause at the end of his sentence, seemingly needing to calm his emotions before continuing. Rongjien still didn't dare to lift his head. He was always soft-hearted toward Minji, and now, guessing Minji's expression rather than seeing it, his heart already began pounding restlessly, driving and pushing him to make an irreversible decision. Perhaps because the heart is a faulty container, capable of holding love, affection, or other emotions, highly allergic to reason, hence not understanding right and wrong or cost and benefit, unable to recognize the difference between what is spoken and what is felt. Minji continued, "It doesn't matter. I've never chased after anyone, and I know it's hard to succeed on the first try. As if the journey of love always comes with countless difficulties, and the reward received is especially firm and long-lasting." But Rongjien didn't want it this way. He merely wanted to smoothly accept a confession, start a relationship, and be together with the person he likes. Minji's voice dropped lower, so low that even Rongjien nearby could only vaguely hear what he was saying. Minji said, "Probably lucky people can succeed with their first confession. And since my luck has always been bad, it might take me a long time to win your heart." Rongjien felt extremely upset, his chest tight, struggling to breathe just through his nose. He could only pinch the wound on his palm to force himself to swallow the words stuck in his throat. The full text of Evil Seeds spans 2 million words, recounting Minji's journey from the age of 19 to 30. During this period, he climbed high mountains, fell into deep valleys, and teetered on the brink of life and death, yet never once mentioned luck. Minji didn't seek help from deities or Buddhas, he only relied on himself. Rongjien gasped for air in large gulps, unable to say phrases like, "You shouldn't chase me anymore," or, "This is impossible." Minji seemed able to quickly suppress his unexpectedly revealed emotions. He turned his head and spoke to Rongjien, his tone almost apologetic, "I shouldn't have said those things earlier. It was a waste of time. Your arm is still injured." Rongjien dryly managed to croak out a single, "Oh," from his throat. He'd rather fight another 10 battles than see Minji sad even once. Moreover, in the original world, none of this had happened. Rongjien thought that perhaps he was Minji's bad luck. Minji no longer brought up what had just transpired, continuing to control himself as he gently pulled Rongjien's sleeve, leading him back inside the clinic. Only after entering the clinic did Rongjien suddenly realize that what he'd mistaken for daylight earlier had actually been the glare of fluorescent lights entering his pupils abruptly. Even if happiness and longing filled his heart, no miracles occurred. The clinic was small, with only one duty doctor inside. Upon seeing Minji and Rongjien, the doctor instructed the nurse to lead them into an examination room. Minji helped Rongjin sit down on a chair, leaning down with a gentle voice, I'll go outside to pay. Can you stay here by yourself for a while? Though reluctant to part ways with Minji, Rongjin still nodded. Minji then turned and left the examination room. Rongjin lacked the energy to check the time on his phone, not knowing how long it had been before the nurse walked in again, still no sign of Minji. Originally wanting to send a message to inquire about Minji's whereabouts, Rongjin reconsidered and instead asked the nurse, is the person who brought me here still paying the bill? The nurse was busy preparing the tools the doctor would use later and replied offhandedly, he finished paying a long time ago. I think he went outside. Rongjin hesitated for a moment, then quietly murmured a thank you after a while. Just as the nurse turned around, she saw the disheveled appearance of Rongjin, still outwardly resembling a girl. Feeling somewhat sorry for him, she consoled him by saying, maybe he went out to buy something. He'll be back soon. Actually, Rongjin understood Minji very well. Having confessed and been rejected, Minji was already remarkable for being able to swiftly regain composure and bring him to the clinic. Rejection during confession was painful regardless of age, especially when cherishing someone deeply. Rongjin thought that if Minji didn't want to see him temporarily, it was entirely reasonable. Unable to hold back, the nurse seemed indignant, you're a girl, so how could he leave you all alone? Quickly, Rongjin defended Minji, I got hurt from fighting alone. He's just a classmate who kindly brought me here. At that moment, the doctor pushed open the door and entered, putting on disposable gloves as he asked Rongjin, how many wounds do you have? Rongjin stretched out his left hand, exposing the wounds on his arm and palm. After thinking for a moment, he also parted his hair, revealing a gash on the right corner of his forehead surrounded by bruising. Combined with his originally pale skin, the injury appeared startling. The doctor examined the wounds briefly, then expertly retrieved his tools, warning Rongjin, it's not too serious, but it will hurt a bit. The first area treated was the abrasion on the palm. Perhaps due to its shallow depth, Rongjin barely felt much pain, only an intense cold. The clinic had previously been empty, and the air conditioning had just been turned on, maintaining a low temperature. Both the medical instruments and antiseptics used to clean the wounds were chilly, causing Rongjin to feel as though his entire body was freezing over. Initially, the doctor intended to suture the most severe cut on Rongjin's arm, but Rongjin requested that the wound on his forehead be dealt with first. As the treatment progressed halfway on the forehead, the doors suddenly opened again, filling the room with a blast of cold wind. Startled out of the chill-induced haze, Rongjin disregarded the doctor's instructions and instinctively tilted his head to look. Minji walked in from outside, carrying 2 plastic bags in his hands. He immediately noticed Rongjin sitting on the chair, currently having his wound attended to. His brows furrowed as beads of sweat rolled down his temple, clearly dissatisfied with Rongjin's defiance. Didn't I tell you to wait until I returned to stay with you? Rongjin started slightly, then quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't check my phone. Minji squatted next to Rongjin and slipped a hot water bottle, already recharged, under Rongjin's arm, disregarding that the untreated skin still carried bloodstains. Another plastic bag contained warm sandwiches, fresh milk, and other items that were clearly prepared specifically for Rongjin. Rongjin realized that Minji had been out buying things for him. In a way, this wasn't good news, it far surpassed the possibility of Minji leaving because of sadness, yet secretly, Rongjin felt immense joy. The doctor soon finished cleaning the wound on Rongjin's forehead, and the last one was on his arm. The cut was long but not deep, it looked treatable enough for the doctor to ask just once, do you want stitches? Stitches will definitely leave a scar, but without them, healing will be slower, with more pain, and inconvenience. Yes. No. The yes came from Minji, half a second quicker than Rongjin's reply. Minji turned to Rongjin, speaking in a tone that sounded persuasive on the surface but left no room for resistance, get stitches. You'll recover faster this way. Rongjin tilted his head to look at him but didn't give in easily. He said, I don't want stitches. Then he quietly added, I don't want a scar. For the original Rongjin, whether or not there was a scar was completely an insignificant matter. But he wasn't sure why, maybe the clearer he realized they couldn't be together, the more he wanted to leave a perfect, flawless impression in Minji's heart. Rongjin secretly asked his inner self, do you want to be Minji's beacon of purity? Yes, he did. Rongjin also wasn't sure where this sudden vanity had come from, he hadn't experienced it in 20 years of life before now. But he shouldn't have done this. Minji furrowed his brows again, as if about to say something, but the nurse interjected and broke the tension, young girl in high school, naturally wouldn't want a scar. It's quite understandable since it won't affect much. Why not cater to her wishes? Minji's gaze fell on the wound, thinking to himself, alright, Rongjin has already endured so much pain today. Let me indulge his whims this time. He would just make sure to pay extra attention afterwards. Thus, for once, Rongjin successfully convinced Minji not to get stitches, and the wound was simply medicated and bandaged. After finishing treating the wounds, Rongjin ate half a lukewarm sandwich, and the two left the clinic. Minji stepped down to the lower level of the staircase ahead of Rongjin. This was the end of a pedestrian street, no cars could enter here, so they had to walk out to catch a ride. Rongjin was still weak and lacked strength, even wobbling while walking. But these were all excuses. Rongjin had just eaten, drank fresh milk, and had his wounds properly dressed. If he really wanted to walk, he certainly could have managed it. Still, he couldn't help leaning onto Minji's back. Minji's steps were solid, his back steady, and Rongjian felt no sway while resting on it. Few people passed by on the road. Minji walked very slowly, asking gently, "Does it hurt?" Rongjian should have said no, but suddenly felt rather aggrieved. Yet, he didn't want to confess that it hurt a lot and cause Minji any distress. He merely mumbled through his nose, "It hurts a little, but it doesn't anymore now." Minji seemed to have forgotten about the confession earlier and earnestly warned Rongjian, "In the future, if you encounter something like this, don't force yourself. There must be better ways to solve problems. For instance, temporarily compromising. If someone asks for something, give a bit of it away, and you can reclaim it later." Rongjian nodded slightly on Minji's back. He felt heavy-hearted inside. Minji was so good, why did he have to like him? He shouldn't like him. Minji could sense Rongjian's movements, along with a warm droplet that landed on his back. His back stiffened for 3 seconds. Originally, he wanted to tell Rongjian that things would be different if they were together. He would protect him every moment, preventing him from getting hurt at all. None of those words could be uttered now. Even until this very moment, he never once thought about seeking assistance from deities or demanding Rongjian's sincere affection. From beginning to end, Minji always intended for Rongjian to willingly choose him. Chapter 48, Hot Water Bag. That night, after coming back, Rongjian thought it would be difficult to fall asleep. In reality, probably due to excessive blood loss and extreme fatigue, Rongjian quickly fell asleep. This sleep was very deep, he didn't dream and didn't wake up when the day came. Rongjian had a serious illness. This bout of sickness was more severe than the previous ones. Rongjian's consciousness was hazy. He could faintly hear people talking around him. A doctor hung in 4 drip, Han Yun seemed to tightly hold his hand, cool tears falling on his skin. Rongjian wanted to say that there was nothing serious, asking her not to cry, but he couldn't speak. When he couldn't wake up, many scenes flashed through Rongjian's mind. Most of them were about how he interacted with Mingyi since becoming this Rongjian. The first time he met this world's male protagonist in the garden, he stood among the rose bushes, turned around and looked at Rongjian, his eyebrows slightly lowered, his eyes black as ink, his tone icy. Back then, Rongjian still wanted to stay away from Mingyi. Later, Rongjian used many methods to get close to Mingyi. And that gloomy and distant main character of Evil Seed, who hadn't liked anyone for over 10 years in the book, would stand in front of him and tell him he liked him, speaking about pursuing people and luck. Now, thinking about it, there were many moments that made his heart race, yet Rongjian never expected himself to truly fall for Mingyi. Rongjian slept for a long time, both inside and outside of his dreams. When he woke up again, it was at dusk. That day was a rare good weather day, without rain or snow, and the sun was bright. Even the sunset seemed to last longer than usual. Unfortunately, Rongjian didn't get to see the sunrise. When he woke up, the sun was almost setting. He opened his eyes and vaguely saw a tall figure by the bedside. Without needing a clearer look, he recognized that it was Mingyi. Mingyi didn't do anything, just silently gazed at him without showing too much joy. But Rongjian could see happiness in his eyes, even feeling that Mingyi's pitch-black pupils were illuminated by the amber glow of the sunset. Rongjian struggled to sit up, pulling the quilt, leaning against the bed. His throat was hoarse, his voice rough. He quietly asked, "What time is it now?" Mingyi helped adjust his quilt but didn't make any further intimate gestures. He glanced at his phone, 5 o'clock. Rongjian let out a soft "oh." His mind was still confused, not realizing that school wouldn't dismiss at 5 o'clock. Mingyi continued, "You've been sleeping for more than 2 days. Today's a holiday." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a voice. Chen Yan rushed from her chair to the bedside, crouching in front of Mingyi's gaze, not daring to speak loudly. "You're finally awake." "I was so scared." Rongjian said, "There's nothing serious. I think I heard the doctor say it wasn't serious, just extreme fatigue leading to weakness." Chen Yan seemed to have something to say, but under Mingyi's unfriendly glare, she dared not speak loudly, seemingly afraid of disturbing the frail Miss Rongjian who was still recovering. Rongjian could only look up and say to Mingyi standing beside her, "Could you bring me some snacks? I'm hungry." Only after Mingyi left did Chen Yan sigh in relief and say, "You don't know how low and terrifying the pressure from the big boss was these past few days." She paused for a moment, then added somewhat sadly, "It's only right. It's all my fault." Perhaps not wanting Rongjian to console her, Chen Yan quickly recovered her spirits. "My dad told me they caught Zhang Yu and the other 3 people in the hospital early this morning. They seem to have broken legs chased by debt collectors. The place where they got beaten was chaotic, and it's almost impossible to find them now." Speaking about them, Chen Yan's tone was unusually filled with hatred. "Anyway, I think they deserve it, and dying like that would be well deserved." Rongjian was startled. In Evil Seed, the descriptions of Chen Yan were limited to just one sentence, and the fate of people like Zhang Yu was rarely mentioned in detail. They didn't talk much. Mingyi already pushed the door open, holding some snacks, walking toward Chen Yan. Though seemingly reasonable, his words implied that he was trying to usher her out in a few sentences. "He's awake now. You've seen him, it's time to go. Don't worry your father about staying out too late, and talking too much will tire Rongjian out." Chen Yan was clearly in the wrong on this matter and felt extremely guilty towards Rong Jian, thus being submissive to her boyfriend as well. So she didn't linger anymore and said goodbye. Jian, my dad will invite you for dinner once you recover, before leaving. As twilight deepened, there were only Rong Jian and Mingyi left in the room. Rong Jian was somewhat scared of being alone with Mingyi. Rejecting the first time was already very hard, and he doubted he could reject Mingyi a second time. Mingyi placed the steaming hot pig liver soup and sweet pastries on the bedside table, first offering Rong Jian the pig liver soup. In reality, Rong Jian absolutely detested eating animal organs. But in the past, his family had been poor, so he ate them whenever his grandmother made it. Since then, he hadn't touched it again. Rong Jian wasn't very interested in drinking the soup now either. Being sick, he was feeling more capricious than usual. He took the white porcelain bowl from Mingyi, holding its base, and softly said, I don't think pig liver soup has much use. The doctor's medication will be enough. Mingyi looked down at Rong Jian, frowning once again. Whenever this expression appeared, it usually meant he felt troubled about something but was determined to see it through. Rong Jian turned his head away, avoiding his gaze, preparing to continue persuading Mingyi. But suddenly, Mingyi smiled, as if exasperated with Rong Jian, and coaxed him by saying, I know you don't like it, so drinking it or not doesn't really matter. However, Aunt Han has asked the kitchen to keep the soup ready for 24 hours since you fell unconscious. Sometimes when the chef couldn't manage, she'd cook it herself. She's been busy up until now, just for you to take a sip. Rong Jian couldn't say anything in response. Mingyi took the bowl from Rong Jian, seemingly giving up on making him drink it. I'll drink it, Rong Jian quickly said. Mingyi handed him the spoon. Your left hand is still injured, I'll hold the bowl for you. He didn't mention feeding Rong Jian but chose a more restrained approach. After painstakingly finishing the pig liver soup, Rong Jian happily began eating the pastries. Recalling the previous day's incident, he asked, what happened to that hot water bag? Mingyi glanced down with half-closed eyes and replied indifferently, it was covered in blood. Once it became unusable, I threw it away. Rong Jian paused in his movements and softly murmured, ah. That's how it is. There was nothing else to do but let it go. Actually, that wasn't true. The hot water bag was stored in Mingyi's drawer along with the half-smoked cigarette Rong Jian had discarded, an emerald earring, and a half-used bottle of nail polish. Mingyi was no different from any other adolescent caught in the throes of infatuation. He subconsciously kept things belonging to his beloved and occasionally made mistakes. These past few days, his mood had been sour. After dealing with Zhang Yu and a few others, his low-pressure attitude continued. At school, while sending screenshots to business partners, he accidentally included the screen background showing the smoking photo Rong Jian had taken. This caused the topic of conversation among the workgroup to briefly shift from work to Mingyi's girlfriend. Mingyi retracted the picture and, after hearing their enthusiastic discussion on teenage love for some time, finally replied slowly, she's not my girlfriend yet. I'm still pursuing her. He wouldn't allow anyone to glimpse or learn about Rong Jian's unknown side but wanted everyone to know that Rong Jian bore his mark. The thing Rong Jian feared also did not happen. From dusk until nightfall, Mingyi never mentioned even one word about love or fondness. If like could be easily expressed, it would come across as too superficial. Mingyi would never be like that. Chapter 49, Little Deceiver. Perhaps it was because he had slept too much during the day, but as night fell, Rong Jian couldn't seem to fall asleep. He remembered Han Yun's advice to get plenty of rest. Unfortunately, after tossing and turning for 2 hours, his eyes refused to close. Finally, he got up, walked to the desk, turned on the lamp, intending to write problems to help himself fall asleep. But he couldn't find his school bag. The table looked empty except for a notebook, which Mingyi had left today, study materials for the final exam review. Mingyi had taken Rong Jian's bag before leaving, inside were all the test papers and reference books. He said to Rong Jian, you're sick, and the finals are in a few days. You need to focus on recuperating. There are too many questions here. I'll go through them, simplify them, and bring back what you need. For now, the content in this notebook will be enough. It was like the old times when Mingyi seemed responsible for Rong Jian's studies. Rong Jian believed him until he opened the notebook, discovering that there were only a few pages written symbolically, less than a single night's usual homework. This workload didn't seem right compared to past assignments. Rong Jian suspected Mingyi of misusing his authority, and evidence was easy to find. Those exam sheets were issued by the school, one for each student, while Rong Jian's reference books had been selected by Mingyi. He would certainly have backup copies, yet Mingyi still took Rong Jian's. This move obviously aimed at cutting off Rong Jian's studying path. Why? Rong Jian dared not dwell further on the thought, instead randomly picking up a pen and starting to write. This current Rong Jian was entirely different from several months ago. The few pages of questions weren't enough to even lull him to sleep, instead making him more alert. Rong Jian paused with his pen hovering over the draft paper, leaving an expanding ink blot. It was the same color as Mingyi's pupil. Rong Jian sighed, realizing he couldn't stop thinking about anything related to Mingyi. Yet he didn't want to think anymore. Rong Jian opened his phone and idly browsed online messages. Finding nothing interesting, he eventually clicked open, seek him, unconsciously. Hector was the best confidant Rong Jian could think of. Rong Jian wrote, Uncle. My holiday has started. 10 minutes later, Hector came online. Rong Jian wanted to talk about his own issues but felt awkward initiating it first, so he pretended to ask nonchalantly, didn't Uncle say before that you were pursuing a cute girl? How's that going? Hector remained silent for a moment, then responded briefly as always, she rejected me. Rong Jian was surprised. He hadn't expected they both would share the fate of unrequited love. Struggling to comfort Hector, he typed, Uncle, don't be sad. If you really like her, continue pursuing her. For someone else, Rong Jian might have suggested there are plenty of fish in the sea. But Hector wasn't like that. Despite only knowing Hector online, Rong Jian felt he was quiet and reserved, not easily expressing emotion outwardly, and rarely falling in love. Missing this one chance might mean waiting a very long time for the next. After some time, Hector replied, I know. He stopped discussing his own dating stories and shifted the topic to Rong Jian, asking, is our little fluffy ball working hard on studying recently? Rong Jian hesitated over what to type, deleting and rewriting his response repeatedly, breaking it into fragments. In the end, after wavering, he confessed, someone confessed their feelings to me. After biting his lip and gathering courage, he sent another message, but I rejected them. Hector responded casually, what happened? Is that person harassing you continuously? From an adult perspective, Hector provided rational advice, you can inform your teacher or parents, and they will definitely help you. Rong Jian clarified, it's not like that. I like them. After sending these words, Rong Jian finally felt his restless heart calm down, probably because the feelings he had kept bottled up now found a place to pour out. Rong Jian didn't know who Hector truly was, nor did Hector know who Rong Jian was. Occasionally crossing paths in the cyber world, they seemed destined never to intersect in real life, never to encounter each other. But he was wrong. Right now, Rong Jian wouldn't know that the person chatting with him under the name Hector, holding the phone and staring at the screen, was actually Mingyi. The person he liked. Hector remained silent for a moment, then asked, then why reject them? His tone appeared detached, indifferent even, as if discussing something distant from his own affairs. Rong Jian thought perhaps Hector found the love of a little girl too childish. After all, Hector was 30 years old, even Rong Jian himself was only 20 before coming to this world. Since he'd started speaking, Rong Jian wanted to pour out all his thoughts. In Seek Him, after all, he was only called Rong Ball, not Rong Jian. Rong Jian said, because I have a secret. After sending this sentence, Rong Jian suddenly had an impulse. Why couldn't he tell Hector about the book-piercing situation as a joke? Even if Hector thought he was talking nonsense, it could be glossed over. But as soon as Rong Jian typed in 2 characters in the dialog box, his heart began throbbing painfully again. The pain was so severe that for a moment, he couldn't hold his phone tightly, and it fell onto the ground, face down. Rong Jian was forced to stop thinking about continuing further. He leaned against the back of the chair, took a while to recover until the ache in his heart settled. He bent down to pick up the phone, but decided not to reveal that secret to Hector anymore. Instead, a new idea surfaced in his mind. There was another secret that shouldn't be disclosed to people in reality. Rong Jian said, I lied to you. I'm not a 15-year-old female middle school student, both the age and the middle school girl identity are fake. This time, nothing happened, no heart pain, no trembling hand. Rong Jian sent this message quite normally. He had just been thinking about testing the limits imposed on him by this world when, after saying it, Rong Jian regretted it a bit. Regardless of the reason, at the end of the day, he had deceived Hector for half a year. Although everyone online may wear a mask, deceiving someone who has already revealed their true self wasn't right. Holding his phone tightly, Rong Jian anxiously waited for Hector's response, expecting him to be at least angry. However, Hector didn't react that way, instead, he easily forgave Rong Jian. Hector said, it doesn't matter. As long as I know that the Rong Ball I've been chatting with for half a year is an adorable one, that's enough. Even if you lie, there must be some compelling reasons. Hector sent another message, even me, I haven't told everything truthfully. Rong Jian thought for a while and framed his relationship with Mingyi into a story of online romance. In that story, he posed as an 18-year-old high school girl with a study struggler persona, unexpectedly meeting an 18-year-old high school boy who was a top student. During their tutoring sessions, they secretly developed mutual affection. Eventually, the top student confessed to the struggling learner. However, because the latter was pretending, including hiding their real gender, they feared unmasking themselves and thus rejected the confession with great reluctance. Presented this way, the story made sense. Rong Jian wasn't a very good actor, but he certainly excelled at spinning lies. If Mingyi hadn't been sure that only he and Rong Jian were using Seek Him, he might have believed Rong Jian's fabrication entirely. Upon hearing this story, Hector's first question was, if you and he developed romantic feelings, then why didn't you develop any with me? Rong Jian fell silent once more. Not wanting to hurt this pure friendship, he responded earnestly, firstly, during our initial self-introductions, our age difference seemed quite significant. Now, 3 months represents a generational gap, so the gap between us might be as wide as a massive ravine. Moreover, he is a very studious student, and our bond developed mainly during our tutoring sessions. Uncle, on the other hand, being a 007 programmer, probably has no time to consider these matters. The two discussed Rong Jian's false persona for a while. The night grew deep. Hector said he had work coming up, needing to do overtime, and advised Rong Jian to sleep early. Before leaving the room, Hector sent one last message: since you two like each other, why don't you try accepting it? Escaping might make you miss out on the person you like. Mingyi did not seek him, he merely turned off the software's online status on Rong Jian's side. With slightly lowered eyes, his gaze fell on the glowing screen, and he thought in his heart, little deceiver. Rong Ball was, and Rong Jian was also. But even though Rong Jian and Rong Ball were both deceivers who preferred to avoid things, neither would let go of the person they liked. Because that person was Mingyi. Rong Jian woke from his reverie, staring at his phone for a long time, seemingly understanding something. This world did indeed impose limitations on him, but these constraints were targeted at Rong Jian and didn't interfere with other people's storylines. When Rong Jian first altered the storyline of Chen Lu, his heart didn't ache, and the world did nothing to stop him. He simply made it happen, altering Chen Lu's fate as a result. The second time was an attempt by Rong Jian, who realized he could perhaps change the plot of the story. On the surface, it failed. Song Xuesen still died, but subsequent events were not so simple, leading to the exposure of Song Xuelin's second uncle and the reason for these incidents. This seemed to conflict with the established rules in the original story, but there was no definitive proof. The third time concerned the plot involving Chen Yanyan. Because her storyline consisted of only one sentence, Rong Jian hadn't intentionally tried to alter it when he recalled it. Yet, he had indeed changed Chen Yanyan's destiny. Rong Jian seemed to boldly hypothesize that the world only restricted his origin and most crucial identity but wouldn't limit what he could do, as it is hard to clearly define why someone does certain things based on reasons. Even if Song Xuelin's story arc couldn't be changed, Rong Jian had already altered the fates of two others, more than a 50% probability. And if he did nothing, the probability of death would be 99.99%. Wasn't it worth taking this bet? Rong Jian spent the whole night awake. He wrote down all the details of Evil Seed on paper and logically pieced them together. Before dawn, he lit a candle and burned all the papers filled with words clean. There was only one thing Rong Jian still didn't understand. He couldn't figure out the difference between the two secrets he told Hector, which led to different reactions from the world. One secret was sayable while the other was not. The phrase, piercing the book, was absolutely unspeakable under any circumstances. Would Hector believe him if he really said it? Such an absurd event, Hector would probably assume he was joking instead. Unable to think this through, Rong Jian stopped thinking about it. With excitement, he managed to lie down for 2 hours on the bed and got up at 8 o'clock, then found Han Yun, telling her there was something very important she must do. Rong Jian said, "Aunt Han, help me find someone and check her recent condition. Her name is Xiao Lin, she served a few years in prison for intentional injury and should live on Shishui Street, though I'm unclear about the exact address." Han Yun frowned. What does Miss need this person for? Today was another sunny day, the warm sunlight shone through the window and fell upon Rong Jian, who said, Xiao Lin is Ming Ye's mother. Once, she came to the school and disturbed his study. Now that he is about to take the college entrance exam, at least a peaceful learning environment is needed. After a moment of thought, Han Yun said, "Is that so?" But the real reason wasn't this. In Evil Seed, after being released from prison, Xiao Lin lived through a tough time and eventually resolved to go far away to Chuangfeng to find her biological son Su Fei. It was only then that Su Fei learned his origins, which subsequently caused the car accident after the high school graduation exam. If Xiao Lin remained in Fucheng, Su Fei would never have known his roots and the following car accident would not have happened either. Rong Jian aimed to cut off this logical chain step by step. He wanted to survive. To fall in love with Mingyi, to go on a graduation trip, to celebrate the next Christmas. Chapter 50, Rejection. Although Rong Jian was very anxious about Xiao Lin's situation, Han Yun wasn't specifically assigned to investigate such matters and had to entrust this task to someone else. Combined with the mixed crowd in Shishui Street, the investigation progressed slowly, with no results within a short period. The days of vacation passed quickly while waiting, and now came the final exams. Rong Jian's illness had almost recovered, but he hadn't read much these past few days. Objectively, conditions did not allow it. Subjectively, he couldn't focus on studying either, as his mind was preoccupied with wanting to know what happened to Xiao Lin. The exams would take 2 days. The first day started with Chinese in the morning. The seating arrangement for the exam was based on the last monthly exam scores. Mingyi sat in the first row of the first group, while Rong Jian was in the second row of the second group. With a slight turn of his head, Rong Jian could see Ming Ye's side face. However, Rong Jian could only steal glances secretly, not daring to look too much since Mingyi was overly sensitive to others' gazes, and Rong Jian feared being caught. Yet, before the test papers were distributed, Mingyi never once turned his head backward. After the exam ended, Rong Jian didn't go to the cafeteria with Mingyi. They crossed paths, and Rong Jian went up to the third floor, waiting at the door for Chen Yanyan to come out. They always kept a certain distance at school, behaving like ordinary classmates, yet in reality, everyone already knew they weren't just that. It was rather like deceiving oneself. Chen Yinyan's Chinese was pretty good, at least better than her other subjects. After the exam, she wasn't devastated. Together, they headed to the cafeteria. They bought some food and sat in a secluded corner. Lately, Rong Jian had been eating a bit more, not just boiled vegetables and water, and there was some meat on his plate. Since they arrived a bit late, there weren't many students left around them. Suddenly, a group of students walked in, chattering loudly. Rong Jian glanced over and noticed most of them were from the same examination room earlier. Mingyi stood among them, talking to another person. Rong Jian felt somewhat relieved. He hoped Mingyi could experience an average high school life like other students. It was slow and noisy when a group ate together. They pulled 2 tables together and started chatting, eventually mentioning something that occurred before the exam in the morning. Someone asked, Mingyi, before the Chinese test papers were handed out, Miss Rong seemed to be looking at you secretly. What's going on? People around echoed their curiosity. Whether Rong Jian and Mingyi were together or not remained a Schrödinger-like mystery. Though they rarely interacted closely in school, every big event linking them carried unclear implications. Everyone knew that Rong Jian's defense of Mingyi in the past wasn't a joke. Curiosity ran rampant, and among those interested were some girls trying to win Mingyi's affection by stirring up trouble. Mingyi used to have poor public opinion at school, with modest family background, but he ranked consistently second in the grade and possessed undeniable good looks. Secretly, many people liked him, though none dared openly express their feelings, fearing social ostracism. Now it was different. Mingyi gained significant popularity at school, ranking firmly number 1 in the class. Those feelings could now be vocalized. Before Mingyi could say anything, Chen Yanyan interjected sarcastically, why shouldn't we watch our boyfriend? Rong Jian swallowed his mouthful of food and said nothing. Mingyi raised his eyes, scanning around the group briefly. He said first, I don't know. Then, after a pause, he added, not really. He might have been too nervous and was just looking outside. Everyone present was somewhat disappointed but continued questioning until Mingyi cleverly shifted the topic, guessing at the key points of the last math question scheduled for the afternoon. Everyone made bets enthusiastically, yet Rong Jian knew Mingyi would certainly win. For Mingyi, love was precious and wouldn't be subjected to become gossip material. In his previous high school, Mingyi had multiple ways to resolve awkward situations but chose not to use them. One reason was Rong Jian's considerations, and another was because Mingyi deemed maintaining unnecessary social relationships a waste of time. After being reborn, Mingyi initially just blended into the high school life to avoid raising Rong Jian's suspicions. Now, since Rong Jian wanted him to act this way, maintaining these social ties became necessary. After finishing the meal, Rong Jian and Chen Yanyan silently left through a different corridor. However, Mingyi's act of guessing questions reminded Rong Jian to do the same for Chen Yanyan so she wouldn't struggle too badly in math. Unlike Mingyi's skill, Rong Jian lacked proficiency, and Chen Yanyan's foundation was weak. All Rong Jian could do was recite potential formulas for her to memorize, ensuring she earned a few points if possible. Since there would be another exam in the afternoon, the classrooms were not yet open. Rong Jian and Chen Yanyan had no choice but to find a sheltered spot by the flower bed to study. It seemed like bad karma. Just as Chen Yanyan was enthusiastically memorizing formulas, footsteps approached from outside, light and heavy. The heavier one sounded familiar to Rong Jian. It must be Mingyi. The steps suddenly paused. Mingyi's voice came through, asking, what do you want? His tone when talking to others versus Rong Jian was different. Although it still sounded gentle and calm, there was a lack of sincerity. He often acted indifferent out of courtesy. Right now, Rong Jian could roughly tell Mingyi had lost his patience. A strange girl said, why don't you accept my love letter? Startled, Chen Yanyan refrained from speaking, silently mouthing, holy crap. Mingyi responded calmly, I have no intention to accept any confessions. Rong Jian didn't want to eavesdrop or peek but being too close left him with no choice. That girl continued, I heard that before, you at least took love letters before rejecting them. Her words carried a sense of sadness through the wind. However, Mingyi remained unmoved. Other people's sorrow didn't affect him. With logic rather than empathy, he explained, because I never liked anyone before. And now? Though the answer was obvious, the person persisted stubbornly in asking. Finally unable to resist, Rong Jian peered over toward Mingyi's direction. He knew the answer, but still wanted to hear it again. Standing amidst the wind, Mingyi was just as outstanding in his school uniform as ever. He half lowered his eyes, neither looking at the girl nor saying any apologies. Instead, he slightly nodded, yes, I do now. So instead of refusing, he directly disregarded her advances. It should have ended here, but perhaps the girl couldn't bear to let go. All traces of shyness disappeared as she lifted her head, raised her voice, and loudly questioned, is it Rong Jian? Do you think she is so great? She has spread rumors countless times behind your back. That's why so many people disliked you. You're being deceived by her. You'll regret this someday. Rong Jian quickly grabbed hold of Chen Yanyan beside him to prevent her from jumping in and having a heated argument on the spot. Mingyi furrowed his brow. He replied, I know Rong Jian treats me well. Even if she treated me poorly, I'd gladly choose it. There was a pause in his speech before continuing in an offhand tone, but the words were sharp. This is between him and me. What does it have to do with you? Chapter 51, The Small Paper Ball. Today was overcast, even at noon everything was gray and misty. It was cold, and the wind picked up, as if tearing apart all other sounds. Despite this, Rongjin could clearly hear Minji's words. Minji was a person who found it very difficult to compromise or yield from the core of his being. Whatever he wanted to say or do wouldn't change because of others. He had always been such a person. If Minji was persuaded, there were only two possibilities. 1, he didn't really care about that matter, so whether yes or no didn't matter, and 2, he was willing to be persuaded, willing to yield, willing to step back. Minji stopped caring about the girl standing there and silently turned to leave. When he reached the position where Rongjin was, he suddenly slowed down his steps, half-lowered his eyes, and glanced indifferently. Rongjin's heart skipped 3 beats accordingly but believed Minji shouldn't be able to see through from outside. Minji paused for just a short moment and then quickly continued walking forward. The girl stood for 2 minutes to calm her emotions before turning to walk in the opposite direction. After waiting anxiously crunched into a ball around the corner, Rongjin and Chen Yanyan finally peeked out. Chen Yanyan joked and said, "Jian, the big senior truly has a stone-hard heart toward others, I'm reassured." Rongjin tilted her head and smiled slightly, then soon composed herself. Disturbed by this event, Chen Yanyan lost the heart to continue memorizing. She followed Rongjin, opened her phone, and secretly sent a message to Minji, "What's wrong with you, big senior? You're like an open peacock now." Before, people liked Minji, but not as many, for he was too melancholy and seemed unreachable, almost inhuman. Recently, he appeared more approachable. Actually, during this time, people have been subtly asking Chen Yanyan whether Minji and Rongjin were a couple. But Chen Yanyan was afraid of leaking their relationship and worried someone might really confess to Minji, making it quite stressful for her. Now it's good, whatever she says, Minji will reject others straightforwardly without worry. Minji replied after a while, "Were you two there just now?" Chen Yanyan guessed Rongjin probably didn't want to expose the incident, so she vaguely sent a few sentences, not confirming. Leaning against a tall tree, Minji recalled the vague figure he saw earlier, and became even more certain. After pondering for a while, he told Chen Yanyan, "I hope Rongjin is there, because I am pursuing him." Chen Yanyan. Minji slowly explained, "We weren't together before, I just confessed recently." Chen Yanyan stopped her steps, falling into deep self-doubt. Had she been seeing Minji and Rongjin showing affection in parallel time all along? But on second thought, it did seem somewhat off. Chen Yanyan never saw them show any intimate gestures, and she always thought it was shyness. But upon further reflection, they had never even held hands. Would any couple act like this? Regarding their relationship, initially, Rongjin indeed denied it persistently. Later, when he stopped denying, Chen Yanyan assumed it meant acknowledgement. Reflecting further, it felt more like being too lazy to explain. And Minji had never officially admitted either. Had they really not been together? Chen Yanyan, I sincerely believe your duo's trickery. Rongjin also stopped, turned around, looked at Chen Yanyan, and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Yanyan shook her head fearfully. She began doubting life now. Rongjin nodded, his attention wasn't fully on Chen Yanyan but on something else. Hence, he couldn't notice anything unusual. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the mathematics exam officially began. The difficulty level of the paper was high, and the volume of calculations was substantial, with innovative questions. The examination room was filled with the synchronized sound of pen tips sweeping across scratch paper. Originally, Rongjin's high school mathematics was not bad, and now he quickly relearned, so these problems weren't too difficult for him. However, every time he finished answering one question and looked at the next, Rongjin found it hard to concentrate. His mind would involuntarily wander. He was thinking about what happened at noon, but not entirely. Rongjin's pen slipped from his hand once, rolling to the floor. He was startled awake, looked around, and bent down to pick it up in the corridor between the first and second row. Minji also bent down to pick up an eraser at the same time. Their fingertips touched momentarily. Rongjin felt heat rise all the way from his fingertips to his earlobes. He slowly and seemingly calmly retracted his hand, not only picking up the pen but finding a small paper ball in his palm that Minji had just slipped him. Rongjin was hesitant, should he open this little paper ball? If Minji was passing him this paper ball now, it couldn't be that he thought Rongjin couldn't solve the problems and thus wanted to cheat off of him, could it? Rongjin thought about it and found it quite plausible. After all, the original Rongjin had copied from Minji for 2 whole years, always securing first place. Rongjin didn't want to copy the answers, copying them would be meaningless anyway since he himself wasn't incapable of solving the problems. But there was another possibility, perhaps what was written on the note wasn't the answers but something else Minji wanted to say. Perhaps due to his intense nervousness, sweat gathered in Rongjin's palms, slightly dampening the paper ball. Still, he was very curious to see. Rongjin made up his mind, if it turned out to be the answers, specifically which questions they were for, he wouldn't bother writing them down. The next second, he unfolded the paper ball and hadn't yet managed to read it when the teacher standing by the podium had unknowingly walked up to Rongjin's desk, lightly tapping the table with her fingers as a sign for him to hand over the note. Generally speaking, the frontmost exam room didn't require much supervision as the teachers trusted their students' capabilities. This was also why the original Rongjian had been able to copy for so long without being caught. But maybe because Rongjian had hesitated for too long, it drew attention from the teacher. This invigilator happened to be Rongjian's math teacher. Rongjian handed over the note, mentally preparing to be thrown out. Yet after quickly reading the note, the teacher shook her head, seemingly trying not to laugh. She glanced at Minji, then let her gaze wander between the two boys before quietly saying, "If you do this again, I'll confiscate both of your test papers." Rongjian sighed in relief. Judging from the math teacher's reaction, it certainly wasn't the answers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten away with it so easily. After the note was confiscated, Rongjian sneakily glanced at Minji, who was still engrossed in the exam. The fantastical thoughts that previously filled his mind had been extinguished by the teacher, leaving him no choice but to diligently continue with the exam. Even though the difficulty of the exam wasn't high for Rongjian, the substantial amount of calculations took time. He wasted a lot of it in the middle, and when he finally put his pen down, the bell rang just as he finished. Minji had already completed his work and was asked by the math teacher to collect the answer sheet starting from the first group. As Minji walked from the first group to the last and then moved forward towards the first row of the second group, he got closer to Rongjian's seat. Leaning slightly, he collected the sheet on the desk as he passed by Rongjian, muttering under his breath, "How clumsy can a young lady be? Even sneaking a glance at a small note is impossible for you." Rongjian was speechless. He still wished to know what was written on the note. During the teacher's collection process, he walked straight to the podium. The note had not been discarded yet. It was a small piece of paper, simply stating, "Stop daydreaming. Focus on the exam." Startled, Rongjian looked up, glancing in Minji's direction. Minji seemed to notice, raising his head and smiling at him. When the first day of exams ended, Rongjian felt physically and mentally drained. Returning home exhausted, Han Yun was already waiting for him in the room. She said, "Xiao Lin has been found." Chapter 52, Love Letter. Rongjian looked out the window with his head tilted. The sky was gloomy but it wasn't yet night. He thought for a while, and still decided to go see Xiao Lin personally, then consider what to do next. Xiao Lin was the origin of the book Evil Seed. Without her, there wouldn't be Mingyi. However, there were very few descriptions of her in the book, just a few vague indirect ones, and she disappeared afterwards. In their first year of college, Mingyi had once received a rescue call from Xiao Lin. She pleaded, saying, "Mingyi, save mom." It had just finished class then, and someone nearby asked, "Whose call is it?" Not long after high school graduation, Mingyi had already become quite popular among female classmates at university. Mingyi disconnected that call nonchalantly, saying, it was a harassment call. Xiao Lin never appeared again afterward. Rongjian's guess, consistent with most readers, was that perhaps she had demanded too much, using her family background to threaten Su Fei, and finally angered him so much that she could never speak again. Han Yun strongly opposed this matter. Xiushui Street was far too chaotic. It was a dark corner of Fucheng City, where clandestine prostitutes and thugs gathered, most people indulging in life without thinking about tomorrow. Rongjian convinced her, "You know, by June, I won't be able to stay like this anymore. I need to learn how to deal with these things." Han Yun sighed. Maybe it was due to the hardships endured over the years, her protective instinct was too strong. She thought Rongjian wasn't grown up yet, incapable of dealing with any person or matter that might lead to accidents. But Rongjian had grown up, would fall for someone else, and resolve troubles for his beloved. Han Yun nodded slightly, then called the driver. On the way to Xiushui Street by car, Han Yun briefly recounted Xiao Lin's conditions over these years, which were far more comprehensive than those few sentences in the book. Xiao Lin was from Fucheng, born on Xiushui Street. At 16, she dropped out of high school and went out to work. Due to her beauty, she entered a high-class club. For several years in between, she was completely untraceable, until at 25, she returned to Fucheng with Mingyi, and extravagantly spent for 2 years. Not only did she spend all her money, she also accumulated a lot of credit card debt, forcing her to return to Xiushui Street. Han Yun discovered that during those years Xiao Lin lost track, she was probably kept by someone. But due to the passage of time and Su Qiong's secrecy back then, the specific person remained unknown. The Rong family in Fucheng was influential, but they couldn't compare with the Su family of Chuanfeng. After returning to Xiushui Street, Xiao Lin didn't have much skill and could only make a living through prostitution. When Mingyi was 13, Xiao Lin was imprisoned for injuring a customer, and since the customer held some power, Xiao Lin received a heavy sentence, spending 5 years in jail. Until last year, Xiao Lin was released from prison. The car drove for over 2 hours before reaching Xiushui Street. The tall driver walked ahead to clear the path as Rongjian and Han Yun crossed a dimly lit alleyway to enter deeper into Xiushui Street. The road was narrow, surrounded on both sides by tightly packed dilapidated buildings. Garbage was piled everywhere, and dirty water flowed along the road toward the drain. Most of the streetlights were broken, only a few were still functioning. Many storefronts had glass doors, with colorful paper stuck on them. The doors were either half open or closed, with women dressed provocatively sitting inside. Rongjian standing here seemed not to fit in with Xiushui Street. They continued walking forward. Han Yun looked at a report on her phone and said that Xiao Lin's house was ahead. Before they reached the house, suddenly two people emerged, one man and one woman. The woman clung around for a while, and the man seemed to have taken a few hundred yuan from his wallet and gave it to her. Rong Jian looked up, and under the streetlight, he saw that face. It was Xiao Lin, but not quite the same as in the photos. Xiao Lin had spent a few years in jail. Even though she still had the contours of a beauty, she had aged. Making a living through prostitution earned her little money, her life was miserable, and she had to survive by doing odd jobs. Xiao Lin also noticed Rong Jian. Although they were strangers, it seemed as if she hit a sore spot. She smirked maliciously and said, "You're so young and you come here. Your husband must be inside. Be careful, you'll get sick and spread it back to your kind of rich young miss." Han Yun wanted to scold her back but was stopped by Rong Jian, who said, "Let's go back." Xiao Lin had already been seen, and she wasn't much different from what Rong Jian had imagined. Leaving Xiushui Street, Rong Jian thought, Mingyi came from here. At the time before crossing over, it seemed protagonists who got everything since birth were very popular: power, money, and all the love. Maybe it was because such protagonists were too common and boring to readers. The author of Evil Seed chose the opposite approach. He wrote a protagonist who was never loved by anyone, from beginning to end, as if no one ever loved Mingyi just because he was Mingyi. Mingyi only learned about his own background much later. By that time, due to Su Fei, he had already become a sworn enemy of the Su family, having cut off many of their businesses, and Su Qiong had been hospitalized from anger. In the end, Mingyi's biological father cursed him on his deathbed, calling him a naturally evil seed who was luckily swapped away. Otherwise, the Su family would have fallen long ago. Rong Jian felt a bit saddened. He thought, if Mingyi hadn't been swapped, and instead had grown up in the Su family, everything would have been different. Mingyi was smarter, more talented, and calmer than Su Fei. Whatever he did would succeed, and surely the Su family would also have loved Mingyi deeply. But Xiao Lin altered Mingyi's entire life. Halfway through their journey, Rong Jian had finally finished thinking about these things. After considering for a moment, he said to Han Yun, "Find someone to support Xiao Lin so she can live comfortably." Actually, Rong Jian could have directly given Xiao Lin a large sum of money, telling her not to spread these secrets. But as expected, Xiao Lin was too greedy, and doing this might cause even more trouble. Han Yun had no good impression of Xiao Lin. Miss is far too kind-hearted. Rong Jian chuckled, but in modern society, we can't just lock her up, it's against the law. He had already made up his mind. First, confine Xiao Lin in Fucheng City. Once the college entrance exam was over, if this matter could be disclosed, then the real background of Mingyi could be revealed, at which point there would be no grudge between Mingyi and the Su family, possibly leading to a different outcome. After contemplating for a moment, Han Yun said, "Does Miss really like Mingyi?" Rong Jian nodded slightly, whispering quietly, "I like him very much." Han Yun sighed again, "Then just keep liking him. Mingyi is different from Qin Zhou. I'll go find someone tomorrow. There must be no delays for the college entrance exam." Perhaps because Rong Jian admitted that he liked Mingyi deeply, Han Yun started to admire Mingyi by association as well. It was necessary to protect Mingyi now. The car took another hour to return, and Rong Jian and Han Yun got out, walking toward the Rome residence. Not far away, there was a shadow. Mingyi stood on the garden path, his eyes half-lowered, seemingly looking at nothing. He only looked up when he heard footsteps. Rong Jian stopped, moving 2 steps closer to Mingyi, and asked, "What are you doing here so late at night?" Mingyi softly replied, "The light upstairs wasn't on, so I waited for you to come back." Rong Jian had just gotten out of the warm car. It wasn't until he approached Mingyi that he felt the chill coming from Mingyi, meaning he had been outside standing for quite a while. He said, "Don't do this anymore in the future." Still feeling Mingyi was too cold, Rong Jian removed his scarf, wrapping it around Mingyi's hands. His fingers unintentionally brushed against Rong Jian's wrist. Rong Jian's wrist was much warmer than the scarf, surely providing a better source of warmth. Mingyi momentarily felt a little reluctance to use the warmth, but decided against it. After wrapping the scarf properly, Rong Jian said goodnight and caught up with Han Yun ahead, entering the house. Back in the room, Rong Jian felt he had solved one big issue, so he didn't have to die yet. Now, he could think about other important matters. Like the love letter he didn't send at noon. Rong Jian never dated anyone during high school, nor did he have any opportunity to fantasize, but he had seen many couples. He thought, high school students expressing affection should indeed send love letters. Outside high school, sending love letters as a confession seems childish and ridiculous. This method of dating applies only to students, not doing so always feels like something is missing. Although Rong Jian had yet to fall in love, he was already imagining far into the future. Today was not the right time, tomorrow they would have an exam, and the classroom had too few people, easily exposing him through elimination. The next semester offered many opportunities, but loving someone was an impulsive matter, and Rong Jian didn't want to wait anymore. He pulled the curtains tightly shut, leaving only the desk lamp on, and found a postcard from the bookshelf, unsure what to write. There were many thoughts he wanted to express, yet putting pen to paper proved difficult. Rong Jian spent 3 hours writing, filling half the trash bin with discarded papers before finally writing down what satisfied him. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and except for Rong Jian, everyone else was asleep. Although awake, Rong Jian was already dreaming. He had no intention of telling Mingyi about such an embarrassing act of anonymously sending a love letter. It was enough to make himself happy privately. However, he thought, after falling in love, if they ever argued one day, he could use this embarrassing thing to cheer up Mingyi. If their relationship went well, wouldn't they avoid arguments? Rong Jian rejected this idea immediately. Even the closest and most passionate lovers argue occasionally, don't they? When arguing, Rong Jian thought it would be fine to yield to Mingyi, since he was a few years older. Rong Jian thought about many things, indulging in numerous white day fantasies related to love. He hoped they would come true. The next day, Rong Jian woke up very early. As soon as he got up, he sent a WeChat message to Mingyi, asking him to bring 2 sets of science materials since he had accidentally lost his. This was a necessary preparatory step. Generally speaking, Mingyi only brought 2 pens to exams and never reviewed at the test site. If there were no books at all, Rong Jian couldn't possibly put the love letter openly into Mingyi's drawer. 10 minutes before the exam, the teacher required students to place their study materials on the table beside the podium. Rong Jian pretended to look through the materials while actually waiting for the last 2 minutes. When everyone else had placed their things down, he quickly walked over, pretending to get a pen but trembling inside as he slipped the envelope into one of the few books Mingyi had brought. After the comprehensive science exam, all Rong Jian could think about was the love letter. He really wasn't thinking clearly. Mingyi didn't accept love letters from others. The one he secretly sent would most likely end up in the trash can, which might just cause pain when mentioned later. Now, even one potential way to make up after arguments might be gone. Thinking about this, Rong Jian felt a little sad but then turned his sorrow into motivation and started answering the exam paper rapidly. As soon as the exam ended, Rong Jian left in a hurry. Mingyi found it strange. He wanted to find out what Rong Jian did last night, and why he was restless that morning. It wasn't until he casually picked up his materials and felt that something wasn't right, that he flipped open the book. Inside, there was a love letter. Mingyi froze for a moment, as if starting to understand. He left the classroom and found a secluded corner where he carefully opened the love letter. Inside, there was a postcard. Although called a love letter, it only contained 2 sentences. Dear Mingyi, I like you. I hope your days are always sunny. Chapter 53, Greed. The handwriting in the love letter was somewhat different from Rong Jian's usual style, more unrestrained and full of character. Each word was staggered apart, fervently revealing the writer's emotions at that time. It seemed to express a great deal of admiration. Mingyi, however, recognized it as Rong Jian's writing at a glance. Because Hector had once received a gift from the fluffy ball, and Rong Jian had initially seriously imitated the original owner's handwriting. But later he became increasingly uninhibited, unintentionally revealing his traces in front of Mingyi on many occasions. For a long time, or more precisely before meeting Rong Jian, Mingyi thought that the heart was merely an organ sustaining human activity, incapable of carrying emotions. Therefore, the reaction caused by fluctuations of love and hatred could be less real and more like the brain's fantasy. But at this moment, Mingyi indulged himself in such a fantasy. He suppressed his excessive heartbeat and reread that sentence. Forever sunny days. But reality could never be like that. People's fates resemble the weather, with wind, rain, and snow. Whether or not it is a sunny day depends on many factors, constantly changing, so it can't always be sunny. This wish was truly too greedy. But also quite naively adorable, only something Rong Jian would say. Mingyi wondered if anyone's love letter would be written like this. Without even one sweet word of endearment. Mingyi didn't know. He had received many love letters, but except for Rong Jian's, he had never paid much attention to them. He stood still in the same place for quite some time before resealing the letter and placing it back in a book. Just as he turned around, he collided with Cheng Jian descending from upstairs. Cheng Jian walked up to him and casually asked, "Brother Ming seems to have a pretty good mood today. Did you ace the exam?" After saying that, Cheng Jian realized it wasn't quite right. Mingyi seemed to never do poorly in exams, no matter how difficult the questions were. Other test-takers might groan, but it made little difference to him. Mingyi, holding the book, walked out with Cheng Jian. The sky was gray and looked likely to bring either rain or snow. He had been silent all along, yet suddenly let out a Cheng Jian found it a bit strange but didn't dwell too much on it, just thinking perhaps Brother Ming cared about grades and exams deeply as well. What Cheng Jian didn't know was that Mingyi was replying to the first part of his question. Today was not a sunny day. But for Mingyi, it was sunny. It took 10 minutes to walk from the teaching building to the cafeteria, but Mingyi took nearly twice the time because he detoured to buy a cake. With recent exams going on, there weren't many people in the school. And after exams, most people were dispirited and had no appetite for sweets, making it possible to purchase a cake. Mingyi then sent a text message to Chen Yanyan, asking, "Where are you having your meal?" Chen Yanyan quickly replied, "Second floor left side." "What's up? Want to join us? We're almost done." Mingyi hesitated a step, "Help me delay them for a bit." Chen Yanyan, question mark. Why should she didn't agree. Mingyi calmly replied, "You've let me copy your homework for so long, now help me chase my crush." Though it sounded like blackmail, based on Chen Yanyan's limited understanding of Mingyi, it wouldn't be so simple. Mingyi's underlying meaning was, "Do you want me to keep copying?" Chen Yanyan faltered momentarily. Was she really so spineless? Yes, she was. Thus, Chen Yanyan pretended she hadn't eaten enough and endured extra food, eating half-heartedly while waiting for Mingyi. This time Mingyi did not come with the group from yesterday's examination hall, he only came with Qing Jian. They randomly picked their meals, and after sitting down, Mingyi took out his phone and sent a message to Rong Jian, "Where are you? I bought a piece of cake for you." When Rong Jian opened WeChat and saw the message, he couldn't help but smile. Looking ahead, he could see Mingyi's profile clearly, considering for a moment before saying, "I'm still eating, I'll go get it later." Chen Yanyan stopped her chopsticks painfully and pretentiously asked, "What's going on?" Rong Jian showed the screen to Chen Yanyan. After reading the conversation between the two, Chen Yanyan fell into silence, pondering over what was going on with these young lovers. They obviously knew where each other was but kept questioning each other. Rong Jian lowered his voice and whispered quietly to Chen Yanyan, "I'll go a bit later." He actually had a reason he couldn't reveal, he wanted to see Mingyi's reaction after receiving the love letter. Even though chances were high that there would be no particular reaction, or the letter might already be in the trash can, Rong Jian still wanted to know. Perhaps it was the result of harboring unrealistic fantasies that made Rong Jian hope that Mingyi would somehow sense his feelings and find the love letter unique. Rong Jian didn't feel any shame, it was his first time liking someone, so why not get a little excited? That's what he said to himself, but in reality, he still sneaked peeks when no one was looking. With his chin resting on his hand, Rong Jian observed every move Mingyi made, finding it no different from the days before. Mingyi's emotions were always hidden beneath a calm demeanor, he skillfully masked his feelings. This fabricated calm made it hard for others to read what was going on in his mind. Although this tranquility was mostly genuine, occasional emotional fluctuations did occur. Such restraint had become a long-standing habit, like now, when Mingyi's sun was hiding behind the clouds, and Rong Jian couldn't see it. Rong Jian sighed. As the group finished eating, he finally approached the table, grabbed the box of cake without hesitation, and nodded at Mingyi. The last exam was English, which Rong Jian happened to be pretty good at, mainly because he'd been studying English throughout his 4 years of university, making high school English relatively easy. After exams, students sighed in relief regardless of their performance, as stepping out of the testing room marked the beginning of the final winter break of their high school years. When Rong Jian took the bus back home, Qin Zhou was already there, a rare sight. He sat in the living room and greeted Rong Jian with a smile after seeing him walk in, beckoning him closer. Rong Jian felt a foreboding sense of unease. Sure enough, Qin Zhou began, "Rong Jian, I've met a child around your age. You can get to know each other now, so when it comes time to arrange the engagement, you won't feel unfamiliar." Rong Jian blinked in silence. "An engagement? Excuse me, who are you again?" Qin Zhou continued unfazed, "What else could a girl do but marry? You've stayed at home long enough, it's time to leave." Rong Jian paused, thinking how to insult Qin Zhou without using foul language. Qin Zhou had been having a rough period lately. He lacked talent and ability in business. The family fortune of the Rong clan was vast, maintaining the current state was already difficult, let alone expanding. Now, facing unfavorable market trends compounded by a string of failed investments over the past few years, the board of directors harbored much resentment. After careful deliberation, Qin Zhou decided to resort to a business marriage, hoping to form a strong alliance to reverse the declining situation. Rong Jian roughly understood his plan. Wasn't Qin Zhou just digging his own grave? Given his lack of skill, this so-called strong alliance might end up being a complete takeover by another party instead. Still, under the roof, there was no choice but to comply. For the next few months, he would endure. Without a trace of a smile, Rong Jian spoke in a low voice, "I'm still young. I'm in high school right now. We can discuss this after the college entrance exam." Zhou Xiaochun interjected, walking closer to support Qin Zhou, "Given our family status, studying or passing the exam is meaningless anyway." Rong Jian gave her a mocking smile, "Our family status? Regardless of whose status we're talking about, skipping education straight to marriage sounds ridiculous." Qin Zhou only announced his decision, whether Rong Jian agreed or not, he would enforce it without providing any options. He said nothing more, simply moving on to talk about dinner. After the meal, Lu Qing returned from outside, briefly exchanged greetings with Qin Zhou, then went directly into Zhou Xiaochun's room. This matter was different from the others, and shouldn't be overheard, so he spoke softly to Zhou Xiaochun, "Here's the latest news. A while ago, Su Guanli and Rong Jian went out together." Zhou Xiaochun was removing her gemstone earrings, "The two of them? That's certainly intriguing. Whatever Rong Jian does toward me or you, your father wouldn't care much since it has no connection to him." She paused for a moment, then chuckled, "But if Rong Jian starts to make small moves against the company, your father will absolutely not tolerate it." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Zhou Xiaochun unlocked her phone, finding the person selected by Qin Zhou and showing it to Lu Qing. His haste in marrying Rong Jian off isn't solely due to wanting an alliance but rather solving this thorny issue. Rong Jian bears the surname Rong. For every extra day she stays beyond adulthood, he grows more fearful. Knowing his nature, Zhou Xiaochun smiled cunningly. Now that Rong Jian has tangled with Su Guanli, it's huge news. Other matters he may ignore, but this one is impossible for him to overlook. Lu Qing also smiled, indeed. But we need more information first, so let's wait till we have a clearer understanding. Zhou Xiaochun nodded approvingly. On my side, I'll try reasoning with him some more. After all, Rong Jian's refusal to marry might imply a sinister motive toward the company. Lu Qing responded sarcastically, mocking Rong Jian. Of course she doesn't want to marry. Zhou Xiaochun slowly turned her gaze toward Lu Qing, eyes filled with affection. She said, don't rush, everything will eventually belong to you. And hers too. After returning to his room, Rong Jian felt an inner emptiness after the exams ended and vacation began. With nothing left to do and no need to study, he unlocked his phone only to discover that Zhou Xiaochun had sent him the WeChat card of the supposedly excellent boy she mentioned earlier. He thought it was inappropriate since lifting a skirt revealed an unsuitable gender match. Nevertheless, this kind of contradiction between himself and Ming Yi seemed reconcilable as an internal issue. A little later, Han Yun knocked on Rong Jian's door. Perhaps because it had already been determined that in 4 months, Rong Jian would restore his identity, Han Yun kept feeling that his current figure was too thin for a normal boy. She always wanted him to eat more. However, drastically increasing his appetite at the dinner table might raise suspicions from Zhou Xiaochun, so all Han Yun could do was stuff more snacks and pastries into his hands. Seeing her come in, Rong Jian asked, how's it going with her situation, Auntie Han? Han Yun paused momentarily before replying, I went looking for someone today, but they were difficult to find. Her tone hesitated for a moment, but don't worry Miss Rong, if we offer enough money, surely there will be someone willing. Rong Jian nodded slightly, then turned his face toward the window. Outside, it was a still, heavy night sky cloaked in darkness. Chapter 54, Fishing. After the final exam was over, it was officially vacation time. Rong Jian originally had nothing to do at home, lying around like a lazy fish, but he hadn't been idle for 2 days when Zhou Xiaochun insisted that Rong Jian add the WeChat of that young man from Qinzhou who was interested in him. Unable to avoid it, Rong Jian added the contact, Wei Xing. The name Wei Xing had also appeared in Bad Seed. He was one of the 18 route passers, and his brother would later collaborate with Minji. Wei Xing was the youngest son in the family, with an older brother and 2 sisters, all from different mothers. The first madam had passed away, and Wei Xing's father remarried in his 40s, having Wei Xing late in life, whom he always doted on. However, the company was definitely going to the elder brother. Seeing his younger son's lackadaisical attitude, spending his days idling around, and even dreaming of becoming a professional sports player, his father didn't expect much from him and instead hoped to find him a wife with a prestigious family background so that he wouldn't be entirely dependent on others later on. And after searching high and low, they landed on Rong Jian. Rong Jian realized that being a wealthy housewife in Bad Seed was a dangerous profession, they often met untimely ends. After adding each other on WeChat, the two engaged in a harmonious and friendly exchange. Wei Xing was 1 year older than Rong Jian, currently in his 2nd year of university, the baby of the family, spoiled since childhood, but surprisingly, he had a decent temperament and knew how to flatter girls. For instance, he praised Rong Jian by saying, I've heard from some people at Huiwen University that you're a high and mighty flower, a cold beauty, with excellent grades, truly an ancient lady of virtue. Rong Jian simply responded, oh. Truthfully, Wei Xing wasn't particularly fond of him either, but he couldn't resist the pressure from his family to meet Rong Jian. Rong Jian replied, sorry, us ancient ladies don't easily go out to meet strangers. Wei Xing earnestly persuaded him, do you really think I want to fall in love with you? Let's just pretend, we see each other a couple of times to show them something, get through this new year, and the family won't bother us anymore, right? If you don't cooperate with me, your dad might find someone else for you, and no one has as good a temper as I do. Rong Jian thought to himself, who's like you? If things don't go awry, Qin Zhou will end up a prisoner, and he'll be Qin Zhou's dad. So, he coldly and ruthlessly rejected Wei Xing's proposal. At the end of the day, Wei Xing was barely 19, carefree and unserious, initially trying to coax Rong Jian for convenience. When this path proved fruitless, he stopped wasting words with Rong Jian altogether. Rong Jian sighed in relief. He had nothing much to do. After the holidays began, Minji seemed to have disappeared, and Hector had been working overtime due to the year-end rush, rarely logging on. It must be nearing the spring festival, everyone around him seemed busy. Only Rong Jian was at leisure, and he started to miss Minji. Just then, Han Yun happened to tell Rong Jian a piece of news. She said, we found the person, and she hasn't grown suspicious. Rong Jian smiled faintly. Han Yun hesitated for a moment before asking, should we tell Minji about this matter? Nowadays, everyone loudly confessed their love and preferences, silent dedication seemed to bring no benefit or leverage to one's feelings, and ultimately, brought no favorable result. Furthermore, Rong Jian was hiding a massive secret. Who knows what might happen when it came to light? But Rong Jian said, don't tell him. It was meant not to disturb his studies. Han Yun could only nod. After Han Yun left, the room was once again left to Rong Jian alone. Thinking that he had already resolved the issue with Xiao Lin, half of his worries were put aside, the other half would only lift after the college entrance exams, provided that he was still alive and kicking afterward. Bored, Rong Jian aimlessly scrolled through his social media circle. He hadn't added many people, so his feed was quiet. As he scrolled down, he saw an ad, showing a picture of a coffee shop. Out of habit, he swiped upward, catching sight of the profile picture of someone accidentally. It was Minji. Rong Jian had been here for almost 6 months, and during this period, Minji hadn't posted a single update on his social media. Why had he suddenly started advertising? This felt uncharacteristically un-Minji-like, unlike a true boss. Rong Jian was slightly puzzled, hesitating for a moment before opening a chat with Minji and sending a random excuse, "I'm stuck on a question." 15 minutes passed before Minji finally replied, "Take a picture of it and send it over." Without scrutinizing carefully, Rong Jian flipped open his winter vacation homework and selected a complex problem that looked tough, sending it over. This time, Minji replied quickly, saying, "I have something to attend to now. I'll explain it to you tonight." Curious, Rong Jian probed further, "It's already holiday season, what business could you possibly have?" After waiting for quite some time, Minji replied, "I'm working part-time." Rong Jian sent back a simple, "Oh," unsure what to say next. It wouldn't hurt to visit Minji, Rong Jian thought. Xiao Lin was a grown-up, how could she possibly escape from Fucheng? As long as they didn't fall in love, everything would be fine. Thus, Rong Jian sent another message, "Where are you? I'll find you. I have several questions, and I don't have anything else to do right now." Minji replied with a "sure," and the address turned out to be the coffee shop from his social media feed. At that moment, Minji was passing on an order slip to the kitchen and teasingly responding to someone, "Minji, you really did post that ad seriously?" Minji nodded slightly. The person continued, "Hey, it's so embarrassing to post ads like that, and they're utterly useless anyway. The boss insists it works, but if you beg him a bit, he won't force you, especially since you're new." Minji smiled faintly and said softly, "No problem." He wasn't advertising, he was fishing. Fishing for a mermaid named Rong Jian. And now, he had caught her. The silly mermaid Rong Jian was furiously scribbling in a taxi, hastily flipping through the winter vacation homework problems. The taxi driver remarked, "This girl studies so diligently. If my son could be like that, I'd be at peace." Rong Jian quietly wept inside, realizing he wasn't nearly as diligent, but since he had already lied to Minji, he had to keep up the pretense by finding some real difficult questions. To hide his true purpose, Rong Jian also invited Chen Yanyan to go together, saying they should study and progress collectively. Chen Yanyan wasn't one to progress, but being bored at home, she found this outing enjoyable. When Rong Jian got off the car, Chen Yanyan had already been there for quite some time. She hadn't gone inside yet but had found a place out of the wind, waiting for Rong Jian to join her. The coffee shop was different from those they usually visited. Dim yellow lights illuminated the interior, the decor was exquisite, and all the waiters were young men, wearing tailored suits with bow ties. They were all handsome, their smiles warm as they served every customer graciously. Upon entering, Rong Jian and Chen Yanyan were greeted with a bow by the waiter at the door, who said, "Welcome." Chen Yanyan exclaimed, "Wow, don't let anyone manage you here, Big Brother is selling." Before the words, "looks," escaped her lips, someone walked straight toward them. Chen Yanyan immediately shut her mouth. This was the first time Rong Jian saw Minji in a suit. Tall, broad-shouldered, and slim-waisted, his legs stretched endlessly, and this well-fitted suit accentuated his excellent physique. Even among the handsome youths, he stood out as the most dazzling. Rong Jian couldn't tear his eyes away. Minji's head was slightly bowed, his gaze resting solely on Rong Jian, ignoring everyone else as he led them to the farthest seat inside. A gentle smile lingered in his eyes as he asked kindly, "What would the lady like to order?" Rong Jian opened the menu absent-mindedly. He hadn't expected Minji to be working as a waiter here, would he speak to every customer so gently and smile at them just as warmly? Yet Minji didn't often smile and rarely spoke to strangers. Rong Jian felt slightly uneasy and couldn't decide what to choose, leaving it to Chen Yanyan to push the menu toward Minji and say, "We're here for the first time. You give us your recommendations." Minji bent down closer to Rong Jian. He knew Rong Jian's tastes well and understood the flavors of these drinks and cakes thoroughly, thus recommending those he believed Rong Jian would enjoy. However, he recommended too much, seemingly wanting Rong Jian to taste every delicious sweet treat. But Rong Jian couldn't eat much and only ordered a cup of coffee and a piece of cake before pushing the menu toward Chen Yanyan. The recommendations for Chen Yanyan were much more straightforward, limited to the coffee shop's signature items and specialties. Seated across from the two, Chen Yanyan clearly saw Rong Jian lightly brushing Minji's hand when handing over the pen, lingering for a few seconds before letting go. After accepting the menu and pen, Minji told Rong Jian, "This cake might take some time to prepare. Would you like to try another appetizer first?" Rong Jian thought, if all salespeople looked like Minji and spoke in such tones, he'd probably buy 100 insurance policies and 200 beauty cards in a year. It was impossible to refuse. Chen Yanyan noticed Rong Jian wasn't very happy but also knew Minji's financial situation made it necessary for him to work part-time to support himself. Directly asking Minji to quit wouldn't help, so she planned to cheer up Rong Jian. Once she saw Minji had moved far enough away, she whispered, I heard that this type of coffee shop pays high wages, both hourly rates and commissions based on tables. Rong Jian looked up, and Chen Yanyan continued, Big brother lent me his notes for the whole semester, and as a sign of loyalty, I intend to order a few more items. However, ordering too much would mean they couldn't finish it all. Rong Jian thought, it didn't matter if they couldn't finish, he could take the leftovers home. After all, Han Yun no longer restricted his food intake anymore. He said to Chen Yanyan, you don't need to order anymore, I'll do it. In fact, no matter who placed the orders, the outcome would be the same. The purpose was to give Minji more money. But Rong Jian insisted on doing it himself, probably out of a sense of pride mixed with some concealed affection. Your partner should be taken care of by you. After thinking this through, Rong Jian called Minji over again. When he arrived, Rong Jian ordered one of each pastry that Minji had previously recommended. Minji smiled and said, Are you not worried about gaining weight, miss? Chen Yanyan found the way Minji addressed Rong Jian interesting, so she asked, Why does the big brother keep calling you miss? Rong Jian didn't reply. Rong Jian had ordered so many pastries that they took half an hour to arrive, filling the entire table. After finishing the last slice of Black Forest mousse, Minji turned to leave, perhaps intending to serve the next guest. Rong Jian couldn't stop Minji from working, but at least now he was a rich young lady who could keep placing orders, allowing Minji to serve him exclusively. But Minji refused. He said, the miss can't order anymore. Rong Jian wondered if there was such a thing as having too much money to spend. Before he could say anything, Minji seemed to have seen through Rong Jian's thoughts and softly said, I'm not a waiter, I work at the front desk taking orders and handing out menus. You don't need to do this. What he originally wanted to say was, don't be jealous, Mississippi. But then he reconsidered. It wouldn't be wise to scare away the mermaid he had finally caught. Rong Jian responded calmly, oh. Only after Minji left did Chen Yanyan burst into laughter, saying, not serving other beautiful sisters and beauties, just being a waiter for Miss Rong Jian, right? Rong Jian replied nonchalantly, oh. Then added, stop laughing, or I'll deny you any cake. Chen Yanyan muttered under her breath, ah, you're embarrassed now. Fine, I'll shut up. With the table full of food, there was no way Rong Jian could get any studying done. Instead, he chatted idly with Chen Yanyan while occasionally looking at Minji behind the counter, spending a decadent afternoon in the cafe. It wasn't even dark yet when the driver came to pick up Chen Yanyan. Since what happened last time, her father was very concerned about her safety and always sent the car to pick her up and drop her off, not allowing her to go out after dark. Rong Jian said goodbye to Chen Yanyan and continued staying at the cafe, waiting for Minji to finish work. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Minji was finally about to clock out. Rong Jian prepared to pay the bill and head back with Minji. Minji said, I've already paid. Rong Jian became anxious, standing up, what are you talking about? I bought the cakes myself. Besides, there were so many and they were expensive. Minji had already come to work because he was poor. If Rong Jian let Minji pay for them this time, it might be like giving him no earnings at all. Minji seriously asked, Rong Jian, is there something you forgot? Rong Jian looked up and stared at Minji. It was already past working hours. Minji leaned slightly against the table and adjusted his tie, loosening the top button of his shirt and revealing a bit of collarbone. His eyes were half closed, his voice low, but every word clear and deliberate. He said, I'm chasing you. Chapter 55, A Kiss. Rong Jian was stunned for a moment, awkwardly changing the subject with a joke, then you should pay for Yan Yan too. Mingyi answered without hesitation, count her as my younger aunt. Rong Jian laughed. Mingyi also chuckled, I've paid for the little aunt's share. So when are you going to say yes? His tone was low, seemingly nonchalant, glancing down at Rong Jian. Rong Jian froze momentarily, clenching his fingers and unable to respond. The coffee shop's lighting was already dim, and now all the customers had left, only a few lamps remained lit. Rong Jian tilted his head, looking up at Mingyi, noticing his long eyelashes that cast shadows on his lower eyelids, eyes brimming with light, his fair complexion, and lips faintly red. His long hair draped softly behind him, surrounded by dimness, his shadow cast on the wall like a flower sprouting from the darkness. It was an image of great beauty and softness. Mingyi furrowed his brow slightly, not wanting to push Rong Jian too hard. He quickly moved on from the topic, gently saying, wait here for a moment, I'll go change clothes. Rong Jian nodded slightly, relieved. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, Mingyi did not dwell on the question. Rong Jian somewhat hoped that upon waking tomorrow, it would already be June. He stood in place for a while longer, then thought about taking a ride home. Since Mingyi had paid for so many snacks, he would surely cover the fare too. Not wanting to accept more money from Mingyi, Rong Jian stepped out of the coffee shop first and waited beside the bus stop sign. Not long after, Mingyi also walked out of the coffee shop, switching back to his original outfit, wearing the scarf knitted by Rong Jian. His appearance contrasted with how he looked earlier inside the store, but he remained very handsome. He asked, do you want to take the bus? Rong Jian was still examining the bus lines on the signpost, considering the inconvenience of potentially needing to transfer once. Despite this, he replied, sure, there's no hurry to go back. The bus they needed came every 30 minutes, and they didn't know how long they'd have to wait. Without checking his phone, Rong Jian instead chatted with Mingyi under the lamppost. Originally Rong Jian didn't intend to ask, but eventually curiosity got the better of him. Until when will you work at this coffee shop? It's almost New Year's. With high school winter break starting late and already being the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the countdown to New Year's Eve had begun. How many days could they rest after this? Mingyi stood in front of Rong Jian, possibly trying to shield him from the wind, but since the bus station was open and drafty, it offered minimal protection. He said, there are many customers before the new year, and the coffee shop is short-staffed, offering higher pay. I'll keep working a few more days. Rong Jian hesitated for a moment, asking quietly, are we really that short on money? After asking, he immediately felt it was a redundant question. Why else would someone take up a part-time job if they weren't struggling financially? So he started thinking about how he might secretly send some money to Mingyi. But Mingyi shook his head, his voice tinged with laughter. We're not short on money, but there's something I want to buy. This took Rong Jian aback. In his impression, Mingyi had very low material desires, having almost nothing he wanted besides life essentials. So what could justify Mingyi picking up extra shifts right before the new year? Before Rong Jian could press for more details, the bus slowly pulled up. Getting on through the front door, Mingyi inserted 4 coins. There wasn't a soul seated in the compartment, yet they chose the last row anyway, sitting next to each other. The air conditioning was on inside the bus, prompting Mingyi to remove his scarf and lay it on his lap. He then asked, didn't you say you had questions? Rong Jian felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy, forcibly forgetting what he originally wanted to ask. In reality, he'd spent these days doing nothing much, leaving his winter vacation homework untouched, and certainly couldn't approach Mingyi with a blank homework assignment. Thus, cleverly during their trip over in the taxi, he snapped pictures of the problems and stored them on his phone. Now he showed them to Mingyi. Though those questions appeared complex, Mingyi only needed a glance to understand their logic. Taking paper and pen from Rong Jian, he began solving them on the window glass. However, the interior of the bus was too dark and constantly swaying, causing Rong Jian to gradually doze off as he listened. Mingyi put down the paper and pen, tilting his head to look at Rong Jian. He seemed deeply asleep, unfazed even by the bus bumps, his eyelashes trembling slightly with each movement of the vehicle. Gradually, his body leaned closer toward Mingyi, his head nearly resting on Mingyi's shoulder. Mingyi smiled, using his hand to slowly support Rong Jian's small head as if hesitant to let him lean fully. Yet, leaning forward himself, he edged nearer. In the darkness, Rong Jian's skin appeared radiant, inviting someone to kiss it. And indeed, it tempted Mingyi. Then, he bent down and kissed the skin near Rong Jian's temple. This was Mingyi's first time kissing someone. It was light, restrained, yet lasted a long while. During this period, it seemed as though he thought about many things, or perhaps didn't think about anything at all, maybe his thoughts were entirely lost. Mingyi had never experienced such a moment before. Later, he realized that it might be due to the intense burning of desire. The bus stopped at 2 stations before Mingyi straightened up, parting his lips from Rong Jian's skin and gently resting Rong Jian's head on his own shoulder. Rong Jian knew nothing about it. Mingyi had had countless chances to kiss him in the past but never did so once. But this time was different. Because Mingyi knew Rong Jian was pretending to sleep, and he also knew he wasn't refusing. It was voluntary, on Rong Jian's part. Mingyi almost wanted to laugh but held it back. Rong Jian was a terrible actor, unable to keep up lies consistently. Even his excuse for seeking help earlier was flawed. The math problem Rong Jian initially set looked complicated with a complex diagram, but it could actually be solved with basic knowledge. There was no real reason why he wouldn't understand it. Yet Rong Jian still used that as an excuse. Right now, during those few minutes when Mingyi's lips brushed against him, Rong Jian's body temperature had skyrocketed, becoming blazing hot. Still, he could pretend nothing happened, maintaining the illusion of sleep, with only the violent trembling of his eyelashes revealing how much he accepted Mingyi's kiss. Mingyi could come up with 100 reasons proving that Rong Jian liked him, but none mattered as much as this one kiss given freely. The slight indulgence of the kiss fueled an even stronger desire within him. Mingyi could wait, restrain himself, add more stakes, and patiently prepare for the next opportunity. Unlike Rong Jian, Mingyi made sure everything he did was visible and understandable to him, ensuring Rong Jian would like him more each time. For several days before, Han Yun had been coming in and out frequently, ostensibly preparing for the New Year celebrations. However, Mingyi sensed that it wasn't the real reason, as Han Yun kept glancing at him subtly. Mingyi asked her outright what it was all about. If she really didn't want to say, she wouldn't have acted so obviously. Han Yun spoke about Xiao Lin and then concluded, Miss Rong probably wouldn't want to talk about these things herself. I'm telling you this for no other reason than to let you know she's sincere. Even if the two of you can't last forever, thinking about these things will at least help you respect each other. After meeting someone like Qin Zhou, Han Yun sincerely didn't want to see another person end up the same way. Mingyi didn't ask further but simply replied, I understand. Mingyi wondered what Rong Jian was afraid of, afraid enough to pretend not to like him. There were things he couldn't guess either. Still, it didn't matter. If he couldn't figure them out, then so be it. He didn't even know what Rong Jian truly was, perhaps some restless spirit or some magical creature that had taken human form. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. Even gods and ghosts couldn't stop him from getting what, or who, he wanted. Ming Yi was usually very patient, and little could change his mind. But now something stirred deeply inside that he found hard to suppress. With Rong Jian sleeping soundly against his shoulder, Ming Yi decided, well, it was time to start a romance sooner rather than later. Before that could happen, there was someone Ming Yi needed to take care of first. Lu Cheng. Chapter 56, Drawing a Fortune Stick. That night after returning home, Rong Jian was still awake at 3 in the morning. He couldn't forget that kiss and even considered not washing his face, wanting to maintain the warmth left by Ming Ye's lips. But since Rong Jian had put on makeup, if he didn't wash his face and remove it, he could imagine how terrible his face would look in the morning. Han Yun would surely ask why. In the end, he still washed his face. After rinsing his face with cold water twice, Rong Jian reviewed his behavior uncalmly and irrationally, feeling that this state was even more childish than a middle schooler's first love. He didn't know how to date, nor could he express what he wanted due to reality constraints. He could only pretend to be asleep, awkwardly accepting love and awkwardly receiving kisses. Ming Yi was different, though. In the book, he hadn't fallen in love with anyone by the age of 30, and Rong Jian had thought he was emotionless. Unexpectedly, by the age of 19, he was already very good at saying things that touched people deeply, making them almost unable to refuse him. The protagonist deserved to be the protagonist, all aspects of life had their golden fingers open for them. Rong Jian clearly remembered the temperature of that kiss, slightly cooler than his own body temperature. He knew he'd remember it for a long time. Reasonably speaking, it's rare for someone to stay so pure after college, but Rong Jian's personality wasn't exactly introverted. He looked good, was great at talking, and despite being busy with work most of the time, managed appropriate social relations with people around him, situating himself within a network where he wouldn't be excluded. Whether at school or elsewhere, many people had confessed their feelings to Rong Jian, and he refused them all. A random relationship didn't seem like such a bad idea either, yet Rong Jian still wasn't quite sure why he rejected everyone. He thought maybe it was because he was too busy, working hard just to survive, and struggling to find a way forward in life. Only now did he realize, it was because he didn't like any of those people. He liked Ming Yi. If it were Ming Yi, Rong Jian might work until 11 p.m., then go to Ming Ye's dormitory building afterward to steal a kiss before sleeping. Given their financial situation, university life together might likely involve working side jobs. But that would be fine too, working while dating. Rong Jian stayed up sleepless, imagining all sorts of possibilities, which even made him laugh. Eventually, when he couldn't hold on anymore, he dozed off. Just before completely losing consciousness, Rong Jian fervently wished that the moment he opened his eyes tomorrow, it would already be June 9th, the second day after the college entrance exams ended. In the following days, Rong Jian stayed at home diligently writing the winter homework sent by Ming Yi, without venturing out to see him again. He really wanted to go, but couldn't. If he went, Ming Yi would definitely pay for everything for him again, leaving Rong Jian suspecting that after all these hard-working days, Ming Yi might not just fail to earn money but even have to dip into savings. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Ming Yi finally finished his part-time job at the cafe and asked Rong Jian whether he wanted to go out to play. Rong Jian never considered refusing as an option. After thinking for a long while, he decided to go to Ling Mountain Temple outside Fusha City. After going through the experience of being transposed into a novel, Rong Jian was no longer a steadfast materialist, no longer the true successor to socialism. Regarding gods and spirits, Rong Jian adopted an attitude of, better safe than sorry, believing rather than doubting. Besides, it was close to New Year's Eve, everywhere was crowded with people, and there wasn't much else to do. As Rong Jian wasn't genuinely interested in clothes and accessories, he figured climbing the mountain and worshipping Buddha would be better. Once the destination was confirmed, Ming Yi told Rong Jian to sleep early. At 5 o'clock on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Rong Jian woke up, still dark outside, as last night's snow fell silently, covering the rooftops lightly. By 6:30, Rong Jian finally packed himself and his luggage and descended the stairs with a backpack, specifically visiting Han Yun's room to tell her, "Auntie Han, today I'm going to Ling Mountain Temple with Ming Yi to worship Buddha, and I'll probably return late in the evening." Han Yun had just gotten up and seemed not fully awake yet. She paused for a moment before nodding and reminded him, "Be careful when you go out. It just snowed yesterday, don't catch a cold." Rong Jian obediently agreed, and just before leaving said, "I've heard that the protective charms from Ling Mountain Temple are effective, so I'll draw one for Auntie Han." Han Yun smiled and replied, "All right." It wasn't until after Rong Jian left that Han Yun sighed, looking at the window. When boys grow up, they're harder to retain. Rong Jian met Ming Yi at the bus stop outside the residential area. This station was usually quiet, as the residents nearby were wealthy enough to have food delivered, rarely needing to buy groceries, and fewer still took public transportation, especially with the sky still pitch black and the sun not risen yet. There were only the two of them at the bus stop. After getting on the bus, they tacitly avoided mentioning the kiss from a few days ago. Yet, as usual, they still sat in the last row of the bus. Ling Mountain Temple was located on Chimu Mountain outside Fusha City. It took 2.5 hours by bus to get there. First, they had to take bus number 10 and then transfer to the Ling Mountain Temple special line. Perhaps because it was near the new year, the incense at Ling Mountain Temple was especially prosperous, and the bus was crowded with people, leaving no seats available. Mingyi glanced around and said to Rong Jian, "Shall we take a taxi instead?" Rong Jian shook his head lightly. "Since we're already here, let's just take the bus." Mingyi didn't insist further. They boarded the crowded bus where people were pressed together everywhere, creating a cacophony of noise from elderly coughs and children's cries. But later, all these sounds seemed to fade for Rong Jian as Mingyi took his backpack and pulled him partially into an embrace, shielding him from the outside world with his back and arm. It was almost 9 o'clock when they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chimu Mountain wasn't particularly tall or steep, but it was still some effort to climb. Rong Jian used to be quite adept at part-time work, juggling 3 shifts in one day without issue, but now he found it tough to stand for 2 hours on the bus and then climb the mountain for over an hour. He nearly collapsed halfway through the climb. Mingyi bent down and whispered softly to him, "Let me carry you up." He paused briefly before adding, "A lot of people do this, it's normal, and there's no shame in it." Rong Jian panted, both exhausted and overheated, yet Mingyi didn't even allow him to untie his scarf. His lips were fiery red, marked by bite marks left from gritting his teeth during perseverance, like a perfectly ripened fruit. He raised his head and looked at the winding mountain path ahead where young men carried elders, children, and girls on their backs. But Rong Jian refused Mingyi's offer. He quietly said, "I have a wish I deeply desire. The Buddha needs to see my sincerity." In general, unless necessary, Mingyi seldom insisted that Rong Jian follow his will, just as now, Mingyi merely looked calmly at Rong Jian, seemingly accepting his reasoning. "All right, then let's walk slowly. No rush." Because of this statement, they walked as slowly as the elderly couple beside them, and by the time they reached the summit and Ling Mountain Temple, it was already noon. Perhaps due to its popularity, Ling Mountain Temple was constructed grandly, covering the entire mountaintop endlessly. Rong Jian had never been to such a place before and remarked in surprise, "Such a vast area, how many Buddha statues must they place?" Mingyi smiled faintly and lowered his voice. "The first few large halls are for worshipping Buddha, a small portion is for the monk's residence, while a large expanse behind is the plum garden. The plum blossoms are in full bloom right now. After praying, you can go admire the plum blossoms. By the way, Ling Mountain Temple's vegetarian meals are also quite famous. The largest part of the temple land actually belongs to Ling Mountain Hotel." Rong Jian hadn't expected that temples would pursue diversified development today, focusing on earning money in every aspect. No wonder the entrance threshold for monks was so high, hearing that at least a bachelor's degree was required. Surrounded by masses of people, shoulder to shoulder and foot to foot, Rong Jian didn't rush to enter the main hall for worship but joined the crowd first to draw fortune sticks. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, it was finally their turn. Mingyi wasn't very interested in such things, but drawing fortune sticks with Rong Jian made it interesting. Each held a stick, shaking it for a while, before Rong Jian hesitated slightly and pulled out one. Rong Jian glanced down and saw it was the worst possible fortune stick. Beside them, the bald monk was about to flatter him for a tip, but upon seeing the stick, couldn't think of anything to say. Usually, most people drew fortunes as a light-hearted pastime hoping for good luck, and they wouldn't want to bring bad omens. Thus, only one worst fortune stick was placed in each stick container, removed after being drawn once and not reused again. Today, Rong Jian was unfortunately the unlucky one. Meanwhile, Mingyi drew the best fortune stick. Seeing Rong Jian's fingertips resting on the signifying bad luck, Mingyi thought about saying that Rong Jian didn't need to pray to gods or Buddhas. If he had any wishes, he could just tell Mingyi, whatever the wish might be, Mingyi could make it come true. Yet Mingyi didn't say that. Instead, he gently extracted the bad fortune stick from Rong Jian's hand and replaced it with his own, laughing lightly, "Now this is a good stick." Rong Jian didn't agree, hastily trying to swap it back. Mingyi was taller, holding the stick high above his head, making it impossible for Rong Jian to reach it. After teasing him a bit, Mingyi said, "Anyway, this is the sign drawn before the new year. Even if it brings bad luck, it should end by the year end." Rong Jian paused, ceasing his efforts. Mingyi continued, "If you're not reassured, we can come back after the new year to draw another fortune." Before Rong Jian had a chance to speak, the monk beside them burst into cheerful laughter, nodding repeatedly. "The layperson is absolutely right, it's precisely this principle. Come again next year, and Buddha will surely bless you." Taking the opportunity, Mingyi tossed the fortune stick to the monk and pulled Rong Jian out of the crowd, saying, "It's not early anymore. Don't block the people behind from drawing their fortune." Rong Jian could only return the stick to the monk, suppressing a laugh as he said, "Isn't this cheating?" After a moment, Mingyi quietly replied, "What does it matter?" It seemed like an answer to Rong Jian's earlier words. Chapter 57, Worshipping the Buddha. After drawing the lot, they still had to queue up to wait for their turn to worship the Buddha. The line in front of them was long, and it was uncertain when it would be their turn. Today was an overcast day with no sunshine, only dark clouds covering the sky. Later, the cumulus clouds gradually dispersed, and it started snowing. The snow wasn't heavy. In the north, such snow didn't necessitate carrying an umbrella, but Fujian was different. The snow melted easily and soon turned into water after falling. An old woman approached from the side. She was hunched over, with a QR code sign hanging around her neck and many white plastic umbrellas in her hand. She said to the people in line, 10 yuan each, do you want to buy one? Mingyi waved his hand and bought one. Fucheng's snowfall this year was exceptionally abundant, reminding Mingyi of that winter 10 years later. They huddled together under one umbrella. The umbrella was not very large, so the two stood very close. Mingyi half closed his eyes, gazing at Rong Jian's long hair, where some snowflakes clung to the ends, partially melting and making the hair damp. Mingyi remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Miss, have you ever thought about cutting your hair short? Rong Jian was stunned. Of course, he was going to cut his hair short, not now, but 6 months later. However, Mingyi couldn't possibly know that he wasn't a high school girl. He lifted his eyes and softly said, maybe I'll cut it later. Why do you suddenly ask this? Upon saying this, Rong Jian paused for a moment, do you like short hair? Mingyi turned his head and looked out at the snowy ground. From Rong Jian's perspective, all he could see were Mingyi's half-lowered eyes, black pupils seemingly hiding something. Rong Jian couldn't discern what was hidden there, thinking in his heart, was long or short hair really a serious matter worth pondering for Mingyi? Since he himself often indulged in far-fetched speculations, he couldn't help wondering if, since Mingyi might genuinely prefer long hair, should he endure humiliation and keep his hair long? Mingyi smiled, saying lightly, long hair is indeed beautiful, but short hair can also be fine now. Rong Jian asked, why? Mingyi spoke very slowly, as if thinking about something. His tone was unclear. I heard from elders that long hair absorbs nutrients, making one's brain duller, so girls need to cut their hair short while studying. Rong Jian, ? What nonsense! How could Mingyi believe such talk? There was one aspect of Mingyi's character that was particularly evident, besides himself and the truth, he wouldn't trust anyone or anything. Had someone else's soul possessed Mingyi? But Rong Jian knew the Mingyi in front of him was the same person he'd always interacted with. Unless the soul possessor was an unmatched super expert comparable to Mingyi, which was highly unlikely. So excluding that possibility, Rong Jian could only think Mingyi was trying to deceive him. Looking up at Mingyi, he said, what kind of joke are you playing on me? Don't cheat. Before Rong Jian could finish his protest, Mingyi sighed, looking quite helpless, I feel this statement is true, miss, you are rather dumb. Rong Jian realized Mingyi was lying but couldn't understand why. Because if Mingyi was truly lying, he wouldn't use such a clumsy excuse and an act that could be easily exposed. There were many ways Mingyi could trick Rong Jian without being detected, yet he chose the most stupid one. The issue of long or short hair was merely a proxy for gender. The deliberately obvious lie was a test. Mingyi wanted to figure out how far Rong Jian could reveal his cross-dressing secret. After discovering that he couldn't divulge the rebirth secret, Mingyi had tried telling random strangers, netizens, or anyone in the world through notes, data, and various communication methods, but apart from experiencing much pain, he gained nothing. This explained why rebirth must be kept secret from any second party. And Rong Jian had once told Hector about the cross-dressing matter. If Rong Jian had such a secret, then gender wasn't necessarily the one to be strictly confidential. Mingyi's indirect inquiries were just aimed at confirming more information. Unfortunately, Rong Jian didn't understand and was silently shedding tears. Why was Mingyi suddenly launching a personal attack against him? Compared to Mingyi, 99.99% of the world's population were idiots. In order to uphold his dignity, Rong Jian was about to retaliate when he heard Mingyi say, I will attend Fucheng University. Rong Jian had already learned from the books that he would attend this university, so he wasn't surprised and simply gave a dry, oh. After finishing this sentence, Mingyi smiled at Rong Jian again, so you have to get admitted to Fucheng University too. Rong Jian froze, instinctively rejecting, I don't think I'll bother. Fucheng University was universally acknowledged as the best school nationwide, with an incredibly high admission score threshold. Huibin High School, being a private secondary school, had many students bypassing the college entrance examination for other paths, thus, its teaching focus differed from regular high schools. Apart from Mingyi, the academic results of other students were not particularly outstanding citywide. Given Rong Jian's current performance, his prospects for getting into Fucheng University were uncertain. Mingyi asserted firmly, we should go to the same school. There was a brief pause in his speech before he continued, even if luck is poor, given enough time, it will eventually smile upon us. This statement appeared to have been thought through after extensive contemplation, though the actual pause was quite brief. To Rong Jian, however, it felt like an eternity. He recalled Mingyi's words on the day he confessed, which were also related to luck. Rong Jian hadn't felt those were deceptive lies. Looking down humbly, Rong Jian whispered quietly, what if I don't get in? Based on his current scores, it seemed unlikely that he would succeed. The snow started falling more heavily. Mingyi had been steadily tilting the umbrella towards Rong Jian's side, leaving half of his own body outside, resulting in snow accumulating on his shoulders. As it melted, the fabric got damp, yet Mingyi remained motionless as if entirely unbothered by the cold. In an encouraging tone, Mingyi said, that's why you need to keep studying hard. But, Mingyi added gently, it doesn't matter if you don't get in. It's my fault for not teaching well enough. He lightened the mood, then we'll just choose another school. Upon hearing this, Rong Jian abruptly looked up, locking eyes with Mingyi. Ming Yi responded nonchalantly, once the marks are estimated, we'll simply fill in a surefire choice for university application. Rong Jian tried to object but was interrupted by Ming Ye's next sentence, as your tutor, I still have the right to help reference and decide your application options, don't you agree? If it was something Ming Yi wanted to accomplish, he wouldn't rest until he succeeded. On this point, whether based on books or reality, Rong Jian had a deep understanding. But Rong Jian didn't want it to be this way. The original Rong Jian had already destroyed much of Ming Ye's life, and he couldn't allow further ruin. To love someone means striving for mutual fulfillment, not dragging them down together. With a crease between his brows, Rong Jian reflected for a while and concluded there was only one path forward, muttering reluctantly, I'll study hard. Ming Ye's Adam's apple moved slightly. The surrounding snowfall became heavier, the wind howled louder, and increasingly noisy complaints arose, gradually drowning out Ming Ye's words. Though Ming Yi wished to proceed this way, his success rate without communication would likely be higher, yet he preferred sharing it with Rong Jian. He said, Rong Jian, you know, I'm such a person. Rong Jian hadn't caught what he said and followed up, what? Ming Yi stepped into the temple hall, put the umbrella aside near the monk present, shook his head, and said, nothing, let's worship the Buddha. Inside the main hall stood an ancient Buddha statue, reputed to be centuries old. Over 100 years ago, when Ling Mountain Temple was first built, an exceptionally powerful warlord's wife specially invited it from elsewhere. Facing the Buddha, Rong Jian made a wish. Having so many wishes, choosing any single one did not feel sufficient. After hesitating for some time, a bit of incense ash fell onto his hand, he sincerely prayed to the Buddha, hoping that Ming Ye's wishes could all come true. This was an exceedingly greedy wish, for if the Buddha fulfilled Ming Ye's wishes, then it would also fulfill Rong Jian's. Such as attending Fuqing University together next year, cutting short his long hair to restore his true gender, and experiencing a love affair. Each was among Rong Jian's visions. Too cunning. It was akin to asking the Buddha to grant 100 personal wishes. Having knelt for too long, when Rong Jian stood up, his knees wobbled slightly and Ming Yi steadied him. They walked toward the back hall, where Ming Yi suggested, after eating the vegetarian lunch, we can look at the plum blossoms. The snow today will make the plum blossoms especially beautiful. Rong Jian nodded in agreement. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, missing the usual dining hours, hence not many people were in the restaurant. They ordered their dishes, and soon everything arrived. Rong Jian ate a few bites, indeed, the vegetarian meal tasted excellent. Ming Yi also picked up his chopsticks, but just as he was about to serve himself food, his phone vibrated suddenly. Taking a glance, Ming Yi's expression remained unchanged as he told Rong Jian, I'll take a call outside. Swallowing slowly, Rong Jian placed down his chopsticks, intending to wait for Ming Yi to return before continuing eating. Ming Yi coaxed him, it's too cold outside. If you don't eat quickly, it will become cold. We can order additional dishes once I come back. Rong Jian picked up the chopsticks again. Ming Yi exited the restaurant. Outside, people were everywhere, and there was no secluded spot, so he answered the call standing under a tree. The voice from the other end was unfamiliar but respectful. Ming Yi listened to the call, unusually anxious. Feeling the cigarette pack in his pocket, he remembered that this was a temple where smoking was probably not allowed. He then calmed down, replying with a rare and saying, continue. The person's report was extremely long, and Ming Yi grew somewhat impatient, so he cut in directly, asking, did he go? The person paused for a moment before quickly replying, boss, Lu Qing went. Ming Yi said, he went, that's good. Ming Yi had used someone else's connections to place an order in Africa to lure Lu Qing. Africa has always been unstable, and Lu Qing, who values his life more than anything, wouldn't have gone there before. However, recently Lu Qing's performance was poor, and even Qin Zhou couldn't cover for him. There were many complaints within the board of directors. Even if currently suppressed by Qin Zhou, it would be hard for Lu Qing to take over his position in the future. Thus, Lu Qing urgently sought a big deal to make money, so after much hesitation, he decided to go to Africa. In Ming Ye's previous lifetime at age 30, it wouldn't have required much effort to destroy Lu Qing. But now, for this business, Ming Yi had paid a huge price. Still, it was worth it. At least after this trip, Lu Qing would be stuck in Africa for at least 5 or 6 months and unable to return. The place lacked even proper signal, making it impossible for Lu Qing's influence to reach Floating City. And as soon as the college entrance exam was over, Ming Yi could free up his hands and continue handling Lu Qing. Hence, there wouldn't be a repeat of the situation from his previous life. It was late spring one day. Ming Yi was very busy and only had time to prune plants in the evening. Lu Qing hurriedly passed through a small road when his phone suddenly vibrated. Glancing at it, Lu Qing lost his grip on the phone, causing it to fall and shatter the screen. From Ming Yi's angle, he could see that the screen showed an email. Ming Yi silently hacked into Lu Qing's email and found inside a report about Rong Jian's investigation. It turned out Rong Jian was actually a man. Ming Yi also conveniently looked into the old affairs of the Rong family. Quite a few people knew about Rong Shihui's will, which wasn't difficult to find. Ming Yi knew that Rong Jian would run into trouble but did not say a word, silently watching it all unfold. On the day the college entrance examination ended, Rong Jian died in a car accident. Unexpected yet expected. Mingyi didn't regret it either. Chapter 58, Wei Xing. After Rong Jian finished eating, he walked out and looked around, spotting Mingyi on the phone under a tree. He didn't get closer, watching from afar as Mingyi spoke on the phone, his brows slightly furrowed, holding a pack of cigarettes but not smoking. He kept opening and closing the cigarette box until the call ended. For an average person, this demeanor might just indicate being slightly unhappy, but for Mingyi, it suggested being extremely displeased. Rong Jian guessed for a while but couldn't think of anything that could make Mingyi so upset. After a moment, Mingyi said something into the phone, ending the call. Lifting his eyes, he saw Rong Jian standing there, and the fierce look in his face suddenly disappeared as if nothing had happened. He simply waved at Rong Jian to come over. The snow outside hadn't stopped, covering Mingyi's head and shoulders. As Rong Jian got closer, even his eyelashes were dusted with snow. Everyone has secrets. Rong Jian didn't ask who Mingyi was calling, instead looking up and saying, "Why don't you carry an umbrella?" Mingyi turned his head and brushed off the light snow on his shoulder, softly replying, "I forgot." Perhaps from standing outside too long, Mingyi's throat was slightly hoarse from the cold, but his words to Rong Jian were still warm. Rong Jian had left the umbrella at the restaurant to reserve a spot and hadn't brought one either. He noticed that Mingyi's mood wasn't great but didn't know what to do about it. Making others happy was easy, but making Mingyi happy was hard. This was probably the cost of someone who doesn't easily feel upset. They started walking back to the restaurant. Rong Jian glanced down and noticed the cigarette pack in Mingyi's hand that he hadn't put away yet, so he asked, "Teacher, do you like smoking?" Even though they had a teacher-student relationship, Rong Jian usually avoided addressing Mingyi as teacher unless he needed a favor. The first time Rong Jian had used the title was when he asked Mingyi to become his teacher. It turned out to be a very effective approach. After hearing the word teacher, Mingyi became dazed and willingly wasted his time on Rong Jian. Mingyi squinted slightly, casually putting the cigarette pack into his pocket. "I neither like nor dislike it. I smoke occasionally." Rong Jian quietly said, "If you don't really like smoking, try to reduce it. It's bad for your health." In reality, Rong Jian was very skilled at understanding the boundaries of human interactions, what should be done and what shouldn't, especially matters involving personal preferences which require very close relationships. Normally, Rong Jian wouldn't interfere. But Mingyi was an exception. Mingyi answered without hesitation. "Okay. Actually, I don't smoke much anyway." The snow was falling harder, and their steps quickened. When they were 2 steps away from the restaurant, Mingyi suddenly grabbed Rong Jian's arm, pushing him inside while stepping in front of him. Mingyi slightly lowered his gaze, looking from above at the person following them. The man was about 20 years old, shorter than Mingyi, looked decent enough, and wore a windbreaker despite the winter chill. Despite his polished appearance, he seemed a bit embarrassed, possibly because he hadn't expected to get caught secretly following and now struggled to think of an explanation. Mingyi was too tall and blocked Rong Jian's view. Tilting his head, Rong Jian felt the person seemed familiar after more than a minute of contemplation. Just as Mingyi was preparing to use some forceful methods to question the man, Rong Jian suddenly spoke. "Wei Xing." Wei Xing, Rong Jian's unfortunate blind date partner, had been chatting online via WeChat for a few days. Wei Xing had sent numerous private photos unilaterally, making Rong Jian uncomfortable and forced to respond repeatedly. Only now did Rong Jian recognize him. Mingyi relaxed his stance. Wei Xing regretted his actions immensely, extremely so. He came today with his family to offer incense and pray to the Buddha, mainly to accompany the elderly grandmother, but Wei Xing, a young man in his 20s, found these things boring. When bored, he saw Rong Jian and Mingyi. Since Rong Jian was his apparent blind date partner, Wei Xing debated for 3 seconds and decided this was far more interesting than accompanying the grandmother to see Buddha statues. Quietly trailing behind them, he eavesdropped and realized how scandalous their conversation was. These 2 youngsters were not only dating in the temple but were also planning inappropriate teacher-student relations right under the noses of others. Glancing at the sincerely praying elderly woman nearby, Wei Xing thought to himself, "This can't happen. It absolutely cannot." But eavesdropping is disgraceful, and being caught red-handed meant Wei Xing had to strike first. So, with a straight face, Wei Xing pointed at Rong Jian and accused, "Miss Rong has quite the audacity. She pretends to date me via WeChat, but actually, she has a boyfriend and still string me along. You're trying to make me wear a green hat." There were many people around, and even though Wei Xing's voice wasn't loud, some still caught the key words, like green hat and blind date. Such explosive gossip naturally garnered everyone's attention. Wei Xing said this purely to save face. His plan was that once Rong Jian started arguing back, it would naturally deflect from the topic of stalking and eavesdropping. But the next moment, Wei Xing had his hand twisted behind him. He was a young man in his 20s who had studied taekwondo, and usually no one dared to mess with him. Yet, he couldn't break free from Rong Jian's small boyfriend's grip, and could only watch helplessly as the other fished his phone out of his windbreaker pocket and unlocked it with his own fingerprint. Shit. This was truly embarrassing. Wei Xing struggled to raise his head and saw Mingyi's dark pupils, which were like opaque glass beads, unmoving yet more intimidating than his older brother's presence. He began to feel intimidated. Mingyi effortlessly restrained Wei Xing, opened WeChat, found the chat record between him and Rong Jian, and without glancing at it, deleted the entire conversation while continuing to slide through the screen. Others assumed he was reading their chat history, but only Rong Jian behind Mingyi noticed that he was pretending. After a while, Mingyi released Wei Xing, gave him a little push forward, slightly lowering his eyes and smirking, just these few sentences. You think someone is playing you for a fool? Are you dreaming? Wei Xing stumbled several steps before steadying himself, completely dazed by how events deviated from his original plan. The onlookers watched Ming Ye's reaction and didn't believe the attractive young woman could have two boyfriends at the same time. Instead, they viewed Wei Xing as a weak youth spreading false accusations, imagining things during daylight hours. Rong Jian's expression was indescribable. This was utterly humiliating, and Wei Xing didn't dare to press further, mainly because he feared bringing his family into the scene and making it even worse. So he left a final warning, you wait, Rong Jian, you've lost me. After the new year, you'll definitely have to meet another blind date candidate. Do you think they will be like me? Rong Jian responded silently. Friend, I suggest you wash your brain with snow water. With the farce over, Rong Jian held Ming Ye's hand softly and said quietly, don't get upset about him. Let's go inside and eat. They chose the most secluded corner. Rong Jian went to order a few vegetarian dishes and only let out a sigh after sitting down opposite Mingyi. Mingyi seemed very normal, calm, and composed, but Rong Jian felt restless instead. Instinctively, he decided to confess. There wasn't much to say, just an issue created by Qin Zhou that Rong Jian thought was unnecessary to bring up with Mingyi since he hadn't considered sharing it or involving Mingyi. After hearing the explanation, Mingyi simply remarked lightly, it's useless to explain further. Would I believe such nonsense? Rong Jian nodded slowly, okay. Brother, if you hadn't smiled a bit right after listening, your words would have been more convincing. Although they weren't dating now, Rong Jian planned to do so in the future. Ming Ye's character differed from others, he was too reserved emotionally, and sometimes Rong Jian couldn't accurately judge his feelings. To cheer Mingyi up, he didn't hesitate and directly handed over his phone to Mingyi. Of course, an excuse was still needed, so Rong Jian lied dryly, Teacher Mingyi, I've already promised to focus on my studies and won't engage in early romance. If Mingyi wanted to know, he'd just listen to Rong Jian talk and wouldn't even check the chat records, it wasn't necessary. He took the phone carelessly, flipped the screen onto the table, and asked seriously, why didn't you refute him earlier when he claimed we're dating? Mingyi intentionally emphasized the word dating. Rong Jian froze for a second. How should he answer this? Since Mingyi had confronted Wei Xing head-on for him, he couldn't rush to deny the claim and say they weren't a couple. What kind of logic would that be? He couldn't allow Mingyi to bear such humiliation. Therefore, he needed to resolve the situation. For a fleeting moment, Rong Jian considered throwing caution to the wind and confessing outright. After all, Shaolin was under surveillance and there was no way she could run to Chuanfeng to tip off Su Fei. Yet, Rong Jian refrained in the next second. Better safe than sorry. Besides, Mingyi seemed to just be asking casually, not really demanding an answer. It appeared he let it go easily. This was due to restraint, also because the timing wasn't right. After finishing their meal, Rong Jian and Mingyi went to admire plum blossoms. They'd ascended the mountain late anyway, and by the time they finished viewing the flowers, the sky was already pitch black. The snow hadn't stopped outside, and descending the mountain was tough. After listening, Mingyi led Rong Jian to a hotel in the back and tried booking a room. With Lingshan Temple's prosperous incense offerings today compounded by heavy snowfall, the rooms had already been booked long ago, and it seemed hopeless to find any availability. Rong Jian had already prepared to spend the night in the hall, but Mingyi suddenly came over and said, I've booked a room. A kid suddenly fell ill and had to go down the mountain to see a doctor, so they left and vacated the room. This was such an unlikely coincidence, but Rong Jian didn't think much about it. After all, today's climbing the mountain and viewing the flowers were tiring enough. When they were checking in, Rong Jian always felt the front desk staff's gaze was strange, but he didn't know why. Mingyi had convinced someone to vacate the room right in front of them, there was no mention of any married couple or sick child. Instead, Mingyi tripled the room price, and the girl from that young couple persuaded her boyfriend to give up their room so that they could book it. There was only one thought about Mingyi, wealthy and truly a big shot. Thus, when Rong Jian insisted on paying for the room, there was a bit of confusion. Why did this beautiful younger sister seem to think the big shot looked poor? Rong Jian went to a nearby supermarket to buy some essential supplies before going upstairs with Mingyi. After opening the door, they saw a standard double-bedded room, the space wasn't large, and the double bed occupied most of it. Mingyi inserted the room card and said directly, I'll just sleep on the floor. Rong Jian grabbed his hand. Their fingers intertwined, and Rong Jian had no intention of pulling away. Instead, he asked hurriedly, it's too cold. How can you sleep on the floor? He glanced sideways, took a deep breath, and said, the bed is pretty big. Yeah, there's only one blanket. Chapter 59, Staining. Mingyi did not refuse but instead asked for another blanket. Rong Jian sighed with relief. It was good that they didn't have to sleep under the same blanket. His sleeping posture was terrible, and he feared he might do something irretrievable after falling asleep. Mingyi didn't rush to wash up, instead, he turned on the computer on the desk. The hotel's computer had a poor configuration, taking 3 minutes to boot up, which slightly furrowed Mingyi's brow. Perhaps long sleeves weren't convenient for typing, so Mingyi rolled up his sleeves, revealing half of his arms. Though they appeared pale and thin, in reality, he was very strong. Mingyi tapped a few keys on the keyboard. His fingers were slender, prominent at the joints, but not exaggerated in appearance, they formed a pleasing shape. Rong Jian had no idea what Mingyi was doing since his major in the previous life had nothing to do with programming, nor did he understand the content on the screen. He just watched Mingyi for visual pleasure, relieving his fatigue. Good-looking people were like this, even their backs were delightful to look at. Rong Jian watched for a while and casually asked, "It's so late already. Is there anything you need to do?" He knew clearly in his heart that if Mingyi really didn't want him to know, Mingyi wouldn't let him see, so it didn't matter asking. Mingyi pressed the enter key, then turned around and spoke to Rong Jian. His pupils were dark and shadowy, deeper than the night outside, yet his tone was quite casual. "I checked, it looks like today's guy failed 2 courses this semester. I'm going to send his grades to his family's WeChat group, though not now." There was a pause in his words. "I'll send it on New Year's Eve." Wei Xing's resume was very clean. At most, he could be considered a spoilt son, lacking boldness, always cautious in his actions, openly playing around. Therefore, this lesson should suffice. Rong Jian thought, that's too cruel. Receiving such a gift on New Year's Eve, followed by having to go out and greet people the next day, would truly cause immense embarrassment. But Rong Jian still found it rather novel. In Evil Seeds, Mingyi wasn't someone who retaliated for every slight. It wasn't that he was broad-minded but rather he felt squabbling with those people wasted time. Those minor characters usually left the humiliation to Qingjian, and when Mingyi decided to deal with someone, he would leave them no room for a comeback. Not long after, Mingyi stopped his actions and turned off the computer, seemingly having finished everything already. At this very moment, Wei Xing upstairs in the hotel had no idea about the formidable challenge awaiting him in 2 days. Rong Jian thought it would have been faster for Mingyi if the machine hadn't been so slow. Mingyi picked up the newly bought clothes and walked into the bathroom. Soon after, he came out after finishing washing up. He wore an ordinary white t-shirt and black shorts. His hair wasn't fully dried and was still half wet. Mingyi went directly to the bed, lifted the blanket, sat down, and turned off the main light before switching on the wall lamp. He tilted his chin towards Rong Jian, and a droplet slowly slid from his jawline into his collar. He said, "I will turn off the wall lamp before you come out later." Rong Jian absent-mindedly responded with an "oh," although his heartbeat accelerated, all thoughts filled with over. Having lived over 20 years in poverty, he wasn't unfamiliar with sharing a bed with others. But even when sharing a blanket, they just cover their heads and sleep without any sensual thoughts. However, things were different now. Not only was Rong Jian a new gay man, but also a committed one. He couldn't afford this, needed to calm down. Rong Jian fumbled toward the bathroom as if walking with both hands and feet together but got called back by Mingyi, who lightly laughed. "What's wrong? Don't you have anything to bring with you?" "Because I have ulterior motives toward you." This, of course, couldn't be voiced aloud. Rong Jian pretended to remain calm, replied with, "Forgot," then hastily grabbed a bunch of items and rushed toward the bathroom. He hurried through removing makeup and showering, turned off the bathroom light and stepped out. The outside lights were all extinguished already. Rong Jian's body endured malnutrition for over a decade, making his night blindness a bit severe. Without lighting at night, it was almost like being blind with eyes open, seeing nothing. Rong Jian figured that bending down and feeling his way could work. But Mingyi's voice suddenly resounded in the darkness. He said, "Just walk 10 steps according to your usual stride." Rong Jian startled, instinctively wanting to cover his face. Mingyi added another sentence, laughing lightly, "Miss is a bit night blind. I counted the steps earlier." Rong Jian's ears and face were completely red. Feeling hot, he cautiously touched his way to the side of the bed and climbed up from the other end, shrinking into the blankets. Perhaps due to the high temperature of the heating, Rong Jian constantly felt unbearably hot. Even though they were not covered by the same blanket, sleeping in the same bed still felt special. There was a heavy weight beside him, making his heart feel light as if it would jump out of his chest and into the other person's body. This is what it feels like to like someone. Rong Jian had long and soft hair, maybe too long to be fully controlled, scattering everywhere and covering not only his own pillow but also Mingyi's. His heartbeat was already fast, coupled with anxiety. He became restless when tidying it up, which resulted in his hair tangling into a mess, and he ended up pulling out quite a bit. Mingyi pressed Rong Jian's hands under the blanket calmly and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Although Rong Jian couldn't see the person or objects in front of him clearly, he could feel Mingyi's warm breath moving closer and further away according to his movements, sometimes landing on his bare neck, slightly warmer than his skin. Despite there being no nerves on one's hair, Rong Jian felt as if the parts touched by Mingyi were itchy and hot. These sensations mixed with the heat of breath falling on his neck or cheeks continued to accumulate, surpassing what Rong Jian could bear. He felt as if he was about to catch fire. Mingyi quickly organized Rong Jian's long hair and lay down again, whispering, "Go to sleep." Rong Jian thought he would stay excited for a long time, sleepless throughout the night, yet those words seemed to be some kind of signal. As soon as he closed his eyes again, drowsiness enveloped him, and he soon fell deeply asleep. Half an hour later, Mingyi reviewed the codes he had written once in his mind, then opened his eyes. The curtains were thick, with only a narrow crack letting in some faint light from outside. Mingyi had excellent night vision. With a glance, he could roughly make out Rong Jian's outline. Rong Jian was very thin, with a sharp chin. Recently, he had eaten more, gaining a little weight, but Mingyi still thought it wasn't enough. He thought, it would be better if he got a bit fatter, so it would be more comfortable to hold him in bed. Unlike now, where he felt light and lacking substance, almost like a breeze could blow him away. Mingyi thought about many things, all forbidden thoughts that couldn't be revealed to others. In the end, all he did was lean over and kiss Rong Jian's chin. When the alarm buzzed the next day, Rong Jian woke up. While turning cautiously to the other side, he noticed Mingyi still asleep with closed eyes. The devil within grew bolder, urging him to touch Mingyi, since he wasn't awake anyway. Rong Jian was very timid and restrained when it came to liking someone. Even after 3 minutes of temptation, all he dared to do was secretly rub against Mingyi's hair on the pillow. Originally intending to just brush against it once, he eventually became greedy and did it 2 or even 3 times. Rong Jian acted as if he were petting a highly dangerous wild animal, feeling tense and somewhat guilty remembering how every single strand of hair seemed to feel last night when Mingyi touched him, fearing he shouldn't dare to touch further. That's enough. Rong Jian made an effort to control his desire, withdrew his hand, cast longing glances a few more times, then quietly turned around and went down to the bathroom. As soon as the door's sliding sound stopped, Mingyi opened his eyes. Due to his strong vigilance, he slept lightly. Adding to that, this night had been shallow slumber, so he woke up instantly as Rong Jian turned over. However, since he shouldn't wake up before Rong Jian, he waited until now. After over half an hour, Rong Jian finished putting on makeup and opened the door. Mingyi had already woken up, leaning against the bed while looking at his phone. Mingyi looked up and saw Rong Jian walk out from the bathroom. Rong Jian had only applied makeup, her eyes appeared damp and shimmered with water. His hair was tied neatly behind his head, his sleeves folded several folds, wrists delicate. Looking down at Mingyi with a smile, "You're awake." Mingyi nodded. In his heart, he thought, Rong Jian was his, and only then could Mingyi kiss him or do anything he desired. Unfortunately, it wasn't true. Mingyi lowered his eyes slightly, hiding his deep gaze, then said without showing any emotion, "Yes, let's go home earlier today." It didn't snow again overnight, and the roads today weren't too bad. They returned to the Rong family by noon. Today, most of the Rong family members were present, gathering for lunch. Zhou Xiaochun carefully reminded Lu Cheng about the long journey ahead, emphasizing caution. Rarely, even Qinzhou showed good temper, teaching Lu Cheng what to do when arriving at the destination. After finishing eating, Zhou Xiaochun personally accompanied Lu Cheng to the airport, nearly in tears. While climbing upstairs, Rong Jian asked Han Yun, "What's wrong? Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Where is Lu Cheng going? It's like a farewell between life and death." Han Yun lowered her voice and said, "He's going to Africa. It seems there's a big project over there that needs immediate attention. If Lu Cheng doesn't go now, he'll miss his chance, so he isn't celebrating the new year, and everything will be postponed until he returns." Rong Jian nodded slightly and said, "We shouldn't worry about them. The new year is almost here." This was Rong Jian's first time spending the holiday here, and also his first encounter with someone he liked. Although it was uncertain whether anything would happen in June, in such a festive atmosphere, even matters of life and death seemed distant and insignificant. Rong Jian had already planned that since the Rong family dinner would start early, and with Lu Cheng gone and Zhou Xiaochun having no heart to bother anyone, they could finish eating and then find Mingyi to spend the night of the spring festival together. It didn't matter if Mingyi hadn't saved enough money for gifts. Taking advantage of the New Year occasion, Rong Jian intended to slip him a big red envelope. Mingyi wouldn't be able to refuse. Even though they couldn't eat the New Year's Eve dinner together or go out, as long as they could spend the holiday together, watching the spring festival gala would be fun. In the hours after coming back, all Rong Jian thought about were these plans. But none of it came true. Halfway through the New Year's Eve dinner, a phone call suddenly came in. On the other end, someone said that Lu Cheng had just disembarked from the plane, traveled for several hours by car to the destination, but encountered an armed conflict. Lu Cheng's luck was truly terrible. Despite heavy protection, he became the only foreigner who died in that conflict. After locating the body, they could only relay the bad news to Qinzhou. That night, Zhou Xiaochun cried loudly all night, her hair nearly turning white. No matter what, Rong Jian could only stay up all night with Zhou Xiaochun. In the book, The Evil Seed, all the details about Rong Jian are indirect depictions, and almost nothing is mentioned about the Rong family, let alone Lu Cheng's life or death. The death of someone like Lu Cheng did not make Rong Jian sad, only made him realize how unpredictable and unfathomable life and death could be. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Cheng's body was finally returned. The Rong house was filled with people paying their condolences. After the corpse arrived, the household fell into chaos, and Rong Jian had slept barely at all for almost 2 days. He kept watch on Zhou Xiaochun and accompanied the guests, feeling extremely exhausted by the constant noise. As everyone wailed together, he went outside to get some fresh air. It was strange. Though those guests hardly knew Lu Cheng, and perhaps even felt secretly glad about his misfortune, they still acted solemnly to offer their condolences. Maybe because when his parents passed away during his childhood, Rong Jian also encountered similar insincere mourners and witnessed such scenes, he chose not to let them mock him by letting his guard down. But now he was very tired. Not long after stepping out, Rong Jian looked up and saw Ming Yi standing there, looking at him, as if waiting for a long time. Ming Yi asked, "Are you upset, miss?" Rong Jian shook his head slightly, just a bit saddened. It wasn't for Lu Cheng but for life and death itself. Ming Yi thought that Rong Jian was too naive, feeling sorrow for someone like that wasn't worth a single moment. As he looked at Rong Jian, Ming Yi wanted to tell him not to feel sad. Rong Jian wore a white dress. Except for his jet black hair, amber-colored pupils, and pale pink lips, everything else about Rong Jian was snow white. Beautiful, innocent, and exactly what Ming Yi liked. At this very moment, every second, Ming Yi wanted to stain Rong Jian, soaking him with his scent and color. Chapter 60, Summer. After the New Year's Eve celebrations, on the 7th day of the first lunar month, Lu Cheng was finally cremated and laid to rest. Zhou Xiaochun was going mad demanding justice for Lu Cheng's death. But Africa is far away, with a 15-hour flight often disrupted by unforeseen armed conflicts. Even Ming Yi didn't expect Lu Cheng to die at this moment. Perhaps, the person who unintentionally killed Lu Cheng has also perished. Ming Yi skillfully erased all traces that could link to him, no one would uncover his role in this affair. Most people had attended the funeral, leaving Rong's mansion eerily quiet, almost devoid of inhabitants. Over these days, with people coming and going, Zhou Xiaochun's nerves were constantly on edge. She had dismissed countless servants, those remaining were very disciplined, refraining from talking too much or appearing before Zhou Xiaochun. Ming Yi hadn't been at Rong's mansion for the past few days but instead went out to eliminate the nuisances around Su Guanli. With this move, even if Zhou Xiaochun still wanted to create trouble for Rong Jian, it would be impossible now. Only after finishing all these tasks did Ming Yi return from outside, coinciding with Lu Cheng's burial. No one cared why he hadn't been around for these few days or why he returned just now. By noon, Lu Cheng's ashes had been interred. Zhou Xiaochun cried for over an hour. Most present watched indifferently, except for some women whose children are close in age to Lu Cheng who empathized deeply. Rong Jian barely managed to stay standing. Rong Jian's physical condition wasn't great to begin with, and since New Year's Eve until the 7th day, he hardly slept. Now he was feeling drowsy, reaching his limit. Finally, Zhou Xiaochun stopped crying. The group then took a car back and planned to stay the afternoon at Rong's residence. Rong Jian moved very slowly as he got out of the car, strolling leisurely and falling behind everyone else. Taking advantage of no one noticing, he turned into a small path. The sounds and shadows of others gradually faded, Rong Jian sighed, slowly crouching down. Unaware of any approaching footsteps, Rong Jian only noticed someone above him speaking, "Why are you alone here, miss?" Rong Jian looked up at Ming Yi and whispered softly, "I'm a bit tired." Perhaps due to extreme exhaustion and facing someone he liked, the grievances accumulated over these many days couldn't be contained anymore. His tone was soft, almost playful, "It's so noisy inside with too many people." Ming Yi also squatted down, leveling their eyes so Rong Jian wouldn't have to maintain the strenuous posture anymore, gently asking, "What should we do then?" Rong Jian seriously pondered for a while. His current emotional state was overwhelming his rationality. He let his heart, pounding rapidly, make an erroneous decision and said, "I don't want to go back. Can I rest at your place for a bit?" Ming Yi replied, "Sure." Han Yun originally realized Rong Jian had disappeared and anxiously searched for him. Seeing Ming Yi leading him down the side path, she sighed and turned back towards the main residence. Ming Yi lived in a house deep within the garden, dreamlike yet realistically tiny. It was only a modest single room with a separate small bathroom built externally. The main structure consisted of 2 rooms divided left and right. Initially one was the living room, and the other was Grandpa's son's bedroom. Later, when Ming Yi arrived, a partition was added in the middle of the living room, carving out several square meters as his own bedroom. Rong Jian had never been inside before and was surprised by the confined space. The narrow and elongated room housed a single bed pressed against the wall, with a desk placed at the foot of the bed. On the desk was a computer gifted by Rong Jian, nearly occupying most of its surface. Beneath the desk lay a box filled with necessary daily items. The room was dimly lit, the only ventilation and light source was a tiny Venetian window, currently opened halfway, letting in a sliver of sunlight. Rong Jian knew Ming Ye's living conditions during high school weren't good, but he didn't expect them to be this bad. He didn't know what to say, but he felt extremely sad. Ming Yi seemed unfazed by this, instead smiling and saying, "A little cramped, can you stand it?" Rong Jian took off his coat, sat on the bed, and joked with Ming Yi, "I've gained a bit of weight recently, but not enough to fill the whole room." Ming Yi reciprocated the joke with a polite laugh, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Rong Jian. Rong Jian held the glass, watching the steam rise slowly, blurring his vision. There was neither air conditioning nor heating in the room. The winter in Fuchun was always unbearably cold. Rong Jian soon became frozen stiff, losing all sensation in his hands and feet. Mingyi raised his hand and lightly touched Rong Jian's pale face with the back of his hand. Then, he quickly retreated, looking down with his gaze somewhere distant, and asked Rong Jian, "It's too cold outside. Would you like to lie under the covers? It'll be warmer." Rong Jian's cheeks flushed red. This place was different from a hotel, it was Mingyi's long-term residence. He had been covering with this quilt and resting his head on this pillow for the past several days, soaking it with his presence. Rong Jian could smell it. Though they weren't sharing a bed, it felt as intimate as sharing a pillow. Unconsciously, Rong Jian tightened his grip on the quilt and stammered, "Yes, yes, it's indeed very cold." Then realizing how obvious that sounded, he quickly added, "Aren't you cold either?" Mingyi looked down and replied in a low voice, "I'm not afraid of the cold." Then he took a step and pulled down the Venetian window, making the room darker, except for a few beams of light leaking through some damaged spots. Most of Mingyi's body was submerged in this heavy shadow, his voice quiet, "I'll go fill up a hot water bottle, you get into the covers first." After finishing speaking, Mingyi went out, closing the door behind him. Rong Jian hesitated, took off his clothes, and crawled into the covers. He lay on Mingyi's pillow, wrapping himself in Mingyi's quilt, smelling the familiar scent of Mingyi. It was a mix of laundry detergent, trees and leaves, paper and ink, Mingyi's unique fragrance. Mingyi took too long filling the hot water bottle, the comforting smell inside the quilt made Rong Jian both tired and sleepy, eventually drifting off, even dreaming of being embraced by Mingyi. After another half an hour, Mingyi finally pushed the door open again. There was no hot water bottle here originally, so he'd gone out earlier to buy one and returned with it wrapped carefully in his coat after fetching hot water from the kitchen. Rong Jian was already asleep. Mingyi put the hot water bottle into the cover, making sure it wouldn't touch Rong Jian's skin directly. Then, he adjusted the quilt edges neatly, his gaze finally shifting back to Rong Jian. His miss really lacked vigilance, sleeping soundly at any moment, even in the den of someone who desired her. Mingyi stretched out his hand towards Rong Jian's cheek, stopping abruptly just half a centimeter away, only his fingertips slightly moving to brush the hair sticking to Rong Jian's face before slowly withdrawing his hand. Mingyi smirked softly, laughing inwardly about how he hadn't realized desire had already caught up with him. That desire was urgent and greedy, hard to satisfy. But Mingyi was exceptionally good at patience, despite having a person he could obtain simply by reaching out his hand, all he could do was look at her silently and meaninglessly for a long time. Endless restraint didn't bring peace, but filled him with arrogance. Mingyi rarely felt such full-bodied arrogance, tracing it back, the last time was due to an accident decades ago when he was 13 years old, still a young dragon, arrogant in fighting enemies then, now in protecting treasures. He took out a box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a pair of emerald pendants inside, looking as if ripples danced within, astonishingly beautiful. Mingyi thought, he had already slain all villains who coveted the treasure, now it was time to embrace the treasure. No longer holding back. Rong Jian didn't know how long he had slept, semi-awake he heard muffled voices outside, which grew louder later, gradually waking him up. The room had poor soundproofing, and Rong Jian could hear the conversation outside clearly. Grandpa's son cheerfully said, "This year, the happiest event of the new year was definitely the death of Lu Cheng. I saw his cremation and burial, only then did I feel reassured. He truly lacked blessing, such a huge estate, saying die and dying like that, leaving behind only Rong Jian to inherit." At this point, Grandpa's son laughed with satisfaction, "She is just a woman, what can she accomplish? It will all be ours sooner or later, isn't it? You know my thoughts, I've seen everything from the window. Rong Jian sleeps in your bed, got into." Grandpa's son's words were cut off by a dull punch. Rong Jian heard Mingyi coldly say, "Lu Cheng is dead, do you want to die too?" Next came Grandpa's son's loud yells, which quickly disappeared. Mingyi entered the room, seeing Rong Jian had already put on his sweater and leaned against the bed, furrowing his brows slightly, asking, "Were you woken up?" Rong Jian had just been eavesdropping, feeling somewhat guilty, murmuring, "Not really." Mingyi walked over to the bed, pausing for a moment, seriously asking, "Did you hear what he said?" Rong Jian was startled, "I heard a bit, but I know you're not like that." Mingyi suddenly smiled calmly, saying, "One thing he said was actually correct, I indeed have improper intentions towards you." Silence enveloped the surrounding air. Mingyi said, "You know, I like you." This was Mingyi's second confession. Rong Jian had thought that, having experienced the first one, he wouldn't be as inexperienced or flustered. In reality, his heart was beating faster than it had during the first confession, because he liked the person in front of him even more now. Every day, he liked Mingyi just a little bit more. He didn't want to say, "Mingyi, stop liking me." Nor could he say, "Mingyi, I've liked you for so long." His racing heart could only be trapped between not wanting and not being able, until it overloaded. Mingyi grasped Rong Jian's hand, forcefully interlocking their fingers, making their skins press tightly together, even blending their body temperatures. This time, Mingyi would give Rong Jian no room to not refuse or inconveniently refuse. The wicked dragon would finally obtain his treasure. Mingyi's voice was lowered, seemingly with a trace of laughter, though perhaps not. He leaned close to Rong Jian's ear and said with certainty, "Rong Jian, I know. You like me too. There are 206 bones in the human body. All of Rong Jian's 206 bones turned into ashes at that moment, leaving only the small bone near his ears feeling Ming Ye's breath. Ming Ye bent down slightly, using his thumb and forefinger to forcibly lift Rong Jian's chin. The strength behind it left Rong Jian without any room to resist. In front of Rong Jian, Ming Ye always appeared gentle, even when demanding, he would coat it with a sugary exterior, sweetening Rong Jian willingly. But now, Ming Ye had stripped away all pretenses, revealing his 30-year-old soul before Rong Jian. Ming Ye's soul was cold, sharp, piercing, indestructible, all-powerful, cold like ice, hard like diamonds, unable to be melted, and impossible to be moved. Yet this very soul, plunged into the end of summer at 28 degrees, encountered Rong Jian and suddenly melted. Thus, Ming Ye softened his voice once more, almost as if cajoling Rong Jian, asking, "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid that I'll know you're not Miss Rong, but Master Rong." Rong Jian's pupils shrank instantly, almost unable to believe what Ming Ye had said. How could Ming Ye know? Rong Jian's true identity couldn't be revealed to anyone, it should follow the development of the original plot, where others find out. And among those people, did Ming Ye actually belong? Rong Jian didn't understand why. There was no psychological description about Ming Ye in The Evil Seed, perhaps he should have known from the start. Ming Ye smiled, "Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, it can be resolved. I like you regardless." He bent down again, lifting Rong Jian's chin even more forcefully and leaning in for a kiss. It was a deep kiss that allowed no refusal. Today was rare good weather, the afterglow of the setting sun seeping through the slats of the Venetian blinds, yellowish and warm like soft waves flooding over the two of them. Xiao Lin was now confined in a small apartment in Fuchun, living the life of a wealthy housewife. With Ming Ye discovering Rong Jian's real gender, they could grow closer without worrying about exposure. Rong Jian had no reason to refuse. If there were no reasons yet still rejection happened, then it could only be attributed to bad luck. Rong Jian didn't want to be Ming Ye's misfortune. In The Evil Seed, Ming Ye obtained more than anyone else, endured more hardship than anyone, not even Qing Jian who had been cast out could compare to Ming Ye. He liked this person so much that he'd even forsake his own life, wishing only for this person to safely pass the college entrance examination and enter university as in the book. How could he let this person suffer? Rong Jian had lived his first 20 years strictly within the framework, while in this world, despite being forced to cross-dress, he didn't have to deceive others, didn't have to interact with strangers, didn't need to maintain necessary social relationships, and could like whomever he wanted to like. Though ideally, he should wait until after the June college entrance exam, survive safely, and then begin a relationship with Ming Ye. June seemed so distant, yet Ming Ye's kiss ignited the summer. There's summer. Rong Jian thought, let him indulge himself this one time. Thus, he awkwardly responded to the kiss. Chapter 61, Early Romance. The winter sun sets quickly, just a blink of an eye, and even the afterglow fades as if it has all burned out, leaving behind no light. Heavy shadows enveloped the two who were kissing. Minji stood by the bed. He was very tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His left hand interlaced with Rongjian's fingers, his right arm encircling Rongjian's thin back, almost holding Rongjian entirely in his arms. Rongjian struggled for breath under Minji's kisses, his mind only filled with Minji. His whole body went limp, his consciousness blurred, and had it not been for Minji supporting him from behind, he might have already collapsed. Minji slightly raised his head, loosening his hold on Rongjian. Rongjian slumped his shoulders, immediately shifting his body backward a bit, and instinctively lifting his arm to cover his lips with the back of his hand. But this little protection was barely worth anything, serving only to deceive himself, he couldn't resist Minji. Minji narrowed his eyes. He saw Rongjian turn his head away, his face burning red. The lips peeking through his fingers were even redder, tempting him to kiss again. Rongjian, at 20-something years old, gave his first kiss, finally understanding why so many people get addicted to love. It was just a little embarrassing. Minji, at 19, had never been in love or liked anyone else before, but he could still make Rongjian lose his breath. That wasn't scientific. After some contemplation, Rongjian concluded that it must be because this body of his was too weak, not having much to do with who he really is. Minji rubbed Rongjian's chin with the palm of his hand, laughter laced in his voice. His tone was lower than usual, as if suppressing something, yet on the surface, he sounded calm. He said, "Why doesn't my little boyfriend let me kiss?" Rongjian was deeply shocked. Indeed, the main character can say such things without batting an eyelash. Rongjian admitted defeat, nodding slightly in response, agreeing with the term boyfriend. He wanted to be as composed as Minji, but the words came out quieter and quieter. Can early romance be too over the top? Minji chuckled and said offhandedly, "You shouldn't engage in early romance with others. For 1, I don't like it, for 2, you don't like others, and 3, it affects studies." Rongjian, dazed, let out an "ah," unsure of Minji's meaning. Minji sat down next to the bed and continued after leaning closer, "But early romance with me is different. I like you like me, and besides." Minji paused briefly, lightly kissing Rongjian's cheek. "With me, your boyfriend will teach you better how to date." When it comes to dating, Minji clearly doubles standards, finding it exhausting even to pretend otherwise. "Rongjian, it does sound quite reasonable. Although he had forgotten the original excuse. Minji lifted his hand and pressed the switch for the daylight lamp, causing the surroundings to suddenly brighten up, allowing every detail inside the room to be seen clearly. Rongjin didn't dare look at Minji in his new role. He finally admitted that he was indeed a coward. At over 20 years old, he'd gone through university romances that didn't compare to 19-year-old Minji. Perhaps after enough kissing earlier, Minji's desires were temporarily sated. He easily let Rongjin go, instead asking, "Are you rested?" Rongjin nodded slightly, unable to help but complain about what had happened in the past few days. Minji focused on Rongjin's face, listening carefully. Though being tired was fine, Rongjin could endure hardships. Such trivial issues weren't a big deal, but missing the once-a-year New Year's Eve celebration was disappointing. A little dejected, Rongjin said, "I'd planned everything. On New Year's Eve, I was going to come find you and celebrate together. I heard fireworks would be set off at Shushui Lake. I even prepared the New Year's red envelope." Unfortunately, there wasn't even time to give out the red envelopes. Minji softly said, "Some people wouldn't die according to schedule." Rongjin didn't care much about Lu Cheng, someone who he was supposed to meet for the last time in June anyway. But now, it was just a matter of the timing being brought forward. Despite this, he still felt sorry for wasting that red envelope. But then again, their relationship originally started as friends, classmates. Had they grown distant, they'd be strangers. Now, however, things were different. They were lovers, each other's early romance targets. Exchanging gifts was a common thing. Rongjin still remembered his dorm leader during university, who secretly worked hard for a month to buy a gift for his girlfriend on her birthday. During that period, he ate plain food and endured poverty, and in the end managed to purchase the gift she desired. Rongjin mused that he didn't need to eat plain food or suffer like that since his small treasury was rich, and it would only grow richer in the future. So naturally, he should buy Minji more things. Thinking about it, Rongjin looked up. "By the way, you said you were working part-time to buy something. Did you manage to buy it? If it's difficult to get, I'll send it to you as a New Year's gift." Minji said, "Do you know, you're acting like you're asking me for a New Year's gift." Rongjin. He stretched his hand out from under the blanket, pinching Minji's fingers. This gesture was very intimate, something he had never done before, but after that kiss, it felt perfectly normal now. Then he added, "Be serious, I'm speaking earnestly." Minji quietly took Rongjin's hand in return and said, "I'm also being serious." Rongjin lifted his eyes with a hint of confusion. Minji reached over to open the drawer, pulled out a small box, and handed it to Rongjin. "It's been ready for quite some time. It's your New Year's present." Rongjin paused, hesitating for a moment. "Did you take the part-time job to buy this?" Minji nodded nonchalantly, adding another sentence, "Didn't work many days, didn't feel too laborious either." Minji wasn't short of money, he was wealthy by all standards, and to others, him working at a coffee shop would only seem like a waste of time. Yet, Minji thought it was absolutely necessary. The pair of jade earrings inside the box differed from the ear studs he'd given previously. Even if Rongjin knew little about jewelry, upon seeing these, he would immediately realize they were certainly not from a street vendor. There was no way Minji could really deceive him as someone so naive. So going out to work for just a few days and coming up with a good excuse turned out to be worth the effort. During those days, Minji only allowed Rongjin to go there once, despite having countless tempting hooks at his disposal. Each time, those lures could have easily caught the mermaid like Rongjin, yet pulling her up too often would only tire her out. Minji saw it as unnecessary. Rongjin hadn't expected that just when he recalled the story of the dorm leader during his university days, Minji would suddenly do a similar thing. Although receiving such a carefully prepared gift from his loved one brought immense joy, Rongjin did not wish it to come at the cost of Minji's fatigue. He cautiously accepted the gift box and opened it, finding a pair of deep green jadeite earrings. Probably due to the exceptional quality of the jadeite itself, no patterns were carved into them. Instead, they were simply polished into round waterdrop shapes. Under the light, they shimmered green in an almost liquid motion, creating an illusion of flow. Though Minji had no expertise in these types of jewelries, even judging purely by intuition, one could tell that the earrings possessed excellent transparency and rich emerald color. They couldn't possibly be cheap. But Rongjin didn't ask how much they cost. If Minji decided to do a part-time job, then buy the gift, that amount of effort was merely an attempt to make sure Rongjin liked it. And indeed, Rongjin adored them. Still, Rongjin felt slightly uneasy. He turned his head away, pretending to sound calm as he said, "Didn't you know I'm a man? How did you end up picking such a gift?" Minji slightly lowered his gaze and gazed deeply into Rongjin's eyes. "It doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman. When I saw this pair of jadeite earrings, I could only imagine how beautiful they'd look on you." Rongjin's face flushed hot. It was strange. Originally, he used to feel at ease around Minji, but after their identities were revealed, wearing earrings, applying makeup, or even dressing in skirts somehow all felt shameful. Rongjin wanted some quiet time. At least until he could overcome his sense of shame before showing Minji. As the night grew darker, Han Yun called Rongjin back. After hanging up, Rongjin got dressed, slipped on his shoes, and bid farewell at the door. His voice, which usually carried a bright tone of youth, was unmistakably filled with affection. With reluctance, he said softly, "Goodbye, boyfriend, see you tomorrow." And indeed, he repeated, "Goodbye, boyfriend, see you tomorrow." Yet, the next day they did not meet. Rongjian's lips were too red, even swollen, and Han Yun instantly recognized what had happened. Rongjian was confined in the house for an entire day while Han Yun patiently tried to reason with him. Despite numerous assurances from Rongjian, Han Yun still could not set his worries aside. Thus, the two could only chat via WeChat messages. However, Senior 3 students returned to school early, classes starting on the 9th day of the first lunar month. Han Yun could hardly stop Rongjian from attending school. So, on the 3rd day since falling in love, carrying both the secret of early romance and an entire bag full of unfinished winter vacation homework, Rongjian happily rushed to school. Chen Yanyan arrived early, furiously scribbling through her homework over the last 2 days, and was still continuing her hard work. Rongjian also took out his phone, preparing to find an excuse to hoodwink the teacher that day and submit the homework the next day. Chen Yanyan knew about the situation in Rongjian's family and found it quite natural that his homework was incomplete. Hence, she proudly declared that once she finished hers, she could help bear some of Rongjian's load. Rongjian was deeply moved, though he didn't place too much hope in Chen Yanyan. Avoiding the view of Mr. Zhang, the homeroom teacher, Rongjian copied the morning readings diligently, pen in hand even when drinking water. Just as he was about to continue struggling, someone suddenly knocked on his desk. Lifting his head, he saw Minji standing right before him. Minji said, "Hand me your homework." Rongjian understood. Yet, believing himself to be an independent individual, how could he let his boyfriend copy homework for him? Firmly, he refused, saying, "You focus on studying. I copy quickly enough." Minji half lowered his eyes, bending his middle finger to tap the desk lightly as he whispered, "Your homework has been submitted. Now it's your boyfriend's turn for unfinished assignments." Rongjian's eyes widened in disbelief. Minji grinned and said, "So hand over the rest of the work to me, our handwriting doesn't match at all." Rongjian thought, how can Minji be so good at dating? It's cheating. This isn't fair. Yet, in the end, he handed over all the assignments without further protest. After Minji left, Chen Yanyan finally snapped back to reality, puzzled as she asked, "What was that about? Why did he come over and you two chatted for so long?" With a guilty conscience, Rongjian didn't want to admit outright that his boyfriend helped him copy homework, so he replied rather sheepishly, "Nothing important." He was well aware that he couldn't hide this forever. If Chen Yanyan found out they were officially dating and he hadn't told her immediately, there would surely be some serious arguments ahead. Rongjian, acting quite ostrich-like, thought, "Well, I'll deal with it once Chen Yanyan knows." By the time morning classes ended and lunchtime came around, Rongjian started regretting his decision. He wasn't sure how to break the news to Chen Yanyan. Maybe inviting Minji along for a lovely lunch with the three of them would ease things. Rongjian felt deeply troubled. However, Minji didn't join Qing Jian for lunch like usual but instead trailed after Rongjian and Chen Yanyan, heading toward their usual window stall. Rongjian had already made up his mind, to confess everything right after getting the food and sit next to Minji. But just as the dishes were ordered and Rongjian and Chen Yanyan settled down at an isolated spot, while Rongjian was still mulling over how best to start the conversation, he noticed Minji being surrounded by a group of people nearby. At the front stood Li Li, the very one who had been threatened by Rongjian before, weeping profusely and promising never to bother Minji again. Standing up, Rongjian thought to himself, apparently, he still doesn't know his place. Chapter 62, Boyfriend. Rongjian approached a bit closer before he could hear what they were saying. The leader with upturned eyes was Li Li, flanked by 3 or 4 lackeys. One of his feet rested on a chair as the underlings chuckled around him, blocking Ming Ye's way to get food. Rongjian overheard Li Li sneering, "You don't actually intend to rely on Rongjian all the way until you graduate from senior high school, do you?" Ming Ye remained unfazed. It seemed like he didn't consider these few people in front of him worth his attention. He spoke lightly. The lackeys nearby obligingly burst into laughter, drowning out Ming Ye's words so that Rongjian couldn't hear clearly. His anger intensified. Li Li was close to Ming Ye. After hearing something, he seemed startled, kicked the chair, cursed angrily, and raised his fist as if about to fight but stopped resentfully. Then he shouted, "How would anyone know if what you say is true? If it's true, why hasn't Rongjian said you're her boyfriend?" Ming Yi still stood silently there, motionless. Li Li furiously kicked the chair several times. Thinking he had caught Ming Yi in a predicament, he said smugly, "Oh, I see. Is it that the two of you are dating, but Rongjian looks down on you for being too poor and incapable, unworthy of her, which is why she doesn't want to make it public?" The canteen was always very noisy, but Li Li's shout was loud enough that more than half the cafeteria heard him. Instantly, students who had heard rumors started whispering among themselves. Ming Yi was handsome, excelling academically. Because of his family background, not many people approached him, but under the charm of good looks combined with intellectual brilliance, he still drew much attention. As for Rongjian, originally the epitome of wealth and elegance, coming from an illustrious family even teachers favored him, thus naturally attracting notice. Throughout this period, rumors about the two of them in school kept swirling, yet neither Rongjian nor Ming Yi had ever publicly confirmed or denied anything, keeping an ambiguous stance while Rongjian maintained a relatively strong position, prompting Li Li to provoke Ming Yi with this issue. Which man can withstand such provocation? Li was just trying to incite Mingyi to take action. But Li did not receive the expected result. Just as he was preparing to further ridicule Mingyi, the table full of meals was suddenly kicked over, producing a thunderous sound. Afterwards, soup splattered all over the floor. Li secretly rejoiced, but when he looked up, he found that Mingyi was still standing right there while someone else had kicked the table. Their group had been talking arrogantly, none noticing when another person suddenly joined them. This person was very slim, dressed in a skirt, with long hair, looking exceptionally beautiful, appearing delicate and frail, not the type of female student who'd engage in fights and kick tables. More importantly, this person was called Rong Jian. Li involuntarily shivered. The last time he had been frightened by Rong Jian, although shameful, it indeed left a psychological impact. Now, seeing Rong Jian's cold face standing in front of him, he was reminded of how his head had almost been used as a punching bag to be thrown against a tree. The lights in the cafeteria were bright. Under the fluorescent light, Rong Jian appeared unusually pale, his expression especially icy. He said, "I'd like to ask what you were talking about with my boyfriend." Chen Yan followed behind, only hearing these few sentences, and gasped sharply. Li and his 4 underlings also drew a sharp breath. After the resounding noise of the table being overturned, the cafeteria had momentarily gone silent. It now boiled over again because of this sentence. Shit. A shocking gossip. Every student in Huiwen Middle School should know this story, the love and hatred saga between the impoverished, secluded genius boy and the wealthy, elegant young lady. The students in the cafeteria were no longer whispering but rather calling their friends over. Those with conditions came to the scene in the cafeteria, those without conditions created opportunities to look at the spectacle through WeChat groups. Rong Jian didn't care about any of these things. Ever since being thrust into evil seed, aside from being forced to play a crossdresser, Rong Jian had lived quite freely, not worrying about social relationships or smiling to please others. Perhaps this encouraged a growing sense of freedom, reviving the suppressed teenage vigor of his youth. There was an upward trend in impulsiveness. Li felt somewhat intimidated and wanted to run away, but in broad daylight, face was important. As Rong Jian took a step toward Li, his hand was grabbed. Turning his head, he saw Mingyi asking seriously, "Do you want to hit someone?" Rong Jian hesitated, then nodded slightly. Mingyi's hands were somewhat cool, easily pulling Rong Jian back behind him, and chuckled lightly, "Then let me handle it." Rong Jian was about to stop him but was interrupted by Mingyi's words, "This is your first wish after we've started dating. Of course, the boyfriend should do it for you." Mingyi's pupil color was extremely deep, ocean-like in its profound darkness. However, as he said this sentence, his tone was soft, as if telling some touching love words. Rong Jian knew he couldn't stop him now. Mingyi had a short temper, but he was just too lazy to quarrel with others because it was such a waste of energy. Back in high school, he'd complied with the malevolent ideas that Rong Jian had at the time. But things were different now. With Rong Jian by his side, some approaches had to change. Mingyi rarely got physical with others in the past, or rather, there were very few times when force had been necessary to resolve problems. However, if it came to this, Mingyi would make sure the person couldn't talk about it afterward. Li might be scared of Rong Jian, but he wasn't afraid of Mingyi. He always thought Mingyi was just a bookworm, incapable of throwing punches. The scene grew increasingly tense, as though a spark would ignite the entire situation. Until a sharp and angry voice came from not far away, "What are you doing? Do you want to burn down the sky?" Rong Jian's body stiffened instinctively, sensing impending trouble. He turned around and saw the face of Vice Principal Wu Zhongchong, which looked as dark as the bottom of a pot. Moreover, several school senior leaders stood beside him, likely also members of the guidance office, and even the vice principal, all dressed in suits. Additionally, there were a few unfamiliar faces, all staring at them. Rong Jian suddenly remembered what had happened. It was the first day of school, and 2 large red banners hung outside welcoming the inspection of the Education Bureau leadership, adding a celebratory air to the campus. Unfortunately, they had collided directly with the leaders who were eating lunch in the cafeteria during their outburst. In that time, they cursed, overturned a table, loudly displayed early romantic relationships, and almost came to blows. Every step could be said to have danced precariously on the nerves of the school's leadership. Rong Jian stepped forward and said to Wu Zhongchong, "Teacher, I apologize. It was me who kicked the table and did the cursing." In his mind, he added, "And he is my boyfriend." If it were anyone else, Wu Zhongchong would already be reprimanding them and issuing major disciplinary actions. But it was Rong Jian, making the matter difficult to handle. Rong Jian was about to continue apologizing sincerely to several of the Education Bureau leaders, but Mingyi held on to his hand. Grasping Mingyi's palm tightly, Rong Jian quickly said, "I will compensate for any economic losses caused to the school. I've deeply realized my mistake, teacher. How about allowing me to make an apology statement in front of the whole school next Monday during the flag-raising ceremony?" This apology was quite significant. Generally, high school students care about face, and making an apology in front of the entire school amounted to public execution, something that could be mocked for years. Li was utterly delighted. Among the people inspecting today was his father, so Li deliberately chose this time to provoke Mingyi, knowing that if Mingyi used his fists, no one would be able to protect him. At the very least, a major demerit would leave a permanent mark on his academic record. Li Li's father watched as his son was scolded and felt anger rising, ready to reprimand Rong Jian. Just then, Wu Zhongcheng whispered Rong Jian's situation to the Educational Bureau leader, who paused momentarily before saying, "No matter who it is, this kind of attitude at school needs to be corrected." With that, there was no further pursuit, and the leader returned to finish his meal. Li Li's father wasn't among the most experienced in the group and couldn't say much more. After casting a glance at his son, he went back to his meal as well. The fight wouldn't happen now. The remaining students in the canteen, seeing the leadership, felt uneasy and scattered in a rush. As they left, Rong Jian lowered his voice and smirked slightly, saying to Li Li, "I can hit you once, and I can do it again. Wait and see." Once at the stairwell, Ming Yi and Rong Jian held hands. Earlier, it wasn't that Ming Yi couldn't stop Rong Jian, he simply let Rong Jian do what he wanted, knowing fully well. Now, Ming Yi asked, "Why are you so eager to go and apologize publicly? That fat guy can't do anything to you." Rumors in the school had spread too long to clear up easily, but Rong Jian had come up with a permanent solution. So, Rong Jian smiled and said, "Yeah, I really want to." "Make sure you listen carefully then." Ming Yi indulgently looked at him without asking further questions. After returning to the classroom, Rong Jian once again became the center of attention, with nearly everyone's eyes fixed on him. But Rong Jian didn't seem to mind. Leaning over his desk for an afternoon nap, he didn't fall asleep but drifted between wakefulness and slumber until Chen Yan woke him up. Feeling the warmth of a thick blanket draped over him, everything seemed blurry at first. Daring not to rub his eyes, he kept blinking, catching only a distorted image of Chen Yan glaring at him, gritting her teeth and seething, "Oh, how accomplished you've become, Rong Jian. Am I still your best friend, or have you forgotten to tell me you're dating someone, and I had to find out through others?" Rong Jian sighed, "Best friend, didn't you know 5 months ago?" Chen Yan found it hard to believe, "Now that you've got a husband, you've forgotten your best friend? What's wrong with you, Rong Jian? You even mocked me for being blind for 5 months and not realizing you two weren't dating back then." "Rong Jian, I didn't." Chen Yan, like a flustered chicken, saw Rong Jian apologizing repeatedly and making amends. After a good while of pacifying her, Chen Yan let go of this grievance. She casually mentioned to Rong Jian what she had seen and heard during the lunch break. "The whole school has gone crazy now. You know, romance, old grudges, and fighting, all under the eyes of the Education Bureau leaders who couldn't make you two separate. Every point hits right on the gossip sweet spot, until the college entrance exams end. I bet you'll stay at the center of it all." By the time the lunch period wasn't even over yet, news about Rong Jian's overturning tables for love, apologizing for love, and reflecting on his actions had spread to every corner of Huiwen High School. Chen Yan understood Rong Jian's personality very well, knowing he wouldn't care about all this, she joked around with these matters. As expected, Rong Jian didn't react much after hearing everything, instead asking, "By the way, when are the inspection teams from the Education Bureau going to other schools?" Chen Yan frowned, "How would I know? Why do you ask?" Rong Jian buried most of his face in his coat, which smelled faintly of grass, ink, and paper, muttering softly, "Afraid they might still be here next Monday, hearing my confession might drive them sick." Chen Yan didn't hear clearly. At the eye of the storm, Rong Jian remained extremely calm, not worried at all about having to read his confession on stage, but even thinking ahead about how to celebrate Valentine's Day soon. There was enough time for Rong Jian to write an emotional and heartfelt confession within the week. During this period, there was even a huge piece of good news. Li Li's father was placed under investigation, anonymously reported by someone for embezzling the construction funds for a primary school. The case was already under investigation, likely leading him to future imprisonment with regretful tears. Due to the family tragedy and his misdeeds, Li Li hadn't attended school for several days. After hearing the news, Rong Jian sent a WeChat message to Ming Yi, asking if he was behind it. Ming Yi, yes, he deserves it. Rong Jian pondered for a moment, "Next time, don't do it." Ming Yi saw the message but didn't ask why, simply replying with one word, "All right." He thought, could it be that someone as innocent as Rong Jian doesn't want him doing these kinds of things? But Ming Yi guessed wrong this time. Because just a second later, Rong Jian sent another message, "It would be too unsafe if anyone found out. It's not worth it for such a petty person. His boyfriend was meant for big things, he can't afford to stumble into trivial pitfalls." By Monday, there were more students than ever on the playground. To see the spectacle, from freshmen to seniors, almost no one was absent. Rong Jian wasn't among the lined-up students, he'd been brought out earlier, standing among the teachers, pretending to look over his confession with a serious air, feigning worry. Even the teachers behind turned their heads and skimmed through the confession from start to finish, finding no issues before letting Rong Jian proceed. Walking downstairs, Ming Yi and Rong Jian lagged behind, both holding confessions. Ming Yi told Rong Jian, "I've already spoken with Teacher Zhang, and once you're done confessing, I'll follow up with mine." Ming Yi had never asked what Rong Jian planned to do over these past few days, but he wasn't about to let Rong Jian take the shame alone. Hearing Ming Yi's words made Rong Jian's heart beat faster. He looked around, the main group had already left. Then he leaned close and gave Ming Yi a light peck on the cheek, "Don't worry, boyfriend. Once I'm done, the teacher probably won't let you come up. Indeed, their homeroom teacher Mr. Zhang was heading down at that moment, witnessing the scene and stuck in a dilemma. He suddenly realized early romance should really be discouraged. Mingyi raised an eyebrow, ? Rong Jian appeared profound, you'll see soon enough. That moment had arrived now. Rong Jian had always been a model student, skilled in fights but adept at pretending to be a good boy in front of teachers, so his parents were never called, especially since he was going to make a public confession. Everything has a first time, though. Calmly stepping onto the podium, looking down at the sea of people gathered below, everyone's eyes gleaming with excitement, some troublemakers even ready to record the entire thing from beginning to end. This was undoubtedly destined to become a confession that went down in the history of the school. Unfolding the confession manuscript, Rong Jian began reciting each word, seriously and profoundly examining himself for his misconducts, his disrespect for public property, kicking over cafeteria tables, verbally abusing classmates, tarnishing the Education Bureau leader's impressions of the school. Too sincere, it sounded rather uneventful. Some started regretting coming out in the cold weather to listen to this, wishing they'd stayed inside and listened to the news broadcast instead. The teachers present were all very satisfied, believing that Rong Jian was indeed an excellent student in both character and academics, even his apology sounded so sincere. As he neared the end of his confession, Rong Jian suddenly paused, then increased the volume on the microphone and calmly said, "Next, I want to explain the reason behind my impulsiveness." Some people already sensed something was off, but the teachers still hadn't caught on. Unmoved, Rong Jian continued reading from parts not written in the manuscript. Because classmate Li first launched a personal attack on my boyfriend, refusing to believe the fact that we are in a relationship, and furthermore, attempted to insult the feelings between us. As a physically and mentally healthy 18-year-old high schooler, I couldn't allow this to happen, which led me to impulsively take inappropriate actions. Mainly, I should not have gotten into conflict with a classmate in front of the Education Bureau leaders, causing difficulties for our school. By the time he reached this point, the playground was already in chaos, with many people screaming or whistling, some moving closer to listen more clearly. Teachers who tried to rush the stage were surrounded by students and unable to move, forced to keep listening as Rong Jian's shocking statements piled up one after another. Rong Jian put down the manuscript, looked toward class 3, grade 12, but despite searching several times, he couldn't find Mingyi, because Mingyi wasn't there. Instead, he had already stepped to the front. The distance between them was mere inches. Rong Jian folded the manuscript into a paper plane, letting it fly straight to Mingyi, waiting until he caught it before seriously announcing, "Finally, let me introduce everyone, this is my boyfriend. Mingyi." In front of the entire school, Huibin High School's most beautiful, unattainable young miss, Rong Jian, openly declared her love and acknowledged her boyfriend without reservation. The moment in the cafeteria had been too brief, insufficient to make everyone fully aware that Mingyi belonged to Rong Jian. So Rong Jian chose this method, ensuring no one could use such reasoning to attack Mingyi anymore. The whole school went berserk. After finishing his last sentence, Rong Jian respectfully bowed to the crowd below, then walked down step by step, meeting Mingyi halfway up the stairs, where they took each other's hands. This was perhaps the most outrageous act Rong Jian had ever committed in their lives, but he wasn't nervous, his palms were sweaty with excitement. Rong Jian whispered softly, "Mingyi, are you scared? We're probably going to spend the day at the guidance office today." Mingyi kept his eyes half lowered, yet his gaze was bright and gentle, fixed solely on Rong Jian. He couldn't hear the commotion around him, as if the outside world had completely shut out, leaving only the two of them. Mingyi tightened his grip on Rong Jian's hand. "With my boyfriend's protection, what do I have to fear?" Chapter 63, Seats. Amidst the full field of screams and whistles, Rong Jian and Mingyi were taken to the guidance office, where they became a pair of ill-fated lovers. The guidance office was cold and quiet, with only Wu Zhongchong present. His face was ashen, and he was about to curse when he restrained himself out of consideration for Rong Jian, unable to let such language slip. Mingyi stood behind Rong Jian, listening but not showing any remorse. The two were among the top students in school, Rong Jian ranked first, while Mingyi ranked 8th. Additionally, Rong Jian came from a prestigious family. Wu Zhongchong couldn't do much about them since he still hoped Mingyi would be this year's top performer in the college entrance exam. Half an hour later, old Zhang arrived precisely on time to collect them. Wu Zhongchong scolded everyone, including old Zhang. The three were made to stand for punishment for 2 hours, berated thoroughly, but none of them took it personally. Rong Jian calmly advised him, after Mingyi becomes the top scorer in this year's exam, outside rumors will turn into a campus romance story about the top scorer and his girlfriend. That will bring honor to the school. Old Zhang chuckled involuntarily but tried hard to contain himself before pretending solemnly, "Don't talk nonsense. Even if that happens, it can't offset the mistakes you've made." Rong Jian sincerely acknowledged his fault yet showed no regret. Wu Zhongchong downed 2 cans of cool tea and finally relented during the last class period. He gave both of them assignments to write 10,000-word self-criticisms and wouldn't dare let them go on stage again. The building was eerily quiet, filled only with their steps descending the stairs. Old Zhang sighed lowly with obvious exhaustion, "Please don't act out anymore. You're going to cut years off my life. Next time, I won't even bother rescuing you, it's too embarrassing." Regarding this matter, Rong Jian felt the most apologetic towards old Zhang. It must be quite trying having these two as students. He earnestly apologized. Teacher, I'm sorry, I didn't think of your situation. Old Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. You kids don't consider the consequences of your actions, nor have you done anything irreparable like murder or arson. A few curses won't fix anything either. If you feel guilty towards me, study hard and make an effort. Do just as you said in the guidance office, try to rank number 1 and number 2 citywide during the exam so the entire city spread stories about your love. Then I can brag to future students about your success. Rong Jian didn't dare respond to that statement, but Mingyi grasped Rong Jian's hand and smiled at old Zhang. We'll do our best. After reaching the ground floor, old Zhang headed toward the teaching building while Mingyi pulled Rong Jian in the opposite direction. Old Zhang noticed their disappearance and asked, where are you two brats heading? Rong Jian thought, truly, after making a mistake, one does feel different. Before, they were merely students, now reduced to brats. Without turning back, Mingyi waved at old Zhang. We'll return to the classroom by the afternoon. Now we just distract other classmates from studying. Without waiting for old Zhang's reply, they directly entered the nearby garden. It was currently class time, and the garden was desolate and empty. Mingyi walked quickly, almost too fast for Rong Jian to keep up. They arrived at the remotest corner. Warm sunlight had avoided this spot, leaving only tall evergreen trees, elongated shadows, and each other's breaths. Mingyi bent down to be eye level with Rong Jian, saying seriously, I want to kiss you. This wasn't a suggestion or request but rather a determination that wouldn't allow any objection. Mingyi extended his hand, its coarse palm brushing Rong Jian's cheek, then forcefully sliding over Rong Jian's soft, warm lips. He even pushed his fingers slightly inside, touching the moist, scorching insides of Rong Jian's mouth. His movements paused as he continued, you were so bold earlier. Why are you scared now? Since the moment you stood there, I've wanted to kiss you. Mingyi's voice was very low, those words resonating entirely in Rong Jian's ears. He murmured, almost whispering, your wish has been fulfilled, what about mine? Rong Jian's heart burned fiercely, his palms hot. He turned away, attempting to escape Mingyi's gaze and softly replied, isn't this inappropriate right now? In broad daylight at school, another capture would certainly invite parents. Mingyi's eyes darkened deeply, shrouded in a misty haze concealing his possessive and shadowy intentions hidden from everyone. He seemed to take the problem seriously, is it really like this? And in the next second, Rong Jian was completely covered by a coat. The sun wasn't too bright and winter school uniforms were quite thick, so this act thoroughly isolated the outside world from what was under the coat. Rong Jian's eyes went wide but he could see nothing, and the feeling of his skin where it touched Mingyi's was magnified countless times. He heard Mingyi laugh and say, be good. Now you can't see. Rong Jian gave up resisting and wrapped his arms around Mingyi's back. Then came a shameless yet self-deceptive deep kiss. The consequence of giving up resistance was rather severe. Rong Jian had eaten 2 popsicles at noon to try and alleviate the condition of his lips through cold treatment, which worked decently, but a careful look would surely detect something unusual. Rong Jian sighed, knowing it was self-inflicted, and he couldn't blame anyone else, he'd lost his mind over Mingyi. Sure enough, even after pulling up his collar, when they returned to the classroom, Chen Yanyan still noticed something off and made faces at him. Chen Yanyan, sis is impressive. This morning, I entertained 180 friends who wanted to hear your love story. Rong Jian thought about his actions and felt that although an impulsive moment had brought much joy initially, now there were some serious consequences, yet he didn't regret anything. Weakly, he said, sister, save my life, reject all those suitors for me. Chen Yanyan promised with a slap on her chest, definitely. Between us, I'm certainly your loyal gatekeeper. So tell me, what happened just now in the guidance office? Before she finished her question, Mingyi had already walked over with his backpack to the desk. Chen Yanyan asked nervously, big brother, what does this mean? Mingyi placed his backpack on the table and smiled at Chen Yanyan, saying calmly, let's switch seats. Upon hearing his voice, Rong Jian immediately lifted his head. Mingyi pushed his head back down, speaking in a usual consultative tone, Rong Jian and I are in a relationship now, it wouldn't be right if we don't sit together. Chen Yanyan insisted firmly, no way. Haven't you been sitting as classmates for more than a year? Not enough yet. Poor me, sitting alone for 2 years. Hardly did I get a good sister and less than half a year later, you snatch her away again. That's inappropriate, isn't it? Realizing her inability to sway the cold-hearted and ruthless big brother Mingyi, Chen Yanyan decided to appeal to Rong Jian instead, reasoning emotionally, thinking Rong Jian would definitely stand on the same side with her. Rong Jian was already somewhat embarrassed but tempted greatly by the idea of sitting with Mingyi, so he kept pretending to be shy and refrained from making comments. But upon hearing this, he indeed felt a little guilty towards Chen Yanyan, and just as he was about to speak, the hand still resting on his head tugged at his hair. He heard Mingyi say, the last 2.5 years were a classmate relationship. Now it's a romantic one. They're different. After hearing this, Rong Jian betrayed completely, remaining silent. Chen Yanyan glanced at Rong Jian and finally accepted her fate, how unkind, finding a partner but forgetting sisters. Heartbroken, she embraced the harsh reality but still strived for her future destiny, If you two want to sit together, I have no way to stop you, since legs belong to you guys anyway, but it doesn't seem right involving me, does it? You two can go back to the first row. Mingyi responded seriously to this issue. It's not good to date in the first row. Chen Yanyan was shocked. Are you both even human? Knowing that the teacher keeps an eye on the first row and letting me jump from the wolf's den into the tiger's mouth. Unfortunately, with all her oratory skills, she couldn't outdebate Mingyi and reluctantly moved her backpack to the prime position in the first row. She even received a message from Rong Jian, sis, study well in the first row, you can do it. She absolutely couldn't. Regardless of whether she could or not, it was a done deal. Even old Zhang saw and only sighed, without much ado. After Monday, Valentine's Day was just 3 days away. This was going to be Rong Jian's first ever Valentine's Day. On Friday, the school atmosphere was extremely restless. Regardless of grade, every couple wanted to go out for fun, and those with crushes chose this day to confess. Rong Jian forced himself to endure the morning classes, but most of the time he was distracted, only thinking about skipping classes in the afternoon to play outside. To the former Rong Jian, Valentine's Day was no different from the other 364 days of the year, but now it suddenly became very special. He was like an 18-year-old high school student, believing that being in love was the most important thing in life. So, Rong Jian pulled on Mingyi's sleeve secretly and pleaded, can we go celebrate? Mingyi put down the pen in his hand and nodded. Since school hadn't dismissed yet, Rong Jian and Mingyi had to climb over the wall to leave. Because of the heavy winter clothing, their movements were cumbersome, and Rong Jian almost fell while climbing. Mingyi caught her just in time, but her skirt still ended up with a long tear. There was nothing they could do about it, so they decided to go back and change clothes first. Rong Jian still wore a skirt and kept her long hair down, but in front of Mingyi, she no longer spoke in a fake voice. After quickly changing into fresh clothes, Rong Jian said, let's go. Mingyi stood before Rong Jian, his eyes slightly lowered as his gaze landed on her pale earlobe. He said, you're not wearing earrings. Rong Jian, let's wear matching ones. I want to wear some too. Rong Jian paused for a moment. It's not necessary. Mingyi walked over to the dressing table, took out a pair of black ear studs from the drawer, opened the box, and whispered softly, Rong Jian, wear these. I want us to match. He brushed her hair aside, revealing his left earlobe where he had gotten it pierced just a few days ago, specially for this occasion. This was probably due to possessiveness. Mingyi wanted so little that each desire became exceedingly precious, he couldn't afford to lose any of them. He wanted to mark her with something uniquely his, making it obvious to others who she belonged to. Mingyi had seriously considered getting a tattoo, but after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. Rong Jian's skin was too flawless, without a single blemish, and a tattoo would hurt too much. Mingyi couldn't bear the thought of causing her pain. As long as people could tell, that was enough. Following this train of thought, Mingyi had gotten one ear pierced. Mingyi had anticipated that Rong Jian might refuse, but on Valentine's Day, she would agree eventually. However, he hadn't even needed to use any special persuasion tactics. She'd already surrendered willingly under his persistence. Rong Jian couldn't handle it when Mingyi called her name earnestly. Perhaps because Mingyi rarely desired anything, whenever he voiced his wishes, Rong Jian found it hard to say no, hard not to make his dreams come true. She took the stud from him. Alright. Chapter 64, Valentine's Day. They had snuck back in quietly, not wanting to be discovered by others, so the lights in the room were off and the curtains were half open, casting a dim shadow over the place. Although they weren't hugging or standing too close, their elongated shadows seemed to almost merge together, surpassing the boundary of intimacy. Mingyi wore an earring on the right earlobe of Rong Jian. His hand was icy cold, like a flame core, seemingly indifferent at first touch but gradually burning every inch of skin it contacted. Rong Jian adjusted his collar, blaming the heat of the radiator, refusing to admit that it was his racing heart. Mingyi quickly fastened the earring and handed the other one to Rong Jian, brushing away the stray hairs near his ear. You have to help me. Rong Jian took the earring, tilting his head to look at Mingyi's chin with some hesitation. He said, you're too tall, I can't put it on unless you crouch down. While saying this, Rong Jian felt rather disheartened since he used to be 185 centimeters tall, only slightly shorter than Mingyi, but now he found himself in this predicament. Mingyi nodded, bending over, exposing his side face and revealing a pale, slim neck. After coming back from somewhere, Rong Jian became clumsy. He didn't know how to apply makeup, wear jewelry, and even pierced his ears incorrectly. But now, he could skillfully wear these delicate accessories. However, it was still troublesome when helping Mingyi, as his ear hole was too narrow to easily pass through. Rong Jian treated Mingyi with extreme care, afraid to hurt him. He asked, your ear is a little red and very hot, are you sick? Rong Jian wasn't a girl, and he hadn't experienced piercing his ears before. Coming here, his body had already adapted to the existence of the ear holes. He was unaware that fresh piercings might become inflamed and need to wear silver earrings for a long time. Taking them off and putting them on again would cause great pain. Mingyi softly smiled, evading with a vague response, of course they will turn red if you keep touching my ears like that. What does touching mean? How am I touching them? Rongjin originally hadn't given much thought to this, but after hearing these words, his hand trembled, and he dryly replied with an "oh," choosing not to pursue the question further. After the earring was worn, it did indeed cause some pain. But for Minji, such pain was negligible. He didn't even frown, handling it casually. Rongjin finally exhaled in relief, glancing at himself in the full-length mirror, and beside him stood Minji. He faintly furrowed his brow, thinking, since it was Valentine's Day, their outfits should match the occasion. Moments later, wearing matching couple earrings, dressed in identical school uniforms, no matter who looked at them, they unmistakably appeared as a pair. Then the two of them sneaked down the stairs, avoiding everyone, taking a bus to the most bustling commercial street. Taking the bus is a kind of romance for ordinary people, embracing each other among the crowded throng. Today was Valentine's Day, and the commercial street was filled with people. They stepped out without any clear destination. Minji held Rongjin's hand, walking along the crowded pedestrian paths, perhaps fearing to lose each other. Their hands gripped tightly, bodies close together, able to feel each other's breath amidst the crowd. Minji asked softly, "Miss, where would you like to go?" Rongjin pressed his lips together, "Don't you already know? Why are you still calling me?" His words paused for a moment, then he very softly whispered the next two words, "Mississippi." In the first month of entering the world of Evil Seed, Rongjin was unaccustomed to portraying a transgender woman, causing him discomfort whenever called Mississippi. Yet humans adapt quickly. He has become accustomed to all these things. However, now that Minji knows his true identity, yet continues using this title, Rongjin feels somewhat embarrassed. Minji half lowered his eyes, gazing into Rongjin's for several seconds. In the pitch-black irises, only Rongjin's reflection could be seen. He seriously asked, "Is it forbidden?" Because he easily achieves success in anything he tries, like solving the hardest problem on the math test where possibly only 3 students in the whole school can answer, Minji could devise 3 distinct solutions. This talent far surpassing that of the average person means Minji rarely displays serious moments. He could effortlessly accomplish extraordinary feats, thus requiring seriousness infrequently. And now, just for this simple title, Minji showed seriousness. This made Rongjin inexplicably feel a sense of guilt. He thought, fine, as someone older, tolerance is important, what's in a title? Awkwardly saying, there's nothing wrong with it either. Minji chuckled softly, patting Rongjin's head. If Miss says no, it doesn't matter because I want to call you that. Rongjin, I'm sorry, I take it back. Why did I want to be the big shot in Evil Seed? I am not worthy. But at this point, there's no room for regret. Rongjin quickly forgot about this little thing. He held Minji's hand and went to the snack street to buy a lot of snacks. The two of them carried full hands, finally finding a 4-seater spot where they laid out a table full of food. Before coming here, though Rongjin was poor, he could still eat as much cold bread, flour jelly powder, hot pot tofu, and crayfish as he wanted. In the 6 months since arriving here, the first 5 felt like the miserable life of a young cabbage, never eating enough. Now that he could eat until full, Han-yun watched him closely, and he had never tried street snacks. Rongjin first opened all the bags and happily picked up his chopsticks. Minji didn't eat much of these snacks, but seeing Rongjin enjoy them, he tried some and asked, "You never ate them before, are you satisfied now?" Rongjin felt fulfilled. He said, "Do you still remember when you always bought me cakes?" Minji nodded slightly. Rongjin propped his chin on his palm, recalling how Minji had already started liking him then, which made him feel happy. "Even though I couldn't eat, I just couldn't help myself." Minji softly said, "It won't be like that anymore." He had too few desires, yet too much wealth, letting it sit there would waste it, so he hoped Rongjin would have many wishes, whatever they were, and Minji would be able to satisfy them. Rongjin hadn't eaten these things for a long time, wanting everything he saw, being greedy and unable to satisfy. After trying a bit of each, he was full but unwilling to waste any. He continued forcing himself to eat until Minji couldn't bear it anymore, took over tidying up, and tasted a skewer. Minji wrinkled his brow after eating, then took a sip from the milk tea by Rongjin's side. Rongjin felt a bit embarrassed. Though they had kissed, drinking from the same beverage was a different type of intimacy. Rongjin's face heated up, so he lowered his head, searching on his phone for nearby attractions to visit. However, he heard Minji ask, "What do you want as your birthday present?" Rongjin froze, opening his mouth and saying, "Isn't my birthday still far away?" Minji nonchalantly said, "It is still far, but gifts can be prepared in advance." He wasn't really interested in the gift but wanted to test Rongjin, to find out his real birthday. Rongjin's mind went blank. He didn't want to celebrate the original body's birthday and subconsciously avoided the topic. He initially intended to fabricate an excuse to deceive, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Minji was seriously preparing a gift for him. Rongjin knew it would be hard to lie about his birthday. But he couldn't help wanting to celebrate a true birthday with someone he liked. Slowly, he said, "Actually, my birthday isn't in June. It's in March, during early spring." At this point, Rongjin realized he should fabricate a lie to cover this truth, but he wasn't skilled at lying and felt especially awkward in front of Minji. After hesitating for half a minute, he began, "Probably because." However, before he could finish his fabricated story, Minji interrupted him. Minji opened a napkin, reaching out to wipe the sauce off Rongjin's cheek, casually saying, "So, is your birthday still far?" "Not really." Rongjin let out a sigh of relief. As they talked, a young girl sat down at the adjacent empty seat, placing her milk tea on the table. She seemed focused on her phone, glancing sideways with faint disdain at the high school couple who appeared to be in a premature romance. Being young was great, having a first love was even better. The girl looked pretty, and the boy looked handsome. But she herself was only a single dog, and even humbly lied to her boss about having a boyfriend just to take a short break. No one noticed her small actions. To divert Minji's attention and avoid continuing to make up ridiculous lies, Rongjin quickly shifted the topic. He asked, "So what are you planning to give me?" Minji found it somewhat amusing. Rongjin's ability to change the subject was abysmal, it could only fool someone eager to indulge him, not Minji. But Minji indulged him, taking up the conversation. "I can't tell you about this year's present, but maybe about the ones in the future." This piqued Rongjin's interest. "You've even thought about future presents?" Minji recalled something from the past. Someone had once bought him an uninhabited island as a present. The person had someone else shoot videos of the uninhabited island, edited it properly, and sent it as an attachment to his email. Minji, thinking it might relate to a cooperation project, took a look. Indeed, it was a beautiful island, warm all year round with a suitable climate. There were lush trees and abundant flowers on the island. In the middle lay a clear green lake. From above, it resembled a giant emerald, sparkling and vivid. Minji didn't accept it, he had originally intended to cooperate with the other party. An expensive gift, almost worth an astronomical price, would lead the other side to unrealistic fantasies, affecting the signing of the treaty. The uninhabited island was an unexpected development, and Minji hadn't planned on paying any extra cost for it. But now, Minji wanted it again. Gifts couldn't keep getting cheaper after all. This year's gift was a jade earring, so 10 years later, it should be a lake full of jade green. Minji softly said, "I heard there's a very beautiful uninhabited island. There's a lake in the middle of it, with water as emerald green as jade. After 10 years, I'll buy it and give it to you." Rongjin froze for a moment, his eyes wide open. "Then I'll wait for you to give it to me." 10 years later, that would be a very distant future indeed. Rongjin didn't doubt it, not only because he knew Minji would be extremely wealthy in the future but also because this uninhabited island had already appeared in the original text of Evil Seed. Though mentioned only briefly, Rongjin remembered this part of the plot vividly, probably due to being shocked by the extravagance of the characters in the book. It was beyond even his imagination. Actually, Minji didn't intend to say this at first. He only did so because he noticed how tense Rongjin was about his birthday date and thus used it as a joke for fun. The young girl sitting beside them couldn't help laughing out loud. When she heard the boy talking about gifting an uninhabited island, she tried hard not to laugh. It was after all the innocent wishful thinking of kids. Adults, having been through society's harshness, shouldn't destroy their beautiful fantasy. But the way the little girl seriously responded made her laugh, like encountering two fools discussing billions in their dreams and how they'd spend it on the road. It was irresistible. Though feeling sorry for the children, it was too funny. Hearing her laughter, Rongjin couldn't help glancing over and replaying their previous conversation in his mind, realizing how awkward it was. Minji noticed Rongjin's face turn red and decided to tease him further without saying anything, only turning his head slightly with a look of sadness on his profile. Rongjin thought, whether others believe it or not, believing himself was enough. In Rongjin's view, no one was ever allowed to say Minji couldn't do something. The book Evil Seed was created solely for Minji, so Minji always shone brilliantly and could do everything. Even if he couldn't do it now, once he could in the future, it would be worth showing the other person. Therefore, swallowing his pride, Rongjin asked the strange girl, "Do you believe what he just said?" Struggling to suppress her laughter, the girl instinctively shook her head. Rongjin seriously declared, "He's Minji, I'm Rongjin." The girl looked bewildered, unsure what Rongjin was trying to convey. With his face increasingly red, Rongjin forced himself not to stutter and said to her, "You can remember our names, take a photo of us together with your phone, and then after 10 years, you'll know if he actually bought that island for me." Rongjin felt like he had lost all the dignity from his lifetime, and more. After some thought, the girl beside them realized these two handsome high school students might make a good photo. Telling others about today's story while sharing their picture seemed worthwhile, so she agreed. She stood up, turned off beauty filters, and took a photo of the two serious faces. Glancing left and right, she seemed to develop an equally fantastical idea, as if 10 years later, the boy really would afford to buy an island and gift it to the person before her. And she couldn't have foreseen that this unintentional photo would be transferred into every new phone she got and eventually last a full decade. Winter nights came too early, darkness falling quickly. Rongjin and Minji spent a wasted afternoon simply eating and wandering around. They acted like all those teenage couples secretly in love, naively buying roses for each other. At 7 o'clock, more and more couples appeared on the streets, yet Rongjin and Minji chose to take the bus back because Rongjin still hadn't finished his homework for the day. There were always few passengers on this bus route, just like that day. Lowering his voice, Rongjin muttered, "Didn't the teacher say they'd be more lenient when it comes to our partners? And yet Valentine's Day is here, forcing us to write assignments." Turning his head, Minji smirked slightly as he looked at Rongjian. Miss, if you weren't my boyfriend, would you think you could skip class halfway less than 100 days before the college entrance exam? Rongjian immediately wilted, dryly replying with an, oh. How cold and merciless Minji could be. Passengers got on and off the bus at each station, leaving fewer and fewer people behind. 5 stops away from the terminal, apart from Minji and Rongjian, the other seats were completely empty. The car was dark. Even though they sat close, it wasn't easy to see each other's faces clearly. Minji lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on Rongjian, and slowly leaned down to kiss Rongjian's lips. Rongjian didn't avoid it. It was a slow, gentle kiss. The bus rocked back and forth, leaving Rongjian dazed and leaning into Minji's back, burying himself in the other's embrace. After the kiss ended, Rongjian was still lost, not having snapped out of it yet, when he heard Minji chuckle lightly. You can't escape today's Valentine's Day assignment, but there's a kiss as a reward. Rongjian mused hazily, it was indeed a reward. The bus stopped and it was time to get off. Nearby houses were all expensive. Despite the sparsity of people, every streetlight was shining brightly. In order to show off the stud earring on his right ear, Rongjian had tied up his hair. His earlobe was very white and soft, blending harmoniously with the earring, shimmering brilliantly under the lamplight. Minji thought about what Rongjian had done today. Despite being red-faced as if burning, Rongjian insisted on asking for the photo shoot to confirm the news after 10 years, so cute and yet so gullible. If sold by someone, Rongjian might even count money for the seller. Minji leaned over, softly kissing Rongjian's earlobe, whispering, today is Valentine's Day, so I'll give you something honest alongside the rose, a sincere truth. Rongjian felt Minji's burning breath, barely paying attention to the words, mimicking like a parrot, what truth? Minji said, that time I tricked you, it wasn't real sadness. Though the statement seemed incomplete and out of context, Rongjian immediately understood what Minji meant. Rongjian wasn't dumb. Although his brain went blank that moment, he quickly regained his composure and realized, how could Minji possibly care about others' opinions? But he had no regrets. After pondering for a bit, Rongjian spoke plainly, baring his heart, your emotions, whether sad or happy, have nothing to do with my feelings. I like you. In my world, you are omnipotent. Nothing is impossible for you. If others doubt, I naturally need to protect you. His voice gradually sank lower until it was almost inaudible. Trying to hide his embarrassment, he pulled out an old example for cover, just like how you once offered to send me home, not because you thought I'd encounter danger, but just to make yourself feel at ease, right? Minji was unusually stunned for quite a while before finally giving a light nod. Under the dim yellow glow, Rongjian's face brimmed with laughter, his love and affection for Minji overflowing. Then, that thick, sweet affection spread, gradually enveloping Minji. There are countless people in this world, some good, some bad, but Minji only liked one. And only this person could make Minji feel truly alive. Chapter 65 Elementary Student. When lovers are together doing joyful things, time always seems to pass exceptionally quickly. Rongjian spent 10 minutes saying goodbye to Minji and then pushed the door open to walk into the main house. The usually bright hall was rather dim at this moment. No lights were on, and it was empty all around. There were 2 figures standing in the corner behind the sofa, and a faint sobbing sound could be heard. It was Zhou Xiaochun who was crying. The person beside her should be Qin Zhou. Rongjian shivered, not wanting to get involved in the affairs of this despicable couple. Originally, he planned to quietly go upstairs, but suddenly Zhou Xiaochun raised her voice and sharply called out to Rongjian, there's no need for others, just ask Rongjian. After I got married here, haven't I been painstakingly handling everything, taking care of every aspect? How have I been toward you? Qin Zhou stood silently beside the sofa. During dinner, Qin Zhou suddenly said to Zhou Xiaochun, he unexpectedly passed away, but there's nothing we can do about it. I also have a child outside, whom I'm preparing to bring back. Lu Qing died, yet Qin Zhou still possessed wealth from a lifetime of hard work, certainly impossible to simply hand over to Rongjian, which would be absurd. However, he originally had an illegitimate son whom he cherished like a treasure but never intended to officially claim as his own. Now circumstances have changed, the boy needs a legitimate identity. Qin Zhou thought through everything, even finding this arrangement quite acceptable. Lu Qing was too old and inevitably harbored ambitions, whereas his younger son from outside has a suitable age. When the boy grows up enough to handle affairs, Qin Zhou will be ready to retire and live comfortably. After hearing this, Zhou Xiaochun became so agitated she couldn't hold her chopstick steady, her voice trembling, your meaning is that you want me to accept your illegitimate child? Han Yun noticed the situation worsening and asked everyone else to leave. Only they were left in the room when Zhou Xiaochun hurled the first bowl at Qin Zhou. For half an hour, Zhou Xiaochun vented her emotions uncontrollably like a madwoman. Her son was dead, yet Qin Zhou didn't appear overly sad, and now wanted to bring in a bastard child to split their family property with her. Right before Rongjian opened the door, Zhou Xiaochun threw a vase. Her words, however, placed Rongjian in a difficult position, turning his plan to sneakily leave into nothingness. Seeing how unpleasant she was, Rongjian wasn't gentle either, responding, I feel that you've always been a rich lady at our home, even making food has always been handled by the chef, so you shouldn't consider yourself as having worked hard much. Zhou Xiaochun glared fiercely at Rong Jian. She devoted her entire life to Qin Zhou, believing that after enduring youth, adulthood, and middle age, after spending the vigor of her early years, it would eventually lead to good fortune in old age. But now, her only hope was gone. Yet, she still lived, and she needed to face her future. She couldn't allow herself to be controlled by Qin Zhou any longer. Finally regaining her sense, Zhou Xiaochun softened her tone and said with a sob, "No matter what, over these many years, I've been the one walking alongside you. You wish to have a child inherit the family business, and I understand that. But you must also understand me." Having served him for so many years, Qin Zhou naturally held some feelings for her. He replied, "I'm not without understanding either. That child coming in would still address you as Mom, right?" Only then did Rong Jian piece it all together, now understanding why Zhou Xiaochun was acting so insane. Suppressing the hatred within her heart, Zhou Xiaochun attempted to persuade Qin Zhou, "But that child is already 7 years old and knows people well, how is it possible that he'll genuinely consider me as his mom? Why don't you find a young girl, have another child, and then let me directly raise the kid? What do you think?" Qin Zhou certainly found this suggestion unacceptable. He already had a child grown up to such an age, so why should he go through all that trouble again just to start raising another from scratch, especially with the risk of complications? Before Qin Zhou could refuse, Zhou Xiaochun continued, "We met when we were 15 or 16, knowing each other until today. Back then, you fell in love with Miss Rong, and I assumed there would be no future between us. But unexpectedly, we came to this day. You know my heart, don't you?" Other people might not understand these words, but Qin Zhou comprehended perfectly. This was Zhou Xiaochun threatening him. No one understood better than her the unspeakable deeds committed by Qin Zhou in the past, and even contributed significantly to inciting them then. Though Qin Zhou looked stern, his actual nerve was quite fragile. Over the years, he'd suffered greatly due to that incident. Now that Zhou Xiaochun was using it to threaten him, he felt extremely guilty. Zhou Xiaochun added further pressure, "Whether I'm here or not, the things I've done for you over the years will never disappear, correct?" Qin Zhou dared not say more and miserably agreed, "Then it shall be as you wish." Upon finishing, he refused to even glance at Zhou Xiaochun and immediately ascended the stairs from the other side. Rong Jian, having knowledge of the storyline and standing in a god's eye perspective, vaguely pieced together some meanings. Zhou Xiaochun had finally exhausted all her strength, slumping onto the sofa. She turned her head slightly to see Rong Jian standing in the hall. He was handsome, young, and vibrant, holding a half-bloomed rose in his hand, obviously just returning from celebrating with his beloved. A deep-rooted resentment welled up in her heart. If only Rong Jian's mother hadn't fallen for Qin Zhou back then, perhaps she would have been able to marry Qin Zhou and have children as she dreamed in her youth, living an ordinary life. Would things be any different now? Unfortunately, that was already impossible. Zhou Xiaochun let out a bitter laugh and said in a high-pitched voice, "Miss, one day you will know how much your aunt has sacrificed for you." Rong Jian didn't respond to her but walked straight upstairs. This pair of despicable men and women were tearing each other apart like dogs, ruining Rong Jian's mood for Valentine's Day almost entirely. He returned to his room and told Han Yun that he was back, then quickly washed up and got into bed. He opened Minji's WeChat account and started recounting what had happened. It actually wasn't related to Minji at all, but Rong Jian felt bad and wanted to talk about it with Minji. Sighing inwardly, he thought no wonder high school students shouldn't date, it seemed to waste a lot of time indeed. But Rong Jian did so willingly. After complaining, Rong Jian finally felt refreshed. He asked, "Do you remember Lu Cheng? He tried to threaten me last time." "Minji, of course I remember." Then came a voice message. Rong Jian clicked it open and heard Minji's deep voice saying, "He hoped I could make Miss pregnant." What? Rong Jian immediately blew up. The shock of pregnancy made Rong Jian unintentionally forget those words until he mentioned Lu Cheng again unintentionally. This was something Rong Jian never wanted to mention in his lifetime. Seemingly unaware of the bombshell he dropped, Minji sent another voice message. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Rong Jian still tremblingly opened it. Minji said with a chuckle, "But Miss can't get pregnant, which is quite regrettable. Some words shouldn't be said during the period." In the past, Minji wouldn't have brought this up again, but now that they were dating, he could use this incident to tease Rong Jian. Rong Jian's face turned pale like death. Even though logically he knew Minji was just teasing him, his thoughts had already unconsciously drifted away, even feeling grateful that Evil Seed was a male frequency power-up flow story and not a female frequency male childbearing story. No childbearing. Rong Jian shivered. Since this was a book, all the world rules were set by the author, and whoever the author wanted to bear children would. Minji didn't answer Rong Jian's question directly. The two exchanged a few more sentences. Minji then called over, softly saying, "Don't dwell on them anymore. Go to sleep early." Rong Jian was already lying in bed, half of his face buried in a soft pillow, muttering a response before laughing and saying, "It's not because you want to get up early to study tomorrow, right, Teacher Minji? How are you supposed to be a boyfriend who just educates me all the time?" He felt relaxed all over, his voice soft, transmitting via electric waves, soothingly entering Minji's ears. Minji, being the protagonist, remained extremely cold and merciless, snapping back after being briefly shocked by Rong Jian's words, "Yes, educating you to get admitted to Fuqing University, then we can have a college romance later." He paused for a moment, and faint sounds could be heard from the receiver. After a while, he continued, "I can see your window from here. Turn off the light and sleep." In many cases, Rong Jian always felt that Minji was older than himself. But due to the pride of a university graduate, he refused to admit it, yet unconsciously obeyed without realizing it. He raised his hand to turn off the fluorescent lamp, and the surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. Minji must have seen it too, as he softly said, "Good boy. Sleep once the light is off. Don't secretly play with your phone in the dark." Rong Jian raised his voice, who would sneak around with their phone like a primary school student. Minji seemed to suppress a laugh, saying, softly, "Good night." Shortly after the call ended, the phone screen also dimmed. Rong Jian closed his eyes. He spent his first Valentine's Day, received gifts borrowed from 10 years later, and did something embarrassing, all related to Minji. And at that very moment, Minji was nearby. He could see when the lights here lit up and when they went out. Rong Jian tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Once a person can't fall asleep, they will naturally fall into anxiety, and Rong Jian was no exception. After failing to force himself to sleep, he finally reached for his phone on the bedside table. He had promised not to be a sneaky little kid secretly playing with his phone. Rong Jian felt a bit guilty. But then again, he thought resolutely, "Alright, if I'm going to act like a primary schooler, so be it." With that, he determinedly turned on his phone screen, carefully closing any apps related to Minji, hesitated a moment with his finger hovering around, and finally opened, Find Him, hoping to find some random stranger to chat with for fun, only to realize Hector was still online. Rong Jian hadn't talked to Hector in a long time. He hesitated for a moment before sending a message, "Are you there?" Hector, yeah. Since entering Evil Seed, besides Chen Yanyan, Minji, and Han Yun, Hector was probably the one who spent the most time with him. They were perfectly compatible chat partners. Rong Jian sometimes thought that after the college entrance exam was over and his identity was restored, he could meet Hector in real life and gift him a keyboard. He didn't know that Hector was within sight of him already, nor did he realize that he had unknowingly given him an entire set of computers. Minji sat on the bed, propping his chin with one hand, the cold light from the lit phone illuminating a small area around him. He lit a cigarette but didn't smoke it, sighing as he murmured, "Primary schoolers." Rong Jian had no idea how much his image had changed in Minji's eyes, originally assumed to be a university student in spirit, now reduced to a high school student in reality, rebelling as a junior high schooler online, and ultimately ending up as nothing more than a lying little primary schooler playing with his phone secretly. Rong Jian chatted idly about some random things with Hector, eventually bringing up Hector's romantic developments. Hector replied, "I got her." Rong Jian was thrilled for Hector, because as a 007 programmer, working 24/7, even if one is wealthy, it's hard to find a girlfriend who genuinely likes him. Of course, except for Minji. In a teasing tone, Rong Jian urged Hector to describe his girlfriend. Hector's response was short as usual, "Beautiful, good-looking, cute, really likes me, and I like her too, just that she doesn't listen much, like a little primary schooler." Rong Jian paused for a second. Today, he kept seeing the word, primary schooler, but immediately praised it. Being like a primary schooler means young and energetic, and being together will be fun, right, uncle? The Find Him chat system didn't have an undo feature, so the two words, uncle, clearly showed on the screen. Since shedding his disguise, Rong Jian had never called Hector uncle anymore, he simply couldn't bring himself to pretend to be young. However, pretending to be fluffy for too long seemed to turn even a title into a habit. Hector appeared not to care, responding, "You're right." Then he shifted topics, asking Rong Jian, "How about you? What's going on with your boyfriend?" At this point, Rong Jian's energy was renewed. Originally, he intended to respond calmly, but since no one ever talked to him about such topics in real life, he couldn't help but let loose online, sharing everything. He said he doesn't mind that I tricked him, he likes me for who I am, so we're together now. In the end, Rong Jian couldn't hold back and added, "We're also in the same city, so after getting together, we've met offline and celebrated Valentine's Day today." The longer they chatted, the more animated Rong Jian became, but as the conversation dragged on, drowsiness crept in again, leaving him half asleep while answering Hector's questions. Hector seemed particularly interested in their love story, asking many questions, casually bringing up, "Do you like him that much?" Rong Jian struggled to lift his hand, attempting to type several times and failing, until he finally sent the correct message, "Yes, very much, always, maybe forever." After sending this message, Rong Jian finally gave in to his heavy eyelids and drifted off to deep sleep. He didn't say, "Good night," to Hector. Not far away, Minji stood up, looking at the sentence on the screen before lighting another cigarette. So eloquent, it seems he deserves sparing a punishment. The red flame of the cigarette flickered intermittently, finally disappearing into the night. Chapter 66, Physical Examination. In the second semester of Senior 3, exams were especially frequent. Rong Jian's foundation was originally weak, and he had greatly improved his learning level only with Ming Ye's tutoring. Under such high-intensity testing, when tested on gaps in knowledge, his grades inevitably dropped, fluctuating up and down like a roller coaster. Mingyi had anticipated this situation and wasn't anxious about it. On the contrary, Rong Jian was extremely eager to study hard, determined to enter Fuqing University at all costs. Perhaps tasting the sweetness of love made separation unbearable. Time always flew by quickly. In Rong Jian's relentless selfless studying, winter had passed, barren trees sprouted new leaves, and it was already early spring in March. March 6th, Thursday night. After finishing evening study session, Rong Jian met Han Yun downstairs, and they went upstairs together. When they entered the room and closed the door, Han Yun finally spoke. Has Miss Rong taken leave for tomorrow's college entrance exam physical examination? Rong Jian shook his head and placed his school bag aside. Not yet. I appear healthy at school and can't predict getting sick tomorrow morning. I'll take leave then. Han Yun thought for a moment. That's right, it can't be too obvious. Rong Jian's physical examination for the college entrance exam was indeed an issue, impossible to hide in broad daylight. Once everyone else in the school had finished their examinations, it would be much easier when only Rong Jian was left alone. Han Yun had been nervous about this matter for nearly 2 weeks but had to pretend to be calm on the surface, consoling Rong Jian. Miss, you don't have to worry. I've arranged everything, they won't find out. Rong Jian smiled. Auntie Han, there's no need to worry. It's just 3 months left. Han Yun nodded. Tomorrow you also can't stay at home. Don't let Zhou Xiaochun notice anything. After saying these words, Han Yun prepared to leave, but Rong Jian stopped her and suddenly asked, how is Xiao Lin doing? Speaking of Xiao Lin gave Han Yun a headache. She's having it too good, asking for things every day, and even thinking about working at that fake company, wielding power over others. I had someone threaten her harshly, telling her that if she continues demanding so much, forget it. Only then did she quiet down. Mentioning Xiao Lin made Rong Jian feel heavy-hearted. He asked, besides these, does she want to leave Fuqing? Han Yun sighed. How could she? She's living comfortably here. Rong Jian set his mind at ease and consoled Han Yun, no worries, it will be fine after the college entrance exam. As long as they get through the deadly calamity mentioned earlier, there would be nothing more to fear. Carrying dreams for 3 months later, Rong Jian soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Rong Jian called Uncle Zhang, saying that he was sick again, had a low fever today, and couldn't undergo the medical checkup, leaving him to wait for a future checkup instead. Uncle Zhang didn't suspect anything since Rong Jian had always been sickly, and avoiding the checkup held no significant meaning. He easily agreed to Rong Jian's request to take leave, informing him that he would keep an eye on the school's subsequent schedule. Rong Jian pretended to cough a few times, thanked Uncle Zhang, and hung up the phone. Rong Jian left the house at the same time as usual. The driver dropped him off at the school gate, and after watching the car drive away, he hailed another taxi and headed to the coffee shop where he usually studied with Mingyi. Meanwhile, the students from Class 3, Senior 3 had already gathered at the hospital. After the school resumed classes, they only had half a day off on Sunday afternoon each week. Tired from the constant strain, being out for a health check felt like a holiday. Noisy voices filled the area. Boys and girls from the same class split into 2 lines, naturally chatting together in groups. Someone jokingly asked, Mingyi, what do you plan to do with Ms. Rong? The college entrance exam is coming up soon. If it's a long-distance relationship. Another chimed in, yeah, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. If it's a long-distance relationship, don't succumb to temptation. They weren't saying this out of malice but rather well-wishing. Specifically, when Rong Jian publicly confessed his feelings back then, it brought great pride to their class leader. Everyone knew that their class had produced someone bold enough to perform such a remarkable act under the watchful eyes of everyone, including teachers. Mingyi looked at the completed checkup items while calmly replying, our plan is to go to the same university and continue being classmates. Everyone around burst into teasing laughter. Someone said jealously, you're truly impressive, so stealthy about it. Wishing you a long-lasting relationship. Mingyi ignored him. The noisy physical examination lasted the entire morning. By noon, Mingyi sent a message to Rong Jian, where are you now? Rong Jian had been furiously writing at the coffee shop for the whole morning. One of the waiters who had seen him before still recognized him and asked why Mingyi hadn't come. Rong Jian had no choice but to say that he skipped class alone, not wanting to drag his boyfriend into trouble. The waitress chuckled and said, although you two weren't together back then, I knew for sure that you'd end up as a couple. But later, you stopped coming. Rong Jian took a sip of the milk tea she handed him and picked up his pen, casually replying, next time, we'll come together. The phone on the table vibrated slightly. Rong Jian lit up the screen and saw Mingyi's message. After pondering for a moment, he replied, I'm at that coffee shop. Don't come here. I'll head back to school too. Mingyi, alright. Rong Jian packed up his bag and hailed a taxi to head back to school. It was far from the coffee shop, and by the time he arrived, Mingyi was already waiting in his seat. They sat in the last row near the window. Mingyi was bent over his textbook, writing something when he heard the door open and looked up, whispering softly, you're here. The entire building was eerily quiet, everyone had gone to the hospital for the college entrance physical exam. Rong Jian couldn't help but smile and made an approving sound. He approached his seat, and since Ming Yi sat on the outer side with only a narrow gap between him and the desk, Rong Jian ended up sitting on his lap before sliding into his own place. Rong Jian's face flushed red. But it cooled down almost instantly. Because Ming Yi appeared unfazed, as if nothing unusual had happened. He silently pushed the problems he just finished working on toward Rong Jian, saying, "Today, they asked me what we planned to do next. I told them we'd go to the same university and continue being classmates." Rong Jian nodded earnestly, "I will study, and I will work hard." That was what he said, but with no one around and his crush sitting beside him, they inevitably started getting closer. As they leaned into each other more and more, they eventually embraced tightly. The physical examination had long ended, and almost all students chose to have a meal outside since none of them lacked money. While the school meals were decent, they couldn't compare with restaurants off campus. There was only one girl who forgot her phone at the hospital, spending the whole morning struggling without it. After finishing her checkup, she returned to grab her phone before heading out again. Thinking the classroom was empty, she pushed the door open and immediately noticed someone at the very last row. It was Rong Jian and Ming Yi. They were locked in an embrace. Ming Yi, tall and broad-shouldered, shielded Rong Jian entirely from view. Only Rong Jian's pale hands could be seen, wrapping around Ming Yi, with half of his flushed cheek peeking through as he moved slightly according to Ming Yi's actions, showing traces of deep crimson. The window was slightly open, letting sunlight and tree shadows fall across their shoulders. Spring breeze swept in, and the two teenagers were caught in the middle of kissing. Ming Yi didn't stop. Perhaps hearing the door opening, Rong Jian began to push away, but he wasn't as strong as Ming Yi and struggled for breath, ultimately allowing Ming Yi to continue his actions. The girl stood frozen for 3 seconds, her face turning bright red. Sorry. Please continue, I'll leave immediately." With a loud click, the door slammed shut. Rong Jian finally let out a sigh of relief. Ming Yi lowered his voice and whispered, "What's there to fear? She can't see you." However, the girl rushed in again and loudly announced, "Sorry. Let me grab my phone, it's practically half of my life." Rong Jian. People really shouldn't do anything wrong. On the afternoon of March 7th, a school thousands of miles away in Chuanfeng was also undergoing the college entrance physical examination. Su Fei was among the participants. Originally, he had planned to study abroad and shouldn't have been there. However, with so many members in the Su family, some older than him were already working in the company. Although Su Fei was the legitimate sole heir, he often felt that those cousins had been in power for too long, and inevitably might develop ulterior motives. Humans are greedy, after all. Su Fei thought for a long time and ultimately decided to study domestically, preparing to get involved in the company's affairs as soon as he entered university. To catch everyone off guard, he hadn't told anyone about this decision. When someone around him asked during the physical examination, "Why is brother Su here? Weren't you supposed to study abroad?" Su Fei casually replied, "I'm bored. There's nothing wrong with checking your health anyway." It wasn't until he received his blood test report that his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Two things were wrong. First, his blood type didn't match previous records, and second, his parents couldn't produce someone with his blood type. Su Fei bought a bottle of water from someone nearby, spilling most of it onto the report while opening the cap. He told the teacher he needed another test. The results were the same. Su Fei realized that there was indeed an issue with his blood type, and someone had kept it hidden from him all along. Su Fei still remembered how every time he went for a checkup, Ming Jin would always follow closely behind, her hands cold, incredibly anxious. Back then, he had simply thought she cared too much for him. At the age of 10, during a physical examination, he once overheard Ming Jin anxiously asking, "Is it done yet?" Another person said, "Don't worry, the amendment is done, Mrs." Su Fei thought, does his beautiful, elegant, and naive mother have any secrets? He tore up the examination report and threw it into the trash can, not mentioning this matter to anyone. He pretended as if nothing had happened and returned home. Su Qiong was handling some affairs in the study. He valued Su Fei very much and couldn't help wanting to nurture his abilities. Su Qiong handed a file to Su Fei and asked, "What do you think of this project?" It was a project from Fucheng, not a large one, but with high profits. However, Fucheng was far beyond the Su family's business map, and it seemed unworthy to start a branch solely for this project. After reviewing the document quickly, Su Fei pondered for a moment. Fucheng is too far away, and starting a new department just for this project might not pay off in the future. We should be cautious before making a decision. Su Qiong approvingly nodded slightly. Su Fei continued, "However, this project is indeed good. We could find someone to handle it, as a trial run. What do you think?" Su Qiong felt extremely satisfied with this son. Unlike usual, Su Fei wasn't pleased. Instead, he looked at Su Qiong's face, so similar to his own. If they weren't father and son, would they still look so alike? Su Fei became uncertain. After discussing the matter, Su Fei walked down the stairs. Ming Jin was arranging flowers by the table. He approached her softly, calling out, "Mom." Ming Jin lifted her head. She grew up amidst wealth and never suffered hardships or let her hands touch cold water during winter. Well maintained, she looked no older than 30 despite being over 40. Ming Jin placed the flowers in a long-necked bottle gently, asking warmly, "What did you do today?" Su Fei made some casual replies. Ming Jin set down the scissors and smiled, "Tonight we'll dine with your uncle. He's been to San Francisco and only brought you a present, not your cousins." She added, "They're not jealous at all, they say it's fine because your uncle dotes on you." Su Fei understood her intentions. His mother always tried to instill these ideas, but Su Fei didn't want to argue. The Ming relatives were clearly safer and more reliable than those surnamed Su. Therefore, he mentioned what just happened earlier. "Dad asked me about a project. I suggested it's too far in Fucheng, although profitable, it's not worth sending someone specifically to establish a branch. Letting uncle take care of it would be ideal." Ming Jin beamed, "Is that so? It truly does sound excellent." Su Fei was a head taller than Ming Jin. His eyes fell on her shoulder as he suddenly raised his hand to brush something off. Ming Jin tilted her head and asked, "What is it?" Su Fei held the strand of hair tightly in his palm and smiled, saying, "Nothing, just a fallen leaf on your shoulder." Chapter 67, The Past. Rong Jian's birthday happened to fall on a Sunday. He attended class in the morning and, in the afternoon, could go out to play without skipping class, all above board. In this world, not a single person knew it was Rong Jian's birthday today. Only Ming Yi knew. At least for now, they were the only ones who knew each other's birthdays. During the morning class, Rong Jian was somewhat absent-minded, preoccupied with thinking about the afternoon's plans. He had rarely celebrated his birthdays before. His parents passed away when he was young, and life was hard living with his grandmother. Talking about celebrating birthdays seemed overly luxurious. Later, as an adult, at university, Rong Jian found that celebrating one's own birthday alone wasn't fun. Sometimes others would tease him about wanting to celebrate, but it was just an excuse to make things lively. Rong Jian didn't like such forced celebrations. If it were a regular gathering, it might have been hard to decline, but since it was his birthday, Rong Jian thought it wouldn't hurt to indulge a little. When the bell rang at the end of class, Rong Jian snapped back into focus. Without waiting for the teacher to finish assigning homework, he shoved his stationery into his desk drawer. Ming Yi closed his book as well. The moment the teacher stepped down from the platform, Rong Jian grabbed his coat and walked out side by side with Ming Yi. As they passed the first row, the frail Chen Yanyan tugged at Rong Jian's sleeve and accused him, "Running off so quickly, are you going on a date?" Rong Jian answered honestly, a hint of pride in his tone, nodding to her. Chen Yanyan sighed, finding life not worth it. They walked out of the teaching building, still having quite a distance to reach the school gate. Along the way, many flowers had already bloomed. Walking next to Ming Yi, Rong Jian joked, "Teacher Ming didn't ask us to bring our school bags today. What if I can't finish my homework?" Ming Yi smiled, "What can be done? It's your birthday after all. Of course, I'll help you with it." Rong Jian was very satisfied with this response. It wasn't that he didn't want to do his homework, it was more that he always wanted to take advantage of a good situation and enjoy the small favors. Ming Yi had parked his car earlier, and it was already waiting outside the school. After getting into the car, Rong Jian couldn't resist asking, "Where are we going?" Today being Rong Jian's birthday, everything was arranged by Ming Yi. Rong Jian had no objections, he understood Ming Yi perfectly. In the past, if he were planning a birthday for his boyfriend, he wouldn't let the other party spend a single penny. The taxi driver asked habitually where their destination was. Ming Yi said to Rong Jian, "Let's have lunch first. I reserved a table at a restaurant, I've heard it's really good." It was a famous restaurant, not very open to the public. Not only did you need to be wealthy, but also socially prestigious, to enter. Before his rebirth, Ming Yi had visited many times, mostly invited by others, and occasionally treating them himself. However, Ming Yi had no particular interest in fine dining, he couldn't taste anything remarkable compared to other places, but he remembered that this place had consistently received the most positive reviews. Ming Yi repeated the address to the driver. This restaurant was situated amidst a bustling city center, probably chosen for its tranquility amid the chaos. Upon showing their reservation details, Ming Yi and Rong Jian walked into a private booth by the window. When the server approached to take their order, Rong Jian clutched tightly onto the box in his pocket. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom." Ming Yi nodded. Rong Jian didn't actually need to use the restroom, instead, he wanted to wear the earrings that Ming Yi gave him as a New Year's gift, the jade pair. The bathroom had individual cubicles with ample space. Inside, Rong Jian put on the jade earrings, then brushed his long hair gently to partially conceal the green glow below his earlobes. As he exited the restroom and hurried back to their booth, someone suddenly called out to him. Rong Jian turned around and saw a man in his 40s, average height, slightly chubby but well-dressed, maintaining a certain level of sophistication. Yet Rong Jian didn't recognize him at all. The man smiled, "I'm Uncle Zhang. I remember feeding you candy when you were a child. Don't you remember?" Rong Jian recalled. Though the original self was primarily focused on being the shadowy figure in the company, they were still very concerned with the company affairs, driven mainly by a sense of regret and therefore familiar with the people involved. This man's name was Zhang Xing. He was the general manager of a branch in the company and held shares after working in the Rong family business for years. Helplessly, Rong Jian greeted, "Hello, Uncle Zhang. Are you eating here as well?" Zhang Xing sighed deeply, feigning deep sorrow. "If it weren't for the fact that I came here to eat today, I wouldn't have caught you being deceived." Rong Jian froze. "What do you mean?" Zhang Xing whispered quietly, "I saw the person who came in with you. I know him, he's a little bastard. His mother was a prostitute, and he's a hustler too. And at such a young age, he has already managed to get close to you." Rong Jian felt a buzz in his head and instinctively wanted to throw a punch at the man in front of him, but when he saw the malicious smile on his face, he suddenly calmed down. He glanced around, servers were everywhere, and there were security guards stationed in secluded areas. A fight here would immediately get them stopped. It wouldn't be satisfying, and Ming Yi would find out. There was no need for this. Rong Jian believed he could protect Ming Yi from being insulted by this bastard. Thus, Rong Jian lowered his head slightly and spoke softly, "I have no idea what you're talking about. There are too many people and ears here, it's not a good place to talk. Let's go outside." Given Zhang Xing's position, it was impossible for him to secure a private room in this restaurant. So, they stepped out one after the other through the main door, during which Rong Jian sent a text message to Ming Yi. "All of a sudden, my stomach hurts. I might need some time before I can come back." Even in the most bustling metropolis, narrow alleys were just a few steps away. Rong Jian quickened his pace, taking the lead into the depths of a small alley where a trash bin stood and there wasn't a soul in sight. Zhang Xing hesitated to step into such a place, deeming it beneath his dignity, but since Rong Jian had already gone inside, he had no choice but to follow while grumbling under his breath, "I don't remember his name anymore, but his mother was a very famous prostitute, you know. This kind of thing is quite common. She had a more cunning mind, she sold herself when she was older and her son when he was younger. A friend introduced me once, yeah, I chose the young one, but we couldn't agree on the price." Rong Jian had already stopped walking, stretching his wrists and ankles. His leather shoes clicked crisply against the cement floor. After hearing only a few short sentences, Rong Jian had figured everything out. The Wicked Seed only narrated the events after Ming Yi started university. The story only gave a passing mention of earlier events. Rong Jian knew that Ming Yi had run away from home at the age of 13 and went to an orphanage. 2 years later, he was adopted by old son and worked as manual labor for the Rong family for a year before Rong Jian took a liking to him and sent him to Huiwen Middle School. This background seemed quite ordinary, but when applied to Ming Yi, it became unreasonable. Ming Yi was exceptionally patient, he didn't care about verbal or physical abuse, focusing solely on achieving goals in the simplest manner possible. Xiao Lin may not have been perfect, often beating and scolding Ming Yi, but she somehow managed to provide a relatively stable life for him, with access to education and food. Thus, Ming Yi wouldn't have easily left before gaining independence and opted for a more troublesome way to survive unless something happened when he was 13 that made it unbearable for him to continue enduring. Rong Jian's throat tightened, fearing to think further. But he forced himself to confront the truth. Not a single hint of this incident appeared in the main text of The Wicked Seed. Perhaps it was part of the author's personal settings or a world-building element added retroactively. Regardless, at the age of 13, Xiao Lin decided to destroy Ming Yi. That's why Ming Yi left, and Xiao Lin ended up in jail. That's also why the person in front of him held a grudge. Before Zhang Xing could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Rong Jian. Rong Jian's voice remained calm, though his words carried a chilling edge. "Trash, how do you want to die?" Zhang Xing was completely unprepared for Rong Jian's question. Yet Rong Jian was already in front of Zhang Xing, their heights almost matching. Rong Jian raised his knee and kicked Zhang Xing hard in the stomach, causing him to curl up in pain. Rong Jian grabbed Zhang Xing by the hair and slammed his head repeatedly against the wall, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Zhang Xing's head spun from the impacts. He thought he was going to die right there. Suddenly, Rong Jian released his grip, and Zhang Xing slid down the dirty wall. Through blurred vision, Zhang Xing managed to make out Rong Jian's face, the visage of Master Rong. Fury burned in Rong Jian's eyes. Though he had tempered himself over the years, occasionally engaging in fights, for self-defense or to protect others, they had never been so purely motivated by a desire for pain, bloodshed, or even the death of another. Now, however, Rong Jian wished nothing more than for Zhang Xing to die, and not soon enough. How regrettable that Zhang Xing hadn't died 6 years ago, or better yet, in his mother's womb. Damn it, Ming Yi was only 13 back then. Rong Jian grabbed Zhang Xing by the collar and delivered 2 swift punches to his face, knocking out one of his teeth. Zhang Xing mumbled through his broken mouth, "Spare me." Rong Jian had no intention of stopping until he heard someone call out behind him, "Jian Jian, come over." He turned around and saw Ming Yi standing at the entrance of the alley, silhouetted against the light with his shadow stretching long. Rong Jian involuntarily let go. Ming Yi half lowered his eyes, calmly saying, "You can ask me about those things. This waste of space isn't worth you carrying the burden of murder." But Rong Jian snapped back to reality, still unwilling to let Zhang Xing off. Ming Yi smiled faintly. "I didn't take his life either, it wasn't worth it." He paused for a moment, with barely any fluctuation in emotion detectable. There's no need to hide those things. I'll tell you about them. From the time Mingyi could remember, he knew that Xiaolin was not his biological mother. He never spent much time like gifted children might on questioning why Xiaolin treated him this way or where his birth parents were, or why they abandoned him. Because none of that mattered. Regardless, Xiaolin would never treat him as a normal mother would. Mingyi understood this clearly, so all he ever thought about was when the right time to leave would come. He planned to leave at 16 years old, halfway between childhood and adulthood. At that age, working wouldn't raise suspicion, he'd be able to support himself, and he'd still be able to continue studying. But this timeline had been unexpectedly moved up to 13. That day, when Mingyi came back from school, opened the door, and walked in, he saw Xiaolin standing in the living room. It was rare for her not to entertain clients. She smoked a cigarette, her eyelids half-drooped, and she didn't even look at Mingyi. She simply said, "Get out." Mingyi acted as if he didn't hear. He pushed open the door to his room and stepped inside. A man stood there. Immediately afterward, Xiaolin locked the door from the outside. Xiaolin said, "Mr. Zhang, he is stubborn, but he's only 13 years old. You don't need to worry. I'll just go out now." Zhang Xing, dressed neatly and towering half a head taller than Mingyi, stood beside the bed, smirking ambiguously. Mingyi took one glance at him and instantly grasped what was happening. Calmly, he placed down his school bag, took off his jacket, walked over to Zhang Xing, and then strangled him with his jacket, refusing to let go as Zhang struggled violently until he became nearly unconscious. He knew very well that committing murder before the age of 14 carried no legal consequences, but he still stopped his hand before Zhang Xing completely lost his breath. It wouldn't be worth it to change the original plan because of an accident. When Zhang Xing woke up again, his hands and feet were bound tightly with cloth torn from bed sheets, and his mouth was stuffed with fabric so he couldn't speak. 13-year-old Mingyi stood tall above him. Mingyi lit a cigarette he had taken from Zhang Xing's pocket, along with his ID card, money, and phone. Naturally, this was his first cigarette, yet he drew on it as naturally as he did everything else. Mingyi blew out a puff of smoke and showed Zhang Xing compromising content hidden on his phone with practiced ease, casually flicking ash onto Zhang Xing's face. He said indifferently, "If these got out, you'd end up in jail." As dusk approached, the curtain swayed halfway open. Mingyi was bathed in the light of the setting sun. He paid no attention to Zhang Xing's tears, stubbing out the cigarette on Zhang Xing's face. There was the sound of scorched flesh. Terrified, Zhang Xing almost thought that the person before him wasn't a boy, but a devil disguised in human form. He was truly terrifying. Mingyi smiled again, "But I can give you a chance, you won't have to go to jail, just as long as Xiaolin does." Zhang Xing had no choice but to agree. So, Mingyi untied Zhang Xing, made him call Xiaolin back, knocked her unconscious, and then called the police. In the end, Xiaolin was arrested, sentenced to 5 years for organizing prostitution and intentionally harming others. Mingyi left the place according to his plan, 3 years earlier than intended. That was such a long time ago, almost 20 years had passed, and even Mingyi could barely recall the details. But when Rong Jian pulled out a cigarette pack from Zhang Xing's pocket and lit one, Mingyi realized vividly how he'd done exactly the same thing. Rong Jian couldn't stay calm, and he even resented himself for giving Xiaolin the good life she enjoyed for that period. The joys and sorrows of humanity don't resonate universally. Mingyi didn't care about any of it, but Rong Jian still felt upset. Mingyi walked to Rong Jian's side, never glancing at Zhang Xing once. His eyes were half lowered, gazing intently into Rong Jian's eyes, and he whispered, "Stop smoking. Kiss me." Staring dumbfounded at Mingyi, Rong Jian hesitated for 3 seconds before roughly extinguishing the cigarette on Zhang Xing's face. Mingyi thought, "We've done the same thing again." Rong Jian's voice trembled slightly. He said, "Close your eyes. Don't look at me." With smeared makeup, his face looked terrible, and it embarrassed him deeply. Rong Jian didn't want Mingyi to see. Mingyi closed his eyes. Then, Rong Jian kissed him on the lips. In the dim corner, their kiss didn't bring Mingyi joy as it usually did. His heart tingled with slight numbness, perhaps out of sadness. In the past, Mingyi's heart seemed numb, he feared nothing, suffered no pain, disliked no one, and hated no one. Everything was handled rationally, without lapses or errors, but also without liking or happiness. Yet now, through Rong Jian, he tasted both love and sorrow. One was very bad, the other was very good. Mingyi rarely used such emotional words as good or bad to describe something or someone. But his rationality couldn't take effect on Rong Jian. That silent kiss continued to deepen. The taste of tears mixed with tobacco was bitter. And it was the first time Mingyi had tasted it. Chapter 68, The Emerald Earrings. That kiss seemed to last an eternity, they appeared to be embracing in the darkness until heaven and earth blurred. Rong Jian paused first, drawing a very soft breath as he tried hard to appear calm. He said to Mingyi, "Don't open your eyes. You can't look at me." At this point, Rong Jian paused briefly. He then grasped Mingyi's wrist, "I'll guide you." For someone of Mingyi's extremely self-disciplined nature, shutting his eyes and cutting off all external senses were nearly impossible scenarios. But today was Rong Jian's birthday, and he could make any capricious demand, and Ming Yi would have to comply. In reality, it didn't matter whether it was his birthday or not, Ming Yi would agree anyway. Perhaps it was because Rong Jian had shed tears. Ming Yi had lived for 30 years and seen many people cry, each carrying their own sorrow and pain, yet none of them belonged to Ming Yi. He was indifferent and wouldn't even glance a second time, nor did he care about the longing that came with the tears. Rong Jian was different. Ming Yi hadn't even seen him cry, but just hearing faint sobs and tasting the mixture of tears and tobacco was enough to make his heart go numb. Ming Yi thought, he probably couldn't refuse Rong Jian when he cries. If Rong Jian wanted the moon and stars from the sky, he would find a way to pick them for him. Yet Rong Jian didn't want the moon, nor did he care for the stars. All he wanted was to hold hands with Ming Yi, who had his eyes closed. As Rong Jian walked over to Zhang Xing, who was still sprawled on the ground, he kicked him again. He knew the other party wouldn't dare to report to the police, let alone had the qualification to meet one. Rong Jian wasn't going to let him off easily. After his birthday, Rong Jian would ask Su Guanli for some extra retribution. Using the front camera of his phone, Rong Jian saw himself, makeup smeared horribly, looking ghastly. It was truly unsuitable for anyone to see. Fortunately, Ming Yi hadn't seen him like this. Rong Jian carefully held Ming Ye's hand, steering clear of the uneven bricks and walking toward the convenience store entrance. He sniffed slightly. I'm going to buy a mask. Before I agree, you cannot sneak a peek. Ming Yi nodded slightly. Rong Jian entered the convenience store, quickly searching for masks and wipes, eager to deal with his face. Ming Yi stood outside. It was a sunny day, and the warm sunlight draped over him. He furrowed his brow slightly, feeling someone examining him with a gaze. As he thought about breaking the promise to open his eyes, the gaze suddenly disappeared, as if it had never been there. Ming Yi didn't give it much thought. The person who had just looked at Ming Yi had already turned into a small alleyway, dialing an untraceable international number. He said to the person on the other end, "I've found him. The photo has been sent to your email." Su Fei hung up the phone and immediately opened his mailbox to scroll through a photo. It was Ming Yi with his eyes closed. Ming Yi was exceptionally handsome, his features reminiscent of young Su Qiong. His eyebrows and eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Ming Jin. Su Fei felt the Damocles sword suspended over his heart finally fall. This was the worst truth. Maybe he had prepared himself beforehand, and when he saw the result, Su Fei remained surprisingly calm. He walked downstairs. Ming Jin was still arranging flowers in her usual spot. She had studied flower arrangement for many years but never quite mastered it. The family had specially set up a flower garden for her in the suburbs, delivering fresh flowers daily, solely for Ming Jin to pass the time. Su Fei knew clearly that this woman, brought up in luxury, was not his biological mother. He was born out of wedlock, perhaps even the son of a prostitute. Too ridiculous. Su Fei's reliance lay in being Su Qiong's legitimate child. Su Qiong had many mistresses and, due to a male instinct to carry on the bloodline, also had numerous children, among whom there were no shortage of naturally intelligent ones. But Su Qiong gave them money so they could grow up safely, providing nothing more than that. None of them had ever received hope, much like Xiao Lin in the past, who wanted to take Ming Yi away. Su Qiong gave her a large sum of money without concern for what happened to them later. In Su Qiong's eyes, safeguarding the integrity of the Su family lineage was most important. If internal conflict arose and disputes occurred within the walls, the Su family's future wouldn't be long-lasting. Hence, he hadn't allowed Ming Jin to have another child, fearing the scenario of competing with his own siblings. So Su Fei could be somewhat less clever, as long as he wasn't dull-witted. Fortunately, he was still quite exceptional, and no one could fault him. But the biggest guarantee was still his identity. Now, that's gone. Su Fei still hadn't understood why Ming Jin kept hiding his true identity. Does Ming Jin know about Ming Ye's existence? None of these questions matter, thought Su Fei calmly. What matters is that Ming Yi had been switched. His good fortune was that his biological mother had the courage to fight and his stepmother thought differently. There wasn't anything else that could be done. After all, his original fate had been decided long ago. He had exhausted his natural luck, and from now on, he would have to strive for it himself. Su Fei wouldn't give Ming Yi this chance. Rong Jian finished paying, quickly wiped his face in front of the camera, put on a mask, and only revealed a pair of red eyes as he said to Ming Yi, "All right, you can open your eyes now." Ming Yi held Rong Jian's hand again and said, "Let's go back and eat then." Adding, "Don't be unhappy on your birthday." The service at the restaurant was excellent. When Ming Yi and Rong Jian left for no apparent reason, they postponed serving the dishes and began again once the two re-entered. Rong Jian was furious after just having fought, but with the delicious food, Rong Jian slowly spent 2 hours eating. After finishing, it was almost dinner time. Ming Yi planned to watch a movie with Rong Jian, but Rong Jian said, "I want to go home." Ming Yi was surprised for a moment and nodded. Upon returning to the Rong residence, Rong Jian did not take the main road but instead followed Ming Yi to the small house. Rong Jian scrutinized everything carefully, noticing old son was not around, perhaps gone drinking, and finally sighed in relief. He took off his coat, stuffed it casually into Ming Ye's arms, went into the bathroom, and quickly washed his face. After splashing cold water on his face, feeling guilty like a thief for quite a while, and seeing his own flushed cheeks in the mirror, Rong Jian instinctively caught his breath. The water was cold, but he felt hot. Rong Jian hoped this heat could be enough to warm and spread to the other person's body. Not wanting to think further, he walked out of the bathroom and pushed open the door to Ming Ye's narrow room. Ming Ye stood by the Venetian blinds, looking out the window absent-mindedly. Rong Jian approached. He pulled down the blinds and leaned over, kissing Ming Ye's chin. Ming Ye asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Rong Jian whispered very softly, "I'm 19 years old today." In his heart, he quietly added, "Actually 25 already." Ming Ye almost immediately understood what he meant, but paused silently without pushing Rong Jian away, saying only, 3 months until the college entrance exam. Rong Jian blinked, softening his voice to ask, "Didn't you say you didn't want me to be sad on my birthday?" Typically, the most intimate distance between people involves skin touching skin, sensing each other's body temperature without going any further. Only one kind of contact transcends this boundary. And there is only one person this should happen with. Ming Ye always seemed to lack warmth in his body temperature. Rong Jian couldn't figure out how to make him feel warmer. In reality, even when Ming Ye reached 30, by the conclusion of Villainous Seed, Ming Ye remained cold. Rong Jian had considered this. Ming Ye was not short of love, warmth, or pity. He was strong enough, had gained enough, and never lacked these things. It was Rong Jian who lacked, Rong Jian who yearned. Rong Jian wanted Ming Ye to experience being loved, embraced, and protected. But Ming Ye was already 19 years old. He wasn't a child whose character could easily be changed. The current Ming Ye had already become inaccessible, getting along well with his classmates yet still remaining indifferent, simply because Rong Jian seemed to hope he'd be this way. Rong Jian thought, if only he himself could access Ming Ye, understand his past, and surely accompany his future, why shouldn't he push this to its limits? Rong Jian tilted his head up. He had removed his makeup, his hair falling loose behind him. It was an evidently clear youth outline. With seriousness, he said, "Then fulfill my wish, brother." Ming Ye slowly nodded. The twilight light filtered through the gaps in the Venetian blinds, illuminating every part of Rong Jian's body. Rong Jian took off his base layer pants, wearing only a short skirt, his foot muscles tightened, the shape of his calves beautifully displayed, his ankles faintly pink. His chest was flat, his back thin with visible butterfly bones, a form clearly identifiable as belonging to a young man. Then, Rong Jian's long hair gradually scattered across his cheeks, collarbones, covering his blushing face, tangling with the skirt. Later, the twilight faded, plunging the room into darkness, where the emerald earrings swayed, their green glow illuminating Rong Jian's white earlobes, stretching from twilight to night, from evening to dawn. And Ming Ye broke the words he had spoken in the morning. Throughout the latter half of the day, Ming Ye saw Rong Jian's tear-filled eyes, his evasive posture, and his pitiful plea. But he didn't stop. After everything ceased, the surroundings were deathly silent, save for Rong Jian's continuous sniffles even in his dreams. Ming Ye wasn't the least bit sleepy. He didn't kiss Rong Jian again, but their hands remained clasped together. Ming Ye couldn't even light the lighter. In reality, after tasting the flavor of that tobacco, Ming Ye had already decided to quit smoking. He didn't plan on breaking the 2 promises he made in one day. The 30-year-old Ming Ye slept alone on a double bed. The 19-year-old Ming Ye slept on a single bed, though there were actually 2 people on it. Chapter 69, College Entrance Exam. On Monday, Rong Jian didn't go to school, and Ming Ye didn't either. Ming Ye sent a message to Han Yun using Rong Jian's phone and asked Mr. Zhang for leave. During that brief day, Ming Ye spent almost all his time looking at Rong Jian who was lying beside him. This person belonged to Ming Ye, had endured all his desires, and now rested peacefully by his pillow side. He had obtained what he wanted the most. Ming Ye also thought far ahead. He was roughly the same age as Rong Jian, so he would probably die around the same time. If Rong Jian fell critically ill midway through life, Ming Ye would accompany him. But if Ming Ye were the one nearing death, he would want Rong Jian to join him in hell, then place both their ashes together in a single urn forever. That would be ideal. Rong Jian was originally not very strong and had been tossed and turned all night long. His body and mind were utterly exhausted, so he dozed off the whole day. In between, Ming Ye woke him up to feed him some water and porridge, but after eating a little, he would fall unconscious again. At dusk, Rong Jian woke up once. His voice was completely hoarse, and even his fingertips bore red marks. Grasping Ming Ye's wrist, he mumbled, "What time is it? Remember to wake me up for school." The remaining glow of the sunset shone through the Venetian blinds, somewhat resembling the light of dawn. Ming Ye coaxed him softly, "It's still early, the sky isn't fully bright yet. Sleep a bit longer." After hearing this, Rong Jian fell back into a peaceful slumber. When he woke up again, it was deep into the night. Those profound memories ingrained in his bones finally resurfaced. Rong Jian wished he could sleep for another day and forget everything that happened yesterday. But reality is reality, and it cruelly presented itself to Rong Jian without mercy. His whole body was almost devoid of strength, with only his neck still agile. He turned his head to look at Ming Ye lying beside him. Ming Ye sat up, turning on the desk lamp. As Rong Jian slightly squinted, he could see everything around clearly. The first thing he saw was the back of Mingyi, which flowed smoothly and elegantly. At times, Rong Jian couldn't even fully encircle his back. Rong Jian noticed faint scratch marks on Mingye's back, left unconsciously when Mingyi went too far during certain acts yesterday. Rong Jian felt heat rushing to his face, turning away and covering his eyes with his arm, refusing to think about those things anymore. Well, Rong Jian thought, he was just a coward who fled from reality. The next day, Rong Jian finally managed to drag himself to school for class. Due to his poor health, and being a novice at such activities, he always felt uncomfortable, lying down in the classroom as if he had no bones, falling asleep immediately. Mingyi didn't wake him up to read books, instead diligently taking notes. During the break, Chen Yanyan walked from the first row to the last to comfort her good friend Rong Jian. Chen Yanyan didn't notice Rong Jian was still sleeping, calling his name several seats earlier. Mingyi frowned. Rong Jian was covered with Mingye's coat, which slightly slipped as he lifted his head. To sleep comfortably, he had also unbuttoned the top few buttons. Chen Yanyan reached beside Rong Jian and inadvertently looked down, noticing that the skin below the back of his neck was dotted with spots that resembled purple and red mixed hickey marks. Chen Yanyan felt like she was going blind. Yesterday, Rong Jian had taken sick leave, and Mingyi hadn't come either. Chen Yanyan stopped herself from continuing to think. This guess was too horrifying. Mingyi gave her a glance with an unfathomable expression. Chen Yanyan shivered, quickly averting her gaze and managing to say composedly, "Sis, class will start soon. We'll chat more over lunch." Rong Jian woke up during the break after the second class, having slept enough. He picked up his phone and received several messages from Chen Yanyan. Clicking on the link, they were all stories about 18-year-old mothers fleeing with their unborn child. With sincere concern, Chen Yanyan said, even though these novels beautify the concept of teenage pregnancy before marriage, depicting how much suffering the characters endure, this should show that teenage pregnancy leads to bad outcomes. Rong Jian, ? Baffled, he turned his head and showed his phone to Mingyi with confusion, asking perplexedly, "What's wrong with Yanyan?" Mingyi glanced at the phone and replied calmly, "Maybe it's due to the immense pressure of the college entrance exam." Rong Jian responded with an "oh." In fact, Chen Yanyan wouldn't likely have any pressure since she only planned to attend the exam symbolically before heading abroad to study. Chen Yanyan had fought with her father for a long time but was ultimately defeated by one sentence from her dad. "I'd like to give you a chance, but the domestic universities simply don't offer the opportunity." Chen Yanyan cried. Rong Jian consoled her, "It's just going abroad. A flight takes at most a day, right? Even if you stay in China and go to some remote place, it'll take about a day as well." Chen Yanyan made an agreement with Rong Jian, "Then during your holidays, you must come visit me often. I'll cover your airfare." After saying that, she started fake crying, "You absolutely cannot neglect your sisters once you have a boyfriend. Always remember me when you're on long vacations." Rong Jian replied, "That won't happen. Me and Mingyi will visit you together." In Huiwen Middle School, many students opted for studying overseas directly while skipping the college entrance exam altogether. In fact, in schools of this type, going abroad and taking domestic exams were roughly equal in popularity. Far away across the land in Chuanfeng, Su Fei also chose to pursue the path of studying abroad. He had carefully considered it. Given the uncertain situation, so long as his identity remained unresolved, he was always at risk domestically. In a distant foreign country, no one would get their hands on his health check report or know about his blood type anomaly. Yet, Mingye's existence continued to haunt him like a parasite, night after night causing Su Fei anxiety bordering on madness. Most especially, the information Su Fei had on Mingyi revealed how adverse his upbringing environment was, yet Mingyi shone brilliantly, impossible for anyone not to recognize his talents. What if Mingyi were discovered by Su Qiong? Su Fei didn't dare to imagine. He thought of another possibility, what if Mingyi died? Then even if his identity was exposed later, Su Qiong wouldn't have a second choice but to ensure that Su Fei's true identity remains hidden, preserving Su Fei's legitimate heir status. Let Mingyi die then. That would settle everything. Su Fei thought as much, then sought out his uncle Ming Quan, saying that during his last trip to Fuqing for tourism, a poor student had offended him by taking away someone he liked, asking uncle to handle the matter before he went abroad, ensuring this person's life ended. Even though Ming Quan lacked brainpower and suffered from pathological idiocy, under the boardroom's influence, the Ming family's decline wasn't happening as quickly. But because of his inherent bipolar disorder and entanglements with the underworld, Ming Quan got caught up in anti-pornography and organized crime sweeps, forcing the Ming family to pay dearly to rescue him, leading to their rapid downfall. Su Fei secretly dangled some benefits in front of Ming Quan, who indeed agreed. He never put human life in high regard and thought depending on Su Fei in the future, helping out with this small request wasn't a big deal, and anyway, who dared to snatch his nephew's interest? They truly deserved death. For Su Fei, this was a risky move but a necessary step. His intention was to bind Ming Quan to this scheme. If in the future Ming Jin went berserk over Ming Ye's death, Su Fei could use Ming Quan's evidence of killing to threaten her. Having arranged all these things, Su Fei boarded the plane to New York. From start to finish, Su Fei didn't bother checking Xiao Lin's case. He even thought, Xiao Lin would have been better off dead earlier, reducing one more person knowing about this affair. Taking out a defenseless high schooler, Su Fei didn't think Ming Quan would slip up. Until the day of the college entrance exam, Rong Jian hadn't fully grasped the reality. He'd stayed in this world for nearly a year now, starting from nothing to finding new family, friends, and love. This world felt more interconnected with him than the original world did. This year's college entrance exam questions were exceptionally difficult. After finishing the math section, it rained outside, and many people were crying. Coming out of the test site, Rong Jian actually felt quite calm. The final problem left him uncertain, and its result was odd too. But since the exam was over, there was no point fretting over it anymore. The testing location was a bit far from the Rong family home, and transferring buses was inconvenient. Su Guanli had already planned everything. As soon as the college entrance exam concluded, they would confront Qin Zhou. Unlike before, Rong Jian didn't hide his feelings with Ming Yi anymore, and both of them went back home together in the driver's car. Concentrating on tests all day, Rong Jian was somewhat tired, leaning his forehead against the glass window but couldn't help but think about post-exam plans. After tomorrow's exam is over, we should go travel. Ming Yi asked, where do you want to go? Rong Jian thought for a moment, earnestly replying, to the beach. I haven't been there yet. Ming Yi glanced at Rong Jian. His eyes were filled with light, seemingly hopeful. On the second day of the college entrance exam, science subjects and English were tested. Rong Jian's physics was still mediocre, but chemistry and biology were fine. Fortunately, this year's physics section was easy enough for him to handle. As for the afternoon's English section, Rong Jian found it almost effortless, having studied 4 years more than typical high school students. Leaving the exam hall, Rong Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, there was a thunderstorm, but today remained clear. Parents crowded outside the examination venue. Rong Jian and Ming Yi walked out hand in hand. There were too many people and too many cars, so they bought a popsicle while waiting for the crowd to thin out before heading to their parked car. Rong Jian got into the car first. He turned his head and said in a cajoling tone, I'm so thirsty, can you get me a bottle of water? This was the most genuine lie Rong Jian had told over the past 10 months and the best performance he had ever put on. Rong Jian was the kind of person who played better when it mattered most, knowing clearly that no accidents should happen. Ming Yi hesitated, lowering his gaze with dark eyes. It seemed he couldn't detect the fib either. Placing his backpack on the seat, he promised softly, sure, I'll be right back. Rong Jian nodded and smiled, watching as Ming Yi crossed the road to talk to a vendor, then suddenly said to the driver, Uncle, drive away fast. The driver had figured out a bit during these 2 days, the two kids were likely a couple, and their feelings seemed strong. Unwilling but ultimately obeying under Rong Jian's persistent urging, the driver stepped on the gas pedal. He couldn't help but offer advice, Miss, are you joking with Ming Yi? Even if you're dating, you shouldn't be too capricious, otherwise, the relationship won't last long. Rong Jian pressed her lips together, looking out the window at the receding figure of Ming Yi, and quietly said, no, I just want to go home early and prepare his graduation gift. In fact, Rong Jian died on this day, dying to shield Ming Yi from harm. This plot twist was something Cheng Jian mentioned countless times, but the truth came from Su Fei's mouth. On the day the college entrance exam ended, Rong Jian invited Ming Yi as usual to return home by car. In the car, Rong Jian asked Ming Yi how his test went, to which Ming Yi replied confidently. All of Rong Jian's high school grades were copied from Ming Yi's. Numerous first-place finishes had deluded him into thinking himself truly talented and that he could do well without cheating. The current college entrance exam results shattered that illusion, and Rong Jian realized all his achievements were borrowed from Ming Yi. He dared not imagine what people would say about his results when they came out. Under such circumstances, Rong Jian's resentment towards Ming Yi deepened. Unable to keep up the pretense anymore, he forced Ming Yi off the car. It happened to be the same day Su Fei targeted Ming Yi. He orchestrated a car accident, but the one who died was Rong Jian. Thinking about this, Rong Jian's heartbeat quickened. He reassured himself that there was nothing to fear. Shaolin was still obediently staying in Fucheng without even placing an interprovincial call, making it impossible for Su Fei to know about the event or arrange a car accident targeting a stranger. Yet, even knowing it was almost impossible, Rong Jian refused to take the risk. If the story remained unchanged and Su Fei did learn, what would happen? Rong Jian didn't dare to think. Rather than risking even the smallest chance, he chose to perform a meaningless play instead. Rong Jian's phone vibrated. It was a call from Ming Yi. Rong Jian didn't pick up, fearing being exposed. After hanging up, he sent a message. I have an urgent matter to attend to, I'll go home first. Holding his phone, Rong Jian let out a long sigh. What is there to be afraid of? It won't happen. He planned to pack his clothes and stay in a hotel for the night before heading straight to the travel destination, enjoying this summer vacation carefree. Moreover, because of the impending college entrance exam, aside from Rong Jian's birthday celebration, they hadn't done anything intimate again. Perhaps due to romantic memory enhancement, Rong Jian began reminiscing about that experience. Thinking further made his face red, reflected on his phone screen. He had thought of doing many things during this long holiday with Ming Yi, Han Yun, and Chen Yanyan. But now none of those were possible. With a deafening crash, everything flipped. Rong Jian lost consciousness. His last thought was relief that he didn't gamble against the storyline's 1 in a million odds. However, after today, there would be no graduation trip, no Christmas, and no Rong Jian. Chapter 70, Awakening. Rong Jian seemed to have slept for an extremely long time, always wandering in the darkness. After searching for what felt like an eternity, he finally saw a glimmer of light. He heard someone constantly talking to him. Some voices were soft and gentle, others were filled with hatred as if they had deep enmities against him. They murmured word after word in his ear, but Rong Jian couldn't make out anything clearly. Despite that, he inexplicably hoped that person would talk to him more. But when Rong Jian finally struggled to wake up, the outside daylight was bright, the curtains were half opened, and the walls were completely white. There was not a soul around. Rong Jian's mind wasn't functioning well, and for a moment, he couldn't remember where he was. After closing his eyes and pondering for a long time, he slowly realized that there was a 1% possibility that it had happened. Whether the plot was unchangeable or Su Fei knew the truth, he didn't care much. His luck was good, he had survived. The next moment, however, Rong Jian felt a bit sad. Since his injuries were so severe, the graduation trip must have been cancelled. But it didn't matter. Rong Jian thought, Mingyi didn't get hurt, it didn't seem like he lost any limbs either. If we can't go this year, there are still many other years ahead. As Rong Jian was deeply pondering about future plans, the door suddenly opened, and a young nurse walked in, holding a record book. She had originally planned to check the patient's physical condition as per routine, but upon getting closer, she realized that the patient's eyes were open. Her eyes widened in shock. Before she even had the chance to leave, she picked up the phone and loudly said, "Dr. Chen. The plant-like patient in room 303 has awakened." Rong Jian looked puzzled. Plant-like? Was he referred to as a vegetable? 3 minutes later, Dr. Chen rushed from the office and took Rong Jian to conduct a full-body examination. The hospital air was permeated with the pungent and bitter smell of medicine, which made Rong Jian feel dizzy. The young nurse kept chattering in front of the stretcher. "You're my first patient I've cared for. Who would have thought you'd wake up after being in a coma? It must be due to my excellent nursing skills." Rong Jian remained silent, unsure of what to say. Realizing that the patient might not yet be able to speak properly, the nurse kindly added, "Are you asking what year it is now? You've been unconscious for 2 years." With great effort, Rong Jian managed to turn his neck slightly and nodded lightly. The nurse mentioned the current year, and then excitedly added, "You've been in a coma for 2 years. Having just woken up, Rong Jian's rusted brain struggled to process things quickly. Finally, he realized that according to the dead year calculation, this should already be 11 years later. But the nurse had claimed he was only in a coma for 2 years. 11 years. Rong Jian's bodily functions hadn't fully recovered yet, so normally, he shouldn't be able to perceive warmth or coldness, but at this moment, a chill spread from his heart. The young nurse continued talking, "Mr. Lin Yan, you're so lucky to awaken after such a long coma. All thanks to your strong willpower." Rong Jian tried to open his mouth but could only produce sounds that weren't forming coherent syllables. The nurse leaned down closely, approaching him. After hearing the patient attempt many times, he finally managed to mumble something incoherently. He said, "I'm sorry, but I think I've lost my memory." The nurse was no longer able to maintain her calmness and shouted to the main doctor, "Dr. Chen. Not good. The patient has amnesia. Is there something wrong with the brain?" Half an hour later, Rong Jian received the admission file and a broken mobile phone. The admission file clearly stated his name as Lin Yan, aged 26. The admission date was 2 years ago, and the reason was due to a car accident. The photo was a hastily taken picture before admission, bloody and horrifying, with facial features barely recognizable. Rong Jian couldn't pick up the paper, so the nurse held it out in front of him. This thin piece of paper, Rong Jian stared at for a long time. The nurse asked, "Mr. Lin, have you finished reading?" Rong Jian hesitated for a while, and then nodded slightly. It had been at least an hour since he woke up, yet Mingyi hasn't come over. Even if Mingyi was far away, he should at least have sent a video message right after his awakening. But none of these things happened. Rong Jian came up with many reasons for Mingyi, except one: he himself was no longer Rong Jian. Where exactly was this place? Was it the world he grew up in? Another book? Some unnamed timeline? Or, the evil seed? Rong Jian blinked, the misty water vapor again faintly scattered, unable to coalesce into tears anymore. He suddenly thought, in whichever world it was, it seemed Mingyi wasn't there with him anymore. Meanwhile, the young nurse was secretly observing Rong Jian. This was her first patient after graduating from school. The moment she saw him, she thought he was very handsome. Even when he was unconscious, it was as if he were a sleeping beauty. Now that he was awake, it seemed as if the painting of a beauty had been given eyes and come alive. After comprehensive examinations, the doctor drew a conclusion: the nervous system of the brain was too complex for machines to detect any specific issues. It could be a lingering effect from the car accident, but no clear cause could be identified for now. There was a possibility his memory might return in time, or the amnesia could persist indefinitely. But Rong Jian knew that he hadn't lost his memory, rather, he must have crossed over again. Love made people strong, but it also made them vulnerable. Rong Jian avoided facing this reality and curled up on the hospital bed all day, aimlessly reminiscing about the past and Mingyi, devoid of even the strength to grieve, let alone communicate with the doctors. Perhaps due to having slept for so long, that night Rong Jian couldn't fall asleep. He stared at the cold ward room, confronting yet another unknown chapter of life. The next morning, the caregiver came to take care of Rong Jian. The caregiver was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Zhou. He looked honest and kind-hearted and was taking good care of Rong Jian. Rong Jian inquired, and Uncle Zhou said he had only started working there a month ago because the pay was high. If he didn't put in the effort to care well for the patient, he wouldn't feel right earning the money. However, when Rong Jian continued asking who was paying the salary, Uncle Zhou couldn't give a direct answer. He just said the person who hired him was a tall, thin man. Since Rong Jian had just recovered from a vegetative state, he couldn't eat solid food yet and could only consume some liquid sustenance. Uncle Zhou fed him congee, which tasted exceptionally good, unlike what Rong Jian remembered from hospital cafeterias. At this moment, the young nurse happened to come by to check on him and boasted proudly, "Our hospital is backed by a big boss, extremely wealthy. Even the cafeteria chefs are highly skilled professionals, and just last month, they introduced many new dishes." Rich is an understatement. Hearing this, Rong Jian began pondering. Neither the caregiver nor the hospital's expenses were cheap, indicating that the original owner of this body must have been wealthy. Yet there appeared to be no relatives or friends, not even parents, coming to visit. He sighed inwardly, finding it meaningless to dwell further on such thoughts. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, someone visited Lin Yan's ward. The man entered, about 30 years old, dressed impeccably in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the air of a societal elite. Rong Jian assumed this would likely be the original owner's distant older brother, but when the man spoke, "Little Lin, you've finally awakened," it didn't sound familial, instead, it sounded more like a superior. Indeed, as the conversation progressed, Rong Jian grasped the current situation. Lin Yan's parents had passed away, and after an interview, he was hired as the secretary to a company boss. Unexpectedly, on his second day of work, a car accident occurred, causing him to slip into a coma, judged by the hospital as a vegetative state. However, this boss wasn't a heartless capitalist. Instead, Lin Yan was considered injured while performing his duties, and since the hospital was owned by this same individual, Lin Yan had been directly admitted and meticulously cared for month after month with large sums of money spent. Now that Lin Yan had woken up, the company boss was incredibly busy and naturally couldn't come to see him personally. Thus, Li Feng, the senior secretary, had been sent to visit on behalf of the boss. Alongside the visit, Li Feng briefly mentioned how the company had already done more than enough during these years for Lin Yan. Though Li Feng was a secretary, he was one of the boss's trusted assistants, always busy every single day. After breezing through the aftermath with just a few words, he immediately turned to the main topic. "I heard from the doctor that you've suffered from memory loss and cannot recall anything from before. So, do you have any plans for your future? Do you intend to recover fully and continue being a secretary at Jiarong, or seek another path? Regardless of your choice, the boss will ensure you're fairly compensated." Rong Jian's body had just regained consciousness, leaving him weak. Combined with not closing his eyes all night, he was now feeling drowsy and had to rely on sheer willpower to stay alert. But when Li Feng mentioned the word Jiarong, Rong Jian suddenly snapped back to full awareness. His throat hadn't been used for a long time, making it hard to produce coherent sounds. In his urgency, he struggled even more to speak. Only after much effort did he finally manage to utter a complete sentence. "Is it Jiarong? Ji like affirmation, and Rong like honor." It was as if Rong Jian had bet his entire life on saying those words, and Li Feng showed a hint of surprise, nodding slightly. Lying in the hospital bed, Rong Jian slightly lowered his gaze, seemingly calming his mind, then softly said, "The company has treated me so well, and I can never repay its kindness. I'll dedicate my whole life to the company. Brotherly, I'll join once I'm better." Of course, he had to go back because Jiarong was the company Mingyi founded at the age of 20. Therefore, the boss could only be Mingyi. Rong Jian silently thanked the mysterious deities for bringing him back to this world. After getting his answer, Li Feng was ready to leave. He gave a courteous smile. "Shaolin, don't rush too much. It's been such a long time, we're willing to wait as well." Just as he was about to step out of the room, Rong Jian called out to Li Feng. His eyes were watery, his voice soft but brimming with hope. "Will the boss come see me?" Li Feng didn't turn back, casually replying, "He probably won't be able to make it. The boss is too busy." Rong Jian wasn't too disappointed by this response. After all, Mingyi was the kind of person who wouldn't allow trivial matters or irrelevant people to occupy his time. But that was alright because Rong Jian had many ways to get in touch with Mingyi. Rong Jian happily thought about these plans, initially overly excited, until he unintentionally glanced at his current body. It couldn't even move, let alone be healthy enough for Mingyi to see him. Perhaps it would be better not to contact Mingyi yet. Deciding against disturbing Mingyi for now, Rong Jian tried to calm himself down. He thought that what mattered most was being able to stand up and walk right in front of Mingyi. That very evening, Rong Jian began discussing rehabilitation with Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen suggested that since Rong Jian had lain in bed for so long and both time and resources were abundant, they could take things slowly. While rehabilitation might be painful either way, rushing to stand too soon would only make it more difficult and arduous. But Rong Jian firmly insisted on the quickest possible plan for standing up. Sighing, Dr. Chen jotted something down in the medical record and asked, "Your hair's too long, it might be inconvenient during rehab. Do you want to cut it?" Rong Jian hummed thoughtfully. Dr. Chen seemed to suddenly understand. "Oh, that's right. You have amnesia, do you even remember your own face?" Rong Jian nodded slightly. Dr. Chen wheeled Rong Jian into an inner room where there was a half-length mirror. Rong Jian looked up and almost trembled all over. In the mirror reflected a face so familiar it barely differed from the original Rong Jian. Just taller, older, though the features hadn't changed much. His complexion was pale, his frame skeletal. How could someone look so alike? Rong Jian couldn't believe in such coincidence. Was he Rong Jian or Lin Yan? If this person were truly Rong Jian, why hadn't Chen Yanyan come? Why hadn't Han Yan come? Why hadn't Mingyi come? Could 11 years really erase everyone and everything? This sole conclusion was one Rong Jian refused to believe. Dr. Chen appeared to sense that something was off with Rong Jian's emotions. Tense, he asked, "Did seeing your face remind you of anything?" Attempting to cover his eyes, Rong Jian couldn't lift his arm. All he could do was close his eyes and slowly shake his head. Vaguely, he said, "I'm not sure. I suddenly feel a little sad." Realizing the futility of ruminating endlessly in the hospital, Rong Jian came to his senses. As long as he could use his hands and mind, he could investigate the truth himself. Whether he was Rong Jian or Lin Yan, all changes in circumstances must have their reasons. Rong Jian slept soundly that night. Before starting rehabilitation, Rong Jian asked the young nurse to tie his hair into a high ponytail. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was still long-haired, still beautiful. There didn't seem to be a great difference from the original Rong Jian. But Rong Jian knew deep inside that those 11 years represented a distance greater than any mountain or ocean could compare. He was only deceiving himself. Chapter 71, Rehabilitation. During the 2 years spent bedridden, Rong Jian was well taken care of, his limbs did not atrophy, his body remained clean without bedsores, and he received daily nutritional supplements. Aside from being excessively thin and having a pale complexion, there was little to distinguish him physically from an average person. It was as if he had just woken up after a long sleep. On the third day after Rong Jian woke up, he received various medical examination reports. They showed that Lin Yan's bodily functions were slowly recovering with no major issues, and it was time to start rehabilitation. In the morning, Rong Jian got the checkup results, and by the afternoon, he insisted on starting rehabilitation. Dr. Chen could not persuade him otherwise and led Rong Jian along with the nurse to the rehabilitation center. The hospital's rehabilitation center had been newly built with advanced equipment, well maintained, and used only for a short while. The space was large, and inside there were only a few people, all undergoing rehabilitation under their doctor's guidance. Dr. Chen had already devised a rehabilitation plan, explaining each step to Rong Jian one by one. Most importantly, he mentioned the last point, "Lin Yan, I know you want to stand up again early, but rehabilitation cannot be rushed. You have to take it according to your strength and listen to the doctor's advice. Otherwise, practicing too much might harm your health." While listening to Dr. Chen's words, Rong Jian looked around. This rehabilitation room was very modern, open at a glance, but at the back, there was a small room of about 2 or 3 square meters, locked tightly with only a gap in the middle. It stood out awkwardly compared to the surroundings, almost as though it should not exist. Rong Jian asked, "What is that?" Following Rong Jian's gaze, Dr. Chen hesitated for a moment, pushed his glasses up, and said, "Oh, nothing, it's just a storeroom for cleaning supplies." Rong Jian seemed to believe this explanation and nodded slightly. Rehabilitation is an arduous and painful process. After lying in bed for so long, no matter how well cared for, it can only slow down the deterioration of physical function. To stand up again requires astonishing perseverance. Rong Jian thought to himself that if there was one thing he was known for, it was enduring hardship. Back in high school when his classmates enjoyed ice pops and air conditioning at home, Rong Jian was unloading goods and moving boxes under the scorching sun at 38 degrees Celsius. His shoulders were raw by the end of the day, yet he continued every morning despite applying medicine at night. By the end of the summer vacation, his shoulders had formed thick calluses, and he endured it all silently. But during those years when Rong Jian was being well taken care of, everyone indulged him. He felt weaker, and even though the pain of rehabilitation didn't compare to his past hardships, Rong Jian missed Mingyi more than ever. When would he be able to see Mingyi again? Rong Jian's legs lacked strength, and once again, he fell. This time, it was worse as Uncle Zhou couldn't catch him, and his back hit the floor directly with a loud thud. Pain blurred his vision and made his ears ring. He vaguely heard another loud sound. Uncle Zhou helped him onto the wheelchair, and after taking a moment to recover, Rong Jian quietly asked, "What just happened?" Dr. Chen knelt before Rong Jian, checking him for injuries and paused upon hearing the question. Someone else also fell. Rong Jian turned his head and saw that except for himself, everyone else was still using the exercise equipment. Perhaps they hadn't fallen hard. He mused about this as his eyes inadvertently returned to the small storage room. Today's rehabilitation started rather late. Dr. Chen had initially planned for Rong Jian to simply move his hands and feet, but unexpectedly, Rong Jian insisted on following the first day's plan in full. By the time it was over, it was nearly 6 o'clock. It was twilight at the end of August, and the sky was filled with pink clouds. The sun was heavy, about to dip below the horizon. The shadows of the trees overlapped, falling on Rong Jian. He raised his eyes toward the window and vaguely realized that it was also in late August when he entered the world of bad seeds. Counting from then, it had been exactly 11 years. 11 years is a long time, but the time he spent with Mingyi amounted to less than a year, making it all the more fleeting. They hadn't even spent a summer together yet. In the coming days, besides daily rehabilitation, Rong Jian spent most of his time investigating Lin Yan's identity and gathering information on Mingyi over these years. From various archives, Lin Yan's background proved quite convoluted. Lin Yan's parents were senior technical staff who went to the US for work and stayed there. Young Lin Yan also grew up in America. During high school, Lin Yan's parents died in a lab accident, leaving Lin Yan all alone. Due to being Asian with an exceptionally striking appearance, Lin Yan was subjected to severe bullying at school and suffered from deep depression. After finishing college, Lin Yan could no longer force himself to stay in the US and chose to return home, finding this job at Jiao. On his second day of work, he became a vegetative patient after a car accident, lying there for 2 years. After piecing together Lin Yan's life, Rong Jian could only sigh that it was really unlucky for the guy. At the same time, Rong Jian also vaguely felt something strange. He couldn't find any issues on Lin Yan's resume, nor could he verify Lin Yan's life story. Lin Yan had no family or friends, everyone who knew him was overseas. Moreover, due to his depression, he was unable to develop deep relationships with others, not leaving any online contact details, making it impossible to verify his social connections. There was no way Rong Jian could drag his half-disabled body to the US to search for people who knew Lin Yan. Rong Jian also tried to look for physical marks, but his body was originally flawless, with the only scar left from a fight for Chen Yanyan now covered by the scar from the car accident. That car accident must have been extremely violent. Rong Jian counted 13 scars on his body while looking in the mirror, even a mark circling his right wrist. Rong Jian dispiritedly thought, perhaps Lin Yan just looked like Rong Jian, and coincidentally shared the same name. Apart from that, Rong Jian also searched for Mingyi's information online. However, Mingyi did not seem fond of appearing in public, never accepting interviews, and very little information was available online, offering no substantial insights. The only gain Rong Jian had was saving a stolen photo. It showed Mingyi at 25, a side of Mingyi that Rong Jian hadn't seen before. Mingyi's information couldn't be found, so Rong Jian started investigating other people's information. Sure enough, the Su family had already fallen apart. Everything seemed no different from what happened in the book. But currently, the timeline had moved beyond the end of Bad Seeds. The more Rong Jian investigated, the more panic he felt. During one of Li Feng's routine hospital visits, Rong Jian pretended to ask out of curiosity, "I heard from General Manager Cheng that I look like Rong Jian." Li Feng initially looked casual, but upon hearing these words, he raised an eyebrow and replied seriously, "You can't mention that person's name anymore, otherwise, General Manager Cheng will go crazy." Rong Jian, whose fists couldn't even clench properly, pretended to be curious and asked, "Why?" Li Feng whispered, "All right, given your appearance, you deserve to know some truths." In the past, General Manager Cheng often spoke fondly of that Miss Rong Jian, thinking she cared about the boss. Unfortunately, she passed away in a car accident shortly after her college entrance exam. But now, it turns out that her care for the boss was fake. General Manager Cheng not only exhumed her grave but also relocated her ashes to another cemetery. Mentioning that name even once would incite anger. Especially for you, since you resemble him somewhat, it's best to avoid saying anything like that around General Manager Cheng. Rong Jian's worst nightmare seemed to have come true. His reaction was slow, as if he thought for a long time before softly uttering, "Oh." Li Feng looked at Rong Jian's distracted expression and felt a pang of pity, considering how Lin Yan was hired under his decision, which made him more emotionally attached than others. He consoled Rong Jian further, "Don't worry, our boss is fair-minded and will definitely not have any prejudice against you." This time, Rong Jian showed no response at all. Li Feng didn't notice when he left the ward. Rong Jian repeatedly thought about everything since waking up, slowly putting together all the unusual pieces into the truth. Was it that he woke up not in the 11th year after his car accident but after the conclusion of the original Bad Seeds? It seemed so. Everything unfolded exactly as in Bad Seeds. Mingyi had never liked Rong Jian, and at the end, upon discovering the truth, Cheng Jian angrily exhumed Rong Jian's grave. Although the book didn't mention Lin Yan, it was implied that a secretary getting into a car accident wasn't noteworthy enough to write about. In this prolonged period, there was no secret romance between Rong Jian and Mingyi. Because this was another world. Rong Jian spent the entire afternoon contemplating and finally concluded that all these were merely claims made by others, not necessarily accurate. He needed to hear Mingyi's take on the matter. Chapter 72, Extinguishing. Rong Jian woke up at the end of August, and after 3 months of arduous rehabilitation, he was officially discharged from the hospital in late November. Rong Jian had recovered well, his limbs were agile, and his mind was sharp. Li Feng evaluated him and thought that he was still capable of handling work, notifying Rong Jian to officially return in December. Jiarong's employee benefits were excellent, with the company providing an accompanying staff apartment. After being discharged from the hospital, Rong Jian remained disconnected from society but didn't have to spend much energy on daily chores. On the first day of December, Rong Jian put on a suit and tie, stubbornly refusing to cut his long hair. He spent half a day selecting in a convenience store downstairs before picking out a green hairband. As he checked out, the convenience store attendant joked, "Us men can't wear green on our heads." Rong Jian smiled faintly. "It's fine." He now really liked emerald green, it reminded him of the earrings Mingyi had once given him. Rong Jian raised his hand and skillfully tied his long hair into a high ponytail. The apartment was very close to the company. As soon as Rong Jian entered the lobby, various gazes subtly turned toward him. For Jiarong, it was the first time they'd seen a man with long hair tied back. Although other tech companies often had more relaxed environments, Jiarong, despite its origins in internet business, had a rather formal internal atmosphere due to Mingye's character, and no one dared to deviate in manners or conduct. Rong Jian acted as if he was unaware, calmly sitting on the top floor with his high ponytail intact. Those employees who hadn't seen him before assumed he was some young lord visiting for fun, even daring to go straight to see the boss, a suicidal move. Rong Jian walked down the stairs alone. On the top floor was Mingye's separate office, which was always quiet. Outside, there were a few desks where the secretaries worked. Mingye's workload was enormous, so apart from Li Feng serving as both a life assistant and overall supervisor of the secretarial office, there were also several secretaries responsible for different aspects of the work. When Lin Yan was hired, he handled communications between Mingyi and the various branches and sub-institutions. This job was considered one of the easier ones in the secretarial office. However, Lin Yan had bad luck, only working for 2 days before being forced to take a 2-year leave. To show the company's humanitarian side, Li Feng had transferred someone from the lower administrative department to temporarily fill Lin Yan's position. The person currently filling that role was named Fang Chen. According to Li Feng, Fang Chen had been transferred a year ago. Rong Jian would first learn from him for a few days before taking over the position, then Fang Chen would be reassigned. Fang Chen was a young man in his 20s, of average height. Upon seeing Rong Jian, he gave a strained smile. Rong Jian understood well. Fang Chen had held this position for a year, receiving praise from below, earning a high salary and good benefits. He had thought he could hold on to this great job for a long time, never imagining that a comatose patient might suddenly wake up and take away his job. Anyone would feel unhappy in this situation. Sure enough, after discussing a few matters about the transition, Fang Chen started criticizing Rong Jian's hair, saying sarcastically, "Little Lin, I am your senior by experience at least, so let me give you a piece of advice. Our company is not like outside, we expect at least proper appearance. You cannot come dressed like this." Before he even finished, his expression brightened instantly. "Good morning, Mr. Ming. You're here." Rong Jian startled, his heart skipping multiple beats as he quickly looked away. That was the person Rong Jian had waited for a long time in both dreams and reality. 30-year-old Mingyi appeared much taller than his 19-year-old self. He wasn't wearing that short-sleeved shirt anymore but instead a black suit, white shirt, with the collar buttoned all the way up, showing none of the shape of his back nor making anyone feel pity. Mingye's handsome face showed no expression, his pitch-black pupils merely pausing for half a second on the two of them before quickly moving away. Perhaps it wasn't worth another glance. In those half seconds, Rong Jian felt like his heart had beaten 100 times. But that wasn't true. Li Feng, who was following behind Mingyi, stopped and spoke with perfect grace appropriate for a secretary. "I just heard what you two were discussing. The company hasn't specified long hair as inappropriate attire either. It's an era of gender equality now, so we shouldn't have the first case of gender discrimination within the company." Fang Chen was almost scared out of his wits by this severe reprimand and hurriedly defended himself. "Brotherly, I didn't mean it like that, really." Li Feng kept smiling while waving off Fang Chen. "Never mind, your mindset isn't balanced, and you wouldn't be able to teach little Lin properly anyway. Go back downstairs for now." Rong Jian observed this silently, feeling that Li Feng might be overly protective of him. Fang Chen dared not argue further, looking dejected as he packed up his things. Rong Jian said, "Thank you, brotherly." Li Feng stepped back slightly. "There's nothing to thank. Just focus on working well. But don't overwork yourself, you've just been released from the hospital." Rong Jian nodded slightly. Since it was the first day of formal work, Rong Jian forced himself to ignore Mingyi just a wall away and fully focus on his job. However, he always found himself unintentionally typing down Mingye's name along with what he wanted to say. By evening, the other two secretaries had already left for the day. Rong Jian lingered in the office under the pretense of needing more time to familiarize himself with his tasks. He saw Li Feng preparing to leave while holding his coat and stepped forward, saying, "Brotherly, I feel like Mr. Ming hasn't eaten dinner yet. Should I bring it in to him?" Li Feng replied, "I completely forgot about that. The cafeteria doesn't have meals anymore at this hour. Help the boss order some takeout and deliver it." It seemed Li Feng had an urgent matter, as he left right after speaking. The entire floor was now left with only Mingyi and Rong Jian. According to Ming Ye's tastes from memory, Rong Jian ordered an expensive takeaway, anxiously counting down the minutes until its arrival so he would have an excuse to knock on the nearby door. The twilight was nearly over, the sun almost setting behind the mountains, leaving a dim gray haze around them. The light in Rong Jian's eyes, like the twilight, was about to fade. He wanted to set it alight one last time before it extinguished. The delivery arrived quickly, and Rong Jian knocked on Ming Ye's door in a show of professionalism. Ming Ye had rolled up his sleeves, handling official business at his desk. Rong Jian said, "Dinner has arrived." Ming Ye gave a simple, without raising his head. Rong Jian approached Ming Ye. After much deliberation, he struggled with how to start the conversation, finally managing only a strained whisper, "I'm Rong Jian." By uttering these words, it felt like he had put himself on trial. Everyone around had already judged him guilty, but Rong Jian recognized only Ming Ye as the judge, accepting only his verdict. Even with all the evidence against him, Rong Jian trusted only Ming Ye's word. That morning when Ming Ye passed by, he hadn't spared a second glance, which made Rong Jian a little sad. But he comforted himself, his boyfriend truly was different from those cliché domineering CEOs, despite having been gone for years, this exact replica in front of him remained unmoved. Rong Jian had even planned what rewards to offer Ming Ye. But upon hearing this, Ming Ye stood up, towering and tall, half lowering his eyes, calm and indifferent as he asked, "What nonsense did you hear from Qingjian, and now you're spouting it here?" Night had fallen by now, streetlights illuminating the surroundings sporadically. On the floor-to-ceiling windows, Rong Jian's shadow was reflected, allowing Ming Ye to see him bowing his head, unable to discern his expression. With a sharp jawline, pale skin, and visible veins extending down his slim neck, he presented a pitiable figure. But Ming Ye could not be moved by anyone's pity. He said, "You'll be fired next time." Such was Ming Ye, treat others equally and ruthlessly, showing no concern for their sorrows or sympathies. Even giving Lin Yan a second chance might have been due to Lin Yan lying unconscious for 2 years, clouding his judgment. Yet for Rong Jian, Ming Ye had always made him special, one who received countless chances and corrections for his mistakes, never worrying about anything because Ming Ye was always there to fix it. But this Ming Ye wasn't Rong Jian's Ming Ye. A moment later, Rong Jian softly asked, "Is that so?" In truth, Rong Jian understood well. He wasn't stupid. As the months dragged on, hope grew increasingly distant, yet he kept deceiving himself, refusing to give up. Countless reasons could justify his beliefs, just as someone not yet sentenced to death clings onto hopeless expectations. There were so many miracles in the world, surely one should grace his life as well. But the miracle didn't come. Rong Jian was sentenced to death, executed immediately, without a single moment of respite. Rong Jian's consciousness detached itself, instinctively responding to Ming Ye's words in a stiff manner, "I'm sorry, boss, I spoke nonsense, and it won't happen again." It seemed Ming Ye didn't care about this subordinate who'd made a mistake, not even bothering to offer forgiveness. His dark pupils were like a deep sea, no matter how fierce the storms outside, they could not stir any waves in the depths where no light reached. As Rong Jian prepared to turn and leave, Ming Ye called out to stop him, calmly saying, "I have a dinner gathering next, you can take this takeaway back and eat it yourself." He paused briefly before continuing, "Don't order this type again. I don't like it." Rong Jian gripped the takeout meant for Ming Ye tightly, pressing his palms inward, "I've taken note." His Ming Ye liked these dishes, but this world's Ming Ye didn't. Perhaps time was just a fleeting instant for Rong Jian, yet he remembered vividly when he first discovered Ming Ye's preference for these particular foods. It was during their initial tutoring sessions when Rong Jian would invite Ming Ye for dinner, carefully observing which dishes Ming Ye ate more of daily, eventually concluding his preferences. In this world, Ming Ye had never given tutoring lessons to anyone, nor had he ever shared a meal with anyone. Rong Jian finished the takeaway food cleanly, turned off the lights in the secretary's office, and after work walked back to his small apartment. After taking a shower, he turned off the lights again before lying on the bed. Darkness surrounded him entirely, devoid of any light. Rong Jian's heart would no longer be illuminated. In his younger days, Rong Jian thought he was very different from others, someone who wouldn't fall into love or share a lifetime with another person. But now, he found himself simply and mundanely liking someone, and mundanely wanting to be with that person forever. But Rong Jian could not find that someone anymore. He used to think a year was an immeasurably long distance. But now, being separated by two worlds felt insurmountable, even beyond the boundaries of life and death. Perhaps even after death they would never return to the same netherworld, never meet again. The deities had never blessed him. Rong Jian thought a great deal, his mind filled only with Ming Ye. He didn't know if Ming Ye was also missing him. But if Ming Ye were indeed missing him, it would be unbearably sad. He merely endured these hopeless 2 hours of longing, and already it felt unbearable. Yet Ming Ye would have to endure 11 years of such fruitless longing. That was far too painful. Rong Jian couldn't bear it. He thought, if only Ming Ye could forget about Rong Jian and come to love someone else, then perhaps at 30 years old, Ming Ye could be happy, with a double bed occupied by 2 people. Even though it was all fabricated in his imagination, it made Rong Jian sadder still. He wished to steal away Ming Ye's happiness, hoping that for 1 second, Ming Ye might think of Rong Jian right now, thinking of the person he first fell in love with. But no matter what, this was nothing more than an unverifiable, hopeless fantasy. Rong Jian understood well that tears were a sign of weakness, capable of doing nothing. The surroundings remained still quiet, with only the faint vibration of air slowly fading and dissipating. Chapter 73, Christmas. Rong Jian called this world the male lead. He was very clear that the person in front of him was the male lead from Evil Seeds, not his Mingyi. Rong Jian did admire the male lead in Evil Seeds, and he even couldn't help but approach Mingyi because of the original book, but that wasn't love. The person Rong Jian liked was that 18-year-old youth, who would tell him about affection and love, would give him jade earrings, and would make promises to attend the same university. If Mingyi lost his memory, then Rong Jian could re-meet him, pursue him, make Mingyi like him again, and be together once more. Because a person's experiences aren't just engraved in their memory but also in their blood and bones, shaping life little by little, changing behavior and manners. Just like twins, though born identical, eventually become different people. Since the summer when Rong Jian entered Evil Seeds, the male lead and Mingyi have drifted further apart, becoming two separate individuals. Rong Jian understood this clearly, yet his gaze couldn't help but chase after the male lead, searching for traces of his boyfriend in him. Rong Jian wondered, would the 30-year-old Mingyi be like this too? This was an answer he would never know, merely a figment of his imagination. Jia Rong was very busy with work, even as a secretary with relatively light tasks. Rong Jian was quite occupied, dealing with official duties daily, and finding time to investigate Rong Jian's grave. Rong Jian was extremely cautious during his investigation, but still got discovered by Li Feng, who scolded him for risking his life. Nonetheless, Li Feng secretly revealed the location of Rong Jian's grave to him. Li Feng was Ming Ye's trusted aide and knew many things. Qing Qian might have gone mad, but she didn't actually scatter Rong Jian's ashes. She simply unearthed his urn from the original upscale cemetery and moved it to a remote, dilapidated small public cemetery, no longer allowing him to receive offerings after death. On the first weekend of December, Rong Jian paid tribute to the Rong Jian grave of this world with a bouquet of flowers. He had occupied Rong Jian's body for over half a year, even fallen in love, and felt he owed something to Rong Jian. Rong Jian's new grave was very small, the tombstone carelessly inscribed with only a name, without date of birth, eulogy, or photograph, standing alone in a corner. Rong Jian placed lilies on the grave, gave a red envelope to the caretaker, asking for extra attention. After paying respects, Rong Jian returned to the apartment. He sighed, despite not walking far, he felt exhausted. Perhaps there wasn't much to look forward to in this life here. The longer he stayed, the more hopeless it seemed. Rong Jian could only cling to those memories, repeatedly revisiting the past. But it has been 11 years already. Rong Jian didn't want to confuse the male lead of this world with Mingyi, but it was indeed impossible. He searched for traces of Mingyi in the male lead, whose willpower wasn't as unshakable as Ming Ye's, so there were always gaps that could be exploited. Rong Jian had a rare good sleep, dreaming of a 30-year-old Mingyi, identical to the male lead of this world. Even the creases in his tie were exactly the same. His eyes slightly lowered, gazing gently at someone beside him. He asked, "I've waited for 10 years, why haven't you come back?" Rong Jian wanted to answer, "I've come back, I'm right beside you." But he couldn't utter those words, struggling continuously until he suddenly woke up, his mind full of that Mingyi. Rong Jian could no longer revisit dreams. He didn't dare to see that Mingyi. On the second weekend of December, Rong Jian originally planned to visit Huiwen High School, but Li Feng stopped him on Saturday night. Li Feng said, "I'll go out of town tomorrow for a business trip. The boss has a banquet, you should accompany him." Rong Jian tried to refuse, as he could observe the male lead from afar but couldn't get too close, or else he would confuse them. However, Li Feng sighed and continued persuading, there are only 2 female staff left in the office. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to go to such occasions. Rong Jian could only agree. On Sunday afternoon, Rong Jian drove and accompanied Mingyi to the dinner party. The banquet gathered the highest-tier socialites of Fucheng City, with clinking glasses and elegant attire all around. As a secretary, Rong Jian should have protected Mingyi from drinking, but Mingyi didn't let him drink, only saying, "You're driving me back, don't drink." Rong Jian wasn't much of a drinker anyway and didn't insist after hearing that, instead mixing water into Ming Ye's drinks. Under the brilliant lights, Mingyi shone brilliantly, being the only one in the room worthy of being called a distinguished young talent. This banquet was of high caliber, only those wielding real power could attend. Most of the second generation weren't qualified to come, and thus most of the attendees were at least middle-aged. Only Mingyi was just 30. All the ladies with daughters of marriageable age gathered around Mingyi, casually mentioning their daughters. Those girls were mostly beautiful, young, and spoiled, anyone who glanced at them wouldn't want to refuse. But Mingyi didn't agree to any match, not even giving a proper look at their photographs. This point matched the book perfectly. The banquet only ended at 10 in the evening. Even though his drinks were watered down, Mingyi had been drinking for hours without stopping and seemed slightly drunk now. However, even when drunk, Mingyi wouldn't let others see it. On the surface, he appeared no different from usual. Rong Jian sat in the driver's seat, inserted the key, stepped on the gas pedal, and through the rearview mirror, saw Mingyi leaning back on the rear seat, half-closed eyes. He pursed his lips and jokingly said, "Today so many wives tried to set up matches for the boss, but the boss didn't accept any." Upon hearing this, Mingyi opened his eyes and turned his head toward the window. The streetlight shone into his eyes, lighting up the dark pupils. For a moment, Rong Jian felt that Mingyi wasn't drunk at all. If he wasn't drunk, Mingyi would never answer such a question. But now he slowly said, none of them are someone I like. So, he wouldn't accept any of them. Rong Jian unconsciously smiled and stopped asking further. He thought he was strange. He shouldn't be feeling this way. He should hope that the male lead could also find someone he loved, achieving a happy ending. After driving for an hour, they finally reached the apartment where Mingyi lived. It was his first time coming here. Mingyi was extremely wealthy, unimaginably rich. He rose rapidly and accumulated a huge fortune in less than a decade. Rumors outside claimed his wealth and power were unmatched by everyone else in Fucheng City. Yet, so rich a man as Mingyi only lived in an 80-square-meter bachelor apartment, with extremely minimalist decor. Everywhere there were black and white lines, no more furniture than necessary. As a secretary, Rong Jian naturally fetched a cup of water and handed it to Mingyi. Mingyi must have drunk too much wine, feeling very hot. Before Rong Jian left, he took off his coat, loosened his tie, and removed his wristwatch. Rong Jian inadvertently caught a glimpse of Mingyi's wrist and froze. Because what lay beneath the wristwatch wasn't pale white skin but a circle of black tattoos. From afar, Rong Jian couldn't see clearly what it was, but he could tell it wasn't a flower pattern but some kind of text strung together. Rong Jian thought this was odd. Many people choose tattoos for various reasons to mark something most important to them at the moment, but Mingyi wouldn't do this. He wasn't afraid of pain and had great endurance. The pain brought by tattoos would be meaningless to him. He could remember everything and had no need for such self-deception. Yet, the male lead chose to get a tattoo. Did he have something he wanted to remember? Rong Jian's gaze became too bold. Even Mingyi, who was half drunk, noticed. He drank up the water in one go and asked nonchalantly, not aloud. Rong Jian shook his head. Leaving Mingyi's apartment, after walking a few steps, Rong Jian arrived at the apartment where he stayed. He washed away the alcohol scent from his body, as usual turned off the lights, got into bed, yet still couldn't fall asleep. Jia Rong's work was very busy, and since the part handled by Rong Jian generally only involved Li Feng, there were rarely direct encounters or exchanges with the male lead. But every interaction, every word made Rong Jian realize this person wasn't Mingyi. So every night before sleeping, Rong Jian would think, tomorrow will be different, don't focus on this world's Mingyi anymore. But when dawn broke, Rong Jian would once again think, today, just find a little more of Mingyi in the male lead, what's wrong with that? Rong Jian struggled repeatedly between clarity and falling deeper, unable to extricate himself. Still, he set a deadline. Just until Christmas. Then he would resign, leave here, escape from this world's male lead. On the third weekend of December, Rong Jian went to Ling Mountain Temple to pray. It wasn't a festival, so there were few people at Ling Mountain Temple. The surroundings were desolate, nothing like the bustling scenes of 11 years ago. But this time, Rong Jian drew an excellent uppermost lot. The monk pretended to deeply examine his lot luck and said a lot of auspicious and favorable words. Rong Jian looked at the lot in his hand for a long time, lost in thought, and didn't hear anything the monk said, merely donating some incense oil money. Rong Jian then went to request a talisman for safety. He initially prayed for a costly universal blessing charm for Mingyi, which required quite a donation, promising him future success, good health, smooth career, perfect love, and according to that monk, anything auspicious one could imagine in a human world, the universal blessing charm could protect. Rong Jian had kowtowed 9 times and sincerely prayed for the talisman, but then he felt it was too greedy. He remembered years ago, all he asked Buddha was for Mingyi to be well in everything, that was actually a lot of wishes combined. In the end, Buddha didn't protect him, instead, his wishes were almost like mocked. Rong Jian thought it might have been because he was too greedy. So Rong Jian again prayed for a simple peace talisman and kowtowed 3 more times. He thought, after all, peace was the most important thing. Before leaving, Rong Jian also donated another peace talisman for this world's Mingyi, though without any head-knocking ceremony. Christmas was the male lead's birthday, probably no one in this world had ever celebrated it for him. Though Rong Jian didn't intend to be involved in the male lead's life anymore, sending a peace talisman would be acceptable. Anyway, once sent, what seemed impossible could become possible. In the afternoon of Christmas Day, Mingyi quite humanely gave everyone in the company a day off, except for himself and Rong Jian. Rong Jian could have left, but he unexpectedly made a mistake in the spreadsheet and had to stay behind to work overtime with Mingyi. There weren't many errors in the spreadsheet, so Rong Jian quickly fixed them. The whole building was empty, even the security guard downstairs had left. He came upstairs and told Rong Jian he'd go watch a movie with his girlfriend, asking Rong Jian to lock the door when he left. The guard said he'd be back later in the evening. Rong Jian, having no boyfriend to go out with, agreed, deciding to wait until the male lead finished work. With nothing better to do, he played on his phone while pondering how to present the wrapped-up peace talisman in his drawer. Eventually, Rong Jian decided to give it as they both left the office together after the male lead finished work. That way, even if the male lead refused it, they could immediately part ways without much awkwardness. The sky gradually darkened, and it started snowing outside, floating city's first snowfall of the year. Rong Jian suddenly received a message from the male lead, asking him to come since he had some instructions. Confused, Rong Jian pushed open the office door. Inside, smoke filled the air, making Rong Jian cough several times. Unlike his usual diligent work, the male lead had been smoking non-stop, and the ashtray on the table was piled with cigarette butts. Seated behind the desk, the male lead held half a cigarette between his index and middle fingers, its tip flickering faintly. His head was down, and the lights in the room were off, so Rong Jian couldn't see his expression clearly. He wondered, what had happened? Was there trouble at work? For a moment, Rong Jian became anxious and contemplated, but soon rationality returned. He knew he shouldn't continue like this, and this might be the perfect time to resign. Thus, Rong Jian approached, gathered all his courage after waking up, and extended the peace talisman in his palm, loudly saying, "Boss, this is the peace talisman I prayed for at Ling Mountain Temple. I want to give it to you as a Christmas gift." The male lead didn't look up, merely nodding indifferently as a sign of accepting the gift. Rong Jian sighed in relief, knowing that as long as the gift was delivered, whatever the male lead did next wouldn't matter much to him anymore. He paused for a second and then blurted out his request, "Boss, thank you very much for your care these past 2 years. But working in the company these last few weeks has helped me realize my own inadequacies. I can't handle this position properly, so I wish to resign from this job." Upon hearing this, the male lead finally stood up and walked toward Rong Jian. There was an intense pressure surrounding him, causing Rong Jian to avoid looking into his eyes. Rong Jian couldn't imagine why he wouldn't agree. Yet, Mingyi softly said, "Why are you so impatient, not even waiting a month before giving up?" Chapter 74, I Want You. When Rong Jian heard this sentence, it was as if a loud buzzing sound had rung in his ears. His upper body was still bent over from bowing, but his eyes lifted to look at Mingyi, his expression suddenly odd, as though he didn't understand what had just happened. What was Mingyi saying? All the sounds seemed distant, muffled and unclear, isolated on the outside. Mingyi squatted down halfway, adjusting his height to match Rong Jian's, then extended his hand and slowly hugged Rong Jian tightly, holding him close in his arms, softly saying, "I've been deceiving you, it's always been this world. You haven't changed, and neither have I." He didn't say sorry because those words would mean a sincere remorse, but even if given another 100 chances, he would still choose to continue deceiving Rong Jian. Rong Jian wanted to scold him, yet couldn't bear to resist this embrace that had come after 11 years, thinking about the 3 months of rehabilitation, and these past 30 days filled with struggles day and night. He'd prepared himself to live alone for the rest of his life, searching for ways to go to another world, yet Mingyi had simply deceived him. With a hoarse voice, all he could ask was, "If you know how easy it is to deceive me, why do you still lie?" Rong Jian thought, if Mingyi can't come up with a convincing reason, he will be truly angry, at least enough for a 3-day Cold War. Then he thought, there probably wouldn't be a Cold War today, as Christmas was Mingyi's birthday, a reunion after 11 years. Rong Jian felt that he was really powerless against Mingyi. Even if Mingyi was a liar, a jerk, just seeing him from afar and finding traces of the past in him made Rong Jian's heart flutter, unwilling to let go. So after such a long wait, how could Rong Jian let go? Back when Rong Jian rejected Mingyi's confession, he had guessed that Mingyi would be the kind of person who remembers a single love for a lifetime. And indeed, Rong Jian's guess hadn't been wrong. He had dated Mingyi for half a year, and Mingyi had remembered their love for 11 years. If Mingyi had never woken up, he would have remembered it forever. Thus, Rong Jian lightly kissed Mingyi's chin and said, "Don't deceive me anymore." This building was the tallest one nearby, and through the glass, one could see the scattered lights around. Those faint glimmers weren't enough to illuminate this floor, and the gray cloud shadows seemed to be reflected on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Adding to all this was an awkward silhouette of Rong Jian and Mingyi embracing. Mingyi said, "I won't deceive you anymore." His words paused momentarily, as if he were considering how to phrase them, but in the end, they turned out to be very ordinary. "I died once, and this is my second 30th birthday." On the day of the college entrance exam, Rong Jian had a car accident, receiving 3 critical condition notifications from the hospital. They managed to save him, but the doctors determined that he was a vegetative state patient, with no clear prognosis on when or if he would awaken. During those few sleepless days while Rong Jian was being rescued, Mingyi heard the doctor's words and seemed to already have anticipated this situation. He remained calm while telling Han Yun, "I will wait for him to wake up." No one around believed Mingyi's promise. It was teenage love, reckless and fiery, burning brightly but also quick to extinguish. At 19, one was just starting out in life. It wasn't possible to make such a rash judgment and determine the path of one's life so early. But Mingyi was different from most people. He knew how to endure and how to wait. His only desire was Rong Jian, and thus, silently waited day by day, month by month, year by year, finally completing the first 10 years of waiting. That summer, Mingyi went through the information he'd gathered from Rong Jian and deduced many possibilities. Although Mingyi couldn't figure out where Rong Jian came from, he deduced that Rong Jian should know the trajectories of many people's lives, especially his own. Rong Jian had attempted to change the destinies of many, with both failures and successes. He firmly believed that Mingyi would succeed in the future and achieve everything. Mingyi wondered, from where did Rong Jian obtain this information? To know something like Song Xuelin and Chen Lu's affairs, one must be someone Mingyi trusts, working at Jiarong. However, there was no one in Mingyi's memory who bore any resemblance to Rong Jian. Therefore, Rong Jian should also have known that the car accident on the day of the high school entrance examination would lead to his death. So why didn't he avoid it? Rong Jian didn't want to die, he wanted to live. Surely, he wouldn't remain indifferent to his impending death. Later, Mingyi discovered he was wrong. It wasn't Lu Cheng but Su Fei who orchestrated Rong Jian's death, leading to the final revelation involving Rong Jian. Rong Jian also knew this, which was why he imprisoned Xiao Lin in Fucheng, to prevent her from finding Su Fei and revealing the secrets of their origins. Even so, Rong Jian worried that fate might not change, and thus, he boarded that car alone. They had known each other for 9 months, and that was the only time Rong Jian lied to Mingyi. It was only this once. Mingyi had spent 50 long nights waiting by Rong Jian's hospital bed, pondering countless possibilities, but all were merely guesses, with no way to confirm them. He originally thought it was a new life unfolding, but could the world really be fixed and unchanging? If someone was destined to die, would they inevitably meet that end because it was written in the stars? However, Mingyi couldn't just kill people recklessly. Those who were meant to die, he wouldn't save. He had no means of verifying the truth behind this conjecture. Mingyi thought about many things and many people, yet it seemed that having Rong Jian alive and breathing beside him made life far less unbearable. Fortunately, Mingyi didn't have to wait for the rest of his life. In the 11th year, Rong Jian returned. Mingyi calmly and slowly recounted his speculations, skipping over those 11 years. In July this year, the doctor said you might wake up soon. Rong Jian's eye rims were red, but no tears fell. Mingyi carried Rong Jian horizontally, sat down on the wide office chair, and gently ran his rough fingertips from Rong Jian's cheek to his neck, then slowly to the shoulder blades covered by clothing, and finally his back. Having only recently been discharged from the hospital, Rong Jian was still quite thin, the bones pronounced, yet Mingyi's touch was tender and precious, as if handling something fragile and valuable. Rong Jian noticed Mingyi's hands were ice cold, even colder than 11 years ago. Back in their final high school year, sometimes Mingyi's hands were hot. Mingyi did not share the results of 11 years of waiting, but instead remained calm and said, "My death is set for December. I can't let you wake up only to see me dead." Mingyi's death at the age of 30 was purely an accident. Had he not taken that road, driven that car, perhaps he wouldn't have died. But if death was unavoidable and inevitable, there would be no point in running away. Mingyi's eyes were half lowered, his irises black as coal, seemingly untouched by even discussions of his own life and death. He said, "I cannot allow this." The pain of separation or the sorrow of losing a loved one, Mingyi had tasted both through Rong Jian. Every single day of those 11 years, Mingyi experienced more pain than in all 30 years before his rebirth combined. However, every day spent with Rong Jian brought him unparalleled happiness as well. Extreme sadness comes from separation and loss, and Mingyi didn't want Rong Jian to experience such anguish. If upon waking, Rong Jian found himself in another world where Mingyi never existed, a world immeasurably further apart than life and death, where distance was so vast that even sorrow became diluted, then perhaps even deception was preferable. Rong Jian felt like a ray of light captured in a glass lampshade by Mingyi, unwilling to leave him in darkness, unwilling to extinguish his flame. Rather than letting Mingyi fade into nothingness, he preferred crafting a grand lie, one that even nightmares could disguise. Mingyi restrained his love, creating a perfect false identity for Rong Jian, shutting the mouths of everyone else, ensuring Rong Jian understood there was no Mingyi in this world, that he lived in a new universe, with the next few decades of Rong Jian's life planned out perfectly. Mingyi thought, if he truly dies, then he should set Rong Jian free, for the first and only time in his life. And if Mingyi didn't die, then from here on out, Rong Jian could only stay by his side, sharing life and death together, with no second chance. This was different from anything Mingyi had done before. Doing this gave him absolutely no joy, his desires suppressed to their fullest extent, almost reducing his very existence to nothing. It was Mingyi's sole act of selfless devotion. Nestled in Mingyi's embrace, after hearing his words, Rong Jian was nearly overwhelmed by bitterness and sorrow, taking a long while before asking, "The next few decades? How do you expect me to live?" Mingyi paused briefly before saying matter-of-factly, "If I die, Lin Yan will gain an overseas aunt who marries far away. She'll be extremely wealthy, donating all her wealth through funds to Lin Yan. Lin Yan will rediscover Chen Yanyan, Han Yun, and all the people he misses. He'll lead a happy, prosperous life, wanting for nothing, completely satisfied." Rong Jian's eyes reddened further, this time out of anger. Breaking free from Mingyi's arms, he bit his lip, unable to hold back from scolding him, "Idiot, you're going to make me explode." What happiness, what satisfaction, what a wonderful plan Mingyi thought up, believing it could last several decades. Rong Jian could only admire his twisted logic. Standing tall before Mingyi, Rong Jian fiercely grabbed Mingyi's tie and coldly spat, "If you die, I'll be your surviving spouse. You know what a surviving spouse is, right?" Mingyi smiled faintly, his eyes lighting up. Rong Jian's face darkened in irritation. Mingyi quickly rephrased, "Surviving spouse refers to ladies." Rong Jian was so infuriated by Mingyi that he stammered, "Then widower, it works, doesn't it?" After saying that, he let go of Mingyi's tie, lowering his head, restraining even his sadness, "Anyway, I will never forget you in this life." Mingyi embraced him again, "Good, don't forget me, and don't forgive me. But today is my birthday, I want a birthday present." Rong Jian stiffened for a moment, then slowly hugged Mingyi back, clinging to his back. Mingyi whispered softly, I want you. Be my birthday gift, Rong Jian. Rong Jian didn't refuse, in fact, he rarely rejected Mingyi's requests. He made a solemn promise, alright, I'll give Rong Jian to you. So don't leave me again from now on. In the previous age of 30, Mingyi drove home alone and met with an accident on the road, reincarnating back to 18 years old. In this age of 30, Mingyi is with Rong Jian. Not far from Jiarong's office building is a commercial street. It's Christmas today, and everywhere there are Christmas trees and songs, the roads filled with people and laughter. Mingyi and Rong Jian were just like an ordinary couple, vulgarly squeezed among the crowd, buying tickets for the Christmas limited romance movie, enjoying the satisfaction of embracing each other in the darkness at a secluded corner of the cinema. After leaving the cinema, Rong Jian also planned to order a cake but ended up only buying a small one. All the restaurants had queues, so Rong Jian found a couple's restaurant where they needed to wait until number 80. As the richest big shot in all of Floating City, Mingyi obediently waited in line with Rong Jian. Although Rong Jian knew from Mingyi's words earlier that he came from being reborn at the age of 30, because of other matters occupying his full attention, Rong Jian hadn't specifically asked about it. Now regaining his composure, surrounded by many people, Rong Jian could only ask very subtly, then when did you go back? For this matter, Rong Jian accepted it quite easily, as he himself was transported into a book. Mingyi's rebirth didn't seem like such a big deal after all. Even though there are more homosexuals now, those willing to show it openly aren't many. Couples like them holding hands in public view were even rarer. Some around them distanced themselves, pulling their chairs further away. Mingyi just felt peaceful. He smiled, on the last day of August. Rong Jian recalled events from that time. Mingyi had asked for leave on the first day of school, but he didn't understand why back then. Now the mystery was finally unraveled. After pondering for a moment, he asked very quietly, then when did you realize I wasn't him? Mingyi asked, do you really want to know? Rong Jian nodded slightly. Mingyi had no choice but to say, at the first glance, your acting skills were too poor. Rong Jian thought his acting was pretty good, successfully deceiving everyone. He was about to argue with Mingyi based on reason, but considering it was Mingyi's birthday, he endured it. But Mingyi leaned close to his ear and said, I thought, what kind of monster is this, so silly and innocent? Rong Jian couldn't bear it anymore. Mingyi continued, but very cute. Rong Jian, since the boyfriend can talk like this, fine. They finished eating at the restaurant already at 11 o'clock at night. Mingyi got into trouble due to a car accident. Even though the critical time had passed, Rong Jian still didn't dare to take the car back, randomly finding a hotel nearby and deciding to handle it after the day passed. Rong Jian had experienced extreme joy and sorrow today, and after being tired all day, he immediately went to take a shower upon entering the room. After washing, he stared at his reflection in the mirror multiple times, feeling he was still too thin, his bones jutting out. After taking a shower, Rong Jian was originally very sleepy, but he thought perhaps Mingyi wanted to do some unsuitable things with his birthday present. If he slept soundly, it would be too disappointing, so he forced himself to stay awake, sitting on the bed playing with his phone. The water sound soon stopped, and Mingyi, wearing a bathrobe with dripping wet hair, walked out from the bathroom. Rong Jian clearly saw the tattoo encircling Mingyi's wrist. Not only on his wrist, but there was also a hint of it on his calf. But the current Rong Jian was entirely different from half a month ago. He jumped off the bed, held Mingyi's hand, and frowned, asking, how come you have tattoos? You can't possibly deny this one, right? Mingyi hadn't expected to keep it hidden from Rong Jian anyway. The two were going to live together, it was impossible to always turn off the lights while facing each other naked. Mingyi nonchalantly said, nothing much, just that after your car accident, you left a scar, so I got words tattooed in the same place. Such a nonchalant statement, a tone that seemed trivial. But Rong Jian knew it wasn't. He took off Mingyi's clothes, finding 17 tattoos all over his body, all black ink Sanskrit texts, not a single word Rong Jian could recognize. Then, Rong Jian also took off his clothes. The injury had happened 11 years ago, and many scars had already faded, with even the traces hard to find. Scars may fade, but tattoos will last a lifetime. The black pigment can't be washed away, Mingyi never thought of forgetting. Rong Jian glimpsed just this tiny bit of Mingyi's life over those 11 years and was almost overwhelmed by bitterness. Rong Jian remained silent for a long time. What are you thinking about? What was Mingyi thinking about back then? Actually, Mingyi couldn't clearly identify his thoughts at that time either. At first, it was still about not wanting to forget. Rong Jian was injured, and he was also willing to share in it, even though the two kinds of suffering couldn't really be compared. Mingyi originally planned to get identical scars tattooed on the same parts of his body, but later changed his mind. He thought, there must be gods in this world, otherwise, why would he have returned from the age of 30 to 18? Would repentance or praying for blessings work? It might. So, Mingyi, who had never made wishes and believed he could accomplish everything on his own, began to believe in deities and Buddhas due to forces beyond human control, and started making wishes to them. His body now carried 17 tattoos that would never fade, and during these 11 years, he participated in many charitable activities, accumulating good deeds solely to pray for blessings for the comatose Rong Jian. Rong Jian didn't say anything more. His tears were hot, falling onto Ming Ye's chest. Chapter 75, Afterwards. Rong Jian slept for a very long time, and this was the best night's sleep he had after waking up. He didn't dream either. When Rong Jian woke up the next day, he instinctively reached for the person beside him, but there was no one. He felt an irrational fear, perhaps yesterday was just a dream. Rong Jian pulled back the covers and jumped off the bed. There was no one in the hotel bedroom. He opened the door and walked out, seeing two figures in the living room, one was Ming Yi and the other was Li Feng. The two were talking in low tones. The sound of the door opening was loud, and Ming Yi immediately stopped giving instructions to Li Feng and walked over to Rong Jian. He asked, "Woke up so early? Want to sleep a bit more?" Rong Jian was momentarily stunned, grabbing Ming Ye's wrist, finally snapping out of his daze. Seeing Li Feng also made him feel a little embarrassed. "It's already morning, can't sleep anymore." Ming Yi looked down, noticing that Rong Jian was barefoot on the cold floor, his toes slightly red. He frowned. The air conditioning in the hotel was set at a comfortable temperature, but it wasn't heating, the floor was still cold. Ming Yi wanted to pick Rong Jian up but restrained himself because Rong Jian cared about appearances. Rong Jian sat down on the couch in front of Li Feng, feeling a bit chilly. Before he could shiver, Ming Yi had already taken off his suit jacket and draped it over Rong Jian's shoulders, though it didn't quite cover his feet. Li Feng showed great professionalism. Even though he had been under Ming Ye's instruction to deceive Rong Jian for such a long time, his face remained calm as he respectfully changed his address. "Mr. Rong, good morning." Rong Jian wasn't angry with Li Feng, and even if he didn't blame Ming Yi, the instigator of the entire plan. Shaking his head, he said quietly, "Brother Li, don't joke around with me. Just call my name." But Li Feng didn't agree. Ming Yi exchanged a few words with Li Feng, mentioning an important matter to be handled, otherwise, Ming Yi would have been taking a day off today. Rong Jian drew his feet closer and asked upon hearing the news, "Then I should go to work too. Am I late?" Ming Yi replied, "It just snowed, it's very cold outside today. You're on leave." Rong Jian tried hard not to laugh and asked seriously, "What's the reason for my leave?" Ming Yi picked up the clothes from Rong Jian, put on this slightly crumpled yet imbued with Rong Jian scent coat, and said calmly, "It's the privilege of the boss lady." Li Feng. Even though Li Feng clearly understood how Ming Yi had consistently cared for the comatose Rong Jian for a decade, witnessing this moment left him quite astonished. Rong Jian didn't insist on going to work. After all, being the secretary was merely a trap dug by Ming Yi for preparation during the past month. Now that their identities were revealed, other plans awaited them later. And indeed, Rong Jian was truly exhausted. After Ming Yi left, Rong Jian took another nap. Upon waking, Ming Yi had ordered food for him, from that well-known restaurant with strict entry requirements, yet Ming Yi simply arranged for delivery to come instead. Rong Jian absent-mindedly ate his solitary lunch, sent several WeChat messages to Ming Yi, and then asked, "Where's Aunt Han?" Ming Yi replied, "Aunt Han got married. I haven't told her about your awakening." "Okay." Ming Yi sent a voice message, "If you miss Aunt Han, we can go see her." Rong Jian obediently agreed, thinking Ming Yi was so busy now, he would arrange a suitable time beforehand, and they'd visit later when Ming Yi found the time. However, before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ming Yi came to the hotel to pick up Rong Jian, saying they would meet Aunt Han together. Rong Jian was somewhat surprised. In the book, Ming Yi was a workaholic, and even during the month when Rong Jian worked as his secretary, Ming Yi was often busy until 10 o'clock at night before finishing work. He asked, "You finished work so early today, is everything okay?" Ming Yi, holding an umbrella while walking towards the parking lot, opened the car door and let Rong Jian sit in the passenger seat, arbitrarily replying, "Can't the boss decide when to finish work?" Just then, Li Feng got out of the driver's seat, his expression clearly conveying that the boss has changed. "You're no longer the previous workaholic, now you're enchanted by a little demon." Rong Jian felt a little awkward. When Ming Yi sat behind the steering wheel, Rong Jian softly asked, "Did you see Brother Li's expression just now?" Ming Yi, frowning seriously, said, "Don't call Li Feng that way again." Rong Jian gave in. It was still snowing outside. Ming Yi drove slowly, speaking along the way about events from the past years. After Rong Jian's car accident, Han Yun thought it was Qin Zhou's doing and became resolute in her determination to break ties with Qin Zhou. She managed to successfully send Qin Zhou to jail, and Zhou Xiaochun joined him there as well. Su Guanli, despite his envy of the Rong family, didn't benefit from Rong Jian's survival as Ming Yi was still backing him from behind. After Rong Jian was diagnosed as a vegetative patient, Han Yun cried every day. She stayed by his side during the day without fail, never expecting to fall for the attending doctor at the time. The doctor, around 40 years old, had lost his wife in childbirth when he was 30. With his busy work schedule, he remained single for more than 10 years until he met Han Yun. Han Yun wasn't initially willing, but mutual feelings eventually blossomed, especially after the doctor persisted in taking care of her for 2 years. She finally agreed to marry him. After their marriage, Han Yun started a new family and could no longer fully dedicate herself to Rong Jian like before. Given her trust in Mingyi, she reduced her visits to weekly occasions. Mingyi had deceived Han Yun even before Rong Jian woke up. He told her that Rong Jian would be transferred overseas for an advanced treatment method. Han Yun also originally wanted to accompany Rong Jian abroad but couldn't due to the coinciding wedding of her stepson, which required her full attention at home. Regardless of whether Han Yun had personal issues or not, Mingyi would never let her stay by Rong Jian anymore, knowing the truth. When they reached Dr. Wei's building, Rong Jian felt somewhat nervous. Mingyi held his hand and walked slowly upstairs step by step. "Don't worry, I've already talked to her. She's been waiting for you." Rong Jian hesitantly knocked on the door twice. Han Yun had been waiting by the door and immediately opened it. She hugged Rong Jian tightly and couldn't help shedding tears. Rong Jian returned her embrace, softly consoling her. "Han Yun, don't be sad. I'm back." Dr. Wei also came out from the kitchen, smiling at Rong Jian. "Mr. Rong has finally woken up. Yun has been waiting for a long time." Rong Jian said, "You can just call me Xiao Rong." Han Yun, upon hearing from Mingyi that Rong Jian had awakened and returned after rehabilitation abroad, quickly called Dr. Wei. Afraid of her overthinking alone at home, Dr. Wei took leave and hurried back, preparing food in the process. At the dining table, Han Yun paid all her attention to Rong Jian and didn't touch her chopsticks. She said, "If we knew that new technology was so effective earlier, we should have sent Miss sooner and she could have woken up earlier." This was the lie fabricated by Mingyi. If the truth were revealed now, it would be harder to explain, so they decided to keep it this way. Since Rong Jian wasn't good at lying, he could only nod. After the meal, Han Yun and Rong Jian chatted for a while. Time flew by and it was already 11 o'clock, so they had to leave. Before leaving, Han Yun carefully instructed Rong Jian, "Mingyi is a good child, the two of you live well together." Rong Jian made her a promise, "I will." On the way back, the snow hadn't stopped yet, sparse flakes falling gently. Rong Jian heavily felt the weight of these past 11 years. He said, "Aunt Han has a lot of gray hair already. I wonder how Yan Yan is doing." Mingyi turned at a corner, glancing at the light from the street lamp passing through the glass window, reflecting on Rong Jian's face. His eyebrows were slightly lowered, his lashes casting a faint gray shadow on his lower eyelids. It was a rare moment of melancholy for him. Mingyi reached a conclusion. Rong Jian was worried about others. But he simply said, "Chen Yanyan is volunteering abroad. She contacted us half a year ago. If you want to know more about her, wait patiently." Having said this, Mingyi subtly changed the topic. He asked, "So what do you want to do next?" For others, whether in pain or happiness, they truly lived through their own 11 years. However, Rong Jian merely slept through them, transforming from 19 to 30, jumping directly from adolescence to the tail end of youth. Now, he entered his 30s. To Rong Jian, this simple question seemed hard to answer. After pondering for a moment, he helplessly said, "I don't know." He lived for such a long time and still didn't know what he wanted to do. Rong Jian tilted his head, looking at the 30-year-old Mingyi. He remembered the rebirth Mingyi mentioned yesterday. He knew Mingyi was clever and perceptive, likely realizing something odd about him early on. But Mingyi didn't ask questions because he was waiting for Rong Jian to speak up. Rong Jian tried to pronounce the words, "book, alternate dimension." This time, his heart didn't suddenly ache, and no one stopped him from divulging this secret. Thus, Rong Jian very slowly stated, "I read a book once. The main character's name was Mingyi, and there was an early deceased extra named Rong Jian, who shared my same name. And then, one day, I woke up and became that extra." Rong Jian gave a very brief account of his fate in the book, omitting the rest of the story. In the end, he revealed Mingyi's conclusion in the novel. Mingyi had everything. Mingyi didn't seem shocked by this revelation. He'd considered many possibilities, but this one was so astonishing that it never crossed his mind. Perhaps an ordinary person would feel terrified to discover they were a character from a book, or even doubt the reality around them, but Mingyi didn't feel that way. He knew he was real, and Rong Jian was real. Thinking back, Mingyi's previous life must have been the story written by the author, but that Mingyi had already died. Now, he returned to the age of 18, met Rong Jian again, and held the reins of his own destiny, not subject to change by the author's pen anymore. That was enough for him. Mingyi wasn't interested in those plotlines. He only asked one question, "What is the name of the book?" Rong Jian blinked. To readers, the title Evil Seed seemed like a gimmick, but its meaning for Mingyi was entirely different. So, Rong Jian lied instead. "The book is called Mingyi, because the entire book exists just for you. You're the only protagonist." Mingyi wanted to laugh. After 11 years asleep, Rong Jian still had terrible acting skills and told bad lies, but he let it slide and countered, "So are you here for me as well?" Rong Jian saw that Mingyi had bought his story and quickly nodded, throwing out a bunch of nonsense. "Of course. I'm different from others, I didn't belong to your world originally. Crossing time and space just to fall in love with you means I'm obviously here for you." Mingyi appeared satisfied with this answer, nodding slightly before asking, "Then what were you like in the original world?" Rong Jian looked out the window at the snow, recalling things from long ago. Rong Jian's parents had died early, leaving him to struggle for survival during a long childhood and teenage years. After the college entrance exam, Rong Jian didn't have the luxury to follow his interests, he could only choose a major with low tuition fees that guaranteed a decent paying job after graduation. Actually, he didn't really have any particular interests anyway. After graduating from university, Rong Jian hadn't even had the chance to contemplate his future when he was abruptly pulled into this world. And in this world, Rong Jian had to play the role of a cross-dressing figure whose death loomed closer every day, leaving no time to think about what he liked, which major to pursue, or what his future career would be. Actually, Rong Jian had hoped to discuss these things with Mingyi that summer. But that summer was gone now, and all their efforts and wishes had come to naught. Thinking about this made Rong Jian a little sad. He and Mingyi should have had so much more time together rather than missing each other for these past 11 years. Mingyi leaned down, gently kissing Rong Jian's reddened corner of his eye with solemn tenderness, comforting him like a lost child. It's okay. We can think about it slowly now. It didn't matter what Rong Jian's wishes might be, because all the regrets had passed. Mingyi could make up for all those lost years and help fulfill each and every one of Rong Jian's dreams. Chapter 76, Being Loved. After seeing Han Yun, Rong Jian completely put aside his worries. Combined with the fact that he hadn't rested well in the previous period, he now felt listless and stayed at home to recuperate. As someone who had only woken up 4 months ago, having spent the first 3 months fully recovering and the last month fully working, Rong Jian was clueless about current trends, equivalent to an antique from 11 years prior. Therefore, Rong Jian would also go online, check some materials, and keep up with the development of the new era from all aspects. Mingyi would always clock out on time every day, a sharp contrast to his past diligence where he worked until 10 o'clock at night daily. With nothing to do at home, Rong Jian sometimes would come to pick him up. Even though Rong Jian had an employee card, he no longer worked here, so he didn't feel right going upstairs again and waited in the lobby for a while. The front desk staff still remembered the faces of several secretaries. Seeing Rong Jian return after such a long time, she thought he must have quit and now came back to handle some affairs. Rong Jian casually brushed her off with a few words, mainly because he was embarrassed to admit the reason for coming was to pick up his boyfriend, and that this boyfriend was Mingyi, the cold and ruthless overlord president of her company. Thinking about this made Rong Jian smile involuntarily. In Evil Seeds, Mingyi was practically the ultimate modern overlord president, not interested in relationships or dating, immune to any beauty's charms, dedicating himself entirely to work. Unfortunately, now that he was dating, everything changed. At 5:30, Mingyi promptly walked out of his private elevator. He turned his head and saw Rong Jian sitting in the hall. He approached and asked, "Are you here to pick me up?" Rong Jian stood up and nodded slightly. The receptionist, upon witnessing this scene, was already dumbstruck. Mingyi naturally reached for Rong Jian's hand and asked, "Why didn't you wait for me upstairs?" Though the air conditioning in the hall was on and it wasn't very cold, with the door opening and closing frequently, cold wind kept rushing in. It wasn't as warm as upstairs. Rong Jian felt a bit shy since he currently did not appear in public as a woman. Any intimate contact with Mingyi always drew attention from the surrounding people. Although he wouldn't refuse Mingyi, Rong Jian couldn't help but feel heat rush to his face. Like now, Rong Jian explained by saying, "I'm no longer an employee here, I can't use the elevator." Mingyi turned back and said casually to the stunned front desk staff, "Next time my boyfriend comes again, please remember to help press the button for my elevator." Mingyi had a private elevator, the reason being that he disliked crowds, congestion, and waiting. After this incident, although the employees of the company did not dare spread rumors openly, they went wild behind closed doors on WeChat group chats. When Li Feng came to deliver documents, Rong Jian was playing games on the sofa in the living room. He lay lazily there, barefoot, with his feet resting on a soft gray blanket. On the side table nearby, there were a glass filled with juice and various snacks. Li Feng greeted him first and then asked, "Is the boss in the study?" Rong Jian looked up and nonchalantly replied, "No, he's in the kitchen cooking." Li Feng's mouth twitched. He had followed Mingyi for nearly 8 years and never once saw him enter the kitchen. Regarding what the people in the company speculated about Rong Jian and Mingyi, Li Feng had also heard about it, but he wanted to say that the truth was far crazier than what they imagined. As the closest secretary, Li Feng also had a good relationship with Qing Jian. He vaguely knew that due to certain reasons, Rong Jian always acted as a girl in high school, and Mingyi was the grandson of the Rong family gardener, a perfect configuration like the rich beauty and the poor boy. Although things were quite different now. Li Feng restrained his vivid imagination, entered the kitchen, and handed over the document to Mingyi, who was wearing an apron and holding a spatula. Mingyi flipped through it briefly, then handed it to Li Feng indifferently and said, "Take it to him." This document contained the financial report of the Rong family accumulated over the years. After the incident involving the Rong family, Su Guanli didn't gain much advantage. The majority of the property still belonged to Rong Jian, and later was entrusted to Mingyi for management. Not knowing what Rong Jian intended to do, Mingyi continued managing the assets in the original manner, focusing greatly on taking care of the Rong family, thus increasing the assets many times over. Now that Rong Jian had awakened, Mingyi had arranged for the inventory of the assets to be prepared and given to Rong Jian. Upon receiving the document, Rong Jian was shocked by just how wealthy he was. He was wealthy, very wealthy. His thoughts were simple, lying on a pile of gold felt absolutely fantastic. Who wouldn't want to become a tycoon? Rong Jian calculated that he could afford that uninhabited island, but unfortunately, he didn't know its exact location or whether Mingyi had purchased it. After dinner, Rong Jian did a bit of exercise to loosen up his limbs and then took a shower before lying down on the bed. His routine was healthier than most elderly people's. They lay in the same bed under one blanket but had never made love. Before being discharged from the hospital, the doctor had advised Rong Jian that his body functions hadn't fully recovered, so it would be best to practice restraint in this regard. Just after 11 o'clock, Rong Jian couldn't keep his eyes open anymore and sank into a deep sleep. Mingyi turned off the light and closed his eyes too, only to open them 2 hours later. His gaze was clear, without any sign of drowsiness. He tilted his head and looked at Rong Jian in the dark, his pupils darker than the night itself but tender nonetheless. About half an hour later, Mingyi lifted the quilt and walked out to the balcony. He pulled out the last cigarette from the pack, hesitated for a moment, and then lit it with a lighter, smoking it slowly until it was finished. The tip of the cigarette flickered with a dark crimson glow, lighting and dimming intermittently. Calmly pressing the burning end out, Mingyi opened the balcony window to let the cold wind carry away the smoke smell. He then went back inside, drank a few sips of cold tea, and returned to the bed, lying down next to Rong Jian. Mingyi's movements were light, but it seemed Rong Jian noticed that someone wasn't by his side and mumbled, "Where did you go?" Mingyi placed Rong Jian's head gently on his arm and lied smoothly, "Nowhere, just drank some water." His body temperature was low, and with his cold lips, he kissed Rong Jian's warm and soft cheek. Rong Jian didn't pull back, instead, he snuggled closer, embracing him even tighter. Mingyi closed his eyes again. The next day was the day for Rong Jian's follow-up checkup, and Mingyi accompanied him to the hospital. Dr. Chen obviously felt somewhat awkward facing Rong Jian, who now knew the truth. Although there was no way around it, he still managed to deceive the patient earlier. Dr. Chen gave Rong Jian a comprehensive physical examination, asking detailed questions about his condition. In the end, he concluded that while Rong Jian's health was good, compared to normal people, he still required more care. Rong Jian wanted to ask another question and decided to send Mingyi out of the room. He didn't lie, he simply told Mingyi, "I want to ask Dr. Chen something." Mingyi was good at reading between the lines, so he just patted Rong Jian's head lightly and said softly, "Then I'll wait outside for you." He stepped out of the consultation room and closed the door behind him. Dr. Chen hesitated a bit, unsure what Rong Jian wanted to ask. But Rong Jian was more hesitant, taking about 3 minutes to stutter out the words, "Last time, you advised not to engage in excessive sexual activities, right? Would moderate activities be acceptable?" Dr. Chen nearly sprayed the tea he was drinking. He managed to swallow it before responding awkwardly, "Well, as long as it's appropriate and in moderation, it should be fine." Rong Jian nodded and said, "Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chen." He stood up, politely bade farewell to Dr. Chen and pushed open the door. Mingyi was standing outside. An ant cleaning the area was holding a bucket of water, looking curiously at Mingyi. When she saw Rong Jian coming out, she muttered something quietly. Rong Jian vaguely heard her say, "So it's him." They had already walked a few steps away when Rong Jian turned around, bent over, and asked, "Excuse me, sister, what did you just say?" The cleaner was momentarily startled, looking again at Mingyi and saying, "I used to work the early shift and often saw this gentleman come here, but I didn't know why. Now I understand, he was accompanying you to the doctor, right?" After hearing her words, Rong Jian paused for a second, thanked her, and retook Mingyi's hand. Rong Jian wasn't stupid, and the clues were clear enough to easily piece everything together. During those 3 months of rehabilitation, he hadn't seen Mingyi once, but Mingyi had been watching him all along. Through the glass in that tiny utility closet, Mingyi watched Rong Jian repeatedly fall during his rehab exercises. To avoid drawing attention, Mingyi entered the closet before anyone arrived and only came out after everyone had left, which explained the pile-up of work he had to do lately, always forced to stay late for overtime. As they stepped down onto the first step, Rong Jian softly said, "Don't do this again in the future." Mingyi didn't offer any explanation, just agreeing and adding, "All right, you won't get sick in the future either." Rong Jian found himself powerless against this response because what Mingyi meant was that since Rong Jian wouldn't get sick again, such extreme measures weren't necessary. However, if needed next time, Mingyi would still resort to the same method. Rong Jian wanted Mingyi to take better care of himself. Being good at enduring pain didn't mean the pain didn't exist, and he would feel sad if Mingyi didn't cherish himself more. After returning from the hospital, it was still noon. Mingyi made lunch, and after the two had finished eating, they took a nap. Mingyi kissed Rong Jian many times but still refrained from any inappropriate actions. However, Rong Jian didn't know how to bring up the subject and eventually drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, he saw a note left on the bedside table. The note said that Mingyi would be attending a dinner party this evening and wouldn't return until very late. It asked Rong Jian not to wait up for him. Rong Jian yawned as he got out of bed, aimlessly flipping through books and feeling bored without Mingyi around to keep him company. He decided to pass the time by reading in the study. Since his purpose was merely to kill time, Rong Jian impulsively decided to take some notes. However, there were no pens on the desk. Mingyi kept no secrets from Rong Jian, so he directly pulled open the drawer and unexpectedly found something. It was a collection of old items. A cigarette but stained with lipstick, a pair of black earrings, a pair of jade earrings, an old photograph, a peace charm, and many other small mementos. Many of these things were faintly familiar to Rong Jian, but he vaguely realized each one had some connection to him. Then he found a phone. This was the phone Rong Jian had used in high school, and it looked to still be in good condition. Rong Jian's heart was overwhelmed by a wave of intense bitterness. What did this mean? A tomb constructed of old items? The person buried wasn't Rong Jian's body but Ming Ye's heart. Carefully placing each item back where it belonged, Rong Jian tried turning on the phone. The screen lit up slowly, but the battery was dangerously low, indicating it might shut off at any moment. Rong Jian connected the phone to a charger, sat on the floor, and began looking through the messages he had exchanged with Ming Yi. As he read, Rong Jian couldn't help but laugh. High school had been interesting. As their relationship deepened, their messages grew increasingly numerous. Rong Jian planned to transfer these messages to the computer, preserve them forever, and then return the phone to its hidden place in the drawer. While turning on the computer, he opened another software program. Seek him. Rong Jian guessed that after he became a vegetative patient, Hector might initially feel upset but would gradually forget about it. After all, Rong Chio was just someone he met online, while Hector had real life and loved ones. However, upon entering that chat room, Rong Jian's phone froze due to the overwhelming number of messages. He could only browse through Hector's posts along the timeline slowly. On New Year's Eve in the year of Rong Jian's car accident, Hector sent their first message after severing contact. He wrote, "Happy New Year." Rong Jian smiled slightly. A month later, Hector sent the second message. The forsythia blossoms have opened. Messages came more frequently afterward, yet Rong Jian gradually noticed something odd. It seemed as if Hector knew that the other side wouldn't respond and was performing a monologue. Happy birthday. I'm a little tired today. A doctor said there are two types of comatose patients. One can sense the outside world with awareness but cannot move. The other type is fully unconscious, unable to perceive how long it has been externally. I hope Rong Chio is the first kind, otherwise, it would definitely be boring. Rong Jian formed a terrible hypothesis. No one would understand a mere internet friend to such a degree. Approximately 5 years after Rong Jian became a vegetative patient, messages came even more often, almost every day, mostly consisting of brief updates about Hector's daily routine, like Ming Yi, who spoke few words and even texted less than others. He wrote, "I haven't slept all night. I couldn't sleep again. The sleeping pills aren't working well on me." Later, he stopped mentioning insomnia altogether, perhaps because it had become too normal to warrant attention. Rong Jian quickly scrolled through the messages and directly jumped to the final entry, which was from several months ago. Hector wrote, Rong Chio has woken up, come find me here. The address following was Jiarong's location. The phone seemed to grow heavy in his hand, so heavy that Rong Jian almost dropped it, trembling hands holding it firmly. He thought, how could this happen? How could Ming Yi have so much love, and why had it all been given to Rong Jian? 11 years, it was such a long time, yet his love never ran dry. Ming Yi returned at 10 o'clock in the evening. He attended a banquet and, even pretending, drank a bit of alcohol. On the way back, he also smoked. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Rong Jian sitting on the sofa, draped in a large bath towel. His jet-black long hair fell over his shoulders, his calves were bare, very white, very thin, with a ring of pink around his ankles, a very beautiful color. Rong Jian beckoned Ming Yi over and said, I have a question to ask you. Ming Yi took off his coat and squatted in front of him. Rong Jian had many questions, all of which he learned from Hector. For every question Rong Jian asked, Ming Yi answered one. If Rong Jian didn't ask, Ming Yi would never say anything. Thus, Rong Jian's last question was, will you still be suffering from insomnia lately? Ming Yi wouldn't deceive Rong Jian when it wasn't necessary, this time was no exception. He responded carefully, a little, but it doesn't matter. There were many things Rong Jian didn't know, and Ming Yi wouldn't tell him because there was no need to. Rong Jian thought that he had always been mistaken, misled by the evil seed. Ming Yi wasn't someone incapable of loving, rather, he was naturally good at it. But because of his excessive self-restraint, few people could tell. Moreover, having grown up alone until the age of 30, without ever being loved, he was excellent at loving others yet unable to receive love. Rong Jian thought, thus, giving Ming Yi simple, restrained love wasn't enough. He should be given a lot of love so he could truly feel it. Ming Yi half lowered his eyes, not surprised by the previous questioning or about to ask where Rong Jian had found the phone. There were no secrets between them. Rong Jian loosened the bath towel, stepped down from the sofa, knelt on the floor, and tilted his head to kiss Ming Yi's lips. It was a kiss mixed with the scent of alcohol and tobacco. Ming Yi wanted to, but wasn't prepared to act just yet, he simply kissed Rong Jian. Rong Jian lifted his head, his eyes glistening with moisture, filled with water vapor. His tone was now vastly different from before, now soft and heartbroken, asking, then, haven't you been sleeping well? Are you feeling sad? After a moment's reflection, Ming Yi replied nonchalantly, not too bad, I'm not overly upset. Rong Jian hugged Ming Yi's shoulder blades, drawing them closer until their eyelashes touched each other's skin. Rong Jian said in a nasally voice, let's make love. Mingyi didn't refuse but nodded at Rong Jian. Rong Jian finally smiled and said, "After we're done, I'll hold you while we sleep." Chapter 77, The Ring. In the 12th lunar month, just before the Lunar New Year, Mingyi accepted an interview. He rarely took interviews, but this one was different as it involved selecting representative figures from each city. In the past 11 years, Mingyi had done a great deal of charity work. Though he did not publicize these efforts, they were well documented, and he was chosen to represent Fucheng. Mingyi could have refused, but he thought there was no need, it was just a written interview that wouldn't take much time. In modern society, bizarre news stories compete to be more sensational, and a simple story about an entrepreneur doing charity didn't stir up any excitement. That was until a junior reporter from a small newspaper decided to make a big splash before the new year. Through improper means, they obtained Mingyi's property certificate, learning that he had purchased a deserted island overseas. Thinking that Mingyi was living extravagantly and needed to be exposed, they covertly waited outside Jiron for hours and managed to snap some photos, including his profile and a picture of him embracing and kissing Rongjian. The young journalist thought, who would have guessed that on the surface Mingyi is a philanthropist but in secret has bought himself an island. What's more, he's a disgusting homosexual. Expose him. Must expose him. However, the circulation of this newspaper was very limited, and the article failed to pass editorial review. Eventually, it was published on their official WeChat account with the link to the interview attached. They eagerly hoped for its viral success. As it turned out, they weren't wrong. Within a few hours of its publication, the piece garnered over 1 million clicks, making it an instant hot topic. Comments on the post divided into various opinions. Some extremists believed that Mingyi only pretended to do charity work for fame and profit. Behind closed doors, he was still an unscrupulous businessman, possibly engaging in unknown manipulations. On the other hand, some younger people were quite open-minded, thinking it was his own money to spend as he pleased. After all, he was a businessman, not an idol. Who he chose to love wasn't anyone else's business. As an experienced professional in the media industry, Wu Yu and her company noticed the article almost immediately. Her colleague, who was halfway through reading the article, couldn't help but exclaim, "This writer really knows how to manipulate emotions and stoke conflict." Wu Yu paused her work and asked curiously, "What did it say?" Her colleague summarized briefly, "It's nearly the new year, and every city selects a representative figure. For our city, Fucheng, it's Jiron's boss who has quietly but diligently dedicated 10 years to charity without seeking personal gain or recognition. Remember? That building next to the pedestrian street, super wealthy." Wu Yu nodded slightly. And then? Unwilling to summarize further, the colleague simply walked over to Wu Yu, handed her the phone, and said, "Then they expose that he owns a private island and is a homosexual." Super objective tone on the surface, but in reality, they're just fishing for attention by stirring up controversy. Wu Yu saw right through it and sighed. If we could write such nonsense without regard for conscience, we might get more traffic than this. Her sentence trailed off as she noticed the blurry side photo of Mingyi taken clandestinely. The photo quality was poor, blurred under the low light conditions, but his face was undeniably handsome. Wu Yu felt strangely familiar with this face, though she wasn't sure why. Wu Yu's gaze fell upon the mention of the island, suddenly recalling something. She urgently pulled out her phone, opened the gallery, scrolled all the way down to the bottom, and clicked on a photo. Her colleague was startled by her sudden movements and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Wu?" Wu Yu held up the phone, showing a photo to her colleague. The photo showed a pair of high school students in uniform. They weren't holding hands or kissing, nor looking at the camera, they were merely gazing at each other, clearly a young couple in love. Wu Yu couldn't believe it when she said, 11 years ago, on Valentine's Day, I was hanging out on the commercial street and encountered a young couple discussing birthday gifts. The boy told the girl that in 10 years, he'd give her an island as a birthday gift. I couldn't help but laugh aloud, so the girl asked me to take this picture." Carefully comparing the two photos, the colleague confirmed that it was indeed the same person. So, this boy was none other than Jiron's boss who, true to his word, purchased an island after 10 years. This kind of plotline belonged in a TV drama about overbearing CEOs. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Too many surprises left him momentarily speechless in astonishment, but soon another inconsistency hit him. Wait, the article says he's gay. This photo clearly shows a man and a woman. If. Wu Yu also noticed this point. She quickly scrolled down the article, and there was another photo, a picture of Jia Rong's boss with his lover. Even though the person in this photo was dressed as a man, it was still very clear that it was the same person as before. Her colleague could only marvel, no wonder the big shots are always up to something interesting even back in high school, this cosplay was too real. On the other hand, Wu Yu was lost in thought over that photo. For some inexplicable reason, she had kept this photo for so many years. Last year, she accidentally found it again, and even wondered if the boy really gave the island as a gift, would she not have heard about it by now? After finishing her thought, she laughed at herself, it seemed ridiculous since an 11-year unchanging liking and an island in this world were all too distant, like dreams. Yet, they had the 11-year-long affection, and they had the island. It was like a dream come true. The article circulated wildly for several hours, but was soon stopped by a legal letter from Jia Rong. Unlike many others, the purpose of this legal notice was not just to warn but to actually sue them until they were bankrupt. But thanks to this incident, everyone in Fucheng learned that Rongjian had awakened. He was already a well-known figure among the upper class of Fucheng. His classmates, now around 30 years old, were active participants in various parties, and they invited him out to inquire why he had been dressing as a woman for such a long time. Rongjian attended a few parties, but due to the privacy of the Rong family, he claimed that his poor Batsi, birth chart, from when he was young necessitated that he dress as a woman according to a fortune-teller's prediction to avoid a fateful calamity. Adding to this, the accident that happened after his college entrance exam at the age of 19 left others speechless despite their disbelief. Though it caused a stir, no one dared to look down on Rongjian. Without mentioning the backing of Minji, even the current Rong family was not to be trifled with. Rongjian didn't take it to heart. As the year-end approached, he cut his hair short, went to the jewelry store, and retrieved the rings he had reserved. He wanted to buy an island for Minji, but since the island had already been purchased, buying two wouldn't have made much sense. So, he decided to reserve the rings instead. Minji had been sleeping well recently, being next to Rongjian always put him at ease. Rongjian had measured the size of his fingers, memorizing the numbers, thinking in his dreams how he could propose. The new year in Fucheng was lively, but Rongjian wasn't interested in the festivities. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Rongjian and Minji took a helicopter to the island. It was a beautiful island, hot and filled with summer warmth. There were two villas, one by the sea and one by the lake, both with floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed them to see the outside views upon raising their heads. The island was bought 7 years ago, when Minji was in the ascending phase of his career. Spending such a large sum of money was risky at that time, and many people tried to persuade Minji to reconsider, including Qing Jian, who said that Rongjian wouldn't care about the island later anyway, suggesting that it wasn't urgent. But Minji still bought the island because it was intended to be Rongjian's 29th birthday gift. However, Rongjian spent his 29th birthday asleep. After the helicopter landed, Rongjian visited this belated present. The island wasn't very large, surrounding a central lake with endless ocean stretching around it, green embedded in blue, shining like gemstones. When he was 19, Rongjian wore jade earrings and did something intimate with Minji. Now, at 31, lying in the Emerald Lake, they did the same. Rongjian slept in the lakeside villa for the afternoon, waking up only as the sunset began. His suitcase was still unpacked, and he casually draped one of Minji's shirts on himself. Kneeling on the floor, he worked hard to find something else, gripping it tightly in his palm. Rongjian walked up to Minji, keeping his left hand behind his back, and said casually, "Let's take a walk." Minji looked into Rongjian's eyes but said nothing. He held his right hand and nodded slightly. They strolled from the lake to the beach, their shadows stretched long under the setting sun. Rongjian had never been to the seaside, but he appeared uninterested in anything around him, focusing solely on counting each step in his mind. As he reached the 1,000th step, Rongjian finally gathered his courage and turned to hold Minji's wrist. The skin there felt smooth, yet a tattoo marked it, giving it a special sensation every time Rongjian gripped it. Minji stopped walking. His eyes were half closed, the dim yellow light dyeing his dark pupils amber, reflecting Rongjian in them fully. He asked, "What is it?" Rongjian extended his left hand and opened a beautifully wrapped box, which contained a pair of platinum rings. Though not particularly remarkable in appearance, they were the result of much consideration by Rongjian. Because he intended to wear them for a lifetime, Rongjian had chosen such a simple and plain style that could last from youth until old age. Rongjian looked up at Minji earnestly and said, "Let's get married, shall we?" There were so many things he wanted to say, but none of them came out at this moment. What should he say? That he wanted to give Minji endless love? Minji was stunned for a moment before extending his hand. Rongjian slipped the ring onto his finger. It fit perfectly. Minji stayed like that for a long time, then slowly drew his hand back and cherished it as he used the newly ringed hand to embrace Rongjian's waist and kiss his lips. As always, it was a silent kiss. Rongjian thought, this is Minji, he doesn't know how to be loved. But things would be different now. There was so much more time ahead, years during which he would teach Minji. Nothing in this world is impossible. Like the fact that they originally belonged to two worlds that couldn't meet, people who shouldn't fall in love. Yet here they were, standing on a remote island under the twilight sunset, kissing with the tide swelling around them. Then the sun sank beneath the sea, the moon rose high above, heralding yet another day of mutual love and affection. The end.